Bibi Dong, in order to retaliate against the martial soul hall, actually forcibly pulled me out of the womb before I was born, and viciously threw me towards Qian Renxue, who was on the brink of death. You wanted a child, right? Here you go. It's just a piece of flesh that fell off me. Everyone was shocked by Bibi Dong's crazy behavior. Qian Renxue stared fiercely at the child in his hands, trembling with anger, watching his son die in front of him. How does it feel, Qian Renxue? The pain you inflicted on me, I will return to you 1,000 times over. Bibi Dong laughed hysterically, with a touch of madness. Suddenly, the fragile cough of the baby broke the suffocating silence. Bibi Dong's face froze, unbelievably saying, how is this possible? I clearly killed it. Why does it still have breath? Qian Renxue was also stunned, carefully holding up the blood-stained little life. Quick, heal it quickly. Don't mind this crazy woman. If anything happens to my child, none of you will live, Qian Renxue said urgently. The Soul Masters, upon hearing this, hurried forward and exerted all their efforts to use their healing soul skills. As the light of the healing soul skills gradually enveloped me, my weak breath also gradually became steady and strong. Strange, why do I feel a kind of disgust from this child's body? Could it be that he did not inherit my sacred six-winged angel martial soul like Schwer, but instead inherited that woman's repulsive soul-eating spider emperor martial soul? Qian Renxue's heart was secretly filled with doubt, and the joy of the child's resurrection also dulled a bit. If this is true, then the existence of this child is a disgrace to the Qian family, and he should not be alive. Never mind, don't save him, let him fend for himself, a waste with an evil martial soul. He is not worthy to be the heir of the martial soul hall. Consider him a mistake, Qian Sun ordered coldly, pronouncing my death sentence indifferently, then turned around without looking at me again. Other soul masters looked at each other, but no one dared to disobey the Pope's orders, so they could only reluctantly put down the healing light in their hands. You are really my good father. I will definitely repay you if I have the chance. However, the good news is that due to the amplification brought by the 20-level innate soul power and the 10 evil true dragon martial soul, he did not die on the spot. After the soul masters helped Bibi Dong stop the bleeding, they hurriedly left the sleeping palace. The whole room fell into silence once again. Bibi Dong slumped by the bedside, staring blankly out the window, tears uncontrollably streaming down, dripping onto the cold floor, emitting a faint and crisp sound. I lay on the ground, trying my best to steady my breathing. Can't see me, I prayed frantically in my heart, while carefully moving towards the dark corner under the bed. But Bibi still noticed the little guy on the ground. She slowly stood up from the bed, walked towards me, and said in a cold tone, Kid, now even your dad doesn't want you. What reason do you have to live? It's better to let me end you myself, so you won't become a trouble in the future. Do not come over. I was scared out of my wits. Did I provoke you? Do you have to hate me so much? The baby let out a loud cry, echoing in the spacious bedroom. Bibi Dong's hand trembled slightly, but still reached towards my neck firmly. I gently held Bibi Dong's jade finger, stopped crying, and stared at her innocently with wide eyes, trying to awaken her scarce maternal love with cuteness. This is too cute. Bibi Dong swallowed, cold sweat quietly falling down her face. I smiled, and 2 shallow dimples appeared on my pink cheeks, as my clear eyes looked at Bibi Dong in confusion. Bibi Dong trembled and gasped for breath, her eyes meeting my innocent smile, as if her whole being was healed. A smile unconsciously appeared on Bibi Dong's lips, and her empty eyes lit up. She gently picked me up, feeling my breath, and I sensibly wiped away the tears on her face with my little hand. Forget it, let this child live a few more days for now. I'll send you on your way after I've had enough fun. Bibi Dong smiled and pinched my little face, but said the most vicious words. Give me a quick death. At least I won't have to live in fear. Even if I reach this point, you still want to kill me. I don't want to live anymore. In my past life, I could at least be a laborer, but in this life, I live worse than a laborer. I was held in the arms of Bibi Dong, feeling lifeless and ravaged. At this moment, outside Bibi Dong's sleeping palace, Qian Renxue curiously wanted to listen to the movement inside. Qian Renxue walked out from inside and grabbed Qian Renxue's hand, heading towards the Pope's palace. Dad, where is my little brother? How come he's not here as promised? Qian Renxue blinked her big eyes, looking at her father in confusion. There is no little brother. Schwerer, you remembered it wrong. Qian Renxue's voice was deep and indifferent. How could this be? You clearly said that Mom would give birth to a little brother for me. Qian Renxue looked incredulous. Dad, are you lying to me? Did something happen to Mom and my little brother? Qian Renxue has a secret. She is a reborn person. After discovering that she has returned to the past, she first used her influence to shift Qian Chunji's attention to the emotional repair with Bibi Dong, so that Qian Chunji would not go to kill Tang Hao, thus avoiding being seriously injured and killed by Bibi Dong. However, When Chihiro spared no effort to make Bibi Dong know the true face of Yu Xiaozhang, Bibi Dong not only did not give up, but instead blamed everything on Chihiro, believing that it was Chihiro who made her dirty, leading to Yu Xiaozhang's change of heart. So that day, Chihiro was completely angry. He could no longer tolerate Bibi Dong's betrayal and resentment. In a fit of anger, he made an impulsive decision, which was to make Bibi Dong pregnant again. He tries to use the new child as a bond to rebind the two. Of course, this was Chihiro's explanation to Chirenji after he was done. And what else could Qian Renxue say? To be able to talk about being horny in such a grandiose way was probably something only this cheap old man of his could do. She sighed, her mind a mix of emotions. Stinky dad. I'll definitely talk to grandpa about this matter. Just wait for your ass to be beaten. After Qian Renxue finished speaking, she shook off Qian Sunji's hand and ran towards the Hall of Offerings at a fast pace. Thousand Searching Disease's face stiffened, and he had the presence of mind to try to block it. But there was really nothing he could do about this daughter. Innate level 20 full soul power. Divine martial soul, 6-winged angel. If the old man really had to make a choice between the two, Chihirizaki felt that the old man would have decisively chosen to beat this stupid son of his to the point where he couldn't take care of himself. Elder Jew. Elder Ghost. Let's go. Thinking about it, Chihiro thought it would be better to go out and get out of the wind. Incidentally, he captured the 100,000-year-old soul beast transformation that he found some time ago. If she could offer the 100,000-year-old soul ring to Donger, she would definitely understand her feelings. Yes, Rika Douluo and Ghost Douluo answered, and with a flash of their figures, they followed Chihuahua's pace. One day later, the early morning sunlight dappled through the muslin curtains and poured inside Bibi Dong's chambers. Bibi Dong was extremely cozy on the bed. The bedding on the bed, which had been stained red with blood, had been replaced with a new one, as white as snow. She changed into a long purple dress that outlined that curvy figure. A long soft pinkish purple head of hair fell casually over her shoulders, making her look particularly attractive. As for Shifuyu, after Bibi Dong had had enough fun yesterday, he casually dropped him off and took a bath. At that moment, Shifuyu was cowering in fear in a small corner under the bed, clutching his knees tightly with his little baby hands. He didn't dare make a sound. His stomach was already rumbling with hunger, but at the moment he could only silently endure the hunger and fear. As for finding Bibi Dong to drink milk, Qianyu felt that it would be good if she woke up and didn't get herself killed. Yesterday, he used all his acting skills to turn from a deadly animal into a little pet for people to play with. Chapter 3, Chirin's Paste. The door to the chambers gently pushed open, and Qian Renxue walked in with a tray. The tray held a steaming bowl of rice pudding and some delicate snacks. The moment she entered, her eyes were constantly searching around. She just remembered this morning to ask the healing soulmasters who left yesterday. It turned out that his brother was surprisingly not dead. Well, it seems like it's not far from death now. After all, it's for Stinky Dad who lost it to this crazy woman from Bibi Dong. Shifuyu was taken aback and covered her mouth in death for fear of making any noise. What are you doing over here, you little? Bibi Dong instantly woke up and saw that the person coming was Qian Renxue. His eyes filled with cold and piercing killing intent. Qian Renxue's body stiffened slightly as she forced the fear in her heart to smile and said, Mom just gave birth to her little brother yesterday. She must be very tired. So I specially prepared some food and wanted to come and see Mom and little brother, she said, gently placing the tray on the edge of the bed. Bibi Dong sniffed and raised her hand to finish off Chirenai, but the moment she was about to do so, Chihiro caught Bibi Dong's wrist as quickly as he could, with just the right amount of force, not enough to cause Bibi Dong any pain, but enough to stop her from moving. Bibi Dong, you're crazy. How dare you even want to kill Schwer? Chihiro's eyes were filled with disbelief. From the conversation to the strike, Bibi Dong didn't even hesitate. She really wanted to kill Yuki. Bibi Dong casually picked up the pastry with his other hand and ate it into his mouth, saying lightly, Chihiro, you'd better be able to watch her for the rest of your life, or I'll make sure she doesn't die faster than me. Chidori Ryu's face turned blue, and he didn't say much. He came to Bibi Dong's bed and crouched down to look down at Shifuyu, who was under the bed. The little guy was quietly squatting on the ground, not crying or making noise, his big watery eyes staring straight at Chihiro. Chihiro couldn't help but feel a surge of compassion in his heart as he looked at his terrified appearance. He held out his hand and tried to keep his voice as soft as possible. Come on out, son, Grandpa won't hurt you. Shifuyu, I'll believe the hell out of you. You bad old man bad. Shifuyu's body snuggled deeper inward. This system gives a true dragon martial soul is also even so. Why also give a fallen angel Is there any way to live in the palace of martial souls? Chihiro closed his eyes in pain. He shuddered to think what horrors this little one, born just yesterday, had been through. Child, don't be afraid. Chidori Ryu's voice sounded again. This time he deliberately slowed down his speech to make his tone sound warmer and more amiable. Grandpa is your relative. Grandpa will protect you. Put. Ha ha ha. Bibi Dong couldn't help but laugh out loud at Chidori Ryu's agonized appearance. Her laugh was crisp and pleasant, but it stung in this tense atmosphere. Chihiro frowned and glared back at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, what are you laughing at? Humph. Stop pretending there. Chihiro, look at the evil aura on that kid. It's simply stronger than any of the fallen. As the martial soul hall's grand provider, you'd better hurry up and snuff out this evil seed in the cradle, lest you plague the world in the future. Bibi Dong's voice was as cold as ice. Shifuyu. Sigma, so this is me degrading from a small pet to a damn sinful animal again? Cam. Bad woman. Say change face, just change face. Yesterday in vain for you to play for so long. It's damn near more desperate than being born in the girls' restroom at a vocational high school and having a hell of an opening like my dad is a yellow hair. You old hag have the ability to get me killed right now. Or when I grow up, I'll show you why flowers are so red. Chihiro was silent, his gaze complex as he looked at Shifuyu. A possessor of a fallen one's martial soul appearing in the Thousand family would undoubtedly deal a huge blow to the martial soul hall. The firm beliefs of countless soul master clans would be shaken as a result, and might even trigger civil unrest. Shirin could see the struggle in Chidori Ryu's eyes and bristled in dissatisfaction. She burrowed under the bed and forcibly dragged Shifuyu out. Shifuyu struggled desperately, her small hands flapping wildly, but she was held tightly in Chirenai's arms. Qian Renxue looked at the flustered look of the little munchkin in her arms, and her entire teenage heart melted. Grandpa, my brother is so cute. Can I keep him? Qian Renxue laughed happily, her little face pressed against Qian Yu's tender little face, as if water could drip out of it. Chidori Ryu frowned tightly and looked at Shifuyu in a grave manner. His spiritual power was constantly probing inside Shifuyu's body. A dark angel with 6 wings on its back came to his mind. It made his heart sink to the bottom. Bibi Dong's brows frowned slightly, looking at the intimate appearance of Chirenai and Shifuyu. She stepped forward and forcefully peeled away Chirin's hand, snatching Shifuyu back. That strong and rough force made Shifuyu almost cry out in pain. No crying. I'll kill you if you cry. Shifuyu stifled a grunt and bit her lip in death. But soon his attention was drawn to the rice pudding and snacks on the table. Want some? You little devil. Bibi Dong teased, while not being able to resist going up and pinching his little face. Shifuyu nodded sharply. Ha! I won't give you any. You little fatherless. 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 Now even your grandfather has disowned you. What's the point of living, you say? Bibi Dong deliberately teased Shifuyu while not forgetting to taunt Chihiro. Shifuyu withdrew his gaze somewhat fondly. Cam. Stinky woman. Asking me if you won't give me food. So down with the head. Bibi Dong. He's still my Qian family's bloodline no matter what. How can you treat him like this? Chihiro's voice was filled with anger and helplessness. On one side was faith and on the other was bloodline. No matter which side he chose, it made his heart cut. Oh, the bloodline of the 1,000 families. Ask him and see if he's willing to go with you? Bibi Dong smirked as she picked 2 fingers on Shifuyu's chin, her fingertips glowing with a cold purple light. As if Shifuyu dared to say yes, she would be able to pinch him to death in minutes. Shifuyu hurriedly shook her head, pitifully holding Bibi Dong's jade finger and placing it on her small head and gently rubbing it. Bibi Dong, heart of joy, did not expect this small, but so spiritual. In the end, Chihiro silently pulled the reluctant Shirin out of the room. Squeak! As the door to the room and the virgin's chambers closed, Bibi Dong's face went cold for a moment. Shifuyu gulped, always having a bad feeling. You've just been touched by that. You need to be cleaned up. Bibi Dong directly carried Shifuyu's calf upside down to the bathroom. Carry a half-meter tall wooden barrel, which was already filled with boiling hot water, to the bath. Chapter 4, Bibi Dong's torture. Qian Yu looked at the boiling hot water. This water if soaked down for fear that it will not directly become a boiled live fish. He struggled, his limbs flailing in the air, his eyes filled with terror and despair. With a nasty grin on his face, Bibi Dong threw Shifuyu straight down and held his hand down to keep him from floating up. Damn you, Bibi Dong. You wait for me. If I can survive, I'm going to make you look good. Shifuyu howled as he was scalded, the scalding hot water pouring down his throat and scalded his entire body. A long time passed before the temperature of the water finally stopped burning so much and Bibi Dong let go. Shifuyu struggled in the water, her face red from the vapor. Bibi Dong took out a brush, made from the fur of an unknown soul beast, dipped it in some toiletries, and began to carefully scrub his body. The bristles of that brush were so hard that they seemed to carry millions of fine needles on Shifuyu's delicate skin, causing him to grunt in pain. Alas! You're a tough little guy. You can't even die from this. Looks like I'll have some fun in the future. As a reward for you surviving, drink! This is what you deserve. Bibi Dong took Shifuyu in his arms and pulled back the sash to reveal a pale chest. Shifuyu looked at her snow-white skin and was a little unable to get down. Bibi Dong, however, was unconcerned, forcing his small mouth onto her chest as a warm liquid slowly flowed down his throat. Burp. With a satisfied burp, Shifuyu drifted off to sleep in Bibi Dong's arms. On the other hand, Chihiro forcefully pulled Shirin Yuki back to the Hall of Offerings. Grandpa, why don't we save our brother? Qian Renxue clutched the corner of her coat tightly. Her eyes reddened, and her voice carried a sobbing tone that was hard to hide. Cher, this world is far more complicated than you think. That child, he shouldn't have been born into this family. Chihiro stopped and turned his back to her, a flash of complexity in his eyes. That the divine six-winged angel had fallen to darkness was a shame the family could not bear. But he's innocent too, Chiron argued, tears welling up in her eyes. How can we just give up on him? She could hardly imagine how Shifuyu would be abused by Bibi Dong. It was obviously so small when it was held in her hands just now, but now it was going to suffer endlessly in that woman's hands. Her heart ached as if it had been torn apart. On the other hand, Bibi Dong's few moments of motherly love didn't last long. The anger in her heart grew as she looked at the sleeping Qianyu in her arms. She shook Shifuyu hard, but the little guy just frowned and continued his peaceful sleep. You, sinful bastard, what are you sleeping for? Hurry up and get up. By what right can you sleep so peacefully? Snap. Bibi Dong slapped Shifuyu's tender cheek, leaving a sharp red mark. Wow. Shifuyu opened her eyes in confusion. The body instinctively wanted to cry, but the tears hadn't spilled out of his eyes yet. It was hardened by Bibi Dong's icy stare. Cry. Keep crying. I didn't say stop. You're not allowed to stop. Stop and I'll kill you. With hatred in his eyes, Bibi Dong pulled out a knife and plunged it heavily into a side table. Chihaya, why don't you just let me die? Eventually even Shifuyu cried out, but Bibi Dong cut his wrists and bled him anyway. The woman seemed to have found a new pleasure, and whenever she saw Shifuyu's little face twisting from the pain, she would feel an extreme thrill of revenge. Dying? Pain and hunger intertwined with the fear of death, and Shifuyu's consciousness gradually blurred. Ha 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 ha. Chihiro-san, it's all because of you. It's all because of you. Shao just now will not want me. Now I'm going to make your children taste this life as well as death. Bibi Dong watched Shifuyu's eyes gradually lose focus as her smile grew more and more twisted. Tick. A hot teardrop slid down her cheek. Bibi Dong froze as she touched the tears at the corners of her eyes flashing once in bewilderment. No. This is not right. How can I feel sad? How can I feel sad because of this sinner? Bibi Dong muttered, hurriedly panicking and administering first aid to Shifuyu, his hands trembling as he tried to stop the gushing blood. No, I can't let you die. At least not now. How could I let you die so easily? How else am I going to torture you when you're dead? How am I going to make you feel the pain and despair I've felt all these years? Bibi Dong's voice echoed in the empty room with a hint of hysterical madness. She fumbled with her hands, rummaging through drawers for various bottles of medicine and bandages, but her hands were clumsy due to trembling. What with all the messy medicine she scattered on Shifuyu's wounds in a brainstorming manner. Blood mixed with the medicinal powder. The scene was shocking to the eyes. Hang on, you sinner. I haven't had enough fun. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth and cursed as she shook Shifuyu's thin body as hard as she could. Eventually, perhaps with his wits returning, Bibi Dong finally remembered to seek the help of a healing soul master, which allowed Shifuyu to retrieve his life. However, Shifuyu's body was also severely damaged as a result, requiring a long period of recuperation to recover. However, Bibi Dong didn't listen. What kind of rest and recuperation? It's better to be raised dead or crippled. I have had such a miserable life. Why should this little one be any better? So having ascertained that life was not at stake, Bibi Dong decisively stopped any medicinal measures. In the end, Shifuyu barely survived by being tough. When Shifuyu woke up again, he found himself in a dark and gloomy basement. The faint smell of mold and dampness was all around. He tried to move his body, but found that his whole body was sore and weak, and his limbs were bound by heavy chains, and every tiny movement was accompanied by the clattering of chains. Where is this? Shifuyu's entire body went numb as she looked at those various torturing instruments. Do you know? Thousand search disease trapped me for a whole year. Let me despair in this dark secret room for a whole year long. This shame I will never forget in my life. Bibi Dong sat high above the main seat, and the dim candlelight reflected her cold, frosty face. Shifuyu suddenly had an ominous feeling. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but I will savor your pain and despair. Bibi Dong smiled to herself. Not that she expected Shifuyu to understand. All of this was just an excuse she used to convince herself and put her mind at ease. Chapter 5, The Death of Chihuahua. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye 2 years have passed. Over the past 2 years Bibi Dong had always come up with all sorts of parties new and cruel ways to torture Shifuyu. Starvation, gassing, electrocution, whipping, bloodletting. Each of these is enough to break any adult. and Shifuyu unexpectedly awakened the ability of the fallen angel martial spirit to create illusions during this torture. Naturally, Shifuyu wouldn't think that this would be enough to defy Bibi Dong. Instead, the consciousness is immersed in a world of virtual illusions for its own amusement. But that being said, the pain was still something he could feel. In the meantime, Chihuahua had come a few times, each time with some injuries to his body. Bibi Dong, on the other hand, began to shush him perversely. Even on some nights, would voluntarily snuggle up in his arms and tell his grievances. This made Chihiro's sickness even more determined to dedicate the 100,000-year-old soul ring to Bibi Dong's know-how. The only thing that annoyed Chihuahua was every time he tried to round up, Bibi Dong would have turned him down with the excuse that the kids were here and it was inconvenient. This caused Chihiro to become more and more displeased with Shifuyu, and on more than one occasion he scolded him. And every time Chihuahua beat him to the point where he was spitting blood and dying, Bibi Dong would always step in to stop it, revealing herself to be a loving mother. Gently picking up Shifuyu, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. Was it heartache? Was it pleasure? Or was it mockery? No one knew. When Bibi Dong once again tortured Shifuyu and left him on the cold stone floor, she didn't leave immediately, as she usually did, but sat quietly. He always felt empty in his heart, and Qian Yu's indifferent eyes were like an invisible dagger that plunged deep into her heart. Are you blaming me for this? What's wrong with me? Blame me for the fact that you shouldn't have been born into this world. If it wasn't for me, you'd be dead. Bibi Dong's voice was low and raspy, and he actually felt some rare regret. She walked slowly over to Shifuyu and crouched down, trying to touch his tender face with those blood-stained hands, but Shifuyu instinctively tilted her head to avoid her touch. Do you hate me? There was an imperceptible tremor in Bibi Dong's voice. Shifuyu didn't reply as he lay on the floor, his eyes staring vacantly at the ceiling. Hey, stand up. I know you can hear me. Don't play dead. Bibi Dong didn't hear a reply and instantly felt humiliated as a wave of anger shot through his head. She snapped to her feet and kicked Shifuyu hard. Shifuyu's body was kicked away like rags, hitting the cold stone wall hard before sliding helplessly to the ground. He only felt his internal organs churning, and the pain almost consumed his consciousness. He stifled a grunt as a trace of crimson blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Bibi Dong looked at Shifuyu's lifeless appearance, and instead of calming down, the anger in his heart grew even more intense. She felt utterly neglected, utterly ignored by this child she saw as an instrument of shame and revenge. You think you can get away with everything by not talking? I'm telling you, no way. Bibi Dong growled angrily as she rushed forward, grabbing Shifuyu's collar and lifting him up whole. Open your eyes and look at me. Shifuyu was forced to open her eyes, and there was not the slightest fluctuation of emotion in those dark eyes, only a dead silence. He looked at Bibi Dong silently, as if he were looking at a stranger. How could you? You! Bibi Dong was stung by Shifuyu's eyes, and she suddenly felt a sense of frustration she had never felt before. Creak! The door of the secret room was suddenly pushed open, and a beam of blinding light shone in, breaking the darkness and silence of the room. Bibi Dong subconsciously turned his head, only to see Chihiro standing in the doorway with a slight frown on his face. His gaze swept back and forth between Bibi Dong and Shifuyu. It finally settled on Qian Yu's scaly body without the slightest bit of warmth in his eyes. Remember to dispose of the body after playing dead. This is where I practice. I don't want filth to exist. Thousand Seeks Disease's voice was cold and unfeeling, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Bibi Dong sniffed and blushed a little less than favorably, feeling that everything he had done was just fooling himself, and that Chihuahua didn't care at all. Bibi Dong casually threw Shifuyu into a corner like a piece of trash and turned to leave, but suddenly stopped. Shifuyu looked at the faintly bright light in the crack of the chamber's door, and his empty pupils regathered a faint glow. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This crazy woman Bibi Dong is really sick, isn't she? Shifuyu cursed in his heart as he felt the intense pain that was everywhere on his body. At first Shifuyu was thinking of using Mo to awaken his few moments of motherly love. It turned out to be of no use at all, and the beating he deserved was not missing. Since the latter could not be resisted, it could only be diverted by immersing itself in the world of the illusion. But the pain that should have been there still fell on the body in one way or another. You're hurt. Bibi Dong flashed in front of Chihuahua and helped him to sit down to the side. His tone actually carried a bit of imperceptible gentleness. Chihiro disease froze slightly, instantly feeling that the injuries he had sustained were worth it. I'm sorry, Donger. It seems that the 100,000-year soul ring that was promised to you will be delayed again. Chihiro shook his head slightly, his face a little hard. He didn't think that Ian would be so determined to make a direct sacrifice, so much so that he had been seriously injured by Tang Hao in a moment of inattention. Bibi Dong, on the other hand, was anxiously probing Chihiro's injuries with his soul power. Seeing this scene, Chihuahua Disease's heart warmed as he gently patted the back of Bibi Dong's hand and comforted him. There's no harm in it, Donger, my injuries aren't serious. They're just some superficial wounds. It's you, on the contrary, who worked so hard for me. I'm really sorry. Shifuyu, no. Just how big of a heart do you have to be when you're hurt? The first time to come to Bibi Dong. Shifuyu wouldn't think that Bibi Dong would suddenly turn his back on Chihiro. You should know that she is in the middle of the Rakshasa Divine exam right now. The whole thing is upside down and his temper is even more temperamental. The bones of the entire body are broken. All the organs are damaged. The true body is shattered. And the spirit is revolted. How can this be fine? My good master. Bibi Dong's lavender eyes instantly turned a blood red, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Donger, do you still hate me? Listen to me. Yu Xiaojiang is really no good. Chihiro sensed Bibi Dong's killing intent and eagerly tried to explain. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Chihiro sickness. Go to hell. Bibi Dong instantly transformed into the soul-devouring spider emperor form. Ruthlessly, he killed Chihuahua and devoured him bite by bite. It was as if he wanted to pour out all the years of resentment and discontent. Chapter 6 Chidori Ryu's Tolerance. In the Hall of Offerings. What? You said that Dad was seriously injured chasing Tang Hao? The first thing he did when he came back wasn't to treat his injuries, but went straight to the Pope's palace. When Qian Renxue heard the report from her men, an ominous feeling rose in her heart, and she hurriedly went to find Shen Daolu. Grandpa, it's bad. Something happened to Dad. Let's go save him. When Chihiro heard this, his terrifying spiritual power instantly covered the entire martial soul hall in a radius of thousands of meters, and suddenly his face changed drastically. No good. That woman. Little Snow. Stay in the Hall of Offerings and don't go anywhere. Grandpa will return as soon as he goes. No. I'm going too. Shiranyuki pulled Chidori Ryu's arm in a death grip. Good. Chihiro nodded and didn't refuse. Shifuyu witnessed the entire process of his old man being devoured, froze and didn't utter a word, but silently crouched in a corner as a transparent person. If Chihiro is dead, then there is no need for him to exist, and soon it will be his turn. After all, he himself was a tool used by Bibi Dong to get back at Chihuahua, an unexpected being. But really, I want to bounce on my asshole dad's grave. Shifuyu felt a bit ridiculous and sad as he watched Chihiro's body gradually being devoured. Bang! The door of the secret room was violently slammed open, and a violent energy fluctuation instantly swept through the entire space, causing dust to fly and stone chips to splash everywhere. Chihiro anxiously broke into the chamber and found that Chihiro's figure had disappeared, leaving only a bed full of blood and clothing. And Bibi Dong was sitting on his bed looking glum, with a pleasant smile on his face. Bibi Dong, what the hell did you do? Chidori Ryu's body trembled violently, his eyes filled with disbelief. Shiranyuki poked her head out with some curiosity, but was hard-pressed back by Chihiro. Kids don't look away. Chihiro's low voice was mixed with anger and grief that was hard to hide. Isn't it obvious? He was eaten by me. Body and soul no longer exist. Ha ha ha. What? How dare you devour him? Bibi Dong, you deserve to die. Chihiro was furious as the angelic holy sword coalesced and aimed at Bibi Dong. The two were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into thin air. Both of them tacitly moved away from fighting in the area where the chamber was located. Probably one of the few motherly loves Bibi Dong has, too. And Chiron came to a dim corner of the chamber. It was filled with a disgusting smell of blood and mold. She approached cautiously, her eyes moving down to see the one pup that snugly cowered in a shadowy corner. Compared to the innocence he saw 2 years ago, the Qianyu at this moment was thin and almost out of shape, but her features were as delicate as a carving. What made Qian Renxue's heart ache the most was the pair of eyes that had become hollow and numb, completely losing their former luster. His body was covered in scars, old and new, and the blood seeping from the corners of his mouth revealed the inhuman treatment he had received not so long ago. Qian Renxue's heart clenched violently, and her eyes reddened in a flash. He couldn't imagine what kind of cruel parents it would take to subject their children to such inhuman torture. Brother, are you okay? Yes, I'm sorry that my sister is late. Qian Renxue's voice choked as she tried to touch Chenyu with a trembling hand. Shifuyu's body instinctively avoided her touch. Ouch! It hurts. Qian Renxue felt her heart hurt, like it was being cut by 1,000 knives. She regretted it. If she had been able to hold on a little longer, to hold him harder, maybe none of this would have happened. Remorse was like a tidal wave coming towards Qian Renxue. She sat on her knees in front of Shifuyu, her tears slipping silently, dripping onto the cold ground and splashing a tiny splash. He should never have come into this world to suffer so much. It was all because he had changed the trajectory of the past that he had put this innocent being through so much pain. Her tears dripped down onto Shifuyu's thin shoulders. Don't be afraid. I'm a sister. Qian Renxue, your own sister. I will protect you and won't let you suffer anymore. Qian Renxue's voice was gentle but firm as she gently took Shenyu into her arms. not letting go despite the other party still resisting. Shifuyu felt the pain on his body and pulled his consciousness back from the illusion again to see a big blonde who was crying up a storm. Shifuyu, haven't you ever thought about how much it hurts when you touch me like that? Let go of my hand. You touched my wound. But then again, did Bibi Dong and Chihiro finish their fight? How about running while you can? Shifuyu felt the injuries on his body and realized that not to mention running, moving was a heartbreaking pain. Crucially, here was another big blonde who was blocking his way back. Tears and snot smeared all over his face, making it a little difficult for him to even breathe. Shifuyu was Sigma, degree, what a disgusting smelly brat. Snot, don't rub it on me, ah. Qian Renxue couldn't stop her heartache and tenderly stroked that one little head, but she touched a handful of blood. It was then that she remembered the scars on Shifuyu's body, and those shocking marks made her heart twist like a knife. I'm sorry for my sister's negligence. I'll take you to treatment. After saying that, he rushed out of the secret room in a hurry with Shifuyu in his arms and ran all the way to the medical room of the Martial Soul Hall. On the other side, the battle between Bibi Dong and Chidori Ryu was coming to an end. Chihiro only used one sword, and Bibi Dong couldn't even receive a single blow. Bang! Bibi Dong's delicate body slammed hard against the hard palace wall and fell to the ground. Pust! A mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, her face as pale as paper. Why are you doing this? What is it about my son that makes him unworthy of you? Even this time he was seriously injured to help you obtain your soul ring. Bibi Dong, how can you be so cruel? Where have we, the Qian family, wronged you? Chidori Ryu's eyes were morose. The angelic holy sword in his hand trembled slightly, and the anger in his chest seemed to burn everything down. Not worthy? Does he deserve it? Bibi Dong sneered, madness in his eyes. He, thousand-searching sickness, a hypocrite to the core, doesn't even spare his own disciple. Who does he deserve? Chihiro, do you dare say you don't know what your son has done? You clearly knew everything and had the power to stop it. But did you do it? You turned a blind eye. What else can you do but label yourself as the embodiment of justice? To use me as a reproductive tool? A plaything for your bed? And now who are you to question me? You. Chidori Ryu was dumbfounded by what was said. The anger in his heart was instantly extinguished. After all, this matter was indeed their fault. Chapter 7: The Seductive Power of the Fallen Angel. Thousand Renfrews sinking. The aura of the two fighting had already attracted many elders and offerings from the martial spirit hall. At this time, these people were watching their eyes and noses, not daring to breathe, fearing that they would be silenced. Enough, Bibi Dong. No matter what reason you have, you can't deny the fact that you killed the Pope of the Palace of Martial Souls. Chihiro took a deep breath and continued. Now that Yuki has lost his father, I don't want him to lose even his mother. If you can let go of your past hatred, I can give you a chance to remain in the Martial Soul Hall. Even the position of Pope is not impossible. What? You won't kill me? And give me the papacy? Bibi Dong's eyes widened in surprise. Kind of hard to see what this old thing is thinking. As for Chihiro's line about letting go of her hatred, it was instinctively ignored by her. Don't get me wrong. This seat is all for little Snow. Otherwise I would have slapped you to death long ago. Making you Pope is also for you to redeem yourself and pave the way for Yuki in the future. Also, you're not allowed to strike at Xiao Shui again in the future. Otherwise, you don't want the corpse of that punk shade Xiao Jiang to appear in front of you. Chihiro sternly threatened. Chidori Ryu, how dare you? Bibi Dong's eyes instantly condensed into ice, and a cold light shot out. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails were almost embedded in her palms. Ha! There's still nothing in heaven that this seat doesn't dare to do. Chidori Ryu let out a cold smile, and one by one, the 9 soul rings surfaced on his body. The terrifying pressure from a 99th level extreme Douluo swept across the entire heaven and earth. Pass on this seat's order that the Pope has fallen. The culprit is the Hao Tian sex heir, Tang Hao. From today onwards, all efforts will be made to apprehend Tang Hao, and any force that dares to harbor him will be considered an enemy of the Palace of Martial Souls. Furthermore, the Martial Spirit Hall has officially declared war with the Haotian sect, vowing to purge all of its remaining members in order to rectify the prestige of my Martial Spirit Hall. Chihiro's voice resounded like thunder. I, the great confessor. The people didn't dare to be slow, and immediately bowed to receive orders and left. In the end, Bibi Dong became the Pope of the Palace of Martial Souls in a haphazard manner. But Bibi Dong was not at all happy, for his own cub was missing. It's gone. How could it be gone? Little, hurry up and get out of here. There was a hint of panic in Bibi Dong's voice. She frantically searched every inch of this Martial Soul city, her heart filled with anxiety. Could it be Chidori Ryu? She snapped her head up, her gaze like a torch, looking in the direction of the Hall of Offerings. In the blink of an eye a few days had passed, Bibi Dong still hadn't found Shifuyu, so he could only go to the Hall of Enshrinement to find Chihiro to ask for someone. But Chihiro, who had just lost his son, could not spoil her, and directly blasted her out of the door of the Hall of Offerings, saying in a cold voice, "Scram! This seat doesn't have time to fool around with you." Bibi Dong staggered a few steps and steadied himself, his face as pale as paper. She knew deep down that she was no match for Chidori Ryu, and due to the fact that war with the Haotian sect was imminent, she could only temporarily put down her search for Chiyu and devote her entire mind to the confrontation with the Haotian sect. And Qian these days, after the Martial Soul Palace's various top healing soul masters treatment, the body's injuries are also almost good, but he seemed to have great mental problems, and only at every mealtime was he punctually awake for a while. However, this has caused suffering to those healing soul masters who treated him, and they were scolded by Qian Renxue for quackery 2 times in 3 days. Martial Soul City Healing Room. Qian Renxue looked at the unconscious Qian Yu lying on the bed with heartache, and said sharply towards the healing soul master beside her, "What's going on with Little Feather? Why is he so sleepy? Are you quacks any good? Believe it or not, I'll ask my grandfather to replace you all." There was a hint of trembling in her voice, and her eyes were red, obviously extremely worried about Qian Ren's safety. The healing soul masters looked at each other in disbelief. "Miss, the young master's injuries are too severe, and there are just too many dark diseases that have accumulated over the years. If it wasn't for young master's special physique, he would have died long ago. Besides, we can't even find out where his injuries are with the level we have. We can only try our best to stabilize his injuries, and I'm afraid that if we want to heal him completely, the healing soul master wanted to say. "I'm afraid of what? Speak." Qian Renshue's voice was as cold as ice. "I'm afraid that only the legendary Nine Hearts Begonia martial spirit can completely heal the young master's injuries, but the immortal sect has been hunted down by our martial soul hall for generations, and the Nine Hearts Begonia has long been out of sight for many years." The healing soul master answered truthfully. Nine Hearts Begonia. That was a legendary martial spirit. It was said that as long as there was a breath in it, no matter how heavy the injury was, it could be healed by it. The Nine Hearts Begonia? And hiding out for years? Isn't she at? Qian Renxue just wanted to say something, but suddenly remembered that in this era, it seemed like He Lang Ling hadn't even awakened his martial soul. "That's just it. You guys go out first." Qian Renxue gently waved her hand, signaling the healing soul masters to leave. She sat alone on the edge of the bed, gazing at Qiren's delicate snow-white face, her heart filled with mixed feelings. She gently stroked Qian Ren's forehead and murmured in a low voice, "Brother, you must pull through. I can't lose you." Qian Renxue looked at Qian Yu. The young man's complexion was as white as snow, and his long, silvery white hair was strewn across the pillow, making him look unusually soft. He just lay on the bed in an irregular lopsided position, his eyes empty, looking like an unconscious mannequin, lifeless. But if this was a mannequin, then there was no more delicate, subtle mannequin in the world. Due to the special nature of the fallen angel martial soul, Shifuyu's body exuded a soul-stealing charm all the time. This aura of holiness intertwined with evil caused Qian Renxue to almost completely sink into an addictive feeling. Qian Renshue's breath hitched, and she swallowed with a dry throat. She felt like she was going to fall. The man in front of her was like a demon tempting her. She shook her head hard. "No way. No way. It's not okay. I'm the young master of the Martial Soul Palace and Little Yu's sister. I can't think anything against my brother." But her hand reached out unconsciously, and there was a rip. Her fingers accidentally tore open Qiren's shirt, revealing his pale, jade-like skin. She jerked her hand back, 2 red clouds flying across her cheeks, her heart beating like a drum. How is that a bad idea? This is a sister's love for her brother, and as a sister hugging her brother is a perfectly normal thing to do. Shifuyu's empty eyes gradually came into focus, and as he slowly awoke from his dream, he saw a golden hair hugging himself tightly. "Shifuyu, this sister is a bit too enthusiastic, isn't she? Calm down. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for her to talk at this point? I don't think it's time for dinner yet, is it? Why don't I go back to sleep?" Chapter 8, Qian Renshue's Promise. Gu Yuna's Arrival. Just as Qian Yu was about to close his eyes again, Qian Renshue's gentle voice rang in his ears. "Little Yu, you're awake? How do you feel?" At the same time heartily picking him up and sitting him in his arms. "Sister, I'm hungry." Qian Yu overflowed with a bright smile, her voice soft and sticky like the first melting ice and snow in spring, making Qian Renshue's heart melt instantly. She let out a light laugh and dotingly rubbed Qian Yu's hair, her eyes full of gentleness. "Good. Sister will take you to dinner this time. Feel free to tell sister what you want to eat." "Well, then, the rice pudding my sister sent me when I first met her. Shifuyu has a special obsession with that thing." Qian Renxue was moved and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. She didn't realize that Shifuyu remembered the simple rice pudding from their first meeting 2 years ago. The thought of him being starved by Bibi Dong into such a skinny form made her heart clench raw. "Good. If Little Feather wants to eat, sister that personally make it for you." Qian Renxue's voice carried a hint of choking. She gently placed Shifuyu back on the bed and carefully tucked him in. Qian then turned around and left the room and went to the kitchen. Hand-picking the finest glutinous rice and fresh spring water, we began to make that memorable rice paste. Soon, a bowl of steaming, fragrant rice paste was carefully brought to Shifuyu's bedside by Qian Renxue. She gently blew to cool each mouthful of rice paste for fear of burning Shifuyu. Then, despite Shifuyu's resistance, he forcefully held her in his arms and spooned the rice paste into Shifuyu's mouth. Shifuyu was actually very resistant to Qian's contact. This woman looks gentle, but she's very bossy. There was no room for the slightest resistance from Shifuyu. Essentially, she was in the same category as Bibi Dong. The desire for power and control is etched in their bones. Shifuyu felt more like a doll or a pet, without the slightest bit of freedom. Qian Renxue gently encircled Qian Yu's thin waist, feeling the softness in her arms, and squinted her eyes somewhat cozily. Little feather, don't worry, I will definitely let you recover. No matter what happens, I will be by your side to protect you. Qian Renxue stopped the feeding and suddenly spoke. Shifuyu gave him a puzzled look, and that confused little look made Chirenai look a little out of his mind, and his heart melted. Qian Renxue hurriedly touched his head and comforted him. Alright, it's fine. Eat quickly. The rice paste is getting cold. She scooped up another spoonful and passed it to Shifuyu's mouth. Shifuyu gently opened her mouth and let the delicate rice paste slide down her throat, finishing it without a piece of effort. After eating and drinking enough, Qian Yu's eyelids began to droop, and before long, he yawned and fell into a deep sleep in Qian Renshue's arms. Qian Renxue looked at Qian Yu, who had closed her eyes. Her heart was as painful as if it had been cut by a sharp blade. I'm sorry, little feather. It's all my sister's fault. If my sister hadn't let go at that time, you wouldn't have suffered like this. Please wake up, okay? Even if you hate me, hit me, or curse me, as long as you wake up. Qian Renshue's voice was low and trembling as she gently stroked Qian Yu's face, tears dripping down Qian Yu's tender cheeks. How she wanted to live on with Shifuyu until she waited until he grew up and shared life, laughter and tears, like ordinary siblings. Then watch him take a wife. This is not okay. I don't agree. Little feather can only be mine. No one can take him away. The great forest of stardust, the core area, the lake of life, the sublime space at the bottom of the lake. A huge dragon with a silver-white body, 100 feet tall and exquisite, was quietly coiled in the midst of the sparkling gemstones. She possessed a beauty that was beyond words. Even though it was a giant dragon, it was enough to make any living being fall in love with it when judged by human aesthetics. Little feather, Gu Yuna murmured softly, her voice filled with doting and anticipation. 2 years ago, a bloodline resonance that was enough to shake the hearts and minds of all the dragons spread throughout the entire Douluo continent with the martial soul as the center. At that time, Gu Yuna tried to awaken, but her body couldn't support her full form because she was too injured. The source of this bloodline could only be probed as a soul body. But what surprised him was that the source of such powerful bloodline power emanating from him was actually a human cub that had just been born not long ago. It was with some disappointment that she tried to leave when she realized that the baby was imprisoned inside this dark and cold chamber, and his mother tortured her to death. A strong wave of anger and grief surged in Gu Yuna's heart, but as a soul body you can't do anything but watch it all happen. Watch as he lets out a pained, desperate moan, watching him being mercilessly beaten, starved, poisoned, whipped, and bled by his own mother and father. All kinds of torture methods that challenged the bottom line of human beings in turn. Gu Yuna's heart, as if pierced by millions of needles at the same time, ached unbearably. She couldn't imagine how such a young life had endured the endless torture and suffering, until one day he realized that he could enter the child's spirit world. Looking at that little cub that resonated with her bloodline, Gu Yuna's eyes instantly moistened. She decided that she would guard this child, stay by his side, and share this pain with him. That day, Shifuyu was happily playing a game in her fantasy home when there was a sudden knock at the door. He opened the door to see what turned out to be a white-haired female ghost. Shifuyu, Sigma, LLL. It's killing me. Dreaming of ghosts. What should I do? Although this ghost was very pretty, her lower body was as ethereal as smoke, and the pair of lavender eyes staring straight at her were strangely oozing. Shifuyu held back the fear in her heart, silently chanting that this is a dream. This is a dream. Everything is fake. And then all of a sudden she was awakened with a shock. But back in the outside world you suffer from Bibi Dong again. Switching back and forth a few times to find out. Meow. Bibi Dong is 1,000 times more terrifying than a ghost. Shifuyu simply stayed in the dream and didn't come out. At first Shifuyu played games, watched TV, and just ignored her anyway, pretending she couldn't see the ghost. But soon he realizes that any modern items beyond Gu Yuna's understanding fade away in his dream world. Shifuyu was beginning to think that it was because his memories of his past life were starting to get fuzzy, and that's what was causing this. It turned out that it was only later that she realized that it was Gu Yuna, the old six, who saw that she didn't pay attention to her by playing games all day long. It was only in anger that he took over the control of the illusion, disconnected the network and deleted the modern equipment. Chapter 9, Gu Yuna wants to be my mom? Shifuyu had no choice but to try and communicate with this uninvited guest, only to realize that the modern equipment was not even visible to her eyes. In her eyes there were only images of dark emptiness, and she herself was just there, dumbfounded. Shifuyu guessed it might be that she had no concept of a cell phone computer at all, so in the world of her eyes, these items don't even exist. The point is that this female ghost doesn't know what's gotten into her, and she has to be her own mother. Something about giving himself the motherly love he was missing and calling him mom. Shifuyu, I actually wanted to blow her out of the water at the time, but I couldn't beat him. Shifuyu tried every possible way to reject this ridiculous idea of his. He wasn't so motherly deficient that he let a female ghost make up for it. But Gu Yuna said what you say is right, but I don't listen. Can you take the words of a child seriously? The helpless Shifuyu can only say in a perverted way. Big sister is so pretty, I love it. But if big sister becomes my mother, then will I not be able to marry big sister in the future? It was thought that this would make Gu Yuna know what to do, but when Gu Yuna heard it, not only did she not get angry, instead, her cheeks blushed slightly and she spat lightly, saying, nice try, slick. I want to be your mom and you want to marry me? She gently patted Shifuyu's head, but her eyes were full of favor. However, since you said so, I would consider changing my identity. Like, how about sister? Shifuyu, will you get lost? Time to go back to the present. When Shifuyu entered the dream world once more, as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Gu Yuna wearing a long silver-white dress, standing in the middle of that golden sea of flowers. The sunlight poured through the gaps in the leaves, casting a golden glow over her. Gu Yuna said softly, little you. Welcome back, Shifuyu. Cam, you ghost is so annoying, can you leave me alone? Gu Yuna, ghost? I'm not a ghost, I'm going to feel bad if you say that. Shu, you said yourself that you're a soul body. What else can a soul body be if not a ghost? And my sister is Qian Renxue, not you. As Shifuyu said that, a power emanated from his body, intent to dismantle the dream and throw it out. But it touched the solid barrier built by Gu Yuna. The power was like a clay ox entering the sea, not stirring the slightest ripple. Still not working? Looks like we'll have to find a way to get her to let her guard down before we look for a breakthrough. Shifuyu thought darkly in her heart, but her face did not move, turning to a soft expression and blinking her big eyes. Did your mom beat you again? You almost scared me to death the last time you came in. I thought you were going to die. Gu Yuna's heart ached as she wrapped a hand around her and held her in her arms. Ever since she was strictly forbidden by Shifuyu to pry into her personal privacy, Gu Yuna could then only perceive everything in the outside world through Shifuyu's mood swings. It's okay, my mom's just a little cerebral. She'll get used to it. Shifuyu's body unconsciously stiffened a bit and tried to break free from Gu Yuna's embrace, but found that he couldn't break free at all and could only let her hold him tightly. It's okay. It's okay. No matter what happens, Nana-chan will be by your side. Gu Yuna pressed against Shifuyu's small face, her voice filled with tenderness. Her hand gently patted Shifuyu's back in an attempt to comfort him. Only her eyes were filled with obscurity, and her heart had long been burning with rage. She couldn't tolerate anyone bullying her cub, not even his mother. Can you give me back the ownership of this illusion now? Shifuyu looked at how gentle she suddenly became. Think there's a high probability that asking this request now will be granted. Gu Yuna's eyes instantly reddened when she heard this. She had just entered the dream world at that time, just to see his cubs lying on the ground. He was covered in wounds and blood. His eyes were closed and his breath was weak. Holding a stone, his eyes were vacant and a demented laugh escaped his lips from time to time. At that moment, her heart broke, and she couldn't imagine what kind of pain and suffering little Feather had gone through. So much so that in the dream world he has to be so desperate. She could only do what she could to create a warm haven for him, to show him all the beauty in this world and to make him forget the pain. Are you still going to kick me out? Gu Yuna's voice trembled a little, and her gaze became a little flushed. The corner of Shifuyu's mouth twitched. He had explained more than once that the world in his eyes was different from the world in hers. This isn't even a depravity on its own. Okay. Playing games day in and day out is indeed quite depraved. You know what? When I saw you like that, it was like my heart was torn apart. I can't let you go back to that cold and dark world full of despair. Without a trace of image, Gu Yuna hugged Qianyu tightly, and her tears were like broken beads that kept slipping down. Nana-chan, I've told you. The world in my eyes is different from yours. Shifuyu struggled to explain, feeling like his conscience had been dealt another blow. This woman is annoying. Every time with this I'm doing this for your own good. Just make it seem like he's a rebellious teenager who doesn't know any better. Why? Am I not good enough for you? Rather immerse yourself in those false, grim, horrible, despairing worlds than look at me one more time? Feather, why are you so ignorant? There was a hint of hysteria in Gu Yuna's voice. He felt that his good intentions were completely shattered by Shifuyu's indifference. Why doesn't he get it when he's obviously trying so hard? Shifuyu tightened his fists and kept admonishing himself to stay calm and not punch her to tears. I know you've always wanted to run away from me. To get rid of me? Right. What's so great about the world out there? A world of pain and despair will only destroy you. Everything I did was to protect you. Don't you understand? Gu Yuna's voice trembled as she stepped forward and grabbed Shifuyu's shoulders. Locking eyes with his empty ones, Shifuyu sighed and said with a smile as her fingers moved slightly to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Sister Nana, don't cry, okay? I'm not going out. I'll stay here with you, okay? Gu Yuna sniffed and her crying gradually stopped. She looked up at Shifuyu, those big watery eyes full of expectation. She asked with a sob, really? You really want to stay with me? Shifuyu nodded, a bright smile on his face. Of course, as long as Nana-chan is happy. I'm willing to stay by your side all the time. How is that possible? I'm a demon. And it's a well-known fact that demons are the least trustworthy. Chapter 10 Gu Yuna's Crazy Possessiveness. Gu Yuna couldn't help but feel her cheeks burning slightly as she remembered her out-of-control appearance just now. She lowered her head, her voice thin as a gnat. Feather, I'm sorry, I just love every moment I have with you, but I'm worried that you'll get tired of this place and will want to leave and never come back. How come? I'm a favorite Nana-chan. Shifuyu affectionately jumped into Gu Yuna's arms to be cute. At the same time, while he was letting his guard down, he began to frantically launch attacks on the entire dream world. Gu Yuna cried for a while before she gradually calmed down and whispered softly, Little Feather, I regret it. If that day, I agreed with Dtion's words and let him lead all the soul beasts to step on the human world. Isn't it true that you won't have to go through all this pain anymore? Isn't it true that you'll be able to stay with me forever? And then you won't always have to want to sink into that dark, endless abyss and escape reality. Shifuyu, Sigma, LLL, please don't say such scary things all of a sudden. Shifuyu gently patted her back, and in a moment of silence continued. Has it never occurred to you that that dark abyss is where I really belong? You see, I'm a fallen angel. Isn't it normal to live in a darker place? No, I forbid you to degrade yourself like that. I'm going to get really angry if you keep it up. Gu Yuna's eyes were wide and her tone was filled with determination. Okay, I'll stop. Shifuyu immediately raised his hands in surrender. Hundreds of thousands of years old dragons still have the face to hug themselves and cry. It's almost like going out of your own way to get nowhere. By the way, who was that Qian Renxue you were talking about? Gu Yuna's eyes suddenly became eloquent and her pupils became icy vertical pupils. Her first thought was that her own cub was out with another woman. Qian Renxue is my real sister. There's a little too much going on out there this time. I was hidden and fed by my sister, making me gain a whole 3 pounds. Shifuyu gesticulated exaggeratedly, trying to diffuse Gu Yuna's nervousness with humor. Gu Yuna took a look at Qian Yu's withered and thin figure, frowning slightly, obviously not believing in his gain 3 pounds claim. Forget it, I forgive you. In the future, remember to stay away from that Qian Renxue. She's a bad woman. Understand? Gu Yuna's eyes still didn't relax as she earnestly admonished. Shifuyu was speechless in his heart. What did I do wrong? Use you to forgive. But hundreds of thousands of years of stupid dragon. Brain down a little bit is also understandable. He nodded and pretended to be good in his reply. Got it. Nana-chan. I'll stay away from her so you don't worry. Only then did Gu Yuna feel slightly relieved, but still added uneasily. Little you. You have to remember that there is no one in this world other than me who is worthy of your complete trust. You have to learn to protect yourself and not trust others so easily. Shifuyu hurriedly nodded repeatedly. The two traveled in a dream world for the next few days. Gu Yuna materialized almost all the beautiful sights of the entire Douluo continent. She could always become fancy and get all sorts of food, such as the brain marrow of a light-type soul beast and the heart of a fire-type soul beast. Shifuyu always ate and threw up and ate again. Have a mind to tell her that her own tastes and soul beasts are actually quite different, but looking at Gu Yuna's eyes that were filled with expectation, he finally chose to remain silent. Little Feather, you can't be a picky eater now that you're in the growing phase. Gu Yuna had a heartbroken look on her face. Her small hand squeezed and pinched on his thinning stomach again. Why did you throw up? I can't believe I threw up such delicious brain marrow. Surely there is still something wrong with the psyche. No, I must show you more of the beauty of this world for a true healing of the soul. With Gu Yuna's intention, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The original emerald green forest gradually dissipated and was replaced by a sparkling sea under a bright starry sky. Little Feather, Look, this is the Sea of Aurora, the most beautiful place I've ever created in my dreams. Gu Yuna's voice was gentle and full of pride. She took Shifuyu's hand and stood on the beach, letting the sea breeze gently brush her face. Wow, it's so beautiful. Shifuyu turned her head to Guzuna and smiled happily. Thank you for showing me such a beautiful place. My favorite Nana-chan. Gu Yuna exclaimed in her mind, so cute. Her eyes glowed with light, her heart was like being filled with sweet honey, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily rose. She gently held Shifuyu's hand and felt the warmth of his palm, really imagining that this warmth could last forever. She whispered, "Little feather, if you want, I can bring you here every day to see all the beauty in the world." Shifuyu didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded. Unwilling? Gu Yuna's voice went cold and her pupils changed to icy vertical pupils as she looked deeply at Qianyu. But then, she regained her gentle demeanor and sighed softly. "It's okay, little feather. If you don't like it, we can go somewhere else. As long as you're by my side, everywhere is the most beautiful." Shifuyu, sigma, degree, well, it's scary. With that, Gu Yuna waved her hand once more, and a deep-sea demon whale king slowly emerged from the sea. "Little you, I heard from Tian that the waist of the deep-sea demon whale king is the most delicious. You'll love it," Gu Yuna said with a smile. Shifuyu looked seriously into her lavender eyes and realized that she was actually serious. Shifuyu then crouched in place and fumed as he watched Gu Yuna busily handle the ingredients. And the illusory world's ability to withstand it had also reached a critical point, only needing him to give it one more push to make the illusory world collapse completely. "Nah, eat up." Gu Yuna's voice brought Shifuyu's somewhat vacant eyes back slightly. Shifuyu took a tentative bite, and a strong fishy odor almost made him vomit. He barely swallowed, his face pale, and tried to squeeze out a smile. "Well, the flavor is special." Seeing this, Gu Yuna frowned slightly, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. "You don't like it? Then I'll go look for other delicious ones." Saying that, she was about to turn around, but Shifuyu gently pulled her sleeve. "Nana-san, no, I think I should leave." Shifuyu suddenly opened his mouth and said this. Gu Yuna's body stiffened, and she felt a little uneasy in her heart. She clutched Shifuyu's hand tightly and asked, "Why? Is it because of this food? I can make others for you." "Nana-chan, wake up. This is the false world. I don't belong here." Shifuyu's voice filled. "So you've been lying to me the whole time? You never really liked it here, and you never really liked me, did you?" Gu Yuna's eyes were red as she clutched onto Shifuyu's hand. Chapter 11, A New Sign-On Mission. "Sorry, but wasn't it Nana-chan who kept urging me not to run away from reality?" Shifuyu's body gradually became illusory after he finished speaking. "Slow down. Why? Are you leaving me?" Gu Yuna watched this scene with her eyes, and her heart ached like a knife. She reached out to grab Qianyu, but only held a piece of nothingness. Immediately after that, the entire dream world began to become shattered, cracking like glass. "Nana-chan, it's time to wake up from your dreams." Shifuyu's last voice echoed in the dream world, accompanied by the gradual blurring of his figure until it disappeared completely. "Yes, it's time for the dream to wake up," Gu Yuna murmured as she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and stood up to stare at the illusion that was about to collapse. "My kids are growing up and think they can do it all on their own, but how can I let go? Wait for me, little feather. No matter how far away the sky is, I will find you. Next time, I won't let you leave me." Gu Yuna's voice was filled with morbid madness. A silver glow began to flow around her. With a violent wave of her hand, the time and space she had crossed returned to the Stardust Forest. Stardust Great Forest Core Area. Lake of Life. Sublime space at the bottom of the lake. The sleeping silver dragon abruptly opened its eyes. A pair of dragon pupils like purple gemstones flashed with determination and firmness. Rumble. The Stardust Great Forest shook violently. The surface of the ground cracked open, huge cracks spreading like spider webs, trees collapsing and dust flying. The sky was torn by a silver holy light that shone brightly. Roar! As a crisp and sky-shaking dragon roar rang out, a terrifying pressure swept across the heavens and earth. Countless beast kings throughout the Star Dipper Great Forest had prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. "Lord, calm down, calm down. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Don't be impulsive." Beast God Tian felt that his boss had become more and more grumpy over the years. Obviously, it used to be peaceful, but these years, for some reason, it's been moving to break the seal, and the commotion was so great that it caused the entire Star Dipper forest to be terrified. Tian, shut up. This time I'm going to go out no matter what I say. My cub is going to be robbed. Gu Yuna's voice was cold and resolute. "Boss, calm down. You didn't even have a baby, and what are you daydreaming about?" Empyrean sighed somewhat helplessly. "What's going on here? I've been guarding you for hundreds of thousands of years. Can I not know if you have children?" "Yeah, Lord. You should calm down first." Bridget also gently persuaded. She quickly transformed into her human form and came to Gu Yuna, caressing the sparkling crystal gem. A glowing green light emanated from his hands, trying to appease the restless dragon soul. You guys don't understand. There was a hint of sadness in Gu Yuna's voice. That feeling of being connected by blood is something you won't understand. Bull bloodline. I told you don't even have kids. Empyrean was about to break down. With such a boss in his stall, how can I make the soul beast great again? Lord, I sense that your soul is tired right now. Why don't you take a rest first? I'll help you go find the young lord and bring him back to you? Bai Ji gently proposed. No, I can't wait a day. I can't sleep without holding my cub in my arms. Gu Yuna's tone carried a hint of childish stubbornness. In the end, after a good deal of persuasion from both Ditian and Bai Ji, it was only then that Gu Yuna subsided a bit, and coupled with the sleepiness that hit her, she slowly closed those violet jewel-like dragon eyes. Martial Soul City, Hall of Offerings, inside a hidden basement. Phew, finally back. Scared me to death. Shifuya tested his sea of consciousness and realized that there was no longer any trace of Gu Yuna, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. As a result, he just opened his eyes and saw a dark ceiling. Have I been taken back by Bibidon again? Shifuya looked around and noticed that the room was very neat and tidy. There was also a faint scent of lavender in the air, and it was clear that this was not the original chamber. Just then there was a sound of footsteps and conversation outside the door. Remember, if you can't cure feather, there's no need for you to exist. As the door slowly pushed open, a beam of light filtered through, illuminating a corner of the room. Shifuya narrowed his eyes to get a better look at the visitor. Only two young girls walked in. One of them was dressed in black, with long blue hair like a waterfall and sad eyes. The other one, dressed in a white gold gorgeous long dress, with snow-white skin, a stunningly beautiful face, and a temperament as cold as frost, was certainly Qian Renxue. At this time, Qian Renxue was holding a long sword on Yi Lingling's neck and threatened in a stern voice. On the other hand, Yi Lingling's face was pale and her eyes were filled with fear. Sis, let people go. I'm not sick. Shifuya couldn't help but speak up. I didn't feel it before, but now how come the more I look at it, the more I feel that this sis is very wrong. Too much of a villain. Qian Renxue painfully held him in her arms and rubbed Qian Yu's little head, her eyes filled with favor and affection. Little feather, don't worry. I've found the heir to the world's #1 healing martial soul, 9 Hearts Begonia. To treat you this time, the injuries on your body can definitely be recovered. Shifuya watched as Chirenai wrapped herself around him like an octopus. He was silent for a moment, and hastily struggled to get out of Qian Renshue's embrace. Sis, come on, I am so old. Yo, you're still shy. How can you say you're big when you're so small? Qian Renxue laughed lightly. The doting in his eyes became even more intense, but the force in his hands did not decrease, holding Qian Yu a few points tighter. In your sister's eyes, you'll always be the little brother who needs pampering. Seeing this, Yi Lingling gathered her courage and said softly, Young Master Qiyu, please allow me to examine your body. Although the 9 Hearts Begonia is not omnipotent, it is uniquely effective in treating injuries. Shifuya sighed helplessly and nodded, sort of acquiescing to Yi Lingling's approach. Thousand Feathers was naturally not sick, and in the end, Yi Lingling could only give a token treatment. After about 2 hours of waiting, Shifuya still hadn't fallen asleep, which was a relief for Chiren, and Shifuya's entire body was a little stiff after being held by her for over 2 hours. Sis, I'm fine, don't worry, Shifuya said softly. Qian Yu then looked at the system panel. The sign-in quest had been refreshed a long time ago. It was just that there was no way to get out of it because he was previously imprisoned by Bibi Dong. Ding! Please arrive at the Angel Church of the Temple of Offerings in Martial Spirit City to sign in. Sis, can I go out for a walk? Shifuya hesitated for a moment, but decided to make this request. Qian Renxue hesitated a bit, but finally nodded and said, Okay, but you can't leave my line of sight, much less act alone. Shifuya, why does it feel like this sister is more in control than Gu Yuna? Chapter 12, Inheritance of Gods and Goddesses. Chihiro is ecstatic. Half an hour later, the two passed the Church of the Angels. Seeing that Qian Renxue wasn't going to take himself in, Shifuya hurriedly broke away from her embrace and ran towards the Church of Angels. Wait, Feather, you can't run around there. Qian Renxue exclaimed in shock and hurriedly followed. Shifuya doesn't care about her. The sky is the limit. Signing in is the biggest. He ran quickly to the entrance of the church and signed in his mind. Ding! Signing in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Millennium Soul skill Blazing Angel's Wings. This skill grants the host the ability to fly and comes with a black flame scorching effect, causing additional damage to enemies. Suddenly a soul ring descended from the sky, and violent soul power fluctuations instantly swept through the entire church. The The soul ring slowly descended and eventually surrounded Thousand Feathers' body, turning into dots of black ons and integrating into his body. His body began to nourish a black aura, and a dark silhouette appeared behind him. The silhouette was like a pitch-black shadow, with a pair of large black demonic wings slowly unfolding behind it. A dark flame surrounded his body, and those empty eyes were filled with coldness and indifference. This is a divine bestowal soul ring? Qian Renshue's voice trembled. At this moment, everyone in the entire hall of offerings looked at the sky with shocked, wide eyes. Anomalies appeared suddenly over the entire martial spirit city. A bizarre vortex of black light violently tore through the clouds like a black hole, dropping down from the sky. The vortex spun slowly, and the gloom came overwhelmingly, coloring the day into a black night. Everyone was shocked by the bizarre scene, and there were quite a few people within the angelic god's temple who noticed Chu at the doorway, and there was a lot of discussion. Who is that kid? The aura on him is so weird. Such pure darkness. Is he a fallen one? Just what kind of god is the sun that he can induce such a shocking heaven and earth phenomenon? And the other side. Chihiro was praying to the angelic idol in the main hall. Suddenly the angelic holy sword in the angelic idol's hand began to tremble slightly, and a dazzling light gathered at the tip of the sword. Chihiro raised his head in shock, his gaze piercing through the temple and hitting the core of that dark vortex, an unprecedented shock welling up in his heart. This is a god or goddess coming down to the world? What evil dark divine power? I'm afraid that this god and goddess is not a good person. Once he is allowed to descend to the realm, the entire Douluo continent will be devastated. Chihiro muttered, both shock and worry in his eyes. But soon Chihiro found the culprit who had triggered this heaven and earth anomaly. At this moment, Qianyu was being surrounded by several offerings for questioning. What's going on here? Chihiro walked slowly and frowned slightly upon seeing Shifuyu. Grandpa, Little Feather is being blessed by the gods and goddesses. That's why he's triggering such as some heaven and earth anomalies. Qian Renxue hurriedly explained, her eyes filled with pride. Humph, such an evil and gloomy dark divine power, and it's also filled with a destructive aura. This is definitely not a good god even if it is a god. Chihiro looked at Shifuyu coldly, his tone a bit unkind. At this time, Shifuyu's whole body is confused. I just signed a soul ring. The battle doesn't need to be so big, right? The black hole high above the 9 heavens seemed to have heard his call. It instantly turned into a black pillar of light falling straight down towards him. The roof of the Church of the Angels was instantly torn apart by this force, and debris and dust flew in all directions. The pillar of light enveloped Shifuyu with unerring precision, wrapping his entire being in it, leaving only the pitch-black silhouette cut off from the outside world. Little Feather, Qian Renxue exclaimed, trying to get closer despite everything, but was blocked out by Chihiro's powerful soul power. Calm down. Share, this kid is dangerous. Grandpa, he's also your grandson. How can you be so heartless? Qian Renxue looked at Chidori Ryu with a look of disbelief. Chihiro was silent, his eyes a little complicated. Just then, the 1,000 feathers within the pillar of light suddenly let out a low growl. His tightly closed eyes snapped open, and a demonic red light flashed in them. The endless dark divine power was absorbed by him, and the black flames around him became more and more blazing. The black flames that contained an extreme destructive aura shocked everyone and caused them to feel a great pressure. Divine paper inheritance. Qian Renshue's pupils suddenly contracted, her eyes filled with shock. She could even feel that this divine power was even purer and more powerful than her own angelic divine power after becoming a god in her previous life. What? Yuki, you're saying this is a god and goddess inheritance? When Chihiro heard this, his face suddenly changed, and then he was somewhat unable to hold back his inner excitement. If Little Feather really acquired this unknown dark god position, then wouldn't their 1,000 family be 2 gods in one family? What's to worry about the future of the Palace of Martial Souls? That's right. This is exactly the same feeling I had when I first received the angelic god examination, only it's even more vast and uncontrollable. Shock filled Qian Renshue's eyes. Grand Provider, congratulations! Little Yu is your grandson, and you are the grand donor of the Martial Soul Hall. This is equivalent to our Martial Soul Hall having another god and goddess inheritor. It is indeed a great fortune for my Martial Soul Hall. The second provider Golden Crocodile Douluo excitedly stepped forward and arched his hand at Chihiro. He was almost 200 years old, and he didn't expect to seek the opportunity to become a god in his late twilight years. How could this not make him excited? But Chihiro still had some misgivings about this evil dark divine power. The great forest of stardust. Silver Dragon King Guyuna steeply opened her eyes, her dragon head slightly raised as she gazed in the direction of Martial Soul City. A flash of shock and confusion passed through her eyes. Divine position inheritance? Which god has chosen the beings of the lower realms? And this dark divine power can make me feel fearful. It's a god-king level powerhouse. Guzuna muttered. This kind of divine oppression could only be possessed by god-king level powerhouses. and the darkness-based god king of the Douluo god realm only has evil and destruction. Looking at the nature of this divine power, it should be the god of destruction. I don't know which lucky person was chosen by him. Humans are really blessed. Gu Yuna closed her eyes in a daze, but suddenly seemed to remember something and woke up with a sharp jolt. Not good. My cub has been stolen. Destruction. You seek death. Gu Yuna's voice was angry and anxious like never before. She instantly transformed into her human form. A long silver-white dress flowing without wind. A faint silver divine light surrounded his body, like a goddess condensed from moonlight. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yuna's figure flashed, directly tearing through space. He sped towards Martial Soul City. Empyrean's mouth was still open. Gu Yuna's figure had then disappeared without a trace. A group of dumbfounded soul beast powerhouses were left staring at each other. Empyrean sighed lightly and said, "Follow me. The Lord has not recovered from his serious injuries, so I'm afraid he'll suffer." After saying that, he transformed into a black dragon of hundreds of meters and disappeared into a black shadow of light. Chapter 13. Gu Yuna, how much this child looks like me. Divine Realm. Inside a magnificent palace. At this moment, the Destruction God King was somewhat confused. Originally, he had sensed in extreme darkness a tribute martial soul coming out of the Douluo continent, and that was why he casually descended the inheritance. As a result, this teenager was too bizarre, and was actually sucking in his divine power in a steady stream. Good boy, to have such potential. Rather, he is also qualified to inherit this seat's divine throne. The Destruction God King muttered, both surprise and shock in his eyes. Little Violet, what are you doing? Do you realize that you're going to mess up the Douluo continent? The voice of the goddess of life suddenly sounded from the side. The God King of Destruction froze and said with some indifference, "It's not my fault. Who would have thought that such a heaven-defying being would appear in this Douluo continent? Why don't you, Little Green, pass down the life god seed as well, and we'll make a pair and leave the god realm together to get away." The goddess of life frowned slightly as an illusory image appeared in front of her, and when she saw Shifuyu's age, she was a bit angry. "Little Z, have you gotten it wrong? This child is so young. You haven't even scratched the surface of his heart and you're rushing to pass on the throne?" The goddess of life said with some displeasure. "Green, we have to trust the boy," the god of destruction said faintly. In his opinion, heart was all secondary, and natural talent was the key. "Never mind. I will grant him the ancient tree of life martial spirit as a way to balance the darkness within his body and ensure that he doesn't go astray. But, this child is really cute. It's a pity that we can't have children because our attributes are repulsive. Otherwise our child would have been so cute too." The goddess of life's beautiful eyes moved slightly, instantly impressed by Chiyu's adorable appearance. She gently stroked the tender face in the void, and an unprecedented tenderness welled up in her heart. "God of destruction. Someone please tell me that this kid's darkness martial spirit charm attribute is so high." Inside the Temple of Angels, as a huge strand of divine power surged into Qian Yu's body like a tidal wave, his body emanated a burst of intense red light. The terrifying power of Qian blood transformed into a forceful aura that forced everyone around them back a few meters away. "Grandpa, is Little Feather really okay?" Qian Renxue was knocked back a few steps by the forceful qi, and her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Absorbing so much divine power of extremely high essence, how could Little Feather's such a small body withstand it? You know, even she didn't have this much divine power after becoming an angel god in her previous life. "No harm done. Share, not much of a problem." Chihiro's tone was calm, but in reality, he had no idea in his heart, because before his spiritual power could touch Shifuyu's body, it was bounced back by that vast dark divine power. He could only judge from experience that god and goddess should not harm Little Feather. Thousand Feathers slowly opened his eyes as the fallen angel martial spirit behind him gradually dissipated. In its place, a massive creature appeared in the sky. It stretches like a mountain range across the sky. He came from the void, and darkness turned into day because of him, and the sky cracked open a huge gap because of him. What kind of creature is that? It's a dragon. It's not quite the right color for a blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, but there's no doubt it's a dragon. All of the hundreds of millions of lives in the entire Douluo continent stood still as if they were molded in clay, staring stupidly at the sky. The dragon race, since ancient times, has been the supreme of all things. The dragon martial soul is even an extremely rare existence on the Douluo continent. Even the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex was only a side bloodline of the dragon race, far from being able to be compared to the true dragon race. And now the dragon has actually appeared, and it also stands proudly in the sky in a way that has never been seen before. That magnificent stance caused everyone to feel an unprecedented shock. "Lord, it's a dragon?" Empyrean stared in disbelief. He looked at himself and then at Gu Yuna. Why did it feel like these dragons of theirs were as small as ants compared to the one in the sky? "Who am I going to ask if you ask me?" Gu Yuna's legs went limp. That transcendent dragon pressure made even she, The soul beast co-lord and dragon god incarnate. Tremble. The dragon race. There is such a terrifying existence? Why is it never mentioned in the dragon god's memories? And this breath feels familiar. It always feels like a small feather. Gu Yuna's eyes were filled with shock and incredulity. He looked up at the behemoth in the sky. The dragon was so big, it was almost impossible to see the end of it. The aura he gave off made everyone feel a little shaky. On his head was a pair of forked dragon horns, lustrous as jade. A pair of eyes emitted a dazzling light like two suns. The dragon's body was sinuous with shiny scales. Its claws were sharp, and its claw arms were so thick that they seemed to be able to tear through space easily. It slowly hovered, each breath inducing the winds and clouds of heaven and earth to change, and all beasts to submit. Guzuna was quick to accept this reality, and in her opinion her pups were the best. Whatever became of it was irreplaceable in her mind. Then she said with some concern, "How old is little you now? Awakening his martial soul so early. What if he injures his foundation? No, I have to hurry up and get him back. Get some fairy herbs to replenish him. What if he doesn't grow taller in the future? Damned god of destruction. Sooner or later, I'll fight my way up to the god realm and overthrow all of you rotten gods." Guyuna was a little heartbroken and wanted to fly up and touch the giant dragon's head, but she was unable to move by the terrifying dragon's might, and could only look anxiously into the distance. "Lord, are you saying that this giant dragon is the young lord you've been talking about all along?" Empyrean looked at Gu Yuewa's petite figure with a skeptical expression, comparing it to the vast and infinite dragon in the sky. "How come it's not? Look how much we look alike. That blood connection. It can't be wrong." Gu Yuna excitedly pointed at the giant dragon and then looked at herself, a motherly light shining in her eyes. Di Tian was a bit speechless. Where was the resemblance? In addition to the dragon's horns, he simply did not see a single place that was similar. The Lord is thinking about the child want to be bewitched. And within another large hall of the martial spirit hall, Bibi Dong instantly perked up when he sensed the familiar aura. Her eyes were bloodshot, and it was clear that she hadn't gotten a good night's rest in many days. "It's that little scent. Humph, how dare you run away? Let's see how mom will punish you properly when she catches you back." Bibidong's face burst with ecstasy as he instantly disappeared in place and appeared outside the great hall. It was only when he saw that huge dragon in the sky that he was completely shocked. His lips slightly opened and he couldn't speak for a long time. "What is going on here? Is this really my son?" Bibi Dong was dismayed, but soon she sensed a divine power filled with a destructive aura, causing him to feel a great pressure. Chapter 14, The God of Destruction is an Evil God? Chihiro's Killing Intent. This is divine power. Someone has obtained the inheritance of a god or goddess. Such powerful dark divine power, Bibi Dong secretly said in his heart, and then without the slightest hesitation sped towards the ethereal purple divine power-like pillar of the Hall of Offerings. God of Destruction. Rakshasa will appeared in front of her out of nowhere. She looked at the giant dragon high in the sky in some disbelief, but soon he saw through the nature of the dragon again, not as a life but as a martial spirit. It was simply inconceivable that there was such a heaven-defying martial soul. The God of Destruction? You're talking about that god and goddess inheritance? Is he strong? How does it compare to you? Bibi Dong rushed towards the Hall of Offerings while communicating with the Rakshasa will. The God of Destruction is certainly quite a bit stronger than this seat. He is one of the 5 supreme god kings of the god realm, controlling the power of destruction and creation. Seeing as you are my inheritor, this seat advises you, try to be a little nicer to your child. It's not unlikely that he'll still be your superior in the future. Rakshasa Will's voice carried a hint of playfulness. She kind of wanted to see if Bibi Dong knew about the son she had always seen as a disgrace to herself. Surprisingly, what would be the expression on her face when she had obtained a god position inheritance that was even more powerful than hers? What? This can't be right. Bibidong's footsteps lurched and his face suddenly changed, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. Are you saying that little obtained the inheritance of the Destruction God King? And it's possible to step on my head in the future? How is this possible? Bibi Dong laughed in exasperation, feeling humiliated like never before. The son who had always been under her control had a tendency to go beyond her control. She doesn't agree. How could she possibly allow something so ridiculous as this to happen? Who knows? The Rakshasa god teasingly looked at Bibidong's twisted expression, then disappeared with great satisfaction. The other side of the god realm was in the middle of the god realm. The god of destruction was also shocked by that true dragon, and his divine power transmission unconsciously stopped. This kid is way out of line, isn't he? The goddess of life beside him blinked. The mother tree of life she threw down just now seemed to have been eaten by that dragon. Want to feed some more? A dragon that size should have a big appetite, right? Little Violet. Was there this dragon in ancient times? Why don't I have any impression? The goddess of life asked with some confusion. The god of destruction shook his head, frowning. No, As far as I can remember, the divine realm and even the countless realms have never seen such a powerful dragon race exist. Perhaps in a distant and unknowable era, there really was once such a creature. Looks like we really did bet right. The goddess of life sighed softly, then said gruffly, "No, I'm going to ask the angels to send down a divine decree to teach this child well. Otherwise, if he goes astray, the whole world will be in danger." Inside the Temple of Angels, as the destructive divine power disappeared into thin air, Qianyu also opened his eyes, and the true dragon in the sky gradually shrunk, eventually turning into a stream of light and disappearing into his body, and a ghostly purple mark appeared on Shifuyu's forehead, adding a bit of evil to his face. The long snow-white hair was also tinted with an imperceptible dark purple. The whole person exuded an aura that was both noble and mysterious. "Little you you really got the divine inheritance? I'm your golden crocodile grandfather I even hugged you when you were little." Golden crocodile Douluo hurriedly came up. With a kind face, he touched Qianyu's head, his eyes full of relief and excitement. Shifuyu looked at the tall old man in front of him, and after thinking for half a day, he couldn't think of any impression. "It shall not be great, it shall not be great. Such a powerful dragon martial soul, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of you. This shall not be like a small earthworm. Little fellow, quickly tell your uncles which deity's inheritance you've obtained, and how does it compare to our martial spirit hall's angel god?" The crowd quickly stepped forward to surround Qianyu in the center, excitedly inquiring. This was a god and goddess inheritance, and that old man Chihiro had been hiding it all day long, as if he was afraid that someone else would snatch it away. "Today, I finally had the honor of seeing it once, so I must ask about it. There might be some opportunity to become a god." It was important to know that the Douluo continent hadn't seen a god or goddess in 10,000 years. The gods have become legendary fantasies in the eyes of the world, high up and out of reach. "Shut up all. This is my grandson. Stay aside all of you." When Chihiro saw that the crowd was surrounding Chiyu with questions, he frowned and droned in a deep voice. The people all looked at each other in disbelief, and then they retreated to the side with a sense of humor. Shirin made a crack in the crowd and ran over to pick Shifuyu up. "Grandpa, you're so mean. You're scaring little feather." Shirin Yuki gave Chidori Ryu an angry look and turned to smile gently at Shifuyu and said, "Little feather, don't be afraid. Don't pay attention to these bad old men. Quickly tell your sister, which god or goddess did you just gain favor with? Is it more powerful than our martial soul temple's angel god?" Her voice was soft with a touch of worry. It was important to realize that this dark divine power full of destruction could not be related to decency in any way. Feather wouldn't be targeted by some dark evil god, would she? Thinking of this, Qian Renxue couldn't help but feel a bit of fear, and her hands unconsciously tightened. Shifuyu scanned the crowd and hesitated for a moment before answering. "That deity is named the God of Destruction." God of Destruction? The crowd looked at each other, all confused, having never heard of such a god or goddess in the ancient texts. The key was the God of Destruction. The name of this god didn't sound like a good thing. It couldn't be some kind of evil god, could it? Chidori Ryu's eyes even carried a slight killing intent. If it was truly an evil god that could threaten the safety of the martial spirit hall, he would never condone it. "Little feather, what exactly is this God of Destruction? Can you tell us in detail about the divine power and teachings of this God of Destruction?" Though Chihiro's voice was calm, it contained a hidden murderous intent, and his gaze was like a torch as he stared tightly at Chiyu. Shifuyu was taken aback and shrank in Chirenai's arms with some fear. "Grandpa, you're scaring little feather. He's just a kid. How much can he know?" Qian Renxue hurriedly protected Qianyu and touched his little head with some heartache. Shifuyu knows that if this can't be explained today, he was afraid that he was about to be labeled as an evil god's apostle and considered an enemy by the entire martial soul hall. The God of Destruction, also known as the God King of Destruction, is one of the supreme 5 god kings of the divine realm, one of the oldest law enforcement gods of the divine realm, possessing the duty of judging the gods and the right to take charge of the divine realm. Qianyu said seriously, "Destruction God King, the oldest existence in the divine realm, law enforcement god." These words that sounded very lofty at first glance caused everyone present to fall into silence. They all looked at Qianyu with shock in their eyes. Chapter 15, Bibi Dong's arrival. Shifuyu is seriously injured. Qian Renxue asked doubtfully, "Little you, then I wonder if our martial spirit hall's angel god is one of the god kings again?" "Schwerer, what are you talking about? Our angel god is definitely a god king as well. It will never be inferior to some destruction god king." Chidori Ryu hurriedly spoke out. He would not allow the gods and goddesses he believed in to be degraded. "No." Shifuyu unceremoniously shattered Chihiro's fantasy. Angelic god is a first-class god, and in the divine realm it is divided from low to high into divine magistrate, third-class god, second-class god, first-class god, and divine king. A first-grade god is also known as a lord god. second only to a god king, the god of destruction. On the other hand, is that god king who is above everything else, and his power and status are far beyond the reach of a first-grade god. Upon hearing this, the crowd was a bit disappointed, but when they thought of the ghostly purple divine light that enveloped the heavens and earth just now, they were quickly relieved. Gods, that level of existence, could it not be easily speculated by mortals like them? Chihiro, on the other hand, felt a little hard to believe that the angelic god that he had believed in all his life was only a first-class god. Wouldn't that mean that the angelic gods would still be at the beck and call of the god of destruction? Little feather. Then what about your martial soul? Why is it so powerful? Chihiro forced down the discomfort in his heart and turned the topic to Shifuyu's martial soul. My martial soul is named True Dragon. Thousand Feathers directly stated the True Dragon martial spirit. After all, his own fallen angel martial spirit was just too sensitive, so it was better not to say anything. True Dragon? What a plain and simple name. The crowd had thought that such a powerful martial soul should have a particularly racy name. For example, the Holy Dragon of Light, the Golden Dragon, the Ancestor Dragon and so on. But I did not realize that it was only the word True Dragon. Seeing the expression on the crowd's faces, Shifuyu shook his head and continued to reply. The True Dragon is the head of the 10 fowls of the ancient world, and the only way to obtain the name of True Dragon is to defeat all of the dragon races and obtain their recognition before you can call yourself a True Dragon, the strongest of the dragon race. The crowd's eyes widened as the news exploded in their ears like a thunderbolt. Even the well-informed Chihiro couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't know what the concept of 10 murderers actually was though, but just a blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex with a Dragon Clan collateral bloodline can be claimed as the world's #1 beast martial soul. Then the terror and honor of this True Dragon martial soul, the first of the 10 fowls of the Swire, could be imagined. Ha ha, congratulations to the great donor for having such a unicorn son. In the future, our martial spirit hall will surely be even stronger, and we will even be able to ask for the top of that divine realm. The third provider Lion Douluo laughed excitedly. That's right, great confessor. Little Feather will surely become the supreme of the divine realm in the future. Then won't our martial spirit hall be able to raise our hall and soar to become a party of supremacy in the divine realm? The second provider Golden Crocodile Douluo had an ecstatic look on his face and looked at Qianyu with more and more eagerness. The many offerings had gathered around Chihiro to pay their compliments. If Thousand Feathers really became the god king of the divine realm in the future, it wouldn't be a bad idea to ordain them to be a minor magus for eternity then. Chihiro listened to the compliments of the crowd, and although he was pleased in his heart, he still maintained his majesty on the surface as he gently raised his hand, signaling for the crowd to be quiet. You all are too early to say. Although Little Feather has been favored by the gods and goddesses, the road to becoming a god is still very long, and we don't know the rules of the god realm for the time being, so don't talk nonsense. The consequences will be unimaginable if you annoy the gods of the upper realm. Chihiro's words carried a bit of caution. To even dare to have such thoughts as lifting the temple and ascending to move the martial spirit temple to the divine realm, these offerings really dared to think. However, when Little Feather becomes a god in the future, she should also have some people to serve, not to mention opening up the border. At least he couldn't let him be bullied by other god kings. Chidori Ryu thought darkly in his mind, but the corners of his mouth couldn't contain his ecstasy. Who wouldn't want to have a divine king grandson and didn't expect to have such an honor in their late years? The bloodline of my thousand family is truly a family of heaven's favor. He came to Shifuyu and took him from Chirenai's hands, lifting him high in the air and shouting happily, ha ha ha, my grandson, Qian Yu, has the qualifications of a god king. Why would the martial spirit hall worry about not prospering? Shifuyu, that's not a good thing to say. It is known that Wang Tang has the qualifications of a great emperor. Everyone was also smiling, and the atmosphere became extremely warm for a moment. Right at this moment, a figure instantly appeared and snatched Shifuyu out of Chihiro's arms before Chihiro could regain his senses, with a speed so fast that it was staggering. Ha ha, little, I really looked for you hard. Run let's see where you run to. Bibi Dong laughed madly, her eyes filled with endless resentment and pain, her palms deadlocked around Shifuyu's neck. Mom! Shifuyu only felt a wave of suffocation as Bibidon's hand got harder and harder, as if it was going to crush his throat bones. Shut up, you have no right to call me that. Bibidong's eyes were cold, and he snapped, his 5 fingers tightening even more. Bibi Dong, what are you doing? That's your own son. Chihiro was shocked at the sight, and he quickly stepped forward, trying to stop it. A biological son? Bibidong's laughter was laced with a piercing chill. If he is truly my son, why does he possess the disgusting bloodline of your Qian family? Bibi Dong said, even more furious, slapping his palm on Shifuyu's body, knocking Shifuyu's body out of the air and landing heavily on the ground. Mom, no! Qian Renxue let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly stepped forward to try to protect Qianyu, but she was shocked by a soul power fluctuation from Bibi Dong and staggered back, her face pale. Chihiro, mind your granddaughter. It's not your turn to meddle in how I educate my son. There was an agreement in the beginning that Qianyu belongs to me and that little Qian Renxue belongs to you. How can you break it again and again? Bibi Dong's voice was as cold as ice, each word carrying endless hatred. God knows how much pain she is in these days when she can't sleep at night. Moreover, this old thief, Chihiro, had tricked herself, causing her to lose all her face. It was simply too much of a bully. Pust. Shifuyu lay on the ground spitting out a large mouthful of blood. A shocking bloody hole was made in his abdomen and blood gurgled out. Bibi Dong looked a little dazed at the sight, and his anger subsided a little. Though shocking blood made her feel so blinding that a sourness inexplicably welled up in her heart. I was right. I wasn't wrong at all. If this little man had not escaped privately, how could I have beaten him? He brought this all on himself. Bibi Dong was frantically reassuring himself in his mind. Still, he couldn't help but fly forward and pick up Shifuyu in a hug. Fingers trembling, he pressed on his wound, using his soul power to stop the bleeding. At this moment, everyone in the Great Hall was confused, but they also knew about that bit of nastiness in the Thousand family. At this point, they could only look at each other in silence. Chapter 16, Bibi Dong's jealousy. Buzuna's anger. Bibi Dong. Even so, Qianyu is at least carrying the bloodline of my Qian family. Besides, you're the Pope. That would be out of line. Chihiro's tone eased a bit. With so many people here today, he didn't want to make things too embarrassing. Ha! Lose your cool? So what if I lost my temper? When you Thousand families bullied and humiliated me, did you ever think about today? Bibi Dong sneered, his eyes filled with endless indignation. You. Chihiri's face turned blue, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Otherwise Bibi Dong would have to shake all that out again, and then no one's face would look good. He took a deep breath and turned to Qian Renxue. Schwerer, go ahead and invite the healing soul master you brought back earlier to treat Little Feather's injuries. The rest of you, retire for the time being, and do not spread the word about today's events. Qian Renxue sniffed and glanced worriedly at Qianyu on the ground, then turned around and hurriedly left. The offerings in the Great Hall also retreated in a sensible manner. Chihiro, aren't you just attempting to use this little one now that he's acquired the Godhead inheritance? But do you know how many times that man Chihiro disease has beaten him and how he has tortured him? Now that I see that he's gotten the Godhead inheritance, I'm starting to crave it again. He. It's not certain that this little grows up and kills all of you. Bibi Dong's words were like sharp blades, piercing straight through Chihiri's heart. Chihiro looked at Shifuyu with a somewhat ugly face. If it's true what Bibi Dong said, a strong person with a divine position inheritance, what a disaster it would be to harbor endless hatred for the Thousand families in one's heart. His hands clenched and unclenched, and in the end he didn't have the heart to completely strangle Shifuyu in the cradle. Mom, Feather won't hate you. Seeing that Bibi Dong was slandering himself, Shifuyu didn't dare to pretend to be dead any longer, and if he continued to pretend, he would really die. Originally, Bibi Dong's hateful blow was aimed at killing himself. However, the awakening of the true dragon martial soul allowed him to increase his vitality substantially, which saved his life. Bibi Dong's body trembled with a struggle in his eyes, but quickly resumed his scowl. You shut up. You. Who knows what nasty thoughts are in your mind? Don't think I don't know those little tricks of yours. Do you think I'll soften my heart just because of your few pleas for mercy? No way. Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with rage as she held Shifuyu tightly while her fingers pressed harder on the wound on his abdomen. Shifuyu stifled a grunt, his face as pale as paper from the pain, but he smiled reassuringly and said, It's okay, don't worry Mom, Little Feather doesn't hurt. Shifuyu struggled to raise his hand to touch Bibi Dong's cheek, but she mercilessly dodged it. Bibi Dong's tears gradually blurred her vision, but she forced herself not to let them fall. She was afraid that if the tears broke, she would break down completely. Who cares if you hurt? You were born a mistake, and if it weren't for my mercy, you'd be dead. Now it's even if you don't know how to be grateful. How dare you run away? You rebellious son. The next time you dare to run, I will kill you. Bibi Dong practically growled that last sentence. The murderous intent in her eyes was real and chilling. I'm sorry Mom, Little Feather knows it's wrong. Little Feather won't make Mom angry again. Shifuyu's voice was thin and full of sorrow. Tears slowly slid down her cheeks and dripped onto the cold ground. Bibi Dong closed his eyes in agony, and a knife seemed to be cutting vaguely in his heart. How long had it been? How long had it been since he himself had seen this child cry? The last time, when he was a newborn. It was as if all the beauty of the world could be reflected in those clear, watery eyes. But today, there was nothing but numbness, fear, despair and endless grief in those eyes. Obviously this is all what you want, but why does your heart hurt so much? Right at this moment, Qian Renxue hurried back with Yi Lingling, and when she saw the scene, her eyes instantly reddened. Mom, you need to stop hitting Little Feather. I'm the one who snuck him away. Little Feather just wanted to see me. He didn't mean any harm. Qian Renxue knelt in front of Bibi Dong, her hands clutching the hem of her coat, her voice choked with emotion. Mom, please, let him go. He's my brother, the only family I have in this world. Chihiro's eyebrows furiously jumped and he glared at Chirenai in dissatisfaction. Is he or she being expelled from the kinship by the granddaughter? Your grandpa, I'm not dead yet. How did that kid become the only family member? Get out. Without even looking, Bibi Dong directly swept Qian Renxue to the ground with a wave of his hand, and then looked icily at the blushing Yi Lingling. Cure him, and if you don't you'll die with him. Yi Lingling had never seen such a battle, was scared to tears, shivering and nodded her head. She hastily summoned the nine-hearted begonia, which flooded with a burst of green light towards Qian Yu's wound. That green light was like a spring of life, quickly penetrating into Qian Yu's body, repairing his damaged meridians and flesh. Shifuyu glanced at Yi Lingling. It felt weirdly pathetic for this kid. First his family was completely wiped out by the Palace of Martial Souls, and now he had to treat his enemy. He managed to squeeze out a comforting smile and whispered, "Don't be afraid, I'll be fine." When Yi Lingling heard Qian Yu's words, a pang of sourness welled up in her heart, and she forced herself to hold back her tears as she focused even more on releasing her soul power. Humph, what are you laughing at? Believe it or not, I'll rip your mouth off. Bibi Dong mentally ate something up. He couldn't remember how long it had been since the boy had smiled at him. Even the smile carried a hint of detachment and defensiveness. And now, he was actually showing a smile to a stranger, which made Bibidon's heart feel as if it had been stabbed by a needle. Vaguely painful. Shifuyu, what's going on here? What is she mad about again? Obviously she's been so good. What more does she want? Shifuyu helplessly lowered her eyes, trying to make her expression look more meek and harmless, but inside she was bitter. He felt the future was dim. Suddenly I kind of miss Nana-chan. At least there is a ghost who will hug and comfort you when you are wronged. And the other side, high in the sky of the Palace of Martial Souls, Gu Yue's massive spiritual power instantly enveloped the entire Martial Soul city. But it took a few seconds to find Chiyu, until he saw that Chiyu was drenched in blood and was still coughing up blood. Her heart felt like it was being ripped out of her, and it hurt so much she could barely breathe. Bibi Dong, how dare you hurt Feather? I want you dead. Gu Yue's voice was filled with rage, and the killing intent in her heart surged out like a volcano erupting. The fact that her own spoiled pups were being so tormented by others was more than she could bear. Chapter 17, I hate this dead yellow hair who abducted my cubs. Lord, are we really going to fight? The injuries on your body haven't healed yet. If we alert the Divine Realm, I'm afraid our Soul Beast clan will suffer extinction. Empyrean's eyes were filled with worry. Although the Douluo continent and the Divine Realm were not connected closely enough, but once something big happens, those high and mighty gods in the Divine Realm will never sit back and do nothing. Are you stupid, Empyrean? Don't you know to disguise yourself as a human? And how do you expect me to be calm when my pups are beaten like this? Guyuna said in a cold voice. The anger in her heart was like a volcano ready to erupt. I understand, Lord. Tian nodded and instantly transformed from a black dragon of hundreds of meters into a middle-aged man. And at that moment, Guyuna had completely held back and instantly rushed towards the angel god's temple in the Hall of Offerings. In the next moment, she had arrived inside the Great Hall and directly utilized the power of space to teleport Qianyu into her arms. Who are you? Hurry up and put that little down. Bibi Dong reacted extremely quickly and shouted angrily. 8 spider blades appeared behind his back and charged straight at Guyuna. And Guyuna just lightly exuded a soul power barrier, which dissolved all of Bibi Dong's attacks. Guyuna was heartbroken as she took Shifuyu in her arms and buried his head into her bosom. Shifuyu felt the soft touch and looked up with suspicion as he opened his eyes. Then there was the sight of long silver hair that fell like a waterfall, the familiar violet eyes filled with heartache and anger, as well as the familiar profile of the side face, caused Shifuyu's heart to tremble violently. Shifuyu, Sigma, LLL, hell in the middle of the day. I'd better get some more sleep. Tian glanced at Qianyu with a slight frown, somewhat confused as to why the Lord cared so much about a human cub. However, when he sensed the rich true dragon bloodline in Qianyu's body, he was silent for a moment, and then his eyes instantly became fiery. Such a strong and powerful dragon bloodline. If the Lord devours him, not only could they recover from their injuries, they could even break through to the legendary God King realm. By then this world could give birth to another dragon god. No, even more powerful than the dragon god. Tian couldn't help but recall the true dragon shadow that covered the sky just now, and his heart was agitated. Guyuna said softly, little you, you've suffered. Sister Nana will take you out of here and won't let anyone hurt you again. She gently stroked Shifuyu's head, her eyes full of pain. With that, she looked up at Bibi Dong, a cold glint in her eyes. Who am I? I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. And if you dare to harm little Feather, you'll have to be prepared to bear my wrath. The fluctuation of divine power in Gu Yuna's body grew stronger. That powerful divine pressure made it almost impossible for Bibi Dong to catch his breath. I say again, put the boy down and then, get the hell out of here. Bibi Dong's eyes became bloodshot, instantly disappeared in the same place. Raising his hand, several black as ink spider webs enveloped towards Gu Yuna and Qianyu. This time she forgot about the disparity in strength. All she knew was that she couldn't lose the child. Feather was all she had, her only warmth in this cold world. Bibi Dong would never allow anyone to take him away from him. Gu Yuna coldly grunted. Her figure did not move, but only gently waved a hand. The spider web was then cut in the air as if by an invisible blade, and instantly turned into nothing. Gu Yuna instantly appeared in front of Bibi Dong, raising her jade hand and slapping it towards Bibi Dong's face. Pa! A crisp ringing sound echoed through the great hall. Bibi Dong was slapped tens of meters away, and the tremendous force almost deformed her face. Blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, and her entire body fell to the ground in a state of disarray, her eyes full of disbelief. How dare you hit me? Bibi Dong roared, his voice trembling with rage. She struggled to get up, but her body was so overwhelmed by Gu Yuna's aura that she couldn't move. Beat you? That's just the beginning. Gu Yuna took a step towards Bibi Dong. Her voice was like cold ice, without the slightest bit of temperature. My Gu Yuna's cub is also something you can touch? What kind of thing are you that you dare to harm him? Gu Yuna said, gently waving her hands. It was as if the entire space within the great hall trembled. A strong wave of divine power instantly swept out, enveloping Bibi Dong as well as everyone in the entire martial spirit city. Tian, take little you out of here. I'm going to make this filthy martial spirit hall completely history. Gu Yuna's voice rang in Tian's ears. Yes, Lord. Empyrean answered and was about to go forward to pick up Chiyu, but he was stopped by Chihiro. A cold sweat broke out on Chihiro's forehead, and his heart was filled with trepidation. How strong is Guzuna? Even he, a 99th level extreme Douluo who had been gifted by the angel god, couldn't see the bottom. That terrifying fluctuation of divine power made him almost unable to suppress his instinct to flee. These people should be here for Shifuyu. Then Shifuyu must not be allowed to leave. Otherwise, if they had no more worries, the martial spirit hall would be completely finished. Qianyu is the future of our martial soul palace. You can't take him away. And to want to destroy our martial soul hall. You guys are too arrogant. Chihiro's voice was slightly shaky though due to nervousness. However, it still maintained the majesty of being the grand provider of the martial soul hall. The future? A child you forced into this? A child with scars all over his body? Is that what you call the future? Gu Yuna's gaze was like a torch, looking straight at Chidori Ryu, her tone filled with anger. Chihiro was silent. It was indeed his own prejudice and ignorance that led to what happened to Shifuyu. You let go of my brother. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Qian Renxue held the angelic holy sword in her hand, her body trembling from instinctive fear, but she still held the sword and pointed it at Gu Yuna. This woman was very strong, even countless times more powerful than when she became an angel god in her previous life, and definitely had strength above 100 levels, but she could never back out. She could never allow Feather to be taken by anyone. Oh, you're not polite? I'd like to see how you can be impolite to me. The corner of Gu Yuna's mouth hooked into a cold smile, not putting Qian Renxue in her eyes, just a yellow-haired loser who can be destroyed at will. In the past, she had no choice but to let this dead yellow hair secretly take advantage of her cub, but now that she was here, she would never let that happen again. Gu Yuna, do not share the same fate as this dead yellow hair. Just when Gu Yuna was planning to slap away Qian Renxue and completely solve this hidden danger, Shifuyu pulled on her hair, which caused her anger to be slightly tempered. Looking down, she only saw Qianyu's small hand tightly grasping the corner of her coat, those clear eyes full of uneasiness and supplication. Chapter 18, The Madness of Bibendum. Gu Yuna's heart was about to sprout, and in the end, she could only unwillingly retract the palm that was about to fall, but the coldness in her eyes did not dissipate. Feather, you don't want her to get hurt either, right? Shifuyu, this little white hair from Japan, please calm down. Shifuyu was taken aback and could only bury his head into her bosom, trying to avoid the cold light in those silver eyes. He really didn't expect the silly dragon to come crawling down the webbing to find himself. What happened to too injured to move? Turns out it was all a lie. If I'd known, I wouldn't have been so arrogant this morning. Gu Yuna snorted coldly and glared at Qian Renxue with great displeasure. She didn't have an ounce of goodwill towards the dead yellow hair who had abducted her cubs. However, when she saw the angelic divine power that was now surging madly in Qian Renxue's body, Gu Yuna then remembered, if both Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong, the two Godhead inheritors, were killed, I'm afraid that it would attract the attention of the God realm. At that time, he would be in trouble if he was discovered by the God realm. Forget it, I'll let you guys off the hook today. Empyrean, let's go. Kuzuna walked right in front of Chidori Ryu. Chidori Ryu and her exchanged a glance, then fearfully stepped out of the way, not even daring to breathe. Guyuna looked at Qianyu in her arms, her eyes filled with endless tenderness. Already, he had begun to fantasize about every cozy moment he would spend with Shifuyu in the future. Slow down. Give me back little feather. Bibi Dong stood up and walked slowly towards Guyuna. She moved with great effort, stumbling as if she might fall at any moment. Oh, Bibi Dong, did you not think that I really dare not kill you? If you weren't little feather's real mother, you would have turned into dust at this moment. Guyuna's face was as cold as ice, and her eyes were filled with naked killing intent. If he wasn't the inheritor of the Rakshasa god, she would have made the woman disappear forever. Ha! I don't care who you are, but if you dare to take him away, I won't let you go even if I die. Bibidon's voice was hoarse and determined. Her pretty face was filled with a scowl, her purple hair flying, but she couldn't stop the tears from sliding down her face. Guyuna looked deeply at Bibi Dong. She could sense the sadness and fear that filled the other woman's emotions. Just a short time ago when Feather had left her own, she had felt similar despair and helplessness. That tender little face didn't have the slightest bit of attachment, only cold determination. Shifuyu mercilessly disengaged herself from her embrace, her own retention ignored like air. Guyuna suddenly felt as if her heart had been pierced by millions of needles, so painful that she could barely breathe. She glanced at Shifuyu and her arms grudgingly and viciously twisted on him. Shifuyu grimaced in pain, but didn't dare to put up any resistance. He curtly rubbed himself in Guyuna's arms, innocence written all over his cute little face. Humph. Little heartless one, thanks to me worrying about you so much, is this how you repay me? Guyuna was amused by Shifuyu's little action, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. However, the coldness in his eyes did not subside, but instead became more obscure. She was really pissed off at the little bastard. How dare you deceive yourself? Then be prepared to spend the rest of your life making up for this transgression. Bibi Dong saw Shifuyu's little action and couldn't help but stare, then became jealous. Shifuyu is my child. You can't take him. Ha! A tiger's venom is not enough. And you're worthy of being his mother? Get lost. Ha! I'm not worthy? How am I not worthy? It was as if Bibi Dong had heard some great joke. Her purple hair flew and her eyes were filled with madness and despair. I gave birth to him in October. It was my mercy that allowed him to live to this day. And you're saying I don't deserve it? You think I liked having him? I was forced to carry him after his dog bastard father raped me. But I love him more than anything. He's all I have. Guyuna said in a cold voice, your so-called love is to imprison him every day in a dark secret room, performing endless daily torture just to please your sick, twisted mind? Whenever Guyuna saw her favorite cub being tortured by this woman, her heart ached as if it had been cut by a million sharp blades at once. Ha! I know you. Aren't you that divine sense hiding within little Feather's sea of consciousness? But if I don't deserve it, do you? And how can you be better than me? Ha! You clearly possess such a strong power. You clearly have the ability to save him. But you chose to stand idly by, because you think that's how Feather will become more dependent on you, so dependent that she can't leave you. Am I right? This ghost lady. Bibi Dong grinned a little nastily with his head down. He was a divine chosen of the Rakshasa god, and his perception of the soul and divine sense was exceptionally sharp. It's just because I like to see Guyuna's face mixed with pain and despair. It was only then that she deliberately pretended not to know, enjoying the twisted pleasure. Your bull ting me. Guyuna's pupils shrunk violently, her voice filled with panic. She hardly dared to look down at Shifuyu's eyes. She was afraid to see disappointment in them, because the thought did cross my mind myself. But what bad intentions could she have? She was only trying to protect little Feather and keep him by her side forever. I'm not. I'm just. Guyuna's voice trembled as she tried to explain, but found that any words paled in comparison. Shifuyu shrank in Guzuna's arms pretending to be seriously injured and dying, unable to hear their conversation. You're just what? Who are you to accuse me? Do you think that without me, his fallen angel martial soul would have survived until the second day in the Palace of Martial Souls? Chidori Ryu and Chihiro Blast. These two will let him go? No one else would take this boy in from birth. Only I was willing to treat him as a treasure. I tortured him all so he could survive in this cruel world. Let him remember that pain, that hate, and make him stronger. Bibi Dong was frantic with his crooked reasoning, and taking advantage of the moment when Guyuna's mind was lost, she snapped. The Rakshasa divine power around her body surged, turning into a dark purple spider thorn that shot towards Guyuna and Qianyu. Give it back. You. Guyuna coldly grunted. casually turning the countless spider thorns into nothingness with a strong wave of divine power into a shockwave. The final shockwave hit by Bendham with a heavy thud. Pust. Bibi Dong couldn't even parry that normal attack. The whole person flew out backwards like a broken kite, smashing heavily on the ground, blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth, his face as pale as paper. Chapter 19, Bibi Dong breaks defense. You don't deserve children at all. Gu Yuna snorted coldly and turned around to leave. Please, please, I'm begging you, to give Feather back to me. Bibi Dong's voice was full of pleading as she struggled to get up. However, he was held down to the ground by Gu Yuna's mighty pressure. Unable to move. He won't come back to you, and you'll lose him forever. Gu Yuna's tone was cold, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Bibi Dong felt like sharp razor blades cutting into her heart, one by one, causing her pain. Tears blurred her vision, but she still tried to keep her eyes open and looked at Shifuyu with reluctance. Shifuyu shrank towards Gu Yuna's arms, a little frightened by her stare. The corner of Gu Yuna's mouth hooked up into a provocative smile as she gently smoothed Shifuyu's hair. This pissed Bibi Dong off so much that he wanted to rip the woman's mouth off. Right at this moment, Qian Renxue, who was on the side, suddenly shouted, "Little you, wait for me. Sister will definitely come to save you." Qian Renshue's fists clenched as she stared viciously at Gu Yuna. Once again, I watched my brother be taken from me by someone else. 1,000 refuges. 1,000 refuges. Are you still such a loser that all the promises you made were just empty words? Shifuyu heard Chirenai's call, and he poked his little head out of Gu Yuna's arms. Looking at Qian Renxue with those big innocent eyes, she waved her hand as if saying goodbye, and as if saying, "Sister, don't be sad, I'll be fine." Qian Renshue's heart trembled as she hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand to prevent herself from making crying sounds. Still, the shaking shoulders and unstoppable tears betrayed her emotions. There must be some ulterior motive for this group of people to capture Little Feather. Little Feather doesn't know what kind of pain and suffering she'll go through yet? Chihiro came to his side and patted her shoulder, comforting her. "Schwerer, don't blame yourself too much. None of this is your fault. What you should do now is to cultivate well and improve your strength." Qian Renxue sniffed and nodded. "Aha, Grandpa, I will." Gu Yuna sensed the little one's small movements in her arms. He was a little jealous and pushed his little head back down. "Don't look, and don't ever hook up with this yellow hair again. You hear me? That yellow hair is no good. The only person you should trust is Nana-chan." There were a few hints of favor and warning in Gu Yuna's words. A smile of innocence appeared on Shifuyu's small face, and her hands gently encircled Gu Yuna's neck, rubbing it affectionately. Tian looked coldly at Bibi Dong, who was lying on the ground, his eyes filled with indifference and contempt. He walked slowly to Bibi Dong's body, crouched down, and said icily, "If it wasn't for the Lord wanting to keep you alive, you would have already died an unknown number of times. Take your pain and remorse and continue to live on in the world." After saying that, Tian turned his head toward Gu Yu's departing direction. "Wait, what exactly is your purpose in capturing Feather?" Bibi Dong suddenly raised his head and looked at Tian with cold eyes. "Ha, what other purpose could there be? That kid's body possesses such a strong dragon bloodline. It's the best divine medicine tonic for us. What do you think we're going to do? That is, of course, to eat him and refine his bloodline to help us further our cultivation." Tian laughed coldly, his words filled with cruelty and greed. Bibi Dong's pupils plummeted as he sniffed, and his heart was like a knife. How could she not have imagined that they would capture Shifuyu for such a cruel purpose? Luckily, she thought that Gu Yuna was doing this kind of thing to steal the child from her. Turns out, it was all too naive for her. You are worse than animals." Bibi Dong hissed, and with all his strength, he tried to pounce on Tian, but he was kicked away and fell heavily to the ground. "Humph, we're not human in the first place, so what's the point of talking about beasts?" Tian laughed contemptuously and turned around to leave. "Not people? Then who are you?" Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed slightly, as if to see through his disguise. "You stinking! I can't believe you're setting me up." Tian's face changed, and his eyes were filled with a fierce killing intent. He turned violently, his soul power surging around him, about to crush Bibi Dong completely, but he quickly calmed down again. What's the point of knowing? What could a mere human in the district do? Besides, now that the man is here, we just need to wait for the Lord to devour that little brat. Even if the gods of the divine realm were to gather together, they would definitely not be a match for the Lord. He then resumed that cold look and sneered. "In short, you don't need to know too much. All you need to know is that your child, right now, is in our hands, and you can't do anything about it." With those words, his figure flickered and disappeared in place. Bibi Dong's heart sank to the bottom, her hands clenched into fists, her nails deeply embedded in her palms. Blood dripped down her fingers, but it was not as much as a millionth of the pain of the blood dripping from her heart. Even if that little one is as dirty as he is still my Bibi Dong's son. If you dare to damage him in the slightest, I, Bibi Dong, swear that I will definitely make your entire clan accompany you. Qian Renxue also heard Di Tian's words, her face instantly pale as paper, her body shaking as if she would fall at any moment, but she braced herself and led Yi Lingling to Bibi Dong. Mom, it's better to treat your injury. Shiren's voice held a few moments of hesitation as she reached out her hand, trying to assist Bibi Dong, and Yi Lingling's hands were also flooded with a surfeit of green light, ready to heal Bibi Dong at any time. Aha! That dares to snatch my little feather. Who does she think she is? A mere outsider. What does he have? What qualifications does he have? Bibi Dong suddenly erupted into a hysterical scream. When she thought of Gu Yuna's provocative smile just now before she left, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. What makes her even more angry is that Qiyu that little even rubbed against that woman intimately. Simply more intimate than herself. Her own mother. This little man, doesn't he know that woman is the one who is going to kill him? She pushed Qian Renxue and Yi Lingling away with force and staggered to her feet, her eyes red, and a palpitating dark aura surrounding her. It's not my turn to be pitted by a like you, Bibi Dong. What I've lost, I'll take back with my own hands, and whoever that is, don't try to stop me. With that said, she laboriously stood up and stumbled in the direction of the Pope's palace. I want to become a god. I must become a god. When the time comes, I'll make sure that woman kneels at my feet, take that little man back again, and let him taste the taste of betraying me. Chapter 20. The Douluo continent is surprisingly still hiding forces that even our martial spirit hall doesn't know about. We must find out. Chihiro came before the angel idol, his eyes filled with gravity, although the woman finally stopped. But there was no doubt that she possessed the ability to easily destroy the entire martial spirit hall. And Qian Renxue's mind was filled with doubts. Did such a strong person exist in the last life? Why wasn't there any information about the mysterious woman in his memory? Stardust Great Forest, Lake of Life in the core. Gu Yuna hugged Qianyu and placed it on her fleshy thighs, her eyes full of tenderness and doting. Bridget, heal him for me. Yes, Lord. A stunning woman wearing a green dress came out from among the many beast kings, looking at Qianyu with a gaze full of compassion. When Bai Ji tried to carry Shifuyu away, Gu Yuna's eyes instantly turned cold. Bridget, he's my child and no one can touch him but me. Bridget sniffed, her hand lurched, and then she bowed her head respectfully. Qianyu looked at Gu Yuna, then at Bai Ji and the many beast kings behind him, and immediately felt that escape was hopeless. A green light appeared in Bridget's hand. The powerful life force allowed the injuries on Shifuyu's body to recover quickly. The original pale cheeks gradually regained their blood color. This child's life force is so powerful, and the life level is even higher than mine. It's incredible. Bridget withdrew her hand in awe. The point is that this child is too cute, so I want to hug him. It's a pity that the Lord won't let me touch it. Little feather, why don't you say anything? Do you hate Sister Nana? Gu Yuna gently stroked Shifuyu's head, her eyes full of aggravation. But Shifuyu just lay quietly in her arms, her eyes closed tightly as if she was in a deep sleep. Bridget softly consoled. He's probably too tired and needs to rest. Gu Yuna nodded and didn't say anything else, just hugged Shifuyu tightly, afraid that he would disappear in the next second. Bridget, you said that this child's life level is higher than yours. How is this possible? Kumobakure's eyes widened on the sidelines. The Emerald Swan was originally the topmost healing soul beast of the Star-Do Great Forest, and its vitality was so strong that it had few rivals in the forest. And this little guy in front of him was actually able to surpass Bai Ji, which was unbelievable. The other soul beasts also cast strange glances, but only Di Tian's face was very calm, as if he had expected it. Suddenly, Gu Yuna's face turned white and her body began to become shaky. She clenched her lower lip, trying not to let her disorientation show. Seeing this, Bai Ji rushed forward to support her and asked with concern, Lord, what's wrong with you? Lord, you'd better hurry up and devour this child. As long as you devour his bloodline essence, not only will your injuries get better, but you'll also be able to become that supreme dragon god. And then our counterattack on the divine realm will be a breeze. Di Tian eagerly suggested from the side, greed and desire flashing in his eyes. What? As long as you devour this child the Lord will recover? Ha ha, that's great. As long as the Lord recovers, the revival of our soul beast clan is expected. Worthy of being the Lord. Just going out for a trip and finding such a heaven-defying chance. This child is simply the savior of our soul beast clan. Many beast kings were excited, their eyes staring greedily at Qianyu. Shifuyu. Sigma, LLL. Shifuyu woke up with a sharp jolt. He had been pretending to be asleep, but he didn't expect to hear such powerful news. At most, Bibi Dong was just torturing himself, but Gu Yuna was trying to kill herself. I knew the silly dragon must have some unmentionable secret in approaching himself. It turned out that it was really for the purpose of devouring his own bloodline. Shifuyu's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Guzuna. He tried to struggle, but realized that he was as powerless as a swaddled baby in the face of Guyuna. Guyuna sensed the fear of the little guy in her arms and touched his little head with some heartache. Then he coldly scanned a circle of many ferocious beasts such as Ditian and said in a chilling voice, "Shut up, Empyrean. I won't devour little feather. Also, you guys are scaring my cub." Boom! A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire Star Do Great Forest, and the entire earth trembled. All the soul beasts were silenced under this pressure, not even daring to breathe. Lord! But this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A trace of unwillingness flashed in Ditian's eyes, and he still wanted to persuade, but he was interrupted by Gu Yuna's icy cold eyes. He had never seen the Lord so angry, and that icy cold look was truly moving to kill. Ditian's heart flinched, knowing that any more words would be lost. He could only retreat unhappily. Gu Yuna looked deeply at Ditian, knowing in his heart that this guy would definitely not stop there, and that he was overly injured. He would soon fall into a deep sleep, and Little Feather would be in danger at that time. No, there has to be some more hammering to get these guys to completely die. With that, her gaze once again fell tenderly on Shifuyu as she gently wrapped her arms around him tightly. "Little Feather, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. You are my Gu Yuna's cub. No matter how special your bloodline is, you are my child." Shifuyu was silent. The thought of a silly dragon rambling in his ear every day in the future made his scalp feel numb. "Aren't you happy? Why don't you smile? Is there something Nana-chan didn't do well enough? Or are you still thinking about leaving me?" Gu Yuna's eyes suddenly became obscure. Why had he obviously gone through a lot of trouble to bring this child back to him, and he's so cold to himself? Was it because she was too strong? Or did he already have another woman in mind? Is it because of that dead yellow hair? Sure enough, I should have just killed her just now to break Feather's mind. No, I'm just a little hungry. Of course I'm happy that Nana-chan came to me, but I'm a little afraid that Nana-chan will devour me. Shifuyu hurriedly explained too, incidentally rubbing Gu Yuna's neck intimately, as if a pampered kitten. Shifuyu was really afraid that she would just black out, saying something like "just devouring you. Isn't that all we need to do to be together forever?" or some such nonsense. When Gu Yuna saw this, the coldness in her eyes instantly dissipated and was replaced by a full of favor and love. She gently stroked Shifuyu's back and smiled. "Silly child, how could Sister Nana devour you? You are my most precious treasure. How could I ever want to hurt you? It's Nana-san who's not being very considerate. You're hungry. Nana-san will give you the best milk syrup in this world right here." After Gu Yuna finished speaking, a blush flashed across her face, and her hands unexpectedly explored towards her peak. Chapter 21, Guruna Sleeps. Angelic God Descends. When Bai Ji and the surrounding Beast Kings saw this, they all looked embarrassed. Ditian's face changed drastically as he hurriedly stopped it. "My lord, you mustn't. How could such a filthy human defile your holy body?" Gu Yuna's movements lurched as she heard the words, and then she looked at Ditian and the many other Beast Kings with unkind eyes. The many Beast Kings were instantly as if they had been poured a basin of cold water, cooling them from head to toe. The Lord wouldn't want to kill the beast to silence it. "Empyrean, you have overstepped your bounds." Gu Yuna's voice was as cold as ice, and every word was like a heavy hammer that struck at Ditian's heart. "Detian, I'm still overstepping here. If I hadn't warned you, Lord, and you were seen naked, wouldn't we have lost our little lives then?" Ditian was sweating. How did it feel like the Lord had become even more temperamental? Seeing this, Bridget rushes to round up the conversation. "What's wrong with you stinking men? Don't you have any eyesight at all? Is the Lord's holy body something you can even look at?" After saying that, she glared at those Beast Kings. The Beast Kings lowered their heads, not daring to have the slightest retort. "Get lost." Bai Ji's words were like thunder, shocking the Beast Kings into retreating until they disappeared out of sight. Seeing that Gu Yuna still wanted to take off her clothes to breastfeed herself, Shifuyu hurriedly waved her hand and said with a red face, "Nana-san, no, I'm not hungry anymore. Really, I'm fine." Gu Yuna looked at Qian Yu's embarrassed appearance and couldn't help but snort a laugh and said in a good-natured manner, "What are you thinking? I don't even have a child. Where would I get milk? I'm merely knocking up the Empyreans. You little one, you really know how to think in a crooked way." She gently scraped Shifuyu's nose, her eyes full of favor. "Oh, so that's what I thought." Shifuyu lowered her head in some embarrassment, the blush on her face not yet gone. "Thought what? Think I'm really going to breastfeed you?" Gu Yuna laughed even more. No, I'm just," Shifuyu stammered, not knowing what to say. After this little episode, the relationship between the two was not as stiff as it had been, and there was a little more coziness. For the next few days Gu Yuna had been holding Shifuyu and hanging out, and a new sign-on quest has been refreshed. which happens to be in the Stardust Great Forest. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Reward, 10,000-year-old soul skill Extinction Black Mist. Extinction Mist transforms one's psionic energy into a dark mist full of corrosive energy, and targets touched by the mist will suffer sustained psionic erosion and weakening. This skill is especially effective in group fights and blockade escapes. Qian Yu's heart was happy. This Extinction Black Mist was undoubtedly a powerful group control skill. It's just how Mist Infestation looks a bit like a villain's skill? Ha! Gu Yuna felt that the dark aura within Qian Yu's body had become even more intense, and she couldn't help but frown slightly. She said softly, "Little feather, the dark element in your body seems to have strengthened again. What's going on?" She didn't have a good feeling about this fallen angel martial spirit, because it was because of this martial spirit that Feather wanted to leave her and chose to wallow in darkness. Now that she watched his darkness grow stronger, Gu Yuna's heart couldn't help but be flooded with worry. Darkness and light are meant to be mutually exclusive, but if you indulge in darkness, one day it will consume the innocence and goodness in his heart. Shifuyu had an innocent look on her face, and Mo looked at Gu Yuna with doubt in her eyes. So cute. Gu Yuna looked at that innocent face. Her heart instantly melted and she hugged him tightly, then kissed him with a mouthful of kisses. How could such a sweet child be consumed by darkness? Gu Yuna hugged Shifuyu and sucked hard, feeling much better. It wasn't long before a wave of drowsiness hit her and she couldn't hold on any longer. Slowly closing her eyes and falling into sleep, she was already severely injured and forced her way out into the world, and holding on until now was already the limit. Grow up fast. Little one. You're mine and can't run away, Gu Yuna murmured in her sleep, rubbing Shifuyu's little face affectionately before continuing to add, "When you grow up, I'll eat you." Shifuyu. Sigma, LLL. I knew you dead dragons were thieving against me. I can't believe you want to wait for me to grow up before devouring me. No wonder I always felt you looked at me possessively. Good man. So you're using me as a reserve to fatten me up before you slaughter me. What an evil dragon. No. I have to find a chance to run. Martial Soul City. Hall of Offerings. At this time, Chihiro was doing his daily prayers under the statue of the angel god. Suddenly, the angelic idol emitted a brilliant golden light that instantly illuminated the entire Hall of Enlightenment. Countless divine radiant light particles began to converge into a noble and absolutely beautiful figure. It was a woman wearing a long golden dress, with blonde hair draped over her shoulders and snow-white jade feet stepping in the void. Chihiro's eyes widened before he knelt down as an afterthought. The martial spirit hall's grand provider, Chihiro, greets the supreme god's descent. I have come down to the realm this time for the destruction god king inheritor. This son has an outstanding heavenly beauty, and if he is not guided, I fear that he will trigger turmoil in the divine realm. Chidori Ryu froze, and said in a bit of a panic, Enlightened Angel God Sama, you should be talking about my grandson, Shen Yu. But unfortunately not long ago he was taken captive by a mysterious group of forces and his whereabouts are still unknown. The entire martial soul hall is searching with all their might, but there isn't the slightest clue. Upon hearing this, the angel god sighed with some disappointment. Originally she was about to retire. Who would have thought that she would still be assigned such a task? A mere 10,000 years in my upper realm, and you have already fallen to such a state? Not even a child can be guarded. Chidori Ryu lowered his head in some shame, and didn't have the face to say anything about his own family's mistreatment of his grandson, which caused him to become resentful and leave voluntarily. Please rest your anger, Lord Angel God. It's Qidao who lost his job. However, the entirety of the martial spirit hall will certainly do their best to retrieve Qidao and guide him to the right path. The angel god frowned slightly. She was keenly aware that Chidori Ryu was hiding something, but didn't ask much. Her spiritual power covered the entire Douluo continent in the blink of an eye. The strange aura of being intertwined with destruction and life was soon perceived. The boy is in the heart of the great Stardust Forest. However, even I am unable to sense the exact situation inside, so I think it should be guarded by an extremely powerful existence. You need to be careful and do not frighten the snakes. Chihiro was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect Shinyu to be hidden in the Stardust Great Forest, and at the same time, he felt a chill in his heart. If this incident was really the work of the 100,000-year-old soul beasts, then I'm afraid that no amount of people sent by the martial spirit hall would be enough to fill that bottomless pit. Chapter 22 Bibi Dong. How could I possibly regret it? Praying for guidance from the angelic god Sama. How can I safely approach and bring back Shifuyu? Chihiro decisively chose to hug his thigh. Showing off at this time is simply looking for death. The angelic god skimmed him. This old boy was so annoying that he wanted to make himself work overtime. It seemed that this asshole's faith wasn't strong enough. You just go ahead and I'll take care of the ones that exceed the god level. By the way, call my inheritor here. I want to see how her cultivation process is going. When Chihiro heard this, his heart was a little more at ease. and he immediately led the way. Yes, Lord Angel God, I'll go and bring share to you now. In less than a moment, Qian Renxue was brought to the Hall of Offerings by Qian Douluo. She wore a long white dress as pure and flawless as the first snow, and her golden eyes glittered with a desire for power. It's only level 60, and you're already starting to look like a deity. Not bad? The angelic god's voice held a few moments of approval. She gently raised her hand, and a warm and divine power surged into Qian Renxue's body, instantly causing her cultivation to take a qualitative leap, jumping directly from level 60 to 70, with her soul ring increasing by 1. Qian Renxue immediately bowed her head respectfully and gratefully. Many thanks to Lord Angel God for the gift. Schwer will definitely cultivate harder and live up to his lordship's high expectations. No need to thank me. You hurry up and cultivate to inherit my divine throne quickly. I'm still waiting to retire soon. Alas, this goddess of life fellow is really getting good at making people. The angelic god's words revealed a few moments of helplessness. She lazily transformed into a couch and lay on it, her golden eyes half-lidded. Blasphemy. This is so blasphemous. Schwer, you mustn't learn from this when you become a god in the future. The majesty of a god should be inviolable. When Chihiro saw the angel god like this, his entire body instantly went numb. He was busy pulling Qian Renxue for a while, so she wouldn't learn the hard way. Qian Renxue felt her face dry up a bit. If Grandpa knew that he was crying all day long after he became a god in his previous life, still in love with Tang-san, so would he just pass out? She secretly laughed in her heart, but on her face, she still maintained a respectful attitude and softly answered, "Yes, Grandpa. Schwer has taken note of it." "Hey, what are you two muttering about? Don't hurry up and get me something to eat. At such an old age, with no eyesight at all, how could I have believers and inheritors like you?" The angelic god looked at Chidori Ryu with unkind eyes. She had heard it all. This old thing had the audacity to make up stories about her behind her back. Yes, Angel God Sama, I'll go arrange for the meal. Chihiro hurriedly responded, but in his heart, he was secretly slandering. This is not what God should be like. It's just a hard-to-serve little ancestor. Pope's palace, subspace, Rakshasa's secret realm. Bibi Dong had been cultivating within the Rakshasa secret territory these days. All that negativity and Rakshasa evil thoughts were disturbing her all the time, exhausting him. Whenever this time came, he would always remember the warmth and coziness of holding Shifuyu in his arms as he slept. What made her even more desperate was that her cultivation hadn't made the slightest progress at all. It was as if one's natural talent had been completely exhausted and one would never be able to become a god. Why can't I break through despite all my efforts? Bibi Dong's voice echoed in the empty secret realm with endless despair and resignation. Her eyes were crimson, as if they were dripping blood. At this rate, how long will she have to wait until she can get that little one back? She really can't wait a day. Although I don't care about your death, I still have to remind you that if you don't get some rest you really will die. Oh? Rakshasa will appear beside Bibi Dong as a shadow, but her eyes gazed across thousands of meters at the Hall of Offerings. He sensed a sickening aura of sanctity there. Are you? Not you interfering with my cultivation. How can I only be at this level? I'm a dual-born martial soul with exceptional talent. How could I possibly stop at this level? Bibi Dong turned around violently and stared angrily at the shadow of the Rakshasa will. Who made you unable to complete the divine examination? You're a waste yourself and you're blaming me? If you have the ability to sacrifice a large amount of soul power and life force to me, what's the harm in giving you this divine position? The Rakshasa god laughed mockingly, then casually stripped the obtrusive Shura divine power from Bibi Dong's body. Bibi Dong instantly felt that his killing god domain could no longer be activated. However, the absorption of the Rakshasa divine power became smoother than ever before. Why do you want to help me? Bibi Dong was a bit shocked. He didn't believe that this treacherous person would be so kind. Bibi Dong, don't get me wrong. I just simply look at Shura with displeasure. And this time the angelic god has gone down to the realm. It's probably related to that son of yours as well. Do what you can and work hard to stir up the angelic inheritance. The Rakshasa god's laughter carried a bit of playfulness. She was always happy to do things that were detrimental to her. With those words, the silhouette of the Rakshasa will slowly dissipated. After the Rakshasa god disappeared, Bibi Dong didn't have the heart to continue cultivating anymore. He walked out of the Rakshasa secret realm and returned to his chambers after taking a bath. Except that she couldn't get to sleep after half a day of writhing in bed. Obviously sleepy and tired. But Shifuyu's tender face always flashed in his mind. Anger, jealousy, unwillingness. All kinds of negative emotions are intertwined together, like a tidal wave to drown her. Bibi Dong suddenly covered her chest, only to feel a sharp twinge inside, as if millions of ants were gnawing at her heart. She sat up violently, gasping for air, unable to stop the tears from slipping from the corners of her eyes and dripping onto the sheets. She held herself tightly, her body trembling violently. the extreme emotion of grief almost suffocating him. I won't regret it. I won't regret it for the rest of my life. How could I care about that little? I merely wanted to capture him back for endless torture and humiliation to avenge my revenge back then. Bibi Dong whispered through gritted teeth. If it wasn't for Chihuahua and that little thing, Kong wouldn't have left her. That child is a disgrace to himself. He wasn't supposed to live in this world. It was his own pity that gave him the chance to survive. But he still doesn't know how to be thankful and dares to betray himself. I'm not going to let you off the hook. Absolutely not. You'd better pray that you don't get caught by me, or I'll make you taste all the pain in the world and show you what happens when you betray me. Bibi Dong hissed frantically. It was just that even he wasn't sure if Yu Xiaozhang was really that important to her. Or do you just want an excuse to cover up your vulnerability and resentment? Chapter 23, Little Dance Mother and Daughter's Surveillance. Gu Yunna seriously injured. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. The entire martial spirit city began to enter a state of emergency preparedness. Bibi Dong had also received an order from Chidori Ryu, requesting him to quickly head to the Stardust Great Forest and bring people to surround the core area. And Chihiro had already traveled to the Stardo Great Forest with many of his offerings. Stardust Great Forest, location at the edge of the core area. As Guzuna was forced into a deep sleep, Tian and the other Beast Kings were in a frenzy as they resealed Gu Yunna in the Dragon King Hall. And for a while no one cared about Qianyu. The main thing was that he didn't dare to care. No one knew if Gu Yunna was really asleep or not. If he made a move against Qiyu at this time, when Gu Yunna suddenly awoke, the consequences would be unimaginable. As such, Tian could only send two powerful and not so ferocious looking soul beasts to take turns watching in the shadows. A few days later, Shifuyu felt bad these days as he realized that he was being watched, and the escape plan that he had originally planned was instantly reduced to nothing. The most humiliating thing for him was that it was actually two rabbits, one large and one small, that were guarding him. You really think I can't run, don't you? You think I can't run? The two rabbits, one a well-built adult, had a wary look in their eyes. The other is a still young rabbit, ignorant with a little curiosity, with a tender green carrot in his hand, nibbling it with gusto. My, put the carrots away and get serious for me. We have to reassure Lord Tian. If this brat runs away, we'll all be in trouble. The adult rabbit, also known as Arrow, said sternly to Mai, who was next to her. Mai sniffed and looked at the carrot in her hand with dismay. Eventually it was hidden in the grass behind it. Then he stood up straight and followed his mother's example, staring intently at Shifuyu with wide eyes. Wow, what a cute human cub. I want to pet his head so bad. Mai's mouth was chattering, but then she was stopped by Aru's stern gaze. She spat out her tongue and hurriedly collected her playful thoughts, but soon got a little bored again and plucked the grass on the ground, chewing it one bite at a time, and his eyes began to wander, and Zoe's eyes began to roll back in her head. She had barely closed her eyes these days in order to keep an eye on Qianyu, and at the moment her tiredness was coming in like a tidal wave. Plus, this mission was supposed to be a rotation between her and Mai, but Mai was too unreliable. She didn't even dare to expect Mai to complete her surveillance mission. But now I can't hold out any longer, so I think it's okay to take a nap, right? After all, the boy seems so well behaved these days, he shouldn't be out of line, right? Mai, I'm a bit sleepy, can you keep an eye on me for a while? Just for a little while, I'll just take a nap. Mai, who was grazing at the side, froze for a moment, but quickly patted her chest in assurance. Don't worry Mom, I'm here, you go to sleep, I promise he won't get away. Seeing the way Mai swore, although there were still doubts in her heart, her tired body no longer allowed her to think more. She soon found a secluded corner, curled up in a ball, and went to sleep. Shifuyu took a small wooden stick and drew circles on the ground, her eyes glancing absently. He was just in time to see Zoe just hunkering down on the floor and snoring lightly. As for the other stupid rabbit that just looked silly, he didn't give a damn. He went to the bushes, picked up a pre-prepared carrot, and laughed. Aya, who is so wasteful? Such delicious carrots are even thrown around. When Little Dance heard this, she instantly felt that the grass in her hand didn't even smell good anymore. She hurriedly perked up her ears and stood up, her red eyes staring straight at the carrot in Qianyu's hand, her little nose sniffing non-stop. Alas, unfortunately, I was too full this morning to eat anymore, Shifuyu said, casually throwing the carrot in one direction. Seeing this, Xiao Dance's eyes lit up and instinctively chased after the carrot in the direction it rolled down, completely forgetting about her surveillance mission. Just as Thousand Feathers was planning to open his first soul skill to fly away directly, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, startling him so violently that he almost screamed. Finally found you, little guy. Don't run around these days, there are a lot more humans out there, as if they are looking for you. Both the Lord and Tian have suffered considerable injuries, and if there's an eventuality with you, little guy, the Lord will still have to peel my skin off. Bridget's eyes were filled with compassion. He picked Shifuyu up off the ground and cozied him up into his arms, feeling as if he was holding a warm cloud. The soft touch made it seem as if Bridget had unlocked the door to some new world, and pleasure-filled thrills quickly grew in her mind. So this is the Lord's pleasure? Cuddling such a soft and adorable little guy every day is simply the pinnacle of beast life. Come out and say hello to your new friend, little Gaby. Bridget searched for half a day but didn't find that lively little guy. Instead she found Arrow, who was lazily sleeping. He blushed, but didn't say anything considering the child was here. In his heart, he was already silently planning to send this lazy dead rabbit out to fight against that crazy woman. When the time comes, De Ming and Er Ming will definitely not let it go. That makes her one of the more powerful combatants. And at this time, Xiao Dance also ran back somewhat sheepishly. She secretly glanced at Bai Ji and quickly lowered her head again, her heart filled with apprehension. Shifuyu was held tightly in Bai Ji's arms, and the warm and soft touch made him slightly uncomfortable. I have to say that Bridget has quite a body. The body is diminutive, fleshy but not bulky, warm and soft between arms. Senior Bai Ji, what are you? Shifuyu sidestepped her head a little embarrassed, avoiding the sensitive parts that she shouldn't be looking directly at. The clothes the Soul Beast wore were really too casual. I've heard that human children drink milk when they're hungry. Little one, are you hungry too? Bridget's voice had a touch of flirtation and favor in it, and her hand had climbed to her lapel. A sliver of red skin could be vaguely seen peeking through the seams of the clothing. Shifuyu hurriedly explained, I am no longer a child. I don't need to drink milk. Okay, no more teasing. The Lord wants to see you. Come with me. Bridget laughed softly, picked up Shifuyu in her arms, and flew to the lake of life. Shifuyu fell into silence. He had managed to sneak to the edge of the core area with great difficulty these days. This was another wasted run? The point was that Gu Yuna was actually pretending to be asleep. Luckily he didn't act rashly, or else Gu Yuna was afraid that he wouldn't have to completely blacken in place. Chapter 24, Gu Yuna sells her misery. More than half an hour later, Shifuyu saw Guzuna again after many days. I just didn't expect her to be in such a bad state. With a huge wound across her chest, there was still a ray of light filled with a divine aura around the wound, preventing it from healing. Blood continued to ooze out from the edges of the wound, dripping onto the ground and forming a demonic blood flower. Nana-chan, what's wrong with you? Shifuyu panicked and broke away from Biki's embrace and ran to Guzuna. The sunlight poured over the young girl's silver-white hair, gilding her with a golden glow. The bare skin was like the finest porcelain, with a hint of unhealthy pallor. The silver-white long dress outlined her delicate figure, but at the moment it was hanging helplessly on the ground, and the whole person carried an endearingly fragile beauty. Shifuyu had never seen Gu Yuna look so vulnerable before, and an unspeakable emotion surged in his heart. It was like a boulder was pressed against his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Gu Yuna's eyes were red, and her entire breath looked a little disorganized. She tried to take Shifuyu into her arms, but eventually collapsed helplessly onto Shifuyu's shoulder, gently stroking his hair, her voice husky and gentle. Little feather, I'm fine. It's just a district fatal wound. That weedy bird isn't doing well either. Anyone who tries to take you away from me, I will make him pay. After saying that, Gu Yuna gently wrapped her arms around Shifuyu's waist and pressed him tightly against her chest. The smooth touch that came at once sent a wave of pleasure through her. She was even more flushed with excitement at the thought that Feather was caring for her. That tender white skin set off a tantalizing shade of scarlet. Shifuyu's expression turned from anxious at first to expressionless. He didn't realize that it was at this point in time that this stupid dragon still had the heart to mooch off of himself. Shifuyu sighed deeply. Bull ****** fallen angel martial spirit. Apart from the extra wings, it was clearly the phantom demon martial spirit. The affinity of this increase is simply higher than that of the Emperor's Rui beasts. Guzuna's brain rubbed against Shifuyu's face. Obviously, I'm already sleepy, but I just won't let go to sleep. She was afraid that if she slept through the night, thousands of years would have passed. As soon as he thought of waking up again, Little Feather might have already disappeared in the long river of history. A wave of sourness and reluctance welled up in his heart. She hugged Shifuyu tightly, as if she wanted to incorporate him into her blood and bones. Oh you! I'm so scared. I'm afraid I'll wake up and never see you again. There was a choking sound in Gu Yuna's voice, tears welling up in her eyes. Her arms wrapped around Shifuyu with such force that she was almost on the verge of strangling him. There was still that soft, weak, limp look there just now. Bai Ji came to Di Tian's side, kicked Di Tian in the back, glared viciously at him, and transmitted a voice saying, "Still looking? Don't get lost yet. Do you want to wait for the Lord to come back to his senses and gouge your eyes out before you're satisfied?" Empyrean stumbled when he was kicked and sardonically touched his nose, turning around to leave, but he still couldn't hold back a few more glances. After all, this was the first time he had seen such a lord. But Di Tian didn't realize that this glance of his happened to meet with Gu Yuna's cold as frost eyes. De Tian. In that moment I felt like I saw my great-grandmother. Is it too late to get down on my knees and apologize? Empyrean, your eyes tell me that you seem to be enjoying this scene? Gu Yuna's voice sounded in Di Tian's heart, light but like cold ice piercing his bones, causing him to tremble. It's okay, Nana-chan. I won't leave you. Shifuyu comforted with a smile. But you lied to me the last time too. Gu Yuna's cheeks puffed up in anger, as if she was a pissed-off kitten, and her crystal-clear eyes flashed with aggression and dissatisfaction. You said you'd always be there for me. And what happened? You turned around and left without a second thought, and told me it was time for the dream to wake up. I've been guarding you for 2 years, just waiting for you to come along and say, it's time to wake up from your dreams? There was a touch of questioning in her voice, a touch of sadness, as if all her strength had crumbled in the moment. Shifuyu's eyebrows jumped wildly, and he almost didn't hold back from cursing directly. You've been guarding it for 2 years? That's 2 years you've been smoking my true dragon essence. This stupid dragon stayed on its own, even ate and took, and in the end, it had to hit back. Really, dragon heart is not ancient. If he hadn't absorbed the divine power of the god of destruction, I'm afraid that he would never be able to condense a true dragon martial soul again in his life. This time, I am about to fall into a deep sleep. How long I will sleep is not even clear to me. Maybe thousands of years, possibly tens of thousands of years, or even longer. I'm afraid that when I wake up, the world will have long since changed, and you, too, will no longer be waiting for me where I am. Gu Yuna's words were tinged with endless worry and fear. For the first time, she felt how lonely and helpless the elder seed was. She clutched Shifuyu's hand tightly and pleaded. So, Feather, promise me that no matter how the future changes, no matter how long I've been asleep, you'll find me and come back to me, okay? Shifuyu was silent, for the promise was too heavy and almost impossible to fulfill. Even if one inherited the god of destruction position later, there was no guarantee that it would still be the same self. Gu Yuna's heart ached like a knife when she saw Shifuyu's silence instantly. The tears in his eyes could no longer be restrained and rolled down, dripping onto the back of Shifuyu's hand, burning and scalding. I know, it's a lot to ask, but it's the only luxury I have. Gu Yuna's voice trembled with a hint of crying. I'm begging you, whatever the future holds, don't forget me, okay? Di Tian's face was speechless. But it was just a nap. How did it become a parting of life and death? Hasn't the Lord slept like this for hundreds of thousands of years? He stole a glance at Bridget, only to see that Bridget was also embarrassed, and she had thoughtfully prepared some porridge, fruit and spring water from the fountain of life. These foods invariably contained a large amount of life elemental energy on them, and were obviously carefully selected. Shifuyu always felt something was wrong in his heart, but he couldn't tell where. But moral abduction is still your game 6. You want me to wait tens of thousands of years for you? Savor your own words. The point was that if he refused, I was afraid that this silly dragon would be able to cry out in the next second. The eyes that were like amethyst gems would darken, and then one's conscience aches as if one had been stabbed with pins and needles. He sighed, finally going soft. Shifuyu's hand gently touched Kuzuna's forehead. Majestic and pure life essence gushed out from his palm. It was also accompanied by the power of the true dragon bloodline of extremely high essence, which slowly seeped into Gu Yuna's body. Chapter 25, helping Gu Yuna heal her wounds. A flushed color surged on Gu Yuna's face. The extreme pleasure made her whimper out, her voice a mixture of pain and pleasure. A sickly grin appeared on her face, and her dragon's horns and tail showed even more uncontrollably. Shifuyu's brows furrowed slightly. He could actually feel Gu Yuna's pleasurable thrill in sync. This feeling was like the illusion of one heart and one soul mingling, which made him unable to help but be a bit distracted. With a quick glance, Bai Ji slapped Di Tian's head back down and cast a warning look, signaling him to stop looking. Di Tian sardonically rubbed the back of his head as he quietly took a few steps back and found a corner to hide in. There! In less than a moment's effort, Shifuyu hastily withdrew his hand when he saw that Gu Yuna's face had recovered a bit. Kuzuna pounced on him as soon as she could, her head rubbing against his face. It was just that the dragon's horns were so painful against Qianyu that he couldn't help but reach out and gently flick the pair of crystal-clear horns away. No, I don't feel well enough. I want more, and it feels really good. Give me more. Gu Yuna pouted, her tone carrying a bit of petulance. Those big watery eyes stared straight at Qianyu as if they could drip water. Her cheeks still bore the traces of undried tears, but in this moment she blossomed into the brightest of smiles, beautiful to the core. Shifuyu sensed the situation inside his body and instantly his face darkened. The huge dragon that had originally covered the sky was as if it had shriveled up, turning into a small golden snake a few centimeters long. His body was full of resistance, constantly urging Shifuyu to stay away from this bad woman. And even the innate soul power had regressed by 10 levels. which made Qian Yu couldn't help but feel a little bit of pain. At this time, seeing Gu Yuna's big watery eyes even more upset, did not have the good sense to say, "Get thee up. Stop pretending to be dead and get lost. You obviously could have grabbed it, but you chose to be cute and act pathetic. Make it seem like I'm eating this up." Gu Yuna looked at Shifuyu with an innocent face as a wave of ecstasy welled up in her heart. The time when the dragon and god were separated. She inherited the power of the dragon god's element. The golden dragon king, on the other hand, had inherited the flesh and strength of the dragon god. The two complemented each other and together they formed the complete form of the dragon god. However, Chiyu's true dragon bloodline, in terms of essence, was even purer and more powerful than a full-bodied dragon god. Now that she had absorbed the true dragon bloodline, she would soon be able to undergo a metamorphosis. Not only would the injuries be able to be easily recovered, it was even possible to break through that shackle and truly reach the heights that the dragon god had once had. She was secretly calculating in her heart, but on the surface, she put on an aggrieved look. "Feather, how could you say that about me? Do you think I'm with you just for your bloodline power? I just need it so bad." Gu Yuna's voice gradually lowered, and her eyes reddened once again, as if she had been greatly aggrieved. She hugged Shifuyu tightly and buried her head in his chest. That fragile and helpless look completely blocked Shifuyu's retreat. So much so that it made Shifuyu wonder if she was being too cheap after all. She's just a couple 100,000 years old. What could be so bad about it? Gu Yuna saw the hesitant look on Qian Yu's face and was secretly pleased in her heart. Ha, take a pinch. And Bridget brought up a large amount of food filled with life energy up at this time in due time, saying, "Well, little one, I've prepared all this food with care, so hurry up and eat." Shifuyu desperately breaks free from Guzuna's embrace and runs straight to the table. Small hands quickly shoveled this food into their mouths. While eating, he muttered, "Even the food is ready. And you say you're not counting on me." Biji smoothed Shifuyu's loose hair with some heartache and said softly, "Don't be angry, little one, we're doing this for your own good. The Lord, she, too, is just in a situation. If you really want to sleep for tens of thousands of years, you should be quite lonely, shouldn't you?" Right at this moment, Tian let out a cold snort and said in a slightly mocking manner, "Humph, counting on you. What kind of thing are you that you still deserve to be counted on by the Lord himself? It's already a blessing for you that the Lord has allowed you to live this long. Besides, if it wasn't for you, how would those humans have beaten down the door? And how would the Lord have gotten hurt?" A silence fell over the scene. Shifuyu's heart fluttered. If it wasn't for Tian's reminder, he almost forgot that he was in a pile of soul beasts. It was already a blessing that it didn't become soul beast food. So where was the qualification to bargain here? It was just that Gu Yuna's attitude towards himself was too intimate, making him forget his identity for a moment. "Alright, Tian, cut the crap." Bai Ji frowned and said to Tian. Gu Yuna's heart couldn't help but tighten when she saw Qian Yu's wary eyes. With that, he gritted his teeth in anger and glared viciously at Tian. "Tian, don't say anything if you don't know how to speak. If you keep this up, watch out for me to skin your dragon skin. Now hurry up and go get me that heavenly dream ice silkworm of yours. My pups need more energy to nourish them." When Tian heard this, his face changed drastically and he hurriedly said, "Lord, this cannot be. This heavenly dream ice silkworm is a supreme treasure reserved for the Lord to recover from his injuries. If you give it to this little fellow, won't your recovery be delayed again? By that time, our hegemony in fighting our way up to the god realm will be a long way off." The heavenly dream ice silkworm is a million-year-old soul beast that accidentally hid in an ice crevice in the far north and stumbled upon a large amount of 10,000-year-old ice marrow, breaking through not long ago. Originally, it was reserved for Gu Yuna's recovery, but the injuries on Gu Yuna's body were inflicted by the sword intent of the Xiao Luo god, so even a million-year-old soul beast wasn't enough. He then became a tonic for many powerful soul beasts, but to have Tian give it to this human kid, Qian Yu, there was inevitably some unwillingness in his heart. Gu Yuna did not have the good sense to say, "If you are told to go, you go. What's the point of wasting words? Being stingy? Do you still think that our soul beast clan are all as petty as you are?" She was simply speechless in her heart. Qian Yu's true dragon bloodline that was comparable to that of the dragon god was actually inferior to a worm in Tian's eyes? Yes, Lord. Seeing this, Tian also did not say anything more. Anyway, Qian Yu, that small body cannot eat much. It's just that this heart is still painful to cut. With a flash of his body, he had disappeared in place. Bridget took a few more fruits and affectionately stuffed them into Shifuyu's little mouth, bulging his little mouth into a round circle. Looking at Qian Yu's adorable appearance, he could not help but feel compassion, kissed his forehead and said softly, "Little one, eat more, eat strong to protect the Lord." Gu Yuna's face turned green when she saw this scene. She felt like bringing a baby to Bridget was a huge mistake. She wasn't going to be robbed of her pups, was she? Chapter 26 Gu Yuna is jealous, requesting for follow-up readings. In less than a moment's effort, Tian returned with a large bug that was more than 1 m in diameter and a full 7 meters long. The heavenly dream ice silkworm was white jade in color, and its crystal clear body looked very fat. Gu Yuna came to Shifuyu's side and held him slowly in her arms. Let him take a seat on his snow-white, jade-like lap. Shifuyu's back of his head rested on her chest. Feeling the soft touch, he couldn't help but get a little sleepy. Tian, let go of brother. Brother is a million-year-old soul beast. How dare you treat brother like this? The heavenly dream ice silkworm still didn't forget to struggle under Tian's grip, and that comical appearance drew Bai Ji to cover her mouth and laugh lightly. Woo brother is not willing. I, Sky Dream, have millions of years of cultivation, but I have to be planted in the hands of you juniors. The heavens will not tolerate it. Shut up. Any more noise and I'll make stew out of you. Gu Yuna viciously glared at the heavenly dream ice silkworm, and that majestic aura instantly caused the heavenly dream ice silkworm to close its mouth, leaving only a slight sob. She gently stroked Shifuyu's hair and softly said, "Little feather, don't be afraid. This is your food. Eat it and you will become stronger." In Gu Yuna's view, Shen Yu namely was able to withstand the erosion of the destruction divine power and absorb it. Then the energy of a mere million-year-old soul beast was nothing more than a nourishing delicacy to him. Shifuyu looked at Skydream's plump body and fell into silence. "No, Nana-chan. I'm full, and I don't like bugs," he said as he tried to break away from Gu Yuna's embrace. But Gu Yuna held him tightly, not allowing him to break free. "Little feather. No picky eating. I'm doing this for your own good. Eat it so you can recover faster." Gu Yuna's words were very harsh, while her heart was extremely unbalanced. Why should Feather enjoy Biki's food while her own tonic is disliked? Seeing this, Xianyu had no choice but to harden his head and endure the discomfort, reaching out his hand to touch the heavenly dream ice silkworm. "Oh, this little master, you just spare me. I have an old man and a young man, all counting on me to live." The heavenly dream ice silkworm felt the proximity of thousand feathers and was even more frightened. Shifuyu looked at the 7-meter-long bug and didn't know how to take a bite out of it. He blinked and turned his head to Bridget, helplessness and pleading in his eyes. Seeing this, Bai Ji sighed softly, stepped forward and tenderly touched Shifuyu's little head, then turned her head to Gu Yuna. "Lord, maybe we can get him to absorb the energy in a different way, like cutting it into pieces and cooking it with some seasoning." "No, the original is the best." Gu Yuna coldly looked at Bai Ji, her heart filled with jealousy. Why did it feel like his cub was closer to Bridget than to himself? No, Feather had to know who was the most important person in his heart. Bai Ji's heart flinched at Gu Yuna's eyes, and she hurriedly lowered her head, no longer speaking. "Feather, do you have something against your Nana-chan here? Where does this heavenly dream iceworm fail to compare to these wild fruits? Or do you prefer those little snacks prepared by Bai Ji?" Gu Yuna's voice carried a bit of sourness as she stared hard at Qianyu, her eyes filled with aggression. "I've been with you for 2 years, and you won't even eat my food until now. And you've only known Bridget for less than a few days and you're so dependent on her. What makes you so?" Shifuyu was a bit uncomfortable being looked at, and quickly shook her head to deny it. "No, Nana-san, I didn't dislike what you prepared. It's just that I'm really not too used to eating raw bugs. It used to be okay to be forced to eat those messed up things in the dream world. In reality he'd be really psyched to eat it." Gu Yuna sniffed, her brows knitted slightly, her eyes looking at Bai Ji were filled with coldness, her heart filled with jealousy and unwillingness. Bridget panicked and avoided Gu Yuna's eyes. "I'm beginning to wonder if the Lord is thinking of turning himself into a tonic as well." The thought of Gu Yuna mercilessly pulling her skin off her bones, Bridget couldn't help but shiver, and hurriedly commanded and said, "What the Lord said is good. The heavenly dream iceworms have to be in their original flavor to be delicious. That rich ice element tastes cool and delicious." Saying that, Bai Ji had already taken out a sharp blade in her hand and aimed it at the sky dream ice silkworm, as if she was going to dismantle it in the next second. When the heavenly dream ice silkworm saw this, it was so scared that it almost peed, and hurriedly shouted out, "Wait, Don, eat me. I have a better way if you want to absorb my energy." Gu Yuna sniffed and raised her eyebrows slightly, signaling Bai Ji to stop her movements for the time being. Say it or I'll really stew you." Heavenly dream ice silkworm, I can apply a seal to myself to become his first soul ring and reside within his spiritual sea in the form of a spiritual essence. This way he will not only be able to safely absorb my energy, but he will also be able to obtain my spiritual attribute enhancement, which will greatly benefit his growth. This method is also feasible, but you must promise to assist Little Feather wholeheartedly without the slightest dissent." Gu Yuna pondered for a moment before finally letting go. Yes, I will definitely be wholeheartedly devoted and will never dare to have second thoughts." the heavenly dream ice silkworm hurriedly promised. Wait, letting this guy parasitize my spiritual sea of consciousness? I don't agree. Shifuyu's face was full of resistance. It was so hard to drive out this stupid dragon. Gu Yuna, and then another worm? Oh, please let me go. I don't want to be eaten. And wouldn't you want to? The first soul ring to be at the million-year level? What an honor that is. In addition, I can also enhance the quality of your soul rings in the future, making your path of cultivation smoother. When the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm saw that Qian Yu refused, it once again raised the stakes and tried to convince him. Guzuna patted Shifuyu's shoulder and said, or you might as well eat him. Trust me, it's delicious. In the end, Shifuyu had to accept Skydream's offer as well, because if he doesn't take it, then he's going to eat the fat worm. Thousand Feathers summoned his true dragon martial spirit. A small golden snake appeared in the palm of his hand. At this moment, the little golden snake struggled desperately, trying to drive away the silver-white glow that colored its body. Upon seeing Qian Yu, the little golden snake instantly stared accusingly, pointing at the silver-colored spot of light at his neck with his tail. Shifuyu instantly realized what this little guy was thinking. I've been defiled by that stupid dragon. I'm not clean anymore. Help me get rid of it. This little golden dragon martial soul was the embodied product of his own bloodline and soul. There is little difference between the two minds, but the power of the bloodline was extracted by Gu Yuna many times in a row. It had already made him instinctively repulsed by Gu Yuna, much less willing to be half-tainted by her power. Chapter 27, Absorbing a Million Years Soul Ring, Spatial Elemental Mastery. What's going on? Shifuyu rubbed the silver-colored point of light, but found that no matter how hard he tried, the point of light did not move. Feather, you don't really think I'm just going to even eat it, do you? I did leave a gift inside you. Gu Yuna instantly blushed and lowered her head, her heart filled with sweetness. Little Feather's martial soul will soon be dyed in his own colors. It's a little exciting to think about it. But, Nana-chan, why do I feel like my martial soul doesn't really like this gift? Shifuyu looked at his martial soul with some heartache. The original prime dragon had become so small. How much aggression did it have to suffer? You quickly absorb it and see. My soul ring is definitely 100 times stronger than the one bestowed by the god of destruction. Gu Yuna hummed softly and angled her little head in triumph. That destruction is too stingy, isn't he? Surprisingly, it only graced a 1,000-year soul ring. It's really petty. Shifuyu half-heartedly closed her eyes and began to try to channel that silver energy. As he focused his intention, the silver-colored light point slowly integrated into the body of the little golden snake. The body of the little golden snake began to tremble, and a white golden aura gradually emerged from its golden scales, and the little golden snake regrew its dragon horns and limbs. It was still very small, but it already had the beginnings of a dragon's form, and it was majestic. It circled around Shifuyu, swimming happily. Only the eyes that looked at Gu Yuna were still filled with disgust, as if saying, "You bad woman. The bad things you did to me. I will never forget them in my life." Guzuna gently stroked Shifuyu's head and said gently, "Little Feather, how's the absorption going? How about this soul ring of mine?" Shifuyu frowned slightly, feeling his heart sink as if it was being pressed by a huge stone. Luckily, most of the load was borne by the true dragon martial soul, keeping him from bursting into flames. The little golden dragon beside him even vomited in disgust. Strings of golden liquid streaked through the air and dissipated again into a faint golden light. This scene caused Gu Yuna and the heavenly dream iceworm and other beasts to freeze. Is this spirit so spiritual? Can it even vomit? Ow, ow. The little golden dragon cursed and looked like he was cursing quite fiercely. No one could understand what it was saying though, but the anger and resentment was still clearly felt. Shifuyu instantly realized what he meant. It turns out that it's Guzuna's boon that's a disgrace to the true dragon. In his opinion, the Western dragon was a pseudo-dragon. So what qualifications did he have to brand its power on top of his noble bloodline? This was simply a trampling on the dignity of the dragon race. A desecration of the true dragon bloodline. What is he saying? Why do I feel like he's cursing me? Gu Yuna asked with a puzzled look on her face. No, it's nothing. It's just that you gave too much energy and ate it up a bit. Shifuyu smiled awkwardly. Oh, so that's it. Gu Yuna grabbed the little golden dragon in her hand and played with that tiny body recklessly despite his resistance. At the same time, he asked curiously, by the way, what is your soul skill? At those words, Shifuyu's palm made a slight grab towards the air in front of him. Click, ka-ching, accompanied by the crisp sound of space tearing. The void in front of them actually slowly cracked open a tiny spatial rift. A hint of chaos emanated from the crack, and the vacuum inside instantly swallowed up the surrounding air, kicking up a gale. Thousand Feathers' face was slightly pale. Obviously the execution of this soul skill was not a small burden for him as well. It seems like this soul skill should have inherited your spatial ability from Nana-san. Shifuyu was silent for a moment, then a wide smile appeared on his face. That smells good. As for any so-called dragon honor, aren't Eastern and Western dragons both dragons? A good dragon is one that can fight. The little golden dragon was powerless and limp in Gu Yuna's hands, being ruffled by Gu Yuna's dragon horns with a lifeless look. Noticing Shifuyu's change of mind, it glared at Shifuyu indignantly, eyes filled with the mist of humiliation swirling in their sockets. Space elemental mastery, tear through the surrounding space, creating short-lived spatial fissures that banish enemies into an unknown dimension. It is also possible to make space jumps for surprise advances or to save one's life. More abilities that can be yet to be developed, but each use will consume a great deal of soul power and spirit power. Gu Yuna pondered for a moment and said, spatial ability? Not bad at all. But absorbing my soul ring should be a great load on your body. Can you still withstand the load of Heavenly Dream's soul ring? In the Douluo continent, every time a soul ring was absorbed it would place a great load on the soul master's body. If one were to absorb a soul ring that exceeded the body's tolerance limit, there was even the possibility of bursting and dying. It should be okay, right? Shifuyu said with some hesitation. It's a little hard on your own body though, but looking at the little golden dragon's appearance it shouldn't have reached its limit yet. I can seal it myself. My spiritual power is very powerful and can control myself to avoid overloading. Seeing this, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm hurriedly added. Finally, after a double check by Gu Yuna, only then did the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm begin the sacrifice ceremony. His body transformed into a soul ring over the body of the little golden dragon. On the other hand, Qianyu was sitting on the ground with his knees crossed, closing his eyes and concentrating on the soul power of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworms that he had absorbed to cultivate. The little golden dragon opened its mouth and frantically devoured this huge energy. The golden soul power surged into its body like a torrent, and in an instant, it was refined into his own power, and his size quietly expanded by a few points. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye it came to 5 days later. Since it was a retraining, Qianyu quickly reattained level 20. The little golden dragon also turned into a 2-meter-long hatchling. The golden scales glistened in the sunlight, and the dragon's horns stood up even more. Phew! Finally absorbed. Shifuyu opened his eyes, a light golden glow flickering from the bottom of his eyes. Well, what's the soul skill? Gu Yuna was the first to come up. It was only when he saw that the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's soul ring didn't have as many golden stripes as his own that he nodded in satisfaction. I know. My lord's soul techniques are spirit detection, spirit interference, soul impact, and a most unique one, spirit sharing. The voice of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm suddenly rang out, carrying a few hints of complacency and pride. The most crucial thing is that there is also a life-reflecting shield that can bounce all physical and mental attacks. How's that? Isn't this Grand Master powerful? I have the most skills. One soul ring is used as 5. When Gu Yuna heard this, she raised an eyebrow and looked at the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm in displeasure. Shut up, did I ask you? You mean my soul ring isn't as good as yours? Chapter 28, The Angelic God Attacks. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm was instantly silenced as it shrunk its neck and aggressively hid behind Qianyu. The original 7m long big bug had also turned into a miniature version about half a meter long, which looked a bit funny and cute. Mental shock and mental interference are compatible with the characteristics of my martial soul. More so, it allows me to be able to execute the even more powerful dragon might. The dragon's might will judge the will of all creatures around it indiscriminately, and those that do not meet the standard will lose their combat power completely. And spirit detection provides me with a deathless field of vision, making all enemy movements invisible to my eyes. Shifuyu directly ignored the spirit sharing. He didn't feel the need to share. 3 days later, the Palace of Martial Souls attacked again. During this period of war, many human soul masters were killed or injured. Instead, the soul beasts that could be seen in the core area of the Star Dipper Great Forest were getting stronger and stronger. But what an honor it is to follow the angelic god in his duel with the soul beast. It's not too much of a stretch to say that it went down in history. Unlike the lower levels who have lost their minds, the Chihiro and Tian and the other higher-ups of the two parties maintained a subtle restraint. Chihiro was afraid that the martial spirit hall would fall apart because of this war and let other forces pick the peach. Tian, on the other hand, didn't care about Thousand Feathers at all. Besides, the Lord had already acquired his true dragon bloodline. This human was no longer of any use to him, but instead was a huge pain in the ass. Silver Dragon King, surrender! Hand over the inheritor of the god of destruction and I'll spare your life. The voice of the angelic god echoed between heaven and earth. The battle between the two almost dyed the entire heaven and earth into a silver and gold color. Ha! You mongrel bird, hurry up and get the hell out of here. If I hadn't been injured some time ago, could you have taken advantage? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The corner of Gu Yuna's mouth hooked into a cold smile, and her body suddenly accelerated, turning into a silver stream of light that rushed straight towards the angel god. Today, I'll show you what the true dragon god's power is. Gu Yuna let out a low growl and pushed her palms forward. A heaven-destroying elemental storm instantly coalesced and swept towards the angel god. When the angel god saw this, his face changed slightly, but then he stabilized his mind. The 6 wings behind him unfolded, the golden light flourished, and the angelic holy sword in his hand swung down violently. Wherever the tip of the sword passed, a brilliant sword trail formed in the air, colliding head-on with Gu Yuna's destructive elemental storm. Divine judgment. The angelic god drank lowly, and the power of light and the power of destruction condensed above the holy sword fiercely exchanged blows in the air. Bang! The 2 energies exploded in the middle of the sky. The violent and powerful wind swept across hundreds of miles around. It caused the trees of the Stardust Great Forest to break and the dust to fly. How is this possible? How could you have gotten so strong? The angel god's face changed drastically. Just now, that blow against the bombardment. She had unexpectedly lost the wind. Moreover, the aura on Gu Yuna's body was surprisingly getting stronger and stronger, as if some kind of powerful bloodline was awakening within her. Her eyes were intertwined with silver and gold, just like the dragon god reappearing, releasing a majesty that made heaven and earth tremble. Gu Yuna stretched out her left hand, and the silver-colored holy gun slowly coalesced out of the void with all kinds of law elements flowing through its body. What made the angelic god feel even more horrified was the somewhat less impressive-looking golden rune on the gun's body. It actually made him vaguely feel that there was a deadly threat. This lance was the silver dragon sacred lance that Gu Yuna had condensed with the power of her own bloodline, fusing the elements of heaven and earth. Even Gu Yuna did not expect Qian Yu's true dragon bloodline to be so strong. Acquiring just a portion of it had caused her silver dragon sacred lance to undergo a qualitative change, even vaguely touching the threshold of a super divine weapon. If they could all be devoured, wouldn't they be able to directly advance to the divine king realm? Or even higher? Why don't we wait for Little Feather to recover and let Little Feather do it again? Gu Yuna's pretty face slightly reddened, recalling that extreme pleasure. She couldn't help but feel a burst of fire in her heart. The angelic god was already beating a retreat in his mind. What are you playing at with this paycheck? It's not like there's any benefit to winning the fight. And even if you lose the fight and lose face, you could lose your life. The point was that the 2 of them, the sea god and the Rakshasa, were definitely following the battle in the lower realms as well. Poseidon is okay, his character is okay. But Rakshasa's bottom line is that there is no bottom line. It would really kill him if he really got a wave of sneak attacks from the Rakshasa. Thinking of this, the angelic god grunted coldly and said unwillingly, considering that it's not easy for you to cultivate in the lower realms, I'll let you off for now, but if you violate the majesty of my divine realm again in the future, you will not be spared. After saying that, the 6 wings behind the angelic god flapped violently, and his body transformed into a golden stream of light, rushing straight into the clouds, disappearing in the blink of an eye at the edge of the sky. Who are you calling a sinful animal? You weren't even born yet when Old Mother was running the god realm back then? Gu Yuna's face darkened, and her heart was very upset. She vaguely remembered that 10,000 years ago there was a little girl who relied on the power of faith to become a god. Just one sleep and this guy is already riding over his head and cursing. Humph, count on you stray bird to run fast, or else I'd have to pluck your wings and roast them for dinner. Gu Yuna coldly grunted as the silver dragon sacred lance slowly dissipated, and she put away that stern and domineering aura as a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Her gaze gently looked in the direction of the lake of life, but soon her face sank, and she was silent for a long time before she sighed heavily. Feather, what should I do to you? Do you want to leave Nana-chan again? This can't be done. Nana-san had a hard time finding you. How can she let you go so easily? Gu Yuna's eyes were a little complicated. It was clear in his mind that Shifuyu had become wary of himself, but that temptation from the true dragon bloodline was too much for her to part with. She lightly stroked her chest, feeling the powerful bloodline power within her body. She was thoroughly confused as to whether this was love, or a desire for power. Or maybe he was really influenced by that evil fallen angel martial spirit and became selfish and greedy? As the angelic god left, the martial spirit hall's army also retreated. Only the bodies of unremoved soulmasters were left behind in the shambles. Bibi Dong also utilized the war to sacrifice a large amount of life force and soul force, successfully completing a part of the Rakshasa divine examination. He keenly sensed the familiar aura deep within the Stardust Great Forest, but the angel god had already left him even if he had more than enough resentment. He could only hold back for the time being. Wait, why is this little coming in my direction? Bibi Dong frowned slightly, but soon had a surge of surprise in his heart. Humph, you know you're wrong now? It's too late. Even if you beg me, I won't forgive you. The corner of Bibidon's mouth curled into a sneer. My silly son finally knows the horror of soul beasts, doesn't he? Come running into your mommy's arms and she'll love you. I'll show you what happens when you betray me. Chapter 29, The Three-Eyed Guy Beast Has a Crush on Me? And on the other side in the core area of the Stardust Great Forest, Shifuyu realizes that the two rabbits responsible for watching over him, one of the larger ones is missing, and is feared to have perished in the melee, and the bunny, as if he was overly sad, curled up in the corner, his eyes red and swollen, with traces of the battle still lingering on his body. Shifuyu gently approached and placed a carrot in front of her. When she was enthralled with her food, she turned her head and turned on her blazing angel wings straight away. A pair of pitch-black feathered wings snapped out behind him. He quickly flew towards an area where the soul beast's defenses were relatively weak, due to the unsealing of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, sublimating both soul rings of Thousand Feathers blazing angel martial soul to the red color of the 100,000 year level. Guyu now was furious after noticing that Qian Yu's dark aura had increased again, but there was nothing she could do about it. Blazing angel wings gain a new trait after ascending to 100,000 years. That is, Shifuyu can adjust his weight and the gravitational force around him at will. Then he could do the same without the help of his wings and fly with his feet in the void. I didn't expect that one day I would be able to become a Dozone powerhouse. When I have more soul power in the future, I'll be able to tear through the void and become a Dozone powerhouse as well. Shifuyu flirted and looked at the silver dragon holy light and angelic holy light that filled the entire sky and couldn't help but fly faster. Suddenly a golden light lunged towards Shifuyu. Thousand Feathers' heart was aghast, quickly rolled sideways, but the light was in hot pursuit, directly knocked Thousand Feathers down to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Shifuyu crawled up in a sorry state, only to be heavily pressed to the ground again, unable to move. Shifuyu opened his eyes and saw that a foreign beast with golden hair and a body like a translucent crystal was pressing down on himself. Her body image is much like a lion, but with 4 paws like a dragon. Each dragon claw was even stepping on a ball of golden flame, with subtle golden scales under its fur. In addition to a pair of golden pupils, there was a scarlet vertical pupil in the center. The eyes of one man and one beast touched in the air. Both actually felt a slight tremor in their hearts and minds, a tingling sensation. An inexplicable affection grew quietly between the two. The true dragon bloodline in Qian Yu's body began to boil in response to this resonance. Doubts flashed in the eyes of the three-eyed golden guy beast as it lowered its head and gently sniffed Qian Yu's scent, as if confirming something. The cold as ice pupils in its eyes gradually softened, and its scarlet vertical pupils slowly closed. Its huge body gently shifted, taking the weight off of Shifuyu's body. Then he stretched out his big fleshy tongue and gently licked Shifuyu's little face. Good dog, be good and let me up. With difficulty, Shifuyu pushed away the small head of this alien beast. Dog? You called me a dog? What an asshole. I'm a three-eyed golden guy beast, an imperial Roi beast. You damned human. How dare you be so rude. A trace of anger flashed through the golden pupils of the three-eyed golden guy beast, but soon the mesmerized eyes were lost again as they continued to lick Shifuyu. It was as if there was some kind of charm in this human that it couldn't resist. Okay, I know. Three-eyed guy beast, I'm leaving. Hurry up and let me up. Shifuyu tried to get up, but the three-eyed golden guy beast didn't seem intent on letting him go easily. It gently pressed down on Qian Yu with that huge body, its gaze fixed on him. Go, you can't go anywhere. Stay and be my pet. I'll love you well. Sister. The tone of the three-eyed golden guy beast was filled with dominance. She was originally a pampered little princess of the Star Dipper Great Forest, and what she saw was her own, so she would not let go of it easily. In the meantime, the outskirts of the core area of the Stardust Great Forest. Pope core on it. Do we need to go back first? The offering halls have already begun to retreat, and with the martial spirit hall's troop losses, I'm afraid it's not a good idea to continue going deeper. Kikuduro Tsukiyokari cautiously reminded Bibidu. Retreat? That little is just a few thousand meters away from us, and if you ask me to leave at this time, do you believe I'll make you stay in this forest forever? Bibidon's voice was as cold as ice, and her expression was full of excitement. The divine pressure surging from his body caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. Uxian was flabbergasted and hurriedly bowed her head, not daring to say anything more. It just felt like the Pope's coronation had gotten stronger again, and the pressure on his body was simply breathtaking. Bibidon's heart tightened when he sensed that direction. An extreme fire attribute. That little guy is afraid he won't be in any danger. Is he? But she quickly calmed down again, secretly mocking herself. If something happened to Shifuyu, it would be just what she wanted. But why is there a trace of inexplicable uneasiness in the bottom of my heart? No! I have to get him back and punish him hard. How can I let him die out there like that? Bibidon's heart fumed as she took a deep breath and spoke to Yuguan beside her. Yuguan, you lead the team to guard the outer perimeter. I'll personally go to the core area to scout around. When Yuguan heard this, although he was skeptical, he did not dare to disobey, so he could only lead the order and go. Bibidong's figure flickered and turned into a black-purple stream of light. heading straight into the depths of the Stardust Great Forest. At this time, the core area of the Stardust Great Forest, Shifuyu gasped out slightly. A black smoke was maneuvered by him towards the three-eyed golden beast. However, the three-eyed golden guy beast was just a dragon's claw bubbling with golden light and a slight clap. The wisp of black smoke then instantly dissipated as if it had encountered hot sunlight. Her golden eyes blazed at Shifuyu, her throat gushing slightly. It was almost as if he couldn't contain the restlessness in his heart wanting to lick every inch of Shifuyu's skin. You guys, you're pretty tough. Shifuyu laughed bitterly, not realizing that all his attacks were useless. Spatial abilities could not be captured, and mental shocks were useless. Now the extinction black mist was easily dissolved by the three-eyed golden gaby's extreme light attribute. Being restricted again by the pressure of this Emperor Rui beast, it was a luxury to even think about escaping. Brother Skydream, is there a way? Qianyu called out to the Skydream ice silkworm that was pretending to be dead in his heart. It's useless for you to call your brother. Ways? What ways can I have? If I say you simply just obey. The Emperor Rui beast is also quite pretty looking, and it's still the favorite of the Star Dipper Great Forest. How many soul beasts are begging for it? The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's voice was lazy and carried a few hints of teasing. Besides, I really don't understand why you're running. Isn't it a nice little life now? The Lord's long white silk legs are not known to be the dream of many people. You kid is still in a blessed state and doesn't know the blessings. Shifuyu's forehead veins jumped straight up. Tian Meng, this guy is really a pot calling the kettle black. Cut the crap. Hurry up and think of a way. I don't want to be kept as a pet by a soul beast. Chapter 30, Spatial Strangulation. This is rampant. It really can't be helped. Even though this Rui beast is nothing more than a few thousand years of cultivation, but the extreme light and fire attributes are almost comparable to tens of thousands of years old soul beasts. In terms of aggressiveness alone, some 100,000-year-old soul beasts may not be its match, and you're nothing but a level 20 chick. It's already considered impressive that you've been able to maneuver around her for so long. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm helplessly spread out its small fleshy hand, its face filled with helplessness. Seeing that this bedbug was talking again, Qianyu directly made the little golden dragon appear in the sea of consciousness, biting at the rounded body of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. Brother Lung, I was wrong. Okay. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm hurriedly begged for mercy, the skin on its body being bitten open. Thousand Feathers was speechless in his heart. Then he pulled his mind away and refocused on the three-eyed golden guy beast. Little one, just obey your sister. I will treat you well. The voice of the three-eyed golden guy beast carried a bit of dominance and gentleness. With a loud and clear dragon roar, a golden dragon-shaped light began to emerge from her body. The terrifying aura of the golden dragon bloodline instantly filled the air. It colored the space around it with a touch of solemnity and sanctity. The golden flames between the four claws exploded violently. The three-eyed golden guy beast instantly disappeared in place and ruthlessly slapped a claw towards Qianyu. Thousand Feathers' eyes condensed and he did his best to mobilize all the soul power in his body, condensing it into a blue light shield around his body. Blue and golden rays collided in the air, erupting into a deafening roar. The light shield was instantly torn apart, and the remaining momentum of the golden claw-ons did not diminish, charging straight at Qianyu. Pust! Thousand Feathers violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and his body retreated back and forth under the tremendous impact, his face as pale as paper. The sharp dragon's claws viciously cut several bloody marks on his body, deep enough to see the bones and dripping with blood. Tian Meng, you stinker lied about the military. Where's the life-reflecting shield that said it could block anything? Only when Shifuyu saw the condition of the Heavenly Dream in the Sea of Consciousness he froze, because Heavenly Dream's body had become charred black and its shell cracked open, revealing the crystal clear, smoking hot flesh inside. It was obviously already in a state of serious injury. It's not brother's fault. I simply can't withstand that extreme flame of hers. Ahem. And I said bounce all physical and mental attacks. I didn't say elemental attacks can be blocked too. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm rolled around in pain, but then, as if remembering something, tearfully wailed. Hey, the shield of life reflection is taking on my life force. Don't you use it again for a while. One more time and my brother will die. When Shifuyu saw his miserable appearance, he was unable to say anything more. Humph. Human, don't take my favoritism towards you as a capital for your capriciousness. I'll give you one last chance. Hurry up and kneel down and submit to me. Otherwise today is the day you die. The voice of the three-eyed golden guy beast was cold and cold. Carrying an unquestionable majesty, she slowly stepped in, exuding a domineering aura as if she were an emperor. The red firm pupil between his eyebrows slowly opened, and a strong sense of oppression hit him. Her heart burned with anger. That black mist had actually hurt her just now. It was only minor, but it was intolerable blasphemy. Little feather, count on my brother to beg you. Hurry up and surrender. Oops, brother Long, don't bite. If you bite again I'll die. The wail of the heavenly dream ice silkworm resounded once again. Ahem, Tian Meng brother, borrow your soul power for a while. The kind that has to be borrowed but not returned. Shifuyu covered his wound and pleaded laboriously, while allowing the little golden dragon to return to the depths of his bloodline. The sky dream ice silkworm asked somewhat hesitantly, "What are you doing?" Shifuyu replied, "Did you forget that I have spatial abilities? It's just that I don't have the soul power to mobilize it now." The heavenly dream ice silkworm said anxiously, "But this will cause a great load on your body, and will even exhaust your life force." Shifuyu, "It's fine. Just give it to me. I'm tough as nails. I can hold out." "Okay. Then I'll unseal a seal for you and you catch it." As Tian Meng's words fell, a terrifying soul force instantly acted like a river breaking its banks, instantly filling thousand feathers sea of consciousness. Shifuyu only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, almost fainting. His body was almost exploded by this majestic soul power. The blood on his body was even gushing out like a spring. Shifuyu held back the pain in his body. A white gold soul ring appeared behind him. Silver white light was converging in his hands. The entire piece of earth began to shake violently, and countless cracks spread out as if from a spider's web. The trees, boulders, and soil all seemed to be cut apart by an invisible force. The space around them began to become distorted, and clicking sounds began to echo continuously. "Hey, what are you doing? That's an Imperial Roy beast. Have you lost your mind? How dare you try to kill her?" The heavenly dream ice silkworm looked at the cold killing intent in Qian Yu's eyes wide with fear. In his opinion, striking out at the Emperor's Rui beast was unforgivable, and there could never be any other choice but to run away. "I'm not a soul beast, so why should I follow your rules?" Shifuyu's eyes were filled with viciousness. "If a tiger doesn't make a move, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Rabbits bite when they're anxious. I can't beat Bibi Dong, I can't beat Gu Yuna, and I can't beat you little Gaby?" In his opinion, what kind of bull three-eyed golden Gaby? What kind of imperial beast? Apart from some dragon bloodline, what difference is there between it and an ordinary soul beast? "Ha! I'll show you what is rampant today." Space Strand. Just as Shifuyu was planning to unleash a killing move, Skydream hurriedly withdrew all of her power. Shifuyu's soul power was violently interrupted, and his body suffered a violent backlash as he staggered and fell to the ground. "Hug. Sorry, I really can't take a shot at the three-eyed golden beast. It's an impermissible taboo, a rule etched into the soul of every soul beast at birth." The heavenly dream ice silkworm's voice carried a hint of guilt. In his opinion, Shifuyu, this was simply madness. Why would you do that when you can obviously admit your faults properly? Get down on your knees and beg for forgiveness, and reap the favor of a little princess? Shifuyu feels like he's going to die of social. I shouted out the name of my skill, and you interrupted me? It literally hurt more than a punch in the face on the spot. Cough. Shifuyu struggled to get up from the ground, glanced at the three-eyed golden guy beast, and then lay helplessly on the ground, waiting for the verdict of fate. "Human, did you really think I wouldn't kill you?" The three-eyed golden guy beast was completely serious after sensing the deadly threat. A radiant golden ball of light slowly began to converge in her mouth, and the aura around her body became even more furious. The terrifying pressure drew the soul beasts in the surrounding kilometers to prostrate themselves and tremble. Chapter 31, Bibi Dong dominates and protects his pups. Oh, is that so? Even if this little is the son of sin, but then again there is Bibi Dong's blood in his body. If you dare to touch a hair on his head, I'm afraid that all of your thousands of years of cultivation will be reduced to nothing. A cold and majestic voice suddenly resounded in this space. A terrifying divine pressure instantly swept over the area. Even the air was frozen for it. The three-eyed golden guy beast's figure lurched, slowly raising its head and looking in the direction from which the voice came, only to see a woman dressed in gorgeous papal robes and wearing a purple and gold crown slowly step into this battlefield. She possessed a stunningly beautiful face, with red and small lips and a faint smile at the corners of her mouth, giving people a gentle and charming feeling. Long lavender hair poured down like a waterfall. The body was concave and convex. The breasts were full and firm, the waist was slim, and the hips were rounded, as if it was the most perfect masterpiece in heaven and earth. Obviously looks as gentle as a neighborhood girl, but Shifuyu's heart was filled with trepidation. I'm afraid this isn't the calm before the storm, is it? It's you! The pupils of the three-eyed golden guy beast shrunk violently, and his body couldn't restrain the trembling, because there were more than 10 million soul beasts that had died at the hands of this woman. She was just like an executioner madly slaughtering soul beasts, making all of them scared. Mom! Shifuyu's voice was a little dry. He felt like he was going to play with his balls. He had just gone out for a few days and was caught by the villainous boss before he even practiced. He tried to squeeze out a smile, but it was worse than crying. I just came out for a few days. didn't want to do anything bad. My good son, I've searched so hard for you, but what is this attitude of yours? Are you not glad to see me? Alas, it's really not cute at all. It's all starting to make me think about whether or not you have a need to exist. Bibi Dong's voice was soft, but it was as cold as ice. She slowly walked towards Qian, and her jade hand directly pinched Qian neck, lifting him straight up. At the sight of Qian fearful eyes, he only felt the pain in his heart grow stronger, but on the surface, he remained as cold as frost. It was only 2 years old, and the once innocent smile was gone, replaced by a deep wariness and fear of the world. Bibi Dong's heart pumped hard and her eyes reddened slightly, but she quickly collected her emotions, unwilling to let anyone get a glimpse of her vulnerability. But the hand still unconsciously loosened, holding him merely in his arms, and softly said, "Go back with me, be obedient from now on, and don't run around anymore, or I'll really get angry, and don't call me mom, you don't deserve it yet." When Shifuyu heard this, she raised her head doubtfully to look at Bibi Dong, and then revealed a smile, wiping the tear drops from the corners of her eyes as she had done in the beginning, and nodded her head obediently, saying softly, "Okay, I won't run around, and I'll be a good boy." The fear in the heart of the three-eyed golden guybeast grew stronger, even though Bibi Dong hadn't given her a proper look from start to finish, but the icy killing intent had made her body almost immobile. There's no doubt he's been locked in. Any move would be met with devastation. But how could he be willing to let her watch Bibi Dong snatch Shifuyu away? The three-eyed golden guybeast said in a cold voice, "Human, give it back to me, this little guy is my prey. Otherwise, I'll make it so that you can't walk out of this star-do great forest." "Oh, prey?" Bibi Dong gasped and laughed, looking down at Shifuyu. The little guy looked a little dirty. His body was penetrated by several deep visible blood wounds, and blood stained his lapel. The flame of life was even weaker, as if it could be extinguished at any time. Even the true dragon bloodline was eroded and swallowed by some powerful force, appearing mottled and fragile. A throbbing pain shot through Bibi Dong's heart, as unbearable as a blunt knife cutting into his flesh. How dare she, that woman, how dare she spoil so much the cubs that she herself could not even devour? But on her face, she still sneered with a cold smile. "This is the treatment you get for betraying me? Ha! You little are really getting better and better," Bibi Dong said, no longer able to restrain the anger in his heart. The eyes became red, and bloodthirsty killing intent gushed out like substance. The aura around her instantly skyrocketed, and the air seemed to ignite with a crackling sound. The Rakshasa demon scythe emerged violently from the center of her hand, and a dark purple light flowed from it, carrying a palpitating aura of death. "A mere unformed soul beast dares to talk about capturing my son? If you hurt him in the slightest, I'm going to get it back 1,000 times over on you." Bibi Dong angrily swung a Rakshasa blade out violently, slicing through the air and aiming straight for the head of the three-eyed golden guybeast. The pupils of the three-eyed golden guybeast suddenly shrunk, feeling a deadly sense of crisis. However, with the power of fate, she temporarily carried the pressure and took several steps back in time. However, he was also blown away by the aftermath and suffered a serious injury. Squeak! The three-eyed golden beast let out a mournful wail. The heavenly dream ice silkworm dully said, "This woman is crazy. How dare she make a move against the Emperor Roe beast? Holy, it's only been less than a month. Where did she get the artifact? Kryptonite." Qian felt the Rakshasa divine power surging above the Rakshasa demon scythe and secretly speculated in his heart. But the face was even more well-behaved. He happily hugged Bibi Dong's neck and pressed his face up to rub it gently, saying in a soft voice, "Mom, you're so strong. I'm going to become so strong and protect you in the future." Bibi Dong pursed her red lips as a warmth flooded her heart. Feeling the warm touch at his neck and the little one's adoration, an unprecedented excitement and pleasure rose in his heart. But the face is still coldly hummed. Oily mouth. "Afraid not you, this little heart, thinking how to get me dead, and not allowed to call me mom. Ha! To stay alive. You even called out your mom. Brother despises you." The heavenly dream ice silkworm had a face of disgust, and his body was so cloying that he had goosebumps. "Shifuyu, I should have deep-fried the stink bug in the first place, the crunchy kind." Shifuyu's small face was slightly parched and red, but for the sake of her little life, he could only harden his head and continue to pout in that soft voice. "Mom, I know I'm wrong. I'll be good and obedient from now on, and I'll never run around again. Will you forgive me?" As he said that, he also gently tugged on Bibi Dong's sleeve with his little hand, his eyes full of innocence and pleading. At the same time, he imprinted his lips on Bibi Dong's cheek, leaving a light hickey. "You." Bibi Dong froze slightly, his cheeks instantly tinted with a scarlet red. The murderous aura in his eyes instantly disappeared, and his eyes all became clear and gentle. It felt like my heart was melting as I looked at the little cutie in my arms. I can't wait to hold all the beauty of the world in front of him. Chapter 32 Guyuna's Arrival. Request for catch-up reading. Humph, at a young age, you are a little demon that wreaks havoc on the people. Nowadays, only this seat can rule you. Going back and starving for 2 days is considered a punishment for you. After saying that, the corner of Bibi Dong's mouth hooked into a doting smile, and a few moments of tenderness were revealed in those icy eyes. At those words, Shifuyu breathed a sigh of relief. At least a severe beating was escaped. Roar! Suddenly violent booms came out of the forest. The monstrous pressure caused the entire Stardust Great Forest to tremble. Only a huge beast was seen galloping out from the forest. Its shape was like that of a lion, with 3 heads, each of which was over 1 m in diameter, and a reddish-golden glow emanated from his entire body. The Red King roared lowly, "Human, do you know who he is? You dare to touch it? Are you going to be completely immortal with us soul beasts? Humph, immortality, you guys deserve it?" Bibi Dong sneered, and the Rakshasa demon's scythe flicked. A pitch-black scythe phantom cut through the air, carrying a heaven-destroying aura as it pushed straight towards the Red King. The Red King's figure spread out and transformed into a red-golden lightning bolt, barely avoiding the fatal blow. However, the aftershock still shook it to the point that the blood and chi around its body was churning. With just one move he already knew that he couldn't possibly be a match for this human. He let out a low growl, and the terrifying sound wave shook the surrounding trees to pieces. The yell was the equivalent of shouting in the common language of soul beasts. "The Rue beast is here. Come and protect it. Red King, hurry up and kill that damn woman. I'm taking that little guy back for my dinner." The three-eyed golden guy beast looked coldly at Qianyu. Her voice was actually a clear and pleasant female voice, sounding pleasant but with a chill that could not be ignored. Her golden eyes glittered with greed. She had a premonition that as soon as she devoured Shifuyu, the golden dragon bloodline in his body would be able to completely awaken, and he could even directly transform into a dragon and become a god. This temptation, for her, was almost irresistible. When dinner? The Red King froze slightly, then smiled bitterly and said, "Little Gaby, that kid can't be eaten. The Red King didn't know how to portray Shifuyu's identity even after half a day's thought. After all, who is this kid? He doesn't know." But looking at Tian's attitude, it was clear that the kid was from a great source. "Whoever he is, as long as he can enhance my strength, I won't let go." The three-eyed golden guy beast roared angrily, golden blood spilling out from the corner of its mouth. Obviously it had suffered an incalculable amount of injuries earlier. "Dinner?" Bibi Dong's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, his voice as cold as ice piercing the bones. "Humph, it seems that your little bloodline has a really big charm for soul beasts. Your bloodline should have been partially devoured by this woman, right? It's really pitiful and pathetic. And now this from nowhere even wants to come and get a piece of the action." Bibi Dong looked at Shifuyu's badly wounded and unhealed wounds, and an unnamable anger and heartache welled up in his heart. Once, even when he was beaten half to death by himself, he had never seen a man who would bleed so profusely. Obviously the bloodline origin had gone terribly wrong, even moving the foundation. Shifuyu looked up at her accusingly and kept his mouth shut, because there was no choice. If he didn't take the initiative to contribute his bloodline at that time, Gu Yuna then had to devour him to preserve the peace between herself and this great forest of stardust. As for sleeping for tens of thousands of years, that's just the same stuff that fools kids. If you really want to sleep for a few tens of thousands of years, the god realm will fight over, and the soul beasts will surely face extinction. Bibi Dong's fingers trembled slightly with anger as he looked at his pathetic little form. She coldly scanned the Red King and the three-eyed golden guy beast, her pupils once again turning red, and her bloodthirsty killing intent filled the air like substance. He didn't dare to imagine what fate Little Feather would have faced if she hadn't arrived in time today. "You all deserve to die." Soul-devouring Spider Emperor's first soul technique, Half Moon. 6 spider spears appeared behind Bibi Dong, which emitted a violent dark green light. Finally, it converged into a half-moon-shaped blade of light, all of which shot toward the Red King and the three-eyed golden Gaby. The Red King's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly picked up and gripped the three-eyed golden guy beast, and his body retreated violently. "Humph, escape? Can you escape?" Bibi Dong coldly grunted, and with a thought, the crescent-shaped light blade instantly reversed its direction and pursued. "Not good. This woman is really planning to kill the Emperor Rue beast. Little Feather, hurry up and stop him. If the three-eyed golden guy beast dies, the entire Star Double Great Forest will go crazy, and by that time, the two of us might have to be buried with him." The voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm rang anxiously in Qianyu's mind. Shifuyu sniffed and hesitated for a moment, but reached out and patted Bibi Dong's pretty face, interrupting her spell casting. Bibi Dong's attacks all landed in the air when he interfered with this. She lowered her head and snapped, "What are you little doing? Believe it or not, I will directly pinch you." Before Bibi Dong could finish his words, he was shaken by those clear blue eyes. The chiding in his mouth had also unconsciously stopped, but his eyes were still filled with dissatisfaction. You want me to spare them? Bibi Dong asked in a cold voice. Chihiro cautiously inquired. Mom, isn't it okay? Don't call me Mom. You don't deserve it. Bibi Dong immediately retorted. But his gaze was still dead set on Shifuyu. Do you think I would be afraid of the retaliation of these soul beasts? I'm Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Palace of Martial Souls. Would I fear any threat? Bibi Dong growled angrily. However, the body was already firmly locked by an extremely terrifying aura. After so many days of the Great War, of course Bibi Dong knew exactly what this aura represented, but she didn't want to let go. She wasn't willing to, and she didn't want to experience the pain of losing Feather again. Bibidon, put Feather down and then you can off. Gu Yuna's figure slowly emerged. Her voice filled with ethereality and majesty, her eyes cold as ice. She was dressed in a long silver dress, the hem of which swayed gently, surrounded by a faint silver glow, like the moonlight condensing, which made people not dare to look directly at her. Mom, put me down. Feather doesn't hurt. It's healed. It's okay. Shifuyu sensed that something wasn't quite right with Bibi Dong. She wasn't thinking of pinching herself, was she? He hastily soothed in a soft voice, a big smile on his face. Shut up. You think I'm going to worry about your ass? Bibidon's body trembled. Her eyes reddened, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, but she held them back hard. She almost didn't dare to look at Shifuyu for fear that the defense in her heart would completely collapse because of it. She knew very well that since Gu Yuna had come, it would be impossible for her to take Qianyu away, but she was also glad that she hadn't come. The consequences would have been unimaginable. If little Feather dies, this world no longer has a point to exist. Chapter 33 Bibidon's Resentment. Silver Dragon King, do you really think I would be afraid of you? Bibidon's voice had a hint of a quiver in it, but it was still strong. Shifuyu very understanding for her to wipe the tears, but her tears are more and more wipe more and more. Can only helplessly comfort said. It's okay Mom, Feather is having a great time here. Everyone is being extra nice to me. Oh, is that so? If Nana-chan was so good to you, why did you leave again? Do you realize that makes me very angry? Gu Yuna cocked her head, her silver white hair so dazzling in the sunlight. Her eyes were dark and uncertain, and the anger in her heart almost spilled out. She couldn't believe that Qianyu, whom she regarded as a precious treasure, would choose to leave the Star Do Great Forest, back to the mother who had tried to hurt him, who might even still loathe him in her heart. Gu Yuna's intimidating pressure could barely be restrained from being released indiscriminately. Shifuyu took the brunt of the impact and was the first to be hit. He was already severely injured, and now without the protection of his soul power. In an instant, his internal organs were like being crushed by a huge stone, and the sharp pain made his face pale like paper in an instant. Bibi Dong reacted instantly and hurriedly shielded him tightly in his arms. A strong soul force fluctuation instantly erupted around her, going toe-to-toe with Gu Yuna's pressure. Pust! Thousand Feathers violently spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his injuries became even more severe at this moment. Blood gurgled like a stream, staining Bibidon's lapel. Bibi Dong instantly panicked and hastily took out various precious herbs from his storage soul guide. Hey, don't die you little. If you dare to die I'll break your bones. Do you hear me? Bibidon's voice was tinged with sobs as his hands were busy treating Shifuyu's wounds. Looking at the blood-stained body, she didn't know where to start for a moment, and could only haphazardly sprinkle medicinal powder on the wound. What the hell am I doing? This is the child of that beast Chihirazaki. Wouldn't he be better off dead? But why does my heart hurt so much? As if a million pins were sticking in it? Gu Yuna instantly appeared in front of Bibi Dong, slapping her tens of meters away as she stared at her coldly. Get out! Don't come back and get the hell out of here as far as you can. The next time I see you, I'll never show any mercy. Gu Yuna's voice was cold. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Lord! It must not be. This woman has injured the Rue beast. We must not let her leave so easily. The Red King's voice suddenly rang out as his figure flashed, blocking Bibidong's way. His gaze filled with anger. Red King, get out of the way. You should pray that nothing will happen to little Feather, or else neither you nor that so-called Rue beast will have to live. Gu Yuna coldly swept a glance at the Red King and the three-eyed golden guy beast before turning to leave. The Emperor Rue beast possessed the terrifying power of fate, and as long as he didn't want to die, there was hardly any creature that could actually kill him. But as long as Gu Yuna really wanted to do it, she definitely had the ability to make the three-eyed golden guy beast experience a life worse than death. While Di Tian was silent at the side, he instead gently picked up the shivering three-eyed golden guy beast at the side and slowly followed behind Gu Yuna. Ha ha ha! Gu Yuna, if you don't kill me today, you will definitely regret it. After Bibi Dong was sent flying, he barely managed to stabilize his stance, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, but he smiled in an unusually hideous manner. His eyes were crimson as he stared dead at Gu Yuna. the resentment in his heart twisting like a poisonous snake that he couldn't break free from. Shifuyu, my child, you will eventually realize that in this world, I am the only one who is your ultimate home. No matter how much they try to stop me, I'm going to take you away, back to where you belong. Originally, with her character she would definitely not lose her temper so much, but would choose to hold back. But now the extreme anger had made him not care about that much. She clenched her hands into fists, her nails embedded deep into her palms, blood dripping down her fingers. At this moment her resentment towards Gu Yuna had already surpassed that of Chihuahua. Beyond all those who had given her pain, there was only one thing on her mind, and that was to get her son back, at all costs. Lord, should we just kill him while we're at it? Di Tian's morose voice rang in Gu Yuna's ears, his eyes revealing a deep scorn and killing intent towards Bibi Dong. No need. Let her just live. Perhaps it is more painful than death. Gu Yuna's voice was low and cold, as if it was a cold wind from the abyss, without the slightest emotion. When Bibi Dong heard Gu Yuna's words, tears completely unable to hold back the tears that broke down and gushed out, she clenched her lips to keep from making any sound, but her body was trembling like a sieve. Shifuyu poked her head out on Guzuna's shoulder and gave Bibi Dong a curious look, before her eyes finally landed on the side of Guzuna's face, muttering in her heart, is it true that there's still a generation of versions? Version 1. 0 villains can't up version 3. 0 villains after all. Humph. What are you looking at? Go back and I'll clean you up. Gu Yuna hooked up the corner of her mouth without any trace. A woman's jealousy would make Bibidon's life worse than death. And feather, just me is enough. Nana-chan, I'm hungry. Shifuyu took Guzuna's neck and buried her head in the crook of her neck, rubbing it in an attempt to budge. You still want to eat? Go ahead and starve. Now you're eating my food, drinking my food, and trying to escape. Do you really think I won't beat you up? Gu Yuna's heart was filled with suffocation, full of anger churning inside but not being able to vent it out, and Shifuyu had already fainted from bleeding to death. From start to finish the stupid kid didn't say a word. Even with all the pain he was in he just bit his lip tightly to keep from making a single sound. She looked at Qian Yu's pale little face, and the anger in her heart was gradually replaced by heartache. That's just it. I'll clean you up when you wake up. The two beasts, Gu Yuna and Di Tian, brought Qian Yu and the three-eyed golden guy beast back to the Lake of Life, handing them over to Bai Ji for treatment. Di Tian, on the other hand, came to Gu Yuna's side, wanting to speak. Speak, Empyrean. What do you want from me? Gu Yuna squatted on the shore of the Lake of Life, gently ruffling the water, and a circle of delicate ripples appeared on the surface of the water. Di Tian spoke in a deep voice, Lord, you should know that that kid is the inheritor of the god of destruction. No matter what, he shouldn't continue to stay in the Star-Do Great Forest. The best solution for him was actually to kill Shifuyu for good. Otherwise, when this child grows up, not to mention the possibility of becoming the god of destruction first, just for his current talent alone, he was bound to be a major threat to the soul beast realm in the future as well. But Gu Yuna's favoritism towards Shifuyu prevented him from saying this directly. Chapter 34, Why don't I become a good god king and become a rebel with you? In the meantime, inside Shifuyu's sea of consciousness, brother has said, stay in the Star-Do Great Forest and eat fragrant food and drink spicy food. Why do you want to run outside? The heavenly dream ice silkworm lay comfortably in the sea of consciousness, feeling the healing glow slowly penetrate his body. He squinted his eyes slightly in comfort. With the Lord's favoritism towards you right now, it's not unlikely that in the future, you brat will even be a divine realm supreme. Such a glorious future. You can't even want to run out. You really don't know what you're in for. Shifuyu rubbed those silver white stripes on the little golden dragon with some heartache. It meant that his bloodline was being continuously eroded and polluted by Gu Yuna's power. Hearing the words of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, Qian Yu said with some disbelief, but what if I say that the probability of the soul beasts succeeding in their counterattack on the divine realm is 0? What? Don't talk nonsense, you brat. The Lord is so strong that even the angelic gods were almost beheaded by her. Counterattacking the divine realm is just a matter of time. The heavenly dream ice silkworm was immediately displeased upon hearing this. It waved its chubby chrysalis in an attempt to refute Shifuyu's negative remarks. Thousand Feathers didn't choose to speak the 5 great god kings out, but instead said in a deep voice, I'm a human, not a soul beast, and our positions are inherently opposed. If one day you soul beasts want to counterattack the god realm, I will stop it. Because a group of soul beasts that treat human life like grass ascended to the top, then humanity will at best face brutal and barbaric domination, and at worst fall into captivity as a blood meal. I shudder to think how dark and desperate the world would be if it turned that way. Shifuyu sighed. Shifuyu, is not a good person though, but even a double-standard monster like Tang-san has a great justice. How can he be a human traitor then? Not to mention the fact that Gu Yuna's recovery was inextricably linked to himself. You are slandering. We soul beasts are much kinder than you humans. You humans are the race that treats us soul beasts as soul rings and food. In terms of cruelty, you humans are second to none. The heavenly dream ice silkworm's voice carried a few hints of indignation and dissatisfaction. Okay, so tell me the most realistic example. I am the inheritor of the god of destruction. With my natural talent in less than 30 years, I can become the god of destruction. I don't want to be a good god king to be a rebel with you guys. Are you out of your mind? After Shifuyu finished speaking, he lowered his head and continued rubbing the silver stripes on the little golden dragon. The silver stripes were like the shackles of fate, binding him so tightly that he could barely breathe. But the Lord has treated you so well, can you really bear it? The voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm trembled a little. He hadn't expected Shifuyu to be so realistic and not care about feelings at all. When the soul beasts go to war with the divine realm, that's when I'll die, and the one who kills me happens to be the one you call Lord. If he wants to achieve the position of God King, the best way is to devour me. She will not hesitate before the greater good of the pack. Shifuyu's voice carried a hint of bitterness. When you hang out with Bibi Dong, you get beat up all day long, but at least you're still alive. One might even be able to become a god king later on and directly turn over and trample her underfoot. But hanging out with Kazuna is a pet that provides emotional value in peacetime, and a stepping stone to the top once war breaks out. Moreover, if one defected to the enemy, one might not be able to say that the next second. One would have to be soul silenced by the destruction god king for eternity. It's all just your guess. Don't be so pessimistic. Skydream Iceworm tried to lighten the atmosphere with a relaxed tone. Shifuyu skimmed him and didn't say another word. In fact, most of his words were addressed to the god of destruction who was watching from behind the scenes. In a situation where one's own little life is in control, a position that is not firm is simply looking for death. And in the depths of the sea of consciousness a pair of vertical pupils closed their eyes in pain. Gu Yuna felt her heart being gripped hard by invisible hands. She hadn't thought about how much she favored and cared for Shifuyu. In the other's mind it becomes a shackle for future life and death decisions. That pain and favor were now like sharp blades, cutting into her heart every bit of the way. Am I really wrong? Gu Yuna murmured, tears slipping down involuntarily, dripping onto the lake shore, stirring up ripples after ripples. It wasn't that she didn't understand the big picture. She just didn't want to think about it. She just didn't dare. If even Tion could figure out something, how could she not see through it after inheriting the dragon god's wise godhead? It's just that the word love is the most difficult to understand. Divine realm. Inside a shrine. The god of destruction nodded with great satisfaction as he looked at the illusory scene before him. Green. I told you I couldn't be wrong. Look how good-hearted this child is. To be so aware at 2 years old in the face of racial right and wrong. It seems that the expansion plan of the divine realm can be put on the agenda. I'm relieved to leave this divine realm in his hands. The god of destruction's heart was filled with relief. What a nice kid. Luckily, he thought that this child had grown crooked. How the charm attribute point was so strong. It turned out that the heart was so cold and unfeeling that it was simply a natural fit for his own destruction god position. No, Violet. I don't agree. I absolutely disagree with you passing the godhood to this child. There is no love in this child's heart. Only cold calculation and weighing. If we let him rule the god realm, it will be a disaster for countless realms. The goddess of life retorted firmly. This kid has such a deep heart at such a young age. Inevitably, he will become an evil dark deity in the future. I had a hard time pulling Violet's heart back some from the destruction. There must not be another extreme god of destruction in the divine realm. The god of destruction instantly narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, the god of destruction doesn't need to have love. This child is the best inheritor of the god of destruction throne. Currently all the gods and goddesses in the Douluo god realm are bound by their emotions. Even me. We need a ruthless adjudicator to open up the world for the gods. Violet, don't ever get into my bed again if you can. The goddess of life's voice suddenly raised, and a blush appeared on her cheeks, clearly infuriated. The god of destruction was momentarily speechless, and finally could only helplessly change the topic and said, forget it, let's not talk about it. After the meeting tomorrow, I'll go down to the realm and execute that silver dragon, saving her from becoming a scourge in the future. The goddess of life's face suddenly changed when she heard this, and she clenched her lower lip as she stared angrily at the god of destruction. Violet, how did you get like this? What is wrong with the silver dragon king? All of this is the legacy of the dragon god, and she herself is a victim. So how can you just be so cruel as to decide whether she lives or dies? As gods, we should be compassionate and guide her to goodness, not easily take away her life. Chapter 35 Gu Yuna is jealous, requesting for catch-up reading. Request for recommendation tickets. The Silver Dragon King is a threat to the divine realm and must be eradicated. Life. Have you forgotten how the Golden Dragon King once stirred up a bloody storm in the divine realm? How much did it cost our divine council to seal him? The god of destruction laughed coldly, a flash of viciousness in his eyes. She is different. She was transformed by the dragon god's good thoughts. We should give her a chance to reform. Is it hard to believe that this huge divine realm can't tolerate a shred of life from other races? The goddess of life's eyes were slightly red, and there was a few chokes in her voice. Humph. If it's not my kind, its heart will be different. How do you know she won't follow in the Golden Dragon King's footsteps and jeopardize the divine realm again? Life. Your kindness means nothing and will only be a weakness to us, the god of destruction said coldly. I don't care. I'm going to go to evil in life and get them to vote against me. Violet. Your evil plan will never succeed. Seeing that she couldn't say no, the goddess of life directly flickered and turned into a green light, instantly disappearing into the divine hall. The god of destruction looked at the departing back of the goddess of life for a long time in silence, and in the end, he could only sigh resignedly. Outside, Bridget quickly cured the three-eyed golden guybeast and Shifuyu. The three-eyed golden guybeast was relieved when he woke up and realized that Guyuna was only crying and not looking for trouble. She quietly slipped over to Shifuyu's side and stared at him with wide eyes, and finally couldn't help but stick out her tongue and lick Shifuyu's cheek. And the other side, Bridget took out a bar handkerchief and came to Guyuna's side, gently wiping away the tear tracks on her cheeks. Guyuna opened her eyes and looked at Bai Ji, those eyes filled with helplessness and confusion. Alright, Lord. You're our soul beast co-lord. You can't shed tears so easily. Did that bastard Dtion piss you off again? I'll go and settle the score with him right now, Bridget said indignantly and turned around to leave, but she was gently pulled back by Guyuna. No, Bridget. It's not about T10. Guyuna's voice was hoarse and low. It's me wondering if I'm really wrong. I tried to give Little Feather a carefree upbringing, but I didn't realize that this love, in fact, became his burden and shackle. As soon as Shifuyu opened her eyes she felt her on was wet with a warmth. He looked up and was met with the curious golden eyes of the three-eyed golden guybeast and the beads of water remaining on the tip of its tongue. Look at her furry, round, adorable form. Shifuyu's heart was touched, and he still couldn't resist taking her into his arms and rubbing her for a while. The three-eyed golden guybeast didn't resist, just squinted his eyes comfortably, then rubbed harder into his arms. Hey, human, from now on it's my private property. Only I can bully you. No one else. The three-eyed golden guybeast suddenly opened his mouth, his voice carrying a bit of dominance and childishness, as if he was declaring his sovereignty. Guyuna walked in outside and saw this scene with a black face. Directly lifting the three-eyed golden guybeast out of Chiyu's arms, he put it aside. You little bastard. Stay away from my cub. Believe it or not, I'll whip your dragon's tendon. The three-eyed golden guybeast was shocked and shrank its neck in aggravation, sneaking glances at Qianyu. Sister Guyuna, how can you hide such a fun human cub? Let him play with me. The three-eyed golden guybeast blinked its big watery eyes, trying to soften Guyuna's heart by being cute. Guyuna said with a bad expression on her face, Humph, do you know that Xiaoyu was almost killed for you? Do you still want to play? Give me a good introspection first. The three-eyed golden guybeast had no choice but to resentfully retreat to the side, but those golden eyes still sneaked glances at Qianyu from time to time, full of unwillingness. Shifuyu's heart was a little apprehensive upon seeing Guzuna. Just based on what he said in the Sea of Consciousness, it would be like for Guyuna to kill herself outright. He wasn't sure if Guyuna was eavesdropping or not. After all, the bottom line for Guzuna was that there was no bottom line at all, and that was especially true when it came to matters concerning him. I can't stop until I'm watching him 24 hours a day, every hour of every day. Guyuna looked at Qianyu's eyes that were as apprehensive as those of a small rabbit, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She slowly walked over to Shifuyu and crouched down, locking eyes with him. Nana-chan, how? What's wrong? Shifuyu avoided Guyuna's gaze somewhat sheepishly, her voice trembling slightly. Guyuna looked at him for a moment, but still didn't have the heart to blame him. Just sighing softly, he reached out and took him into his arms, cupping his soft little cheeks before pulling out a lunchbox. Hurry up and dine. I made this myself, and I'll beat you up if you don't finish it. Shifuyu opened the lunchbox and couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching. Seeing the bloody soul beast entrails inside, he only felt his stomach flip. He wondered how in the world these dragons could eat such heavy food. Wow, that looks so delicious. The brain pith of a light soul beast, the heart of a fire soul beast, and the essence of blue silver grass. The three-eyed golden guybeast jumped directly into Shifuyu's arms, looking at the lunchbox in his hands and unconsciously drooling. But the attention was more on the comfort of Shifuyu's soft and tender skin that he felt. Of course it would be better without those pesky hairs. Thinking of this, the three-eyed golden guybeast couldn't help but look up at Guyuna, just in time to see the blush on her face. So this is what makes Sister Guzuna happy? A hint of cunning flashed in the eyes of the three-eyed golden guybeast, which seemed to have found a new pleasure. Shifuyu unconsciously smoothed the fur of the little beast in his arms. I have to say that the three-eyed golden Gaibeast deserves to be the world's favorite. The affinity that emanated from his body all the time made Shifuyu somewhat unable to resist wanting to get close. Hurry up and eat. Don't dawdle. And you colorful brat, get lost. There's no place for you here. Or I'll stew you. Gu Yuna felt very uncomfortable in her heart as she watched Shifuyu and the Rue Beast's closeness. What the hell is wrong with these two little guys? A few hours ago they were enemies in life and death. How did they become so close in the blink of an eye? Gu Yuna's brows frowned slightly as jealousy crept up in her heart. Her mental energy traveled around Shifuyu's body and soon found the source of the abnormality. It turned out to be that the silver dragon bloodline she had left in Qianyu's body resonated subtly with the golden dragon bloodline of the three-eyed golden Gaibeast. Due to the rarity of dragons, males and females are unconsciously attracted and close to each other when they are in close proximity. This effect is especially pronounced for young dragons that have not yet matured. Gu Yuna's face darkened. So the culprit was actually herself. So if you were a male, wouldn't you like this stinky Gaibeast yourself? Ha! It feels so disgusting. Chapter 36, the three-eyed golden Gaby transforms into a human being, requesting recommendation tickets. It's okay, Nana-san. Just as well I can't eat it all by myself. Qianyu chucked up a piece of brain marrow and stuffed it directly into the mouth of the three-eyed golden Gaibeast, and the little guy chewed on it excitedly. Now I have one more reason to run away. Is this stuff edible for humans? Feather. No picking at your food or feeding the cat. That little bastard is no good. You stay away from her. She's an evil soul beast that treats human life like grass. Gu Yuna said to Shifuyu with a serious face. The corner of Shifuyu's mouth twitched. I knew the stupid dragon must be listening, but looking at her it shouldn't be too much of a problem. As for the good or bad of the three-eyed golden beast, he didn't care. It's a good friend to be able to help yourself out with these difficult foods. The three-eyed golden Gaibeast protested. I'm not a bad soul beast. Sister Gu Yuna, you are being prejudiced. I'm a very good boy. I never bite people indiscriminately. Those golden eyes sparkled with innocence. The meal ended up being deliberately guided by Shifuyu. Most of this food went into the three-eyed golden beast, and he only took a few token bites. Sister Gu Yuna, what do you think of me? Why don't I become your daughter-in-law? I'll definitely take good care of little you. The three-eyed golden Gaibeast suddenly said with a serious face. The expression was as if he was saying something extremely serious. Those eyes stared straight at Shifuyu, almost trapping the entire beast. Shifuyu was so startled that even her chopsticks almost fell on the floor. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the three-eyed golden beast. I want to make a pet out of you. And you want to me? No way. Don't even think about it. Dead yellow hair. Put away your nasty thoughts or I'll break your legs. Gu Yuna's face instantly turned ironic, as if it could drip water. As soon as she ripped the three-eyed golden Gaibeast out of Shifuyu's arms, she glared at it fiercely. Humph. Old woman. Do you still want an old cow to eat young grass? It's time to give us young soul beasts a chance too. The three-eyed golden Gaibeast bristled. Although it was shocked by Gu Yuna's aura, the stubbornness was still evident. Old woman, do you really think I don't dare to whip your dragon tendon? Gu Yuna's voice was as cold as ice, and a dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. The three-eyed golden Gaibeast raised its head defiantly and said with a defiant face, even if you can use force to suppress me, my love for you cannot be stopped by any force. Gu Yuna rebuked without mercy. Is that love for you? You're craving his body. You're cheap. Nana-chan, don't be angry. Little Gaby was probably just joking. Shifuyu gently tugged on Guzuna's sleeve in an attempt to lighten the mood. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Feather, I've had a special feeling for you since I first met you. I know you probably think I'm being childish and even a little over the top, but I really want to be with you, protect you, and take care of you. The three-eyed golden Gaibeast kept exhaling hot air from its mouth. If it weren't for the golden fur, I'm afraid her face would have been red in the face. Shifuyu froze slightly, forced a smile, and said, sorry, I still prefer humans, and I'm only 2 years old now. It's just too early to say such things. Hear that? Little Feather said she doesn't like you, so get the hell away from me from now on, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Gu Yuna threw the three-eyed golden Gaibeast away with a warning in her eyes. The three-eyed golden Gaibeast's eyes dimmed for a moment, but they quickly regained their stubbornness. It gently licked the remnants of food left at the corner of its mouth, and a hint of blazing heat flashed in its golden eyes, then violently lunged towards Shifuyu and pressed him underneath, his two front paws holding Shifuyu's shoulders tightly. A loud and clear dragon's roar resounded continuously from his body. A golden dragon circled her body, and the entire beast began to grow larger. Suddenly the entire sky turned a brilliant golden color, and a figure gradually emerged from the golden light. A young girl with long pink wavy hair of brilliant gold color appeared in the eyes of the two. She had a stunning face, a tall figure, and snow-white skin as smooth as gelatin. The most crucial thing is that she is not wearing anything. The three-eyed golden Gaibeast held Shifuyu dumbfounded in his arms. that delicate skin pressed against Shifuyu's chest. The two men's breathing instantly became rapid. How is it? Is sister's body soft? Is it white? Does it look good? The three-eyed golden guy beast smiled proudly, a strange sense of satisfaction in his heart. Clothes, ah, you dead exhibitionist. Hurry up and dress me. Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death. Gu Yuna's pupils shrunk violently, and she hurriedly ran over to blindfold Shifuyu. Shifuyu felt the soft touch coming from his body, and the perfect figure he saw just now. His heart throbbed a little. Wait a minute. Can't think anymore. It's not polite. Gu Yuna was so angry that she was trembling. She rescued Qianyu from the clutches of the three-eyed golden guy beast and said angrily, "Dead guy, are you itching for a beating?" The three-eyed golden guy beast, however, looked like he didn't care. She flirtatiously waved her hand towards Gu Yuna as if to say, "Go ahead and come." That smug little expression was infuriating and irritating, but there's an inexplicable charm that prevents one from being truly angry with her. Humph, you think I wouldn't dare? Gu Yuna snorted coldly. She wasn't going to be affected by this affinity. The King of Heaven will come today and beat this little bastard up. Seeing this, the three-eyed golden guy beast hurriedly changed into a set of golden ornate long dress. She spun around gracefully as if she were a forest nymph, her golden skirt making a gorgeous trajectory. A wry smile curled the corners of her mouth. That'll do, won't it, old woman? Don't look for an excuse to do it again. Gu Yuna took a deep breath and forced down the anger in her heart. Getting angry with this little is simply lowering your tone. She turned her head to look at Shifuyu, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes. Little feather, are you alright? Don't let this crazy girl scare you. Shifuyu smiled awkwardly. His cheeks slightly reddened, and lowered his head without saying anything, but he still couldn't stop his heart from racing. Gu Yuna felt her heart pull out of her chest all of a sudden when she saw this appearance of Qianyu. You've never even blushed in front of me. You're blushing now. Can this look as good as me? Yo, the little guy's blushing. How is it? Is sister good looking? Do you want to be sister's companion and show you every day in the future? The three-eyed golden guy beast was even more pleased to see Shifuyu's shyness. She moved closer to Shifuyu, almost to his face, and her hands tightened around him in her arms. Chapter 37, Destroying the Divine Examination. 4 years later, suddenly, a dark purple divine light flashed in Shifuyu's eyes. The restless silver dragon bloodline in his body was instantly suppressed by a powerful force. He violently pushed away the three-eyed golden beast, and clarity returned to his eyes. At the same time as this, an additional message from the Destruction God examination appeared in his mind. Destruction 1 exam, within 4 years, kill a 10,000-year-old soul beast alone, and the third soul ring must not be less than 10,000 years old. Qianyu frowned slightly. The strength of his flesh could no longer support him in absorbing the massive energy of the 10,000-year-old soul ring. If it was before, he would have been certain even if it was a 100,000-year soul ring. But now most of the bloodline essence had been absorbed by Gu Yuna. His body seemed like a lake that was about to dry up, struggling to carry more torrents of power. Feather, what's wrong with you? Gu Yuna sensed the destructive divine power in Chiyu's body and hurriedly stepped forward to hold him up, her spiritual power constantly probing in him. Shifuyu hesitated for a moment, but said truthfully, "It's nothing, it's just a divine examination that the god of destruction has sent down. And I have to complete the 9 examinations of destruction if I want to become the god of destruction." The destruction god exam? Little feather, is the content of the divine exam dangerous? If it's dangerous we won't do it. It's okay if you don't get stronger with Nana-san protecting you. Gu Yuna's voice was a little flustered as she gently stroked Shifuyu's head, her eyes filled with pain. Doesn't Nana-chan want me to become a god? Shifuyu suddenly looked up to meet her gaze, trying to read the emotions in her eyes. Of course I want you to become a god. Little feather, but I'd rather you had a good childhood. You're still too young. This world is too complicated, and the path to godhood is too treacherous. Gu Yuna's voice was a little choked as she held onto Qianyu's hand tightly, her heart filled with trepidation. If Little Feather became a god, then wouldn't they become hostile existences? She didn't dare to imagine that kind of future, much less see a crack in their relationship emotionally as a result. He would have preferred that Little Feather was just an ordinary person, with whom he would spend his whole life, living each ordinary day peacefully. Shifuyu gave her a serious look and nodded heavily. Yes, I will. Nana-chan. 4 years have passed in a flash. During these 4 years, Qianyu had put almost all of his energy into exercising his physical body. With its terrifying spiritual power, it was able to easily mobilize the qi and blood in its body to maximize the enhancement of its physical body. The control of the space element had also improved tremendously. Ability to instantly move in battle. Create space traps to teleport enemies into unknown spaces. It's worth noting that Shifuyu had reached level 30 in his 3rd year. However, Gu Yuna had always used the reason of being too young to allow him to carry out soul ring hunting. But in contrast is that Gu Yuna is not stingy when it comes to food. All kinds of rare heavenly materials were sent into Qian Yu's mouth like flowing water. The food was a bit of a hunt and a hard sell though, but it was certainly the perfect tonic for his intense workouts. Ding! The new check-in quest has been refreshed. Please arrive at the designated coordinates on the map to check in. Under a waterfall in the Lake of Life, Qian Yu closed his eyes and concentrated on his cultivation. After hearing the system's voice, he froze slightly. The system hadn't appeared for so long. He'd almost forgotten he had a system thing. Brother Tian Meng, help me probe how many years of soul rings my current flesh strength can withstand at the most? Qian Yu called out to the sky dream ice silkworm in his heart. The heavenly dream ice silkworm sniffed and used its spiritual power to faintly probe. Then said, it's almost enough to absorb around 13,000 years of soul rings, but that's already your limit. You should know that although your true dragon bloodline is powerful, most of its power has been absorbed by the Lord. Today you are more like a vessel that has been emptied and needs to be carefully filled. Not to mention that your true dragon martial soul has 2,000,000-year soul rings. If two martial souls are cultivated together, once the balance is broken, you could burst into flames at any time. Therefore, I suggest that it would be best for you to choose a martial soul for your main training, and make one strong first before gradually upgrading the other. Shifuyu sniffed and frowned. This matter was naturally known to him. After all, dual-born martial souls were almost the standard for protagonists. But if one could only cultivate one, then it would be best to choose the fallen angel martial soul. This was because a soul ring that was too weak did not have the slightest enhancement effect on the true dragon martial soul. But if he majored in the fallen angel martial soul, Gu Yuna would get angry again and think that he was falling into darkness. Shifuyu quickly changed into a white robe and arrived on the shore of the Lake of Life. His appearance instantly attracted the attention of all the beasts, especially Gu Yuna. She almost immediately came to Shifuyu at his side and gently twisted a strand of his hair. Silky hair like snow, silver and white. Gu Yuna could barely contain the joy in her heart, burying her face deep in his hair. That's what feather smells like. It smells so good. Ha ha! Little feather, when will my little feather grow up? I want to eat you so bad. Gu Yuna opened those blazing eyes. The desire in her heart was burning like a flame, but she forced it to be suppressed in the depths of her eyes. Not yet. Not yet. The boy is too young now. It's really soft though. Gu Yuna lowered her head and grabbed his small hand, her breathing gradually becoming rapid and her face filled with flushing. Teenagers are simply the jewels that God has gifted them with. The hands were long and flawless with 5 fingers. The most delicate of creations were not as delicate as this. His temperament is so cold and handsome, and his snow-white skin has a faint luster in the sunlight, as pure and flawless as the first snow. Gu Yuna's eyes gradually drifted away as she gently rubbed the back of Shifuyu's hand, a faint moan escaping her mouth. Her body was trembling even more, desperately trying to resist her urge to swallow him into her stomach. Shifuyu's body stiffened, feeling like it was a female Tyrannosaurus Rex that was hugging her. The next moment it would tear itself to pieces. He hurriedly patted Gu Yuna's back, trying to calm her overly excited emotions. Nana-chan, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong somewhere? Gu Yuna woke up with a jolt, realizing that she had lost her temper, and hurriedly let go of her hand, her cheeks blushing and her eyes flickering. No, it's nothing, it's just a little dizzy all of a sudden. She turned around in a panic, not daring to look at Shifuyu's clear-as-water eyes again for fear that her inner nastiness would be revealed. Hey, you old woman, hurry up and let go of little feather. Wang Qiuer's face was not good, pulling Gu Yuna away from Qian Yu. Those golden vertical pupils, eyes full of vigilance. Chapter 38, Wang Qiuer and the tea. Gu Yuna was startled back to her senses by this scolding and looked up at Wang Qiuer with great dissatisfaction. Why are you here again? Get the hell out of the Lake of Life. You're not welcome here. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiuer crossed her arms and retaliated without showing any weakness, saying, on what grounds? You don't run this place. The name Wang Qiuer was given to him by Shifuyu, and it kind of fits the original. After all, they were all incarnated, so they couldn't still use the soul beast's name. Moreover, Wang Qiuer herself felt that the name Three-Eye Gaibikai was too awkward, and not as friendly as Wang Qiuer. Aya, little feather, you've grown taller again, and the temperament is getting more and more outstanding, too, or you should directly marry Sister Qiuer, saving you from being missed by that old woman every day. Wang Qiuer looked at Qian Yu and said seriously. She had even thought of a name for her future child. Who are you calling an old woman? Believe it or not, I'll pinch you to death. Gu Yuehua was furious. Her silver teeth clenched, and a powerful pressure instantly enveloped Wang Qiuer. Boing boing. Little feather. I'm so scared. Sister Gu Yuna is going to pinch me to death. Save me. Wang Qiuer pretended to be soft, tightly grasping Qian Yu's hand, a pair of big eyes glittering with tears as if they could overflow at any time, saying that she even pressed her hot and pretty face against Shifuyu's face, rubbing around like a little kitten, trying to seek shelter. Shifuyu was a bit overwhelmed by her cheeks slightly red. He gently pushed Wang Qiu'er away and tried to keep his tone calm as he said, "Alright, Sister Qiu'er, stop it. Sister Nana, don't be angry either. A dragon that's hundreds of thousands of years old. Why are you still acting like a child?" Gu Yuna sniffed and clenched her teeth in anger. Hundreds of thousands of years old? Who said that? I'm only 18. She puffed out her cheeks, her eyes full of aggression. Her hands didn't stop, and she directly grabbed Wang Qiu'er's face. Ouch! Pain, pain, pain. You old woman, lighten up. Wang Qiu'er was grabbed and grimaced, but she was not willing to fight back. Humph, 18 years old? Who are you kidding? That wrinkle on your face could pinch a fly. You're talking nonsense. Where did I get wrinkles? Gu Yuna was poked in the pain point, and was so ashamed and angry that the force on her hand couldn't help but increase a few more points. Seeing this, Shifuyu didn't bother to persuade him. It was impossible to kill the Emperor's beast Guzuna anyway, not to mention that Wang Qiu'er still had the golden dragon's bloodline in her body. Technically, she and Gu Yuna are really related. Shifuyu sighed and turned towards the lake, looking at the water that had been the same for 10,000 years. His mind was full of thoughts. Seeing this, Gu Yuna was also too lazy to bother with Wang Qiu'er. She let out a cold snort, let go of her hand, glared at Wang Qiu'er, and then quickly followed Qian Yu's pace. Wang Qiu'er rubbed her face that had been gripped painfully, spat out her tongue, and followed with a smile. Thousand Feathers turned around and spoke faintly. Sister Nana, I want to go out and hunt for the third soul ring to strengthen myself. When Gu Yuna heard this, her eyes instantly became cold and harsh, and she hurriedly said, "No way. You're still young now. You should exercise your heart and will more instead of rushing into things." "I know." Qian Yu nodded without saying anything more, but quietly looked at the lake, the bottom of his eyes filled with coldness, obviously angry. Seeing this, Gu Yuna walked over to Shifuyu's side and wrapped him in her arms. An image of him as he lay on the bed letting himself be kneaded came to mind, and a flutter went through his heart. No way, no way, no way. The boy is so young. How can I have such dirty thoughts? Gu Yuna shook her head in a hurry, trying to shake out all those yellow scraps. She said softly, "Little Feather, you actually don't need to be so obsessed with becoming stronger. With me here, who in this world can hurt you in the slightest? Isn't it good for us to be here in the lake of life, away from the world and the years? Everyone out there is bad. They all want to hurt you and use you, and the only one you can really count on is me." Wang Qiu'er rubbed her face in pain on the side, and hearing these brainwashing words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and said in her heart, "This old woman is filling Little Feather's head with ecstasy again. That's enough." Although she was disgruntled in her heart, she didn't say it outright. After all, provoking Gu Yuna at this juncture would really get her ass kicked. Qian Yu slightly raised his eyes to look at her, and he couldn't help but flash a color of amazement in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Gu Yuna keenly sensed the change in Qian Yu's heart and was a bit pleased with herself. Her long silver hair was slightly coiled, and the skin on her chest was as white as snow. The young girl's body was so dimpled that she looked particularly sexy even in a perfectly ordinary white dress. The pale skin, violet eyes, and the stunningly beautiful face that no words could depict made it impossible to take one's eyes off at a glance. After pondering for a moment, Shifuyu said, "I want to go to the outside world to see what's out there, and to get revenge on my mother." If she could, Shifuyu would rather never have anything to do with Bibi Dong in her life, but nowadays, this was the only reason he could think of that could convince Gu Yuna. After hearing this, Gu Yuna was a little heartbroken as she took him into her arms, kissed him on his little face and whispered, "Okay, Nana-chan will help you slaughter that crazy woman now." Gu Yuna slightly smiled, directly of lying on Qian Yu, legs directly wrapped around his waist, buried his head in the nest of his neck, voice with a hint of pampering. "But before you go, you have to stay with Nana-chan, okay? It's been a while since we've been this close." Gu Yuna was in a good mood now, finally able to slaughter that bad woman. "From now on, Little Feather belongs to me alone, and no one can take it from me anymore." The corners of Shifuyu's mouth twitched, but he still said with a hard head, "I don't want to rely on Nana-chan's power to get revenge. I want to rely on my own strength to pay her back 1,000 times over for the pain I once suffered. Let her struggle with despair and experience what it's like to be abandoned by the world and isolated, rather than simply ending her life." Why does it have to be so complicated? Wouldn't it be faster and more thorough if I just took care of her for you? Gu Yuna frowned slightly, clearly not quite understanding Shifuyu's insistence. "Hey, you don't go too far. The action is getting intimate." Wang Qiu'er felt that she had suffered from neglect. It was clear that he was the one who fell in love at first sight with Feather, The fact that this old woman is still interfering at her age is a real firestarter. Obviously, she had used her only chance to become a human being in order to be with Feather, and now she was going to be compared to this old woman. She couldn't help but feel a little aggravated in her heart, and her eyes were slightly red. No, we have to find a way to break them up quickly. Chapter 39, Qianyu, why do I have to be a normal? Yo, little Gaby, why are you still here? Does it also want to have some intimate contact? Unfortunately, little Feather is mine, so don't even think about it. There were a few hints of provocation in Gu Yuna's words. When Wang Qiuer heard this, her eyes rolled back in calculation. Then she skimmed her mouth in mock disdain. Humph. I don't care. Don't think that I don't know that you merely want to devour little Feather's bloodline and then become a true dragon god. You can't hide your mind from me. At those words, Qianyu's face turned cold, violently pushed away Gu Yuna, and said in a deep voice, Sister Nana, please still give me some time. When I return from my revenge, you can devour me whenever you want. I will never resist. Gu Yuna immediately panicked and stammered. Little Feather. No, you listen to me explain. I didn't mean that. I just. Qianyu smiled gently, but her eyes were filled with ice coldness, without the slightest bit of warmth. You don't believe me? How dare you prefer to trust this damned stinking guy beast over me? Gu Yuna's eyes instantly reddened. Qianyu's icy cold eyes were like a sharp knife that pierced deep into her heart. She had never seen little Feather so cold, as if the distance between the two had been stretched beyond recognition overnight. Wang Qiuer also realized at this time that she had said the wrong thing. She hurriedly covered her mouth and ran behind Shifuyu shivering, fearing that she would be slaughtered by the furious Gu Yuna. Ha! Believe you? How do you expect me to believe? Do you dare say the thought of devouring me hasn't crossed your mind in the last few years? How can you put me at ease when every glance of yours is filled with aggression? As if you were looking at a prey? Nana-chan, you saved my life. I have nothing to say if you want to eat me, but please give me some time. Can you? Shifuyu's voice was calm, but every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Gu Yuna's heart. Gu Yuna froze. She had never imagined that she had such an image in Shifuyu's mind. She did have that thought, but more than that, it was a deep dependence and love for Shifuyu. She looked at Shifuyu's icy eyes, the same as when he used to look at Bibi Dong, and a twinge ran through her heart. Shifuyu, what kind of look are you giving me? Everything I do is because I love you. How can you look at me like that? Am I just a monster in your mind who only takes and has no emotions? Gu Yuna's voice trembled, and tears finally couldn't help but slide down. Shifuyu's face was horribly gloomy, but he still forced out a smile and took her into his arms, comforting her as he usually does when a young girl is irrationally upset. Okay, Nana-chan, don't cry. I'm just kidding. Before he could finish his words, he was violently pushed away by Gu Yuna. She looked up, tears slipping like broken pearls. With anger in her eyes, she shouted in an almost maniacal tone. Kidding? You think this is a game? You're always like that, hiding whatever's on your mind from me. You tell me what's going on. How can I know what you think if you don't tell me? Why do you always have to push me away? Why do you look at me like that? Like I'm going to kill you at any moment? Shifuyu, you've changed, become scary to me. Gu Yuna's voice was trembling, and every word felt like it was squeezed out from between her teeth. She'd had enough of his indifference. It was obvious that he was so nice to him, but why did he always get indifference and detachment in return? Shifuyu just bowed his head in silence, looking at Kazuna so sad. It made him wonder for a moment if he was overthinking it. It hadn't happened, had it? Gu Yuna looked at Qianyu's hesitant expression and cried even more aggressively, her shoulders trembling slightly as tears surged out like a dike. After a long time she calmed down and buried herself tightly into his arms. There was a catch in her voice. Hug. Sorry, I just lost my cool. Please, I'll do anything you want me to do as long as you don't leave me. Will we sleep together every day in the future? I just feel especially at ease sleeping with you, especially solid and comfortable. When you grow up, we can mate and be together forever and ever. Oh you, I beg you not to leave me, okay? I really can't afford to lose you again. Then I'll really go crazy. I swear that I will never devour your bloodline even in death. I just want to be your Nana-san alone, to guard you and be with you until the end of the world. I will never live alone when you die. I will accompany you and turn into the dust of this world. Speaking here, Gu Yuna's voice had unconsciously turned into a sobbing tone. Her mind was filled with trepidation and unease, and more than once she had awakened in her dreams, fearful that what she had dreamed had become reality. Shifuyu's body stiffened slightly, and the questioning in his mouth eventually turned into a soft sigh. He slowly raised his hand and gently stroked Gu Yuna's hair, feeling her warmth and trembling. Nana-chan, you misunderstand. It's not that I don't trust you, but I am a human, with a lifespan of less than 100 years, whereas you are a soul beast co-lord. 100 years is nothing more than a snap of the fingers for you. What I'm afraid of is that when I'm old and turn to dust, you'll still be young. Sister Nana. A human is a year old for 100 years, but the dragons are an instant in 10,000 years. This gap is a chasm that I cannot cross. Gu Yuna sniffed and raised her head in surprise, a bright smile on her face. She cupped Shifuyu's cheeks with both hands, her eyes filled with tenderness. It's okay, little feather. I don't care. Even if you're an ordinary person, I'll still accompany you through this life and grow old together. If that day really comes, I'm willing to give up all my cultivation and accompany you to reincarnate, to find each other again, to love each other again. Gu Yuna's eyes were filled with longing, fantasizing about the image of being with Shifuyu for eternity. They could repeat the cycle of falling in love and meeting each other over and over again, each time etched in stone, each time as heartfelt as the first time they met. Shifuyu, who wants to grow old with you? Why should I be an ordinary person to accompany you through this short and ordinary life? Shifuyu's insides were roaring, practically driven mad by the relationship brain. At this time, Qianyu profoundly realized that even if the god realm fought over, the soul beasts were going to be exterminated. Gu Yuna wouldn't devour him either. Instead she would commit suicide to calm the conflict between the three, humans, soul beasts, and gods. It's properly silly and white with romance at the top of the list. Chapter 40, Tang-san, you already have a way to take death. That's enough. I'm going out to practice. Don't follow me or I'll get angry. Shifuyu gently pushed Gu Yuna away and turned around, ready to leave. A flicker of panic flashed in Gu Yuna's eyes. She hurriedly took a few steps forward and tried to take Shifuyu's hand, but stopped moving at the last moment. Where are you going? It's dangerous out there. It's fine. I'll protect little feather. Don't worry, you old woman. And a guy who's too clingy can be disliked. Oh, Wang Qiuer suddenly interjected, a teasing smile hanging at the corner of her mouth before bumbling after Qianyu. You stinky girl, how do you talk? Gu Yuna was furious, but she couldn't be bothered to snap to her face. One could only glare at her fiercely, cursing this little ninny in her heart for not knowing her place. But in the end, he could only sigh. It was time to let the child go out into the world, and being in control would only make him rebellious. Gu Yuna had already sensed Shifuyu's dissatisfaction and resistance to herself, and could only choose to let go slightly. Douluo Continent, Barak Jade Kingdom, Soto City, Sacred Soul Village. Qianyu and Wang Qiuer didn't choose to enter this village and instead walked towards the back of this village. The two were tall, with long blonde hair and long, alley-oop eyelashes. The red lips were pink and bright as the first bloom of a rose. The light gold dress set off the flawless face as if the goddess descended. Every step exudes an irresistible charm. The other had long silver white hair, a handsome appearance, a pale face, a noble temperament, but with a boyish, juvenile look on his face. The two walked side by side like a moving picture. Over the past few days Qianyu had tried to drive this annoying Wang Qiuer away more than once, and had even set up spatial traps, but this asshole is so sneaky that he always senses it in advance and avoids it. Shifuyu secretly ground his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Hey, Wang Qiuer, what are you following me for? I'm not out to swim in the mountains. Shifuyu stopped and turned around, his brow furrowed. Wang Qiuer smiled gently, the corner of her mouth curving into a wry arc. I'm your personal guard and guide. You can't do this Douluo continent with all its twists and turns without me. As she said that, she also deliberately pushed up her full breasts with a confident look. The arrival of the two instantly attracted the curious eyes of the villagers, but none of them dared to come forward to inquire. After all, in this remote Sacred Soul Village, it was rare to see such handsome men and women, and 9 times out of 10, they were all soul masters. The two headed deeper into the backwoods forest. Shifuyu came to the halfway point of the mountain and turned around, and still didn't find the system-marked sign-in point. His spiritual exploration was instantly spread out like an invisible net, enveloping the entire back mountain. Every inch of ground, every leaf, was invisible to his perception. On top of a small hill not far from the two, a thin child with plain clothes and dark skin was sitting on his knees. His eyes were closed and he exhaled evenly, a flash of purple intent flowing through his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of discomfort, as if he was being spied on. He snapped his eyes open to look coldly at Shifuyu with a killing intent in his eyes that was not age appropriate. Dare to spy on his own practice. This son has already taken the way of death. Besides, the back mountain was so remote. This person was able to find this place, so he was obviously coming for himself. According to Article 3 of the General Outline of the Tang Sect's Xian Tian Treasure Record, as long as an enemy is identified, as long as he or she has a way to take death, don't show mercy or you'll only add to your troubles. Feather, why do I feel that kid's eyes are a bit oozy? Wang Qiuer glanced at Tang-san, her eyes somewhat puzzled. For some reason after seeing him, the power of his own destiny was frantically urging himself to get this kid killed, but she quickly suppressed the discomfort in her mind. Feather is still here. You can't lose your temper. Big deal. I'll be back later to get him killed. After all, my own intuition is always accurate. Qianyu glanced at Tang San and stopped paying attention. A little brat wasn't enough to distract himself. He withdrew his mental power and muttered in his heart. The system can't be wrong, can it? Where the hell is this check-in point? Just as he was about to search carefully again, Tang San suddenly raised his left hand. A black aura noiselessly shot towards Qianyu. The speed was amazingly fast. Almost in the blink of an eye it was already approaching. Little feather, Wang Qiao exclaimed. Her figure instantly stormed up, rushing towards Qianyu like silver lightning. But Shifuyu's bodyline had already disappeared in place and appeared in front of Tang San. Squeezing his wrist tightly, the flung sword that was originally in his sleeve was also smoothed into his hand. The air seemed to freeze as the two men looked at each other. Who are you? Why did you sneak up on me? Qianyu's voice was cold. Tang San's pupils shrunk. Surprisingly, even the purple-level magic pupils couldn't capture how Qianyu appeared in front of him. The teenager in front of him looked to be the same age as himself, but his strength was so unfathomable. He was secretly alert in his heart, but his face did not move and he coldly said, I am Tang San. The back of the mountain is my place of cultivation. You trespassed and spied on me without authorization, so you deserve to be punished. Now that you're a first offender, as long as you join my Tang sect, I'll forgive you. Otherwise, you've already taken the path to death. So don't blame me for being merciless. Tang San's gaze flickered slightly as he assumed an inscrutable stance. In his opinion, even though the little kid in front of him was not bad in terms of strength, he was ultimately young and impetuous. As long as he lured them a little bit, he would definitely be able to incorporate them into the Tang sect. With those words, a short sword had silently appeared in his hand. The arms also began to turn into a hard white jade-like shape, and the Xian Tiangong's technique worked at full strength. At this distance, as long as Shifuyu dared to say a single word of no, he would be able to slit his throat in an instant. Thousand Feathers looked at Tang San with an odd expression on his face, not knowing what to say for a moment. Forget it, it's a child. Just give him a beating. With this thought, he slapped Tang San's face without mercy. The crisp ringing sound instantly echoed through the silent backcountry. Tang San only felt his eyes go black, and his entire body was slapped by a huge force that made him stagger a few steps, almost falling to the ground. The short sword in his hand also came out of his hand and fell to the ground. You! Tang San looked up in shock, his eyes full of unbelief. Tang San! Right! Snap! Shifuyu slapped Tang San's other cheek hard again, and the originally tanned skin turned red and swollen. A way to take death, right? Shifuyu lands another leg kick, but Tang San didn't know what pace he used to jump left and right horizontally, such that the kick hit him right between his legs. In an instant he was kicked to the ground in a cloud of dust. Tang San rolled around a few times in a sorry state before stopping. His hands clenched over his lower body, his face contorted from the intense pain. Chapter 41, Tang San broke down. He has become a broken sleeve. Shattered. Shattered. My balls are gone. Tang San's eyes widened. The touch in his hand not as hard as usual. All that was left was the hot, wet liquid running down his fingers. He was horrified, and there was a sob in his voice. Shifuyu, why the sudden, inexplicable feeling of guilt? It was clear that he had started it, and he had only fought back in self-defense. Aha! I am going to kill you. Tang San's voice was almost hysterical, his eyes burning with rage. He did his best to get to his feet, legs clenching as he stumbled step by stumbling step toward Shifuyu. Since we've already made a feud, it's not my fault. Shifuyu slightly closed his eyes and opened them once more, having transformed them into icy vertical pupils. Terrifying dragon might blossomed from his body, turning the entire back of the mountain into a white day. Tang San was instantly blasted, and his entire body was sent flying several meters away. Pust! Tang San's mouthful after mouthful of blood spurted out violently, his face instantly losing its blood color. The originally dark face had now become as white as paper, and his eyes were full of unwillingness and despair. He struggled to stand up, but it became incredibly difficult to even move a finger. Who the hell are you? Tang San's voice was weak and trembling. He couldn't believe that a teenager of his own age could possess such terrifying strength. I have all the great skills in the Tang sect's Xian Tian treasure record. How can I lose to a native of a different world? Not dead yet? Ha! Life is really hard. Shifuyu finished and turned to leave. Shifuyu sensed a powerful force protecting Tang San, although he didn't know who it was. Having this kind of ability was never something he could mess with, but after all, it is the protagonist. It makes sense to have a high-ranking person to shelter you. God Realm. Inside the Sea God Temple, Poseidon breathed a small sigh of relief. Just now, Tang San was almost killed by that sudden dragon might. If he hadn't made a timely move to protect Tang San's heart chakra, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He stared at the teenagers departing back on the screen, His brow furrowed. This power, is the dragon god's breath? No, it can't be. The dragon god has passed away. How could there be such pure dragon power left in the world? The sea god thought darkly in his mind, then shook his head again, putting the unrealistic thought behind him. He turned to Tang San, who was struggling in pain in the screen, and smiled somewhat gloatingly. He, little one, feel the pain. Only by experiencing despair can you be more motivated to grow. Humph. With an icy cold muffled grunt rang out, the entire Poseidon temple trembled for it. The sea god's lewd smile instantly froze, and he looked vigilantly in the direction of the temple door. Only a majestic figure clad in an ethereal purple divine outfit slowly stepped in, surrounded by an aura of destruction. It was none other than the god of destruction, one of the 5 god kings of the god realm. Destruction. What are you doing running to my place? The sea god's face changed, and he hastily collected his playful expression, becoming serious and cautious. Do I need to remind you? You interfered with the destiny trajectory of the Douluo continent without the approval of the Divine Realm Committee. You have violated the rules of the Divine Realm. Those who violate the rules of the Divine Realm, die. The scepter of destruction in the hands of the God King of Destruction instantly erupted with a dazzling light after he finished speaking. The entire Poseidon temple was enveloped in a layer of destructive power. Suddenly the Shura god's figure appeared beside the god of destruction. He tightened his grip on the scepter of the God King of Destruction, stopping the destructive light from spreading further. Hold on. Destruction. How about you give me face and leave this matter at that? The god of destruction's face remained unchanged as he withdrew his scepter, and the destructive light gradually dissipated. He snorted coldly and said, Shura, this sea god, repeatedly destroying the balance between the divine realm and the Douluo continent. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? The Shura god said in a deep voice, I agree with the divine realm expansion plan you proposed earlier. How about it? Good. The god of destruction looked deeply at Shura before turning around and leaving. Shura, thanks to you this time, I didn't have to get tough with that old codger. Poseidon patted his chest and breathed a long sigh of relief, a lewd smile reappearing on his face. Cultivator's blood-colored eyes became even colder. What are you laughing at? You know that kid is the inheritor of destruction and you still dare to intervene. Are you looking for death? I can't help it. Brother Shura, this legacy of mine was almost killed, so how can I just sit back and do nothing? The sea god said in a slightly flirtatious manner. Shut up, you make me sick. After Shura finished speaking, he looked at the illusory sight, looking at Tang San's pained expression. His eyes flickered slightly, not choosing to help him heal his injuries. It was just a couple of missing flesh, and without those two things, without the emotional ties, maybe he'd grow faster. On the other hand, inside the Holy Souls village, Tang Hao, who was in a gloomy state in the house, was refreshed by the impact of the dragon's might. He ran out of the house in one keystroke, only to be greeted by a dazzling sight. Everyone in the entire Holy Souls village was unconscious on the ground. What's going on here? Where did Junior go? Tang Hao felt some uneasiness in his heart. His spiritual power instantly blossomed, and after sensing Tang San's location, he quickly ran towards the back of the mountain. And although Shifuyu was probing the coordinates, she didn't forget to scan Tang San's body. In addition to replicating all the internal force flow trajectories of Xian Tiangong, he also sensed 2 divine powers of extremely high essence in Tang San's body. One of the killing divine powers unexpectedly belonged to the same level as the destructive divine power. Shura god and sea god? Surprisingly, they set their sights on this little Yakuza so early. Looks like my stupid sister and that psycho mom lost without a fight. Chen Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought secretly in his heart. I'm afraid Tang San's crossing may not be a coincidence, but the handiwork of the Shura god or the sea god. From the beginning the Thule god position has been booked. Shifuyu finally found the signing coordinates inside a waterfall halfway up the mountain. It's a rock cave that's been hidden behind a waterfall. The entrance to the cave was covered by dense vines, making it difficult to detect its presence unless one was looking for it deliberately. There was a small mound of dirt inside the dimly lit stone cave. On it grows a blue and silver grass with light golden veins. The blue and silver grass is in a bit of a wilted state, apparently due to the lack of sunlight. Wang Xiao's eyes lit up at the sight of the blue-silver grass, and she hurriedly ran over and poked it with her hand. Wow! A 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. If you use it for juicing, it would be a great tonic, she said half-jokingly, but then, realizing her gaffe, she spat out her tongue and looked at Shifuyu in embarrassment. Shifuyu was deep in thought. It didn't understand why Tang Hao chose to plant Ain in this place. Could it be that otherworldly plants don't need sunlight to survive? While Qian Yu was pondering, Wang Xiao had already silently pasted in front of him. A fragrant breeze brushed by, with the freshness and sweetness that is characteristic of a young girl. She gently tugged on the corner of Shifuyu's coat and whispered, Shifuyu, on a rare trip out, you bring a girl to a place like this for a date? It's dark and damp in here. But I'll begrudgingly accept it if you want. I'm still the first time. Wife, be gentle. Oh. With that, 2 red clouds crept up her cheeks and she shyly lowered her head. The young girl's face was directly close to Shifuyu's, so close that they could feel each other's warm breath. Shifuyu snapped back to his senses, feeling Autumn's smooth and tender face, and the pink lips close at hand. His heartbeat couldn't help but miss a beat. He hastily took 2 steps back, pulling away from Chior, a rare blush appearing on his face. You shut up. I told you I'm not here to play. Don't get any ideas. This is business. Shifuyu sounded a little flustered, but tried to remain serious. Hey, could it be that you're shy, Sayo? It's really cute. Wang Chior blinked, the corner of her mouth hooked into a wry smile. To be honest, just now, Little Feather had really scared her. He hadn't realized that the so well-behaved Little Feather had such a domineering side. It was handsome too, but she preferred him as he was now, with a hint of panic and youthfulness that made him seem more real and lovable. Chapter 41. Tang San broke down. Shattered. My balls are gone. Tang San's eyes widened, the touch in his hand not as hard as usual. All that was left was the hot, wet liquid running down his fingers. He was horrified, and there was a sob in his voice. Shifuyu, why the sudden, inexplicable feeling of guilt? It was clear that he had started it, and he had only fought back in self-defense. Aha! I am going to kill you. Tang San's voice was almost hysterical, his eyes burning with rage. He did his best to get to his feet, legs clenching as he stumbled step by stumbling step toward Shifuyu. Since we've already made a feud, it's not my fault. Shifuyu slightly closed his eyes and opened them once more, having transformed them into icy vertical pupils. Terrifying dragon might blossomed from his body, turning the entire back of the mountain into a white day. Tang San was instantly blasted, and his entire body was sent flying several meters away. Pust! Tang San's mouthful after mouthful of blood spurted out violently, his face instantly losing its blood color. The originally dark face had now become as white as paper, and his eyes were full of unwillingness and despair. He struggled to stand up, but it became incredibly difficult to even move a finger. Who the hell are you? Tang San's voice was weak and trembling. He couldn't believe that a teenager of his own age could possess such terrifying strength. I have all the great skills in the Tang Sect's Xian Tian treasure record. How can I lose to a native of a different world? Not dead yet? Ha! Life is really hard. Shifuyu finished and turned to leave. Shifuyu sensed a powerful force protecting Tang San, although he didn't know who it was. Having this kind of ability was never something he could mess with, but after all, it is the protagonist. It makes sense to have a high-ranking person to shelter you. God Realm. Inside the Sea God Temple, Poseidon breathed a small sigh of relief. Just now, Tang San was almost killed by that sudden dragon might. If he hadn't made a timely move to protect Tang San's heart chakra, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He stared at the teenagers departing back on the screen, his brow furrowed. This power, is the dragon god's breath? No, it can't be. The dragon god has passed away. How could there be such pure dragon power left in the world? The sea god thought darkly in his mind, then shook his head again, putting the unrealistic thought behind him. He turned to Tang San, who was struggling in pain in the screen, and smiled somewhat gloatingly. He, little one, feel the pain. Only by experiencing despair can you be more motivated to grow. Humph. With an icy cold muffled grunt rang out, the entire Poseidon temple trembled for it. The sea god's lewd smile instantly froze, and he looked vigilantly in the direction of the temple door. Only a majestic figure clad in an ethereal purple divine outfit slowly stepped in, surrounded by an aura of destruction. It was none other than the god of destruction, one of the 5 god kings of the god realm. Destruction. What are you doing running to my place? The sea god's face changed, and he hastily collected his playful expression, becoming serious and cautious. Do I need to remind you? You interfered with the destiny trajectory of the Douluo continent by striking out without the approval of the Divine Realm Committee. You have violated the rules of the Divine Realm. Those who violate the rules of the Divine Realm, die. The scepter of destruction in the hands of the God King of Destruction instantly erupted with a dazzling light after he finished speaking. The entire Poseidon temple was enveloped in a layer of destructive power. Suddenly the Shura god's figure appeared beside the god of destruction. He tightened his grip on the scepter of the God King of Destruction, stopping the destructive light from spreading further. Hold on. Destruction. How about you give me face and leave this matter at that? The god of destruction's face remained unchanged as he withdrew his scepter, and the destructive light gradually dissipated. He snorted coldly and said, Shura, this sea god, repeatedly destroying the balance between the divine realm and the Douluo continent. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? The Shura god said in a deep voice, I agree with the divine realm expansion plan you proposed earlier. How about it? Good. The god of destruction looked deeply at Shura before turning around and leaving. Shura, thanks to you this time. I didn't have to get tough with that old codger. Poseidon patted his chest and breathed a long sigh of relief, a lewd smile reappearing on his face. Cultivator's blood-colored eyes became even colder. What are you laughing at? You know that kid is the inheritor of destruction and you still dare to intervene. Are you looking for death? I can't help it. Brother Shura, this legacy of mine was almost killed, so how can I just sit back and do nothing? The sea god said in a slightly flirtatious manner. Shut up, you make me sick. After Shura finished speaking, he looked at the illusory sight. Looking at Tang San's pained expression, his eyes flickered slightly, not choosing to help him heal his injuries. It was just a couple of missing flesh, and without those two things, without the emotional ties, maybe he'd grow faster. On the other hand, inside the Holy Souls village, Tang Hao, who was in a gloomy state in the house, was refreshed by the impact of the dragon's might. He ran out of the house in one keystroke, only to be greeted by a dazzling sight. Everyone in the entire Holy Souls village was unconscious on the ground. What's going on here? Where did Junior go? Tang Hao felt some uneasiness in his heart. His spiritual power instantly blossomed, and after sensing Tang San's location, he quickly ran towards the back of the mountain. And although Shifuyu was probing the coordinates, she didn't forget to scan Tang San's body. In addition to replicating all the internal force flow trajectories of Xian Tiangong, he also sensed two divine powers of extremely high essence in Tang San's body. One of the killing divine powers unexpectedly belonged to the same level as the destructive divine power. Shura god and sea god? Surprisingly, they set their sights on this little Yakuza so early. Looks like my stupid sister and that psycho mom lost without a fight. Chen Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought secretly in his heart. I'm afraid Tang San's crossing may not be a coincidence, but the handiwork of the Shura god or the sea god. From the beginning the Thule god position has been booked. Shifuyu finally found the signing coordinates inside a waterfall halfway up the mountain. It's a rock cave that's been hidden behind a waterfall. The entrance to the cave was covered by dense vines, making it difficult to detect its presence unless one was looking for it deliberately. There was a small mound of dirt inside the dimly lit stone cave. On it grows a blue and silver grass with light golden veins. The blue and silver grass is in a bit of a wilted state, apparently due to the lack of sunlight. Wang Xiao's eyes lit up at the sight of the blue-silver grass, and she hurriedly ran over and poked it with her hand. Wow! A 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. If you use it for juicing, it would be a great tonic, she said half-jokingly, but then, realizing her gaffe, she spat out her tongue and looked at Shifuyu in embarrassment. Shifuyu was deep in thought. It didn't understand why Tang Hao chose to plant Ain in this place. Could it be that otherworldly plants don't need sunlight to survive? While Qian Yu was pondering, Wang Xiao had already silently pasted in front of him. A fragrant breeze brushed by, carrying the freshness and sweetness that is characteristic of a young girl. She gently tugged on the corner of Shifuyu's coat and whispered, Shifuyu, on a rare trip out, you bring a girl to a place like this for a date? It's dark and damp in here, but I can grudgingly accept it if you want. I'm still the first time. Wife, be gentle. Oh. With that, two red clouds crept up her cheeks and she shyly lowered her head. The young girl's face was directly close to Shifuyu's, so close that they could feel each other's warm breath. Shifuyu snapped back to his senses, feeling Autumn's smooth and tender face, and the pink lips close at hand. His heartbeat couldn't help but miss a beat. He hastily took 2 steps back and pulled away from Autumn, a rare blush surfacing on his face. You shut up. I told you I'm not here to play. Don't get any ideas. This is business. Shifuyu sounded a little flustered, but tried to remain serious. Hey, could it be that you're shy, Sayo? It's really cute. Wang Qiao blinked, the corner of her mouth hooked into a wry smile. To be honest, just now, Little Feather had really scared her. He hadn't realized that the so well-behaved Little Feather had such a domineering side. It was handsome too, but she preferred him as he was now, with a hint of panic and youthfulness, which seemed more real and cute. Chapter 42, Sign and Reward. Sword of Destruction. Ding! It has been detected that the host has arrived at the signing-in location. Shen Yu calmed the restless silver dragon bloodline in his body and looked towards Wang Qiao, saying softly, Sister Qiao, there's something I want to ask for your help. Just say what you want, and I'll do my best if I can. Wang Qiao collected her smile and looked at Qian Yu seriously. Can I touch your forehead? Shifuyu said seriously. Since the three-eyed golden gaby is the favorite of fate, it should be similar to koi. Maybe the card draw will be a bit more Euro if you rub some auspicious breath on it? Course, as long as it's feather, you can touch it whenever you want. Wang Qiao was slightly stunned, then excitedly pounced on Qian Yu as soon as she could, holding him close to her. Her eyes grew wild with fascination. The slender tongue flicked over his face as if tasting the sweetest honey in the world. Sister Autumn? That's enough. That's enough. I'm running out of breath. Shifuyu smiled awkwardly and tried to break away from her embrace. The ever-tightening embrace and the voluptuous, petite body sent a wave of suffocation through him. Enough? How can it be enough? Do you know how much I miss you? Feather. Wang Qiuer's voice carried a bit of petulance as her hands gently rubbed on Qian Yu's back. You bad boy. You haven't hugged me since I took human form. Did you forget about me? As she spoke, her eyes actually turned slightly red, as if tears would break out in the next second. Shifuyu, can that be the same? You used to be a three-eyed golden guy beast in pet form, so you were naturally unrestrained when you hugged it. But now you're a stunning beauty in human form. If I dare mess around, Nana-chan will kill me. Tears were in Wang Qiuer's eyes as she printed her lips on them without hesitation. The young girl's face was filled with flushing, and her breathing began to become rapid as she carefully nibbled on Shifuyu's lips. Both hands also reached for Shifuyu's clothes in an unfaithful manner. Sister Autumn, this is not right. Shifuyu gasped a little and violently pushed her away. Well, I haven't had my fun yet. Wang Qiuer licked her lips somewhat uninterestedly, but still, the excessive behavior was restrained, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. I'm sorry, little feather. I was too excited. She lowered her head, her voice as thin as a gnat. The corner of Qian Yu's mouth twitched, but seeing Wang Qiuer like this he couldn't say anything. He just didn't expect his first kiss to be taken away so quickly, and the object was still Wang Qiuer. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Shifuyu could only force his thoughts to return. System check-in. Ding. Signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Sword of Destruction. The Sword of Destruction, the original angelic sword, fell into darkness and was baptized by the ultimate destructive divine power, becoming a magical weapon with extreme darkness and destructive attributes. The sword is entwined with extreme destructive intent, and once it is sheathed, it will cause heaven and earth to change color and everything to wither. Note, the strength of this sword will be determined by the host's soul power level as well as spiritual power. As the host's strength increases, the power of the Sword of Destruction will also increase without limit. System comment, perhaps you will be able to experience the thrill of a big move as a flat A in your lifetime, but the prerequisite is that your soul power has to keep up, or else you're just asking for death. Shifuyu looked at the system's introduction and was delighted. This was the explosive gold legend now, and it was also a divine weapon that would never be eliminated and could grow with one's strength. He reached out, only to see a black light flash from the void. A long sword with a dark body and a destructive intent flowing from its blade appeared in his hand. With a flick of his hand, a ghostly purple sword she fiercely blasted against the stone wall. There was no loud sound, only a deep crack, as if it had been torn apart alive by an invisible hand. Great sword! Shifuyu exclaimed excitedly. Even such a hard stone wall could be easily torn apart. If it was applied to a human body, wouldn't it instantly pierce through flesh and bone, and even decapitate the soul? But before Qian Yu could be happy for long, the soul power in his body was actually drained of a third of it out of thin air, and his face instantly turned pale. Thousand Feathers' mind moved and took the Sword of Destruction back into the sea of consciousness. The inexplicable suction force disappeared with it, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Qian Yu secretly said in his heart, the consumption is a bit outrageous. It should be that my current level isn't enough to fully harness this sword. Meanwhile, the heavenly dream within the sea of consciousness was startled by the sudden appearance of the sword. It swam around the Sword of Destruction, curiosity shining in its eyes. This sword, it's not simple awe. The god of destruction actually gave up this thing to you. You have to be careful with it, though, so it doesn't devour you. Skydream's voice echoed in Shifuyu's mind with a bit of gravity. Shifuyu nodded. If this sword was not used properly, it would probably suck it dry. Feather, what is that thing? Wang Qiuer sensed the extreme darkness attribute and felt some concern in her heart. Shifuyu replied lightly. It's nothing, just a small gift from the god of destruction after completing the divine exam. The divine exam? When did you finish the divine exam? Do you want us to kiss a little longer? Wang Qiuer's eyes were wide with incredulity. A divine examination that can be accomplished by kissing a mouth. Where in the world is such a strange divine position? However, her mind instantly came alive, her eyes twinkling with cunning. There was always an urge in his heart to cuckold Sister Guyuna. When Shifuyu heard this, a drop of cold sweat couldn't help but appear on his forehead, and he quickly waved his hand. Sister Autumn, don't joke around. This is a test that I unintentionally triggered during my previous adventures, and it has nothing to do with our relationship. In his heart, he made up his mind that in the future, he could never go out and bring this stupid roe deer with him, otherwise sooner or later, he would have to be brought into the ditch by her. Seeing this, Wang Qiuer snorted and stopped teasing him. Well, since you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. Shifuyu arrived in front of the blue-silver emperor, his gaze flickering slightly. Himself and Tang San were currently considered to have a feud. and it was still the immortal kind. This blue-silver emperor plant in front of him was Tang San's mother, so he couldn't help but be an enemy in the future. How about taking care of her now to stop the trouble? Who are you and why are you here? Just then, a faint mental fluctuation was transmitted to Shifuyu's mind. Shifuyu froze slightly, but regained his composure in an instant. My name is Shifuyu, a wandering soul master. Currently just became a life and death enemy with your son, so I'm going to kill you. Blame it on your son for being too good at causing trouble. The blue-silver emperor's mental fluctuations gave a noticeable beat. Child, I can sense that your nature is not evil, so why have you formed a life and death feud with Junior? You ask me? Who am I asking? He opened his mouth to take death, but now things can't be undone, so you'll die obediently. A dark glint flashed in Shifuyu's eyes, and an additional black flame appeared in the palm of his hand. This is a burning effect originally from blazing angel wings, now transformed into a 100,000-year-old soul ring, and after the baptism of the destruction god power, it had long been sublimated into the flame of destruction that was capable of burning all things. Chapter 43, Tang San. Ah, Daddy smells so good. Wait, that's not my son at all. He's just a demon occupying my son's body. The real Junior died a long time ago. The day I was hunted down by the Pope of the Palace of Martial Souls. I could distinctly feel the child in my arms had long since lost its breath of life, but he bizarrely came back to life and his demeanor became strange and cold. Maybe it's because it's been too long since I've seen a stranger, or maybe it's to save my life. Ayin simply sold Tang San and Tang Hao short. Pour out all the secrets you know in your head. It turned out that when Ian was seriously injured while Chihuahua was chasing them, he was planning to sacrifice to Tang Hao. A little blonde-haired girl suddenly appeared and didn't know what she said to Chihiro, and then the people from the Palace of Martial Souls just left. In the days that followed, Ian and Tang Hao settled down in a remote village in order to avoid the pursuit of the Palace of Martial Souls. But Tang San's bizarre behavior caused Ian to have deep misgivings. But when she talked to Tang Hao, he was not impressed, and a weird blood color appeared in his eyes, making her suspect that Tang Hao was also controlled. Due to the hard life that was lived back there, hiding in the east and having little money on him, Tang Hao often goes out drinking because he is so stressed out and is gone for days and nights at a time. Sometimes they lose all their money gambling and come back to domestic abuse her. Until one day, Chen finally mustered up the courage to sneak away after Tang Hao got drunk again. But Chihuahua appeared again, and although Tang Hao arrived in time, she was also seriously injured and about to die. She had no choice but to sacrifice herself to Tang Hao in order to survive. And Tang Hao also self-detonated his soul ring, which was the only way to survive. After the sacrifice, Ian was buried by him in this dim and damp cave. Luckily, the roots were able to draw a tiny bit of sunlight to barely survive. And more than once within the cave she regretted why she had been so in love with her brain that she had ended up in such a situation. After hearing Ian's story, Shifuyu didn't have much of a reaction, but instead felt that Ian was simply to blame for ending up in this situation. But the little girl he's talking about would be Qian, right? While the plot is a bit off-kilter and a bit different from the original, there seems to be some sort of inevitability implied. And the person who weaves the destiny must be the god of the sea or the god of Shura behind the scenes. On the side, Wang Xiaoer was crying, completely forgetting that just now he was thinking of taking the blue-silver emperor and juicing it. Oh little feather, she's so pitiful. Why don't we help her? She wiped her tears as she looked at Shifuyu with begging eyes. Stop, what's all this you're saying got to do with me? How do I know if you're lying to me? You might as well die. I don't want to get into this mess. Thousand Feathers responded coldly, but his heart almost broke out in a cold sweat. So close, almost got fooled. Being a competent villain doesn't fill in the blanks and cuts down the numbers. It's not unlikely that you'll die later because of this weakness. Little Feather, how can you be so heartless? She's just an innocent mother, and what she's going through is tragic enough. We should help her. Wang Xiaoer's voice had a few chokes in it. Apparently it was the accusations against Tang Hao and Tang San and the glorification of herself in Ian's words just now that managed to touch Wang Xiaoer's emotional heart. Sister Autumn, shut up, or else you'll hurry back and don't get in the way here. Shifuyu's tone carried an undeniable determination. How did the Palace of Martial Souls disappear? It's by these women who are full of relationship brains that they are lost. If she let Ian go today, in the future, when she regained her strength, she might even bite back. Really, if you give yourself a promom winding at a critical moment, wouldn't that put you in an instant place of no return? This kind of risk, he, Shifuyu, would not take. Wang Xiaoer was shocked by Qian Yu's harsh words. Tears swirled in her eyes, and in the end, she could only lower her head in resignation. You're mean to me. I'll never ignore you again, Wang Xiaoer muttered, a hint of stubbornness in her voice. Shifuyu directly chose to ignore it, and the flames in his hands approached the blue-silver emperor without hesitation. Wait, I have a piece of 100,000-year-old soul bone. As long as you can let me go, I'll give it to you as a thank you. There was a hint of urgency in the blue-silver emperor's voice, and she seemed to truly feel the threat of death. Shifuyu's hand paused, figuring it wouldn't be too late to kill her after taking this piece of soul bone. Thus, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile as he slowly said, "Fine, I'll believe you for once, but you have to hand over your soul bone first. The soul bone is behind that stone wall to your left. You can find it if you feel around." There was a hint of helplessness in the blue-silver emperor's voice. "I've been so pathetic, and this little guy is still indifferent. What a world." Shifuyu came to the wall and probed it with his mental power. Sure enough, a faint fluctuation of psionic energy was felt in the cracks of the stone wall. He reached out his hand and touched his fingertips gently. The power of space twisted the stone wall slightly, and a heavy box fell out of it. Qianyu opened it. A piece of blue golden soul bone lying quietly in the box, emitting a faint blue light. Ion's branches trembled slightly, and Shifuyu could clearly feel the mental fluctuations of his longing. Shifuyu smiled and said, "Can I trouble you to ask if the soul bone has any soul skills?" The soul skill of the soul bone is healing in flight. It is a very precious auxiliary system soul bone. Ah-in wanted to praise the ability of this soul bone a little more, but then he saw Qianyu throw the soul bone directly to Wang Qiuer with some disappointment. "There you go. Give it to me? Feather, is this a token of love?" Wang Qiuer received the soul bone in surprise. Her face flushed. This was a 100,000-year-old soul bone. "I didn't expect 1,000 feathers to gift it to himself so easily. Don't get me wrong. I just think it suits you better," Shifuyu said lightly. In terms of flying ability he had the wings of a blazing angel, and in terms of healing ability he had the gift of the goddess of life. This stuff absorbs nothing but adds to your burden. And on the other side of the Holy Soul's village backcountry, Tang Hao's figure instantly appeared in front of Tang San and helped him up. He was still spitting blood and was covering his lower body in pain. Tang Hao instantly utilized his soul power to check Tang San's injuries, his face growing more and more gloomy. "Sanner, tell daddy who really did it. How could they do such a cruel thing to you?" Tang Hao's voice was low and full of anger. His eyes seemed to be able to spit out fire. "My Tang family is going to be extinct? This is absolutely unforgivable." He clenched his fists tightly, and the sound of clacking was emitted between his bones, and a violent aura erupted from his body. Originally, upon noticing that his son had been invaded by a strange soul, Tang Hao had also thought of directly strangling him, but after all, it's his and Yin's bloodline, so he can't do anything about it, and he can only drink every day to escape from reality. He had thought that although the soul is not his son, but at least the body is, and when he grows up and marries and has children, he can still continue the bloodline. But now, Tang San's eyes were lifeless, lying dully on the ground, tears still streaming from the corners of his eyes, and when he heard Tang Hao's words, an unprecedented aggression surged up in his heart. "I only remember one of the men. His eyes are cold, but he is very handsome, and I am about the same age." As Tang San cried and explained everything, he took a deep breath, and the rich smell laced with the odor of alcohol and sweat rushed into his nostrils. "Ah, that's what daddy smells like." Not only did Tang San find it unpleasant to smell, but he enjoyed it. In his previous life, he was an orphan and had never felt affection. Now that his dad finally cared, it made him feel like all the pain he was suffering right now was worth it. A hint of disgust flashed in Tang Hao's eyes, but still, patiently, he took out some medication to stop the bleeding from his soul guide. Straight away, I peeled off his pants and applied it to the wound. The wound was shocking, and even the skin around it was red and swollen. Obviously having received a great shock, Tang Hao's hands trembled slightly, and when he smelled the fishy odor, his stomach churned, and he could hardly restrain himself from vomiting. Chapter 44, Madam, you don't want anything to happen to your son, do you? Dad, do you think those rumored healing soul masters can save me? Tang San suddenly hissed with a face full of grief. Don't think about it. At least I've never heard of any healing soul master who can revive a broken limb. Besides, you've been beaten to a pulp. Not dying is proof that you have a hard life. Tang Hao shook his head helplessly. Rotting like this even the gods couldn't save him. Dad, I'm crippled. Dad, will you hate me? Tang San suddenly held Tang Hao's hand, his eyes full of grievances. Tang Hao had some disgust in his eyes, and he instinctively wanted to shake off the soul that had invaded his son's body. But looking at that face of his own son, he couldn't be cruel after all. He gently patted the back of Tang San's hand, his voice low. You're my Tang Hao's son. No matter what you become, I won't dislike you. Dad, thank you. Tang San was instantly moved to tears, excitedly holding Tang Hao tightly in his arms. Right, Junior. Where did those two run off to? Tang Hao suddenly asked. Those two seemed to be heading up the hill toward the waterfall. Tang San buried his head in Tang Hao's arms, feeling his father's flavor. Tears mixed with snot, soaking Tang Hao's lapel. and his face was stained with a thick layer of stained iron filings. What? They're heading for the waterfall. It's not good. Jin. Tang Hao's face changed drastically, and as soon as he threw Tang San away, he hurriedly ran in the direction where the waterfall was. Dad. Tang San stared blankly at the direction Tang Hao had disappeared. Couldn't understand why his alcoholic father was running so fast. Was it because Dad was a soul master? In the end, Tang San could only condescendingly pick up the spilled pill bottles on the ground and apply the wounds to himself. That damn stinky brat. Don't let me find you again, or I'll make sure you taste the power of my Tang Sek's hidden weapons. Tang San gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. The cold and merciless figure of that Qian Yu was constantly replayed in his mind, and his heart was filled with hatred. And on the other side, inside the waterfall stone cave in the back of the mountain, Thousand Feathers flipped his face after taking the soul bone and directly wanted to kill Ian to exterminate him. You people are so despicable. Didn't you agree to release me after taking the soul bone? Ian's voice was filled with despair as her branches twisted frantically in an attempt to struggle. But in the end, she was unable to escape Shifuyu's grasp. I only said to believe you, but I didn't say to let you go. Shifuyu spread his hands with an innocent face. What the hell is credit? I'm the villain. What do I need that for? Wang Xiaoer just felt that Qian Yu was too despicable, but she didn't say much. After all, the three-eyed golden guy beast was still essentially a pampered Rui beast that regarded human lives and the lives of soul beasts as if they were grass. However, just as Qian Yu was about to make his move, Tang Hao's figure violently rushed into the stone cave, and when he saw this scene, he roared in anger with his eyes wide open. Stop, you bastard! How dare you lay your hands on Ian? You seek death. Shifuyu slightly froze, then put his hand down and said with an innocent face, that I say if it's a misunderstanding, do you believe me? Little feather. This guy is very strong. You find a chance to run fast, I'll hold him off. Wang Qiaoer quickly reacted and blocked in front of Qian Yu. A soul ring began to surround her body. Thousand Feathers roughly counted a total of 7 channels, and it was obvious that she was already a soul sane powerhouse of notable strength. And with the extreme attribute of fire and light and the original from the Golden Dragon martial soul simulated by the extreme power martial soul, I'm afraid that even an average soul Douluo is not its opponent. But these alone were obviously not enough to face the furious Tang Hao. Kid, you hurt my son, and now you poisoned my wife. Today is the day you die. Tang Hao's voice was filled with killing intent, and his soul power rippled around him. A powerful pressure was released from his body, suppressing Chiyu's entire body so much that he couldn't move. The ground under his feet began to crack, and the air around him seemed to freeze. Roar! Right at this moment, a dragon's roar violently resounded from within Thousand Feathers' body, accompanied by a brilliant golden light. A huge golden dragon shadow surfaced on his body surface, carrying the pressure hard. Oh, kid, not bad. Surprisingly, you can resist my pressure, but that's all you are. You'll die here today. A huge hammer appeared in Tang Hao's hand, violently smashing towards Qian Yu and Wang Xiaoer. Wang Xiaoer hurriedly waved out her golden dragon lance to fend it off, but Qian Yu tapped her shoulder and directly teleported her aside. Humph, do you still want to care about your little girlfriend when you're dying? Tang Hao sneered, the hammer's shadow getting heavier and heavier. Qian Yu's face remained unchanged, but the soul power within his body had already begun to frantically mobilize the surrounding space elements. Just as Tang Hao's hammer fell, it strangely traveled through Qian Yu's body, and the space in front of him shattered. Tang Hao froze, but it was too late to stop his body at this point, only to see that Shifuyu's figure had appeared several meters away. Coronation Hao Tian. I wonder if you can still come back alive after being thrown thousands of meters into the air. Shifuyu smiled flatly. He gently raised his hand, and the surrounding spatial elements instantly wrapped Tang Hao's body in it. This is a spatial soul skill? Kid, what exactly are you? Tang Hao's voice echoed in the air, but in an instant, his figure had disappeared. Disappeared? Phew, great, we're saved. Feather, let's run. It'll be trouble if he comes back. Wang Xiaoer had some fear in her heart as she pulled Qian Yu's hand and prepared to flee the scene. You know she's experienced Little Feather's space trap. At most, it's a 7 or 8 kilometers teleportation. But if it's a sealed Douluo, then I'm afraid it's hard to say. Maybe it'll come back again in a few minutes. However, Shifuyu stood still and did not move. He stared at Ian, his eyes flickering slightly as if he was considering whether or not to get her killed. Ian was stared at by him a little hairy. The branches and leaves trembled slightly, and there was a hint of trembling in his voice. What do you want? This lady, your husband has now been killed by me, and your child is still so young. Even though he has been taken over, his body is ultimately flowing with your bloodline, isn't it? You don't want anything to happen to him either, right? Shifuyu gave a dangerous smile and slowly approached Ian. Ian's branches and leaves trembled even more violently, and she forced herself to calm down and said, What do you You really want? I warn you, don't think of threatening me with Junior. He's not my son. My son is dead. He's just a stranger occupying my son's body. Oh, then you no longer have a need to exist. A flame instantly appeared in Qian Yu's hand, and the smile on his face instantly turned into cold killing intent. Chapter 45, Shifuyu's Threat. Feather, you don't look like a nice person. Just who did you learn that from? Did you learn it from that bad woman, Gu Yuna? She's a total bellyache. Wang Xiaoer couldn't help but interject from the side. How in the world did such a soft and cuddly little nub that used to be so soft and cuddly grow crooked? When Qian Yu heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Sister Qiaoer, don't you dare accuse me. I call this revenge for revenge and revenge for revenge. Wait, I'm no longer related to Tang Hao's father and son. After my predecessor Jin's soul was sacrificed, my soul was reborn within her body, and the essence was already a completely new existence. Though Tang San retains my bloodline in his body, there are tens of thousands of blue-silver grasses I've sown. Should I recognize each one as my own? Please let me go. I'm willing to leave this place and never set foot in the world of humans again. There was a plea in Yin's voice. Little Feather, why don't you just let her go? You see how pitiful she looks. And let's leave quickly. It'll be dangerous if we don't leave. Wang Xiaoer said with some anxiety. Sacrifice to me and become my third soul ring and I'll let you go. Shifuyu's voice was cold and unfeeling, and he didn't intend to let Jin off the hook so easily. Sacrifice? Wouldn't that still be death? Yin will never submit to you. There was determination in Yin's voice. Her branches and leaves instantly turned into sharp blades, and countless vines began to spread towards Qian Yu. A sword of destruction appeared in Shifuyu's hand, pointing straight at Yin coldly saying, Again, sacrifice to me and become my third soul ring. I will retain your soul and consciousness, allowing you to survive in another form. Otherwise, you will completely dissipate in this heaven and earth, and you won't even have the chance to reincarnate again. Yin's branches stopped trembling, and she was silent for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons. Finally, she spoke slowly, Can you really keep my soul and consciousness? I swear on my soul that if you are willing to make a sacrifice, I will do my best to protect your soul from extinction. It is well known that I am the most trustworthy, Thousand Feathers said indifferently, but now my origin is nearly lost, and my soul has just been reborn. My power is weak. Are you sure that I can become your third soul ring like this? There was a hint of uncertainty in Silver's voice. If the consecrated soul ring was just 1,000 or even 100-year-old being, then wouldn't she be completely wiped out of consciousness by the furious Shifuyu? Better not have second thoughts, or I'll have ways to get you killed. A flash of ghostly light flashed in Shifuyu's eyes as he gently caressed the blue-silver emperor's torso, secretly saying in his heart, Brother Skydream, hand over your origin power. Do you really want it? This kid really isn't picky. Not even a single blade of grass. Skydream Glacier said somewhat lazily. Immediately afterward, a vast sea-like soul power fluctuation surged out from within Chiyu. Heavenly Dream. As a million-year-old soul beast, its origin power was a great tonic to any soul beast. A flash of shock flashed in Yin's eyes as he felt the power. I didn't realize that Shifuyu still possessed such a powerful force. Luckily, he didn't do it just now. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yin's body blossomed with a brilliant golden blue light as he received the origin of Heavenly Dream. The originally withered blue and silver grass was instantly revitalized. The origin was also remodeled and the roots became thicker. The entire cave began to shake, countless vines began to move, and the blue-silver emperor's body began to expand. Suddenly, Shifuyu felt an alarm bell go off, and the sword of destruction in his hand glowed with an ethereal purple color. He swung violently, and a sword uncut through the air, driving straight into the core of Yin's vines. However, it was as if Yin had anticipated this, as her vines twisted at an incredible speed, easily avoiding the fatal blow. Little you, be careful, Wang Qiaoer exclaimed. It's over. It's played out. Sister Autumn, go! Thousand Feathers shouted towards Wang Qiaoer while his figure stormed back. However, Yin's vines were as if they had a spirit and quickly wrapped around the ankles of Qian Yu and Wang Qiaoer, binding them firmly. The blue-silver emperor gradually transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman in a long blue dress. The woman opened those beautiful blue eyes. Her red lips were moist, and her snow-white skin seemed to shine through. She smiled slightly, with the joy of regaining her freedom and a hint of teasing. Little brother, you seem to be a bit too impatient. Since sister I have decided to make a sacrifice. How would I go back on it? Saying that she even went up and pinched Shifuyu's cheeks, and that touch actually made her faintly freeze, followed by a reddening of her ears. The young man was dressed in a white coat. Although it was young, but handsome and peerless immortal face, a divine pattern on his brow made his temperament even more extraordinary. This pinch from Yin actually caused a blush to appear on his face, making him look particularly tantalizing. Yin swallowed his saliva, couldn't help but look at the eyes, secretly muttering in his heart, "This kid looks quite handsome, but it's cheaper for this remnant soul of mine." I don't know what the ex was thinking. There are so many handsome guys in this world, but she planted her heart on Tang Hao, that mediocre-looking, macho brown guy. Despite the many belly laughs in her heart, she kept a warm smile on her face and continued, "However, since fate brought us together, perhaps this is fate. Little brother, what do you think sister should punish you for?" Ayan's red lips were slightly open as she looked at Shifuyu's snow-white neck, her body generating an unprecedented sense of excitement. She gently moved closer, her warm breath brushing against Shifuyu's ear, a hint of teasing in her voice. "How about, just punish you, to remember your sister forever?" With those words, she gently leaned down, closed her eyes, and was about to kiss those tantalizing red lips. However, the expected soft touch did not appear. Instead, an additional cold sword tip appeared at his neck. In the nick of time, Shifuyu pressed the tip of the sword of destruction against Jin's chin, stopping her from making any further moves, and the two of them were so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. "Sacrifice now at once or die," Qianyu said in a cold voice. His eyes were like deep cold pools without a single fluctuation of emotion. Yin was awakened by the sudden chill. She froze slightly, then her eyes filled with resignation. Just as he was planning to resist, an icy voice echoed within the stone cave. "You guy is unbridled. I'm still here and you dare to defile little Feather's innocence." Wang Qiuer's voice was filled with anger, and the blue-silver emperor's vines were easily broken free by her. A scarlet vertical pupil appeared on her brow, and a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire cave. Wang Qiuer's figure instantly appeared between Qianyu and Yin, and she stared tightly at Yin filled with anger. Chapter 46 Yin Sacrifice. You're an imperial swift beast. Yin blushed for a moment. The pressure wasn't too strong, but the class rooted in her bloodline made it almost impossible for her to resist. Imperial Rue beasts. That is a legendary existence, the nobility of its bloodline. Even a 100,000-year-old soul beast like her seemed insignificant, and could never have the slightest thought of resisting other than escaping. Okay, I agree to sacrifice to you, but could you move this sword first? Sister, I'm a little scared. Yin's voice trembled slightly, her gaze not daring to look directly at Wang Qiuer, just glancing cautiously at the sword of destruction in Shifuyu's hand. The ghostly purple glow gave her a palpitation. "Come on, don't get smart." Shifuyu had a black face and urged impatiently. If he hadn't killed the soul rings that Yin had absorbed would have exceeded his body's carrying limit. He would have done it a long time ago. Yin sniffed and knew that there was no turning back, so he could only follow Shifuyu's request. She closed her eyes and a soft blue light radiated from her entire body, turning everything around her into a sea of blue and silver grass. Shifuyu closed his eyes tightly and gave his full attention to channeling this power, letting it flow through his body, gradually strengthening every cell of his body. Immediately after that, 3 red soul rings appeared on his body, shining brightly like the rising sun. Most of Yin's life force was used by him to harden his physique. It made his already tough flesh even more perfect. When that blue light was finally completely integrated into Qianyu's body, the true dragon bloodline in his body regained its unprecedented activity. Just then, Yin's soul consciousness turned into a stream of light trying to enter Qianyu's sea of consciousness. Shifuyu's eyes went cold as he blocked her out. Just as he was pondering whether or not to erase Yin completely, a message surfaced under his eyes. 9 examinations of destruction. The first one is complete. First exam rewards 10% repair of the true dragon bloodline. 10,000 years increase in the age of the entire soul ring. Obtaining a soul power level. Soul contract ceremony phalanx. And obtaining the soul 100,000 years of the blue and silver emperor. Yin. Shifuyu. Am I mistaken? Why do I feel as if the rewards in the back seem to be psionic levels? How did it suddenly become soul contract ceremony formation and acquire soul sapphire emperor Jin? Along with the disappearance of the information here, a burst of green light blossomed from the destruction seal in the center of Thousand Feathers' brow. Originally began to gradually dissipate. Yin actually because of this green light gradually become solid. At the same time Tianyu also sensed an inexplicable connection between himself and Yin, as symbiotic and inseparable. Yin opened her eyes, those blue eyes full of excitement. He came to Shifuyu's face, tenderly touched Shifuyu's face and softly said, "Little fellow, I didn't expect that you didn't lie to me. You really do have the means to survive after a soul beast sacrifice. Sister is betting everything on you this time, so you have to treat me well." After saying that, she intimately buried her head into Qianyu's neck, her eyes full of infatuation and love. "Ha?" Shifuyu looked back at Yin with somewhat complicated eyes. "What would you think if I told you I was just thinking about how to kill you?" As the green light disappeared, a dark purple glow surrounded his body. The 3,100,000-year-old soul rings on his body gradually became even deeper in scarlet. The body also faintly echoed with the sound of a dragon's roar, appearing even more extraordinary. And the soul power has been raised by 2 levels, though only by 2 levels. But Shifuyu felt that his full attributes had more than doubled. The soul power reserves in his body had even increased by several times as much, especially the perception and reaction speed, which had almost reached an astonishing point. It's amazing how just fixing 10% can get you to this level. One could imagine how terrifying a full-bodied true dragon bloodline should be. Get out of my way. Don't stick it to me. Shifuyu simply pushed Dean away and continued to probe the new mission floating in his mind. Destruction of the second examination, penetration into the eye of ice and fire, and seizure of the resources prepared by the god of Shura for the training of the air. Hearing the content of the destruction's second exam, Shifuyu's gaze flickered slightly. It turned out that the Eye of Ice and Fire was the place of heaven and earth's treasures prepared by the Shura god for Tang-san, so it was no wonder that it possessed so many immortal herbs. At the same time, inside a palace in the god realm. Little Green, what on earth are you doing? Although we are on good terms, isn't it too much for you to randomly tamper with my divine examination rewards? The god of destruction frowned at the goddess of life who was snuggled in his arms, his face a little displeased. Little Violet, this child isn't enough to carry your divine position too quickly. His heart needs more refinement. Look how bad this little guy is. Not the slightest bit of credibility to speak of, and such a murderous nature. I'm doing this for his own good. Besides, this soul contract can also greatly alleviate the conflict between soul beasts and humans. So why not? The goddess of life hummed petulantly, but her gaze looked at Qian Yu with some concern. How lonely and terrible would be a god of destruction without love in his heart. He could never let Shifuyu become the Violet he once was. The boy needed more companionship. Nonsense. This child, he is the future god of destruction, not the god of life. The present mind is the perfect one. The god of destruction's tone was resolute, but a hint of helplessness and favor flashed in his eyes. Humph, I don't care. Little Violet, this child's bloodline has revived partially, enough to carry my life inheritance. I'll also intervene in the god exam in the future and properly guide him on the right path. The goddess of life was not willing to show weakness. Little Green, you're in such a hurry to pass down the divine throne. Are you afraid that after I pass down the divine throne, I'll leave the divine realm without you? Don't worry. For me, wherever I go, wherever you are is home. The god of destruction gently embraced the goddess of life, his tone filled with doting. The goddess of life sniffed, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared piteously at the god of destruction. You're the only one who can talk, greaseball. But, Violet, we really need to plan for the boy's future. If he truly develops radical thoughts, we must completely erase them before he grows up, so as not to cause a great disaster in the future. A flash of determination flashed in the goddess of life's eyes. As cute as the kid was, the way he acted really made the goddess of life a little uneasy. God of destruction. Am I the god of destruction or are you the god of destruction? Why are you so extreme? Is this child to be obliterated for nothing more than a normal path towards a dark deity? The god of destruction secretly slandered inwardly, but on the surface, he did not retort, only nodding his head gently in agreement. Chapter 47. Tang Hao was seriously injured. Inside the stone cave at the back of the Holy Souls village, Wang Qior was furious when she saw Ayan and Shifuyu's intimate gestures. She clenched her hands into fists, her fingertips almost embedding themselves in her palms, and shouted angrily, "Ah, piss me off, you bad woman, hurry up and let go of little Feather." "Aha! Little sister, don't be so stingy. Feelings are not something that can just be snatched." Ayan smiled gently and did not let go of her hand. Instead, she held Shifuyu's arm more intimately. "Go back to the sea of consciousness and leave me alone." There was a hint of impatience in Shifuyu's tone as he gently pushed Een away. Een sniffed, smiled faintly, and did not get angry, just tenderly stroked Qian Yu's head. Those eyes were full of doting intolerance. "Little one, don't be so mean. Sister just likes you and wants to spend more time with you. Forget it, there's still a long day ahead. We have plenty of time to take our time together." Saying that, Ayan gently clamped her white and slender legs around Shifuyu's waist. The woman's face was as red as blood, and she was so beautiful that she gave him a peck on the cheek, leaving a faint lip print. When Wang Qior saw this, her face became even more gloomy as she fiercely stepped forward, wanting to separate the two. However, Ayan's figure had already transformed into a ray of blue light and had disappeared into Qian Yu's brow. Qian Yu touched the lip mark on his cheek, turned his head to Wang Qior and explained, "Sister Autumn, if I say that this is all a misunderstanding, do you believe me?" "Enough. I don't want to hear it." Wang Qior interrupted him, her eyes reddening as she turned her back to Qian Yu and said in a trembling voice, "Go away. I never want to see you again." After saying that, Wang Xiao, her bean-sized eyes couldn't stop sliding down from their sockets. The young girl's back had a phrase written all over it. I'm angry. Very angry. Don't come over here and coax me yet. The three-eyed golden guy-beast was originally the favorite of the Star Dipper Great Forest. When had it ever suffered such an indignity? She had never lost her temper like this in front of anyone except for Gu Yuna. At this moment, she was like a child who had been robbed of a toy, both aggrieved and helpless. Shifuyu came to her side and took her small hand. The power of space was instantly activated, teleporting the two of them tens of thousands of meters away. It's not bad. The soul power has increased by quite a few times, and I'll be able to take people instantly in the future as well. Thousand Feathers sensed that his near-bottom soul power was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and couldn't help but reveal a smile of satisfaction. He turned his head to look at Wang Qiao beside him, only to see that she was still pouting with a puffed-up look. The big watery eyes were still a little red, like an aggrieved little rabbit. Qian Yu couldn't help but feel a bit amused, not realizing that such a lawless little bully also had such a delicate side. He gently pinched Wang Qiao's hand and coaxed in a gentle tone. Alright, Sister Qiao, don't be angry. I'll take you to the human city for a good stroll, eat delicious food and have fun. How about it? What are you laughing at? When Wang Qiao saw Qian Yu's heartless look, she became even more angry. Do I care to go to a human city? I want kisses and hugs and high fives and petting on my head. Wang Qiao thought this in her heart, but her face added a bit more pouting. She jerked her hand back and turned away in mock anger. Humph, don't think you can coax me like that. You know, when I get angry, even the 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the forest have to take a detour. Wang Qiao snorted coldly and turned her head away, her voice carrying a bit of petulance. Seeing this, Qian Yu slowly approached Wang Qiao, his voice low and gentle. Oh, then it looks like I have to be careful. In case I accidentally make our little tyrant angry one day, won't I be wanted by the entire Stardust Great Forest? When Wang Qiao heard this, the corners of her mouth involuntarily rose, but then she glared at Qian Yu in mock seriousness. Good to know. Be nice to me from now on or... Okay, little Gaby. I'm wrong, okay? Qian Yu said as he gently turned Wang Qiao around to face himself, reaching out to carefully wipe away the remaining teardrops from the corners of her eyes, and hastily coaxed. Don't cry. I'd be heartbroken to see your eyes red. Humph, I count on you to know what's good for you. In the future, if you dare to be that close to that woman again, I'll really ignore you. Wang Qiao muttered, and although there was a bit of pettiness in her tone, her eyes were full of seriousness. Alright, Sister Qiao, stop fooling around and hurry up and run, or else by the time that Tang Hao guy catches up, we'll really be a turtle in a jar. Qian Yu hurriedly begged for forgiveness, then pulled Wang Qiao's hand and turned around to run towards the depths of the dense forest. There was also some helplessness in his heart, although Wang Qiao in human form was a first-class stunning beauty. However, 5,000 years of cultivation was still childlike to the firstborn spiritually intelligent her after all. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang San looked at the figure in the sky that was rapidly falling. He froze for a moment before reacting by limping over. It was only when he saw the almost unrecognizable silhouette that he jerked to a halt, his eyes round and full of disbelief. The man lying on the ground, drenched in blood and dressed in rags, was none other than his father, Tang Hao. Father, Tang San cried out in shock, rushing forward to help Tang Hao up. His hands trembled as he probed Tang Hao's pulse, his heart filled with anxiety and fear. Don, T-move, broken, go to the village chief, help me find a healing soul master. Tang Hao squeezed out these words with difficulty, falling down from a height of thousands of meters. Even if he was a sealed Douluo able to briefly stagger in the air, he couldn't stop such a powerful impact. At this point, he had multiple fractures all over his body, his internal organs were damaged, and he was rapidly losing his vitality. Tang San sniffed, his eyes instantly reddening as he hurriedly ran furiously in the direction of the Holy Soul Village. Old Village Chief Jack had just awakened and was hurriedly urged by Tang San to go to Nordine City to look for a healing soul master. Bewildered but not daring to delay, he hurriedly called on a few of the village's young and strong, and together they embarked on the road to Nordine City. 2 days later, when Tang San and the others returned to the Sacred Soul Village again, they had already prepared for Tang Hao's death. But Tang Hao stiffened his breath and waited for the return of the crowd. After carefully examining Tang Hao's injuries, the healing soul master said with some heaviness, Alas, it's a miracle that you can still hold out until now after being injured so badly. At those words, Old Village Chief Jack's heart thumped, and his hanging heart finally died. It wasn't that he really cared about Tang Hao's death. After all, he really didn't have a good feeling about the dead drunk. But Tang San, this kid, he really liked him a lot. If anything happens to Tang Hao, what will happen to this child? Chapter 48, Sister Gu Yuna. You're not still a chick? Soul Master Lord, please you must save my father. I've already lost my mother. I can't be without a father anymore. Tang San knelt in front of the healing Soul Master, his eyes filled with pleading. Ahem. It's possible to cure it. It's just that you might fall sick later on, and you might not be able to work. I suggest it would be easier to just let him die. After pondering for a moment, the soul healer gave an answer that made Tang San feel like falling into an ice cellar. No, I can't lose my father. Please you must save him. I'll do whatever it takes. Tang San's voice was firm. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with hatred for Qianyu. The cure is possible, but can you afford the cost? It's not a small amount, and the subsequent recovery treatments require a lot of money and expensive medications. The soul healer sighed. He didn't mean to make things difficult. It was just that reality was often more brutal than ideals. What do you mean by that? Do you think I can't afford to pay? People say that a healer is a parent, but you're talking about money here? Is life so cheap in your eyes? Tang San's voice was filled with rage, and his eyes actually had some killing intent in them. This person is so ruthless that he disregards the actual situation of the patient's family and only knows to ask for money, and he has already taken the way of death. A healer? What the hell is that? Kid, do you really think I'm a charity? The healing soul master sniffed and snorted coldly, the good feelings towards Tang San in his heart vanishing. Originally looked at the child as quite filial. I did not expect to be such an ignorant and unreasonable kid. Village Chief Jack, I came here for your sake. It looks like I can't cure this disease today. You guys should hire someone else. After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave, with a look of unwillingness to stay longer. Old Jack rushed forward at the sight and apologized. If this soul master lord was offended, that would be really big trouble. Slow down. Treat my father or die. Tang San's eyes were red, and he took out an iron sword, directly moving his stance to cross in front of the healing soul master. In the end, although the healing soul master was a bit angry, he could only heal reluctantly, but the treatment on the way to inevitably give Tang Hao add some fierce material, even if living is also a half-wasted person. On the other hand, Qianyu and Wang Qiuer had just left not long before they were forcefully grabbed back by Gu Yuna. Shifuyu's heart, which was just about to go to the eye of ice and fire, was instantly cut off by Gu Yuna. He could only be helplessly held by Gu Yuna's hand and returned to the lake of life. It's worth mentioning that Shifuyu also saw Di Tian, who had been beaten up by Gu Yuna. Obviously those words that Wang Qiuer had said earlier must have been taught by Di Tian. When Di Tian saw Qianyu, his eyes were disgusted at first. However, after sensing Qianyu's true dragon bloodline that had become dense again, a flash of blazing heat could not help but flash through his eyes. Lord, this child's bloodline has finally recovered some. You should eat. Empyrean's heart rejoiced. If the Lord devoured the true dragon bloodline a few more times, sooner or later, all of them will be transformed into true dragon gods. At that time, the soul beast realm would be completely free from human oppression and usher in a truly glorious era. However, as soon as his words fell, he felt a wave of icy gaze from Gu Yuna. Empyrean, don't force me to whip you. Get the hell away from me. If you can't talk, don't talk. But Lord, Di Tian wanted to say. Alright, Empyrean, cut the crap. Bai Ji also looked at Di Tian with an unfavorable expression on her face. Little Feather is such a cute kid. How can this asshole say such cruel words? Feather, how's it going? Is it alright? Did that girl Autumn bully you? Gu Yuna hugged Shifuyu heartily. This kid should have suffered a lot in the past 2 days. The thought that he must have been eaten a lot of tofu when he was taken away by Wang Qiuer made her heart clench in raw pain and she could barely catch her breath. Hey, what do you mean? Is it condescending for you to hang out with me? I'm so pretty and have such a good personality. What could he possibly suffer with me? When Wang Qiuer heard this, she was instantly unhappy. She glared at Gu Yuna and crossed her arms in exasperation. You. Gu Yuna was so blocked by Wang Qiuer that she couldn't speak, and tears involuntarily swirled in her eyes. Her heart was filled with sourness. Obviously I was here first, but Little Feather only favored her. On what grounds? Seeing this, Wang Qiuer's face was a little bit smug. She had finally pulled back a game. She winked and purposely moved closer to Shifuyu and said in a sweet, cloying voice, Say, Little Feather, would it be more fun with me or with Sister Nell? She said, and blinked her little mouth as if she was reminiscing about something. Ha ha, but Autumn-chan likes Little Feather so much? After all, Little Feather's lips are really moist and make you want to. Wang Qiuer deliberately spoke ambiguously, her eyes roaming over Qianyu's body. A blush spread across her pretty face as well. Qianyu hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to meet Wang Qiuer's blazing gaze. It was clear in his mind that this stupid road deer was afraid that he was going to get beaten up again. Gu Yuna's face instantly turned cold as frost when she heard this. Her silver eyes stared tightly at Wang Qiuer. His hair was turned upside down with anger. and his eyes gradually turned into a scarlet blood color. She asked in a chilling voice, "You little bastard. What the hell have you done?" "Well, I didn't just savor the feeling of human kissing. Why are you reacting so strongly?" "It's hard to. Sister Gu Yuna. You're not still a fledgling, are you?" Wang Qiuer pretended to be surprised, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a mischievous smile. She purposely bit out the word kissing very strongly, and her words were full of provocation. "You, pissed me off. I am going to rip your mouth off." Gu Yuna instantly became furious and charged straight at Wang Qiuer. However, Wang Qiuer, as if she had expected it, directly jumped into Qian Yu's arms, her tearful eyes misty, and her aggrieved Baba cried out, 5000. She's hundreds of thousands of years old, and she's still bothering with me as a little kid. She really doesn't know how to be ashamed. Oh, the corner of Shifuyu's mouth twitched slightly, but he still tenderly touched her head and softly comforted her. "Alright, Sister Autumn, don't cry. Nana-chan is just a little agitated. She doesn't mean any harm. We all know you're a good kid, right?" Seeing this, Gu Yuna turned her head to look at Tian and said in a chilling voice, "Tian, look at how you've brought up a baby, raising the little bastard to be so petulant and willful, and still not knowing how to behave. Now, immediately, pull her away right now. I never want to see her again." Gu Yuna glanced at Wang Qiuer and made up her mind that she must find an opportunity to beat her up. Chapter 49, Fool, of course I chose to leave. Tian's heart was flabbergasted as he hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully answered, "Yes, Lord. I'll take her away now." After saying that, Tian grabbed Wang Qiuer, who was still relying on Qian Yu's arms. Despite Wang Qiuer's desperate struggles, she was forcefully dragged away. Gu Yuna came to Qian Yu with a gloomy face, staring straight at him with some obscure eyes. Shifuyu was a little bit furious by her stare and asked with an awkward smile, "How? What's wrong? Nana-chan? You smell like another woman. Are you out there with another woman?" Kuzuna looked down and sniffed Shifuyu's lapel. That faint scent that did not belong to her, nor to Wang Qiuer, filled her heart with anger as well as sourness. Mistake. It must not be what you think. I'm still so young. How could?" Just as Shifuyu wanted to explain, Gu Yuna had kissed him hard on the lips. Well, Shifuyu's eyes instantly widened with incredulity. Gu Yuna looked at Shifuyu a bit mesmerized and said a bit shyly, "Feather, you don't have to do anything next. Just leave it to Nana-chan." When she finished, she wanted to deepen the kiss again. Shifuyu snapped back to his senses and pushed her away forcefully with a direct press on her head, gasping for breath. "Nana-san, we can't. This is not right. What's wrong with that? What are you still pretending at this point? Didn't you and that little bastard already do something? Why shouldn't I?" Gu Yuna's voice trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with anger. Her burning spit gently spat on Shifuyu's neck. Layers of redness rose on Shifuyu's snow-white, almost visible veined skin, like peach blossoms blooming in the morning sunlight, tantalizing to be picked. "Nana-chan, calm down." Shifuyu gently shook Kuzuna's shoulder, trying to calm her down. "How do you expect me to be calm at this point? Feather, can't you feel my feelings for you? From the moment you appeared in my life, you have occupied all my thoughts. I would give anything for you, including my life." Gu Yuna's emotions were completely out of control, and tears blurred her vision. Her soft hands wrapped around Shifuyu's waist, holding him tightly. Her voice was tinged with sobs. "Feather, let me be your support, okay?" At night, inside a thatched hut next to the Lake of Life, Buzuna rested with Shifuyu in her arms. Shifuyu felt the warm, soft, jade-like petite body that pressed against his body, and his heart was a little annoyed. At this time, Gu Yuna was wearing a thin as a cicada-like gauze. Her long hair was like a waterfall, casually draped over her shoulders, intertwined with her sarong, making her skin look even more snowy and clear. Her dress was so short that she only needed to move casually to reveal those white and slender legs. At this time, her limbs are like octopus wrapped around Qianyu, making him unable to move, breathing all her body's faint aroma. Shifuyu snapped his eyes open and tried to push her away, but then stopped his hand when he saw her cozy expression. Gu Yuna rubbed that rosy face against Chiyu's face, and the aroma spray lingered on the tip of Chiyu's nose, causing his breath to catch. She seemed to sense Qianyu's struggles and murmured softly, "Little you, don't be afraid. I'm right beside you. Sleep at ease. Hey, since you're awake, hurry back to your room. I can't sleep at all with you on top of me." Seeing that she wasn't asleep, Shifuyu hurriedly let out a wail of accusation. Gu Yuna didn't pretend to be asleep when she heard this and directly sat on Shifuyu's body. The clothing at her shoulders slipped off due to the movement, revealing those white shoulders and delicate collarbones. She braced her hands in front of Shifuyu's chest, her beautiful eyes full of cunning. "You can't sleep. Why can't you sleep? Little bad boy. Are you thinking of something bad?" "That's right too. My body is so soft and I'm so good looking. I'm always available if you want. Oh. Gu Yuna's words carried a hint of teasing, causing Shifuyu's cheeks to instantly color red. You don't joke around. Get the hell out of my way. Shifuyu stammered back. Hey, Feather, you're blushing. It's hard to believe you're excited. It was as if Gu Yuna had seen something funny. Her stunning face instantly drew closer to Shifuyu's. That lotus root-like white tender jade arm silently touched Qian Yu's exposed waistline. Shifuyu hurriedly tried to sit up, but Gu Yuna's movements were unusually agile as she pressed down on Shifuyu's shoulders, preventing him from moving. Her lips then came close to Qian Yu's ear, whispering softly, "Little you, the more you resist, the more excited I get. Why don't you just obey me?" Unable to do anything about it, Shifuyu could only hold her tightly into his arms, not allowing her to move around. Seeing this, Gu Yuna was satisfied and said, "That's right, make it seem like I'm some kind of flooding beast. Feather, you obviously like me too, don't you?" After saying that, she closed her eyes and found a comfortable position, lying down in Shifuyu's arms to sleep. How could Shifuyu not fall asleep when he sensed that smooth touch? In the blink of an eye, 6 years have passed. Shifuyu had reached level 40 in his 4th year, and a 60,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger chosen for the 4th soul ring. It's a bit of a struggle to absorb, but it's kind of a shock. Guzuna threw a little tantrum for a while after learning of Jin's existence, but was quickly coaxed out of it by Shifuyu, but there was still a little bit of jealousy. It wasn't as if Qian Yu hadn't thought about leaving the Stardust Great Forest to go out and sign in during this period, but Gu Yuna had already blocked the entire core of the Stardust Great Forest with the space element. Without her consent, not even a fly could fly out, let alone Shifuyu, a living human being. You know what? I'm actually conflicted. Late one night, Gu Yuna snuggled into Shifuyu's arms and whispered, "I want to both lock you up so tightly that you never get hurt, and I want you to spread your wings and go after your dreams. You won't blame me. After all, I'm doing this for your own good." Well, Shifuyu nodded without further comment. Instead, he looked at the dark night sky and fell into a world of self-absorption. Gu Yuna knew he wasn't even listening when she saw his expression. Unable to help but puff up her cheeks in annoyance, she gently pinched Shifuyu's cheek. "Hey, are you even listening to me? Listen up. Shifuyu replied perfunctorily. "Humph, how dare you ignore me? I'm sick of you." Gu Yuna's face was a little less than pretty, but she still rubbed herself in Qian Yu's arms like a pampered kitten. Chapter 50, Encountering Shrek. I know you're complaining about me not giving you a chance to get out, but I'm doing this for your own good. It's a dangerous world out there. Besides, isn't it good to live a peaceful and beautiful life here with me? Gu Yuna continued to add. Shifuyu was silent, listening to her chatter with some impatience. He had seen over the years that this silly dragon was the living, breathing nerd girl that didn't want to go there either. And every day, apart from practicing, he just surrounded him. If you keep ignoring me, I'm going to get angry and have serious consequences. Now I'm going to give you 2 choices. 1 is to be a good boy and stay by my side and let me protect you, even though it might bore you. 2 is that you leave the Stardust Great Forest now, and I will never care about you again. Gu Yuna clasped her hands on her chest and raised her little head, her eyes still glaring round. That little look as if she was saying, "Think carefully, I'm such a beautiful dragoness. If you miss me, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Qian Yu laughed softly, reached out and gently scraped Gu Yuna's nose, saying gently, "Fool, of course I chose to leave." The winning smile on Gu Yuna's face instantly froze as she stared in disbelief. "What did you say? You're leaving? Do you really want to?" Qian Yu did not reply, only that his figure had disappeared, instantly spanning a distance of tens of thousands of meters and arriving at the edge of the core area. He had used up almost all of his soul power for this spatial teleportation. Nowadays, he could only rely on walking, but the good thing was that the enhancement of his physique allowed him to recover his soul power at a speed far beyond that of normal people as well. "Aha! You bastard! Don't you regret it? Even if you come back now, I won't care about you for 3 days." Gu Yuna stomped her feet in place in anger, her eyes slightly red, and a few tremors in her voice. She never thought that Qian Yu would really choose to leave, and that feeling of being abandoned was like a sharp blade, piercing her heart viciously. However, just as Gu Yuna almost lost control, a subtle fluctuation came from the direction where Shifuyu had disappeared. Hey, it's hard to believe that you, an old woman, have been abandoned. Hey, older dragons have to be self-aware. Where is the charm of a youngster like me? Wang Qiuer naturally piqued at this scene. She swung her long blonde hair in big waves and chased after Shifuyu in his direction without looking back. Gu Yuna instantly felt a blue smoke rising from her brain as she laughed angrily. "Well, you 2 little bastards, one after the other. You challenge my bottom line, she whispered to herself. Then her figure flashed and she also chased after Shifuyu in the direction he had left. Thousand Feathers' journey through the experience didn't go so well. He couldn't even walk out of the core area. The space around him was firmly locked by Gu Yuna's domain, and even if he wanted to use his spatial power to escape, it would be futile. He was as ghostly as a wall for more than half a month in the same place. Little Feather is so pathetic. You old hag, hurry up and release it. I know you're the one who's messing with it. The three-eyed golden Gaibeast transformed into its prototype and was held in Kuina's arms, her tiny body struggling, her golden eyes filled with anger and anxiety. Humph. Soon the little guy will come back and apologize to me, and he'll know how good I've been to him all these years, Gu Yuna said, and retaliated by plucking a few golden hairs from the top of the three-eyed golden Gaibeast's head, causing the little guy to grunt in pain. But soon the peace of the Stardust Great Forest was shattered by a group of people. The Shrek crowd led by Flanders happened to collide with Shifuyu. Shrek's crowd looked different when they saw Shifuyu. Shu Shuqing and Ning Rongrong's eyes instantly lit up. They had never seen such a handsome young man before and were about to get stupid. But Tang San had already struck first, as he slowly stepped forward, his fists quietly clenching as he coldly looked at Thousand Feathers. Tang San's abnormality caught the attention of the crowd. What's the matter, Junior? Do you know this white boy? Is it possible that you have a crush on him? Want to pucker up and give him a pass? Ma Hongyuan's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough to be heard by everyone around him, and his voice was even more full of mockery. Put. Mai didn't hold back her laughter, but quickly realized that she had lost her temper and hurriedly covered her mouth. Her eyes wandered over Tang San and Qianyu, only to freeze when she saw the mark on Qianyu's brow. That's a Thousand Feathers. If it wasn't for him, Mom wouldn't have left herself so early. Xiao Dance's eyes instantly turned icy cold as she stared tightly at Qianyu. Tang San didn't pay attention to Ma Hongjuan's flirting. In his opinion, this dead fat man's mouth was uncovered, making fun of others at will, already taking the way to death. Sooner or later he would make him pay for it himself. He stared intently at Shifuyu and spoke slowly, his voice low and strong. The 6-year period has passed, and I am now a level 29 Great Soul Master. Between us, there are some accounts that it's time to settle. Junior, don't worry, it's just a little white boy. Don't worry, I, Dai Mu Bai, will definitely be on your side, and we, the Shrek 7 monsters, will work together as one to defend against foreign enemies. Dai Mu took a step forward, and he skimmed his mouth in great displeasure. In his heart, he cursed Zhu Zhuqing. This stinky. Seeing a handsome man and not being able to walk, it really made people hot. Qianyu sniffed and frowned slightly. He was completely not in the mood to tangle with this group of people right now. The only one who felt that Qianyu's identity was not simple was Xiao Dai. After all, it could be guarded by two 100,000-year-old soul beasts, myself and my mom. And to be able to induce a great battle between the martial soul hall and the soul beasts, it didn't seem like an ordinary person by any stretch of the imagination. Kid, just which academy are you from? Dare to provoke our Shrek Academy students. Do you not want to live? Zhao Wuji clenched his fists, his face filled with teasing. His huge body was like a small mountain, giving Qianyu a considerable sense of oppression. Roll, or die. Shifuyu coldly spat out a few words without the slightest emotion in his tone. Zhao Wuji froze for a moment, and a thoughtful light passed through his eyes. The teenager in front of him looked like he had an extraordinary demeanor, and looking at the way he was emboldened, he definitely wouldn't be a civilian soul master. Although Zhao Wuji was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. If he couldn't see the situation and rashly made a move, he was afraid that it would bring unnecessary trouble to himself and Shrek Academy. Old Zhao, stand down. Flanders lightly patted Zhao Wuji's shoulder, signaling him to be at ease. His gaze was deep, looking up and down at Qiyu, but Qiyu was just wearing an ordinary white robe. Though engraved with flamboyant gold patterns, there is no conspicuous logo or insignia that would indicate its identity. Flanders thought darkly in his mind, but after seeing Shifuyu's wretched appearance, he secretly guessed that Shifuyu should have gotten separated from his clan or teacher, and was now nothing more than a fox in disguise. Chapter 51, Killing Daimubai in Seconds. Crushing the Shrek 7 monsters. Ha! It's better for young people not to be too arrogant, and not to go out and inquire about the reputation of our Shrek Academy. Now, if you kneel down and apologize to Junior, and then disable your own cultivation, perhaps we can still let you live. The corner of Flanders' mouth curled into a sneer. In his heart, he had already decided to completely bury this brat in this dense forest in order to eliminate future troubles. You want to live after offending the son of Hao Tian Douluo? Blue and silver winding. Tang San's eyes flickered slightly, taking advantage of Thousand Feathers' unpreparedness to quickly utilize a soul skill. For a moment the blue-silver grass with the strong Mandragora snake toxin wrapped around towards Shifuyu at breakneck speed. Yet a black mist corroded these blue and silver grasses to pieces, and even the toxins in the air disappeared without a trace. Thousand Feathers gently raised his hand, and as if the surrounding mists were alive, they madly shot towards Flanders' direction. Flanders' heart fluttered, not daring to be careless. His figure retreated violently. While mobilizing the soul force in his body, a circle of golden soul force shield coalesced around him, resisting the layer of mist. This is the ultimate dark attribute. What exactly are you? Flandre felt the soul power in his body that was being drastically consumed, and was somewhat incredulous in his heart. Dark attributes were extremely rare on the Douluo continent, and because of their evil and power, they are often feared by the world. This power is often only possessed by the fallen and a few soulmaster families. Not to mention it was still this kind of power that possessed extreme darkness, which was practically unheard of. This kid must have extraordinary power behind him. Flanders pondered in his heart, and his eyes were even more murderous. Since we've already been offended, we mustn't let this kid leave. Otherwise, Shrek Academy was afraid that it would lead to extinction. Flanders, need to be so cautious? Even if he has a little background. So what? Which one of the little monsters here doesn't have a background? Dai Mubai is from the Star Luo Empire. His martial soul is still an evil-eyed white tiger, and he also has the surname Dai, so he should be from the Star Luo royal family. And Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul is the underworld spirit cat, so it should be from the Star Luo Zhu clan. Ning Rongrong is also the favorite only daughter of the Seven Treasures glazed sex contemporary patriarch. As for Tang San, there's even less to say. Zhao Wuji spoke with confidence. They Shrek finally had the background to not fear any power. With this level of relationship, I'm afraid that the Bishop of the Palace of Martial Souls would also have to weigh 3 times. Brothers, turn on the martial soul. I will avenge my lost treasure. Tang San's face was filled with distortion, the hatred in his heart growing stronger. The 2 soul rings on his body also lit up. The others sniffed and opened their martial souls as well. There was not a single one of these people with a white soul ring, and the lowest was a yellow 100-year soul ring. In particular, Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed pagoda was even more dazzling. It was just that all of their faces were very odd. Some were even looking at Tang San with compassion. Originally, the crowd did not know that Tang San was a eunuch, but there was no way to help it with dance as the loudspeaker, spreading the story everywhere. Second soul skill, White Tiger Fiery Light Wave. First soul skill, Phoenix Firebrand. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who possessed long-range attack skills, were the first to attack. It turned out to be surprising to find that the 2 attacks had already been corrupted by the black mist before they even got close to Qianyu. First soul skill, Spectral Surge. Zhu Zhuqing let out a low shout, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a residual shadow and appeared above Qianyu. The slender palm transformed into a claw shadow and frantically grabbed towards Shifuyu's face. Feather, no good, Gu Yuna exclaimed in her heart, almost unable to resist the anger in her heart to wipe out all these bullies of her own cubs, but quickly forced down this killing intent. What are you doing? Don't go save him yet. Wang Qiuer's heart was filled with anxiety as she glared angrily at Gu Yuna. Rather, if she hadn't been held tightly by her, she would have definitely rushed out a long time ago. Humph, just let him get hurt first. Who made him even try to leave me? I've told him more than once that it's a dangerous world out there, and he just won't listen. If he doesn't apologize to me this time, I'll never bother with her again. Gu Yuna grunted and said somewhat gamely. Despite the words, her body tensed, eyes fixed on the battlefield, ready to strike at any time. Gu Yuna's heart was conflicted, both wanting to take this opportunity to make Qianyu suffer a bit, but also worrying that he would really get hurt. But more than that, he was still angry at Shifuyu's decisive departure. What does this little take his feelings for? Said to leave without any regard for her feelings. Hey, it's already this time. Why are you still making a scene? Hurry up and let go of me. I want to go over and help him. Wang Qiuer struggled hard, her teeth biting hard on Gu Yuna's shoulder. Gu Yuna was in pain, but she did not let go and murmured in a low voice. Inviting favor? I don't need him to be liked. I just need him to be by my side and never leave. I know he doesn't like my controlling nature, but that doesn't mean he can defy my wishes. If he really understands me, he should realize how much I care about him. For once, let him reflect. On the other hand, Shifuyu's spiritual probes had long locked Shrek's crowd firmly in place. Their every soul power mobilization and movement change could not escape his perception. How could it be possible for Zhu Zhuqing's sneak attack to succeed? Thousand Feathers did not raise his head as a black mist precisely bound Zhu Zhuqing firmly. Zhu Zhuqing could only be awkwardly suspended in midair, unable to get down, and the clothes were still tattered and torn by the black mist, revealing some skin. Large swaths of springtime were exposed yet hidden by the black mist. Only Shifuyu could clearly see the tantalizing silhouette. Shifuyu froze slightly and averted his eyes somewhat sheepishly. Incidentally, He also thoughtfully helped her gather a thin layer of black mist to cover those spring lights, and reduced the corrosive nature of the black mist. Otherwise not only the clothes but even her skin would have to be damaged. Asshole! Put Takeuchi down. Seeing this, Dai Mubai roared. The first soul ring on his body lit up, and his figure leapt up violently, charging towards Qianyu, and Shifuyu just instantly moved in front of him. There wasn't any special move, just a light punch. Boom! Ah! The punch looked ordinary, and there wasn't even soul power condensed on it. But that punch directly broke through Dai Mubai's white tiger body protection barrier and heavily bombarded his chest, only to see Dai Mubai instantly fly out several 10 meters away, crashing into a thick tree before slowly coming to a stop. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and a piece of his chest was sunken in, obviously seriously injured. What? The scene took everyone present by surprise. Among them, Dai Mubai was considered a stronger existence, yet he couldn't even catch a single punch from Thousand Feathers. Chapter 52 Little Dance's Difference. So weak, Shifuyu was practically powerless to spit. He had used only half of his strength for this strike, and Dai Mubai was already unable to withstand it. If he hadn't stopped in time, I'm afraid he would have splattered himself with blood. Whoa! This little white boy is too strong. Even Boss Dai is no match for him. Oscar let out a gasp of surprise, the sausage in his hand nearly falling to the ground. Wow! This guy is so handsome. I want to talk to him more. With my lady's charm, I can definitely charm him to death. He. Ning Rongrong thought secretly in her heart. Her cheeks unconsciously colored with a touch of redness, and her standing posture unconsciously became more graceful. She gently straightened her skirt, trying to get Shifuyu's attention that way. She sneaked a glance at Shifuyu, only to see him standing there blandly, with no intention of looking at herself at all. Wow! What kind of woodchuck is this? I can't believe you're indifferent to this lady's charms. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel a bit chagrined, and her exasperated little foot stomped lightly on the ground. Little Dance ran darkly to Shifuyu's side, blinking her big eyes and whispering, "Hey, little feather, do you still recognize me? I'm that little rabbit you even fed me carrots when you were little." Shifuyu glanced at her, but there was no ripple in his eyes. A rabbit? Come to think of it, it's kind of cute, he responded softly, and then his gaze swept over the crowd once more. Mai's face clouded over, but she still held back her anger and said, "Tell me honestly, did you have anything to do with my mom's death or not?" Her body tensed up, a tantalizing pink glow in her eyes, ready to give Shifuyu an explosive killing 8-part slam. Thousand Feathers thought briefly and nodded slightly. Yes, that big rabbit disappeared and went looking for himself for a while. It was only later that he learned from Bridget that he had been killed by Bibi Dong, so he did have something to do with himself. Chiyu, don't you have any sense of guilt? My mom was always protecting you. Xiaodance looked at that Qianyu's cold eyes. Her eyes reddened, and a pang of sourness ran through her heart. She felt how wronged and unworthy her mother's death was, that she would lose her life because of such a person. Although the conversation between Mai and Shifuyu was lowered, but which one of the crowd was not a soul master with sharp ears and was able to clearly capture the content of their conversation? For a while, the expressions of Shrek's crowd became more complicated. Some were angry, some were shocked, and some were incredulous. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. Little Dance was his recognized sister. Even if Mai, the loudmouth, had revealed the secret that he was a eunuch, he couldn't afford to blame Xiaowu. Now this bastard Shifuyu dared to make Mai sad. It's almost as if no amount of ways to take death would be enough to kill him 1,000 times. Guilt? Why should I? Shifuyu hadn't finished his words. Mai then had her legs wrapped around his neck in a rage. However, Shifuyu had anticipated this and tightened his grip on Mai's slender waist. As long as she dared to use the soul technique waist bow and throw herself out, Shifuyu then dared to crush her spine and leave her paralyzed for the rest of her life. Rabbit, you have to think clearly, but don't blame me for not giving you a chance, Qianyu said coldly. At the same time, Xiaodance's second soul skill, Charm, was returned directly in its original form. It caused Xiaodance to freeze in place for a moment, a flushed color appearing on her cheeks, and her breathing became rapid. Moreover, Shifuyu's hand that stayed on her waist, even more so, made her body surge like an electric shock. Like tingling sensation spread to the whole body. Feeling the abnormality of her body, Mai's eyes widened as tears of humiliation dripped down from her eyes. You let go of me. Mai's voice was tinged with sobs, but she was still stubborn. How could I possibly feel this way about my enemy? Mom, come help me. I'm so sick. Shifuyu felt some warm and sticky liquid appear at her neck. His face instantly darkened, and he directly threw Little Dance out with one hand. He had merely rebounded Charm, but he hadn't expected that it would be so powerful with the Charm buff, directly causing Little Dance to go into heat, and Dance drew a parabola in the air, eventually falling heavily to the ground. The sharp pain had sobered her up quite a bit, but she had no shame after what had happened. The young girl curled up into a ball, her hands clasped around her knees, tears slipping down like broken beads. "My, are you okay?" Tang San went up to ask with concern. He turned his head to look at Qianyu with eyes filled with hatred, as if he wanted to eat him alive. "No, it's fine, Junior. I'm just rebounding from the charm, so leave me alone." Dance's face was filled with dryness. At the same time the heart was filled with shyness and panic. He was afraid that Shifuyu would talk about it, in which case she might as well be dead. Shifuyu touched the sticky liquid at his neck. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. Little Dance stared tightly at Qianyu and violently shook her head, her watery eyes filled with pleading. At this moment even her mother's hatred seemed to become less important, and she only hoped that Shifuyu would keep the secret. Shifuyu shifted his gaze to the rest of Shrek. Ma Hongjun and Oscar cowered back in death, not daring to breathe. Flanders and Zhao Wuji had intended to exercise the unity and collaboration of these little monsters. At this moment, seeing this scene was even more of a grimace. 7 fights against 1 and still get countered. It's a disgrace. Cough. Hurry up and put down bamboo chain or die. I'm the Prince of Star Luo. You can't afford the consequences. Dai Mubai's eyes were bared, never having felt so powerless. No, don't, please, just do it. Xu Zhuqing's voice trembled a little. He felt like his clothes had almost completely disappeared, and he was practically going to be seen naked when he was let out at this point. She squeezed her eyes shut, her hands clawing helplessly at the air around her, her cheeks rolling as if they could drip blood. Shifuyu glanced at Xu Zhuqing and hesitated for a moment before throwing it deeper into the forest. Xu Zhuqing took out her clothes from her soul guide the moment she landed, and dressed herself in a messy manner, her face still flushed and her gaze filled with both shock and shame. Dare to harm Little Dance? You already have a way of getting killed. Go to hell. Tang San was burning with jealousy in his heart at the sight of Xiao Dance's blushing expression, though he couldn't give Mai the life she wanted right now, but he had already taken Xiao Dai as his own possession, and would absolutely not allow anyone to defile her in the slightest. With this thought, a hammer that was pitch black in color and emitted a faint dark gold luster appeared out of thin air from his palm. Chapter 53, beat Tang San violently. Crazy batch of 1,000 feathers. Little one, I'll admit that your strength is quite good, but your journey ends here. Now you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I'll let you go. Otherwise you'll die here today. Flanders' tone was morose. His psionic energy surged around him. The entire person turned into an owl, his eyes flashing with icy killing intent. Shifuyu didn't say anything, just coldly glanced at Flanders. Then his figure instantly disappeared in place, arriving in front of Tang San and picking up his collar. So fast. What time is this? Flandra was secretly shocked in his heart. Even as a 78-level soul saint himself, he was unable to capture the trajectory of his movement. But how is that possible? I'm a min attacker. Boom! With a loud bang, Shifuyu kicked Tang San above his abdomen. Pust! Tang San's face paled, violently spitting out a large mouthful of blood. His internal organs somewhat shifted. The whole person flew out like a kite with broken strings and fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Junior! Flandra's pupils suddenly shrunk in anger, and his wings flapped violently, pouncing straight at 1,000 feathers. Seeing this, Shifuyu also grew a pair of pitch-black feathered wings on his back, easily dodging Flandra's strike. Shifuyu didn't dwell too much with Flanders. He flew directly towards Tang San, a black flames emerging in his hand. As long as this flame of destruction could touch Tang San's skin, it would instantly spread throughout his body, completely incinerating his flesh and soul, just as the flames were about to touch Tangshen. Stop! Flandra roared, and a sharp feather, like a sharp blade, shot towards Qianyu. This resulted in Shifuyu having to stop his hand movements and use the power of space to avoid the damage, and those feathers pierced through Shifuyu's body through and through and landed on Tang San. In an instant, Tang San's entire body was stabbed with blood. Miserable! Junior! Shrek's crowd exclaimed, wanting to go forward but not daring to. Xiao Dance was even more frightened and pale, wanting to rush forward but being pulled by Ma Hongjun to death. Tang San stifled a grunt, forcibly enduring the severe pain, glaring deathly at Qianyu, viciously saying, Ha! Qianyu, if I don't die today, I, Tang San, will return the favor 100-fold in the future. Ha! So you're brave, then you'll die here today. The corners of Shifuyu's mouth curled into a smile. Until now, he still dares to put a hard word. I really don't know if this protagonist is stupid, or he really has something to rely on. As expected, Shifuyu's spiritual power quickly probed Tang San's left sleeve to find 3 small pitch-black needles within it. 1,000 Feathers was in awe and did not dare to be careless. He directly broke Tang San's left arm with great force, blood spattering, bones all stabbing out from the flesh and bone, looking extremely terrifying. and the 3 small pitch-black needles fell to the ground powerlessly. Ha! It seems that you're still a little smart. If I hadn't been prepared, I would have almost been undermined by you. As Chiyu said that, he summoned a ball of black chi to drill into Tang San's body, crazily wreaking havoc in his body, impacting various meridians and acupoints. Ah! Tang San's face instantly became hideous, letting out a miserable scream. His whole body trembled as if he was being eaten by a million ants and was in agony. Stop it, you demon! What on earth have you done to Tang San? Flandra's eyes were crimson and he hissed. Ha 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 ha, you can't stand this much pain? Once I had suffered 1,000 times as much. So you say, what makes you more than me? By what right? Shifuyu's maniacal laughter echoed through the forest. This bizarre scene sent a chill down the spine of the Shrek crowd. Crazy, crazy, this guy is absolutely crazy. Oscar's voice was trembling while he carefully retreated behind the people, praying in his heart that Shifuyu wouldn't be his next target. Shifuyu, I was wrong, please let Junior go. Little Dance carefully came to Qianyu's body and knelt on the ground, tears rolling down like broken beads. Fear spread wildly through his mind. I'm crazy to seek revenge on this monster. Mom, where are you? Come and save me. Mai cried out in despair in her mind. The feeling of oppression that Shifuyu brought was unprecedented. Godly spatial soul skills, a body of great strength, swift black feathers and the unknown mists of that dark night. The key thing is still Shifuyu's crazy and brutal character. None of it makes one feel a choking sense of fear. Leave him alone. Well, let's see. That's not impossible. Tang San just tried to stick these 3 needles on me. Rabbit, you know, I'm most afraid of needles. If you can have these 3 needles stuck in you instead, I'll consider sparing his life. Shifuyu revealed a slightly sarcastic smile and pointed to the 3 small pitch-black needles on the ground with excitement in his eyes. Little Dance sniffed and her face instantly turned as white as paper. Her hands trembled as her eyes hovered over the 3 small, pitch-black needles. I don't know what it is, but it's obviously not going to be anything good. After a moment of hesitation, Mai took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, okay, I'll zap. After saying that, she picked up the 3 small pitch-black needles on the ground, her fingers trembling slightly. No, don't. Mai, you're going to die. Hurry up and put the needle down. Fear finally appeared on Tang San's face. He tried his best to stop Mai, but the sharp pain in his body prevented him from moving. Tang San's words caused Xiao Dance's heart to completely sink to the bottom, looking at the 3 thin needles but couldn't get them in. Ooh, I'm sorry Junior. I can't do it. I don't want to die. And I don't want you to die either. Tears welled up like a spring in Xiao Dance's eyes, and the small needle in her hand slid down helplessly, her heart filled with the fear of death. Bunny, are you ting me? The smile on Shifuyu's face instantly turned cold as he grabbed Mai's hair and yanked her head up hard to meet his own. Yeah, sorry, I want to live. Woohoo wow. Mai broke down and cried, fear nearly crushing her sanity. Shifuyu threw him away with a somewhat bored hand and scanned the Shrek Academy crowd. Those who locked eyes with him lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. This invisible sense of oppression caused even Zhao Wuji, who was a soul saint, to break out in a cold sweat on his forehead, and sweat dampened his back. In his heart, he secretly muttered, this kid is afraid that it won't be some old monster in disguise, right? Humph, bunch of cowards. Thousand Feathers snorted coldly and once again turned his gaze to Tang San, who by now had almost fainted from the pain. Shifuyu stomped on his other hand, crushed with force. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Tang San jolted awake, and the miserable screams resounded once again. Chapter 54, What's it to do with what Gu Yuna said about me? Gunnar? In a corner of the forest, Gu Yuna and Wang Qiuer quietly watched this scene. Sister Gu Yuna, isn't your teaching of Little Feather slightly too much? What a lovely one child in the past. How did he turn into such a cruel and heartless one now? Wang Qiuer asked with some confusion. Gu Yuna sniffed, her eyes slightly reddened, and she slightly choked and said, ugh, I'm sure I'm still too deeply influenced by that crazy woman Bibi Dong. Even with all the love and care I've given him over the years, I still haven't been able to completely erase those shadows. Although I can temporarily suppress the violence in his heart with my strength, it will take my love to truly bring him out of that darkness. Had, you who has fallen into darkness is also handsome. I also want to warm his cold heart with my love. Wang Qiuer's face actually surfaced a blush, and her eyes were filled with excitement. Even warmth isn't your turn, so get the hell away from me. And if you can't manage your tongue again, I'll cut it out for you. Gu Yuna scolded sternly while viciously pinching her little cheeks. Didn't you say that if you doesn't apologize to you, you'll never ignore him again? Now why are you acting like an old mother hen guarding her food again? Afraid of others approaching? Wang Qiuer winked mischievously. Humph, what business is it of mine? Gu Nair, what Gu Yuna said. You'd better be a good pet. Little Feather belongs to me. A dragon. no one can get their hands on it. After Gu Yuna finished speaking, her appearance gradually transformed from a high and cold imperial sister to a soft and cute little lowly form, the blush on her cheeks adding a bit more shyness. But even so, her figure was still shapely, perfectly outlined with the curves of a young girl. Ha! So disgusting. Obviously already hundreds of thousands of years old auntie. Still pretending to be young here. Wang Xiaoer looked disgusted while waving her little paw and pointing at herself and said, "Hey, hurry up and change me back. Who are you calling an old auntie? You little vixen. You still want to change back to human form. Don't even think about it. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Little feather isn't something you can just flirt with." Guzuna angrily plucked a few of her golden furs, puffing her cheeks out in anger as if she were a pissed-off hamster. "Hey Gu, are you angry? An angry little dragon lady is even more adorable." Instead of being afraid, Wang Xiaoer came a little closer and stretched out her little paw to poke Gu Yuna's puffed-up cheeks and said smugly, He, such an old hag isn't scary at all. Instead it's a bit, well, contrasting." Gu Yuna sniffed and felt that Her Majesty had suffered a provocation. Then she ruthlessly plucked the hairs on Wang Xiaoer's brain. Oh wow, don't pull it. If I pull it again I'm going to be bald. I won't be cute if I turn into a bald fox. Little feather will dislike me. Wang Xiaoer wailed in grief. Humph, it's better if you're bald, so no one will steal little feather from me. Although Gu Yuna said so on her lips, the movements on her hands were much lighter, and returned his eyes to Shifuyu's. Look at the unruly teenager. He felt at once that he had never really understood what Shifuyu was thinking. It's just a matter of imposing your will on him. What was clearly an attempt to protect him became a shackle that bound him. Ugh, maybe that's why Feather is trying to find a way to get away from herself. Gu Yuna sighed secretly in her heart, and those good old days seemed to have been clouded at this moment. Shifuyu stomped on Tang San's head, a wanton smile on his face, and said in a chilling voice, "Scream, keep screaming. Aren't you a wild one? The way to death? Ha, come on. I'd like to see what your way of taking death is capable of." At this moment, even the flamboyant Ning Rongrong was unable to develop any favorable feelings towards this handsome teenager. She clenched her lower lip and lowered her head in fear that she would be the next target. Xu Zhuqing silently hid into a dark corner, pretending not to see all this. If Qian Yu wanted to kill them, I'm afraid that the two teachers, Flanders and Zhao Wuji, wouldn't be able to stop them at all. And stepping forward at this time was simply looking for death. Please, spare me." Tang San's eyes pooled with tears as he pleaded in a low voice. Shifuyu lowered his head, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. "Spare you? On what grounds? Might as well tell you. Even if you beg me, I won't." Just then, a message crossed his mind. Tang San is the inheritor of the Shura god. He can't die yet. Shifuyu narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment, still deciding to give up the idea of killing Tang San for the time being, then lifted his foot that was stepping on Tang San's body. "I've suddenly changed my mind. Kneel down, kowtow to me 3 times and beg me, or else, die." A nasty grin appeared on Shifuyu's face. A pitch-black long sword appeared in his hand. The moment the sword of destruction appeared, the entire heaven and earth was enveloped in a ghostly purple light. The terrifying aura emanating from the sword sent chills down everyone's spine. Flandre's face changed. He could feel that the power contained on this sword was extremely terrifying. Once he was hit he would surely die. "You're kidding, right? What kind of monsters are we really fighting?" Ma Hongjun was almost scared less. His voice trembled, his legs were weak, and he could barely stand on his feet. Dai Mubai's body, which originally wanted to struggle to get up, also froze, and powerlessly slumped back down again, becoming a little transparent. "Be merciful. Tang San's father is the legendary Haotian Douluo. Little guy, you can't afford to mess with him." Flanders couldn't let Tang San die just like that. If Tang San died, Tang Hao would never let him go. You bully people too much. There is gold under a man's knees. Tang San will never kneel and beg for forgiveness. Moreover, you injured my father and destroyed my lifeblood. I think I have no grudge against you. So why did you do such a cruel thing?" Tang San's face turned blue as he tried to reason with Shifuyu. So many students are watching. If he really kneels down, how can he still mix in the academy in the future? What will they all think about treating themselves? I'm afraid that even the most basic respect will be gone. Qian Yu sneered. "I'm too lazy to reason with you. You don't deserve to hear it, and you ask me why. If you don't get beaten up, who will?" Moreover, the thought of his own sister, Qian Renxue, ending up in that miserable state after her divine position was shattered. The anger in Shifuyu's heart was then hard to contain, and the sword in his hand was raised high. "What kind of bull **** oracle? I'll kill you first." Tang San instantly knelt at the sight of the scene and heavily kowtowed 3 times. The blood on his forehead mixed with the dirt made it look like a mess. "I'll kowtow. I'll beg for mercy. Please let me go. Chapter 55, Mai's Rebellion. Shifuyu, where's your dignity as a protagonist? This scene left everyone present stunned. Junior, after all, knelt in front of the enemy in order to stay alive. Tang San humiliatedly buried his face in the land, tears slipping silently down and mingling with the dust. Ha! It's just a matter of killing you would be dirtying my sword. You're not qualified to let me use my weapon. Live with your shame. Shifuyu's tone was laced with a hint of disdain. He slowly retracted his long sword, and the suffocating sense of oppression dissipated. Shifuyu turned away. It was pointless for him to spend time with this group of people. Tang San looked at Qianyu with spiteful eyes, his face becoming twisted with anger. He fiercely clenched his teeth and said angrily, "Thousand feathers, I, Tang San, will remember your insult today. If I don't die in the future, I will make you pay back 100 times over." After saying that, he turned around handsomely and walked towards the Shrek crowd. Ha! What a nice thing to say. If you hadn't knelt down just now, I'd have thought you had the balls. Right. Oh, I remember now. Junior, your lifeblood is gone. Is that why you kneel so dryly? Daimubai deliberately stretched his voice, his mockery overflowing. As long as there is someone who is even more of a vegetable and even more of a loser than yourself, then the fact that he had been killed by Shifuyu in seconds seemed to become less difficult to accept. But, when the crowd heard this, they all showed odd expressions, and a few of them even couldn't help but burst out laughing. This laughter was like a sharp blade, cutting Tang San's pride, which was already on the verge of shattering. With a single slice, he stopped in his tracks, his face a shade of green and white, and eventually he could only put his head down and speed up his pace. However, in the next moment, Qianyu had appeared in front of him slapping Tang San's face hard. His tanned face was instantly deformed, and his yellowed teeth were knocked out a few times, blood mixed with saliva, making him look particularly miserable. His entire body flew out and landed heavily on the ground in the distance. Shifuyu wasn't even going to pay attention to this little yakuza in the first place. As a result, this kid is still jerking around and putting out harsh words, really giving face to it. Junior, Little Dance hurriedly ran towards Tang San, while not forgetting to raise her head to viciously glare at Qianyu, but he was soon surprised again by his magnificent face. For a moment he actually forgot his anger, and his steps to help Tang San stopped. No, I must avenge Junior and Mom and bring down this bad guy. Thinking like this, the Little Dance charming soul technique was launched again and slowly walked towards Qianyu. The body was tightly pressed against Qianyu, and a delicate smile was forced on her face, her voice as sweet as honey. Lord Thousand Feathers, why be angry with a loser? Why don't you let me accompany you for your amusement? How about it? Mai thought to herself that with her looks and charm, enough to make most men swoon, and even less to charm a little kid, that was just an accident before. This time, she's giving it her all, even going so far as to sell her sex. It's going to work. She was close to Qianyu, exhaling like orchids, and the fragrance seemed to penetrate one's heart. Intoxicating one. Shifuyu frowned slightly, covered his nose, and took 2 steps back. This breath smells like carrots and cabbage and it feels so disgusting. His fists unclenched and tightened, and he finally held back from beating her to tears, intent on seeing what she had in store for him. Mai's face stiffened, but quickly returned to normal and continued. Lord Shifuyu, if you can let Junior go, I'll be willing to be your consort and serve you, and whatever you need, I'll do my best. Looking at Qianyu's handsome face, Xiaoma suddenly felt that seemingly becoming Qianyu's maid wasn't that hard to accept. The heavenly dream ice silkworm within Qianyu's sea of consciousness said somewhat breathlessly, this kid's charm is really getting stronger. Even such a stunning beauty is easily seduced. But that little girl seems to be my son's girlfriend. Arrow was a bit speechless in her heart. What is this? My son's girlfriend coming to steal my man? Come on. Your son is now a eunuch. I'm afraid he won't be sexually oriented to men from now on, right? The heavenly dream ice silkworm laughed even more cheerfully, with a few hints of flirtation in its voice. Aru sniffed and blushed, but didn't say anything more. Outside, everyone was stunned by Xiao Dance's bold words. Even Mai herself felt that her face was unbearably hot and dry, and her heartbeat was as violent as a beating drum. But she quickly stabilized her mind. This is the price I have to pay in order to save Tang San. Xiao Dance looked at Tang San, suddenly feeling that this plain-looking bumpkin wasn't even a hair compared to Qian Yun. The key is that he's still a eunuch, and he can't even guarantee the most basic sexual well-being. In her heart, Mai silently justified her mutiny. Holy, is this Little Dance addicted to being abused? Taking the initiative to offer herself to that little white boy, Ma Hongjuan's eyes were filled with jealousy and disbelief. Shifuyu froze for a few moments before revealing an evil smile and reaching out to pinch Mai's chin. At the same time, she placed her hand on her snow-white, delicate belly. At once, a tingling sensation spread throughout Mai's body. She shuddered involuntarily, and her eyes were even more mesmerized. Thousand Feathers said softly, "Servant girl? You're just barely good enough for my eyes, but do you think that you can exchange his life with just this bit of beauty?" Xiao Dance blushed even more crimson, but she forced herself to hold back her shyness and nodded heavily. "I'd give anything if you'd just leave him alone." Shifuyu laughed, turning his head to look at Tang San and said mockingly, "Tang San, look at the woman beside you, willing to sacrifice herself to this extent in order to save you. You, on the other hand, bend the knee to the enemy in order to stay alive. Is such a you worthy of her sacrifice? My, don't! I'd rather die than see you humiliated like this." Tang San struggled to get up from the ground and staggered a few steps, but in the end, he could only slump helplessly to the ground. A mouthful of blood spurted out of him, his face as pale as paper, so close that he didn't directly faint to death. At this moment Tang San felt like his sky was about to collapse. It was already hard enough to live without his lifeblood, but now even Little Dance has to suffer humiliation because of him. Tears wordlessly blurred his vision, and his heart stung as if it were being twisted by a knife. Xiao Dance felt the pair of large wandering hands on her abdomen, and a flash of flushing color flashed across her face. Breathing became rapid as well, and tears welled up in his eyes. She helplessly held Shifuyu's hand in hers, her voice pleading like a gnat. "Lord Qian Yu, please don't. Please respect me. The people here are all watching. You can do whatever you want to me when no one is around." Little Dance will never dare to resist. Chapter 56, Shifuyu bad. "I'm the villain." Shifuyu took his hand back, glanced at the blushing Mai, and didn't say anything else. "Little Dance, come back quickly. Our Shrek Academy is not reduced to the point where we want trainees to sell their beauty." Oscar hurriedly shouted. "What are you screaming for? Can't say that Mai is enjoying herself? Look at the way she's blushing. I'm afraid that if it wasn't for so many people watching here, that Stinky would probably have to pounce on Qianyu." Ning Rongrong said conspiratorially from the side. He. I wonder what Little Dance looks like after she takes off her clothes. It must be even more tantalizing than now." Ma Hongjun on the side couldn't help but interject, drooling at the corners of his mouth, his face filled with lewdness. "You men are really disgusting." Xu Zhuqing glanced at Ma Hongjun in disgust, then turned her head to look at Xiao Dance, and there was actually some envy in her eyes. Little Dance sniffed, her face turning blue, the humiliation in her heart surging like a tidal wave. She angrily scanned the circle of her former classmates, who were so vicious in her eyes at the moment. "How can you guys talk about me like that?" All of this was for Junior, who had no choice but to offer himself. "You guys are saying this as if I coveted Shifuyu's beauty." Mai yelled angrily, his voice filled with trembling. The tears couldn't stop sliding down, as if they had been grievously wronged. The Shrek crowd couldn't help but be a little skeptical of life by this questioning from Xiao Dance. They looked at each other, and the atmosphere became awkward for a moment. "Mai, we're just worried about you." Ning Rongrong's voice was much lower, trying to redeem herself. "Mai, I don't agree. I definitely don't agree." Tang San swallowed a mouthful of healing sausage and spat out a few words intermittently. His eyes were fixed straight on Mai. Mai was a little weak from his stare. After all, the truthfulness of what she had said was debatable. She bowed her head and whispered, "Junior, don't worry, I'm doing this to save you." Tang San sniffed, painfully closing his eyes, tears dripping silently into the dust. "Mai, I'm not worth it." His voice was low and raspy, full of self-loathing. Shifuyu watched in fascination. So being a villain feels this good? Could it be a family gene at work? No wonder my sister was so villainous at such a young age. So it's hereditary. Enough. It's time for this farce to end. Old Zhao, the two of us will go together. Today I'd like to see what this kid is capable of. You little monsters, hurry up and step aside and stop getting in the way. Flanders rushed to call a halt as he saw things getting more and more outrageous. After saying that, the two of them, Zhao Wuji and Flanders, spread out their figures and rushed towards Qianyu like two streaks of lightning. Seeing this, Shifuyu did not dare to be careless, and with a single kick, he sent the obstructing Xiao Dance flying several meters away, which still had the appearance of being charmed by Xiao Dance just now. My! The crowd was dumbfounded, frozen, not expecting Qianyu to be so ruthless as to directly take action against Xiao Dai. Xiao Dance drew an arc in the air and fell heavily to the ground, her face pale, blood spilling from the corners of her mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. Little Dance, are you alright? Ning Rongrong had a gloating smile on her face. Just now, when she saw that intimate action between Xiao Dance and Qianyu, she was going crazy with jealousy. Now that he saw Xiao Dance injured, he naturally felt very relieved. However, on the surface she still quickly stepped forward and tried to get up to assist Mai. I'm fine. Little Dance barely supported her body and tried to stand up, only to fall and sit back down on the ground again, her face even paler. Kid, you're very strong, but I'm a soul saint. Do you really think I can't kill you? Now hurry up and get on your knees and beg for forgiveness. I can let you off the hook for a decent death, Zhao Wuji said in a chilling voice. His fists crossed over his chest, his muscles gnarled. After seeing that Tang San and the others had moved slightly away from the battlefield, Flanders let out a sigh of relief in his heart, and then looked at Shifuyu and said coldly, "Kid, grow a pair in your next life, not just anyone you can offend." Divine Realm. Inside the Temple of Destruction, besides the god of destruction and the goddess of life, this time there was an extra deity in a dark red divine outfit with a cold face, the Shura god. He sat quietly across from the god of destruction. A faint blood-red aura surrounded his body. The bruise on his forehead signaled that he wasn't in the best of moods. "Ha ha ha, Shura, what kind of inheritor did you pick? To think that you would kneel at the slightest fright." The god of destruction gloated and laughed. A rare hint of playfulness appeared on his face, which was unchanged for years. "Humph, what he kneels is merely his flesh, the pride in his heart is unbroken. What you see is only the appearance." The Shura god snorted coldly, but still felt a hint of disappointment at Tang San's weakness. "Ha, and pride? You really have the guts to say that? I don't know who begged me just now to get Little Feather to spare your successor, and now it's back to accusing me." The corners of the god of destruction's mouth curled into a playful smile. The Shura god's face sank, his gaze coldly looking at destruction, and the aura on his body grew more and more intense. "What? You want to do it? Why don't you and I go out and compete?" The god of destruction's eyes narrowed slightly as he violently stood up. A berserk divine power not weaker than Shura surged out from within him. The confrontation between the two major gods caused the entire destruction god temple to tremble. "All right, Violet, Shura, you all stop arguing. Little Feather and Little Three as the two future god kings. They are both competitors and partners in supporting each other. Today's matter is nothing but a misunderstanding. Why should we hurt our peace because of it?" The gentle voice of the goddess of life rang out at the right time as she gently stood up and stepped between the two to reconcile them. "Mutually supportive partners? You call that a partner?" The god of destruction looked at the goddess of life with an unbelievable face. The Shura god's face was a bit displeased, but he didn't say anything more, but turned around and wanted to leave. "Wait, you're just going to leave? You're not leaving anything for my Little Feather as compensation?" The god of destruction hurriedly blocked the Shura god's path, but he knew that the Shura god also hid the remains of the Dark Dragon King, one of the 9 sons of the Dragon God, and it was just the right time to leave it for Chiyu to act as a divine examination reward. This kid has made himself look good, so he should be rewarded properly. The Shura god sniffed and frowned, waving his hand somewhat less than willingly as he threw out a corpse. It was a bright holy dragon that possessed pure white dragon scales and was covered in golden holy light. The smile on the god of destruction's face instantly froze. Although the bright holy dragon also belonged to one of the 9 sons of the dragon god, but could the light-attributed dragon, Shifuyu, who possessed the ultimate darkness, really absorb it? Chapter 57 God of Destruction. Tang San's son has already taken the way of death. "Here's the bones of the dragon's son you asked for. I'll do as I say." Unlike someone who says on the surface that they won't interfere in the affairs of the Douluo continent, and secretly engages in petty maneuvers, the Shura god snorted coldly, his gaze filled with sarcasm. The demonic sword that was tainted with the power of destruction clearly did not belong to the mortal world, and for Chiyu to use a divine artifact to bully his own inheritor was simply bullying. "What the hell are you trying to say about how I screwed up? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. That sword evolved from his own angel magic sword. What does it have to do with me?" The god of destruction retorted with an innocent look on his face. In truth, he was also a bit weak in his heart, although he didn't know how that sword came to be. But it was true that the destructive power on that sword could only be possessed by himself. "Humph, you know it in your own heart." The Shura god didn't bother to tangle with him anymore and directly turned around and left. After watching the Shura god walk away, Life couldn't help but poof a smile and shake his head. "Little Violet, this is too bad of you. How can that Tang San be compared to little you? If you let Little Feather go and rob him of his chance, wouldn't you be bullying the small with the big?" The god of life gently patted the god of destruction's shoulder and laughed lightly. "Who said that? That eye of ice and fire is right there. Little Feather took it with his ability. How can it be considered bullying? Besides, Tang San, I haven't blamed Shura for privatizing the remains of the remnants of the divine war back then." The destruction god king retorted with some dissatisfaction. You're the one with the most crooked ideas. No, since you hate Shura so much, wouldn't it be better to let Tang San become the god king and give him retirement from the god realm? Why do you need to trip him up? It's not like we lack that." The goddess of life sighed softly and looked at Shifuyu's Shifuyu in the vision. A few days ago it was a little baby, and now it had grown into a flamboyant young man. And suddenly there was a sense of trance. She stroked the vision gently, her eyes full of love. This child, gifted as he is still a bit paranoid in his heart. If he was born in the God realm, I could have guided him myself, but he was born in the Douluo continent, and in the end, it was up to him to comprehend the good and evil in this world. Humph. I just don't like him. He puts on a righteous face all day long, but as a result, the things he does in private are nasty to the extreme. A proper double-standard monster. And now his chosen heir is this disgusting. A coldness flashed in the eyes of the god of destruction. The moment he saw Tang San, he already had a vague displeasure. His intuition had always been accurate. The future Tang San was definitely not against himself. Since he's going to be antagonistic sooner or later, he might as well give him some credit now. Seeing that the goddess of life was still trying to persuade, the god of destruction waved his hand with some impatience. Alas, life, you should stop caring. Besides, it's not like little you took the initiative to provoke that Tang San. You don't look at how hostile that Tang San is? As soon as we met, he laid down a deadly hand and had a way of taking death. Obviously a moralistic hypocrite. Although Little Feather is young and impetuous, at least he has the courage to kill you when he says so and never drags his feet. Tang San's kind of style of hiding things and having one thing on the surface and one thing behind the scenes. Such a person is the most disgusting. According to his words, there is already a way to take death. The god of destruction looked at Tang San in the illusion. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. But, little Violet, if you do this, aren't you afraid of arousing the displeasure of the sea god and the Shura god? The goddess of life asked with some concern. Disgruntled, what can I do? I've been disgruntled with them for a long time. And aren't they alive and well now? Never mind. Let's not talk about it. I still have to prepare for the divine examination reward? It's not likely that he'll have reached the Eye of Ice and Fire in a few hours. Destruction said, slumping back in his chair and closing his eyes in thought. A day in the divine realm was a year in the mortal realm. And there was a huge difference in the flow of time between the two. He had to make sure that everything was in place before Shifuyu arrived. After all, the Eye of Ice and Fire served as the burial place of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, a rare treasure land of extreme attributes between heaven and earth. The immortal grasses nurtured within it were all rare treasures even in the divine realm. Upon hearing this, the goddess of life turned her head to look at the head bright sacred dragon, nodded in satisfaction and said, "It seems that Shura has a heart. He should be worried about Little Feather being eroded by your destructive divine power. That's why he specially sent this bright sacred dragon as a counterbalance. Light and darkness are, by nature, the most primitive and opposing forces in the universe. If they can merge with each other, perhaps Little Feather's acceptance of my divine position will be smoother." She gently stroked the remains of the bright holy dragon. In his mind, he was calculating how to incorporate it into Thousand Feathers cultivation. The god of destruction jerked up at the words and looked at the goddess of life as if she had seen a ghost. After carefully observing her expression to make sure she wasn't joking, the heart that was hanging in the air finally died. "Green, are you kidding me? You're letting a darkness fallen angel absorb the light holy dragon? You're really not afraid that he'll burst into flames?" the god of destruction said with some disbelief. Light and darkness were originally beings of diametrically opposed attributes, and if they were forcibly fused, they would undoubtedly be setting themselves on fire. The goddess of life patted his shoulder slightly and smiled gently. "Do I look like a fool to you? Fallen angels. Originally they were angels too. It was only by being corrupted by darkness that they manifested a very different form. Feather should have fallen into the darkness because she was born infested with Bibidon's Rakshasa divine power. Nowadays, the pure light elemental energy of the bright holy dragon isn't exactly the key to balancing the power within him." A smile curled the corners of the goddess of life's mouth. Although he loved destruction, he was also essentially a god of light, and instinctively would still be close to the light. Even the fact that she was with destruction to begin with was to pull him back from the brink of destruction and give him the warmth and hope of life. Now that Shifuyu also had a chance to come into the light, she was naturally happy to see it. The god of destruction shook his head back and forth as he said in a resolute tone, "No. No, absolutely not. This is my inheritor, not a tool for your experiments. In case something goes wrong, who will be responsible? Besides, how can the future god of destruction possess the attribute of light? Wouldn't that be a joke?" Seeing this, the goddess of life came to his side and gave a vicious pinch to the soft flesh around his waist, saying with some anger, "I don't care. Today you must choose. Do you want your legacy or do you want me?" The goddess of life grunted petulantly and angled her head to squint at the god of destruction. The god of destruction grimaced in pain, but didn't dare to really do anything to the goddess of life. After all, it's your own wife. You can't help but love her. He had to sigh helplessly and compromise. Fine, whatever you say." As he said that, his gaze returned to the figure within the mirror image, only with a bit more worry on his expression. Chapter 58, The Arrival of the Titanic Great Ape. Ions 100,000 years. The core area of the Stardust Great Forest. The battle between Shifuyu and Flanders Zhao Wuji and the others didn't open up as expected. A few people merely tried it out and were quickly interrupted. The reason was that a titanic great ape as tall as a small mountain came roaring and running wildly from the depths of the forest. The titan giant ape stopped in front of the crowd and scanned the crowd with a straight face before finally placing its gaze on Xiaodance's body. Shifuyu's tense body relaxed slightly at this point. He thought it was the soul beast that Gu Yuna had called to catch him back. On the other hand, Flanders and the others had completely lost their previous arrogance and were almost too frightened to move. This was at least a 10,000-year-old level titanic great ape. As the king of the forest, titan apes are the top of the line in terms of strength, speed, attack and defense, and also have intelligence that is not inferior to human beings. Just the 100-year level can hard tough other 10,000-year-old soul beasts, and this 10,000-year-old level is even more needless to say. It's simply the hegemony amongst soul beasts. Honorable king of the forest, we have no intention of offending your territory. We will leave now. Flanders blushed and immediately bowed low in respect. At the same time, he quietly winked at the people behind him, signaling them to evacuate as soon as possible. The titan giant ape froze slightly when it saw the blood at the corner of Xiaodance's mouth. Sister Mai is actually crying. Was she injured by these damn humans? A monstrous rage instantly ignited in the heart of the titanic great ape, and its huge body began to tremble slightly. Roar! The roar of the titan giant ape was like thunder, shaking the surrounding trees and flying sand. Not good. Mu Bai, Junior. You guys go, I'll stop him. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Wuji utilized his martial soul true body and charged towards the titan giant ape. Flandra also turned on his martial spirit true form and rushed forward. Hey, do you want to come with us? My name is Ning Rongrong. I'm the little princess of the 7 treasures glazed secto. We can protect you. I can play assist for you. Ning Rongrong suddenly ran to Qian Yu's face with a shy blush on her face. Although his legs were a bit paralyzed with fear, the more dangerous the moment, the higher the probability of his successful hitch. Shifuyu froze slightly, then shook his head gently and asked suspiciously, how on earth did you guys come to the core area? With your rank, you should have hunted the soul beasts in the periphery and that would have been enough. What are you talking about? Isn't this the outer area? We're here to hunt soul beasts and improve our strength along with our academy tutors. Ning Rongrong scratched her head in some confusion, not understanding why Qian Yu would suddenly ask this question. Thousand Feathers pondered for a moment. It felt like it should be Gu Yuna's spatial power that was misplaced. It caused them to accidentally step into the heart of the Stardust Great Forest. So can you escape in this way yourself? Hey, what the hell are you two talking about? Wrong. Hurry up and go. If you don't run, it'll be too late. Daimobai's face was filled with anxiety, and although he blocked the splashing debris, he was also shaken by the aftershocks and suffered a considerable injury. Shifuyu, let's go, Ning Rongrong said, and tried to pull Qian Yu's hand and run in the opposite direction, but Shifuyu didn't move at all, and the soul power in his body was already brewing. Because his spiritual power keenly detected that the titan giant ape was about to zoom in, it was better not to move at this time. The crowd's attacks hit the titan giant ape's body without the slightest effect. Mai was anxious, but she didn't dare to identify herself with Erming for fear of exposing her identity. Zhao Wuji was slapped away by the titan giant ape and smashed heavily into an ancient tree, blood pouring out of his mouth, obviously suffering from a minor injury. Shifuyu, hurry up and go. I know you're strong, but you're not a match for it yet. Ning Rongrong was so frightened that there was a sob in her voice. She clutched Shifuyu's arm tightly, almost unable to suppress the fear in her heart, and turned to run. Coming! Qian Yu slightly held Ning Rongrong's hand and pulled him into his side. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong felt the warm touch of her hand. Somewhat shyly, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito's. You, gravity control field. The titanic ape growled and hammered his hands on his chest. The terrifying domain instantly covered the entire battlefield, causing the gravity around them to multiply and even the air to become heavy. The trees bent and snapped under the weight, making a clack, sound. The moment this domain appeared, Tang San, Little Dance, Ma Hongjun and the others who were still escaping instantly fell on their faces. Zhao Wuji groaned in even more pain as he tried to struggle to get up. However, under this gravity, it was actually exceptionally difficult to even move a finger. Tang San was already heavily injured, and now that he was violently pressed by this gravity field, he actually directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His chin was even knocked hard against a rock, and he was instantly bloodied and in pain. Dance spat out a mouthful of blood as she lay on the ground, clearing the dirt and blood out of her mouth in one fell swoop, feeling a flurry of turning in her body. Everyone present was crushed to death by the gravity field that caught them off guard. Even Flandra wasn't spared, and fell violently from the sky, suffering considerable injuries. But only Qian Yu and Ning Rongrong stood steadily as if they were fine people. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in shock. If it wasn't for the large swath of trees that had been crushed around him and the fallen Shrek crowd, he would almost think it was all just an illusion. She turned her head to look at Shifuyu with shock in her eyes. How did you do that? Shifuyu didn't answer her doubts, but instead stared at the titanic giant ape warily. The soul skill that Yin's 100,000-year-old soul ring gave him was energy meticulous manipulation, a passive skill similar to spatial elemental mastery. It would allow him to have a finer control over the soul power in his body. It may not sound like it has much real-world value, but in reality this skill is nothing short of a godsend. The precise release of the dragon's might, the delicate adjustment of the spirit detection. There were also the changes in the form of black flames, the delicate balance of gravitational and repulsive forces, all of which could not be separated from the extreme manipulation of energy. The original gravitational properties only allowed it to regulate its own gravity and flight, but the fact that it would now allow him to unleash his anti-gravity stance to counteract the titanic ape's gravity field was an obvious example. Qian Yu's gaze flickered slightly. If there was enough soul power, he would also be able to use the divine Luo Tianzhang. Although it consumed a bit too much soul power, multiple skills and multiple paths would always come in handy. I can't help but go to the martial soul city in the future, and carry a bag of rice a few floors up, so that these soul master lords can taste the taste of pain. Chapter 59, Titan Giant Ape kneels. How is this possible? Who exactly is this kid? To think that he could survive the Titan Giant Ape's gravity intact and still be able to spare a hand to protect Rong. Flanders stared at the scene with wide-eyed disbelief. This couldn't be done so easily even by an ordinary sealed Douluo, right? Dean, is it possible that he's an old monster? Only younger in appearance. Oscar's voice trembled, his face pale as paper. Woohoo! Tang San wanted to explain, but his jaw had been smashed to a bloody pulp, and his words were slurred. He had no choice but to reach out to Oscar for another healing sausage. The titanic giant ape froze slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in its eyes. He could sense that Shifuyu's bloodline was of an extremely high grade. Even the Emperor Rue beasts looked inferior compared to him. This suppression of the bloodline caused it to involuntarily develop a sense of awe. But whoever dares to hurt Maisan must die. Roar! The Titan giant ape once again let out a deafening roar. His entire body's hairs stood up at the roots, and he fiercely slapped his palm towards Qian Yu. Seeing this, Qian Yu picked up Ning Rongrong's figure and flashed, directly flying high into the air to avoid the strike. Ning Rongrong looked at Qian Yu's side face and couldn't help but be a little smitten. Her heartbeat accelerated and the blush on her cheeks increased. Don't be a fan nymphomaniac, quickly give me an assist, Shifuyu said somewhat breathlessly. Ning Rongrong sniffed and immediately returned to her senses. Summoning the 7 treasure glazed pagoda. 7 jewels turn out to have a glaze. The first is power. The second is speed. Although Ning Rongrong was also a bit scared, she was more excited. Looking at the titanic giants below, it suddenly didn't seem so scary. As the auxiliary light merged into Qian Yu's body, Ning Rongrong's face turned white and her entire body went limp in Qian Yu's arms as if she had been drained. Shifuyu's arms were so warm and reassuring that she couldn't help but hug Shifuyu tightly. In an instant, Shifuyu felt that his strength and speed had increased drastically. He quickly dodged the Titan giant ape's blow after. A spatial force appeared in his hand, and he merged his fingers into a blade, mercilessly slashing through the body of the Titan giant ape. A several centimeter deep gash appeared on its thick leather armor, and scarlet blood spurted out violently. The Titan giant ape let out a low roar of pain, his huge body trembling. Obviously this strike didn't seriously injure him, but it was enough to cause him pain. The titanic great ape is injured. How is this possible? A titanic beast that even Mr. Flanders couldn't do anything about was injured by a teenager. Oscar's eyes widened, hardly believing what he was seeing. You know that Dean Flanders had just fought for half a day without breaking the shell of the titanic ape. How in the world did this little white boy do it? At the same time his eyes were filled with jealousy, because Rong was lying in Chiyu's arms just like a kitten. It made his heart almost break into pieces. Deming! Mai couldn't help but call out, her eyes filled with worry. Tang San noticed this scene, his eyes flickering slightly, but he didn't say anything. Shifuyu turned his head to Mai and hesitated for a moment, but still didn't threaten it as a hostage. He took a deep breath, and his figure once again flickered as he brought Ning Rongrong with him as he tossed and turned in the air, dodging the attacks of the titanic apes. Although the power of space was good, it had one huge drawback, and that was that it consumed too much soul power. Now even if he ran out of soul power, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape the range of the Titan giant ape's pursuit. Qian Yu, what do we do? Ning Rongrong's voice carried a hint of trembling. At this point, the Titan giant ape's battle could almost be described as devastating. Flanders and Zhao Wuji were easily crushed. The others were already injured. and now that they were being pressurized by gravity, their entire body was like a bloody man. It could be said that if Qianyu left directly and Xiao Dai did not reveal her identity, Shrek would inevitably be wiped out. Qianyu didn't have time to care about Shrek. He directly put Ning Rongrong down and turned to run, but soon the titanic giant ape caught up with him, clearly recognizing him. Seeing this, Qianyu's eyes turned cold, and the soul power on his body surged madly as pitch-black flames ignited on his body. The flames instantly turned into dozens of sharp blades shooting towards the titan giant ape. The black flame sharp blade didn't do much damage to the titanic ape's shell. However, the black flames that spread out from his explosion did not go out, but instead erupted into an even hotter fire that enveloped his entire titanic great ape. Roar! The titanic ape let out an angry roar, desperately slapping the flames on his body but more and more, until the back he was also a bit flustered. Although these flames weren't very hot, he couldn't stand it if it kept burning like this. Damn human! You seek death. The titanic ape is spitting. This scene confused everyone in the room. Originally it was merely thought to be a 10,000-year-old soul beast, but it turned out to be 100,000 years old. Spitting out human words, he had already stepped into the ranks of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. A titanic great ape of this level, even a sealed Douluo level powerhouse would have to retreat. What are you waiting for? Why don't you run away while you still can? Flanders looked at Shrek's crowd frozen in place and hurriedly shouted. He felt a little embarrassed about his face, that he had been outclassed by a small child. Wow! Shifuyu, you're awesome! Seeing this scene, Ning Rongrong was somewhat excited and ran towards Qianyu despite the danger. Shut up! Shifuyu's face went white. Obviously his soul power had been consumed too much. The titan giant ape's soul power outwardly shook the flames from his body. Its crimson eyes were locked onto Qianyu, filled with a morose killing intent. Human! Let's see what other means you have to escape. Dare to harm little dance. You're dead. Before the words fell, its huge body leapt violently, pouncing straight at Qianyu. Its speed was so fast that it almost made people unable to react. Qianyu secretly screamed in his heart that it was not good. The true dragon martial soul instantly possessed his body. His body's soul power surged crazily, and his eyes suddenly lit up with a brilliant light. Ah! Ning Rongrong was so frightened that she hurriedly hugged Qianyu and closed her eyes. Shifuyu's eyes turned into golden vertical pupils. A pair of glossy jade-like dragon horns poked out violently from both sides of his forehead, and his body's aura skyrocketed. A pressure originating from an ancient bloodline filled the air, and it was actually separate from the titan giant ape's fierce beast king's chi. Get out! A horrifying dragon which exploded out of his mouth, like a dragon's roar from the 9 heavens, shaking the space. For a while the wind and clouds changed, and the night was turned into a day by the strong chi. The titan giant ape instinctively fell to his knees and prostrated himself on top of this overwhelming dragon's might. The crushing pressure from the level of his bloodline made it impossible for him to raise any thoughts of resistance at all. Chapter 60 10,000 Years Soul Technique. Thunder of Destruction. Whoa! So handsome. Feather even has this form. Why haven't I seen him use it before? Guyuna's eyes instantly lit up, and an unprecedented stirring arose in her heart. She felt like she was going to wheel in completely, and the motherly love in her heart morphed into inexplicable affection. Haven't seen it, have you? Haven't seen it is right. This is a secret that belongs exclusively to me and Little Feather. You old woman, don't try to steal it from me. The three-eyed golden guy-beast grunted straight ahead, its tail high in the air and drooling at the corners of its mouth. If it hadn't been held it would have gone up and licked it long ago. Shifuyu in this form could simply completely charm any dragon girl. Everyone was baffled at this moment. Shrek's crowd stared at Shifuyu in a daze. The titanic ape actually fell to his knees. Everyone's hearts were filled with incomparable shock at this moment. Holy, what exactly is this kid's origin? Even the king of the forest, the titan giant ape, gave his knees. Ma Hongjun looked at this scene dumbfounded, his heart filled with shock. Damn, why wasn't that one me? Tang San's eyes were filled with jealousy and resentment. He clenched his fists, his nails embedded deep in his palms, but he was oblivious to the pain. Tang San thought highly of himself. As the possessor of a dual-born martial soul, he always thought he was the best of his age. Consider yourself even a wasted martial soul blue-silver grass. He was also able to hang on to everything through his relentless efforts. But 6 years ago he himself was defeated. I thought I'd get the field back after 6 years, but now that I look at it, the gap is even wider. Tang San, calm down. Your injuries aren't healed yet. Seeing this, Oscar slammed another large, thick sausage into his mouth. With his jaw dislocated from the beating, he couldn't chew, so he had to shove it in. The sausage was stuck in his throat, causing his face to turn blue with suffocation. The look was both comical and slightly lopsided. However, what everyone didn't expect was that little Dance actually darted towards the titan giant ape. My! Come back here! Tang San hurriedly unleashed the blue-silver grass first soul skill, trying to pull Xiao Dance back, but her speed was too fast. As if she swept by like a gust of wind, and instantly reached the Titan giant ape's body. Little Dance turned around before the Titan giant ape and opened her hands, looking at Shifuyu with a wary face and said, "Stop, don't hurt Ermin. Come at me if you can. Ermin is only here for me. He didn't mean to hurt you." Little Dance's body trembled under Shifuyu's dragon's might, and her voice was filled with panic. In the state of being possessed by the true dragon martial spirit, Qian Yu's sense of oppression was unprecedented, and those icy eyes were enough to make any creature shudder, barely able to raise a thought of resistance. "You're talking to me?" Qian Yu asked suspiciously. At the same time the heart is very speechless. "You are afraid that I will hurt him. You are not afraid that he will hurt me?" But on the surface, Qian Yu's voice didn't have the slightest temperature, as if it was an echo coming from the distant past, carrying an unquestionable majesty. The suffocating dragon might on him only appeared for an instant before it disappeared due to a lack of soul power. Thousand Feathers did his best to suppress his gasps while frantically squeezing his flesh in an attempt to squeeze out the last ounce of soul power. "That's right, please let Ermin go." Mai shed tears of fear as her legs went limp. "Get out of the way, or die," Shifuyu said coldly. The dragon's horn at his forehead would begin to go dazzlingly bright with wisps of golden arcs, and terrifying elements of darkness coalesced around him. A dark red soul ring rose up on his feet. This was the first time he revealed his soul ring in front of the crowd, and even though there was only one, it was enough to shock so many people. The dark red light seemed to contain an endless power of destruction, making people not dare to look directly at it. What kind of soul ring is this? Someone in the Shrek crowd couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Tang San's eyes widened, the jealousy in his heart growing stronger. "No, that's impossible. How old is he?" Surprisingly, he possesses a 10,000-year-old soul ring. Besides, how did he manage to use a soul skill without releasing his soul ring? Just how many levels does this guy have? Tang San's eyes glared deathly at Qian Yu, unconsciously gulping as he felt the oppressive feeling that came over him. Is such an existence really something one can surpass? This one soul ring is surprisingly close to 100,000 years old, and it's already starting to show a slight red color. It's hard to believe that there could be someone with such a terrifying soul ring at such a low level. Flanders' mind was also filled with shock. He held his glasses with forced composure, secretly speculating in his mind that Shifuyu wouldn't be some old monster in disguise, right? After all, his own mental energy would bounce back when he scanned his body. The only ones who could do this were those whose spirit power level was several levels higher than their own. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but open her mouth wide as well, and couldn't help but be a bit smitten as she looked at his handsome stance. "This man is so strong. I've decided. I will make him my husband, no matter what it takes," Ning Rongrong thought in her heart. Her face flushed red. "Shifuyu, who the hell are you?" Daimubai couldn't help but ask. He had never heard of any family genius possessing such a powerful force, not even that one holy maiden of the martial spirit hall. Qian Yu didn't reply, just coldly looked at Xiao Dance and the Titan giant ape as he continued to build up the power in his body. This was the soul skill Thunder of Destruction that he had acquired after absorbing the dark demon evil god Tiger. It was his most powerful conventional attack. Thunder of Destruction melds the 5 elements of wind, thunder, evil, darkness, and destruction into one, forming a powerful ranged lightning attack that is powerful enough to instantly destroy a small hill. Little Dance looked at Qian Yu's determined look, knowing that his mind was made up. She couldn't help but hiss with some aggravation. "Qian Yu, if you dare to hurt him, I will never forgive you." Thousand Feathers was slightly stunned when he heard this, but the soul power in his body did not pause for a second. In fact, essentially this strike, even if it hit the Titan giant ape, with the degree of thick skin and flesh of the titanic great ape, it is impossible to kill him, and at most, he will suffer some small injuries. Let's not talk about the fact that one's soul power was close to drying up, and the power of the Thunder of Destruction was greatly reduced. Let's just say that soul power shield that spanned several levels was not something he could easily break through. In the face of Mai's yelling, Qian Yu directly chose to ignore it. "You didn't scream when the titanic ape hit me, and now you're getting antsy when I try to hit him back? What kind of reasoning is that?" The Shrek Academy crowd was a bit uncertain. Neither understood why Little Dance was trying to protect a soul beast. "Sister Little Dance, don't worry. I'll take you away right now." The Titan giant ape forced down the fear in his heart, grabbed Xiao Dance and ran towards the depths of the forest. Chapter 61. Tang San was morally kidnapped. Slightly relieved, Shifuyu found a large tree to lean against and breathed heavily. His face was pale and the soul power in his body was almost at the bottom. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong somewhat attentively ran to Qian Yu's side, handed him a soul power restoring sausage, and a bottle of water, and worriedly asked, "Shifuyu, are you okay?" Thousand Feathers glanced at the sausage, hesitated for a moment or did not pick it up, shook his head to slow down and said, I'm fine. It's just that the soul power consumption is too great. What the hell is going on here? What exactly is the relationship between Little Dance and that Titan giant ape? Dai Mubai asked with a puzzled expression as his brows furrowed. The crowd was silent, their hearts filled with various speculations. Give my back to me. Tang San desperately chased after him trying to stop the Titan giant ape, but his blue-silver grass didn't have the slightest effect, and was easily broken free by the Titan giant ape. Tang San, calm down. Didn't you notice that Little Dance and that soul beast knew each other? It's not unlikely that Little Dance herself is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. You'll only be sending yourself to death for nothing if you go over there now. Dai Mubai suddenly yelled. Dai Mubai's words made everyone freeze, though the hearts of the crowd had some vague guesses, but it's still a little hard to swallow to say it so bluntly. Wait, are you saying that Little Dance is a 100,000-year-old soul beast? Ning Rongrong sniffed, and a flash of greed flashed through her eyes as well. If it hadn't happened so suddenly, she would have had to go back and tell her father to bring someone to capture Mai. After all, he was the daughter of the 7 treasure-glazed sect's patriarch, and had to think about the future of the sect. A 100,000-year-old soul ring and a 100,000-year-old soul bone was enough to make any sealed Douluo go crazy, and was even enough to make a small sect rise. It's not unlikely that Shifuyu will even join the 7 treasures-glazed sect for the 100,000-year soul ring and become her husband? Thinking in this manner, Ning Rongrong glanced at Qian, who was regulating his breathing with his eyes closed, and a blush spread across his face. The mind is already fantasizing about a post-wedding cave-in. Rongrong, don't be delusional. It's not certain if Little Dance is a soul beast or not. Oscar sensed Ning Rongrong's thoughts and hurriedly said. Ning Rongrong glared at Oscar. Humph, I want you to care. Also, I don't know you well. Please don't call me Rongrong. I'm afraid I'll be misunderstood by Xiaoyu. Also, please stay away from me. Okay? Oscar sniffed, a look of annoyance on his face. Ning Rongrong, don't go too far. I'm doing this for your own good. How long have we known each other? This even called little you. In a few days we'll not even bed? Ning Rongrong sneered. For my own good? Who do you think you are? Don't flatter yourself here. Oscar's face reddened with dislike. Fine, count me as nosy. I'll never care about your business again. Alright, you guys stop arguing. Junior, take it easy too. Flanders saw the breeders bickering, hurriedly stepped forward to stop them, while looking at Tang San and said seriously, Junior, I know you can't believe this, but haven't you noticed that Little Dance's Erming is obviously not a casual name, and the Titanic ape's voice, Sister Little Dance, clearly means that the two are acquainted with each other. Flanders' eyes flashed with mixed emotions. As much as he didn't want to believe it, the facts were right in front of him, and he couldn't afford to disbelieve them. But if Little Dance is really a 100,000-year-old soul beast, then why would she choose to take human form and still cultivate with us? Xu Zhuqing frowned tightly, with a tone of disbelief and confusion. The crowd looked at each other. No one could answer, but there was no doubt that their eyes were more than a little suspicious and wary. Who doesn't want a 100,000-year-old soul ring? If they weren't not ranked enough to get the 100,000-year-old soul rings now, I'm afraid they would burst into flames. Maybe they would have done it already. What do you guys mean? Is the friendship of our 7 monsters so unbearable just because of a 100,000-year-old soul ring and a 100,000-year-old soul bone? Tang San looked at the expressions of the crowd and roared angrily. His eyes were bloodshot and his hands were clenched into fists. Tang San, don't get excited. We're just guessing. We can't be sure of Xiao Dance's true identity yet. Dai Mubai hurriedly said. Guess? Isn't that what you have in mind? Tang San was furious, taking a deep breath, forcing back the anger in his heart, turning his head and aiming his spear at Qian. You obviously have the ability to save Xiao Mai. Why don't you make a move? I'll kill you. Tang San's face was furious as he picked up a short sword from his soul guide and stabbed it towards Qian. Scram! Shifuyu forced down his body's discomfort and kicked Tang San away, but he also sat helplessly on the ground. Junior, are you crazy? Dai Mubai hurriedly supported Tang San, who had been kicked down, and shouted angrily, his eyes somewhat terrified. Tang San even dared to mess with that crazy man Shiyu. What if this maniac starts going crazy again and kills us all? But Dai Mubai's vocal path gradually lowered, because he sensed that Shifuyu was in a very bad state. One might even say it was a bit weak. Why don't we kill him while we're at it? Just to be sure? Thinking this way, Dai Mubai's eyes were filled with killing intent. Xu Zhuqing that stinky had his eyes glued to Qian. He had long looked at this little white boy with displeasure. I'm not crazy. It's because he saw death that Mai was taken. Tang San struggled and tried to charge at Qian again, However, this time Dai Mubai didn't stop. Instead, he loosened his grip and pushed him. Flanders, why don't we do it while we can? Zhao Wuji whispered in Flanders' ear. Since he had already provoked it, there was no telling what trouble he would get into in the future, so he might as well get rid of it now. Flanders sniffed and frowned slightly, hesitating for a moment, still unable to make up his mind. Ning Rongrong blocked in front of Qianyu, coldly looked at Tang San and the others, and sternly shouted, "What are you guys doing? If it wasn't for the Titan Giant Ape that Qianyu repelled, we might have all died here. So even if you guys aren't thankful, you still want to be gracious?" The crowd was momentarily speechless, and actually lowered their heads in some shame. Only Tang San was still staring at Qianyu with a murderous aura. Ning Rongrong was also stared at with some fear. Tang San's spiteful eyes made him shiver. "Third brother, you've always labeled yourself as a righteous man, saying that as a soul master you should protect the weak and uphold justice. But now look at what you're doing yourself. You're going to strike out at your benefactor for 100,000-year-old soul beast. Is this your justice?" At those words, Tang San's face turned blue, veins rippling on his forehead. Rant's heart hated to kill Qianyu by 1,000 cuts, but thought of the persona he had always had. He could only glare viciously at Shifuyu before turning away. Chapter 62, The Arrival of Guyuna. Thousand Feathers let out a slight sigh of relief, and after recovering his soul power for a bit, he turned around and headed in the opposite direction of where the Titan Giant Ape had left. "Wait, Shifuyu, where are you going? Aren't you coming back to Shrek Academy with us?" Ning Rongrong asked hurriedly. "Why should I go back to Shrek Academy with you guys? Do we know each other well?" Shifuyu turned his head and said coldly. At the same time, his body was tense and ready for Flanders' sneak attack. This fight had made him profoundly realize his lack of combat experience. He had actually ignored the level of consumption of the spatial soul skill to the point that he almost planted it. Moreover, he was too arrogant. If it wasn't for the spirit detection being able to anticipate in advance, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been killed by Flanders in a single glance. Thinking of this, Qianyu's eyes grew colder and colder, and his gaze towards Shrek's crowd was filled with vigilance. "Shifuyu, don't be like this. We've been through so much together. Can't we trust each other? Besides, you're at the bottom of your soul power right now. It would be dangerous for you to leave like this. Don't be afraid. My father is the patriarch of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. They won't dare to harm you." Ning Rongrong's eyes were red, and her voice carried a hint of crying. Her hand clutched Shifuyu's sleeve tightly, praying that he wouldn't leave. "I've even thought of a name for the baby, and you want to leave? Are you kidding me?" The others sniffed. Their eyes flickered slightly and they didn't say anything. Better off dead. This guy was too strong and always a threat if he stayed. However, because of Ning Rongrong, they couldn't afford to act too obviously. After all, for better or worse, she was the Seven Treasures Glazed sect's young patriarch, and she really couldn't afford to mess with her. Dai Mubai had the intention to stop, but after coming into contact with Qianyu's icy cold eyes, he instantly calmed down. The guy never changed his eyes from start to finish, obviously not afraid of himself and the others. Afraid that there will not be any bottom card? Qianyu looked at Ning Rongrong and let out a cold laugh. "Trust? Are you guys worthy of that?" After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the crowd and continued to stride forward. Ning Rongrong bit her lip and chased after her. "Wait, Qianyu, I'll go with you." Shifuyu stopped, turned his head to look at her, and said, "Get lost, don't follow me." He once again refreshed his knowledge of his charm attribute, but having known each other for less than an hour, and even being enemies 10 minutes ago, it was surprising that this little devil girl could be so deadly. Ning Rongrong wanted to say something else, but Qianyu's figure had already disappeared into the dense forest. Okay, wrong. Don't be a nymphomaniac. People don't even look at you. Xu Zhuqing opened his mouth in a rare and somewhat mocking manner. However, there was inevitably some envy in his heart for Ning Rongrong's boldness. She was essentially a traditional family woman, and could not make such a bold move as Ning Rongrong. Besides, in front of Dai Mubai, it wasn't good for her to get too close to other men. You can only bury that emotion deep in your heart. At the same time, the mind could not help but question the family union. "You shut up!" Ning Rongrong glared at Xu Zhuqing in annoyance, tears welling up in her eyes. She turned around, looked in the direction Shifuyu had disappeared, and stomped her foot somewhat angrily. She was the Seven Treasure Glazed sect's young patriarch. When had she ever suffered this kind of aggravation? "Chiyu, you wait for me. When I go back and tell my dad, let's see what he'll do to you." In the end, the Shrek crowd could only helplessly return to the academy first. Yet it was bizarrely trapped in the core area. Each of the soul beasts here could easily start at 10,000 years old, and encountering one would be a big trouble. Just at the moment when the crowd was desperately fleeing, Little Dance returned, and with it, a bull roar that scared away the 10,000-year-old soul beast that was chasing them. But before the crowd could ask anything, they were transported by a spatial fluctuation to the outer region of the Star-Do Great Forest. After this one incident, I'm afraid they would never dare to set foot in the core area again in their lives. After leaving, Shifuyu found the tree hole, simply ate something, and went into a deep sleep. Guyuna came to his side, looking at Qianyu's sleeping face some heartache, want to go up to touch him, but afraid that he woke up. You guys are really complicated too. If you like it, then get on. If you don't get on, don't stop me. I'll get on. The three-eyed golden guy-beast said somewhat helplessly. She looked at Shifuyu somewhat heartily and wanted to go up and lick his little face, but she was held tightly by Guyuna and could only whimper in her arms in complaint. Humph. Now you know to suffer. You little don't even think about how good I've been to you all these years to leave me. It's just that. And it's exhausting to see you in this state. Guyuna sighed softly, her gaze filled with tenderness and complexity. She viciously pushed the three-eyed golden guy-beast's head back down and glared at her. Don't hit on little feather or I won't be able to spare you. The three-eyed golden guy-beast bristled. I know. How petty. At this moment, Qianyu seemed to be caught in a nightmare in his sleep. His brows were furrowed and cold sweat continuously broke out on his forehead. Seeing this, Guyuna painfully used a handkerchief to gently wipe his sweat and said softly, Don't be afraid. I'm here. Feeling the touch on his face, Shifuyu slowly opened his eyes and asked with some surprise upon seeing Guzuna, smiley face, Nana-chan, how did you get so small? Shifuyu looked at the white hair and purple pupils in front of him who were easy to push down the little lowly, and the tension in his heart eased a little. Guyuna blankly glared at him and snapped, Humph. It's not because I'm worried about you. You little guy. You're so unsettling every time. Shifuyu was silent and stood up with difficulty, wanting to leave. Guyuna pursed her lips in a somewhat aggravated manner and said with a slightly choked voice, Feather, are you leaving again? It's obvious that we've only just been reunited. Do you realize how much I've missed you these past few days? I've waited so long for an apology from you, and you're just going to walk away? The three-eyed golden guy-beast, on the other hand, took advantage of Guyuna's slackness and directly jumped into Qianyu's arms, rubbing her little head against his neck. As cute as a kitten, Qianyu touched the small head of the three-eyed golden guy-beast, but felt something wrong in his hand, and with a puzzled look, said, Bald. The three-eyed golden guy-beast's body paused, staring at Qianyu with wide-eyed disbelief, his golden eyes instantly welling up with tears. Oh wow. I've told Sister Guyuna not to pluck my hair, and he keeps plucking it. I'm turning bald. The more the three-eyed golden guy-beast talked, the more aggrieved he became, and he cried. Shifuyu smiled somewhat helplessly and comforted. Okay, don't cry. It'll grow out later. Guyuna's tears were held back before they could come out, and she coughed lightly in some embarrassment. I can't help it if this little guy's fur is so soft. Chapter 63, The Shura God Descends to the World. Feather, you can go out if you want, but you can't leave me behind, Guyuna suddenly said, her eyes filled with anticipation. With so many bad women out there, she was genuinely afraid that her cub would be abducted. How can you not fatten up your own cubs? No way. Qianyu frowned slightly and decisively refused. He was supposed to go out and complete the God of Destruction exam as well as the sign-in quest. What's the point of taking this villainous powerhouse out? It wasn't permitted for the God King of Destruction to directly obliterate her with a single displeasure. Guyuna's face instantly became gloomy and her eyes turned a scarlet blood color as she said coldly, Little Feather, are you that cruel? I've done so much for you, and you can't bear to do this to me. Shinobu, Shifuyu replied without the slightest hesitation. Oh wow, you're too much. What Shifuyu didn't expect was that Guyuna didn't freak out on the spot, but instead rubbed her eyes and just cried out. With his soft and cute little lowly image unexpectedly has a few points of love. The three-eyed golden guy-beast looked at this scene dumbfounded, and then said with some anger, I'm so angry. I'm so angry that you're learning from me. I'll cry to you too. After saying that, the three-eyed golden guy-beast also sobbed. The sound of the two beasts crying echoed in the tree cave, causing Shifuyu to feel very annoyed. With veins rippling on his forehead, Qianyu dropped the three-eyed golden beast and turned toward the outside world. But, you can't get out without me. When Guyuna saw this, she stopped crying at once. She rushed out on her ass and jumped into Shifuyu's arms. The little head rubbed against his arms in a pouty manner. The cheeks bulged into a tantalizing little bulge that made it hard to poke him. Shifuyu's face darkened. Obviously the previous choice had been unilaterally disregarded by Guzuna. Seeing that Shifuyu still wanted to refuse, Guzuna hurriedly said, Don't worry, I'm just an avatar with no cultivation now. Even if you want to do shy things to me, I can only submit. After saying that, she unzipped her skirt, revealing the snow-white skin and delicate calves. Long, silvery white hair down to her ankles shimmered with a faint sheen. The long curled eyelashes between her eyebrows were like two small fans, fluttering gently with a hint of shyness and teasing. She hugged Shifuyu tightly, fitting herself against his back. That soft touch made Shifuyu can't help but be a little distracted. Shifuyu took a deep breath and forced down the agitation in his heart. The young girl's stunningly beautiful face, slightly pale white skin, paired with the halo of red on her face, added a few points of choo-choo moving flavor. The three-eyed golden guybeast's eyes widened, gulped, and his body tensed up, ready to engage in the shameful matter of the two yellow men. Shifuyu sighed, still unable to resist the charming temptation, stretching his demonic hand towards Guyuna's seductive and delicate body. The cold touch at his fingertips made him squeeze. Meanwhile, while Shrek Academy was still being hunted by 10,000-year-old soul beasts, in another part of the Stardust Great Forest, the Shura god descended silently. Silver Dragon King Guyu mercilessly broke Tang Hao's neck in his hand, then a hand threw Tang Hao, who had lost his life breath, in front of the Shura god. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of emotions on his face, as if he had just done a small and insignificant thing. The Shura god's figure was tall and lanky, and his body was shrouded in dark red demonic patterns. Substantial killing aura coalesced into an icy breath that colored the dark night a blood red. He coldly looked at Gu Yuna and said in a deep voice, "Silver Dragon King, can I take this as you provoking me? That's just it. Since I'm here this time, let's clean up your head." Before the words fell, the dark red light surrounding the Shura god's body surged. He slowly raised his right hand, and in the center of his palm, a dark red Shura divine sword coalesced. The tip of the sword was pointed straight at Gu Yuna, and the terrifying pressure emanating from it caused the surrounding space to tremble a little. Prepare for the judgment of God. The Shura god had just been extorted by the god of destruction and was already in a bad mood, but now the Silver Dragon King's actions made him even more furious. Originally, Tang San's strength was inferior to Qian Yu, and now Tang Hao, Tang San's protector, was no match for Gu Yuna. This was more than enough to make him feel like he was losing face. Now it's just a good time to find an excuse to finish off Gu Yuna, and save that kid Shifuyu from always relying on external forces in the future. Gu Yuna's eyes didn't have the slightest fluctuation of emotion, and they were cold enough to make people shiver. An ancient and powerful dragon's might erupted from within her, forming a confrontation with the Shura god's killing aura. He lightly tapped the void, and a radiant circle emerged from his palm. The true dragon bloodline and the silver dragon bloodline resonated with each other, finally giving birth to a dragon god gun. The gun's body was intertwined with gold and silver colors, as bright as a river of stars. Gu Yuna held the dragon god gun, her body unmoving. However, that supreme divine might from the true dragon bloodline actually caused the surrounding void to split apart. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? The pupils of the Shura god shrunk. That lance had actually reached the level of a super divine artifact, and even had the power to threaten him on its own. Judge me? You're also worthy. Let's fight outside the heavens. I want to see just how much of a gap there is between me and a god king today. Gu Yuna's voice was clear and cold, but filled with unrivaled arrogance. With a flash of her figure, she had transformed into a silver stream of light that shot straight up into the sky, instantly disappearing from the Shura god's line of sight. The Shura god snorted coldly, casually reviving Tang Hao and teleporting Shrek Academy and the others. Then, his figure followed suit, turning into a dark red lightning bolt that cut through the sky, chasing after Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna didn't choose to block it, as there was simply no point in all of this. It's the winning or losing of this battle that will decide the fate. With the departure of Gu Yuna and the Shura god, the spatial blockade that enveloped the Star Dipper Great Forest suddenly dissipated. Inside a tree cave in the core area of the Stardust Great Forest. Oh wow. It hurts. It hurts. You're so over the top, Feather. You're so hard. Gu Yuna tilted her little head up, her hands wiping at her eyes haphazardly. Tears could not be stopped from sliding down, her eyes filled with aggression and accusations. Her little face was wet with tears, making her look even more pathetic, as if she were a delicate flower ravaged by the wind and rain. Shifuyu helped her get dressed with an expressionless face. Every touch of that white and tender little hand on Gu Yuna's body made the young girl blush and her heart beat faster. Shifuyu finally struggled to help him button up the plump buttons on his chest, letting out a long breath before looking over at her with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Okay, stop it. I'm wrong, okay? So you really don't have any cultivation? Chapter 64, The Shura God is violently beaten. Gu Yuna separates. Shifuyu saw that Kazuna's crying shouldn't be fake this time. Usually he pinched his little face with even more force as if it was nothing. This time, however, she was crying like a pear and her eyes were red and swollen, so it was obvious that she was really hurting. Gu Yuna pouted her small mouth and said in an aggrieved manner, "Of course I don't have my cultivation anymore. I'm just a normal little girl now who needs your protection and love," she said as she gently rubbed her eyes with her small hand. The amethyst eyes were glittering with crystal tears and looked very endearing. There was a hint of petulance in her words that made them irresistible. Shifuyu frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you doing this?" Guyuna's little face became even more aggravated as she sobbed in a low voice. "I just want you to spend more time with me and care about me more. I know you don't like my forcefulness, little feather, but I carry too many responsibilities and missions as the Silver Dragon King. But more than that, I long to be pampered and loved like a normal girl. That's why I chose this way to keep you around me more. And I've heard that dragon cubs can get sick if they don't get enough love and care. And then they'll grow out of it and become perpetually tiny," Gu Yuna said, wrapping her arms around Shifuyu's waist and burying her head into his arms. When the three-eyed golden guybeast saw the scene, it puffed up its cheeks in anger. "Ah, piss me off, I'm the cub, I'm the little baby that should be getting love and care from Feather." It bounced over to Gu Yuna, its golden eyes holding a few hints of dissatisfaction, as if to say, "How can you say that? I was obviously here first, and Feather's embrace and warmth should be all mine." Gu Yuna grabbed the three-eyed golden guybeast and wiped her tears with her fur. At the same time, she gave her a vicious glare, warning her to keep her mouth shut. The three-eyed golden guybeast shivered as it felt the chill and hurriedly closed its mouth. "What about the Soul Beast clan? You don't want your mission?" Shifuyu's face was full of questions. Could this woman be a cutie? After the original Guzuna recuperates and recovers and awakens, she talks about taking revenge on humans. Then the incarnate person integrated into human society and fell in love with Tang San's son, Tang Wulin. This descending wisdom he can still understand is sleeping too long brain down by Tang San counting. And what is this now? Giving up the Soul Beast clan for some personal feelings? Although Qian Yu didn't have much goodwill towards Ditian, nor did he have much goodwill towards those ferocious beasts that had been clamoring to devour him all day long. But to be abandoned by Gu Yuna just like that because of herself was too pathetic. Just leave the mission of the Soul Beast clan to Silver Dragon King Guyu. What's it got to do with me? Gunnar? I'm just Gunnar now. Your little girl who just wants to spend time with you and enjoy the happiness that is ours. Guzuna rubbed her head affectionately against Shifuyu's chest. It's nice to be stress-free and be able to be as pouty and cute as you want. It's not too much of a stretch to say that it's the pinnacle of the beast's life to still be able to stick it to Feather. The three-eyed golden guybeast had the presence of mind to tell Shifuyu that this bad woman was all a lie. But feeling Gu Yuna's pressure from a higher level, all she could do was silently shut her mouth and swallow back the urge. Divine Realm, Temple of Goodness. The battle between the Shura god and Gu Yuna had already caused the God Realm to watch. Both the evil and good god kings were attracted by these two powerful divine forces. In particular, that terrifying dragon divine power was simply going to make the entire God Realm tremble. What happened in the lower realms? Why is Shura making such a big deal out of it? The god of good and the god of evil looked at each other with a look of gravity in their eyes. But soon they both relaxed again. Regarding the affairs of the Douluo continent, Destruction had always paid attention at all times. Since he hadn't made a move, it meant that everything was still under control. The god of evil lightly sipped a mouthful of the spiritual tea unique to the divine realm and faintly said, "One of the dragon god's incarnations, the Silver Dragon King, actually escaped to the Douluo continent and even fought with Shura. That's quite interesting," the god of goodness said with some concern. "Let's just go find Destruction and ask. After all, the Silver Dragon King is showing too much battle power right now. If it gets out of control in the Douluo continent, it will be troublesome." The god of evil nodded, and with a flash, the two of them had arrived within the Temple of Destruction. The god of destruction was extremely appreciative of the fact that the Silver Dragon King was able to ruthlessly divide himself into two bodies to preserve the survival of the Soul Beast clan. Since the Silver Dragon King was so sensible, what was the harm in sparing her life? Not to mention that it was a silly dragon that had been charmed by Shifuyu. It was just that what he didn't expect was that the Silver Dragon King would dare to strike at the Shura god. Hey, no matter what the previous relationship was, but if you dare to take a shot at Shura, then you're a friend of my destruction. With this thought, the god of destruction unconsciously evoked a smile, then looked at the god of good and the god of evil and said, "You're here." With that, he gently waved his hand and a curtain of light appeared in front of the two. It was the scene of the battle between the Silver Dragon King and the Shura god high in the air of the Douluo continent. Just as he opened it, he happened to see the scene of the Shura god being punched by the Silver Dragon King and vomiting blood, his divine costume broken and in a sorry state. At this scene, even the well-informed gods of evil and good couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. This Silver Dragon King's power is actually strong to this extent? I'm afraid this level of power is no better than the Golden Dragon King. The good god's tone was filled with shock. The god of destruction was also a bit confused, his heart once again refreshing the perception of the strength of the Thousand Feathers true dragon bloodline. He narrowed his eyes and gazed deeply at the Silver Dragon King as he said in a deep voice, "Indeed, the Silver Dragon King's strength is beyond my expectations." With that he fell silent and concentrated on the battle before him. The others couldn't help but show a hellish expression when they saw that he had no intention of making a move. Violet. Should we stop it? The goddess of life gently caressed the mother tree of life in her arms, her tone tinged with a bit of worry. The mother tree of life in his hand was ready to cross time and space and deliver a head-on blow to the Silver Dragon King. Any force that jeopardized the divine realm. She would not sit idly by. Not for now. The god of destruction waved his hand, stopping the goddess of life's impulse. The corner of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile as he continued to add, and don't underestimate Shura. He's an existence that can even chop a dragon god under his sword. So what's a Silver Dragon King? Who only has part of the power of a dragon god? The words of the god of destruction silenced the crowd. None of them had expected the usually extremely aggressive god of destruction to be so bashful. Chapter 65, Departure. Ancient Moonlight's dissimilarity. But the power of the Silver Dragon King is really. The god of goodness is still a little uneasy. If the Silver Dragon King made a scene in the divine realm like the Golden Dragon King, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. Even if she becomes a dragon god. So what? With us gods around, how much can he turn the tide? Have all these years of comfort dulled your fighting spirit? The god of destruction stood up, his gaze like a torch, coldly staring at the two great god kings of evil and good. The divine realm had been far too peaceful all these years, and it was time to give the gods some wake-up call. One's own plans for the expansion of the divine realm had been rejected again and again. Isn't it because of the obstruction of these life-hungry, pleasure-seeking assholes? The god of destruction secretly sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he didn't move. With the passage of time, 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. These days Gu Yuna didn't know what was going on. Mental depression and occasional high fevers. The IQ seems as if it has regressed to toddlerhood as well, with a childlike demeanor and mannerisms. Whenever Shifuyu approached, she rubbed over like a kitten and looked at him with an innocent face. Qianyu has never seen such a Gu Yuna before, even if she was pampered again, but that high and cold temperament was always the same. Now it is like a completely different person. Sister Nana, are you hungry? I prepared porridge for you. Hurry up and eat. Shifuyu gently stroked Gu Yuna's head and coaxed her softly. Gu Yuna shook her head and nodded her head in a very cute way that made people laugh. Shifuyu picked her up straight away and walked towards the table. Along the way, Gu Yuna hung on tightly to Shifuyu like a wombat, her hands wrapped around his neck. The little face was pressed against his chest, feeling the reassurance and warmth. Oh wow! Feather, I want a hug too. Why should she get to be pampered by you like this? The three-eyed golden guybeast jumped in front of Qianyu with an aggrieved face, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. This old woman is too much. At such an old age, she still learns to be pampered and cute. There is no eyes to see. Stop it, Sister Autumn. Nana-san is sick and needs rest and care. Shifuyu gently patted the three-eyed golden guybeast's head, signaling him to be quiet. Seeing this, the three-eyed golden guybeast could only grunt unwillingly and retreat to the side. But those golden eyes were full of unwillingness. At the dining table, Shifuyu carefully blew the porridge cool for Gu Yuna and fed it to her spoon by spoon. Gu Yuna ate with gusto, occasionally smiling contentedly. That smile was pure and innocent, as if it could wash away all the dust of the world. After finishing the porridge, Qianyu touched Gu Yuna's head and ensured that its temperature had returned to normal, and only then did he let out a slight sigh of relief. Sister Autumn, in a while I'm going to leave and go to the human world. Will you help me bring Nana-chan back to the Lake of Life? When I come back next time, I'll bring you lots of delicious food. No! Both beasts, Gu Yuna and Wang Qiu'er, instantly raised their heads, their eyes filled with determination. Gu Yuna is even more eyes flashing tears, as if she can cry out at any time. Where is that retarded look just now? Nana's sister. Call me Nell. I like it when you call me that. Also, I'm going with you. Don't leave me behind. Gu Yuna interrupted Shifuyu, her voice with a few hints of pettiness. Those big watery eyes were even staring at him, as if they were afraid that he would refuse. She doesn't want to share Feather's love with her other half anymore. Feather has enough with me. Since Gu Yu had obtained most of the Silver Dragon King's power, then we should focus on the confrontation with the divine realm, and leave such sin-filled things as male-female illicit love to me. Besides, how can that cold guy Gu Yu take care of little Yu? Let me bear this pain. Shifuyu sighed and could only say helplessly, yes, but do as you're told and don't wander off. You don't have any cultivation in you right now, so if you get hurt by some ungrateful guy, I'll be heartbroken. Shifuyu finished and stroked her little head. It's pretty much a complete lack of resistance to go from a high-flying imperial lady to a soft little lowly. Gu Yuna's face rubbed red after hearing this, and her heart was filled with sweetness. The young girl shyly lowered her head, her hands unconsciously stirring the corners of her coat, her voice as thin as a gnat. Well, I'll be obedient and won't run around. She said in her heart, so this is what it feels like to be loved? I really want to continue this relationship forever. However, I knew Feather was completely defenseless against cute things. and right now I am, without a doubt, the sweetest being in the world. I, Gunner, am the world's #1 cutie. You stinky gaby beasts don't want to compete with me for favor. Guyuna glanced triumphantly at the three-eyed golden gaby, her eyes full of provocation. The three-eyed golden guy beast, on the other hand, was depressed. His own tricks were actually all learned. Had I known that, I would not have gone to pretend in front of Guyuna in the first place. Now this old woman is now becoming even better at pussyfooting around than she is. Shifuyu's path away was not as smooth as expected, since the path from the Stardust Great Forest to the Falling Moon Forest in a straight line was just too dangerous, and it was also filled with mountain ranges and dense forests. This was obviously not a good choice for Guyuna, who had absolutely no cultivation in her body, so Shifuyu decided to take a detour, choose to go for the official highway of the human world. Although this will take a little longer, safety and comfort are greatly improved. Otherwise, Shifuyu was really afraid that Guyuna would die of illness halfway through the journey. Having said that, the mosquitoes among the mountain ranges continued to cause Guyuna great distress. He was once a silver dragon king. When did he ever suffer this kind of aggravation? And he cried and cried along the way. Qian Yu could only hug her every now and then to comfort her, which made Wang Xiao angry enough. They passed through the morning misty valley and soon came across a group of human soul masters. They were in full gear, wearing flashy armor, and the soul power fluctuations on their bodies were not weak. Clearly a well-trained team. The leader was a middle-aged man with a resolute face and sharp eyes. He held a long sword and led a group of people who quickly ran towards Chiyu and the others. "Stop!" the middle-aged man suddenly shouted. His group quickly dispersed and surrounded the three Shifuyu. "Who are you people? Why are you blocking our way?" Qian Yu frowned slightly and scanned them. Looking at their stance, it was obvious that the visitors were not good. The middle-aged man let out a cold smile and said, "We are hearing the royal escort guard of the Heavenly Do Empire. By the looks of you guys, you should be soul beasts in disguise, right? Ha ha ha. Since you've bumped into each other, you guys shouldn't leave. Be good and become our human soul rings." Chapter 66, Another Reunion with Chirin. Guyuna sniffed and an icy cold light flashed in her eyes. Then she looked at Qian Yu and muttered with a puff of air, "These humans are really annoying. How dare they try to capture us as soul rings? Little feather, hurry up and help me kill them. I don't want to be absorbed by those disgusting guys to become their power." Shifuyu gently patted Guyuna's back, calming her down while her eyes became cold. But soon his spiritual power detected that there were sealed Douluos in the crowd, and more than one of them. His mind said something bad. If he fought, he was naturally unafraid and could easily escape. But Guyuna and the three-eyed golden beast were in trouble. At this moment, one of the most luxurious carriages within the caravan slowly pulled back the curtains, revealing a young man with a handsome face. He curiously surveyed Shifuyu and the others. It wasn't until he saw Shifuyu that his eyes froze and instantly reddened. She couldn't be mistaken. It was Feather over there. And even though it had been such a small one the last time they had met, he recognized the scent of psionic energy that was uniquely Feather's. After seeing the divine pattern mark on the teenager's brow, Qian Renxue finally confirmed it. This was his own little Feather. That destruction god king's inheritance seal. There would never be a second person in this world who possessed it. Her heart raced involuntarily and her hands gripped the handrails in the carriage, fearing that this was just a fleeting dream. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Yulong sensed Xueqing his disorientation and hurriedly stepped forward to hold her back from the other guards. "No, nothing." Xueqing and wiped the teardrops from the corners of his eyes, pressed back the excitement within his heart, and laughed softly and said, "It seems that this prince is lucky today to have encountered a soul beast with such a high bloodline grade. That little girl in particular is a sight for sore eyes. However, that kid is not bad, looking so tender. It makes me feel a little heartbroken. You, go and bring them here, and this prince will treat them well." Many guards heard, all lowered their heads. The atmosphere does not dare to breathe, afraid to hear too much to be silenced. "Yes, your royal highness." The guards in Yulong's incarnation hurriedly answered, then went to invite Qian Yu to the carriage. Thousand Feathers sensed the terrifying soul power within Yulong's body, and his heart flinched. "I didn't expect to meet such an expert the first time I came to the human world. Oh, little Feather, you must protect me. Oh, these humans look so scary." Guyuna clutched onto the corner of Shifuyu's coat, but her eyes were filled with helplessness. But the thought of being looked at by the human empire's crown prince because of her beauty, and Feather stands up to the entire world to protect her. An inexplicable sweetness and anticipation just welled up in her heart. Shifuyu patted the back of Guzuna's hand and comforted. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Yulong looked up and down Qian Yu. "Looks are quite handsome. No wonder it can get into the eyes of the lady. But the lady is also 24 years old. It is time to find a companion." He pondered in his heart, but his face did not move, slightly owed his body and said, "His Highness has an invitation. I still hope that the two of you can follow me into the car to have a chat." After Yulong brought Qian Yu and Gu Yuna inside the carriage, he was dismissed by Qian Renxue, an order that was obeyed, albeit with some hesitation. He went out and also ordered all these guards to get out of the way, and if they dared to eavesdrop on a word, their heads would fall to the ground. Shifuyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the blonde-haired youth in front of him. The young man's aura was noble and majestic, and he wore a gorgeous robe embroidered with a golden dragon pattern. His eyebrows revealed a depth and wisdom that belied his age. If the plot is correct, then this Prince Hall should be played by Chirin Yuki. When Xue Qinghe saw Qian Yu, her originally elegant sitting posture instantly became a bit constricted. He gently adjusted the lapels of his coat, trying to make himself presentable. Even though the reunion has been envisioned 1,000 times in my mind, but when really confronted, still could not resist the excitement, went forward and hugged him tightly, with a few choked sobs in his voice. Little feather, I finally found you. Gu Yuna stared at the image of the two embracing with wide-eyed disbelief, saying goodbye to being molested by a human prince and then Shifuyu stepping forward to heroically save the day without fear of force. How is this plot different? But looking at the scene of Shifuyu being hugged by Yuki Qinghe, Gu Yuna didn't know what came to her mind. Her pretty face flushed and a honeyed smile appeared on her face. Wait a minute, I think I'm being green? And the person who greened me was a man. As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, Gu Yuna instantly pouted in anger and crossed her arms, ready to step forward to separate the two. But on second thought, she stopped again, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Humph, I'd like to see what tricks you guys can play, Gu Yuna secretly said in her heart, so she sat on the sidelines and clasped her hands on her chest with a look of watching a good show. Sister Gu Yuna, do you think little you will like men? After all, he didn't even lay a hand on us when we were two such beautiful, big, beautiful people offering themselves up. The three-eyed golden guy-beast looked at Qian Yu and Xue Qinghe with a suspicious expression. Shifuyu's face darkened and he instantly came back to his senses, breaking free from Chirenai's embrace as he kicked him away at the same time. Xue Qinghe froze, covering her vaguely aching stomach as a trace of aggression flashed in her eyes. Eventually, after thinking about it, he felt that it should be because he hadn't transformed into his real body and Little Feather couldn't recognize him. Little Feather, I'm your older sister, Qian Renxue. With that said, Chirin casually lifted his disguise and resumed his original appearance. At this time, she had emerged more and more dynamic than 10 years ago. The body was also perfectly developed to the extreme, like a blooming snow lotus, clear, noble and inviolable. No, Shifuyu said coldly, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion in his eyes. Qian Yu's coldness caused Qian Renxue's heart to sink. Little you, what happened to you? I am Sister Ah, you do not remember me? There was a tremor in Chirin's voice. She couldn't believe that the brother who had once snuggled in her arms and pampered her was now so cold to her. Seeing this, the corners of Gu Yuna's mouth hooked up into a smug smile as she opened her hands to gesture for Qian Yu to hug her. Shifuyu directly chose to ignore it and turned around and walked to the carriage window, gazing out the window at the scenery speeding by. In his heart, he secretly pondered how to handle his relationship with Qian Renxue. After not getting a response from Qian Yu, Gu Yuna directly jumped into his arms and intimately rubbed his face like a pampered kitten. Feather, are you tired? Do you want to lean on my shoulder and take a rest? As for this woman, don't pay any attention to her. You only have one sister. Sister Nair. Oh, there was a bit of playfulness in her words, but her eyes were filled with the color of blood, and it was clear that she had already developed killing intent towards Qian Renxue. Chapter 67, The Shura. I don't want orthopedics. Qian Renxue stared at Gu Yuna in death, itching to break her into pieces, but she forced herself to suppress the urge and asked with a smile on her face, smiley face, Little Feather, I wonder who exactly is this head? Can you introduce it to sister? In Qian Renshue's opinion, Xiaoyu was captured by a soul beast, so this guy who appeared to be a little human girl must be a 100,000-year-old soul beast in disguise. Who are you cursing? Uneducated dead yellow hair. Gu Yu that instantly exploded, glaring angrily at Qian Renxue. Okay, Nana-chan, don't be mad. Shifuyu helplessly smoothed her hair. The young girl's hair felt as smooth as silk. Gu Yuna felt Shifuyu's touch and squinted her eyes comfortably, but her mouth didn't stop being unforgiving. Humph, that dead yellow hair's mouth really owes a beating. If it wasn't for the sake of you, Little Feather, I would have long ago slapped and hollered over. Qian Renxue watched the two of them being intimate, and a glint of gloom flashed in her eyes, but thinking that after so many years of not seeing each other, it's kind of normal for Feather to be a bit of a stranger to herself. She was sure that given enough time, Feather would be able to rely on herself as her sister again. At the same time, as she looked at Qian Yu's stunning face, a flash of blaze flashed in her eyes, and the possessive desire in her heart grew stronger. Well, Little Feather, we haven't seen each other in so many years, so let's not let this outsider interfere with our reunion. With a smile, Chirenji forcibly dragged Shifuyu to his side and tenderly stroked his hair. Qianyu slightly sidestepped Qian Renshue's touch and coldly said, "Sister, since we've already met, I should leave. We still have things to do. Take it easy. Feather, eat something first." The smile on Qian Renshue's face froze slightly, but then she concealed it extremely well, as if nothing had happened. She elegantly took out the exquisite food box from one side, which was filled with various kinds of exquisite snacks and fruits with a fragrant aroma. "These were your favorites when you were a kid, and I made them specially, just waiting for you to eat them first thing when you got back. Don't worry, in all these years sister has never forgotten your favorite. You quickly taste it and see if the flavor has changed." Qian Renxue said as she used her silver chopsticks to pick up a piece of crystal clear pastry and handed it to Qianyu's mouth, her eyes full of anticipation. Shifuyu didn't bother to pick it up, but instead just picked up a snack from the lunchbox and put it in her mouth. He didn't intend to have much to do with this sister. There was bound to be a battle between himself and Bibi Dong in the future. As for Qian Renxue, as the successor of the Martial Soul Palace, their positions were already opposing. The flavor hasn't changed, but the people have, Shifuyu said, then put the snack back on the plate. When Qian Renxue heard this, the smile on her face gradually froze, feeling as if her heart had been gently stabbed by something sharp, slightly flooded with pain. She took a deep breath and tried to maintain her outward calm, but her eyes were already slightly red. His voice had a hint of a sob in it. "Are you blaming me for letting you go that day? Or do you blame me for not finding you all these years? I'm sorry. It's all my sister's fault for making you suffer so much alone." As she said that, Qian Renshue's voice had choked up a bit, and she couldn't stop her tears from dripping down as she completely broke down emotionally. She hadn't let up in the slightest over the years. She had been searching for Shifuyu's whereabouts. Countless midnight dreams were filled with the laughter of Shifuyu's childhood and his desperate eyes on the day he was taken away. This self-reproach and guilt was like 1,000 pounds, weighing her down to the point where she could barely breathe. The corners of Shifuyu's mouth twitched, feeling like his conscience was somewhat condemned. He didn't expect such a reaction from Qian Renxue. After all, so many years had passed, and the memories one once had in one's mind about Qian Renxue had long been blurred. Gu Yuna, on the other hand, quietly picked up the pastries that Shifuyu had eaten, a blush spreading across her face. Her breathing became rapid without her realizing it, and her arm trembled as she brought the pastry towards her mouth. When Qian Renxue saw the scene, the expression on her face went a bit out of control. It was a pastry she was going to treasure and savor. It still had Feather's residual warmth on it, so how could it be given to this dead pervert white-haired female soul beast? "You, how dare you?" Qian Renxue was furious, pointing at Gu Yuna, her voice trembling. However, she still underestimated Gu Yuna's knucklehead. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Yuna stuffed a handful of pastries into her mouth after being discovered. The whole little face was stuffed and bulging, as cute as a little hamster. "Ah, Sister Gu Yuna is so mean. She didn't leave me anything at all." The three-eyed golden geist in Gu Yuna's arms had grievances in its eyes, tears welling up in its eyes. Seeing this, Shifuyu hurriedly picked up a pastry and stuffed it into her mouth, gagging her complaints. The three-eyed golden geist immediately revealed a satisfied smile, a happy blush spreading across his little face. "Aya, little Feather, this dead yellow hair is so petty. I just ate a pastry and she's getting angry. We'd better hurry up and leave." "Ignore her." Gu Yuna licked her lips with intent, then cozily lay into Shifuyu's arms. Thousand Feathers picked her up and turned towards the carriage. His eyes were so cold from beginning to end. Without ever sharing another half a point with Qian Renxue, the main thing was that he felt that this sister was looking at herself in a very wrong way. She wouldn't be charmed by herself as well, would she? Just in case, it's better to get the hell out of there. After all, something like orthopedics was not something he wanted to experience. Gu Yuna poked her little head out in Qian Yu's arms and turned back to give Qian Renxue a face. Provocative. "Feather, don't go, just hear me out, okay?" There were a few pleas in Shiren's voice. She clenched her lower lip and instantly dodged to Shifuyu's side, grasping Shifuyu's hand in a death grip. "Sorry, there are things to do." Thousand Feathers' heart was aghast. His own spiritual probes unexpectedly did not give feedback on how Qian Renxue had approached, as if it had appeared out of thin air. Shifuyu tried to break free of Chirenai's hand, but his opponent's power was unexpectedly strong. "Little Feather, be obedient. Children who don't listen are punished." "Oh." Qian Renshue's face was wearing a smile, but her eyes were filled with coldness. The soul power in his body even made Qian Yu feel an unprecedented pressure. With a flash of her figure, she directly pinched Gu Yuna's neck and lifted her up as easily as picking up a chicken. "You, the one responsible for making my brother leave me? Let me go." There was some rare panic in Gu Yuna's voice, though she won't really die when she is killed by Chiren. But she also didn't want to return and go fuse with that cold guy. "Gu Yu, Chapter 68, Qian Renxue breaks defense. In blackening, request for catch-up reading. Chiron, what are you doing? Get off of her. Anger flashed in Thousand Feathers' eyes, and a sword of destruction appeared in his hand. At once the whole carriage shook, and he made a creaking sound as if he would collapse at any moment. You want to make a move on me? Qian Renxue's heart ached as she looked at Qian Yu's icy cold eyes. A wave of sourness surged to her heart and tears welled up in her eyes. Are you going to take on your sister, who has always loved you, for a soul beast? Why? Obviously I paid so much to find you, and you're doing this to me for her? You say, where am I inferior to this soul beast? Or do you prefer this kind of young girl whose appearance looks like she's underdeveloped? It's not like I can't change if that's what you prefer. I'll give up everything I have if you'll stay with me. Qian Renxue's voice was nearly choked, and tears were finally unable to hold back, sliding down her cheeks. I say again, put it down or die. Thousand Feathers' voice was icy cold, and his eyes were filled with a morose killing intent. He approached towards Qian Renxue step by step, the tip of his sword mercilessly pointing towards Qian Renxue's neck. Qian Renxue was no different from a stranger to him except for that bloodline shackle, and Guzuna was a family member who had raised her from a young age. Although this loved one is a bit clingy, annoying and possessive, there were even times when he needed to be coaxed like a little kid, but that didn't mean Shifuyu could tolerate anyone hurting her. Okay, I'll put it. Qian Renxue feebly let go of her hand. Gu Yuna fell to the ground, coughing violently, her face as pale as paper, but she quickly stood up again and bumbled into Qian Yu's arms, calling out tearfully, Feather, I was so scared. I almost thought I'd never see you again. Qian Yu was speechless in his heart. If he had known this, why did he provoke Qian Renxue just now? Shifuyu picked up Gu Yuna and turned towards the outside of the carriage. Slow down. Shifuyu, if you dare to walk out today, there will be no place for you in this world. Besides, you don't want these two soul beasts to get hurt. After Qian Renxue finished speaking, she closed her eyes in agony, and her tears slid down silently, dripping onto the floor and splashing a tiny splash. Even with this method, he had to keep Feather at all costs, because Feather was his light, her only warmth and hope in this world, and she couldn't afford to lose him again. The carriage fell into dead silence, with only the faint sound of Gu Yuna's crying and the occasional sound of the wind coming from outside the window. Feather, come over and eat quickly. These are so delicious. The three-eyed golden guy-beast plopped down in front of the table, probably feeling that the atmosphere was a bit depressing, and hastily opened his mouth to ease the situation. Shifuyu sniffed and put Gu Yuna down, ignoring the two women with their own agenda. He picked up the three-eyed golden guy-beast and picked up the pastry to feed the little one in his arms. Gu Yuna immediately puffed up her cheeks in anger as she glared at the three-eyed golden guy-beast and muttered in dissatisfaction. Humph, little vixen. Sooner or later I'm going to pluck all your fur. Forcing back her tears, Qian Renxue came to Qian Yu's side and said softly, Little Yu, let's have a good talk, okay? Shifuyu didn't reply and just continued to feed the three-eyed golden guy-beast. Technically speaking, Qian Yu was saving Qian Renxue. This was because with the strength of Gu Yuna's divine soul, attacks below the divine level simply couldn't cause any damage to him, and how terrifying the returned Gu Yuna was, Shifuyu wasn't sure, but he only knew that if Qian Renxue really laid a deadly hand on Gu Yuna, then she would face Gu Yuna's most terrifying revenge. Qian Renxue wiped the water mist from her eyes and carefully talked to Qian Yu about all these years, and Qian Yu nodded in response from time to time. Just as Chiron said that, her hand wrapped around Shifuyu's waist without her realizing it. The young girl's face is even crawling with redness, and her tone is also full of lingering, which can be described as shy to the point of being shy. Feather, you're still as good looking as ever after all these years. I remember when you were a child, you always caught the eyes of those around you, and now that you're older, you're even more of a distraction. Qian Renxue's voice was as thin as a gnat, but it was full of deep emotion and longing. She pressed herself against Shifuyu, burying her head into his neck and inhaling deeply, a sickly blush spreading across her face. Hey, you're getting out of line. Dead yellow hair. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up? Gu Yuna's eyes were filled with anger. I felt that the pastries in my hands did not smell good anymore. Just because she'd never had food this good didn't mean the woman could be indulgent. Inevitably, there were some bumps in the carriage as the steeds galloped, but for the first time, Chiron wanted to make the journey incredibly long. As for Gu Yuna's protests, he resolutely ignored them. It's just a rigidly transformed 100,000-year-old soul beast. So what if you were once a strong one? In the face of absolute strength, any caution is futile. Sister Gu Yuna, why don't you unseal me? How about I get on the same side as you and squeeze this dead yellow hair out? The three-eyed golden guy-beast blinked its big eyes and proposed with an innocent face, although as a pet being able to stick it to Feather all day, it was not too much to say that it was the pinnacle of the beast's body to be gently petted and fed by Feather at times. but she still wants to do the shy thing yet. As for Little Feather, hey, when the time comes, there are naturally ways to make him become the subject of his own skirt. Gu Yuna snorted coldly, although she was a bit moved by the three-eyed golden beast's offer. However, when she thought of Qian Yu's blushing face that was licked by Wang Qiu'er, she still shook her head. Humph, I'm not going to fall for that. You little vixen. Gu Yuna beamed, disgruntled. At the same time, he picked her up and popped her hard in the head on the forehead. The three-eyed golden guy beast rubbed his forehead in aggravation and muttered, Humph, Sister Gu Yuna is really bad-hearted. I obviously want to help you. When she finished speaking, she stole a glance at Qian Yu and saw that he was still unmoved, so she couldn't help but feel a little lost in her heart. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Qian Renxue also returned to her original form, returning to the Heavenly Dipper Palace together with Qian Yu. Little Feather, you can stay here from now on. Qian Renxue's eyes were filled with excitement, and her cheeks couldn't help but blush at the thought of sharing a bed with Xiaoyu at night. As far as the world is concerned, when I become a god, the world will defend me. Her psyche had long since become twisted under the influence of the royal family over the years. A twisted melon is not sweet, but it quenches the thirst. The taboo-filled thing was bad, but exciting, pleasurable, and all she wanted was Feather. Chapter 69, Qian Renxue, who had already begun to have a seizure. Qiyu couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart as she looked at Qian Renxue's twisted smile. Wow, it's so beautiful here. The three-eyed golden beast looked around excitedly. Gilded palaces and staggered pavilions. There were also the maids and guards in their magnificent costumes, all of which dazzled her. Somebody, help him build a kennel. Qian Renxue looked at the little one who had been staying in Qian Yu's arms with a nasty smile on her face. What dog? You asshole. Pissed me off. Little Feather, mind your sister. She's going to drive me to the doghouse. The three-eyed golden guy beast struggled up in Qian Yu's arms, its small claws waving in the air. Humph, what's the big deal? It's not even a tenth as big as my Dragon King palace. Gu Yuna snorted disdainfully, but her eyes still couldn't help but look around. Qian Renxue smiled contemptuously and came to Qian Yu's side with a light step. Wrapping her hands around his waist, she blew a soft breath towards his neck, seeing two thin blushes instantly coloring his face. As if he was being shy, Qian Renxue's heart was even more filled with complacency. Not long ago the beauty who was so cold and unapproachable showed such a seductive look. Who could hold this? Feather, your heart is beating so fast. Are you mesmerized by me? There was a hint of teasing in Chiren's voice. She pressed her small face against Shifuyu's, feeling the gradually rolling temperature, and her breathing became rapid. Shifuyu forced down the anger in his heart, constantly admonishing himself that this was his own sister, and that he should never punch him in the face, because at this moment, Qian Renxue's disguise was clearly the appearance of Shueqinghe, a big man cuddling up to himself in public. It made Shifuyu feel a chill of evil knowing that she was female. Shueqinghe, you've had enough. Thousand Feathers finally couldn't help himself and shouted in a low voice. Shifuyu's face turned red from shame, but the teenager was so tantalizing in Chiren's eyes, like the first bloom of peach blossoms, with shyness and shyness. Instead of letting go, Qian Renxue smiled even wider. Geez, Feather, are you shy? As my future crown princess, how can you not be able to withstand even this small intimacy? Saying that, she purposely raised her voice a few notches. It drew many curious glances from the surrounding maids and guards. Gu Yuna covered her mouth in surprise, constantly hovering back and forth between Qian Yu and Shueqinghe. She didn't know what came to her mind. Her breathing gradually became rapid, and a flushed color welled up on her face. Shifuyu's cheeks were almost red enough to drip blood. He forcefully broke away from Qian Renxue's embrace and took a few steps back, gritting his teeth and saying, Shueqinghe, you're playing with fire. No big deal. Here you have to call me Brother Qinghe. Of course, it's fine for you to call me husband. Qian Renxue smiled gently, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. His behavior caused all the generals and soldiers to bow their heads and not dare to breathe. I didn't expect that the usual elegant and easygoing crown prince would like a man. Many soldiers were already secretly glad that they weren't handsome enough to avoid being seen by His Highness the Crown Prince. I'll say it one last time. Get the hell out of here. Shifuyu snorted coldly and turned around to leave. He struggled to break free of Chiren's embrace, but the other side was like a piece of dog pile, and he couldn't shake it off. Aya, are you shy? Little Feather? Don't worry, sister will love you well. Qian Renxue hurriedly followed, whispering in his ear. That's enough. You pervert. Shifuyu finally couldn't help but explode, punching Chiren hard in the chest and sending her flying. Put. Qian Renxue spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, but her face still wore a smile. Little you, you're murdering your own husband. Why don't you use soul power defense? Qian Yu froze. Qian Renxue's level was undoubtedly much higher than his own. and she was able to defend herself against his attacks with complete ease. Qian Renxue slowly stood up, gently wiping away the blood at the corner of her mouth, and said seriously, "Because I wanted to see if you really had the heart to do it to me." As it turned out, it hurt a bit, but it was kinda sweet inside. And, fool, how could I go on the defense of my favorite person? If you want to hit me, go ahead, as long as it takes the edge off. I would take everything for you, including this insignificant pain. Shifuyu's freshly raised anger was instantly extinguished as if a pot of cold water had been poured on it. He looked at Qian Renxue in a daze, and actually had a kind of inexplicable moving feeling well up in his heart. Shifuyu shook his head in a hurry, throwing these messy emotions out of his mind. If he was a girl, surely he would have been moved to tears by Qian Renxue's words. But he's a man. Where's this delayed drama coming from? He couldn't help but hold his forehead, feeling like he was going to have to wash his eyes and take another look at the world. The world has finally turned upside down into something I don't recognize. Only Gu Yuna's eyes lit up with the feeling of a spearhead. He was going to write these words down and tell Feather about them later when he had the chance. She quietly approached Shifuyu and whispered, "Feather, you have to stand your ground. Don't be fooled by this bad woman of hers." But Gu Yuna's words were just in time to be heard by Qian Renxue. Her eyes coldly glanced at Gu Yuna, secretly calculating in her mind how to get rid of this eyesore. With this thought, Qian Renxue continued to pounce towards Qian Yu, holding him tightly in her arms, hooking up his chin, and said lightly, "Xiao Yu, don't listen to her nonsense. You are the only one in my heart." Shifuyu had a black line on his face, but considering his injuries, he didn't push too hard and only made a symbolic struggle. Just when Chiron was trying to get an inch, there was a noise from the doorway. "Fourth Highness, you can't intrude here. If you have something to do, please inform first." The guards outside the door hurriedly stopped the fourth Prince Avalanche, but the Avalanche didn't care about them, and came right in hard. "Imperial brother, I heard that you brought back a superbly stunning beauty from outside this time, but I was so curious that I came to take a look." Avalanche's voice carried a hint of teasing and eagerness as he looked around once he entered the Great Hall. Just now he received a secret report from his men that His Highness the Crown Prince is suspected of having a dragon and yang affair. Although it was a bit unbelievable, he still rushed over to find out what was going on. After all, a prince who preferred male sex was not qualified to become the Emperor of Heavenly Dipper at all. As long as it was determined to be true, then his Avalanche's path to the throne would be unimpeded. "Royal brother, what are you doing?" Avalanche's eyes widened with disbelief. Chapter 70 Gu Yuna being molested? Thousand Feathers killing chance. Ahem, Avalanche, you misunderstand. Qian Renxue quickly regained her normalcy and coughed lightly, signaling with her eyes for the surrounding maids and guards to step back. "This is Shifuyu, my new personal guard and my best friend." Qian Renxue intentionally emphasized the word close friend in an attempt to cover up her embarrassment. Avalanche froze in place for a long time before finding his voice. Oh, so it's like this. It's me being abrupt. However, Imperial brother, this personal guard of yours is quite special. He stole a glance at Qian Yu and said in his heart, "This is not a guard. It is clearly a stunningly beautiful man. I didn't realize that my brother really had a love for the dragon's penis. Wouldn't I be in danger?" Avalanche instantly felt as if his asshole was vaguely aching. Shifuyu took the opportunity to break free from Chiron's embrace and straightened her clothes, blushing slightly as she gave a slight nod to Avalanche as a greeting. Qian Renxue looked at Gu Yuna. A cold color flashed in her eyes, then pointed at Gu Yuna and said, "The stunning woman you speak of is here, and it is not impossible for Imperial brother to bestow him upon you if you wish." Gu Yuna froze slightly when she heard Qian Renxue's words. He looked up to meet Chiron's eyes, only to see his expression that looked like a smile. The corner of Qian Renshue's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Just the thing to use to embarrass this stupid prince. I'd like to see how this stupid soul beast that has lost its cultivation should respond. Avalanche couldn't take his eyes off of Gu Yuna at the first sight of her. He looked up and down at Gu Yuna. That silver hair like a waterfall, blue eyes like a pool, skin wins the snow. The temperament is extraordinary, as if it is a fairy who came out of the painting. This beautiful woman, Imperial brother, is really willing to give her to me? Avalanche's lustful gaze wandered over Gu Yuna. Although the young girl is still slightly tender, but has come out with the color of the country, but also has a kind of indescribable charm, so that he is a bit apathetic. Naturally, when has Imperial brother ever lied to you? But this country wild girl is a bit difficult to handle? I was afraid you wouldn't be able to subdue her. Qian Renxue laughed somewhat gloatingly, looking at Gu Yuna's overwhelmed appearance. Her heart was even more pleased. He purposely bit the word country chick extremely hard, as if he wanted to use it to provoke Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna felt the emptiness in her body that did not have the slightest bit of soul power, and somewhat helplessly cast a glance towards Qian Yu for help. Seeing this, Shifuyu's brows furrowed slightly, and he was about to step forward but was held tightly by Qian Renxue, as if he was going to declare his sovereignty in this way, and at the same time preventing Shifuyu from making any movements. Avalanche sniffed and was immediately surprised, walking lewdly towards Guyuna, rubbing his hands together as he did so. Imperial brother, don't worry. Little brother, I don't have any other skills, but I still have a way of dealing with women. Today, I'll let Imperial brother see how I tame this fiery horse. It's guaranteed to make her want to die of lust and desire. Seeing this, Guyuna gently took a step back as she coldly gazed at the avalanche, her voice as cold as ice. I'm warning you, stay away or suffer the consequences. The avalanche, however, continued to press forward as if it hadn't heard them, a smug smile spreading across its face. Beauty, don't be afraid, I'll love you. At the moment when Avalanche was about to touch Guyuna, a stern sword light violently swept out from the side and went straight for Avalanche's throat. Avalanche was so shocked that he hastily dodged sideways, but even so, his lapel was cut by the sword chi, revealing the delicate lining inside. But even so, that extreme aura of destruction only tainted it for a moment. It had already caused all of his skin to begin to stain a black color and begin to fester extensively. Avalanche felt the pain in his chest and went up to touch it, but he felt a large piece of rotten meat and let out a killing scream. He looked at the place where the sword light came from in horror, only to see that Qian Yu had already held the sword in his hand at some point, and was staring at him coldly. Oh little feather, this big pervert, he bullied me. I'm so scared. Seeing this, Guyuna hurriedly jumped into Qian Yu's arms, pampering herself, her eyes glittering with aggrieved tears. Seeing this, Qian Yu's heart was helpless for a while, although he knew that she was pretending. He could only gently pat her back and softly comfort her. Don't be afraid. With me here, no one can hurt you. Who are you? Just a little white boy. How dare you make a move on this prince? Looking for death. Avalanche covered his wounds and forced himself to endure the pain, glaring angrily at Shifuyu. Shifuyu didn't say anything and looked at him coldly, scarlet blood color gradually coalescing in his pupils. This time he was truly furious, and even took out the sword of destruction directly. The air around them seemed to freeze, and an oppressive to the extreme aura filled the air. Avalanche felt the icy killing intent emanating from Qian Yu's body and couldn't help but shiver, an unprecedented fear rising in his heart. Imperial brother, save me. Snow Crash hurriedly begged for help from Qian Renxue, a hint of crying in his voice. The smile on Qian Renxue's face gradually became a little stiff. Looking at Qian Yu's defense of Guyuna, his heart was filled with jealousy, and it seemed as if he had played it off this time, and Feather seemed to be really angry. Shifuyu coldly glanced at Qian Renxue before returning his eyes to Avalanche from a new perspective and said coldly, apologize to her. She's not for you to offend. And Guyuna's heart was filled with sweetness after seeing Qian Yu stand up for himself, happily running to Qian Yu's side, her small face rubbing against his chest. Avalanche was instantly furious at the sight of this scene, coldly pointing at Qiyu and saying to the surrounding guards, come, quick people, blind your dog eyes, hurry up and take this kid down for me. He dares to attack this imperial prince. He is simply living out of patience. However, none of the surrounding guards dared to move. The guards here were all Qian Renxue's beloved ones, so how could they be ordered by an avalanche? Seeing this, Snow Avalanche's face turned blue, but he could only hold back his anger. Snow Avalanche turned his head to look at Qian Renxue and angrily questioned, Imperial brother, what do you mean by that? Are you just going to watch me being bullied by this little white boy? Qian Renxue's face was very calm, not paying the slightest attention to him. Does this idiot really think he's a loser just because he's pretending to be one? He laughed coldly inwardly, but maintained that cynical smile on the surface as he slowly walked towards Qian Yu and softly said, okay, little feather. I'm just kidding. Don't be angry. Avalanche doesn't know any better. I'll teach him a good lesson. Saying that, he gently pulled Shifuyu's arm, but the jealousy in his heart towards Guyuna grew stronger and stronger. I wasn't kidding him. Shifuyu directly shook off Chirenai's hand and slowly walked towards the avalanche. Chapter 71, New Sign-On Tasks. Feather. Or not. Qian Renxue wanted to say something. If Feather kills Avalanche, this whole thing is going to be a problem. After all, Avalanche was a royal bloodline. How could he fall easily? Qian Yu turned his head and looked at her with indifferent eyes and said in a deep voice, you want to protect him? Feather. Whatever you want to do. I'll support you unconditionally. It's just killing a prince. If father blames it, I have my own way to deal with it. Qian Renxue's breath caught, her face carrying a blush, her heart pounding like a deer. Such a domineering you is really handsome. So eager to be pushed forcefully on the bed and forced to love by him, and then one had to submit to him, panting beneath him, begging and calling his name. Qian Renxue's mind drifted away in this moment, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed. Forget it, it's good that little Feather is happy. Big deal. I'm quitting this country stealing program. Qian Renxue secretly resolved in her heart. The plan was to avoid war by stealing the country. But these days, feather is more important than anything else. They've only lost a few insignificant lives, but I've lost my love. Avalanche saw the blushing expression on Chiron's face, and instantly the man was dumbfounded. Imperial brother had this look, like someone he had once seen, caught in the web of love. Could it be that royal brother is the one down there? As soon as the thought appeared, it was as unstoppable as a wildfire. Avalanche's mind was filled with incredulity. He couldn't understand this ruthless, unscrupulous royal brother who would do anything to achieve his goals. To be pinned down by a man? That's just ridiculous. And by that time Shifuyu had arrived in front of him. The terrifying soul power shook his guards back and forth. Wait, please let me go. Anything you want, just don't kill me. Avalanche's voice trembled, fear causing his eyes to lose focus. The lower half of his body was even more paralyzed with fear, and even his words begging for mercy seemed breathless. I'm going to give you one last chance to get down on your knees and ask her to apologize. Shifuyu's voice was cold, without a trace of emotion. Seeing this, Gu Yuna's mood became even more pleasant. Uncontrollably, he looked at Qian Renxue provocatively, as if to say, see, that's how protective he is of me. Even if you get his man, you won't get his heart. When Qian Renxue saw the scene, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Her hands were clenched into fists, her nails were deeply embedded in her palms, and blood seeped out without even realizing it. This, stinking. I'm going to kill her. Qian Renxue could barely contain her inner rage. Her eyes were crimson as she stared at Gu Yuna in death. I'll kneel now. Please don't kill me. Avalanche had no more doubts, and with trembling legs, he slowly fell to his knees, his head lowered, and his voice choked with sobs as he apologized to Gu Yuna. I'm sorry, this young lady, it's my eyes that have offended you. Please forgive me. His eyes were filled with humiliation, as well as a color of resentment. Today's insult will be returned 100-fold. I'm going to crush this woman underneath me and make that little white boy watch and feel the despair and pain in her heart. Avalanche swore in his heart, but at the moment, he could only hold back and bide his time. Gu Yuna looked at the avalanche that fell to his knees. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Then he turned to Qianyu, his eyes full of tenderness, and said softly, Xiao Yu, let it go. He has already apologized. Roll. The dragon's might on thousand feathers instantly dissipated without a trace. He spat out a word as coldly as ice sealed the air. Avalanche fled the scene as if he had been pardoned. In the blink of an eye, 8 months had passed. It's been spread around by people who have been there for a while. Everyone knew that Crown Prince Xueqinghe had picked up 2 stunningly beautiful-looking men and women outside. A woman would have been able to accept it, but His Highness the Crown Prince favored that man, and condoned him to openly beat the Imperial son Avalanche. For a time, rumors were spreading and there was a lot of talk, and the entire empire was shaken. And that's when the Avalanche Emperor broke even more explosive news. That's when the Crown Prince turned out to be the one down there, being eaten to death by that little white boy. The news was like wildfire, quickly spreading to every corner of the empire. On the streets, after tea, people are talking about this royal secret. The Snowy Night Emperor even summoned the Crown Prince to the palace overnight, wanting to personally inquire about the matter. But he fell silent after seeing Qian Yu's luxurious lineup of soul skills. Suddenly being able to trade the Crown Prince's ass for the future peace of the empire didn't seem so hard to swallow. After all, in front of absolute strength, all worldly prejudices seemed so pale and powerless. Finally, after Crown Prince Xueqinghe repeatedly assured him that he would not indulge in male sex, the Snowy Night Emperor was then relieved. After repeatedly telling Shifuyu to treat his son well, he released the 2 men. So the world where only Shifuyu was injured was reached, and his reputation was ruined just after he was born. Chiron could care less, but he did. But Chiron was not impressed with Shifuyu's feelings. There was even some hidden enjoyment of the thrill of the crowd talking about the relationship between the two. It wasn't as if Chirin Yuki hadn't thought about doing something even more out of the ordinary to Shifuyu in the past few months. One night, he broke into Shifuyu's room and was about to do Shifuyu in when he was caught by Gu Yuna, who had already lifted the seal on her own cultivation. However, due to the fear of arousing Shifuyu's vigilance, Gu Yuna didn't dare to do anything to Chirin Yuki openly, just using her icy gaze as a warning when Shirenyu intended to approach Shifuyu. As time went on, the two realized that neither of them would be able to take advantage of the situation. So they came to a subtle tacit understanding. They had Shifuyu's daily schedule clearly organized. As for the three-eyed golden beast, it was ignored by both of them. And all day long, you're stuck with 2 dead, sickly girls. It made Thousand Feathers squeeze even the time left for cultivation. Just when he was feeling hopeless about his life, the system's voice finally sounded. Ding! The temporary sign-in task has been refreshed. Please immediately rush to the designated location of the Tendu Royal Academy to sign in. As the system's voice rang out, Shifuyu's godforsaken heart instantly woke up. He stroked the little head of the three-eyed golden guy beast and looked up at Qian Renxue, who was in the middle of official business. Even though Qian Renxue was busy, he still always detached a portion of his mind to pay attention to Qianyu. What's wrong? Feather, are you hungry? Do you want me to give you some of my nectar? The corner of Qian Renxue's mouth hooked up into an evil smile. Suddenly some of them couldn't suppress the desire in their hearts to put Shifuyu on the spot. Yuki, I'm going to go out and supervise Nanachan's cultivation. She just recultivated. Her strength is still weak and she needs someone to watch over her, Qianyu said with a serious face. Chapter 72 The Shura. Gu Yuna restores her cultivation. Shifuyu moved Gu Yuna out of the way in an attempt to deter Qian Renxue. He had long since seen that Gu Yuna's cultivation had been restored, but since this silly dragon liked to act soft and pampered, he would turn a blind eye to it. At least it would be so he could still get the initiative. And the corners of Chiren's mouth involuntarily twitched. The thought of the two sealed Douluo, you long and stabbing blood, easily being brutally beaten by a little girl made her heart feel a little bad. He himself was reborn a lonely one, and the titular angelic god couldn't even compare to a reconditioned soul beast. Although there was some discomfort in her heart, she said with a smile, well, you go then, and be safe. By the way, come back at night. I've prepared your favorite snacks for you. Shifuyu breathed a sigh of relief and headed toward the door with some glee. Wait, do you like spending time with that woman that much? Is she that attractive? Or are you into that kind of underdeveloped young girl? Qian Renxue's voice suddenly became a little sharp. Looking at Qianyu's cheerful back, he suddenly felt a pang of sourness in his heart. Her soul power could not be restrained from churning outside of her body, causing her body to be tinted with a layer of holy light, and her golden eyes were filled with aggression. Obviously she looked very holy, but it made Shifuyu feel a sense of oppression like a flooding beast. Sis, how? What's wrong? I'm just feeling a little bored and want to go out for some air. Shifuyu's footsteps lurched and he slowly turned around, a slightly stiff smile on his face and a fine layer of sweat on his forehead. Seeing this nervous look on Shifuyu's face, Qian Renxue's heart softened, realizing that she might have been overly sensitive. She took a deep breath and tried to calm the waves inside her, replacing it with a gentle expression. I'm just worried about you. Well, you can go now and be safe, but you can't get too close to that head. I'll be upset. Know what? Speaking later, Qian Renxue unconsciously aggravated her tone, her eyes filled with dominance and possessiveness. Shifuyu smiled and nodded. Don't worry, sis, I know what to do. After saying that, Qianyu gently dropped a kiss on Qian Renxue's forehead before turning around and leaving. Qian Renxue's face rubbed red, as brilliant as the evening sun. She looked at Qianyu's departing back. Her heart was both sweet and always felt that something was not quite right. 4 hours passed. Qian Renxue sat in his study, facing the mountains of Zhangji. His mind was in turmoil, especially when he remembered Shifuyu's kiss just now. He became more and more skeptical. He's not out cheating on me with that stinking woman, is he? Is it because of guilt that you're suddenly so passionate about yourself that you want to run away? This thought grew like a weed in Qian Renxue's mind, causing her to feel a wave of uneasiness. She put down her pen and rubbed her hands gently against her temples, trying to ease the irritation and restlessness within her. Over the past few months, Shifuyu had treated himself very coldly, and even the bed he had prepared for him had not been used at all. The imagined sharing of a bed never happened at all. What annoyed her even more was Gu Yuna's smug little look. It was in front of her eyes all the time, as if mocking her incompetence. The key is to fight and can't fight, scolding and appearing to be a drop in value. This sense of suffocation makes Qian Renxue several times want to go crazy. Imo, you're pissed off? Ugh, old ants that nobody wants should not compete with us young little girls for favor. Gu Yuna's voice suddenly sounded outside the door with a hint of mischief and teasing. She gently pushed the door in, her pace light, and made a point of turning around in front of Xue Qinghe, revealing that slender waist and delicate figure, a provocative smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Qian Renxue looked up, amused by Gu Yuna's playful appearance, and then her brows tightened as she coldly spoke. What are you doing here? Seeing my jokes? Gu Yuna laughed softly and slowly approached. See your jokes? I'm not that boring. I just came to tell you that little feather he actually cares about you quite a bit, otherwise I would have killed you a long time ago. After saying that, Gu Yuna's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light, but then returned to a gentle smile, as if that moment just now was just an illusion. When Qian Renxue heard these words, her heart trembled violently, but on the surface, she still forced herself to remain calm. Care about me? Humph. If he really cared about me, why would he be so cold to me? Because his feelings for you are nothing more than brotherly love. And it's love that's for me, so please keep your distance from now on and don't make you loathe you. If you can't control your lower body again, then don't blame me for slaughtering you. Although Gu Yuna had a smile on her face, her heart was already flooded with a monstrous jealousy. How calm could her heart be as she watched her cub being taken advantage of by this dead yellow hair? However, her words were like sharp blades, precisely inserted into Qian Renxue's heart. Brotherhood and sisterhood. Qian Renxue's face instantly turned pale as she clenched her lower lip. Immediately afterward, she somewhat feebly defended herself by saying, "What are you talking nonsense about? Of course Little Feather and I are innocent. I am only concerned about him as a sister to her brother. Nothing else." The corner of Gu Yuna's mouth hooked into a playful smile as she slowly approached Qian Renxue and softly said, "Oh, is that really so? Then why can't you hide that perverted desire in your eyes every time you see him? And what sister thinks about sharing her brother's bed all day? What about stealing her brother's clothes to smell? Do you think that no one can really read your mind?" Gu Yuna got a little angry talking about it. When he himself went to steal the clothes that Xiaoyu had changed out of, he was unexpectedly intercepted by this dead yellow hair. It was her cub, and she hadn't even bothered to sniff it for a few moments before Chirenai had gotten the jump on it. Thinking of this, the anger in Gu Yuna's heart increased even more as she glared at Qian Renxue with a deadly glare. "You ever look at me like that again, do you believe I'll gouge your eyes out?" Qian Renxue was stabbed in the heart by Gu Yuna's words. Somewhat annoyed, she jolted to her feet and locked eyes with Gu Yuna. "Who do you think you are? Who are you to judge my feelings? It's not your turn to meddle in what's between me and little you. Stop. I'm not in the mood for your nonsense. Hurry up and hand over Little Feather. Where did you hide it?" Gu Yuna's voice suddenly became shrill. "Hidden? Didn't he say he was going to go cultivate with you? When did I ever hide him?" Qian Renxue smiled coldly, clasping her hands to her chest and glaring at Gu Yuna without budging. The two men stared at each other for a while, but both realized that there was no sign of lying in the other's eyes. "Bad. Little Feather is gone." Qian Renxue and Gu Yuna exclaimed in shock almost simultaneously, an ominous premonition surging in their hearts. Chapter 73, Silver Dragon Zun Ring, requesting for a follow-up read. Interesting, that flat-headed guy should be Yu Xiaojiang. Thousand Feather's eyes narrowed slightly, and a fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. Shifuyu hasn't forgotten when Bibi Dong beat himself up, crying and yelling at the same time, smiley face. "It's all because of you. This little just now will not want me. It's all because of you." These words were like a thorn that dug deep into Shifuyu's heart. Thus, with a flash of his body, he transformed into a stream of light and rushed straight down, aiming straight at the direction where Shrek's crowd was. But soon he regained his senses and stopped, touching the three-eyed golden guy beast in his arms, and saying in his heart, "System check-in. Ding. It is detected that the host has arrived at the Tendu Royal Academy. Signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Silver Dragon Honor Ring. Silver Dragon Zun Ring. This skill comes from the next set, the Zun Ring possessed by the Do Zun of the Do Chi continent. When you wear it, you will have a sharp contrast with the Dragon set, and at the same time you will develop a kingly temperament and charisma that will make all people involuntarily feel in awe of you. In addition, as this dignity ring is infiltrated by the Silver Dragon bloodline and elemental power within you, it can also drastically increase the host's elemental affinity and manipulation ability, and regulate the frequency of your soul power output, increasing the power of your soul skills by several times. Note, at first I didn't know what rampant meant until I wore it, and then I knew it was synonymous with rampant. Side effects: rampancy has its price. After equipping the Silver Dragon Dignity Ring, the host's soul power will be drastically depleted, and his personality will gradually move closer to that of a villain, easily provoking the hostility and scorn of those around him. So in order to avoid getting beaten up, it is recommended that the host soul sectors take out the compulsion of a sealed Douluo, and soul saints should have the aura of a god descending, in order to be able to manage this ring without losing their poise. Shifuyu looked at the circle that appeared in front of him and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. That's quite the ring of Doujinshi on the next set. I don't know which Dozun is so unlucky to be robbed by the system across the border. Anyway, it can't be Yunshan, the Dozong powerhouse, right? The familiar scent on the Zun ring caused the three-eyed golden guy beast in Shifuyu's arms to open its eyes. She looked at her unfamiliar surroundings with some puzzlement, and slowed down with some surprise to say, "Feather, have you finally figured out that you want to run away with me?" She blinked somewhat mischievously and with a gentle leap, jumped onto Shifuyu's shoulder and licked Shifuyu's face affectionately. "No, I can't run away yet. Let's go back after we finish our business in a while, or else Nanasan and Xiao Shui are going to skin me." Shifuyu sighed deeply. If he had a choice, he'd want to run too, but if he was targeted by these two women, where in the world could he find a place to stay? With a flick of his hand, the Silver Dragon Zun ring transformed into a brilliant silver stream of light and appeared behind him. Instantly, a powerful elemental fluctuation centered on him and spread out in all directions. Feeling the massive power that had sprung up out of nowhere within his body, Shifuyu's mind couldn't help but swell a bit. I now feel that I'm a bit scary strong. I don't even put the sealed Douluo in my eyes anymore. Is this rampant? Whoa! What's this? It feels even cooler than my golden dragon gun. The three-eyed golden guibeast curiously gently stroked that silver dragon Zunring with its small grasp, but after sensing the silver dragon king's divine power inside, with a look of disgust she said, "Ha! It's that old woman's power. Feather, we don't want this thing. Just throw it away. I'll lend you my golden dragon gun. It's guaranteed to be much more powerful than this whatever aura." After saying that, the little golden guibeast even rubbed its furry face against Qian Yu's cheek, as if it was being pampered. When Qian Yu heard this, the corner of her mouth twitched and she viciously pinched the little golden guibeast's cheeks, feigning anger. "Okay, you cut the crap. Now get a grip and get going." After saying that, he took a deep breath, and the soul power in his body resonated with the silver dragon Zunring. The entire person was enveloped in a layer of silver light, and his aura instantly climbed to the peak. He tapped his toes, and his body once again transformed into streams of light. But this time, his speed was even swifter than before, and he pushed straight to where the Shrek crowd was. However, before the person arrived, the terrifying dragons might had already enveloped the sky above the Royal Fighting Academy. Tendu Royal Academy. This magnificent institution of learning stands in the heart of the empire. Towering towers reach into the sky, surrounded by lush greenery. Shrek's group was walking towards the teaching building in the center of the Tendu Royal Academy in a spirited manner. Shrek Academy was in a great mood during this time. In the face-offs in the great soul fighting arenas of the major cities, not only did he defeat the Royal Fighting Battle Team, but he also crossed over and defeated a fierce god battle team that had a level 40 soul sect, making him famous. Again, he even won dozens of matches in a row over the next few months without losing a single match. This was all thanks to Tang San's various layers of hidden weapons as well as the Shura divine examination. After the battle between Gu Yuna and the Shura god a few months ago, the Shura god sensed that if he didn't open the door for Tang San again, then Tang San wouldn't be able to defeat Thousand Feathers for the rest of his life. So he decided to personally go down and directly enact a divine examination for Tang San, without all the bending and twisting tests. After consecutively defeating the Imperial Fighting Team and the Fierce God Fighting Team, as well as after killing a 1,000-year-old level Sphinx demonic bead alone, Tang San had obtained a large number of gifts from the Shura god. Even Shrek's crowd had been boosted to different degrees, but it also made Flanders realize that Shrek Academy was no longer enough to teach them, but would instead delay their growth. It was also because of the master's frantic purchasing of those expensive cultivation resources that Shrek Academy's finances were already close to bankruptcy. That's why Flanders decisively chose to pack up Shrek Academy and sell it to Heavenly Dew Academy. Oh no! According to the guru, it's just a borrowed chicken. Borrowing their resources to train your own students is simply a bonus. Because they had rushed for 10 days, they were covered in dust and naturally these students dressed in fancy clothes were out of place. Avalanche was very upset at the sight. What grade am I? What class are you? A bunch of mudbloods. How dare they go to the same school as me? With this thought, he stepped forward without hesitation, prepared to give these riffraff from the countryside a taste of their own medicine. Moreover, he felt that the way his brother Emperor looked at him these days was becoming more and more oozing. Could it be that he saw through his true colors? No, he had to work harder to make Shuqinghe completely drop his guard against him. Hey, you bunch of hicks, do you know what this place is? It's also for you hicks to come here. Hurry up and get out. Avalanche said contemptuously. Seeing this, the guards around him also stepped forward and aggressively surrounded the Shrek crowd. The many students of the Heavenly Dipper Royal Academy were also up in arms when they saw the scene. Chapter 74 Tang San has expanded again, requesting for follow-up readings. Are these the students of the Tendu Royal Academy? I don't think so. Dean, let's go. All of them are trash. Not worth our time. Tang San followed the master's example of carrying his hands behind his back. His eyes swept the surrounding area with disdain, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bland smile. At those words, the smiles on the faces of Avalanche and the surrounding students instantly froze. None of them had expected this person to be so arrogant. Due to the drastic increase in strength these days, Tang San's mind swelled up and now looked at everyone as trash. After going through the baptism of Shura's divine power again, the blue-silver bloodline in his body awakened. The whole man had been transformed from the mud-legged bumpkin he had been before into a big handsome man. The only regret was that the Shura god hadn't helped repair his lifeblood. He clearly had the ability to help fix himself, but he had to wait until he became a god to fix himself. Oh, this god is a god of mercy. How dare he tease me like this? He already has a way of taking death. Avalanche was originally just pretending to be a dude, not a real cutie. At this time, looking at the opposite side unexpectedly did not have the slightest fear. And there are some leaps and bounds. The heart cannot help but be a little panicked, but he quickly stabilized his mind. After all, this was his territory. How could he easily show weakness? Humph! Where did the wild boy come from? How dare he spread his wildness in the Heavenly Dipper Royal Academy? Do you know who I am? I'm the Avalanche Prince, the future heir to the throne. Avalanche deliberately raised his status, wanting this group of douchebags to know what to do. At least when they were beaten in a while, they wouldn't even lose their lives. So what if you're a prince? In my eyes, you are nothing more than a villain who bullies others. It's just that, since I've met you, I'll play with you. Tang San laughed lightly, but the coldness in his eyes was like a sharp blade of ice, making people shudder. He took a slow step before continuing to add, the path of Shura is meant to be a lonely and bloody journey. Today, I will let you see what the abyss of despair is. After saying that, he carried a heavy bloody aura on his body, and his original purple extreme demon pupil changed into a blood-red cultivator demon pupil, with a heart-pounding killing intent flashing in his eyes. Watching this bizarre scene, the surrounding students couldn't help but take a few steps back. As for Shrek and the others, they were already used to it. Tang San's personality had become more and more irritable since he had obtained the inheritance of the Shura divine examination. The previous fierce god warriors had been torn apart by his merciless use of blue-silver grass, from a whole person to a bloody fragment. That disgusting scene caused Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others to vomit on the spot. Even Dai Mubai felt his stomach roll over, and it was hard to suppress his regurgitation. Since then, Xiaomai had also begun to stay away from Tang San. This also led to Tang San's character becoming even more twisted, and his hatred for Qiyu was even more like a blazing fire that was hard to quell. Junior, go easy on him, don't get anyone killed. Flanders warned from the sidelines. Tang San turned his head to look at Xiao Dance, only to find that Xiao Dance was constantly surveying the surroundings with probing eyes. A shadowy color flashed in his eyes, then he slowly nodded his head. Don't worry, Dean, I have my measure. Before the words fell, Tang San's figure flickered, appearing in front of the avalanche like a ghost, his speed staggeringly fast. He easily knocked away the guards brought by avalanche one by one, as easily as the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves. He then struck what he thought was a handsome pose and said gently, Little Dance, there's no need to look for it. The current me is already countless times more powerful than Qianyu. I can protect you and I can also make sure that you don't suffer any more indignities. Finished, as if to justify his words. With a wave of his one hand, countless blue and silver grasses with a slight golden pattern appeared out of thin air, instantly binding the Imperial combat cadets who rushed over. That paralyzing neurotoxin filled like all these trainees were paralyzed on the ground, unable to move, and could only stare in horror. The Grandmaster had a smug look on his face as he laughed softly. Not bad, Junior. Right now you are undoubtedly the top genius in this world. Even that so-called Thousand Feathers is unbeatable in front of you. Hearing the sounds of the battle over here, the teachers of the Heavenly Fighting Academy also rushed over at the news. Seeing this scene, they frowned slightly. He was about to lash out but was stopped by Qin Ming, soothing him. Considering that this was supposed to be a contest of inferior skills, there was no one to blame for the loss. Although many teachers of the academy were reluctant, they had no choice but to give up, and Tang San's handsome demeanor made quite a few pretty girls blush at him and cast adoring glances. Humph, what's the big deal about this guy? Kling, you tell me, right? As Dokuroyan watched Tang San make such a big splash, he couldn't help but feel a wave of jealousy in his heart. She glanced at Ye Ling Ling beside her, trying to find empathy from her. Yen, his strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Yi Lingling said softly. There weren't too many waves in his tone, but that blandness made Dugwian feel even less. Ling Ling, you won to be mesmerized by him too, right? Dokuragain stared incredulously. No, how is this possible? Although he's strong, he's nothing compared to young Master Qianyu. Yi Lingling's tone was a little sad, but full of determination. If Shifuyu hadn't been taken captive in the first place, it must be even more dazzling and outstanding than this bull ****** Tang San. Oh, you mean I'm not as good as Shifuyu? Tang San had long since paid attention to the two Dugu Yen Yi Lingling. To be precise, he had only paid attention to Dugu Yen alone, because according to the tips of the Shura divine examination, it needed to obtain the immortal herb of the ice and fire eyes, as well as help its companions raise their soul power, in order to be able to complete the fourth examination of Shura. Now that he happened to have no method to approach Dokorobo, the Dokuroyan in front of him was a perfect opportunity. A playful smile curled the corners of his mouth as he walked slowly towards the two. Tang San, what do you want? I'm warning you, don't mess around. My grandfather is Dugubo, a powerhouse amongst the sealed Douluo. Dokuragain shouted in a colorful voice. Yi Lingling, on the other hand, gently pulled Dugwian's sleeve, signaling her not to be impulsive. Don't worry, I don't mean any harm. Tang San's voice was gentle, stopping in front of the two and coldly glancing at Yi Lingling. This woman to thousand feather that shameless villain so esteemed. Must be a relationship is not shallow, then there must be its way to take death. But on the surface, he kept his smile and spoke slowly. Ms. Yi, your evaluation is perhaps too one-sided. Everyone has their uniqueness, and the level of strength often needs to be reflected in a fair contest. As for Qian Yu, to tell you the truth, the last time he saw me but kneeled in front of me to beg for forgiveness. Unfortunately, I did not give him this opportunity. Chapter 75, Gongzi, I'll kill you with a fart. Just as the crowd was arguing, the sky gradually darkened with dark clouds and lightning, as if even the sky and earth had changed color. Everyone felt a heavy pressure slowly coalescing from the sky, and an inexplicable sense of fear welled up in their hearts. Xu Zhuqing stared at her beautiful eyes, trying to suppress that extreme feeling of fear and fainting. Her heart was beating like a drum. Fine beads of sweat seeped from her forehead, and her body shook. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, Ning Rongrong next to him hurriedly held him up. And Ma Hongjun was even worse. Directly fainted in a single shot. The Grandmaster's face turned white and he trembled as he tried to stand up, but his legs and stomach were trembling. The drool couldn't stop falling low from the corners of his mouth. And even more so, a wave of urine hit him, soaking his pants. Master, why are you peeing your pants and what's up with you guys? Ning Rongrong looked around with a puzzled expression. It was as if the pressure had avoided her, and she hadn't been affected too much. At this moment, even Flanders and Zhao Wuji covered their heads in pain, as if there were millions of needles stabbing them. Only Tang San, still standing like a pine, his eyes looking grimly toward the sky. However, the Shura divine power within the hidden body began to stir, almost trending out of control. Wang Xiaoanis felt incomparably humiliated at this moment. As an authority in the Soul Master world, he had actually peed his pants in front of so many students. In a quivering voice, so as not to lose face altogether, he explained, "This is the pressure of a god-level powerhouse." The many Imperial combat trainees fell to their knees, somewhat incredulous after hearing the words of the Grandmaster. What? This is actually a legendary god? Holy, the cow blew up. Just the pressure alone can make me almost pee in fear. I'm afraid even the sealed Douluo doesn't have this kind of might. Humph. No matter who it is that dares to cause trouble in the Heavenly Dipper Royal Academy, they don't want to have a good time. With the fall of this voice, a soul force fluctuation stirred out from the depths of the academy, vaguely forming a confrontation with that heavenly pressure. No, that's not a god-level powerhouse. That's thousand feathers. Tang San couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead as he sensed Qian Yu's iconic destructive divine power, and a sense of powerlessness arose in his heart. Obviously I've gotten so much stronger, but why can't I still match him? What? Junior, you said that person was Shifuyu. Little Dance paused, her wide-eyed beauty looking around. No, it can't be. Junior, this must be the pressure of a god-level powerhouse. How can he be a little kid with no name when even I'm down on my knees pissing my pants? The Grandmaster's face flushed a little dryly, and he stepped forward and eagerly shook Tang San's shoulders, trying to get him to change his words. He didn't want to admit that he'd peed his pants at the aura of a young man, and if he was wrong, wouldn't his name as a guru be reduced to a laughingstock? Tang San smelled that smell of urine, his eyes with some solid coldness, then slapped over, coldly saying, Gongzi, just because I honor you as a teacher doesn't mean you can turn right and wrong. Sometimes it's a kind of courage to admit that you're crap. Yu Xiaojiang froze, dully touching his red and swollen face, his eyes slightly red, so angry that his entire face became distorted. Tang San, well done. I've long looked at that punk with disdain, pretending all day and telling us what to do, but it's just a mere level 29, hanging on to those theories of his all day long, but he can't even beat a punk in real combat. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but burst out laughing. She usually cultivation loved to be lazy, no less by the master lecture. At this moment to see Tang San shot, heart not to mention how much relief. All right, all shut up. Flanders hurriedly stepped forward to defend Jade Little Anus's few self-respect, then looked at Tang San and said in a deep voice, Junior, how can you treat your teacher like that? Hurry up and apologize to Kong. Hearing Flanders' defense, Yu Xiaojiang also straightened his back and angrily accused, Tang San, have you forgotten that I was the one who almost gave my life to help you obtain your first soul ring back then? How can you do that to me? And what kind of attitude do you have? And what kind of a name can you call Gundam? At those words, Tang San bristled with disdain. Gongzi, it's just a nickname I have for you. If you don't like it, I naturally won't call it again. But stay away from me when you go out in the future. I'd be ashamed to walk with you. Tang San was angry when he talked about it. Back then, if he hadn't had the Tang Sex Jedi, then this dual-born martial soul possessor of his own, The continent's first genius would almost be killed by him. A level 29 Great Soul Master couldn't even defeat a 100-year level Mandragora snake. If he didn't have the Tang Sex Jedi, how many times would he have died already? Afterward, he bragged proudly about his bravery as if he had saved his own life. It's ridiculous that this Konzi even has the face to say it. Tang-san had a cold smile on his face as he slowly turned around, his gaze like a knife, sweeping over everyone present and finally resting on Flanders. Dean, today's matter, I, Tang-san, do not wish to say much, but this Konzi, speaking out of his mouth and turning black and white upside down, if he's not disciplined, I'm afraid he'll cause even more trouble in the future. Flanders looked complicated. Tang-san, isn't this the Tao against the Big Dipper? What kind of student contradicts a teacher like that? But on second thought, he was a future god and goddess, so it was normal for him to be special. You, Jade Little Anus was so infuriated that her body trembled, pointing her finger at Tang-san, unable to speak for half a day. Well, don't even say it. Dean Flanders stood out at the right time, patting Jade Zional's shoulder and consoling him. Xiao Gang, don't be angry. Although it's true that you don't have any great skills, your theoretical knowledge still contributes to the academy. As for Tang-san, he's young and impetuous. He spoke a bit too much, so don't take it too personally. Yeah, Grandmaster, although it's true that you're a loser, but third brother usually keeps it all bottled up inside. He's just too nervous right now, that's why he's talking nonsense. Daimubai also stepped forward to round off the conversation, but the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. The other Shrek 7 monsters also looked odd, wanting to laugh but not daring to do so. They could only hold it in. The corner of Tang-san's mouth hooked up into a cold smile. Coldly humming, Bandit said, I, Tang-san, am an ice clear, smart, and suave first genius of the continent. How can it be compared to you? A double standard to the point of being a punk who sells out? I call you a teacher. You really think you're a teacher? You're a tiny great soul master. It's not a problem for me to kill 10 of you with one fart. This Konzi hadn't disliked himself for being a eunuch before, and had been saying all day that he had corrupted his reputation. Now that he had obtained the inheritance of the Shura god, he naturally would not hold back. Chapter 76, Thousand Feathers Descends. Above the sealed Douluo. You sinful disciple. After all these years of my cultivation of you, you're treating me like this. Jade Little Anus pointed at Tang-san with a trembling hand, her voice filled with despair and unwillingness. Cultivate? Tang-san sneered even more. If I hadn't deserved my fate, I'm afraid I would have died under your cultivation long ago. Your theories, your sermons, are nothing but empty words in the face of true power. If your theory actually works, then why is it that I clearly possess the continent's top talent, yet I can't even block a single glance from Shifuyu? Jade Little Anus was so furious that a mouthful of blood spurted out. The whole person, as if all his strength had been drained away, staggered back a few steps before he could barely stabilize himself. Just as Jade Zional's was still about to argue, she was interrupted by the chief teaching committee member, Meng Shinji, who was very dissatisfied. Enough, this is our Tian-Do Royal Academy. If you guys want to argue, hurry up and get back to arguing. As a matter of urgency, we should be welcoming the arrival of that lord. Don't disgrace yourself here. There was some trepidation in Meng Shinji's eyes. A smattering of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, clearly suffering a strong backlash from the chi sparring just now. But it made him realize that the person who was about to descend was by no means idle. When Jade Little Anus heard this, her face became even more ugly. But because of Dream Goddess identity and status, she could only forcefully swallow this bad breath. Shen Yu, if it's really him, then his strength, and after not seeing him for so many years, he wouldn't have already forgotten me, right? Yi Lingling muttered, with some complexity in her eyes. Coming? A flash of blood color flashed in Tang-san's eyes as he looked at the sky with a grave expression. As his words fell, everyone looked up to the sky expectantly. I'm afraid that even the sealed Douluo would be ashamed of himself with the power of this appearance, right? Suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly cracked open. The golden light pierced through the clouds and shone on the crowd. In that light, there seemed to be a white glow that was rapidly approaching, like a shooting star crossing the night sky. It carried an ineffable holiness and majesty. The light gradually became clearer, revealing the figure of a young man dressed in a gorgeous white robe. With his hands behind his back, he stepped into the air, possessing a radiant circle behind him, and his body was filled with silver-white divine light. The young man's face was handsome, his temperament divine and outstanding, enough to make any young girl fall in love at first sight. The crowd couldn't help but show their shock at seeing how young Qian Yu was. Where did this look like a strong person with such powerful strength? It was clearly a teenager who was still underage. However, it was this contrast, coupled with the supreme majesty and calmness of Qian Yu's body, That made people even more fearful. What? How could it be you, white boy? That's impossible. Avalanche had a look of disbelief on his face. He pointed a single finger at Qianyu. His voice filled with shock and resentment. Qianyu's face turned cold as he looked down at the avalanche from 100 meters above the ground, the suffocating sense of oppression pressing down on him so much that he could barely breathe. Gulp! Avalanche swallowed hard, his eyes dodging somewhat sheepishly. Thinking back to the various acts he had done in the past few months of rumoring about Qianyu, a strong sense of fear could not help but rise in his heart. What do you want to do? So many people are here today. Do you still want to kill me? Teaching committee, come and save me. Avalanche instantly panicked, desperately calling for help towards Mengshenji and the others. Dream Goddess sniffed, and although he was a bit terrified, he still stood out stiffly, arching his hand and asking, "This lord, I don't know how our highness has offended you. If there is a misunderstanding, I hope that your lordship will bear with us, and we will do our best to make amends." Ha! A misunderstanding? There is absolutely no misunderstanding in this. This bastard has been slandering me for the past 6 months, spreading rumors and tarnishing my reputation, Thousand Feathers said, even more enraged. As he took a step towards the void in front of him, countless spatial cracks spread out in the space beneath his feet, as if even the void could not withstand his power. This foot actually stepped through the void, Jade Little Anus said, dumbfounded. He had never seen anyone able to affect the fabric of space around them so easily. Even a sealed Douluo would not be able to do so to such an extent, which cracked void was crazily extracting the air around it, as if it wanted to swallow everything into it. The crowd was even more horrified, holding on for dear life to anything they could, afraid of being accidentally sucked into that terrifying void rift. Well, after a few seconds, the spatial rift gradually healed. However, the residual pressure still made the crowd's hearts palpitate. Rest in peace, my lord. We will punish Avalanche severely and return justice to you. Seeing this, Mengshenji hurriedly took a stance, while at the same time winking at the guards behind him, signaling them to step forward to restrain the avalanche. This even space was crushed by a foot. If they really started fighting, I'm afraid these people wouldn't even be enough to stuff their teeth. The guards were instructed to do so, but they all looked embarrassed and hesitated in their steps. However, due to Shifuyu's pressure, they still stiffly grabbed Avalanche and set him up. Seeing this, Qianyu let out a light laugh. Then his body line flickered and instantly appeared in front of the crowd. The surrounding people involuntarily lowered their heads, not even daring to breathe, and made way. The only thing that made Shifuyu's image fall off was the soft and adorable three-eyed golden beast at his shoulder. At this moment, the smile on her face was filled with smugness, her little head held high, her tail wagging gently, and she couldn't suppress her laughter. Little Feather, you're handsome. Look at these people scared like a quail. Ha ha, the three-eyed golden guy beast said, and also stretched out the pink little tongue, licked on Qianyu's cheek, and then laughed even more happily. That soul beast was actually spitting out human words. Everyone froze at this moment. They froze, not realizing that a stupid little beast could speak so fluently. The mouth spits out human speech. This represents that the soul beast in front of him that looks very harmless has already reached the cultivation of the 100,000 year level. The hearts of the crowd couldn't help but be flooded with shock waves. Even a pet is 100,000 years old. To what extent is the strength of that being the master unfathomable? I'll go. Who is this person? Doesn't look as old as me. How dare he be so arrogant? Dokuragain was very upset in his heart. It's just a male favorite of the district. What's the point of pretending? As for Shifuyu possibly being strong? Can he be as strong as my grandfather? My grandfather was a Douluo, the most powerful man in the all Do Empire. Shu, keep your voice down. Yen. Yi Lingling gently tugged on her sleeve, signaling her to keep quiet. Chapter 77. You don't come over. Humph. What are you afraid of? I think he's not as good as Tian Hung. Don't know how to respect your elders at all. Making such a scene out of it. Not afraid of flashing your back. Dokuragain bristled. Although she was a little frightened in her heart, she was still unforgiving in her mouth. She didn't know why, but she instinctively felt a hint of hostility towards Shifuyu even though she was clearly scared. Shifuyu sniffed and stopped his advance, turning his head to give her a cold look. This glance carried the might of a supreme honored one, causing Duguyen to instantly fall into an ice cellar, and the cold hairs on his entire body stood up. Ooh, sorry too. It's my fault. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. Dokuragain's voice was tinged with trembling, and she hurriedly lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. At the same time, he cursed himself for being nearly incontinent by a look from the other party. Humph. Thousand Feathers snorted coldly and continued walking towards the front with his hands behind his back. Yi Lingling lowered her head with some loss. It seemed that Shifuyu had really forgotten himself, Or maybe he had never remembered. She bit her lips lightly, her gaze following Qian Yu's back closely, her heart a mix of emotions. Suddenly, Shifuyu's footsteps lurched as he seemed to sense something and his brows furrowed slightly. Immediately afterward, he slowly turned around and looked behind him. Yi Lingling was shocked in her heart, thinking that Qian Yu recognized her, and she was about to go forward. But she saw Qian Yu's gaze move away again. That's just it. Maybe I'm making a fool of myself. Yi Lingling let out a bitter smile and turned around to leave, but she was pulled back by Duguyan. What's the point of leaving? Let's see what my grandfather does to him when he comes, Dokuragain said through gritted teeth, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. Shifuyu scanned the crowd, but realized that most of the eyes they were looking at were filled with malice and fear. This made him not help but feel a bit of a headache. The side effects of this silver dragon Zunring were too obvious. Is this the price of being rampant? It does seem a bit big. Never mind. As long as my pussy doesn't fall off, then I can't take this beating on my own head, right? Thinking like this, Shifuyu pretended to be even more inscrutable, and all the people in front of him were all terrified and rushing to get out of the way. Only Tang San stood in place with an iron head, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at Qian Yu, his hands clenched into fists, his knuckles whitening from the force. His mind roared. Move! Move quickly! Wasn't all these months of hard cultivation for this moment? Thousand Feathers looked at Tang San in front of him, and in his heart for some reason there was an inexplicable urge to provoke. The corner of his mouth hooked into a teasing smile as he laughed lightly and said, Yo, this is not the little Yakuza. This is only a few months to see ya become a soul sect. You've grown up, ah? Tang San's face instantly turned ironic when he heard Qian Yu's address. He forced himself to hold back the anger within him and gritted his teeth. Shifuyu, don't go too far. Now that I have the Shura divine examination, sooner or later I will surpass you. At that time, it's not yet known who the deer will be. Oh, yeah, with you? Qian Yu's tone was full of disdain and contempt. He slowly raised his hand. His fingertips gently traced the air, and the space around him distorted at that moment. Tang San felt that deadly sense of crisis. His face filled with panic. He wanted to escape, but his legs were as heavy as lead and he couldn't take a step at all. Wait! You have the ability to wait for my soul power level to rise to the same height as yours. Then we'll have a fair fight. Tang San shouted out in a hurry. Well said. Qi Yu, what kind of skill is it to use your rank to oppress others? If you have the ability to have a fair fight. Daimubai also couldn't help but voice his command and say. Tang San was a future god and goddess. If he helped him now, then wouldn't his throne be secure in the future? When the time comes, I'll make sure to make that Zhu Zhuqing kneel in front of myself and beg. Hearing Daimubai's words, Qian Yu couldn't help but snort out a laugh. A fair fight? You guys really dare to say that? Even if I suppress my soul power to the same level as yours, what can you do? I'm afraid you won't even be able to catch a single move from me. After saying that, an invisible repulsive force surged from Qian Yu's body, violently erupting towards Tang San and Daimubai. The two of them were blown away for tens of meters as if they had been hit hard, and they fell hard to the ground, dust flying. The air around them seemed to freeze, and everyone held their breath as they stared at the scene in horror. So strong. Yes, I'm afraid that there are very few people in the entire Heavenly Dipper Academy who can fight against him. To be able to blast someone dozens of meters away with just soul power outward. What kind of terrifying strength is this? The audience whispered and talked, looking at Qian Yu with awe and fear in their gazes. Pust! Tang San's eyes widened as he slumped to the ground and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The force of this impact was so great that it almost shifted his internal organs. He lifted his head with difficulty and looked towards the Qian Yu who was approaching step by step, his eyes full of unwillingness. What do you want to do? I'm warning you, I'm the inheritor of the Shura God. If you dare to touch me, the Shura God will never let you go. Tang San shouted in a colorful voice, while continuously moving his body backward in an attempt to pull away from Qian Yu. Jia. I'll blame you for being too wild. How big of a face are you to allow me to fight with you at the same realm? When I become a god, you will be nothing more than an ant under my feet, Shifuyu said, his footsteps moving even faster towards Tang San. Being so wild made him forget about the avalanche, so much so that Avalanche was on his knees crying his eyes out, and Shifuyu didn't even notice. Walking right past him, the three-eyed golden guybeast sat on his shoulder with a puzzled look on his face. It always feels like Feather has been wearing that to Halo since. The whole person, even personality change, become more and more wild and domineering. But such a little Feather is also handsome, thought the three-eyed golden gaby, a hint of infatuation flashing in his eyes. It's just, why are you smiling so weirdly? The three-eyed golden guybeast scratched its head. It decided that it didn't want to think about that much. Anyway, no matter what little Feather became, it would always be with him. Thousand Feathers took a step towards Tang San, the smile on his face becoming more and more hideous. Jia. you'll obediently suffer death. Tang-san. You don't come over here. Tang-san watched in horror as Qianyu approached, scared out of his wits, and an unspeakable stench filled the air. Shifuyu frowned and stopped, glancing at Tang-san in disgust. It was a little disgusting, but he held his breath and stomped on his head. With a slight force, dirt and grass clippings splattered away, burying Tang-san's face deeper. Humph. See this bit of talent of yours? Qianyu snorted coldly, his tone filled with disdain. Everyone around them took a deep breath, while being glad that they hadn't messed with this fierce god. Chapter 78, Dare to Rob My Little Dance. You have a way of taking death. Three-eyed Golden Gaby's brows furrowed, even though Tang-san was an enemy. But isn't it a bit excessive for Little Feather to bully him like this? Little Feather, why don't we just kill him? It's really no fun to bully him like this, said the three-eyed gold fanatic with golden flames rising from his tiny paws. The fusion of the two extreme attributes of extreme light and extreme fire, turning Tang-san into ashes, was merely an instantaneous matter. The corners of Shifuyu's mouth twitched as he held her head back. Isn't this nonsense? If he could kill himself, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? However, since he had met him, it would be good to strike his Dao heart. Thinking like this, Shifuyu said with a teasing face, Yakuza, didn't you just say that the last time I met you, I was on my knees begging for mercy? Good then. Now get down on your knees and beg me, and I'll let you go. Qianyu, don't you dare. Tang-san clenched his teeth and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. I, Tang-san, would rather die than give in. Shifuyu sniffed. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile, and the force under his feet increased a few more points, causing Tang-san's face to almost stick into the dirt. Ugh, look at you. Your stubbornness is back. Didn't you kneel well before? How come you think you're okay now that you're a little strong? Just then, the others among the Shrek 7 monsters finally reacted. He rushed forward in droves, trying to stop Shifuyu's atrocities. Chi-yu, you've gone too far. Quickly let go of Tang-san. Ma Hongjun roared. However, as loud as he roared, the whole thing was cock-a-hoop. Not only did he not come forward, but he shrank back, not daring to really lean forward. Dai Mubai was different. His martial spirit instantly possessed him and directly charged towards Qianyu. The main reason why he was working so hard was because of the kind of adoring look Zhu Zhuqin was giving to Qianyu, which made him feel bad in his heart. Humph. Out of your depth. Thousand Feathers snorted coldly, and with a single movement of his feet, he easily dodged Dai Mubai's attack. At the same time, he slapped Dai Mubai's back with his backhand, causing him to spit blood from his mouth and fly backwards. Boss Dai. The other Shrek members exclaimed out in shock when they saw this, but Dai Mubai's attack also gave Tang-san a chance to catch his breath. He took the opportunity to roll to the side, barely getting to his feet and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Little Feather, how are you? Are you hurt? Did Boss Dai hurt you? Shamai ran over with a worried face and held Qianyu's hand, looking him up and down carefully, afraid that he might have a slightest damage. Mai was supposed to take advantage of Shifuyu's frozen moment to teach him a good lesson with the violent killing 8-degree slam, but when he looked at Shifuyu's face, he couldn't get his hands off him. Tang-san felt a stabbing pain in his heart when he saw the scene, and tears couldn't help but aggressively slide down at the corners of his eyes. Aha! Shifuyu, dare to rob my little dance. You have a way of taking death. Tang-san roared, his eyes turning crimson. The 8-spider spear on his back instantly extended out, emitting an eerie blue light. The body technique Ghost Shadow Misty Trail was instantly launched, and his entire body crossed the crowd and rushed straight towards Qianyu. Shenla Tianzheng. Qianyu's eyes were slightly cold. His body didn't move. He just gently raised his hand, and an invisible repulsive force transformed into a solid barrier. The 8-spider spears collided with the barrier, emitting a clang sound, and the aftermath echoed in the air. Tang-san's figure lurched, and the powerful shockwave caused his entire body to involuntarily fly backwards, landing heavily on the ground. Dust flying. Wanxiang Tianguan. Shifuyu's palm was in the shape of a claw, and a huge gravitational force sucked Tang-san over from the distance. He then raised his other hand and used Shinra Tenshi to send the obstructing Mai flying. Little Dance tumbled a few times in the air before she could barely stabilize herself and looked at Shifuyu with a face of incredulity. How can you? You! Mai's voice was tinged with sobs. Qianyu grabbed Tang-san's neck, didn't bother with Shao Dance, just coldly stared at Tang-san and lightly laughed. The speed is good, but the force is poor. Still, that's the extent of you. Cough, cough, let go of me. Tang-san squeezed out a few words with difficulty. Chi-yu, however, as if she hadn't heard, her fingers slightly exerted force, and Tang-san's face instantly turned blue and purple. At the same time, his spiritual power then probed the thoughtful expressions of the 3 major teaching committees, and he was immediately startled. Bad. I've gone too far. Forgot to hide the blood bar for a moment. If Qian Yu didn't make a move, then the three major teaching committees naturally didn't know what kind of strength Qian Yu had and didn't dare to act rashly. But now that Shifuyu had made this move, with the rich experience of the three major teaching committees, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be able to tell something. Shifuyu was slightly relieved in his heart as he sensed that they had no intention of striking. Taking on 3 Soul Douluo in one breath was impossible even for him. Daimubai tried to step forward to stop it, but he was sent flying by Qiyu's casual strike of the Shenluo Tianzheng. This skill is simply unbeatable in general. Aside from a bit of exertion, it was almost impossible to find anything broken, and it might as well have been months of practice for him. On the other hand, the 3 teaching committee members of the Heavenly Fighting Academy looked at the battle between Qian Yu and the others and vaguely felt that something was wrong in their hearts. Although Shifuyu's strength was strong, it was far from the point where he could easily crush everyone. But the domineering and disdainful aura emanating from Qian Yu was simply not something a young man could possess. This made them momentarily confused. Is this a youngster? Or is it an old monster pretending to be young? Dream Goddess, do you need me to step in and stop it? I suspect that Brat should have used some sort of aura-enhancing soul skill, otherwise it would be impossible for him to have such a powerful aura. A member of the teaching committee said in a deep voice. Meng Shenji's gaze was deep as he slowly shook his head. There's no rush. Let's take another look. It's just the right time to thwart this Shrek as well. I see that this Shrek joining our Heavenly Dipper Royal Academy is also disgruntled, so it's a good time to take this opportunity to knock some sense into him. Just as the 3 members of the Board of Education were secretly observing, the situation on the field changed once again. A red mist full of killing intent suddenly surged from Tang San's body in Shifuyu's hands, and his aura became extremely terrifying. Shifuyu, today is the day you die. Tang San's voice was hoarse and full of hatred, his hair turning dark red. A hammer entwined with Shura divine power violently appeared in his hand and was about to smash towards Qian Yu. I'd advise you to keep still. Right now your neck is going to be separated from your body at the slightest whim from me. Shifuyu's eyes transformed into icy vertical pupils. A brilliant silver light also appeared in the hand that was choking Tang San's neck. The space elemental killing move was already brewing into a line. With just a thought from him, Tang San's body would be torn into countless pieces. Chapter 79, Shura and Destruction Confrontation. Divine Realm. As thousand feathers strangled Tang San's neck, the Shura god slowly opened his eyes. The battle with Gu Yuna a few months ago had left him severely injured and he had been in seclusion to recuperate. Some time ago he had lowered the divine examination for Tang San, and although the sea god was disgruntled, he could only accept it silently. With a sweep of his divine thoughts, the Shura god king quickly figured out what had happened, and a hint of anger couldn't help but flash across his face. I had thought that Tang San, after his own enhancement, wouldn't say he could defeat Qian Yu, but at least he could maneuver with him. But he didn't expect Tang San to be so unbeatable in front of Qian Yu, and upon sensing the circle behind Qiyu, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Destruction has gone too far. Even something of this level dares to be given to Shifuyu. Isn't this clearly bullying one's inheritor? Have the ability to compete fairly. Chapter 80, The Confident Yu Xiaozhang. Pleading? Who the hell are you? Do I know you well? Qian Yu coldly glanced at Xiao Dance as if she was just an insignificant ant. You actually hit me. Mai's eyes instantly moistened. Her voice filled with aggression, and she felt her heart ache as if it had been stabbed by millions of needles. Shifuyu wasn't moved in the slightest as his fingers exerted force once again. Tang San's throat bones were pinched out with clicking sounds, the breath of life rapidly passing through his hands. The horrible sound sent a chill down everyone's spine. Ning Rongrong silently retracted her outstretched leg. She felt afraid that she would be slapped even if she went up to persuade her, and she would lose all her face then. On the other hand, Flanders was resourceful enough to come to the 3 main teaching committees and opened his mouth to pray, trying to get these 3 old men to help. Chapter 81, Chen Yu. Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to Uncle Anal. Young man, I advise you to hurry up and kneel down, apologize to your Uncle Anus, and then release Tang San. Otherwise, suffer the consequences. After Yu Xiaozhang finished speaking, he made a point of observing Qian Yu's reaction. When he saw the hand on Tang San's neck that Qian Yu was choking go slack for a moment, his heart was certain. Knowing that he had guessed correctly, he gave Tang San a reassuring look. Then his body stood even more erect, with his hands behind his back, a look of determination. When Shifuyu heard the word Bibi Dong, his eyes flickered slightly, but then returned to indifference. As if he had heard something funny, the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Tang San felt the increasingly dangerous aura from Qian Yu. His pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. This damn anus is deliberately arching the fire. Is it because I'm not dying fast enough? If I'd known, I'd have ripped his mouth off. Malicious and duplicitous. Chapter 82, White-Eyed Wolf. Tang San's backstabbing. Tang San, if you ing call me Gungzi again, I'm not done with you. And what do you mean my theory was copied? You're slandering. Pure and simple. Yu Xiaojiang was so infuriated that his face turned blue. He looked at Tang San with wide eyes, as if he wanted to eat him alive. The teachers and students of the Imperial Fighting Academy were even more shocked and speechless when they heard that Yu Xiaojiang's theory was actually plagiarized. If it had been anyone else, they might not have believed it. But these words were spoken by Jade Xiaojiang's disciple Tang San himself, so the credibility of them was extremely high. Holy, I told you, how can a level 29 loser have so many profound theories? So it's all copied. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That's just common sense that everyone knows. There's a similar study of martial souls within my family, and it's 100 times more detailed than his. That's it. That's it. If he wasn't an elder of the Palace of Martial Souls, he would have been revealed long ago. Chapter 83, Dream Goddess Accusation. Yu Xiaojiang was also shocked by the aftershock of this strike and spat out blood from his mouth. The entire person was thrown several meters away like rags and collapsed to the ground, fainting from serious injuries. Seeing this, Flanders immediately had Oscar and Ning Rongrong come forward to check on Zhao Wuji and Yu Xiaojiang's injuries. At the same time, his eyes widened angrily as he stared at Shifuyu with a deadly glare. Oscar quickly took out a few recovery sausages from his soul guide and gave them to Jade Xiaojiang. Then together with Ning Rongrong, they ran towards the direction where Zhao Wuji was. No one is allowed to go. Whoever goes will die. Qian Yu heavily spat out these words, causing Ning Rongrong and Oscar to involuntarily stop in their tracks. Flanders' face became even more ugly as he angrily shouted, Qian Yu, what exactly do you want? Do you really want to drive everyone to extinction? Qian Yu ignored Flanders and turned to Ning Rongrong with a slight coldness in her eyes. Ning Rongrong was stared at by him and felt a little nervous in her heart. Chapter 84, Terrifying Thunderstorm. Ha 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 ha, you have 15 seconds left. I can guarantee that I won't die before you today. A morbid madness surfaced on Shifuyu's face. His eyes filled with madness and determination. Meng Shinji couldn't help but feel some chills down his spine as he watched this bizarre scene. Crazy. It's just a complete lunatic, he said in a shaky voice. Shifuyu, you don't mess around. There is something we can discuss. Shifuyu coughed violently a few times, and a few more strands of blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. His eyes stared icily at Meng Shinji as if he was looking at a dead man. 8 seconds to go. 7, 6, 5, 4. Listening to that death countdown, Meng Shinji completely panicked. He immediately yelled into the crowd. Retreat! Everyone retreat to a safe area immediately. Those who remained in place at this moment were completely confused. Chapter 85 Rampant Rampage has caused me much trouble. Ha ha ha. Die more. So no one will know about my scandal today. Yu Xiaojiang laughed out in excitement, but soon perhaps sensed that he had lost his temper. He coughed a few times and looked over at Flanders and explained. Ahem, Boss Fu, there's really no need to make such a fuss. I'm a grandmaster. It's only right for Master Zhao to save me, and you guys should be well aware of how important I am to Shrek. When Flanders heard this, his eyes were filled with disappointment and anger as he pushed Yu Xiaojiang away and said angrily, You're crazy. Old Zhao put his life on the line for you, and yet you're still here talking smack. And if you hadn't madly provoked Qian Yu, so many people wouldn't have died innocently and tragically. In the final analysis, it's still your responsibility. Flanders' gaze blazed as he stared intently at Yu Xiaojiang's twisted face, a chill running through his heart. Yu Xiaojiang staggered a few steps. Chapter 86, You don't have any idea how good you are. You let go of me. Shifuyu weakly raised his eyes to look at her, his voice rare and somewhat panicked. Feather, you're in danger and I can't let you out of my sight yet. Ning Rongrong pursed her lips and guffawed. Looking at the demonic bright red blood color at the corner of Qian Yu's lips, her eyes grew more and more infatuated. If it wasn't so crowded right now, she'd love to go down and kiss it. Taste if that blood tastes as sweet as she thinks it does. You bad woman. Let go of little Feather. There was a hint of crying in the three-eyed golden guybeast's voice. Her eyes had turned crimson, and her body was even more anxious, constantly using her claws to pick at Ning Rongrong's arm. However, Ning Rongrong acted as if she was possessed, turning a blind eye to the anger of the three-eyed golden guybeast. She lowered her head and whispered in Shifuyu's ear in an extremely gentle voice. You know what? From the first moment I saw you. Chapter 87, It's hard to be a villain, right? Flanders snorted coldly and said nonchalantly. What's wrong with me calling you Gangzi? Who doesn't know that your theories are plagiarized now? Do you really think you're a master? Yu Xiaojiang pointed at Flanders, his fingers trembling slightly, but he couldn't say anything. Okay, cut the crap. Flanders interrupted impatiently. Hurry back and heal your wounds. Don't disgrace our Shrek Academy here. After saying that, Flanders didn't wait for Yu Xiaojiang to react and directly yanked him up with one hand and threw him to Ma Hongjun behind him. Ma Hongjun caught Yu Xiaojiang with a mocking face and pretended to be respectful. Gongzi, you have to be careful with this body. Don't be blown apart by the wind. Yu Xiaojiang's face turned blue as he was half assisted and half supported by Ma Hongjun. Just then, Avalanche led a group of Royal Guard knights this towed the line and pushed through the crowd, looking coldly at Ning Rongrong and, Chapter 88, even if I get weaker, it doesn't mean you get stronger. Oh, with your rabble? Thousand Feathers let out a cold smile, and the aura on his body became more and more dangerous. He took a step forward, which immediately startled everyone, taking a few steps backward in unison. I'm warning you, don't mess around. With so many people here today, can you still turn the tables? Avalanche was so frightened that his face turned pale and he hurriedly dodged towards the back of the crowd, while not forgetting to command the Royal Guard Knights. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and get on. Quickly take down this madman. However, those escorting knights were intimidated by Qian Yu's aura, and surprisingly none of them dared to rush forward. They looked at each other with terror and unease in their eyes. Why do I feel like his aura has gotten weaker? But how come it seems to have become even more terrifying? Dokuragain gulped. Though I want to go up there. Chapter 89, Terrifying 100. 000 Year Soul Ring. Bamboo Ching. Seeing this, Dai Mubai's eyes widened in anger and he roared. His white tiger martial spirit instantly possessing him. Like a maddened tiger, he recklessly pounced towards Shifuyu. First Soul Skill White Tiger Body Protection Barrier. Third, Soul Skill White Tiger Demon God Transformation. Kid, you seek death. You dare to touch my woman. With the possession of 2 status soul skills as well as the addition of anger, Dai Mubai arrived in front of Qianyu with a flash, and the soul power in his palm. With the sound of whistling wind, fiercely slapped towards Qianyu. Mubai, don't! Shu Zhuqing struggled to get up from the ground. She ignored the injuries on her body and cried out. Meanwhile, looking at the wound at Shifuyu's neck, her heart ached as if she had been stabbed by millions of needles. Do you like this little white boy that much? Ha! I'll let him die in front of you today. Lit. Dai Mubai's double. Chapter 90, This Boss Can Return Blood? Third Soul Skill by Phosphorus Purple Poison. Ha ha, all of you cowards don't dare to go on. So let this lady take the first credit of this battle. At that time, the 100,000-year-old soul bone will belong to this young lady. Dokuragain let out a cry, and her eyes turned completely purple. A mouthful of dense purple mist erupted from her mouth, quickly spreading out in the air. In the purple mist, the surrounding plants and trees quickly withered, and even the moisture in the air was corroded to the point of nuisance. Her heart was filled with the desire for a 100,000-year-old soul bone. As long as he obtained the 100,000-year-old soul bone himself, he could become as powerful as Shifuyu. It even surpassed him and became the most dazzling existence in the Heavenly Dipper Empire. Spread out, Tang San shouted and hurriedly retreated. He didn't expect that with so many people, Dokuroyan would directly release the poison without regard to everyone's death. Others. Chapter 91, The fight is not as fast as the other person's blood. This is a fart. The purple lightning in Qian Yu's hand was converging, eventually forming a long spear with flashes of lightning. His figure instantly disappeared, appearing in front of Tang San like lightning. The lightning lance in his hand carried a heaven-destroying might, fiercely stabbing at Tang San's heart. Tang San's pupils suddenly shrunk, hastily swinging his Haotian hammer to resist. But the speed and power of the lightning lance was beyond imagination. The Haotian hammer just barely changed the trajectory of the lance. The aftermath of the lightning still exploded in Tang San's chest, blasting his entire body out. Why? Why is this happening? Tang San violently spat out a large mouthful of blood, and a sharp pain came from his chest, as if there were millions of needles stabbing at the same time. With great difficulty, he raised his head and looked at the figure holding the lightning lance, his eyes filled with unwillingness. I've worked so hard to cultivate myself, and I even have the Tang sex mastery. Shura. Chapter 92 Dugwian who touched Qian Yu's bottom line. Qian Yu took out a spirit fruit filled with heaven and earth vitality from his soul guide and ate it slowly and methodically. He gently bit into it, the juice overflowed, and a warm energy instantly exploded within him. Tang San looked at the soul power fluctuations that were constantly surging out around Qian Yu's body. It felt so familiar. But soon he reacted. Isn't this the running track of Xian Tiangong? Qian Yu, how dare you steal my Tang sex heart technique? You already have a path to death. Tang San gritted his teeth, his heart burning with rage. He never expected that Qian Yu would actually cultivate Xian Tiangong, and looking at the degree of purity of its utilization, it was obvious that the level was much higher than his own. Shifuyu slowly opened his eyes, a ray of golden aura flashing in his eyes. He turned his head to glance at Tang San and said in a chilling voice, Why little Yakuza? Do you have a problem with that? Shifuyu's Gen. Chapter 93, The Arrival of Qian Renxue in Guyuna. On the other hand, the thunderstorm at the Tendu Royal Academy had already attracted the attention of countless forces throughout the empire. A large number of armies as well as strong men began to be mobilized to rush to the Heavenly Dipper Royal Academy. When something this big happened, Qian Renxue and Gu Yuna naturally received the news. The two looked at each other, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. No. How did you teach Feather before? How did the boy become so cruel and heartless? Shirin Yuki looked at the demonic-like teenager depicted in the intelligence, her eyes filled with disbelief and pain. Unleashing mass soul techniques to brutally massacre the cadets of the Heavenly Dipper Royal Academy? Is this something my sweet little girl could do? None of my business? That must be Bibi Dong's fault. He's been tortured by Bibi Dong for so long. It's normal for him to have some darkness in his heart. So don't you dare blame me. Gu Yuna skimmed her lips and clasped her hands on her chest. At the same time, a spatial elemental force began to surge from his body, and he was about to teleport over, but was hastily pulled back by Qian Renxue. Wait, take me with you too. Don't even think about going alone, you dwarf. Qian Renxue hurriedly hugged Gu Yuna, her hands still gently pinched at her tantalizing waist, her face full of anxiety. Who are you calling a short winter melon? Do you believe I'll kill you? Gu Yuna let out a cry of joy at being pinched and glared at Qian Renxue, but due to the urgency of the situation, she could only obediently be held by Qian Renxue. The two instantly arrived at the Heavenly Dipper Royal Academy, just in time to see Qian Yu covered in blood being surrounded by several powerful soul masters. Among them was Tang San. Feather. Qian Renshue's heart was like a knife and she wanted to rush forward to stop it, but she was pulled back by Gu Yuna. Wait, let's see what happens first. Gu Yuna tightly tugged on Qian Renshue's sleeve and advised in a low voice. The main thing was that she felt the Shura divine power in Tang San's body. This was a battle between the chosen of God, and I'm afraid that rashly participating in it would cause Shura and the god of destruction to become displeased. With his current cultivation, he was not enough to fight against the gods. Of course, the reason why he pulled Qian Renxue back was still because he was afraid that this little blonde would gain forgiveness from Xiaoyu for heroically saving her. Then one's favor will be taken away by this little yellow hair. Gu Yuna thought secretly in her heart, her eyes tightly fixed on Qian Yu on the field. He saw that Qian Yu was drenched in blood, but he was fearless, and every attack was thunderous. With a fierce energy, Qian Renxue watched in horror, fearing that Qian Yu would be seriously injured if he was not careful. It was only when they saw that Qian Yu had hardened and ripped off Du Guyan's scalp that they all couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. What has this child gone through to become so violent? Qian Renxue muttered, a wave of sourness surging through her heart. With that, she turned her head to look at Gu Yuna, her eyes filled with condemnation as if to say, "Are you really sure this has nothing to do with you?" Gu Yuna instantly exploded, her cheeks bulging with two small buns as she huffed in response. Hey, don't wrong a good person. I don't usually discipline him, but I don't have to teach him to look like this, do I? It must be that crazy woman Bibi Dong. Qian Renxue sniffed and frowned slightly. She couldn't help but feel heartbroken for Qian Yu. Think of that soft, innocent little guy back in the day. Now it was covered in blood and struck with a viciousness that was frightening. The fact that it would turn out like this must have nothing to do with Bibi Dong and this evil dragon. When he thought of this, Qian Renxue couldn't help but show a touch of coldness in his eyes. The eyes that looked at Gu Yuna also carried some killing intent, but it was quickly suppressed by her. Why do I get the feeling that Feather is more attached to that little bastard than the two of us? This time he snuck out without telling anyone, but he brought that little bastard with him. Ah, pissed me off. It's just a district pet. To think that she's still thinking of stealing food. I should have known that I should have thrown her back into the Star-Do Great Forest. The more Gu Yuna spoke, the angrier she became. Her hands unconsciously clenched her fists as if she wanted to crush the three-eyed golden guy beast. The two men's eyes once again focused on the battlefield, only to see that Shifuyu was stretching out his hand, looking like he was planning to tear another piece of meat off Dokuragene's head. Seeing this, the three-eyed golden guy beast hastily stopped it. Come on, Feather, I've gotten over it. Don't hurt her anymore. She gently tugged on Shifuyu's collar, those golden eyes filled with worry. She felt that Feather's mental condition seemed to be getting more and more out of whack. She was a little afraid of such a Shifuyu, but she didn't dare to say so she could only carefully pacify him. When Qian Yu heard this, his movements gave a start, and only then did the fierce killing intent in his eyes slowly fade away. He casually threw Du Guyan on the ground like a rag, letting him struggle and wail in pain on the ground. Seeing this, Yi Lingling stiffly stepped forward and treated Du Guyan's wounds. Mai covered her lips in surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief. She quietly pulled Tang San's sleeve and asked in a low voice, Xiao San, Xiaoyu, how did he become like this? You've known him the longest, do you know why? Humph, this guy has been an inherently evil monster from way back. The first time he saw me, he laid such a cruel hand on me. If I hadn't reacted in time, I'm afraid I would have already lost my life to him. A hint of gloom flashed in Tang San's eyes. He was still harboring a grudge against that kick from Thousand Feathers that stormed the chicken back then. Tang-san, what are you babbling about? Little Yu is such a kind child. How could she be what you say? Ning Rongrong was instantly disgruntled as she glared angrily at Tang-san. Right at this moment, Yu Xiaojiang carried his hands behind his back and walked slowly towards the side, saying in an inscrutable manner, "Ha! I once heard Donger say that when Qiyu, the demon, was young, he often suffered abuse and beatings from her. Maybe it's because his psyche has been warped under those circumstances. Now that you are strong, you want to inflict the pain you once suffered on others 1,000 times over." Yu Xiaojiang sneered from the side, a hint of gloating in his words. Recall that every time Bibi Dong abused Shifuyu, he would write a letter to himself informing him of Shifuyu's misery. At that time he saw the letter and thought Bibi Dong must be crazy. Now that he saw Shifuyu in this state, he actually felt a thrill of revenge. Alas, I really regret that I didn't persuade Dong Er to kill this little man directly at that time. The people were all in awe as they heard this, and there were a few more complexities in their gazes towards Qianyu. Little Dance was even more teary-eyed. An unprecedented heartache rose in her heart as she looked at Qianyu. I can't wait to rush over and hug him right now and tell him that it's all in the past and to stop letting the pain of the past torment him. Chapter 94, Sealed Douluo. Dokubo's anger. Ning Rongrong's eyes were filled with compassion as she looked at Qianyu. I didn't realize that this powerful and handsome teenager had such a tragic past. She began to fantasize that if she could use her warmth to melt the frost in his heart, then would Shifuyu fall in love with her? Thinking like this, the young girl immediately blushed and looked at Qianyu with an even hotter look. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gonzo, shut up and stop pulling hate. Be careful when Shifuyu comes back to his senses and slaughters us all. Ma Hongjun interrupted Yu Xiaojiang's words as he gulped, his eyes filled with fear. Ma Hongjun's words made Yu Xiaojiang's heart tighten. He hurriedly ran behind Flandra and hid, revealing only a pair of eyes as he looked at Shifuyu in horror. Shifuyu stood still and looked up at the sky. He could sense that there were already several powerful auras coming this way, and Dokuragain just sat paralyzed beside him, his hands trembling as he fumbled with his scalp, where it was already bloody and unrecognizable. Her eyes were vacant, tears slipped silently down her face, and she murmured with a resigned look, Why are you doing this to me? Should you force your pain on me just because you've had a bad past? I'm not happy. I'm not happy. Her mournful cries echoed harshly in the empty field. You don't talk crap. If you don't die, I die? And shut up. Cut out your tongue too. Thousand Feathers was disturbed by the noise and coldly glanced at Dokunyen, as if that look could freeze a person. Dokuragain was instantly silenced. His eyes widened in fear, his body shaking like a sieve. At this moment, the strongest people from the Heavenly Dipper Empire had already arrived. They all looked at the tragic situation in front of them. And at this time Snow Crash also hurried back with Prince Snowstar as well as Dokubo. Dokubo's eyes almost spewed fire when he saw Doguyan's miserable state. You! How dare you treat Yenner like this? Dokubo growled and was about to rush forward to fight Shifuyu. However, Prince Snowstar pulled him back and drank in a low voice. Dokubo, calm down. If you rush up now, what will you do in case that kid holds Yan's life hostage? After saying that, he waved his hand and signaled the soldiers around him to come forward and surround Shifuyu in an attempt to completely block his retreat. A hint of impatience flashed in Shifuyu's eyes as he looked at the motley crew that had surrounded him. 3 blood-red halos instantly rose up, spewing out explosively with a terrifying aura from the ancient barbarians, as palpitating as an ancient demon god. Under this aura, the powerful men of the Heavenly Dipper Empire actually involuntarily took a few steps backward, their faces showing horror. The ordinary soldiers were even worse, ting and pissing and collapsing to the ground. Even some of the female trainees who had fallen in love with Qianyu had backed away, and the more timid ones had already been scared into tears. Impossible. This is impossible. How old is the kid? How could he possibly possess a 100,000-year-old soul ring? Moreover, it's still 3 whole ones. Prince Snowstar and Dokubo were too shocked to speak. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Shifuyu. It could be said that at this moment, no matter if it was a teacher or a student, or even the education committee, they were all silent under this terrifying pressure. It was as if they had encountered an incomparably terrifying beast, afraid that if he was not careful, he would annoy this god of killing and invite a killing disaster for himself. Is this little white boy even this fierce? Avalanche had been completely dumbfounded. Where on earth did Royal Brother pick up such a perverted guy? Humph, a bunch of mole crickets. Thousand Feathers snorted coldly, not even bothering to look at these stragglers. But then his eyes were somewhat grave as he looked ahead at the old man with a thin figure and dark green hair and beard. This old man's eyes were tightly closed, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Humph, kid, it's just a district soul sect. It's better if you don't talk too much. Dokubo's turquoise snake eyes slowly opened, flashing with a dangerous light. A turquoise-colored poisonous mist surrounded his body as if it would erupt at any moment. On the other hand, in an inconspicuous corner, the Shrek Academy crowd was quietly gathered together by Tang San. Ning Rongrong looked left and right, and after not seeing her father again, she lowered her head with some disappointment. If father and grandpa Bone were around, they would definitely be able to help themselves capture Qian Yu back and persuade him nicely to be their fiancé. Thinking of this, the corners of Ning Rongrong's mouth couldn't help but float into a smile. But very quickly, this smile turned into worry. Alright, Rong, don't be a Philistine. I have a feeling that Qian Yu is most likely planning to kill everyone here. Tang San swallowed his saliva, tightened the Haotian hammer in his hand, and said with some difficulty, since just now Qian Yu had been accumulating soul power, and even the quality of soul power was already vaguely approaching divine power. Although he didn't understand how a soul sect could have such a high quality, but as a divine chosen of the Destruction God King, it wasn't surprising that he had any kind of undercard on him. Even he himself, who had only been given the divine position inheritance for a mere few months, was able to instantly cross over a dozen levels of soul power and reach the realm of a soul emperor. Not to mention Qian Yu, who had been chosen by the God King of Destruction since who knows when. What? Junior, are you saying that Shifuyu is planning to kill everyone? Ning Rongrong said in shock. Incredulous one looked at Qian Yu, whose eyes had grown colder and colder since just now, and an unspeakable chill rose in her heart. No way. I'm not just a broken mouth, said a few just sentence. He too so cruel? Yu Xiaojiang trembled his voice. His body was shivering unceasingly. The pants that had just been changed were now wet again. Daimubai's original look at Qian Yu's spiteful eyes also became terrified at this moment. He was well aware of the difference in strength between himself and Qian Yu. If Qian Yu really intended to go on a killing spree, they were afraid that no one would be spared. At this moment Shrek's crowd felt an unprecedented fear. Even the surrounding Heavenly Dipper trainees who heard their conversation were scared into silence. Prince Snowstar wore a gorgeous robe, his face filled with arrogance. The eyes froze a little at the sight of Qian Yu's 100,000-year-old soul ring, but soon he forced down the shock in his heart and said with some impatience, Meng Shinji, is this the murderer you said attacked the Royal Academy? This kid is just a soul's owner. Even if he has a 100,000-year-old soul ring, it's not like he can't even deal with you. Meng Shinji pointed to his electrocuted and charred skin and said helplessly, this kid is not an ordinary soul sect. Even I was caught in his path in a moment of inattention. Lord Prince, it's better to be careful. Chapter 95, can't solve the problem? Then let's put the problem in the hands of the people who caused it. No matter what background you have, if you dare to commit an act of murder in the Royal Academy of the Heavenly Dipper Empire, you will never want to leave alive. Prince Snowstar snorted coldly, looking at Qian Yu with a morose murderous intent in his eyes. In order to weaken Crown Prince Xueqing his power, Qian Yu must be taken down today no matter what. Otherwise, with the aid of Thousand Feathers, Avalanche would have no more chance to ascend to that supreme throne. Shut up! When Thousand Feathers heard this, a silver-white divine light flashed in his eyes and quickly shot towards Prince Snowstar. The speed was so fast that it made everyone present's jaws drop. Seeing this, Dakupo hurriedly pulled Prince Snowstar aside. At the same time, a turquoise wall of poison was released to block in front of Prince Snowstar. The silver-white divine light struck the poisonous wall without much noise. But surprisingly, the poison wall and even Prince Snowstar's arm were directly twisted to pieces, splattering blood in all directions. Prince Snowstar screamed miserably, his face instantly turning pale as he looked at his strangled arm, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. The faces of everyone present changed. No one dared to believe that Qian Yu would still dare to make a move despite being surrounded by so many people, not even putting the prince in his eyes. What was even more shocking was that Thousand Feathers' attack was so powerful, even Douluo, a sealed Douluo's defense, was able to easily break through, and even injured Prince Snowstar. You, how dare you? Prince Snowstar covered his broken arm, his face twisting in pain. Avalanche, now kneel down and apologize to me, and I'll let you live on for now for the sake of your royal brother. Thousand Feathers' gaze was like an icy blade, sweeping over the Avalanche, his eyes flashing with undisguised disdain. Killing an imperial prince would be troublesome, and would even affect Qian Renxue's plans, but now so many noble sons have died. I'm afraid I've offended half of the Tiando Empire. I'm afraid we can't make things right today. In that case, let's get rid of all these people. I can't solve the problem, and I can't solve the person who has the problem? Thinking like this, the killing intent in Qian Yu's eyes became more and more intense, and the aura around his body also began to climb. But considering that Sister Autumn was still here, he forced out a smile. I stammered Avalanche, unable to complete a sentence. His face was pale and his legs were so weak that he almost collapsed to the ground. Enough, kid, do you know who I am? Dakubo's eyes were slightly amidst, and a layer of green light bloomed from his body. A circle of soul rings rose from beneath his feet. The rings flickered with a strong pressure, and his aura instantly became berserk. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 soul rings of different colors surrounded him, releasing palpitating energy fluctuations. Sealed Douluo. The crowd present was in an uproar. I didn't expect that I would be able to meet a sealed Douluo level powerhouse today, which was the topmost existence in the entire Douluo continent. Dokubo's aura climbed to the extreme. The 9 soul rings flashed at the same time, and a monstrous soul force surged towards Qianyu. Wanxiang Tianju. Thousand Feathers let out a cold laugh and bent his 5 fingers, his palm forming a claw. A powerful gravitational force sucked back Dokoroyan, who had already fled several meters away. She then met Dokubo's attack with one hand around her neck. Yenner. Dokubo was shocked and wanted to withdraw his hand, but it was too late. Aha! Have mercy. I'll never dare again. Dokuragain was instantly frightened and her voice shrilled as she begged for mercy. But seeing that Qianyu was indifferent, she could only close her eyes in despair and wait for death. However, the expected severe pain did not come. Dokuragain opened his eyes in confusion, only to see that a golden shield had suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Dokubo's attack blasted on top of the shield, only stirring up a circle of golden ripples before completely dissipating. At this time, within Thousand Feathers' sea of consciousness, ha! It's finally Brother's turn to appear. Little Feather, how is it? Brother's life reflecting shield isn't bad, right? At the critical moment, it's still up to your brother and I to save the day. Accompanied by a burst of smug laughter, Heavenly Dream laughed within Chisato's sea of consciousness. Shut up, have the seals been lifted yet? What are you doing laying down so many layers of seals for nothing? Shifuyu said in a nonchalant manner. If he didn't have a shortage of soul power, he really didn't want to rely on this stinker for help. The soul power in your body right now should already be enough for you to escape. Why are you using my origin? Alas, you must know that this is the old base that brother has saved for millions of years. Use a little less. I was thinking of saving it for when you become a god at the 100th level, to give you more substance. Skydream said accusingly. He felt that instead of just running away, Chiyu was just asking for trouble by getting tough with these sealed Douluo level powerhouses. Enough, what are you trying to say? Shifuyu's forehead was bruised and clearly impatient. Ahem. I'd say use your spatial ability to escape. It's not a big deal. So why fight for your life? You should know that my soul power can cause a great load on your body, and even cause you to explode and die. You almost died last time. If it wasn't for the Lord's intervention to save you, would you still be standing here now? I'm doing this for your own good. Don't be insensitive. Skydream rambled on, with a hint of reproach and concern in her tone. Retreat? The rampancy that my Yunlan sect has accumulated over so many generations cannot be cut short in my hands. Shifuyu, for some reason, suddenly put his hands behind his back, and an inexplicable overbearing aura emanated from him, as if even space was frozen for it. The silver dragon Zun ring within the sea of consciousness also buzzed at this time, as if the code was correct, unlocking a deeper level of power. What Cloudland sect? You child is talking nonsense again. Ugh, you must be under the control of this damn aura. Let's see if I don't smash him, Tian Meng said, viciously stretching out his fleshy tentacles to touch that silver dragon Zun ring, but he was bounced back by an invisible force. He felt it must be this evil thing controlling Shifuyu. I'm afraid there's not an old monster's soul inside that's planning to wait for an opportunity to take over Little Feather. But no matter how much Heavenly Dream tested it, his spiritual power from the million-year level was unable to penetrate the protection of the silver dragon Zun ring. Enough, Skydream. I know exactly what I'm doing. When Shifuyu finished speaking, he brought his consciousness back to reality, his eyes filled with coldness. Joke. How can the true dragon martial spirit still be bullied in a metaphysical floor tile? Even if the Shura God King came today, he himself would still give him 2 punches from Bang Bang. After Qianyu left, the little golden dragon emerged out of thin air and took a bite of Tian Meng's plump body, as if urging him to hurry. Chapter 96 The Greed of the Multitude. Hey, Lung, don't bite. I know I'm wrong. Skydream retracted her tentacles in pain, but a flash of concern still flashed in her eyes. Aim tenderly touched the little golden dragon's dragon horn on the side and sighed softly, saying, the dragon race is the supreme of all things and is born to be proud and arrogant. Wouldn't it be worse than killing him if you let him escape? The little golden dragon sniffed and nodded slightly, a touch of pride flashing in its eyes, as if it was agreeing with Yin's words. But don't you think that Xiao Yu's killing nature is too heavy? If this goes on, sooner or later he'll go down a road of no return, Tian Meng said anxiously. No, the boy never wanted to kill anyone in the first place. He started out as nothing more than wanting to beat up Avalanche. You didn't see the fight just now. Those people were laying deadly hands on him at every turn, and he still stayed his hands several times. Otherwise those people would have gone up in smoke a long time ago. I'm afraid. It's just a shame that Thunderstorm has gotten things out of hand. Ain gently stroked the silver dragon Zun ring, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Tian Meng, don't hesitate anymore. This world is meant to be weak and strong. I can become a 100,000-year-old soul beast, not by being soft-hearted. Little feather, he has his own path to walk. There is not much we can do, but we must not be a stumbling block in his path. Heavenly Dream sniffed and was silent for a moment before finally nodding slowly. It knew that Ian was right. The world was meant to be cruel. Only, it was still a little worried about Little Feather. That once innocent and kind child was now full of hostility, and his eyes revealed a ruthlessness that did not match his age. Skydream sighed and said helplessly, Little Feather, this is the last seal. After using this time, if you stir up any more trouble, we can only wait for death. Alas, things are unpredictable in the world. How did brother, such a kind and good soul beast, end up with you, a killing star? After Tian Meng finished speaking, the soul power that was originally flowing as thin as a small stream suddenly became turbulent and surging, pouring into Qian Yu's body like a river. Qian Yu's originally parched body was instantly restored to its peak after being irrigated by this pure essence. Originally only 60,000 years, the fourth soul ring instantly crossed the bottleneck of tens of thousands of years under this force, reaching the 100,000 year level. The color of the soul ring also changed from the original dark red to a red that symbolized 100,000 years. At this moment in the outside world, Duguian was being choked by Qian Yu. His face instantly turned red, his feet left the ground, and he struggled desperately. Grandpa, save me. Yenner, don't worry, Grandpa is here. No one can harm you. Dugubo's eyes were crimson. His 9 soul rings rotated crazily, and an unprecedentedly majestic soul power erupted from his body. There's still the 3 of us old guys. Shifuyu, don't go too far. After saying this, Meng Shinji, Bai Baoshan, and Jilin, the 3 teaching committee members of the Heavenly Fighting Academy, simultaneously stepped forward, with the same soul rings shining on their bodies, their auras raging. The colors of the soul rings of the 3 teaching committees were not as dazzling as Dakubo's though, but they were also all 8-ring soul Douluo powerhouses, and when they joined forces, even a sealed Douluo could not be underestimated. Qian Yu, how can you be so despicable? Not only did you brutally slaughter countless students of the Heavenly Dipper Academy, but you also took hostages. You are simply not human. Tang San's panic in his heart only calmed down a little after seeing the 3 soul Douluo as well as Dugubo reveal their soul rings. After all, it was impossible for a soul sect to fight against a sealed Douluo as well as 3 fighting soul Douluos with his own strength, right? Of course. He said this more to brush Dakubo's favor. This would also increase his chances of gaining access to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Shifuyu didn't bother with the crowd's clamor. Instead, he used the 3rd soul technique, energy manipulation, to do his best to suppress the riotous soul power in his body. At the same time, he did not forget to turn his head to look at the 3-eyed golden guy beast at his shoulder and softly said, Sister Autumn, you go back and play with Sister Nana first. I'm hungry. There are some pastries by my bed. Just take them and eat them. I'll make you your favorite grilled fish when I get back. The 3-eyed golden guy beast was slightly stunned, and as soon as he looked up, he saw Shifuyu smiling at his Shifuyu. He must like himself. That's why he smiled so softly at himself. Thinking of this, the 3-eyed golden guy beast's small face couldn't help but float up into a blush as she gently nodded her head. Her voice as thin as a gnat. Okay, Shifuyu, be careful. But soon she snapped back to her senses, exploding with anger and roaring. Nope, I'm not going back. I'm going to stay here with you, and no matter what happens, I'm not going to leave you. Don't you ever think of leaving me again. And Shifuyu just smiled and stroked her fluffy fur. A silver-colored divine light was abandoned in his hands, and countless spatial elements began to converge. Escape! Can you escape? Kid, I advise you to hurry up and hand over the 100,000-year-old soul bone, and hand over the method of raising the age of your soul ring as well as the method of absorbing your soul ring without regard to the age, or else today will be the day of your death. Prince Snowstar had instantly turned into a 100,000-year-old soul ring after seeing Qian Yu's originally dark red soul ring. The entire person was completely unable to sit still, their eyes filled with greed. That's right, white boy. Hurry up and hand over the method. If you cooperate obediently, not only will you be able to live, but you will also be famous and admired by countless soul masters. Avalanche also shouted with a smug look on his face, as if he had already seen the image of Shifuyu kneeling in front of him and obediently handing over everything. Hearing Prince Snowstar's words, everyone present was gradually covered by greed within their hearts. The method of ignoring the years to cross over and absorb a 100,000-year-old soul ring, as well as a 100,000-year-old soul bone. This was undoubtedly an existence that every soul master could only dream of. Even more outrageous was the secret method of enhancing the soul ring's age, which was simply a divine ability to change one's life against the heavens. Shrek and the others looked at Xiao Dance with even more undisguised greed. After all, little Dance was a living 100,000-year-old soul beast in disguise. Just ask anyone who doesn't want the third and fourth soul rings to be 100,000 years old. If it could be absorbed without regard to years, it would be a step up in opportunity. At this moment, Xiao Dance's delicate body trembled. Looking a bit terrified, she unconsciously moved closer to Tang San, her hands clutching his sleeves. But as soon as he raised his head, he saw the deeply hidden touch of greed in Tang San's eyes. Xiao Dance's heart instantly sank to the bottom and could only look helplessly at Qianyu, shaking her head slightly, signaling him not to say anything. Shifuyu met my supplicating gaze and froze slightly, then icily withdrew his gaze, turning his head to look at those greedy eyes. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Little Dance was pierced by Qianyu's icy cold eyes, and the last glimmer of hope in her heart was dashed. Chapter 97 The Heart of Light. The killing intent of the Goddess of Life. Divine Realm. The God of Destruction and the Goddess of Life witnessed the entirety of what happened through illusory images, and their hearts rippled. Little Violet, I'm going to destroy that artifact. I can't let it plague the earth anymore. The Goddess of Life couldn't hold back any longer, and a bright green glow gradually coalesced in her hands, ready at any time to strip the silver dragon Zun ring from Qianyu's body. This is something that Little Feather has no control over, and I should have destroyed it a long time ago. The God of Destruction saw this, but reached out to stop her. Green, hold your horses for a moment. I think the boy is just going through the process that a dark god should go through. Besides, that silver dragon Zun ring is already bound to his soul, and you will only harm him if you forcefully strip it away. The Goddess of Life sniffed and frowned. But, should we just let this demonic weapon continue to cause trouble? Come on, stop worrying so much. It's just a few mortals dying, isn't it? Countless lives are lost every day in this world. How many can you save? The God of Destruction frowned slightly and waved his hand somewhat impatiently. His eyes were filled with indifference, as if those human lives were as small as ants in his eyes. The Goddess of Life sniffed and her face instantly turned pale. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the God of Destruction. How can you say that? Every life is precious. They all have their families, friends and dreams. The Goddess of Life rambled on as if she would not rest until the God of Destruction was convinced. The God of Destruction sniffed and turned his head to look at her, and a cold sweat could not help but rise on his forehead. Realizing that this was a precursor to the Goddess of Life starting to be irrational, he hurriedly smiled. No, Little Green. You misunderstood. I just look at life and death, and feel that this is all destiny. When the Goddess of Life heard this, her expression eased, and she said softly, I know. I just don't want to see any more innocent lives fade away because of it. Even the God of Destruction couldn't help but feel a tingle in his scalp when he saw Thousand Feathers tearing Dokurage's scalp off hard. The Goddess of Life was even more startled by this scene, and in her heart, she became more and more worried about Qianyu's mental state. She stroked her chest and murmured, how can this child's heart be guided to the right path? Ahem. I don't think it's much of a problem. You should do whatever it takes to treat your enemies. The God of Destruction coughed dryly and hastily defended Shifuyu's behavior. The Goddess of Life was silent as she came before the Holy Dragon of Light. Both hands began to condense complex seals, condensing all of its light attribute elements into a bright and dazzling heart of light. I hope that this pure heart of light can purify the violent spirit in his heart and guide him to the path of justice. The Goddess of Life said softly, her eyes filled with expectation. That's a really simple and rough way to guide you. Just give a heart and be done with it? The God of Destruction bristled, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. This casual tampering with other people's perceptions and emotions sickened him. The tactics of these light deities are always so naive and idealistic. The Goddess of Life gave him a blank look and said without a trace of humor, so you'll do it? What brilliant idea can you come up with? This little guy is no longer able to guide. It's all because of you. If you hadn't insisted on cultivating his will to destroy back then, how would he have become what he is today? Okay, it's all my fault. The God of Destruction helplessly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. It was only when he saw Shifuyu fight to wipe everyone out for good. Still, he couldn't help but evoke a cruel smile, and secretly said in his heart, worthy of being my chosen one, he really does things cleanly, without leaving a trace of trouble behind. No, we have to go and stop him. The boy has fallen completely into darkness. When the Goddess of Life saw this scene, she was furious. Are you going to do whatever it takes to drive them out of business just because they are your enemies? What happened to the darkness? Did the darkness eat your family's rice? This world is meant to be a place where the strong are honored, and he's just doing what he's supposed to do. The god of destruction didn't hold back his retort at once. You are not mentioning a word about the greed in those people's eyes, the ugly faces of those who want to eat Shifuyu alive. The goddess of life was trembling with anger, and she couldn't fathom why the god of destruction would be so inconsistent with right and wrong. You're being forceful. This child is hopeless. If the heart of light cannot purify his mind, then I will have to kill him. The divine realm does not need a god or goddess without love and light in his heart. The goddess of life had a vague sense of foreboding. If Shifuyu was allowed to truly become the god of destruction, then it would be an unprecedented disaster for the god realm. It was even more terrifying than the Golden Dragon King, who was the incarnation of the dragon god's evil thoughts, because the Golden Dragon King simply destroys and kills. Shifuyu, on the other hand, was deciding the survival of every life in an almost cold and rational way. This demonic nature rooted in obsession doesn't even care if it's right or wrong. He doesn't even think it's wrong. It's this outrageous level of calmness that's scary. The goddess of life's determination was set, and with a flash of her figure, she was about to fly towards the direction where Qianyu was. Wait! The god of destruction stopped her again. Life, that's my chosen one. If you dare to make a move against him, then don't blame me for disregarding the couple. The goddess of life's figure lurched, wanting to argue further, but looking at the determined eyes of the god of destruction, she couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness in her heart. Life, you have to realize that it was this dark world that made him, not him actively choosing the darkness. After the god of destruction finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to the goddess of life. Shifuyu was the perfect successor in his mind, a strong man who can mercilessly sweep away all obstacles just to reach his ultimate goal. As for the goddess of life, she was merely naive. This woman would even think that Tang-san, that hypocrite, would be better than Shifuyu? At the time, the god of destruction wanted to take apart her head to see what was inside. He looked at the 1,000 feathers that were pointed at by 1,000 people, and his heart actually felt some empathy. They are so much alike. As much as they are not understood by the world, as much as they are feared by the world as demons. But so what? What does the world's opinion matter to me? I just need to be the one who makes the rules. At this moment, how the god of destruction wished that Qianyu would grow up and be able to fight alongside him. Together, we will break this antiquated order of the divine realm and establish a brand new era. He closed his eyes. Shifuyu's cold and determined eyes appeared in his mind, and he said, Shifuyu, you mustn't let me down. Chapter 98, Bad. Stolen from home. At this time, the situation on the field became more and more tense, and the two attracted more and more people. Their eyes were filled with greed after hearing about Qianyu's deeds. After all, the secret behind Shifuyu was just too amazing. Absorbing soul rings without regard to their age, methods of enhancing the age of soul rings, and 100,000-year-old soul bones. Whichever of these you get can be a step up. It wasn't impossible for a power to become the hegemon of the soul master world, or even to rival the martial spirit hall. Kid, you won't be able to escape. Your actions are already making an enemy of the entire empire. Even if you have a 100,000-year soul ring, so what? Can you escape? The soul masters in the whole world won't let you go nowadays. Old me advises you to hurry up and release Yenner. There might still be a way out. Dakubo's voice was hoarse, and the 9 soul rings on his body carried a powerful pressure. Qianyu was silent as he lowered his head and gently caressed the small head of the three-eyed golden guy beast, and the light of spatial teleportation suddenly lit up. Sister Autumn, goodbye. No, little feather, don't. I want to be with you. Even if I die, you're not allowed to leave me behind. Otherwise I'll hate you for the rest of my life. The three-eyed golden guy beast buried his head tightly at Qianyu's neck, tears wetting his lapel, his voice carrying endless pleas. Sister Autumn, believe me, I will definitely come back for you, Qianyu said softly, his tone filled with determination. The light became more and more dazzling. Space distorted, and Qianyu's figure began to become blurred in the eyes of the three-eyed golden guy beast. No! The three-eyed golden guy beast hissed, trying to grab Qianyu's hand, but only grasping the void. Just as she was sinking into despair, a snow-white jade hand grabbed her neck and held her in her arms. Guyuna looked at the little one who was crying in her arms. The anger in her eyes couldn't help but calm down a few points. The three-eyed golden guy beast only felt a blur before his eyes, and he had already appeared in Guyuna's arms. She looked at her familiar surroundings suspiciously, scanned the area, and when she looked up, she saw Shifuyu, who was surrounded by the crowd. Little you, wait for me. Sister Autumn is coming to save you. The three-eyed golden guy beast struggled in Guyuna's arms, trying to break free, but Guyuna's embrace was like an iron wall, not moving at all. Alright, I'm here. He'll be fine. But before that, don't you little vixen have to explain to me what the hell is going on here? Yuna and Qian Renxue both looked at the three-eyed golden guy beast with an impish smile on their faces. Their hands gently rubbed over the soft and adorable little head of the little golden gaby. However, the killing intent that penetrated deep into the bottom of his eyes flowed out inadvertently, making the temperature around him seem to drop to the freezing point. The three-eyed golden guy beast stammered, a blush rising on his cheeks, but then unnaturally changed the topic. You guys let go of me. Little feather. He's in danger. Dangerous is right. Who told him to run away with you and not tell me? Causing me to worry for so long for nothing. You little bastard, I usually treat you well enough, right? It's outrageous that you would steal food and not even take me. The main court. With you. Yuna clasped her hands to her chest. The corner of her mouth curled slightly as she pretended to be angry. When the three-eyed golden guy beast heard this, his face blushed even more and he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. No, Sister Yuna. You've misunderstood. Xiao Yu and I are not eloping. We are just what? It's just that the love was mutual, and the two of you were young, and then you decided to spend the rest of your lives together, right? Qian Renxue suddenly interjected, her eyes shady as she looked at the three-eyed golden guy beast. The corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile. She slowly stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yuna, her gaze sharply scrutinizing the three-eyed golden beast. I didn't realize that I had taken 1,000 precautions, but this pet had stolen my home. The three-eyed golden guy beast was momentarily speechless. She really didn't know how to explain. Yuna viciously pulled the little ear of the three-eyed golden guy beast for a moment, pretending to be angry. Alright, you little bastard. Be honest with me from now on, okay? A pet should behave like a pet. Don't think about falling in love with little feather all day long. The three-eyed golden guy beast ate the pain, aggravated, whimpering straight, small eyes full of innocence. Kid, you obediently tie your hands and don't put up any fearless resistance. Prince Snowstar looked at the increasing number of people coming behind him, and his bottom line was full. 1,000 feathers. You have already committed a heinous crime by slaughtering countless students of my Heavenly Dipper Academy. Where else do you want to escape to? Meng Shinji also stood out, his eyes filled with greed. If one could acquire a 100,000-year-old soul bone, one would inevitably be able to become a sealed Douluo, and one's lifespan would be greatly extended at that time. Qian Yu, hurry up and release me, or my grandfather will never let you go. Dokuragene's face turned red as he was being choked, but he still stubbornly let out harsh words. Wait a little longer. Now is not the time. After Qian Yu finished speaking, he closed his eyes and adapted to the heavenly dream origin that surged out from his body. That powerful and violent force almost burst his body, but soon his injuries were repaired again by the ancient tree of life power. When the people on the field saw how calm he was, they all showed a puzzled look. Did he still have any backhanded moves? Playing God. Prince Snowstar snorted coldly. He wouldn't believe that Qian Yu could still turn the tables at this moment. After all, it is hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists, not to mention that at this moment, Qian Yu has been surrounded by them, and it is difficult to fly with wings. Kid, stop stalling for time. You'll definitely die today. Meng Shinji echoed, but an inexplicable uneasiness rose in his heart for some reason. Dokubo's brows furrowed slightly, feeling that something wasn't quite right. It was almost impossible that he couldn't even sense Shifuyu's soul power level anymore. Knowing that he was a sealed Douluo, a phoenix-like existence in the entire continent, how could he not perceive the soul force fluctuations of a mere soul sect? And that's when the Master and Ryu Erlong were reunited. After a brief exchange of words between them, the once golden iron triangle was finally assembled as well. Horn of Kill Ryu Erlong. Flanders, the Horn of Flight. Horn of Wisdom Jade Xiaojiang. Ha ha ha. Qi Yu, you're dead. I'll pay you back for all the humiliation I've suffered. The confidence in Yu Xiaojiang's heart after seeing Lu Erlong instantly swelled to the extreme. With Ryu Erlong and Flanders around, he believed that today would be the end of Shifuyu. After all, the Golden Iron Triangle's martial soul fusion technique was able to fight against the existence of a sealed Douluo. Lu Erlong, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled and didn't understand why this little guy had caused the enmity of so many forces. But seeing Dai Mubai in Tang San's miserable state, her heart instantly became enraged. Kong's students were his own, and he would never allow anyone to hurt her students. Chapter 99 Little Dance Sacrifice. Tang Hao hid in the shadows, clenching his fists and staring at Qian Yu with a deadly stare. I can't wait to rush up and break him into pieces right now. Today he was finally able to avenge Yan's death. Tang San, on the other hand, looked at Qian Yu with a horrified expression, and couldn't help but beat a retreat in his heart. He had thought that with the presence of the sealed Douluo, Qian Yu would surely die. As a result, I didn't realize that my vision was still blood red. Die. Definitely dead. The warning from the god Shura told himself to hurry up and run. Not to look back. To hurry up and run as far away as possible. but when he thought of his destiny and his mother's revenge, his feet were like lead and he couldn't move. No, I can't run away. I want to see Shifuyu. This demon. Receive the punishment he deserves with my own eyes. Tang San secretly swore in his heart, his gaze flickering with determination. The Shura god was dying of anxiety behind the scenes. This man is. Chapter 100, Swords at War. Tang Hao appears. This is my prey. Chi-yu. You seek death. Tang Hao didn't care about hiding it this time. He had guarded this 100,000-year-old soul beast for so many years. Now that he had to make a dowry for Shifuyu, his enemy, how could he be willing to do so? He was clad in a black robe, and 9 soul rings were rhythmically moving behind him. In particular, the red soul ring that represented the 100,000-year rank was particularly dazzling. At this moment, even if Gu Yuna was present, he was going to retrieve the 100,000-year-old soul ring and break this little devil into pieces. However, the attacks of this group of people were far less of a threat to Chihaya than Mai. He had already reached the limit of what his body could withstand due to receiving the origin of heavenly fate. At this moment, Little Dance's selfless light of sacrifice was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. It caused cracks to start appearing all over his body, and countless amounts of soul power began to gush out from it. Chihaya reached out. Chapter 101, you're telling me this is the soul sect? Humph. So what if Tang Hao? I'll take this 100,000-year-old soul ring today. Dokubo snorted coldly, his figure storming up and attacking towards Tang Hao. In his opinion, Thousand Feathers was nothing more than a district soul sect, and could not make any waves in his hands, as long as Tang Hao was resolved. That 100,000-year-old soul ring wasn't out of reach. Scram! Or else I'll destroy your granddaughter right now. Tang Hao shouted angrily, his 9 soul rings lighting up at the same time, and a monstrous murderous aura emanated from him. Dokubo's figure lurched, and his face turned ironic. He hadn't expected Tang Hao to be so unorthodox, and would use his granddaughter to threaten himself. But considering that Duguian was still here, he had to forcefully suppress the greed in his heart. Tang Hao, don't mess around. If anything happens to my daughter, even if I chase you to the ends of the earth, I'll definitely set your bones on fire. Dokubo gritted his teeth, his eyes. Chapter 102, Qianyu who descended to earth like a demon god. You get off me. Feather is executing the destruction god exam. He'll hate me if I go and stop it. Besides, now that he's unlocked the seal of Heavenly Dream, if he doesn't use up all that soul power, he'll most likely explode and die. If I was in my prime, of course there would be a way to fix it, but do I look like I can make a move in my current state? Gu Yuna grimaced in pain and pointed at her lovely and moving appearance. The young girl was wearing a long silver white dress and stood around 1 meter 6. It looks petite, but already has the color of a beautiful country. Temperament is even more refreshing, noble and elegant. Skin color crystal like jade, like a fairy out of the painting. What annoyed Qian Renxue the most was her fiery figure, the 2 looming peaks in front of her chest calling out. Even for a woman of the same gender, Qian Renxue had to admit that Gu Yuna's body was simply so good that it exploded. Chapter 103, Guzi. 50 years old is a good time to play your spare time. Hey, you've just finished peeing your pants twice. Why are you peeing so soon? What about your kidney deficiency? Tang San obviously didn't want to let him go, yanking his shoulders hard. The blood-red vision in his eyes had filled to almost infinity. It was a bit hard to believe, but dead air appeared to be coming out of everyone's heads. If Shifuyu was allowed to use this move, then everyone here would have a hard time escaping death. Tang San, let go of me. I'm really pissed. I'm going to get angry if you keep this up. Yu Xiaojiang's face flushed red as he spoke while still trying to struggle. Just how could Tang San's hand, which was like an iron vice, let him have his way? Gonzo, haven't you always wanted to make a name for yourself? Stop Shifuyu's crazy act now, and you will become a hero of the Soul Master world and go down in history. Tang San continued to persuade, but his eyes were already somewhat impatient. He grabbed Jade Xiaojiang by the collar and brought him up to his eyes. Look at you now, and you're the first theory master? A pussy who just knows how to hide behind a woman. I'm telling you, even if you don't go, you won't get out of here alive. Might as well go and utilize your residual energy. Yu Xiaojiang's body shook slightly, his eyes began to waver a little, and there was actually a kind of hot blood surging to his heart. But when he looked up, he saw Qian Yu's cold and indifferent eyes. That gaze seemed to contain the power to exterminate heaven and earth. It made him instantly fall into an ice cellar, and the hot blood in his heart was instantly doused. No, I can't go to my death. Sanner, please let me go. I'm 50 years old. I'm too old to withstand this. Yu Xiaojiang's tone was tinged with a sobbing tone, and her legs were even softer as noodles. Almost falling to her knees, he grabbed Tang San's arm in a death grip, a wetness welling up in the lower half of his body, obviously already incontinent from fear. What do you know? Gonzo. 50 is the right age to make the most of your spare time. Isn't my dad in his 50s? He's still alive and kicking. Gundam. Have some ambition. You can do it. Back when you were young you were able to pick up the Pope of the Palace of Martial Souls and almost became Chiyu's father. Rounding up. You're half his father. It's only natural for a father to beat his son. So what's the point of being afraid of him? The more Tang San spoke, the more inspirational he became. If he hadn't tricked this Gangzi into going up to his death to buy his father some time, he would have been moved by his own words. Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion when he thought of Bibi Dong's marvelous figure. But then the fear pulled him back. He said in a shaky voice, 3 children. You, don't joke. How can I have that ability? Back then that was also young and uninformed. I can't afford to mess with that kid Shifuyu. Why don't you look at it this way? I'll go find Donger in a few days and let Donger get him killed. After all, we once, had a love affair. What? Kong? You actually dare to go behind my back and still have an adulterous affair with that woman? Lu Erlong's voice trembled as he slapped Yu Xiaojiang's face, sending a few of his teeth flying and blood flowing down the corners of his mouth. Yu Xiaojiang's entire body was dumbfounded as he was hit in the eyes. Erlong, listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. Yu Xiaojiang's words had not yet finished when he was angrily interrupted by Lu Erlong. What else is there to explain? You bastard. How dare you have an affair with that Bibi Dong woman? I've been so good to you. And you actually did this to me. Lu Erlong's voice was sharp and piercing, like an enraged lioness. Enough. What time is it? You guys are still arguing. You guys might as well look up at the sky. I'm really not kidding. If Shifuyu unleashes this move, we're all doomed. Tang San bellowed loudly, trying to pull the two men's attention back to reality from their bickering. Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong sniffed and looked up at the sky at the same time. Only dark clouds were seen and thunder roared, as if the whole heaven and earth were trembling. The air was oppressive to the point of being suffocating. Junior, don't kid yourself. How old is that little bitty? How could it kill all of us? Lu Erlong was a little less than convinced that although this was a bit of a big battle, her blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex might not be incapable of causing a similar celestial event. Tang San sniffed, turned his head to look at Zhu Zhuqing, and asked in a deep voice, Zhu Zhuqing, you should have experienced the corrosive nature of that kind of mist. Think about how many people would survive here if it all fell on this scale. Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly turned pale, and he couldn't help but recall the clothes that were corroded by the black mist. She said with a trembling voice, that mist, it is indeed terrible to the extreme. I only slightly touched it at that time, and the clothes were instantly corroded, and if it fell on a person. Everyone's faces changed drastically when they heard this, and a chill went straight from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They all looked at the black clouds that covered the entire sky, and a sense of powerlessness rose from the bottom of their hearts. How on earth did that kid cultivate? Did he start cultivating from his mother's womb? Why is he so terrifying? Yu Xiaojiang muttered, his tone filled with incredulity and horror. Junior, go ahead. What do you want us to do? Flanders asked as he opened the door. Tang San took a deep breath, a flash of purple intent in his eyes looking towards Qianyu and said gruffly, Shifuyu is in a very unstable state right now, though I don't know exactly where his soul power is coming from, but there's no doubt that if we break his equilibrium now, he'll burst into flames without us having to do anything. So MS. Flanders, MS. Aragon, and the waste of space Gonzo, the task of saving the world is in your hands. There was another thing that Tang San hadn't said, and that was that the power generated after Thousand Feathers exploded his body could easily reduce the entire Heavenly Dipper Academy and everything around it to nothing. He didn't dare to let his father, Tang Hao, go, and Dugubo didn't know himself well, while the others were underpowered. Nowadays, one could only rely on the martial soul fusion technique of Flanders and the others. Okay, let's go. Lu Erlong nodded, pulling up Jade Xiaojiang and about to rush in the direction of Thousand Feathers. No, I'm not going. I'll die. I'll really die. Yu Xiaojiang screamed in terror, being dragged by Lu Erlong but as defenseless as a piece of dead meat. Snap! Lu Erlong slapped Yu Xiaojiang in the face again. The sound was crisp and loud, causing everyone present to freeze for a moment. She shouted angrily, shut up. In this situation now, you have to go on even if you don't. Yu Xiaojiang was dazed by the slap, and tears and snot flowed out of his eyes, but he didn't dare to make another sound. He could only allow Lu Erlong and Flanders to carry him and slowly fly in the direction of Shifuyu. Chapter 104, Bibi Dong's Madness. Martial Soul City. This is located at the junction of the two empires. The two empires do not have any jurisdiction over him, and it stands on its own as a king, proud of the crowd. It was not only the location of the headquarters of the Palace of Martial Souls, but it was also the Holy Land that countless soul masters dreamed of. At this time, In the magnificent palace of the Pope's palace, a stunningly beautiful woman sat, her curvaceous, delicate body limply reclining on top of the magnificent papal throne. The woman's slender jade legs were gently folded, and a long purple dress was like streams of color, setting off her noble and divine temperament to the fullest. The woman was no other than the contemporary Pope Bibendum. At that moment, she was gently pinching her brow with one hand, looking at the papers in front of her with a tired brow. Why do I still feel so empty even though I'm already at the pinnacle of the continent? Bibi Dong murmured in her mind, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. After killing Chihuahua, it was as if his life had lost its meaning, and even Yu Xiaojiang was no longer the obsession in his heart. He wanted Shifuyu to come back to him, whether it was torture or redemption. At least it would give her something to hold on to inside. Otherwise she felt as if the world was barren, devoid of color and temperature. Bibi Dong suddenly broke into a sickly grin. Instead, tears slid down unconsciously, wetting the delicate makeup. Ha ha ha, I won't let you go. Shifuyu, do you think you can be relieved by dying? No way. I won't allow you to leave me. And when I become a god, even if I have to go to hell, I will pull you back, and then torture you so hard that you'll be around me forever, with no relief. Bibi Dong reached out and waved his hand, and the documents on the desktop were instantly shaken by the powerful soul force and scattered in all directions, the papers flying in the air like ownerless fallen leaves. She laughed for a long time before dropping back into her throne wearily, her chest heaving violently, her eyes staring vacantly ahead. Yeah, that boy is gone, never to return. Oh, Bibi Dong whimpered and covered his face with his hands, tears slipping through his fingers and dripping down onto the papal throne in tiny splashes. Her heart twisted as she recalled Shifuyu's innocent smile. She seemed to really regret it. The kid never seemed to have a good day since he was born. Now it should have been devoured by the soul beasts, and I'm afraid that the souls have been dissipated in this world. Bibi Dong closed his eyes in pain, recalling Shifuyu's clear and ignorant eyes. His heart felt as if it was pierced by millions of needles at the same time. The pain was unbearable. Just then a figure hurried in. Douluo Yuguan froze for a moment when he saw that the Pope, who used to be noble and holy and full of majesty, was so out of sorts at the moment. Then he hastily lowered his head and respectfully said, "Coronation Pope, there is an urgent report from Heavenly Dipper City." Bibi Dong sniffed and hastily wiped the tears on his face carelessly with his sleeve, trying to bring his voice back to calm. Say, what is it? According to the news that just came in from Bishop Salas, the Platinum Bishop of Tendu City, young Master Qian Yu was brought back from the Star Do Great Forest by Crown Prince Xueqing'a a few months ago. It is now being besieged by countless soul master forces at the Heavenly Dipper Royal Academy. Bibi Dong sniffed and jerked his head up, his gaze glittering with disbelief. She grabbed Yu Guan's lapel and asked eagerly, "What did you say? Say it again. Little Yu, he's not dead?" Yu Guan was startled by Bibi Dong's aura and hurriedly repeated again. The young lord indeed did not die. He was brought back to Tiando City by Crown Prince Xueqing'a and is now in the Tiando Royal Academy. Speaking here, Yu Guan hesitated for a moment and continued, "But due to the young lord committing something, he is now being besieged by the many soul master forces that have teamed up, and the situation seems to be quite critical." A smile instantly bloomed on Bibi Dong's face, a smile that contained both relief and determination, as if it were a ray of light in the darkness, illuminating every corner of her heart. "Alive and well, alive and well," Bibi Dong muttered, and then his eyes filled with viciousness again. "Whoever dares to harm Little Feather, I, Bibi Dong, will make him pay. Yu Guan, you immediately gather all the elite soul masters of the Martial Soul Hall and follow me to Tiando City. I'm going to make the entire Tiando Empire bury him." Bibi Dong's eyes were as cold and chilling as ice. She stood up, her long purple dress drawing a graceful arc in the air, her entire person exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. She couldn't wait to see her son and hold him close in her arms, finally locked up and imprisoned so that he could never leave his sight again. Bibi Dong gulped and his breathing became ragged, his expression filled with pleasure. She was already fantasizing about how Shifuyu would beg for forgiveness under her skirt, how she would be so tightly bound that she would never be able to escape again. Seeing this, Yu Guan hastily lowered his head and hurriedly answered and retreated, going to prepare the relevant matters. As for things like persuading the Pope's coronation, it was better to leave it to those big shots in the Hall of Offerings. Yu Guan was secretly thinking about the identity and rumors about Shifuyu. Shifuyu, the unicorn son who claimed to have the stature of a divine king. At the age of 2, he awakened a god-level martial soul, attracting the favor of the god of destruction and descending his inheritance. The vision of the awakening of his martial spirit even shook the entire continent. But such a person was taken captive by the soul beast forces, causing the angelic god to descend into the realm and start a shocking battle with the soul beast clan. Everyone thought that he couldn't come back, believing that his heaven-defying bloodline would surely be absorbed by the soul beast co-master and become its sustenance. but now Qian Yu is said to have appeared as Xueqing his male pet. How could this not shock people? The elite soul masters of the Palace of Martial Souls quickly assembled. Led by Bibi Dong, they marched towards Tiando City in great numbers, looking like they were preparing for war. Chihiro's entire body was confused when he got the news. I'm doing a good job of stealing the country's plans, and Qian Renxue is going to be the emperor of the heavenly duel in a few years. And you're going to go to war? Bibi Dong is crazy, isn't he? Do you know how many people will die this way? The martial spirit hall and the two empires had been at peace for many years, and once they went to war, it would be a disaster for all living beings, plunging the entire continent into war. He hurriedly summoned the offerers of the Hall of Offerings, intending to go and stop Bibi Dong. With a flash of his figure, Chihiro appeared in front of the martial spirit hall's army. Bibi Dong, what are you doing? Chihiro's face was as gloomy as water, his gaze revealing a strong sense of questioning. The anger in Bibi Dong's heart increased when she saw Chidori Ryu appear, and she snorted coldly. I'm going to retrieve my son, Qian Yu. He was bullied by the people of the Heavenly Dipper Empire, and I'm going to get him back now. Chapter 105, Chihiro and Bibi Dong confrontation. Chihiro froze, not so much surprised by the news that Shifuyu was still alive. Rather, he was incredulous that Shifuyu was being bullied. On Xiao Shue's side, there were two sealed Douluo powerhouses, so who could bully Xiao Yu? In knowing the fact that his grandson was still alive, Chihiro was still happy, but he was concerned that Shifuyu might still be resistant to himself, so he was going to let Yuki get more familiar with him. The intention was to wait for Little Feather to let go of his grudge before bringing him back to the Martial Soul Palace. Chihiro took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down as he said slowly, Bibi Dong, don't worry, Little Feather is now in Heavenly Dipper City with Little Snow, and his life is not in danger. Besides, if you take so many people with you, are you running towards the destruction of your country? Do you know the consequences of this? Bibi Dong sneered. So what? I don't care about anything as long as I can retrieve my son, Little Yu. He must return to the Martial Soul Palace, to my side. It was as if she was an enraged lioness, ready to do whatever it took to protect her cubs. Humph, Bibi Dong, don't think I don't know what you have in mind. There's no way Little Feather will ever be imprisoned by you again. That child has already had a hard enough time over the years. I won't allow you to get close to him again. And in the future, I will personally handle Little Feather's affairs. Qian Yu's face was gloomy, and his 9 soul rings quietly emerged, emitting a powerful pressure. The other 6 major confessors also stood out in unison. This is a big deal. On a smaller scale, it might cause Qiyu to develop an aversion to the Martial Soul Hall as a result. In the grand scheme of things, it's about the fate of their future. One must know that Thousand Feathers is a future destruction god king. Whether or not they could go up to the god realm in the future as a minor divine officer all depended on Qian Yu's mood. Therefore, they naturally would not allow Bibi Dong to take Qiyu away. Chihiro, Qiyu is my son, my own flesh and blood born in October. Why do you forbid me to approach him? When you resented him for being a fallen angel martial spirit, did you ever think that he was your grandson? And where were you when he was about to be discarded by the Chihuahua? Or do you want me to stab this matter to the sky and let those 2 little people know that their father is a rapist? Know how dirty your Martial Soul Palace is? The corner of Bibi Dong's mouth curled into a sneer. Today, this matter is also your own advantage. She couldn't believe that Chidori Ryu would dare to risk the world to stop her from retrieving her son. You, Bibi Dong, don't you go too far. Chidori Ryu's face was blue. He didn't expect Bibi Dong to be so unforgiving. Being so cross-examined in front of everyone, His Majesty was swept to the ground, and his heart was burning with anger, but due to his status and the occasion, he could only forcefully suppress it. In the beginning, because of this matter, he had even handed over the entire Martial Soul Palace to her for control, and she still didn't know enough. Good, Bibi Dong. I'll go to Tendu City to take a look at Little Feather. If he is willing to return to the Martial Soul Palace, I will bring him back myself. As for you, stay well in Martial Soul City and don't go there. After Shifuyu finished speaking, the pressure from a 99-level extreme Douluo instantly covered Bibi Dong. He looked deeply at Bibi Dong. Then with a flash of his body, he had transformed into a stream of light and sped off in the direction of Heavenly Fighting City. Coronation Pope, please follow us back to the Martial Soul Palace. The 6 major confessors stepped forward in unison and surrounded Bibi Dong, their eyes filled with vigilance. Off. I'll walk myself. Bibi Dong shouted angrily, his soul power surging around him, forcing the 6 great confessors back a few steps. Then he turned his head and flew towards the Palace of Martial Souls. The reason why Bibi Dong didn't continue to be a demon, aside from the fact that he couldn't beat Chidori Ryu, mostly, he felt that Shifuyu must have himself in his heart. As long as he returned to Martial Soul City, he would have countless ways to make him rely on himself again and fall in love with him. Rika Douluo and Ghost Douluo looked at each other and hurriedly followed. On the other hand, here at the Tendu Royal Academy, the Golden Iron Triangle's martial soul fusion technique Golden Sacred Dragon quickly took shape, looking mighty and powerful. Yu Xiaojiang was in the center of the Golden Holy Dragon, looking at the surrounding scene that was dyed in gold by his holy light. The scene was as if he was the mythical savior, and a rush of hot blood went to his head, and all the fear in his heart was relieved. Tang Hao and Dugubo and the others froze. Has this Shrek Academy always been this brave? Thousand feathers that might even the two of them, sealed Douluo, didn't dare to act rashly, but these three trash of theirs who didn't even have soul Douluo cultivation dared to take a shot at Qianyu. Kong, don't just stand there, launch the attack. Flanders' voice rang in Yu Xiaojiang's ears, pulling him back from his fantasy. Holy Dragon Essence, Dragon's Breath. Without the slightest hesitation, the Grandmaster and the others used all of their soul power to unleash the most powerful Dragon Breath attack, only to see a bright and dazzling golden pillar of light erupted from the mouth of the Golden Holy Dragon, carrying the might of burning the sky and destroying the earth, charging straight at the thousand feathers in the center of that black fog. However, Qianyu's eyes remained empty, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions, breathing steadily, as if asleep, allowing that golden pillar of light to approach. The gazes of the crowd were glued to this scene. It was really because the oppression that Shifuyu brought to the table was too terrifying. Like a final big boss, just standing there made people feel desperate and powerless. At this time, within Thousand Feathers Sea of Consciousness, Tian Mang was in a hurry, desperately trying to wake up Chiyu's consciousness, but Chiyu never responded in the slightest. Could it be the pain? It can't be? That lame? Alas, brother has said that brother's soul power is not something you can grasp. You still don't believe me. Now something has happened. But since it's like this, brother will have to make a move. Let these human soul masters see how powerful brother is. Jia. Stupid human. Feel the oppression from a million-year-old soul beast. Skydream Ice Silkworm excitedly rubbed his fists and feet. Qianyu, this heaven-defying body, he has long wanted to experience. It was a pity that he, Heavenly Dream, had millions of years of cultivation but was not good at fighting. Now that he finally had the chance to pretend, and in front of so many people, how could this not make him excited? Just when Heavenly Dream was planning to steal Shifuyu's number, the little golden dragon angrily swiped its tail at his face, letting out a guttural low roar, signaling him to get lost. Cough. Brother Long, I know you dislike me, but the situation is urgent now. I can't help it. You see, it's the moment of life and death. It's time for brother to show off his true skills. Just don't stop me. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm dodged the little golden dragon's attacks while drilling deeper into the Sea of Consciousness. Chapter 106 Super. Shenla Tianzheng. Let the world feel the pain. With the current situation, the little golden dragon hurriedly put on the silver dragon honor ring and rushed over as well. Along the way, he didn't forget to take a bite of Heavenly Dream back and throw it in the center of the Sea of Consciousness. At the same time, he glared at him viciously, as if to say, I'd rather die than let you bedbugs have your way. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworms were thrown around, but they still didn't forget to grunt and complain. Brother Long, you're being too rude. I'm not doing this for the good of all of us. The little golden dragon fell headfirst into the silver dragon Zun ring. At once, the entire aura gradually transformed from silver white to intertwined gold and silver, emitting a dazzling light. Right at this moment, Qianyu in the outside world slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of gold flashed in his eyes. First soul skill, blazing angel wings, force field. Second soul skill, energy manipulation. This farce should end. From now on, let the world feel the pain. After Shifuyu finished speaking, his arm was raised high and an invisible soul force began to erupt. Super. Shinrakuji. Light and heat were emanating, and the powerful force began to distort even space. Rumble. The earth began to bombard indiscriminately in all directions with thousand feathers at the center. Countless soul masters were lifted off like ants under this force. The golden saint dragon looked so small in front of this power, being easily torn apart like paper mache. The three of them, Yu Xiaojiang, Flanders and Lu Erlong, were shaken by this force and spat out blood from their mouths as they flew backwards. Dozens of figures suddenly appeared in the crowd, and the aura around them was at least at the soul saint level. However, these big names who were usually among the best in the Heavenly Dipper Empire did not have the slightest resistance at this time, and were mercilessly run over. Seventh soul skill, Hao Tianjin bodies. The Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's hand quickly grew larger, blocking in front of Tang San and the other Shrek people. The soul power in his body surged continuously, quickly turning into a soul power shield. However, its defense was also shaking at this moment, as if it would collapse at any time. Father, Tang San looked at Tang Hao's hard-to-resist appearance, his heart anxious. Ning Rongrong clenched her hands. biting her lower lip tightly as tears welled up in her eyes. She looked unbelievably at Shifuyu, who was shining brightly in the middle of the sky. She didn't think that Shifuyu would really disregard her own death and attack everyone indiscriminately. Wrong. Wake up. Shifuyu never had you in his heart. But you don't have to be sad. I'd like to be your support if I could. Oscar had come to Ning Rongrong's side at some point, his eyes filled with tenderness. Seeing this, Daimubai followed suit and came to Zhu Zhuqing's side, protecting her tightly behind her. Her eyes were full of determination. Zhu Qing, don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let. Daimubai. Shut up. I don't want to talk to a crippled person. Zhu Zhuqing looked closely at Qianyu, not even giving Daimubai a single glance. He naturally wouldn't be unable to see Daimubai's heart, but Chiyu's perfect side face, that arrogant and uninhibited temperament had long been deeply imprinted in her heart. At this moment, Qianyu was like a god descending in her eyes, making her unable to avert her gaze. Bamboo Qing, you. Daimubai's face went white. He didn't expect Zhu Zhuqing to reject him so directly, and a stabbing pain ran through his heart. He had a sudden urge to get a hangover. Find a few more pretty girls to have a paper round as a way to numb your broken heart. But when he thought of his lifeblood that was crushed by Shifuyu, he suddenly felt that it would be better to die, and that there was no longer any point in living. The corners of Tang San's mouth twitched as he glanced at Xiao Dance, secretly glad that he hadn't followed suit. Surely the importance of those 2 tails of meat to a woman cannot be ignored. It seems like I have to get the ice and fire a cactus quickly, find a cure for my baby, and be a man again. 7th soul skill by Phosphorus Snake Emperor's true body. Dakubo's figure instantly transformed into a 30m long Emperor Jasper snake, surrounding Dugguian and the others into a ball. The turquoise light transformed into a soul power shield to firmly protect the crowd. Prince Snowstar clenched his fists and grimaced, his heart filled with scorn. Who is this Shifuyu? But a mere soul sect cultivation level could unleash such a powerful attack. How should Snow Avalanche compete with Snow Qinghe for the throne in this way? With this in mind, he looked at the 3 main teaching committees in front of him. These few old foxes have not been choosing to stand, and now this behavior of Qianyu may not be a good thing. Shifuyu completely pushed these 3 old foxes to their opposites, so that they had to stand on Avalanche's side. Thinking of this, the corner of Prince Snowstar's mouth hooked into a cold smile. That kid is only level 48. Even if he has some kind of card, there's no way he would still have strength left after unleashing such a powerful attack. Meng Shinji's eyes were bright and uncertain, and in his mind, he was already secretly contemplating how to capture Qianyu in a moment and force his secrets out. As the light dissipated, the entire Heavenly Dipper Academy was reduced to rubble. The students who had survived were dumbfounded at the scene, and the less fortunate ones have been lying on the ground forever, dead or alive. What is this? Why is it like this? Yi Lingling's eyes flooded with tears as she looked at the scene with disbelief. At this time, the originally huge mountain peak had already sunk out a huge crater hundreds of meters deep and covering several kilometers in diameter, almost flattening the entire mountain peak. This terrifying natural disaster caused all the soul masters who survived to feel a wave of powerlessness and despair. Tang Hao, do it quickly. That kid definitely doesn't have much soul power left. Let's join forces, and then we'll split the 100,000-year-old soul rings and soul bones equally. Dakubo looked at the disgusting wound on Dakubo Yan's head that was like a sarcoma, and the hatred that he had originally forgotten due to fear rose up again. Yenner is only how old now? How did that get off on this? How does this make Yenner marry in the future? Dokuragene's wounds were treated even by Yi Lingling, but the scalp and hair roots that were lost could never be restored, leaving her with ugly scars that would stay with her for the rest of her life. Just thinking about this made Dakubo hate his guts, and he vowed to make Qianyu pay. Good, Dakubo. Let's join forces to capture this arrogant brat today, Tang Hao said through gritted teeth. His hatred for Shifuyu may not be any less than Dakubo's. It was because he could sense Ian's aura in one of those illuminated soul rings. When he thought of Ian being transformed into this kid's soul ring and soul bone, and being used against himself, he couldn't wait to break Shifuyu into pieces. The two of them exchanged glances. Their figures stormed up at the same time and rushed towards Qianyu. Humph, 1,000 feathers. So what if your soul skill is even stronger? As long as you're hit by my poison, you'll just wait for death. Dakubo's body of the blue phosphorus snake emperor twisted in the air, bringing up a gust of poisonous wind. Chapter 107, Qianyu vs. Tang Hao. Destruction vs. Shura. The Great Sumeru Hammer. Blow up the ring. Shifuyu, I want you to pay for Yin's life. Tang Hao fiercely swung up his Haotian hammer. His figure was like lightning, and he pushed straight towards Qianyu. The soul rings on his body shattered as much as they could, and the terrifying power almost tore the air apart. Humph, rampant. I'd like to see what you guys are capable of. The corner of Qianyu's mouth hooked into a cold smile, and his pupils transformed into icy vertical pupils. Behind him, A six-winged fallen angel martial spirit hundreds of meters tall even emerged. And in an instant, the entire pitch-black world radiated purple lightning. When Dakubo was tens of meters closer to Qianyu, he was controlled by an invisible force, and his entire body stopped in mid-air, unable to advance the slightest bit. A trace of horror flashed in his eyes. This kind of ability was beyond his cognizance. This is a domain skill? Killing God's domain on. Tang Hao snorted coldly, and immediately countless bloodlights covered the surrounding area of thousands of meters. A murderous aura filled the air, as if there were millions of resentful souls wailing. Intimidating. Qianyu instantly felt his full attributes drop by a large amount and became abnormally weak. The god of destruction let out a cold snort, and instantly, a destruction god power of 1,000 feathers burst out from within his body, removing all of his negative statuses. Shura, don't go too far. Don't blame me for being rude if I see you making small moves again. The god of destruction's line of sight met with the Shura god across the endless distance, and his eyes were filled with rage. Destruction. You connived with your inheritors to go on a killing spree in the lower realms without authorization, and before this god can settle the score with you, how dare you question me first? The voice of the Shura god echoed in the void with endless majesty. Ha! You still don't know how many people are going to die every day in your killing capital? What? Starting to act like a great benefactor now? The god of destruction's voice was filled with mockery. Enough! Destruction. The killing capital was established to select those who are qualified to inherit this god's divine throne, so it naturally has its own significance of existence. Shura god's voice grew colder and colder. Oh, then since the divine bit inheritor has chosen Tang-san, then I wonder if our kind Lord Shura God would be willing to personally make a move to completely erase that killing capital and return this world to a clean slate? There was a hint of playfulness in the god of destruction's words. In his heart, however, he had already secretly resolved to have Shifuyu find time to destroy the killing capital. At those words, the Shura god's face turned blue. The killing capital was his only means of controlling the lower realms, and if it was so easily erased by the god of destruction, what face would he have left? Alright, you guys, stop arguing. Destruction. Are you satisfied? So many people died just to satisfy your ridiculous vanity. Now you can tell Little Feather to call it quits. The voice of the goddess of life suddenly rang out. Her voice was full of exhaustion, and there was even a sorrow in her eyes that could not be dissolved. She has sent down a light of life that has saved some who should not have died, but many more have lost their lives, never to be regained. The god of destruction had a blockage in his heart, but still stubbornly didn't interfere with Shifuyu's choice. It was only that he suppressed the destructive divine power in Chiyu's body by a few points, minimizing its impact on Chiyu's mind and spirit. The crazy emotion in the depths of Shifuyu's eyes that was heartbroken as if it were dead, hating and loathing the world, and wanting to madly destroy everything had calmed down a little bit. However, due to being hypnotized and the effects of the silver dragon Zun ring, his eyes remained cold and empty. Killing fields, killing blitz. Right at this moment, Tang Hao's attack had arrived, and the dark golden Haotian hammer carried a mountainous and tsunami-like momentum, ruthlessly smashing into Qianyu. Qianyu didn't dare to be careless. The sword of destruction instantly appeared in his hand and met Tang Hao's attack. Dang! Loud metal clashing sounds rang out, as if the entire space was trembling at this moment. Tang Hao's Haotian hammer struck against Thousand Feathers' sword of destruction, stirring up a circle of airwaves that spread in all directions. Click! A crisp sound suddenly rang out on the battlefield, only to see a tiny crack appear on Tang Hao's Haotian hammer. What? Tang Hao's expression froze. The Haotian hammer, which is known as the world's #1 weapon martial soul, is actually cracked? What the hell is that sword? However, that wasn't the end of it. Qianyu swung out another sword. Tang Hao's heart tightened, not daring to take this move and hurriedly backing away. But even so, it was still cut off by Chiyu's strike on his right arm, and immediately blood spurted out. Shifuyu's gaze flickered slightly and he raised his hand slightly. The right arm that fell to the ground and the soul bone within it flew out automatically and slowly hovered above his palm. You, kid, that is my Haotian sex inherited soul bone. Not something you can get your hands on. Quickly return it to me. Tang Hao's eyes were wide with anger. He never thought that he would be forced into such a desperate situation by a junior today. Qianyu ignored him and threw the soul bone in his hand into his carry-on space after glancing at it. Possessing the ability to control spatial elements, it was naturally able to open up a unique carry-on space for storing various items. If one's cultivation was sufficient in the future, opening up a realm was not impossible. Rubbish. A sealed Douluo can't even defeat a soul zone. It's simply the shame of a sealed Douluo. When Dakubo saw this, his eyes were filled with banditry. More importantly, after Tang Hao's left arm bone was stripped, his soul power level unexpectedly dropped to below that of a sealed Douluo. This thing's level wouldn't be built up entirely by soul bones, would it? At this moment, Dakubo soured. and his eyes became greedy when he looked at Tang Hao. If Qiyu hadn't brought too much pressure on him, he would have wanted to backstab now and snatch all of Tang Hao's soul bones. But scolding is scolding. Save or have to save. Otherwise a person and a thousand feather fight. He is really scared in the heart. Medusa's gaze. 8th soul skill, time freeze. When Dakubo struck, it was the strongest control, even regardless of soul power consumption. These 2 soul skills could easily destroy a city when used. Only 2 petrifying rays of light shot out from the eyes of the Emperor of the Blue Phosphorus Serpent. Sailing towards Qianyu, Shifuyu was sneak attacked and couldn't dodge in time. His body was instantly struck by the petrifying light, and his entire body became stiff and immobile in an instant. Kid, it's just a district soul sect. It's better not to be too arrogant. Once Dakubo regained his freedom, he quickly closed in towards Qiyu, intending to deliver a fatal blow while he was unable to move. The first of the 9 extremes of Haotian, broken stone. Before Dakubo's attack fell, an even more powerful aura came from the side, only to see that Tang Hao had already endured the pain, with killing intent in his eyes, holding the Haotian hammer and smashing it fiercely towards Qianyu. As for Dream Goddess and the other 3 major sect committees, they also each unleashed their strongest soul techniques and rushed towards Qianyu. Chapter 108, this strike is a million years of power. What are you going to take? Shifuyu's pupils flickered slightly, and the petrified energy and toxins in his body were then instantly transferred by his spatial ability, and the injuries he had sustained were rapidly recovering. Shenandoah, only to see Qianyu raise one hand flat, an invisible repulsive force instantly bounced all the people away. Damn, it's that trick again. All of them felt a surge of qi and blood, although the damage was not great. This feeling of the war machine being interrupted was exceptionally hard to bear. Soul sect? Am I being underestimated? Forget it, I'm already tired of playing around. So let's settle you guys with one move. An icy cold light flashed in Qianyu's eyes, and an invisible fluctuation instantly blossomed in the palm of his hand. And that terrifying soul power caused the surrounding space to begin to distort. No good. Something's coming. Everyone's face changed. An aura that caused their hearts to palpitate was rapidly coalescing, and that deadly sense of crisis caused their souls to start trembling. They used their strongest means of defense one after another. With their previous experience, they instinctively thought that Shifuyu's attack would be wide-range. Although it was wide-ranging, they might be able to fend off 1 or 2 of them by joining forces due to the damage being spread out. Oh, block? Can you guys block it? This strike of a million years worth of power. What can you block with? When Qianyu saw the scene, the corner of his mouth involuntarily hooked up a teasing smile. They desperately fled. Perhaps they were still unable to lock them down. But this standing still was undoubtedly waiting for death. Ha! It's not your junior's turn to speak and teach if you can block it or not. As Tang Hao said that, he couldn't help but increase his soul power output, making his soul power defense stronger. He became more and more determined that Shifuyu was tricking himself into exposing his back to him so that he could take advantage of it. But even so, the crowd didn't forget to defend while retreating towards the back. The scene looked comical. This guy is so strong. The hearts of the surrounding people were filled with shock when they saw this scene. Thousand Feathers was simply too strong. So strong that it was a bit desperate. I'm afraid that the golden generation of the Martial Spirit Hall is just like a firefly competing with the White Moon when compared to him, and is not at a level at all. At the same time, the Shrek crowd in a corner were stunned. Is this the true power of Shifuyu? So strong. Oscar's voice trembled. Although he felt that Shifuyu was strong before, he didn't have much of a concept. I think he is just relying on a 100,000-year-old soul ring to show off. But when he meets a real strong person, he still has to kneel. However, now, seeing that even a sealed Douluo had to be forced to retreat, he realized how naive his thoughts were. Little Feather is so powerful. So many soul Douluo, sealed Douluo powerhouses are no match for him. Ning Rongrong had a bright smile on her face, and her eyes twinkled with stars, filled with admiration and love for Qianyu. She instinctively didn't want to bother about the fact that Shifuyu had even affected herself just now. After all, Feather is so good looking that she must not have done it on purpose. But it still wouldn't do to apologize to me. Thinking about this, Ning Rongrong puffed out her cheeks in anger. When Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword arrive, they must let Shifuyu coax themselves properly, or they will never be forgiven. Just then, the master in Flanders and the others limped over. Blood was spilling from the corners of their mouths, and they had obviously suffered considerable injuries. The Grandmaster looked toward Tang San and angrily questioned, "Sanner, how could you do this to me? We put so much trust in you. And you're asking us to carry Shifuyu's move with our lives. If it wasn't for Boss FO fighting for his life and blocking most of the damage for me, this old life of mine would have been accounted for there." Tang San ignored the master's dissatisfaction. His pupils plummeted as he watched the blood-colored scenes that were like the future. Without the slightest resistance, His own father was brutally twisted into a ball of broken flesh. Tang Shan forced down the fear in his heart and tried to open his mouth to remind his father, but the distant thousand feathers seemed to have sensed something. As he turned his head and glanced toward Tang San, although that glance was calm, it was as if it was pinching his heart hard across time and space, making it difficult for him to breathe. Pust! Tang San heavily spat out a large mouthful of blood, taking the crowd by surprise. Oscar rushed to give him a bite of sausage. No way? To be able to kill someone with just a look, or from such a distance. Is this guy a monster? Ma Hongjun swallowed hard, and the fat on his body couldn't stop shivering. The crowd fell into silence, all of them chilled at the bottom of their hearts, not daring to say much. If you can escape from my hands today, I Yunshan. Oh no! I Qianyu will cancel all previous grudges. Thousand Feathers laughed lightly, his voice was very calm, and everyone could feel the creepy confidence and indifference between his words. This sentence, old man, returned to you. Today you can escape from our hands. I, Douluo, guarantee that no one in the Tiando Empire will come after you, but will instead treat you as a guest. Dokubo let out a cold snort as the venom of the Snake Emperor filled the air, coloring it with a touch of turquoise. It's just that this statement might have been a little more convincing if you ignored the faster pace of his retreat. Tang Hao said in a cold voice, Kid, hurry up and return my soul bone. The things of the Haotian sect are not something you can take. He felt the soul power level in his body that was rapidly decreasing, and his eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. Give it back? Are you being funny? Shifuyu froze slightly and cocked his head as if pondering something. That dopey look didn't know how many girls excused him in their hearts, thinking that he was just young and ignorant to be like that. But in the next second, Qianyu's words caused everyone to fall into an ice cellar. It seems that when we settle you guys in a while, we still have to be careful not to hurt the soul bones, otherwise how unfortunate it would be if they were damaged. You! Tang Hao's eyes widened in anger, but he didn't dare to act rashly. At this moment, knowing that Qianyu was storing up his strength, but no one dared to go up and be the leader. Otherwise, in their current state, no matter who received another round of Ultra, Divine Luo Tianquan would surely die. Humph. Big talk. Dokubo snorted coldly, but his eyes still flashed with an imperceptible color of panic. This is impossible. Is this kid a monster? Where did he get so much soul power? Meng Shinji lost his voice and shouted, as he and the three great teaching committees looked at each other, both seeing the fear in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, in the middle of another corner, Qian Renxue and Gu Yuna, after hearing the word Yunshan, the two of them glanced at each other, and in their hearts, they both began to suspect that Xiaoyu had already been taken over by some old monster. The more they thought about it, the more they felt it was possible. Otherwise it was impossible for Qianyu to suddenly become so cruel and ruthless. Chapter 109, Spatial Strangulation. Rampage. Gu Yuna frowned. If Xiaoyu had really been taken over, then it was impossible that the silver dragon bloodline she had left in his body would not react. With this thought, her spiritual energy quickly swept towards Qianyu, only to find that the silver dragon bloodline had actually entered the silver dragon Zun ring. Gu Yuna was shocked in her heart. What was going on? What kind of person? Surprisingly spying on this clan. Then be prepared to leave your life behind. Spatial strangulation. Rampage. Shifuyu sensed that someone was spying and shifted the target of his attack without the slightest hesitation. This kind of existence that could penetrate one's spiritual protection and thus spy on one was by no means ordinary. His 5 fingers clenched, and the strangling force from the space element covered thousands of meters around him. All of a sudden everything in front of him turned into a void. Even the air was completely obliterated. A huge spatial crack, like a giant mouth, swallowed everything. Gu Yuna reacted extremely quickly, grabbing the three-eyed golden gaby and Qian Renxue and dodging the attack in a thrilling manner. Qian Renxue was so frightened that her face turned pale. If this strike was struck, she would definitely die without a burial site. What made her feel even more aggrieved was that Qianyu would do it to herself, which made her feel as if her heart was twisting and her eyes instantly turned red. Shifuyu probed with his mental power. After not sensing a breath of life, it withdrew its gaze and returned it to its eyes, only to see that at this moment, Tang Hao was carrying countless bloody wounds on his body, floating on the ground like a rag. The strong physical body of a sealed Douluo seemed to have become a joke at this moment. This strike actually ripped through the void. Tang San fell to his knees in despair, looking at the thousands of meters long space crack in the sky. His heart was filled with powerlessness. The cosmic stars behind the rift are so beautiful, yet so crisis-ridden. Are you kidding me? What the hell kind of monster are we fighting? One soldier dropped his weapon in despair and shouted what everyone else was saying. Is this soul ring and soul bone really that important? So many people died all because of this idiot prince. Another soldier punched Avalanche hard in the face, knocking him to the ground with anger and despair in his eyes. Avalanche fell to the ground, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. but he didn't dare make the slightest sound. He desperately buried his head in the dirt for fear of being discovered by Shifuyu. Right at this moment, a green light fell from the sky and finally transformed into a humanoid figure, which was clearly Douluo. He fell to the ground all over the place. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just used the biphosphor divine light to circumvent some of the damage, I'm afraid that he would have long been reduced to nothingness at this moment. But even so also fell into a martial soul true body broken. A body cultivation almost all waste of the miserable end. Doguian stepped forward to catch him, her eyes filled with tears as she cried out in a trembling voice, "Grandpa!" Seeing this, Yi Lingling hurriedly cast a healing soul skill, barely slowing down the flow of Dokubo's life force. "Goose, don't cry." Dokubo lifted his head with difficulty, his eyes full of love. "Grandpa, can have a granddaughter as good as you. Have no regrets in this life." After saying that, he fainted, his breath weak as if it would completely dissipate at any time. On the battlefield, there was a dead silence, broken only by the occasional gasps and moans of the seriously injured. However, Chen Yu just quietly watched the scene with no ripples in his eyes. After making sure that there were no longer any threats around him, he closed his eyes, intending to awaken his egoic consciousness. Just then, Dokuragain angrily charged towards Shifuyu. "Shifuyu, we surrender. We apologize to you. I'm sorry, is that okay? Can you let us go now? Oh, don't you just want us to recognize your power? You demon! You shall not die. Oh, what did we do wrong for you to do this to us?" All the people were aroused by Doguian's words. They stood or knelt, their gazes filled with resentment and disbelief towards Qianyu. They didn't understand. Didn't they just want to dig up the root of Shifuyu's soul bone and then obtain the secrets on Shifuyu's body? They were contributing to the soul master world. How could Shifuyu be so cruel? How dare you fight back and kill so many people? You're just not human. In the face of the crowd's shouts and accusations, Shifuyu's face did not fluctuate. He slowly opened his eyes, with a fierce killing intent in his eyes. He felt that as a qualified villain, it was necessary to cut off the roots and eliminate the future. The crisis has not been lifted, and the ego consciousness does not need to be awakened. The original sin of mankind is greed and selfishness, which has no need to exist and needs to be removed. Why do I feel like she's provoking Feather? Mai muttered in a small voice, always having an uneasy feeling in her heart. Alas, these noble children are used to living a high life, and nowadays they can't let go of their stature even if they apologize. But they don't think about who they are talking to right now. Oscar shook his head with a complicated expression. Right at this moment, the silver dragon Zun ring behind Qianyu unexpectedly dissipated, and the suffocating pressure on him disappeared. He slowly landed on the ground and looked at Dokuragain, calmly asking, "You are not wrong, nor am I. The black and white of this world can never be separated by a single word of right or wrong. The weak and the strong is supposed to be the law of this world. If you want to blame it on you guys being too weak. If it's me who loses today, then I won't end up half as good as you guys. You will part me like a jackal, without a trace of mercy, will you not?" Shifuyu's voice was indifferent, as if all emotions were stripped away, leaving only the purest logic and facts. His gaze swept across the battlefield, finally resting on the unconscious Tang Hao. Dokuragain's crying stopped abruptly, and she stared at Qianyu with wide, unbelievable eyes. The surrounding crowd was also stunned. The words of accusation stuck in their throats, and for a moment no one spoke again. Thousand Feathers walked slowly towards Tang Hao and stretched out his hand, a silver-colored divine light flaring up in his hand. "Wait, Shifuyu, what do you want?" Tang San looked at Qianyu, gritted his teeth and roared angrily, hurriedly blocking in front of him. "Is that even a question? Kill a man for his bones and finish this rotten project, and get out of the way. You're in my way." Thousand Feathers' mighty pressure crushed over Tang San's body, and Tang San instantly fell to his knees. "Shifuyu, please let my father go." Tang San buried his head in the ground in humiliation, his tone filled with despair and pleading. "Fine, then you cut off your father's left leg," Shifuyu said indifferently, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Tang San's body trembled violently at the words, and he raised his head to look at Qianyu, his eyes filled with disbelief and anger. You devil, you're not even human." Chapter 110, The Flame of Destruction That Burns Down All Things. "I don't understand why it's as if you're saying another natural thing when you want to take my soul bone. Now why would you think I'm making too much of a demand?" Thousand Feathers gently shook his head, bypassing Tang San and walking over to Tang Hao. Lifting his hand and waving it, Tang Hao's leg turned into a mass of broken flesh. A crystal-clear soul bone appeared in his palm. Qianyu threw it into the storage space and then stopped bothering with it. Tang San watched this scene with his eyes, his face becoming twisted with rage, turning his head to the others and shouting angrily, "Are you guys just going to watch? I don't understand what you guys are afraid of. This demon is already exhausted. As long as you defeat him, then the secrets of his mighty power, as well as the 100,000-year-old soul bones, will all be yours. What are you guys waiting for? Are you going to wait for this demon to recover and cut us all down? By Tang San's words, some people who were originally fearful surfaced greed in their eyes again. Yeah, Shifuyu used such a powerful soul skill that even the aura behind him disappeared. Previously, they had almost killed him even with their siege, and now that he was exhausted, it was the best opportunity. It can be said that in addition to the big heart, there is basically no one who can still stay here is timid, and those who were less courageous fled as early as the beginning of the war. Everyone, let's go together. Decapitate this demon and divide his soul bones. Solitary Goose roared in a stern voice, and then took the lead in launching an attack. Seeing someone take the lead, dozens of people responded. They rushed towards Qianyu and threw all sorts of soul techniques out like no money. Tianmeng couldn't help but panic a little at the sight of this scene. After all, Qianyu's wave of spatial strangulation just now was close to wiping out his millions of years of savings. Little feather, why don't we run? If we get caught in another siege, I'm afraid we'll really die. Tianmeng's voice carried a bit of anxiety. Shut up. Qianyu's eyes were still cold enough to chill the heart. He used various stances to deftly dodge the attacks. Every turn and every jump was just right, and it was a pleasing sight to watch. The crowd became even more excited after seeing that Shifuyu didn't counterattack and instead began to dodge. Once God will bleed, then he is no longer invincible. Brothers, work harder. As long as we get our hands on this kid's secret, this emperor will heavily reward us. Seeing this, Avalanche stopped playing dead at this point. He bumbled and stepped forward with Prince Snowstar, loudly motivating the crowd. At that, the crowd fought even more vigorously. Even Flanders and Lu Erlong joined in. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojiang also ran over with the intention of forming a golden iron triangle with the two of them. Lu Erlong Flanders, to use the fusion technique to deliver a fatal blow to Qianyu. After each of the three stood back up, a dazzling golden holy light began to emerge. Qiyu, didn't expect it, did you? Your anal uncle, I'm still alive and have prepared a big surprise for you. Today is your end, Jade Little Anus said with some dejection, but the next moment a sharp pain spread throughout his body. Only his hand twisted rapidly in the opposite direction, almost torn and broken, and Shifuyu had appeared behind him at some point, stomping on his back with such force that it almost drove him into the ground. Ah, that hurts. My hand, my hand. Shifuyu, let go of your foot. I'm your mother's lover. How dare you do this to me? Yu Xiaojiang's face twisted in pain as he wailed loudly. Seeing Shifuyu start to launch an attack, at once everyone was like being poured a pot of cold water from head to foot, and involuntarily stopped their movements. Qiyu, what are you doing? Little Anus is the guide of the entire Soul Master world, the first theoretical master of the Soul Master world. Without the Little Anus, the entire Soul Master world theory would have to regress thousands of years. Aren't you afraid of being spurned by the world if you do this? When Lu Erlong saw that Yu Xiaojiang was in trouble, he immediately became unhappy and pointed at Qianyu and questioned loudly. She rushed to Shifuyu, anxiously trying to pull him away, but bizarrely, Shifuyu just slightly sidestepped and didn't block. It even went so smoothly that Ryu Erlong himself felt a bit incredulous. However, Thousand Feathers' next sentence caused everyone to be chilled to the bone, inhibiting them from wanting to run away. You have disappointed me in your original sin, which is greed and ignorance. You are arrogant, selfish, unrepentant, and beyond redemption. I, for one, shall send judgment to purify your souls. The flame of extinction that burns everything will cover the land and bring everything back to chaos. Shifuyu's voice was cold and majestic. That vast and incomparable voice spread through the consciousness and echoed in everyone's heart. In the middle of Heavenly Dipper City, everyone suddenly lurched for it, their minds going blank. They looked up and stared blankly at the sky that had been as black as ink since a moment ago. In the dark sky, a streak of purple lightning swam like a dragon, and the sound of thunder boomed deafeningly. A fatal sense of crisis enveloped their hearts at once, and the intense uneasiness made them almost unable to breathe. Shifuyu's eyes were empty and godless, but they had a divine glow flickering in them. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing up. In less than a moment, an invisible fluctuation covered the entire sky. The countless black clouds began to change drastically as if they had been called upon. The light of the sun loomed behind the clouds, but in the next second all the light was swallowed by darkness, as if the whole world had been dragged into an endless abyss. Boom! A pitch-black firelight blossomed in the sky like a firework, but it instantly lit up the entire sky. Yes, the sky is burning. Everyone sincerely sensed the destructive intent contained in that flame. The surface of the ground was as if it was on a grill, and the temperature rose so dramatically that even the air shivered. Hey, 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 this is too much. Feather, wake up, don't fall asleep. Let's talk about it. Don't move to destroy the world. Skydream was in a hurry in the mental space. At the same time there was some smugness in his heart. It turns out I'm so. Little Feather can drag the entire world into the abyss of destruction by merely obtaining a portion of my soul power? However, it was as if Shifuyu hadn't heard Skydream's cries. His eyes grew more and more vacant, and he just mechanically raised his left hand and gave it a little wave. All of a sudden the sky-rushing flames began to pour out towards the crowd below. Within the flames, countless purple lightning flickered, like the fire of hell, carrying the power to destroy everything. The crowd looked at the sea of fire that enveloped the entire sky, and they couldn't even raise the thought of escaping. All that could be done was to sit on his knees and close his eyes in despair, waiting for death to come. Chapter 111 A,000 Feathers of Destruction. This moment was the time of judgment. Shifuyu, we know we're wrong, please let us go. The Avalanche Emperor broke down and cried out. His tears and snot mashed together in a mess, looking woefully out of shape. Yu Xiaojiang was helped up by Lu Erlong. Looking at the spreading flames in the sky, his eyes were also filled with panic. He said in a trembling voice, Qian Yu, you can't kill me. Donger won't let you go if I die. Tang San also sat paralyzed in despair, his heart ashen, his mouth muttering, is this the power of the gods? While Xiaomai rushed forward with tearful eyes and tightly gripped Qian Yu's hand, pleadingly saying, Feather, stop. This world may not be good enough, but he's still full of love and hope. Don't let the pain of the past torment you. At this moment all the people were terrified and prayed for Shifuyu's forgiveness. They begin to apologize. They begin to repent. They begin to feel ashamed of the greed and selfishness they once had. However, regardless of whether these people are crazy shouting or desperate prayers, Qian Yu is ignored. There was not the slightest fluctuation of emotion in those empty eyes. Thousand Feathers figure instantly appeared in the sky, his palm pressing downward. The flames in the sky were like a wild tide that had been summoned, surging and pouring down mercilessly towards the crowd on the ground. It is over, and this is the moment of judgment. Meanwhile on the other side, Gu Yuna couldn't help but snort with laughter as she looked at Qian Renxue's sad and tearful appearance. He went up and pinched Qian Renxue's little face, teasingly saying, you seem to be such a crybaby from way back. Aren't you angry? Little Feather has attacked even you. Qian Renxue wiped away the tears on her face and glared angrily at Gu Yuna. That's not Feather. That's just an imposter. Didn't you just hear him call himself Yun Shan? And this temperament, this tone of voice doesn't look like Feather's usual self in any way. Little Feather, but he loves me the most. He would never take a shot at me because he and I are in love with each other. Heart to heart. The three-eyed golden guy-beast was at first angry and stomped its feet, but later on, not knowing what came to mind, its tone became shy, and its face was covered with a reddish color. Two lovers? Two hearts? Are you sure? Gu Yuna cast a sidelong glance at the three-eyed golden guy-beast, her tone filled with skepticism. Of course I'm sure. You didn't see that when I was injured just now. Feather was willing to go against the world for me. The three-eyed golden guy-beast's face was filled with joy, that little tail wagging, and the two big round eyes flashing with happiness. Gu Yuna looked at this appearance of the three-eyed golden guy-beast and couldn't help but feel a little tasteless in her heart, and then with some annoyance, she went to pluck the hairs that had just grown on his head. However, the three-eyed golden guy-beast was prepared for this and dodged it with a sideways turn, and even provocatively spat its tongue at Gu Yuna. Sister Gu Yuna, you're not jealous of me, are you? The three-eyed golden beast smiled cheekily. Gu Yuna glared at the three-eyed golden guy-beast and said without a trace of humor, I would be jealous of you? Joke. I, Gu Yuna, would be jealous of an underage little fox? Humph, you're just jealous of me. Jealous that Little Feather likes me and not you. The three-eyed golden guy-beast crossed its arms and huffed. Enough! Stop it you two! Qian Renxue suddenly shouted, interrupting the somewhat childish bickering between the two, and asked with some concern, you mean to say that Little Feather is under someone's control? I told you how my Little Feather could have become so brutal. Humph, whoever dares to occupy Little Feather's body, I won't let you go. After Qian Renxue finished speaking, the angelic sacred sword appeared in her hand, and with a spread of the feathered wings behind her, she rushed towards Qian Yu. Ugh, wait a minute, take it easy. Gu Yuna hurriedly pulled her back. That strong force almost yanked off Qian Renxue's wings alive. You let go of me. I'm going to save Feather. Qian Renxue struggled with some pain, her face filled with stubbornness. Okay, listen to me. Little Feather wasn't taken over. Little Feather is merely placing her consciousness deep in the sea of consciousness and is fighting with her bloodline instincts, without self-awareness. It should have been my spiritual power that provoked his self-protection just now, and that's why he attacked us. Gu Yuna quickly analyzed the current situation of Shifuyu. Having the dragon god's wise godhood, Shifuyu's secrets were barely hidden in her eyes. After all, this child usually didn't want to take care of himself, so he liked to hide in the fantasy world constructed by himself in the depths of his sea of consciousness, unwilling to face the strife of reality. Are you saying that little feather is now in an unconscious state? Then, what should we do now? Qian Renxue sniffed, her eyes slightly relieved, but it still felt as if there was a huge boulder pressing down on her heart, making her gasp for air. What else can we do? Of course it's to find a way to wake him up. Don't worry, I'm familiar with this matter. Just beat up the kid if he doesn't listen. Gu Yuna clasped her hands to her chest, feeling the familiar power on the silver dragon dignity ring. She seriously doubted that it was from Furuki. Could it be that that guy Guyu doesn't know enough when he has most of the Silver Dragon King's power and is still thinking of monopolizing Xiaoyu? Gu Yuna was taken aback by the idea, but soon the more she thought about it, the more likely she felt it was. No, I can't let that happen. Feather has enough with me as a dragon. Gu Yuna's silver teeth were clenched, her fists were clenched, and the aura around her body was climbing. Why do I get the feeling that little Feather and those Shrek girls have a bit of a shady relationship? A dangerous gleam flashed in Qian Renxue's eyes. Little Feather can only belong to me alone, even if I break his limbs. Lock him up and never allow anyone to get their hands on him either. If you don't say it, I've forgotten. That dead rabbit dared to seduce little Feather. It seems like we need to find some time to teach her a good lesson. Gu Yuna snorted coldly, a trace of coldness flashing in her eyes. Just as the two girls reached a consensus that they intended to teach the two girls, Xiao Dance and Ning Rongrong, who didn't know the heights of heaven. The three-eyed golden guibeast pointed to the sky and asked somewhat uneasily, Sister Gu Yuna, have you two ever felt that the sky seems to be a bit off? At those words, Gu Yuna and Qian Renxue looked up, only to see the entire sky filled with endless black mist. A purple thunderbolt traveled through the black mist with a deafening sound. Qian Renxue and Gu Yuna both froze. However, before serving they reacted. An icy voice then traveled to everyone's heart through spiritual power. I, for one, shall rain down judgment to purify your souls. The flame of extinction that burns everything will cover the land and bring everything back to chaos. This is the moment of judgment. Chapter 112, The Wrath of the Goddess of Life. Shifuyu vs. Chidori. When Qian Renxue and Gu Yuna heard this, both of their minds went blank as they stared blankly at the sea of fire that covered the entire dome of the sky. What kind of power is this? Qian Renxue asked with a trembling voice. Gu Yuna tightened her brows, a flash of gravity in her eyes. This is the flame attached to Little Feather's first soul skill, blazing angel wings? But that's too big a range. If we let him fall, I'm afraid that not only will Heavenly Dipper City be destroyed, but it might even spread to the entire Douluo continent. After all, that's the fire of extinction that will never be extinguished. When Qian Renxue heard this, her heart was shocked, and she couldn't think too much, and with a spread of the feathered wings behind her, she rushed towards Qianyu. Feather, wake up, Qian Renxue chanted. The soul ring on her body lit up, and a bright angelic holy light blasted towards Qianyu. However, it was easily swallowed by the black flames wrapped around Qianyu, failing to raise even a single ripple. At the same time, in another place above Tendu City, Chihiro came to the sky above Heavenly Dipper City and looked at the black flames that covered the entire sky, and then his entire body was dumbfounded. That blazing temperature, even he felt a bit uncomfortable. It could be said that if it wasn't stopped, most of the people in the entire Heavenly Dipper City were afraid that they would be roasted. But when he saw that the culprit was Qianyu, he froze on the spot, and then his eyes filled with rage. He would never allow his grandson to fall into darkness. The holy six-winged angels must not tolerate the slightest defilement. Stop it, Feather! Without the slightest hesitation, Qian Dao directly opened his martial soul true body. At the same time a terrifying angelic holy light blasted into the firmament. However, the seemingly invulnerable angelic holy light, in the moment it touched the black flames, was like a mud cow entering the sea, without stirring up any waves. You know that Shifuyu had ignited all the clouds in the entire sky, not even the ozone layer, which was located 10,000 meters above the Douluo continent. A huge hole appeared in the ozone layer the moment it was ignited by this extinguishing flame. Ultraviolet rays mercilessly penetrated this cavity with flames pouring down, causing a knife-like sting to be felt on everyone's skin. In the streets, people panicked and fled, looking for shelter from the UV rays. The cries of children and the lamentations of the elderly were heard. Chihiro closed his eyes in agony at the sight. He couldn't understand how the once kind, gentle little group of people had become what they were today. When did those eyes, once clear in their ignorance, become so cold and empty? A twinge ran through Chidori Ryu's heart. If he had saved Shifuyu Claw Bibi Dong from his clutches that day, wouldn't he have been able to prevent all of this from happening? Feather, I was wrong. Grandpa will use his life to make up for the mistake you made today, but Grandpa can never watch you walk towards the abyss of destruction. Angelic glory, the judgment of purification. Chihiro's voice carried endless remorse, but was filled with determination, only to see that his martial spirit possessed his body, and his body glowed with a great deal of light. A huge golden pillar of light descended from the sky, carrying the power to purify all evils and sins, pointing directly at where Qianyu was. Third soul skill energy manipulation burning sky dragon formation. When Qianyu saw this, the 100,000-year-old soul ring on his body lit up. At once, the entire sea of fire was shaken, and countless black flame giant dragons greeted towards that huge golden light pillar from all directions. The fire dragon and the pillar of light collided together, erupting in a deafening roar. Although the angelic holy light was strong, it dissipated in the air under the impact of the constant stream of fire dragons. Chihiro's face remained unchanged, and his 99-level extreme Douluo soul power was fully activated. Instantly summoned an angelic shield to block all those fire dragons from his body. Then, with a spread of the feathered wings behind him, he transformed into a stream of light, crashing through countless flame dragons and appearing in front of Qianyu. That extreme speed didn't even give Thousand Feathers time to react. Rolling tears flowed from Chihiro's eyes, but he still firmly chopped towards Shifuyu. Qian Renxue saw this and hurriedly voiced, "Grandpa, don't! That's Little Feather." Her voice was tinged with sobs, causing Chidori Ryu's movements to lurch, and the angelic holy sword stopped less than a centimeter from Shifuyu's neck, trembling slightly. But even so, the sharp sword Chi still cut a large bloody gash in Chiyu's neck, and blood instantly dyed his lapel red. Within the sea of consciousness, Tianmeng's eyes were filled with anxiety as she hurriedly spoke out to persuade. "Little Feather, run! That old man is a level 99 extreme Douluo. You can't beat him at all." However, Shifuyu acted as if he hadn't heard Skygream's dissuasion, just silently covering his neck. He wanted that wound, but realized that his soul power was nearing its limit. He could only watch as large swathes of blood spilled from his fingertips, staining his hands red. His eyes were hollow and confused, but they quickly dissolved into determination. "Even if my body dies and my soul perishes, I will still wash away the filth in this world. These filthy souls don't deserve to exist in the world at all." After saying that, it was as if he had given up on dropping all the flames from the entire sky. Instead, they chose to control the countless pillars of flaming light falling towards the heavenly Dipper city. Tianmeng's voice was tinged with tears. "Little you, what are you doing? This will kill countless innocent people. Come to your senses. God Realm, Temple of Destruction. Violet, are you satisfied now? I wonder if Little Feather's current will to destroy can give you, the God King of Destruction, any pleasure." The goddess of life's face was icy cold, and her chest was heaving up and down, obviously furious. The god of destruction fell silent, somewhat sheepishly avoiding the goddess of life's gaze. When the goddess of life saw that the god of destruction didn't answer, her anger increased. "What exactly did you do to little you? Why did he become like this?" The god of destruction sighed and said, Green. You know, after all, that's how Rakshasa guides the inheritors as well. It's a tradition unique to our dark divine system. Besides, I can't be blamed for this. If Shifuyu hadn't been madly abused and tortured by Bibi Dong as a child, could he have become so extreme? The god of destruction really didn't want to take the blame for this. He was merely channeling Shifuyu's negative emotions a little, hoping to stir up his desire for power. After all, the most Bibi Dong can do is become insanely paranoid, kill people, and occasionally hammer his subordinates. Moreover, she had devoured so many residual souls of evil thoughts, and she wasn't fine, and was even on the verge of becoming a god. The god of destruction saw that Bibi Dong was so positive about cultivation, so he followed suit. But he really did not expect that this kid, Qian Yu, would be the first to destroy the world after having strength. Good boy. Other villains say destroying the world is just talk, but you're really doing it. Chapter 113, The Angelic God Descends. Heart of Light. Enough. You lunatic. I can't believe you're using Rakshasa as an example. The god Rakshasa guides the inheritors for vengeance and depravity. You, on the other hand, are for destruction. Do you realize how many innocent lives you're going to harm by doing this? The goddess of life was literally shaking with anger. How long has it been since this asshole Violet hooked up with that crazy bastard Rakshasa again? If she hadn't known that the god of destruction had a sense of propriety, she would have wondered if he was the Rakshasa god having an affair. The god of destruction's face also became gloomy. Even though he was familiar with the goddess of life, he was a little upset at being pointed at and scolded like this. Besides, is it really wrong to lead the inheritors to extremes? Shifuyu is the future god of destruction. How can one be worthy of the title of god of destruction if he treats his enemies with mercy? Green. You're not being too motherly. The god of destruction snorted coldly. This world is meant to be a world where the strong are honored, and the weak eat the strong. Besides, those so-called innocent people you talk about, are they really innocent? How much of their pampered lives are based on the suffering of others? Shifuyu is just going through a necessary purification. After all, Tiando City was the imperial capital. Which person here didn't have blood or sin on their hands? From the nobles to the commoners, everyone enjoyed the top resources of this continent. But how many people ever cared about the source of these resources? Who is the voice of those exploited and oppressed lives? The goddess of life sniffed and trembled with anger. You're being forceful. Destruction is never indiscriminate killing and destruction. It's about creating a better order. But look at you. And look at Shifuyu. What have you all twisted the true meaning of destruction into? The god of destruction gave dry silence. You're talking to me? A god of destruction. About the true law of destruction. That's not funny. It was only after a long time that he spoke somewhat helplessly. Well, Green, I admit that you're right about everything. And it's now imperative to undo this disaster that has yet to happen. But that being said, the god of destruction would rather Shifuyu go to extremes than be a Madonna. If the god of destruction was thinking about love all day long, how could he be assured of handing over the entire god realm to Qianyu? It's good to know. If little you really destroys the Douluo continent, then our relationship will be over. With that, the goddess of life drew up a divine decree and passed it on to the angelic god. She was told to come down to the realm immediately to stop Chiyu's crazy behavior, and at the same time to bring the heart of light to Chiyu to change his brutal nature of heart. The goddess of life didn't choose to go on her own. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold back from striking out at Chiyu and completely obliterating him. Douluo continent, Tian-do city. Qian Renxue was trying to go up and restrain him after dodging one of Qianyu's flame attacks. But the next moment the entire person lurched as terrifying angelic divine power erupted from within her body. Her eyes became radiant and dazzling, and the six-winged angel's shadow behind her solidified as a divine and inviolable aura filled the air. Angels descend. Accompanied by Qian Renxue's low chant, the angel god's divine sense merged perfectly with her, and her strength took a qualitative leap at this moment. The angelic god opened his eyes and with a wave of one hand, the flames that covered the entire sky were not under the control of Shifuyu and dispersed towards the surroundings, revealing the starry sky that was covered by the flames. Horrible ultraviolet radiation shines directly on the earth because of the disappearance of the ozone layer. When the angel god saw this, he couldn't help but have a bit of a headache as well. This kid's ability to destroy the environment was really one of a kind. That's an angel. The angelic god has manifested. Great. We are saved. Countless people below were cheering. At that time, he also saw the huge six-winged angel in the sky, as well as the brilliant divine light that filled the sky, and his heart was filled with excitement. Could that person be one of the three great ultimate Douluo of the current generation? Known as the Invincible in the Skies, the Martial Spirit Hall's Grand Provider, the Martial Spirit Hall's Douluo Hall and Provider Hall's Hall Master, Chihiro? Prince Snowstar looked at Chi Daolu high above the sky, a hint of awe flashing in his eyes. Rumor had it that Qian Daolu had long since stepped into the realm of demigods, just a hair's breadth away from being able to peer into the mysteries of gods and goddesses, and was one of the true underpinnings of the Palace of Martial Spirits. The others were also shocked at the words, and they all looked towards the Thousand Road stream, but they saw a scene that caused everyone to be shocked, only to see Chihiro standing respectfully to the side, hands clasped together, reverently saluting cheering Yuki in the sky, mouthing the words, "Welcome to the descent of the Supreme God." The angel god didn't pay any attention to Chidori Ryu's salute. With a wave of his arm, Shifuyu was grabbed by an invisible force and sucked into her hands. She said, slightly disgruntled, "This god has come down to the realm twice all because of you, little guy. I didn't expect you to want to exterminate the world this time. Worthy of being the inheritor of the god king of destruction. The Rakshasa god inheritor is really nothing compared to you." Thousand Feathers was silent as a sword of destruction appeared in his hand and slashed towards the angelic god. The angelic god general easily snatched it into his hands and carefully examined the sword of destruction. She then gave a firm grip, and countless angelic divine power surged out of her hand. The dark element of the sword of destruction was dissolving, and it was suddenly transformed into a white angelic holy sword. "Here, back to you." The angelic god tossed the transformed angelic holy sword to Shifuyu with a bit of teasing in his eyes. Shifuyu froze, looking at the angelic sacred sword that was emitting a radiant element of light, and suddenly felt less inclined to want it. This is starting to smack on, but you have to take what this god gives you even if you don't want it. The angelic god's voice carried a hint of coldness. That angelic holy sword directly penetrated Shifuyu's heart. Bright red blood seeped out of the corner of Qianyu's mouth, and his heart was instantly burned out by the sun-true flame, and he was about to fall to the ground. "Lord Angel God, wait! Thousand Feathers is the grandson of the old man, and there is also the bloodline of your angel clan in his body, so please have mercy, Lord Angel God." Seeing this, Chihiro's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly stepped forward to plead for mercy. Qian Renshue's body was also full of resistance, and tears slid down in her eyes. "I didn't expect the angel god to use his own body to strike at Feather. If little Feather died, then he himself would never live alone. The angelic god sensed Qian Renxue's resistance and was about to explain something when an icy voice came from the void. Weedy bird, you seek death. Gu Yuna held the silver dragon holy lance in her hand and charged towards the angelic god with furious elemental power. That massive divine power almost caused the entire sky to be dyed a silver white. However, the angelic god just snorted coldly and cupped Shifuyu's neck in his palm, causing Gu Yuna's attack to stop hard a few centimeters away. Chapter 114, Qian Yu awakens. It's over. It's a big deal. He, you silly dragon has turned into this appearance and still dares to strike at this god. But this god didn't come down to the realm for you this time. Don't worry. Things haven't reached the point of no return. And this kid doesn't have to die. When the angelic god finished speaking, he shoved the heart of light towards the fairy's heart. That simple and rough technique made Gu Yuna's heart tremble as she watched. Fearing that Qian Yu couldn't hold on and directly fell there, she had the heart to stop it, but she was unable to move by a single look from the angel god, and could only look at Qian Yu with tears in her eyes and heartache. Light and darkness, destruction and life. These four distinct forces clashed and collided crazily within Qian Yu's body, as if they wanted to tear his body into pieces. Shifuyu couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. His eyes became crimson, his body's veins rippled, and his entire body seemed to be experiencing endless torture. Well, I'll go back to the god realm first. Chihiro, keep an eye on this kid. This little guy is a dangerous one. After saying that, the angelic god's divine sense left. As for whether or not Shifuyu would die, this was not even in his consideration. She was merely fulfilling the mission of the goddess of life. For Shifuyu, a six-winged angel who had fallen into darkness and was still thinking of destroying the world. Although he wouldn't be filled with killing intent like Shifuyu, he would never show any mercy either. It was only after half an hour that the energy conflict within Qian Yu's body eased slightly, even though the heart of light had condensed the entire essence of the divine king-level bright holy dragon. However, the true dragon bloodline still dominated and suppressed it. The heart of light could only lie dormant in the depths of Shifuyu's sea of consciousness along with the power of destruction. The light on Shifuyu's body gradually dimmed, and his body fell helplessly, being caught in time by Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna held her in her arms, looking at her miserable little face. Her heart was aching with tears. My cub had done nothing more than a little wrong. Why did he have to endure such inhuman torture? Just then, Shifuyu's eyelids fluttered slightly, seemingly showing signs of awakening. Gu Yuna's heart was delighted and she hurriedly called out Qian Yu's name. Hearing Gu Yuna's words, not only did Shifuyu not wake up, he instead slept even more. After checking the stupid things he had done in his mind, Shifuyu was practically in tears. At the same time, the silver dragon Zunring was also firmly bound by the angelic god with countless divine power chains. Although he was able to corrode those divine power chains himself, his speed was abnormally slow. That is, his decency, his rampage, were all completely shattered by this hand of the angel god. I wonder if this soul beast co-master can return my grandson to the old man. Chidori Ryu's face was unkind, and he instantly recognized Gu Yuna as the silver dragon king who had taken his grandson captive back then. Although the breath looked a bit weak, barely the strength of an ordinary sealed Douluo, who knew if it was a disguise? After all, the Soul Beast clan was insidious and cunning and had to be defended. Kuzuna and Chidori Ryu stared at each other like that for 2 minutes, then shifted their gaze, seemingly a bit shy. Grandpa, hello, my name is Gu Yuna. I'm Little Yu's current girlfriend, Gu Yuna said and shyly lowered her head. He gave a kiss on Shifuyu's face and then hugged Shifuyu tightly as if declaring his sovereignty. Chidori Ryu was so stunned by this scene that he could barely catch his breath. Qian Renxue was also infuriated and trembled, and could not help but open her mouth to curse. You cheeky stinking soul beast, Little Feather is my brother. How can you take advantage of him? And you say you're his girlfriend. Have you ever put me, the main court, in your eyes? Qian Renxue's eyes widened angrily, an icy coldness emanating from her body, and the angelic holy sword in her hand was slightly raised, as if she would launch an attack at Gu Yuna at any moment. Chidori Ryu's eyebrows furiously jumped. How did this scene feel like such a déjà vu? His gaze suspiciously scanned between the two women, Qian Renxue and Gu Yuna. Why does it always feel so much like the scene back then when he and Tang Xiao fought over Purchase? Chihiro was startled by the idea, and looking at the kind of infatuated look Chiren Yuki was giving to Shifuyu, his heart thumped, and he had a vague feeling of something bad. Yuki, you and you are brother and sister. How can you have such feelings for little you? And this soul beast, it doesn't look like a good person in any way. Even though a huge wave had already turned up in his heart, Chihiro decided to settle the matter at hand first. Snowy, come with me. I have something to ask you, Chihiro said in a deep voice before flying towards the Martial Soul Hall branch without looking back. Now that such a big commotion had been made, whether it was to seal the deal or to deter misbehaving forces, he, the Grand Confessor, was needed to step in. Qian Renxue took one step and turned back 3 times, her eyes still fondly sweeping over Qian Yu's face. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and unwillingly follow Chidori Ryu's pace. Gu Yuna looked at Qian Renshue's departing back, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a smug smile. She looked down at Shifuyu in her arms, her eyes filled with infatuation. Feather, you have to wake up soon. Look, I've already been so brave as to tell your grandfather that I'm your girlfriend, so you're responsible for that, you little bastard. Gu Yuna murmured softly in Shifuyu's ear. She then brought Qianyu back to the crown prince's chambers and placed him on the bed, then quietly stood by his side. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed, and the outside world is already in the dark. The information about Thousand Feathers was quickly transmitted to the Martial Spirit Hall as well as the higher-ups of the 2 empires, and the civilians remained in a state of ignorance, only secretly rejoicing in the greatness of the angelic god. The 7 treasures glazed sex office in Tiando City. Daddy, Grandpa Bone, Rongrong misses you so much. That's right, you guys quickly help me catch that bad guy Shifuyu back. That bastard actually dared to steal my heart and leave without saying goodbye. I'm really angry, Ning Rongrong said petulantly as soon as she entered, with a few points of aggression and pouting on her face. Rongrong, don't worry, Dad will definitely seek justice for you. That brat doesn't want to leave Tiando City alive. Ning Fengji's eyes narrowed slightly, his face terribly gloomy. He had already seen the miserable state of the Heavenly Dipper Academy. It was almost leveled to the ground, and there were even places with terrifying black flames burning, and nothing could be extinguished. And the other day if the angel god hadn't shown up in time, then the entire Douluo continent could be reduced to nothing in a sea of fire. And it was a little underage guy who started it all. The thought that the entire world was almost destroyed at the hands of Chuo, as well as Rongrong almost died at his hands. Ning Fengji's eyes then became icy cold. Uncle Bone, what do you think? Ning Fengji turned his head to look at Bone Douluo Gurong on the side. Chapter 115, do you like him? You're craving his body. Bone Douluo gently stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, if the intelligence is not wrong, then this son must not live. This child is only at the soul sect cultivation level and already has such strength. If we let him grow up, the consequences will be unimaginable. When Ning Rongrong heard Bone Douluo's words, she was instantly displeased. I've got the baby all figured out, and you guys want to strangle him? How is this going to work? Grandpa Bone, you can't do this. Qianyu, he is not a bad person. He just lacks love. As long as I sensitize him with love, he can become good. You guys can't hurt him. Ning Rongrong said eagerly, her eyes already brimming with tears. Rongrong, don't be ridiculous. How do you know what love is when you're a child yourself? Besides, that Qianyu has fallen into darkness and is an extremely dangerous existence. Ning Fengji had a black line on his face. Goddamn probation. You're a willful young lady who doesn't touch the water of the sun. You can't do anything. I guess the devil will just slap you to death if he gets impatient. But Daddy, I really like him. He's the first person I've ever liked. If you hurt him, I'll never talk to you again. Ning Rongrong stubbornly raised his head. He had already identified with Qianyu. If there was no Qianyu, she felt that her life would lose its color. Ning Rongrong's persistence caused both Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo to fall silent. Just then, Sword Douluo also flew back on the 7-kill sword and brought the latest news. Fengji, the Snowy Night Emperor asked us to help escort Qianyu to the Judgment Hall of the Heavenly Dipper Palace. That brat is dangerous and must not be taken lightly. What? You guys are going to judge little Yu? I'm going too. Ning Rongrong sniffed and became even more emotional. If he himself could save Shifuyu from the abyss of judgment in front of all eyes, wouldn't he then be able to understand his feelings and thus come around? Ning Rongrong's little head was filled with all sorts of fantasies. In the end, Ning Fengji was still no match for Ning Rongrong's pampering attack, and sighed helplessly, agreeing to take her along to the Heavenly Dipper Palace. Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong were in the carriage, the beautiful river of stars in the sky and the sun high in the 9 heavens. It was so beautiful, so warm, yet so deadly. The sun's rays don't just make for an intense burning sensation, it's more likely to cause lesions and then death for no apparent reason. Even the topmost healing soul masters could do nothing. It was as if the sun as well as the starry sky had been cursed, becoming more terrifying and abnormal than ever before. Inside the Hall of Martial Souls, Bibi Dong's face was filled with disbelief as he looked at the exaggerated information about Shifuyu. One even wondered if someone under his command was amusing himself so that he could send such outrageous information to himself. What about the large-range soul skill that covered thousands of meters or even tens of thousands of meters without moving? And the black flame that almost destroyed the world? Was this really the power that a soul master who was only in his teens and whose soul ring configuration had not yet reached the sealed Douluo level could possess? Forget it. Whatever. It's better to die out. But that old man Chihiro hasn't brought Little Feather back yet? What a waste. Bibidon's eyes narrowed slightly. She really didn't want to wait a moment longer. She thought about hugging Shifuyu's soft body all the time, imagining his clear, watery eyes when he woke up made Bibi Dong's heart itch. However, when he saw that old man Snowy Knight actually wanted to try Little Feather, he was completely unable to sit still. Snowy Knight, how dare you try to judge my Bibi Dong's son? You're really tired of living. No, I can't wait any longer. I'll go myself, and I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Bibi Dong shouted angrily, his body's aura instantly erupting, shaking the entire martial soul hall to the point of slightly trembling. This. Coronation of the Pope. The great provider has already gone to take care of it. If you go like this, Riku Douluo advised with some trepidation. Humph, could it be that Elder Ju has already defected to the Hall of Offerings and no longer has me? The Pope, in his sights? Bibi Dong said angrily, his body radiating a strong killing aura. When Ju Douluo heard this, his face instantly turned pale as he hurriedly fell to his knees and explained fearfully, Coronation Pope, my subordinate is loyal to you and has no second thoughts. It's just that the great provider has already gone to deal with it, and my subordinate is worried that you personally going there will cause unnecessary misunderstandings and conflicts. Misunderstanding? Conflict? So what? Why would my martial soul hall fear a battle? Bibi Dong coldly grunted. She was still eager to start a war? As long as she dared to start a war, she would be able to become a god in a minute and suppress all enemies in this world. With a flash of his figure, Bibi Dong had already sped off in the direction of the Heavenly Dipper Palace. The golden crocodile Douluo hidden in the shadows looked at Bibi Dong's departing back with a grave expression. Surprisingly, he felt a sense of fatal crisis in Bibi Dong. But how is this possible? He is a 98-level super Douluo. Looking at the entire continent, there are only a few that can bring a sense of crisis to himself. But that instantaneous feeling of heart palpitations just now was so real. Golden crocodile Douluo shook his head, thinking that he might have misperceived. Never mind. I'd better go and inform the Grand Confessor. The golden crocodile Douluo's figure flashed, and he also chased after Bibi Dong in the direction he had left. Martial Spirit Hall Branch Hall. ********. Yuki, that's your brother. How can you have such nasty thoughts about him? Chidori Ryu was furious. In all the times he had interacted with this rebellious girl, it was the first time he realized that her mind was so twisted. Qian Renxue knelt on the ground, her eyes full of obstinacy. Grandpa, I don't understand what you're saying. I just like little you. What's wrong with that? You fart. Is that what you like? You're craving his body. You lowlife. Qian Renxue, I'm warning you. If you dare to make a move against your brother, I'll break my legs for you. Chihiro roared, his beard quivering with anger. Is it true that you have the blood of that crazy woman Bibi Dong in your veins? I was expecting a more normal offspring, but I didn't expect a pervert as well. At this moment, even 1,000 feathers to destroy the world Chidori Flo feel all forgiven. After all, growing up normally allows you to have a sister who's this sick. Feather was tortured as a child, so it's normal for her to be a bit psychologically twisted. The more Chihiro thought about it, the more he felt that it was the reasoning, and the look he gave to Chirin Yuki became even more unfavorable. Grandpa, why can't you just understand me? I'm true to little you. If you won't let me be with him, I'll. Chirin cried out in pain, tears sliding down her cheeks. She felt aggrieved that no one had said anything when it was obvious that other people's families were playing with such flowers. Why did he get scolded by his grandfather for just liking a little feather? Chapter 116, Don't force me to use the angel saint if you dare to harm little you again. So what do you do? How dare you threaten me? Chidori Ryu's eyes widened in anger, and he was trembling with rage. Qian Renxue clenched her teeth, her face filled with determination. I'll just run away from home and never return to the Martial Soul Palace again. Oh, and learn to threaten me. Chihiro laughed in anger, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. Qian Renxue, if you dare to wreak havoc on little you again, don't force me to whip you with the angelic holy sword. After Chihiro finished speaking, a terrifying pressure instantly bombarded Qian Renshue's body, sending her flying several meters away and landing heavily on the ground. Qian Renxue only felt the pain as if her internal organs had shifted. Seeing that Chidori Ryu was still trying to take out the angel saint's sword to whip himself, Chirin Yuki pulled out his legs and ran, shouting as he did so, "You old codger don't even understand love. There's no way my love will be bound by the world's eyes. Just wait and see. I will definitely be with little you." Chihiro looked at Chirin Yuki's faraway figure and trembled with anger, but still didn't choose to continue chasing after him. He sighed and arrived at the gate of the Martial Soul Branch Hall, looking in the direction of the sky with worry in his eyes. This big number is probably ruined. It's better to see if the small number can still be saved. Never let Yuki scourge Shifuyu. After all, Thousand Feathers' purifying martial soul had already been mostly purified by angelic divine power, so as long as it was properly guided, it might not be impossible to return to the right path. Great confessor. The group over at the Heavenly Do Empire is furious and wants to put the young lord as well as to capital punishment. You see this. Bishop Salus, the Buckeye Bishop, said as he hurried in, his face full of anxiety. Alas! Regardless of whether it's a grandson or a granddaughter, one or two of them are both unconscionable. It's just, old me will go to the Heavenly Dipper Palace to see if I can save little you's life. Chihiro shook his head helplessly, his figure gradually becoming blurry and eventually disappearing in place. Heavenly Dipper City, the Crown Prince's bedchamber. Little feather. This is the cinnamon soup I made especially for you. Ning Rongrong was wearing a white dress, a sweet smile spreading across her delicate face, and in her hands was a bowl of steaming osmanthus soup. Ning Fengji sat on the eunuch chair to the side, scrutinizing Qian Yu with a grave expression. It had to be said that the teenager in front of him was indeed good-looking, and it was no wonder that he could charm Rongrong, and it seemed very well behaved. A gentle young man, completely unable to see that he could be a big devil who almost destroyed the world. However, being able to marry Rongrong, it was possible to take him under his wing, and he might be a force to be reckoned with in the future. As for what Qian Yu committed, to be honest, no one would go against the 7 treasures glazed sect for some dead people, because dead people have no value in a noble family. Only profit is eternal. As for ordinary people? Who cares about that? Gu Yuehua somewhat jealously wrapped her arms around Qian Yu's waist and glared deathly at Ning Rongrong, but he was soon drawn to Shifuyu's reddened eyes. The corners of the teenager's eyes looked as if they were coated with a halo, revealing a flirtatiousness and softness that did not fit his age. A strong protective desire surged in Gu Yuna's heart. Qian Yu was silent. The feeling of waking up surrounded by 2 sealed Douluos was not pleasant. After obtaining the Heart of Light, his skin became even more crystalline, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. Eyes also full of charm. If the small dance charm were to use soul skills to perform, that 1,000-feather knitted brows and smile between the flow of charm is natural, so that it is difficult to move away from the gaze. The consequence of this was that Qian Yu looked at Ning Rongrong with icy eyes. In the other party's perspective, she herself was shy and affectionate, causing Ning Rongrong to blush. Little feather. You look at me like this. Ning Rongrong's voice was as thin as a gnat. Shifuyu withdrew his gaze and stopped paying attention to her. But the good thing is that these are manageable. It could freely switch between light and darkness, only that every time he switched it would consume a huge amount of his mental and soul power. However, I took into consideration the warning from the god of destruction, and Shifuyu decided that it would be better to take shelter in the light form for the time being. What he had done before was just a bit too much, and even the goddess of life couldn't restrain herself from wanting to wipe herself out. Wrong, come back soon. And that cinnamon soup of yours was bought on the side of the road. Kids don't lie. Ningfeng had a black line on his face. Looking at his precious daughter being so attentive to this brat, his heart was 100 times unhappy. Ning Rongrong stomped her foot and pouted. Daddy, what are you talking about? This is what I personally made for little you. Just then, Sword Douluo whispered towards Ningfengji and said, Fengji, that little girl is very strong. Simply unfathomable. I can't see through him. And from when she appeared just now she should be using a spatial soul skill. If a fight breaks out, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you and Rongrong. And even more frighteningly I just detected that there are no less than 2 sealed Douluo's aura in the shadows. So the situation is a bit tricky. Sword Douluo's face was gloomy. Just now when he tried to make a move against Qian Yu from the shadows, he was actually lightly slapped away by a little girl like Gu Yuna. Even Gu Yuna had the leisure to lie down and pout with Shifuyu, wailing and crying that she was being bullied. Didn't even put himself an old bone. The 2 sealed Douluo, in their eyes. Now it was that no one dared to take the lead and could only be so stalemated. Gu Yuna didn't want to expose her strength so that Xiaoyu wouldn't be wary of her. The 2 Douluo of the spiny dolphin snake spear in the dark are not wanting to expose their identities so as not to jeopardize the grand plan of stealing the country. Qian Yu heartily accepted Ning Rongrong's feeding. The only bad thing about it was that the amount was too small and not enough to eat. Gu Yuna instantly exploded, and Qian Yu thought that she also wanted to eat the osmanthus soup, so she hurriedly handed over the bowl in her hand. But Gu Yuehua snatched it away and glared angrily at Ning Rongrong. He doesn't like to eat this. Don't feed him. Ning Rongrong was startled, and the bowl in her hand unconsciously fell, spilling soup all over the place. She looked at Shifuyu accusingly, her eyes rapidly reddening. Little feather. This wild girl is so fierce. It's not like me who only hearts my brother. Saying that, Ning Rongrong could no longer hold back and jumped forward into Qian Yu's arms, tears sliding down like broken beads. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly when Shifuyu felt the restless little hands around his waist and Gu Yuna's murderous eyes. Ningfengji also watched in horror, fearing that his own daughter would be torn alive by Gu Yuehua. Just as Gu Yuna was about to explode, there was a soft thud outside the door. Qian pushed her way into the room as she scanned and tested the interior. At the sight of Qian Yu being held by Ning Rongrong, a flash of anger flashed through his eyes. But soon, she regained her composure and pretended not to care as she arrived in front of Ning Fengji and saluted. Chapter 117, This Damned Uncontrollable Charm. When Gu Yuna saw Qian Renxue arrive, she directly pulled Ning Rongrong violently away from Qian Yu's arms. He himself pressed up tightly, wrapping his hands around Shifuyu's waist, his little head rubbing hard against Shifuyu's neck. Feather, you have to do something for me. This woman, she bullied me. Gu Yuna's voice carried a few points of aggression, the look as if she was the one being bullied. Qian Renxue knew that Gu Yuna was doing it to herself, and although she was dissatisfied in her heart, she forcefully suppressed it, and asked Ning Fengji, I don't know what teacher has come to call today? Even Uncle Sword and Uncle Bone have come over. I'm afraid it won't be a simple family chat, right? He, Ching-ha. Teacher, I really didn't expect you to hide quite deeply. The corner of Ning Fengji's mouth curled into a smile. This one disciple was able to take out 3 sealed Douluo, the power that can come up with 3 sealed Douluos in this universal world. Besides the Palace of Martial Souls is only that legendary Sea God Island. But he would never believe that Qian Renxue would have a relationship with Sea God Island. Teacher is joking. The student also has no choice. After all, there are too many people who want little Feather's life now. Qian Renxue's eyes flashed and her body tensed, ready to take this one teacher down. Ching-ha, you and he are both men. You are impossible. You should have had a bright future. So why are you putting yourself in harm's way? Ning Fengji said in a serious tone. Teacher, how can you distinguish between male and female for something like feelings? As long as there is love, it's enough, isn't it? Qian Renxue's heartbeat was like a drum, lowered her eyes and looked at Qian Yu somewhat shyly. Only the teenager was still wearing his gifted pajamas at the moment, his blonde hair slightly disheveled. That white skin was lightly flushed, her body was slender, her legs were long, and she was so moving that it was like the most perfect work of art. It was so tempting to undo the clothes that bound him and take in the beauty of every inch of his body. Qian Yu was made uncomfortable by Qian Renxue's blazing gaze, and her snow-white jade-like skin was instantly tinted with a layer of scarlet. He looked slightly sideways, avoiding the overly direct look. The watery mist in the teenager's eyes seemed to overflow at any moment, adding a bit of tenderness and innocence to this stunning face. Such 1,000 feathers made the longing in Qian Renxue's heart grow stronger. Gu Yuna and Ning Rongrong were also completely captivated by Qian Yu and could not move their eyes at all. Such a helpless little feather makes them really want to stick. Ah, you dead yellow hair. You've seen enough. Gu Yuna returned to her senses and blocked Shifuyu's body, shouting angrily towards Chirenai. Don't, Nana-san. It's not the prince's fault. It's my question that bothers him. Shifuyu gently tugged on Gu Yuna's sleeve and whispered, a hint of apology showing in her eyes. After all, the mistake he made was too big. It was a bit much for Chiren to still have to clean up her own mess. Also, this damn White Lotus aura control ability is so bad. It's not as bad as the previous phantom buff. Seeing this, Gu Yuna hurriedly took him into her arms in a heartbroken manner and said softly, Little you don't need to apologize for anyone. You are the most perfect being. When Qian Renxue saw this, her heart was even more sour. It was all because of herself that Xiaoyu was aggrieved. She stepped forward and tried to snatch Qian Yu back from Gu Yuna's arms, but was stopped by Ning Rongrong. Crown Prince, don't go too far. Little you, he already said it wasn't your fault, so don't dwell on it. Ning Rongrong's tone carried a bit of displeasure. Qian Renxue took a deep breath and forced herself not to slap this ungrateful woman away. What qualifications does this hairless stinky girl have to intervene in the game between herself and Gu Yuna? To have strength without strength, to have no ability, to have no background yet, but only on the basis that they cannot reveal their identity to dare to flaunt here. Why is this different from the intelligence? A thoughtful look appeared in Ning Fengji's eyes. The Shifuyu in the intelligence is cold and merciless. Even to the woman who adores him, he can kill without hesitation. But now this Qian Yu, but as if a very easy to be frightened deer. All body exudes a kind of let a person want to protect the tenderness of the atmosphere. Is it because his dark attributes were purified by the angelic gods, so he became a good person after returning to the light? Cough cough cough. Wrong. You go out with Qian Yu for a while. Dad has some things to discuss with Qinghe, Uncle Jian and Uncle Bone. Ning Fengji coughed lightly, his gaze darting back and forth between Qian Renxue and Qian Yu, finally settling on Ning Rongrong in an attempt to detach her. Good, Dad. Have you finally agreed to my marriage to Feather? He. And Xue Qinghe, let me tell you, there's no way little Feather will become your plaything, but as long as there's a day when I, Ning Rongrong, am around, I won't let you have your way. Ning Rongrong took Qian Yu's hand, and with a cheering face, she dragged him outward, fearing that if she was a second late, she would be snatched away by Qian Renxue. Nowadays, The outside world was rumoring that the black hand behind all this was Xue Qinghe behind the scenes. It was thought that Qian Yu had been tormented by Xue Qinghe, a prince who preferred male sex, and had become so extreme, mainly because Shifuyu was so good-looking that the young girls were almost charmed. Even though he was almost killed by Shifuyu, he couldn't help but want to pity him and protect him, and the Snow Avalanche side was also happy to see it. They preferred to bring down Xue Qinghe and make him unable to become the emperor than to settle the score with Qian Yu. The martial spirit palace was also intentionally or unintentionally promoting these rumors. Qian Renxue didn't care. Xue Qinghe's identity was all a disguise anyway, so the entire empire began to whitewash Shifuyu. The main thing is that Shifuyu is too strong and also has the ability to destroy the world. Even the sun is cursed. In short, such an existence, even the imperial royal family, did not dare to easily offend. Gu Yuna puffed up her cheeks in anger. Like a pissed-off little puffer fish, she slapped Ning Rongrong's hand away from Qian Yu's wrist and angrily said, "What are you babbling about? Little Feather won't go with you. If you're going to go, you're also going with me." Ning Rongrong was slapped so hard that the back of her hand was raw. She rubbed her hand, looked at Gu Yuehua with wide eyes, and exasperatedly said, "On what grounds do you not allow me to take Little Feather away? And who are you to Little Yu? I am his girlfriend that he grew up with, and the feelings we have for each other can't be compared to a little girl like you that came out of nowhere." A blush surfaced on Gu Yuna's cheeks, and her beautiful eyes were filled with affection. Seeing the two bickering, Shifuyu directly pulled their hands and ran out. The two girls by Qian Yu grabbed the hands suddenly. Also do not make a scene. Blushing face lowered their heads. Both have already thought about which hotel to go to spend the night tonight. Chapter 118, When the hell did this bend? Witnessing the backs of several people leaving, Ning Fengji returned his gaze back to the front of his eyes. "Qinghe, you should know very well that this matter isn't that simple. Shifuyu has committed something too big." Ning Fengji's brows were slightly furrowed, his expression clearly somewhat displeased. He was still very satisfied with this disciple, but only in this matter. He was somewhat unable to understand Xue Qinghe. When did this bend? And how did one not see it at all? Since Sensei was able to talk to me here, that means there's room for things to ease up, doesn't it? Besides, do you really not know what the name 1000 and the six-winged angels represent? Qian Renxue smiled confidently, knowing in her heart that as long as her grandfather was there no one could touch Qian Yu. Ning Fuji revealed a bitter smile at his words, then added, "It's the first time I've seen a six-winged angel who has fallen into darkness. Is Qian Yu a direct descendant of that one? Martial Spirit Hall Grand Provider Chihiro, the legendary Jedi Douluo who claimed to be invincible in the sky, and their martial souls were the six-winged angels that symbolized the inheritance of the gods." Ning Fengji now suspected that Xue Qinghe didn't really like male sex, but that it was a necessary sacrifice in order to pull in the martial soul hall. Thinking like this, Ning Fengji couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It seemed that this disciple was even more ruthless than he had imagined, capable of changing even his own sexual orientation for the sake of profit. "That's right, Shifuyu is not for you to move," Qian Renxue continued. "Okay, we can let this matter go, but you have to promise us 3 conditions." Speaking of this, Ning Fengji's expression turned serious as he slowly extended 3 fingers and said word for word. "First, Qian Yu must join our 7 treasures glazed sect and become a member of our sect. Second, Shifuyu must lift the curse on the sky and return the sun and stars to normal. Thirdly, and most importantly, Qian Yu must hand over the secret method to enhance the years of soul rings. This secret is too important to the entire continent. That's impossible. It's impossible for Little Feather to join the 7 treasures glazed sect." Qian Renxue fiercely stood up, her tone cold and resolute. Ning Fengji's face changed slightly when he heard this. He didn't expect Qian Renxue to refuse so dryly. Just then, Thousand Feathers instantly moved in and said in a deep voice, "The first one, and the second one I can agree to if it's okay with Rong. And in the words of the third, I can impart to you a soul contract from the goddess of life. As long as the soul beast is voluntary, you can ignore the years." Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo's gazes all lit up when they heard this. The soul contract of the goddess of life. First of all, no matter who this goddess of life was, but as long as it involved a deity, it was by no means extraordinary. "Feather, I don't agree. Could it be that you already like Ning Rongrong? This is something I will never allow." Qian Renxue's emotions suddenly became agitated as she looked at Qian Yu with wide eyes, her eyes filled with aggression. Just then, Chihiro's figure surfaced in the room and said in a deep voice, "In this matter, the old man agrees, but this regulation has to be changed. That is, the martial soul hall can marry the 7 treasures glazed sect, but Little Feather must never join the family, and the first boy born must also have the surname Qian." Chihiro's face was grim as he looked at Qian Renxue. He'd rather Shifuyu marry a random woman and go home now than have these 2 siblings engage in orthopedics. "Greetings, coronation of angels. Ning Fengji quickly came back to his senses and hurriedly bowed, and Bon Douluo followed closely behind, his expression filled with awe. As for Jin Duxin, he had already summoned the 7 slaying sword at this time, and the eyes that looked at Qian Daostream were even more filled with a morose killing intent. What? Do you still want to take a shot at the old man? Qian Yulu's eyes were sharp, and a terrifying pressure swept out, instantly causing everyone to fall into an ice cellar, and even breathing became difficult. Jin Duxin's face paled, and the 7 slayers' sword trembled slightly before it was eventually slowly withdrawn from its scabbard. At the level of sealed Douluo, each rank was like a heavenly mat. At one time, his own father was a rank 98 super Douluo, but he was defeated very thoroughly in a battle with Chidori Ryu, not to mention the fact that he was only level 96 now, and the gap between him and Chidori Ryu was even more like a chasm. I wouldn't dare. Sword Dustheart is just doing his duty to protect the patriarch's safety, Sword Dustheart said in a low voice, a hint of unwillingness in his tone. How can you old codger, hand Xiao Yu over to that woman Ning Rongrong? You clearly know that Xiao Yu is the only one in my heart. Qian Renxue eagerly looked towards Qian Daolu, her eyes slightly red, and her voice carried a few hints of pettiness and aggression. Shut up! When is it your turn to question the decisions of this seat? Chihiro's face sank as a flash of majesty flashed through his golden pupils. This matter was, after all, his own party's fault. Qian Yu had killed so many people. The Martial Soul Palace wanted to quell this matter without paying a price. Obviously it was impossible. Moreover, a marriage between the two would be excellent for both the Martial Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. In the future, when Xiao Shui became the emperor, she would be able to control the Heavenly Dipper Empire more smoothly. No way. I don't agree. Old thing, if you dare to let little you marry another woman, I'll tear down your Martial Soul Palace. A spatial crack suddenly appeared in the room. Gu Yuna's voice was full of coldness and determination. She was dressed in a long silver dress, like the most dazzling ice under the moonlight, and she slowly stepped out of the spatial rift. Nana-san, you, before Shifuyu's words could be uttered, she was angrily interrupted by Kuzuna. You promised to marry me, to be with me forever. How can you go back on your word? Gu Yuna's eyes were reddened and tears were swirling in her eyes, but they never stubbornly fell. Shifuyu was puzzled in his mind. Had he ever said such a thing? But still, he gently gathered her into his arms, stroked her head, and said, Sister Nana, take it easy for now and listen to my explanation. What's there to explain? You just want to marry someone else. You just don't want me. Gu Yuna struggled in Shifuyu's arms with a sobbing tone in her voice. Chidori Ryu's face was gloomy. No one had dared to scold the old thing in all these years, but he couldn't ignore Gu Yuna's threat. After all, this was a deity that could fight back and forth with even the angelic god, and it was simply not something that one could mess with. The atmosphere was at a standstill for a moment. I wonder who this girl is. Ning Fengji noticed the change in Chihiro's face, and in his heart, he couldn't help but secretly speculate about Gu Yuna's identity. Gu Yuna broke free from Shifuyu's arms. Her eyes transformed into icy vertical pupils, and her aura began to climb. She coldly glanced at Ning Fengji and said, I am Gu Yuna, the fiancé of Qian Yu. I'm warning you, if you dare to force Qian Yu to do anything, your 7 Treasures Glazed sect will. Chapter 119 Gu Yuna offers her body. Seeing this, Shifuyu hurriedly went up and grabbed his little face, interrupting the spell. Gu Yuna whimpered in resignation as she looked at Qian Yu, the tears in her eyes finally unable to resist falling. Fine, we won't force this matter, but you should give Rong a chance. Also, as an additional condition, Qian Yu must join the Imperial Do battle team to represent the Heavenly Do Empire and participate in the continent-wide Senior Soul Master Academy Elite Competition and win the championship. Ning Fengji's gaze flickered slightly. He was confident that with his daughter's excellence, he would be able to impress Qian Yu's heart. Moreover, having Thousand Feathers compete on behalf of the Heavenly Dipper Empire would also further bind his relationship with the Heavenly Dipper Empire while interrupting the spell of the Martial Soul Hall's consecutive championships. Gu Yuna's brows furrowed as she heard this, and just as she was about to open her mouth to reject it, Shifuyu jumped ahead of her and said, Fine, I agree. For Shifuyu, this was simply the perfect opportunity to get rid of the 2 dead sickly girls, Gu Yuna and Qian Renxue. Now that he was being pestered by these 2 day in and day out, he didn't even have time to cultivate. Little feather. You. Qian Renxue and Gu Yuna spoke at the same time, unbelief written on their faces. Shifuyu spread his hands helplessly, indicating that this matter had already been decided, and that he could not help himself. Chihiro nodded in satisfaction as well. The main reason was that he didn't dare to let Qian Yu return to the Martial Soul Palace for the time being. Otherwise, maybe that crazy woman Bibi Dong would do something else to Shifuyu? Cough cough cough. Well, this matter is decided. You two will play fair. I won't take sides either. Chihiro coughed softly a few times to put a final word on the matter. Although Gu Yuna was upset, she still didn't have a fit. He just shrunk into Shifuyu's arms and viciously twisted his waist, causing Shifuyu to grimace in pain. On Rongrong's side, I'll talk to her myself. I'm sure she won't object. Ning Fengji smiled faintly. Qian Renshue's heart rejoiced and said with some excitement, Grandpa, are you agreeing to my relationship with little you? When Chihiro heard this, his face darkened and he gritted his teeth and said, Get lost. Who is your grandfather? I'm warning you, if you ever come near my grandson again, I'll break your legs. When Qian Renxue heard this, she immediately looked like an eggplant that had been hit by frost and was absent. She flattened her mouth in aggravation, but didn't dare to talk back again. After all, Chidori Ryu's strength was there. She didn't want to get beaten up. Ning Fengji wasn't suspicious, and only felt that Shuqinghe was really working hard to pull in the martial spirit hall. Well, this matter ends here. Little Feather, come with me, I have something to say to you. After Chihiro finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the door, and Shifuyu glanced at Gu Yuna and Chirenai and followed. Chihiro and Shifuyu gave good advice to make sure to stay away from Chirenai. If he really wanted a woman, even the holy maiden of the Palace of Martial Souls, Jelena, could appear in your bed at any time. No bone setting with Chiren. That's the bottom line. Shifuyu burst into a sweat upon hearing this, and quickly nodded his head to say that he would definitely be mindful of his measurements. Only then did Chihiro nod his head in satisfaction, and then changed in Shifuyu jointly released the sacred light. Patching some of the hole in the ozone layer temporarily mitigates the effects of ultraviolet light on the ground. In the end, Chihiro left, but he didn't return to Martial Soul City. Instead, he stayed at the Heavenly Dipper City Martial Soul branch. After all, Angel God Sama had told himself to keep a good eye on Shifuyu, and to wipe him out as soon as he showed any signs of falling into darkness. A few days later, early in the morning, Shifuyu opened his lifeless eyes in a daze. He casually waved his hand, but he fiercely felt a touch that could not be written. Shifuyu woke up with a start and sat up violently, only to see that Gu Yuna was lazily curled up in the middle of his bedding. Her skin was like jade, her green silk was scattered, and those eyes were looking at him with a little bit of shyness and deep love. Feather, you're awake. Gu Yuna excitedly leaped up like a deer and gently wrapped her arms around Qian Yu's neck and said in a pampered manner, Feather, you really went overboard last night, tossing people around so late. Gu Yuna lowered her head apprehensively, feeling that she was just too bold, but she was really afraid that little Feather would be snatched away by Ning Rongrong. Ever since Ning Fengji made that offer, she had been worried sick. Shifuyu rubbed his brow and sighed, his voice low and hoarse as he asked, Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Gu Yuna's face became even redder. Like a ripe apple, she whispered, People want to be closer to you. Just then there was a soft thud at the door. The three-eyed golden guy beast poked out its little head, and after seeing this scene the entire beast froze, its eyes instantly red. Ooh wow you guys, what the hell are you doing? Feather, how could you? The three-eyed golden guy beast whimpered in aggravation, turned around and ran away, leaving Qian Yu and Gu Yuna looking at each other in disbelief. Gu Yuna smiled faintly and pressed against his ear and whispered, Feather, don't bother with that little vixen. Since it's already been misunderstood, let's do the bad thing to the end. The young girl's body was diminutive, and that snow-white skin was almost flawless, glowing faintly in the morning light. Nana sis, don't be like this. Where are your clothes? I'll help you put them on, Shifuyu said with some embarrassment, his words broken and his heart beating as violently as a drum. Heave, that thing was thrown away to who knows where a long time ago, so just obey your sister. Gu Yuna let out a petulant laugh and came up to Shifuyu's ear to exhale. Shifuyu only felt a tingle spreading from his ears to his entire body as he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He then took out a long skirt from his carry-on space and forcefully wrapped her up tightly under Gu Yuna's disgruntled gaze. Why? Is this one of mine not bigger than Ning Rongrong's? Or do you really like that little human girl? Gu Yuna pouted her little mouth in dissatisfaction, her beautiful eyes instantly surging with a layer of water mist. Seeing this, Shifuyu hooked her chin without the slightest concern. Gu Yuna's face rubbed red as she shyly closed her eyes and waited for Shifuyu's next move, only to see Shifuyu slightly bent over, his face gradually approaching towards Gu Yuna and kissing the young girl's lips. Gu Yuna's head went blank when she felt that soft touch, but by the time he came back to his senses Shifuyu had released her and sat back on the edge of the bed. Gu Yuna somewhat unfulfilled licked her red lips. So little how enough It's like a dragonfly. It doesn't feel like anything at all. With this thought she rushed up and tackled Shifuyu down, kissing the teenager deeply on the lips. She plundered Shifuyu's softness with abandon. The sweet scent could mesmerize any woman, but her eyes grew colder and colder. She would never allow any woman to steal little Feather. Chapter 120, The Shura. Only after a long time did Gu Yuna stop the kiss. Her breathing became rapid and her face flushed a little. Feather, You're mine and only mine. I forbid you to look at another woman, or else I won't be able to resist doing something horrible. Oh, since that day, it was as if Gu Yuna had opened the door to a new world. Every day, he would ask Shifuyu for a kiss from time to time, sticking to his side and not wanting to leave for a moment. Shifuyu was afraid that this silly dragon would do something over the top, so he could only try to go along with her as much as possible. At the same time, he did not forget to comfort the three-eyed golden gaby whose brain was already covered in green grass. Although the little one was crying, she still felt in her heart that little Yu loved her, only to be taken over by this bad woman, Gu Yuna. As for Qian Renxue, she had Qian Douluo watching, and even though she was furious, she could never find a chance to approach Qianyu Chance, Tendu City, Tendu Academy. Over the past month, with the funding from the Martial Spirit Hall and various bigwigs, soon the reconstruction of the Heavenly Fighting Academy was nearing its end. The new school building looms large, and the playground has been enlarged several times, with all kinds of advanced training facilities. Qianyu was invited to attend the entrance ceremony. He actually didn't want to come, but he was strongly requested by Ning Rongrong, so he could only come with his head. He was dressed in a simple white coat, yet he looked so different. Ning Rongrong wore a delicate blue dress and ran happily to Qianyu's side. She intimately held Qianyu's arm, smiling like a flower. Little Yu, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Before Shifuyu could reply, an angry voice came from behind him. Good, little feather. You really did have an affair with this vixen behind my back. Gu Yuna's eyes were wide behind her. Her cheeks puffed out, and she looked so adorable that you couldn't help but poke her little face. Seeing this, Qianyu hurriedly pulled his hand out of Ning Rongrong's arms and explained. Sister Nana, you've misunderstood. Rongrong is just my friend. Friends? Humph. I don't believe it. There's definitely something wrong with you two. Gu Yuna puffed out her mouth and crossed her arms in an unforgiving manner. Ning Rongrong gave Qianyu a somewhat grudging look, but still held back her anger and said with a smile. Vixen, what are you babbling about? I think you're the vixen. I'm Feather's future fiancé as recognized by Grandpa Chihiro. When Gu Yuehua heard this, her face instantly turned iron blue as she glared angrily at Ning Rongrong and gritted her teeth. Fiancé? Humph. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have that old guy Chidori Ryu backing you up. Little Yu, he likes me. Not you. Your bull ting me. Ning Rongrong wasn't willing to show weakness either. She straightened her chest and went toe-to-toe with Gu Yuehua. Little Feather. He's clearly interested in me. And our two families are already engaged. So who are you to interfere? The surrounding people were originally paying attention to the situation here. And when they saw this scene, they even gathered around in a brain. How did this demon end up at the Heavenly Dipper Academy? Shouldn't he be executed? Shoo, keep your voice down. Be careful, we'll be dead if we're heard. Humph. What are you afraid of? My grandfather said that all his evil powers were purified by the angel god. So what's there to be afraid of now? Everyone was looking at Qianyu with a wary face, but their eyes were filled with the love of eating melons. Enough, Glory. What the hell did you find me for? Thousand Feathers interrupted the bickering between the two with a deep voice. His brows furrowed and his eyes revealed a hint of displeasure. At the same time, he also picked up the fried Gu Yuna and patted her little head to calm her down. Alright, Nana-san, there's really nothing between Rongrong and I. Aren't I with you all these days? How could I have time? As Qianyu spoke, the corner of his mouth even evoked a gentle smile, matching his stunningly beautiful face that was charming but not demonic, causing the surrounding girls to blush again and cast adoring glances. Gu Yuna's face rubbed red as she arrogantly turned her head away and grunted. I'll trust you for once, but you need to stay close to me so this vixen doesn't hook you. After saying that, she finally couldn't help but bury her head into Qianyu's neck, her little tongue gently licking the delicate skin. Ning Rongrong's became very ugly as she stared at Qianyu in a sly manner. What is the reason? I want a family. I have a family. I want looks. She's just a soul beast. Ning Rongrong growled accusingly, her eyes instantly reddening. When the surrounding people heard this, their expressions instantly changed, and their eyes were filled with greed when they looked at Gu Yuna. No way? Another 100,000-year-old soul beast? Right. I heard that Shrek Academy's That Little Dance is also a 100,000-year-old soul beast. I didn't expect to see another one today. It's really lucky. Had. If we can capture this soul beast back and offer it to the Martial Soul Palace, we'll definitely get a lot of rewards. Qianyu's face instantly turned gloomy, and an extremely dangerous aura emanated from his body. It was as if everyone was strangled by an invisible force, and it was difficult to breathe. Their eyes filled with panic. You guys can give it a shot. I'd like to see what you've got, Thousand Feathers said coldly. His eyes icy cold swept over the crowd. Every person who met his gaze felt a chill down their spine and involuntarily took a few steps back. Gu Yuna felt the chill radiating from Shifuyu's body. She raised her head and said with some sweetness, "Feather, don't be angry. It's not worth it for these people." When Gu Yuna finished speaking, she couldn't help but smile all dementedly. The thought of little Feather getting so angry over herself made her heart as sweet as honey. Ning Rongrong was in tears at the moment. Her voice choked as she trembled her shoulders. "Feather, are you really that desperate? Have you forgotten that when you were in danger, I was the only one who went out of my way to stand in front of you and protect you?" Qian Yu was given a headache by this series of moral abduction, and could only have helplessly pacified the two women. Gu Yuna was hugged by Shifuyu, and although she was a bit displeased, she didn't say anything else. Soon, the opening ceremony began in earnest. Dream Goddess was on the stage, and her expression instantly froze when she saw Qian Yu, but still, I forced my fear to finish the opening speech. However, just as Qian Yu was planning to leave, Yu Tianhong stopped him in his tracks. "Qian Yu, you finally appeared. Even did that kind of thing to Yan Yan Air. I must get justice for Yan Yan Air today." Only his eyes were red, his fists were clenched, and a strong killing intent was emanating from his body. Chapter 121, Killing Yu Tianhong in a Second. That day, Yu Tianhong originally had all the feelings. After all, the dragon nature of this obscene encountered the beauty of basically nothing to care. As a result, he accidentally touched Dokuragene's wig, revealing the back of his head that was as disgusting as a sarcoma. At that time, he was so nauseous that he wanted to vomit, and he even saw a prime dragon in a trance, with those icy vertical pupils that seemed to be able to look straight into the soul. He was so scared that he shriveled up on the spot and ran out with a roll. Since that day, no matter how many famous doctors he had found and how many aphrodisiacs he had taken, he had never been able to recover, which made Yu Tianhong hate Qian Yu to the bone. Now it so happens that his grandfather is also there, so the new grudge and old grudge will be settled together. "Get out of my way." With a wave of Qian Yu's raised hand, a golden stream of light transformed into a sharp blade of light whistling towards Yu Tianhong. Yu Tianhong's pupils shrunk slightly, and the soul techniques on his body lit up as blue-purple scales grew all over his body, forming a thick layer of armor that blocked the light blade's attack. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Shifuyu had already appeared in front of him, and with one hand, she grabbed him by the neck and lifted him high in the air. "Humph, giant gravel. Not half as much as me," Shifuyu said, and incidentally teleported Gu Yuna, who was nestled in her arms, to a faraway place to save her from making a mess here. Yu Tianhong was choked to the point that he couldn't breathe. His face reddened and his eyes bulged out. He grabbed Shifuyu's arm with both hands in a death grip and tried to break free, but it was just in vain. Cough, cough, 1,000 feathers. "You, how dare you do this to me? My blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan will not let you go." Yu Tianhong squeezed out a few words with difficulty, his voice hoarse and weak. "You threaten me?" The corners of Shifuyu's mouth hooked into a cold smile as his arms gradually tightened. Yu Yuanjin, who was in the crowd, stared dead at Qian Yu with anger in his eyes. Yu Tianhong was the grandson that he had given the highest hopes to, but as a result, today he was actually killed by a single move by a person of the same age. How could he not be angry? "Kid, let go of Tianhong and hand over that 100,000-year-old soul beast, and I can forget about it. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Yu Yuanjin finally couldn't help but open his mouth, his voice pale but full of dominance. 1,000 feathers sniffed, and his eyes instantly carried a morose killing intent. He looked coldly at Yu Yuanjin and said, "Just by you? Old thing, half of your body is in the ground. Don't come out to rely on your old age, and you don't mind the shame." After saying that, Shifuyu's arm snapped. Jade Tianheng's body was like a kite with broken strings as it was viciously thrown out, hitting the wall heavily and spitting blood from his mouth. Although his temper had gotten better now that he had turned into the light attribute, it didn't mean that he didn't have a bottom line. Yu Yuanjin's had already touched his reverse scale when he dared to be greedy towards Gu Yuna. He took a step towards Yu Yuanjin, his body exuding an icy aura that caused everyone around him to shiver. Good boy. The old man originally didn't want to kill you today, but today, if you don't bring those 100,000-year-old soul bones and that 100,000-year-old soul beast, I will definitely break you into pieces." Yu Yuanjin was so angry that he was trembling, his eyes became crimson, and his body carried wisps of lightning power. At this moment, even the sky was colored with a gloomy layer of thunderclouds due to his anger, as if heaven's punishment would fall at any moment. What a terrifying power! Is this the sealed Douluo? Although this old man is strong, I still think that Qiyu is more powerful. After all, his soul ring configuration and soul techniques are too weird. You guys are unaware of how strong 1,000 feathers staying power and recovery power is. It's almost like casually releasing a soul skill that destroys the heavens and destroys the earth. Although the crowd was shocked by Yu Yuanjin's power, more of their gazes were focused on Qianyu. After all, with the strength that Shifuyu had shown before, it seemed that no one other than the gods could stop it anymore. Little Yu, be careful. That old guy is the Blue Lightning Overlord Sect Patriarch. Level 95 sealed Douluo Yu engine. His strength cannot be underestimated. Ning Rongrong spoke out from the side and reminded. And at that moment, Ning Fingji walked out from an unknown corner. Glory, come back here. Don't fool around. Ning Fingji's face was grave, and he hastily spoke out to pull Ning Rongrong behind himself as he looked deep into the scene where Qianyu and Yu Yuanjin were confronting each other. Dad, what are you guys? Ning Rongrong froze, but soon seemed to think of something and raised her hand to point at Ning Fingji, her voice trembling. You're using me to make a move against Qianyu. Wrong. Don't talk nonsense. Our Seven Treasures Glazed sect was not involved in this matter. This is a feud between the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and Thousand Feathers. It's inconvenient for us to intervene. Bone Douluo, who was at the side, hurriedly spoke out in reply. Sword Douluo's expression was also extremely serious. His gaze fixed on Qianyu, wanting to see if he was as powerful as the rumors. Little Feather, look, that bad woman Ning Rongrong is counting on you? At this time Gu Yuna, who had been teleported out by Qianyu, came back to see this scene with an extremely happy smile on her face. He believes that as long as this matter is solidified, then Ning Rongrong will have nothing to do with Little Feather thereafter, so that Qianyu will completely belong to her alone. Thinking of this, Gu Yuna jumped into Qianyu's arms with a happy face, her hands tightly embracing his waist as she said softly and bonelessly, Little Feather, I'm so scared. Oh, humans are so horrible. They even tried to kill me to get my ring. You must protect me. Well, oh. Ning Rongrong was so anxious that tears came out of her eyes when she heard Gu Yuna's slander. Little Feather, believe me, I really didn't betray you. This is all a misunderstanding. She didn't dare to look into Shifuyu's eyes. She was afraid she would see disappointment in them. Shifuyu just gave her a faint look, and there didn't seem to be the slightest fluctuation of emotion in those eyes. Enough. Wrong. Stay out of this matter, and our Seven Treasures Glazed sect will not intervene. Anger filled Jian Duxin's eyes. The little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect would become a humble licking dog, currying favor with that brat. But that kid even had his foot in two boats. Having Rong wasn't enough. He was still entangled with Gu Yuna. What's the pity of dying for such scum? Kid, you first injured my son and then my grandson. So don't blame the old man for bullying the juniors and not giving you a chance to live today. Yu Yuanjin's voice exploded like thunder. There were also 9 soul rings of different colors slowly moving in rhythm around him, flashing with a palpitating light. Seeing this scene, Qianyu's grabbed Gu Yuna's small face, signaling her to hurry up and get out of the way. Stop hugging herself and pampering herself. Oh, it hurts. Why are you grabbing me? Gu Yuna suffered pain and beamed, looking at Qianyu with some aggression. Chapter 122 Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjin died. Chug. Shifuyu gently caressed his heart as the heart of light began to beat violently upon sensing the crisis. A rich light attribute energy burned like a flame around him. Within the air, a strange rhythm suddenly resounded with a sacrosanct flavor. The people around them were all shaken. This inexplicable rhythm surprisingly made their blood boil, yet inexplicably palpitated, as if something terrible was about to happen. It's just a bluff. Dragonization. Yu Yuanjin didn't dare to be careless. His muscles instantly expanded. His arms became abnormally thick and covered with blue-purple dragon scales. Second soul technique, Thunderous Thunder. Third soul skill, Thunder Fury. Fourth soul technique, Blue Electricity Divine Dragon Blast. As the various soul techniques continue to stack up, Yu Yuanjin's aura climbed to the peak. The air around him was torn apart, and violet lightning spread across his body, as if the thunder god had descended to earth, carrying an endless majesty. It's just a mere pseudo-dragon that dares to compete with the white moon. The corner of Shifuyu's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a disdainful smile. In the next moment, a huge true dragon silhouette that was thousands of meters long and as thick as a mountain peak slowly coalesced behind him, carrying boundless pressure and holiness. All of a sudden, everyone was pressurized by that terrifying dragon's might, as if even their souls were going to be deprived. Everyone was shocked to the point that their jaws were agape, looking incredulously at the true dragon's silhouette that appeared out of thin air. Are you kidding? Isn't his martial soul a 6-winged fallen angel? How could there be such a powerful dragon martial soul? Why does this dragon look so familiar? It can't be the true dragon that enveloped the entire continent 10 years ago. Indeed, although it's much smaller than the true dragon void from that time, the sense of might and holiness that originates from the depths of the bloodline is definitely not wrong. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd, and many people recognized the origin of this true dragon's shadow, and their faces became very brilliant. How old was he 10 years ago? To have such a heaven-defying martial soul awakening at the age of 2 or 3? This was simply beyond the realm of common sense perception. Ha! It's just a bluff. I don't believe that your little soul sect can make any waves. Although Yu Yuanjun's mouth was hard, his heart couldn't help but rise with a strong sense of uneasiness. And when Shifuyu's single hand was raised, the faces of all those who had seen this move changed, and they hurriedly fled in all directions in panic. Oh no! Dad! Grandpa Bones! Run! Ning Rongrong's face changed drastically. That move was a terrifying soul skill that could completely annihilate thousands of meters of surrounding space. Rong, don't panic. You have your grandpa sword here. Although Jin Dushin wasn't sure what he would be greeted with next, but with his spirit sword guardian he still couldn't block the attack of a mere soul sect. He didn't believe it. Roar! The true dragon shadow let out an angry roar. It caused everyone to feel a wave of pressure from the level of life, and all of a sudden, they didn't dare to look at it anymore. Little Feather, are you alright? How is this power so terrifying, Feather? Gu Yuna's face changed and she hurriedly went up to touch Shifuyu's entire body. What exactly did the angel god stuff into Little Feather? This was completely beyond the realm of soul masters. Shifuyu ignored Guzuna's inquiry. He stared closely at Yu Yuanjun. The space strangulation in his hand had long been poised to strike, only waiting for an optimal moment to strike. He didn't know what the Heart of Light was either. However, the increase that this thing brought to himself was not necessarily worse than the Silver Dragon Dignity Ring, and there was even a vague feeling that it was even better. Seeing that Yu Yuanjun hesitated and even looked a bit like he wanted to run, he couldn't help but speak out and sneer. If you can survive this blow, then today's matter will be written off. But if you can't hold out, then you can go to hell. Chen Yu's voice was as cold as a chilly wind, and every word seemed to carry the force of 1,000 pounds, smashing into the hearts of the crowd. Yu Yuanjun was already riding a tiger at the moment. As the patriarch of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, he was also a level 95 sealed Douluo. How could one be deterred by a mere soul sect in front of so many people? Arrogant little child. Today I'll let you know the power of a sealed Douluo. Yu Yuanjun let out a furious shout, and his ninth soul ring suddenly lit up. It was his strongest soul skill, Dragon God's Wrath. The entire person transformed into a thunder dragon charging towards Qianyu, and wherever he passed, the powerful thunder power almost annihilated everything. That freshly constructed school building was instantly reduced to pieces under the impact of this thunder force, with dust flying and debris splattering everywhere. Spatial strangulation. Rampage. Shifuyu was slightly relieved to see that. The last thing he lacked was attack power, and he was afraid of being countered by an empty big with no blue. That terrifying thunder dragon was broken through the defense the instant it came into contact with that spatial rift. Yu Yuanjun's pupils shrunk violently, but at this time, it was too late to leave, and he could only watch his limbs fall apart. No! How is it still possible? I'm a sealed Douluo. Yu Yuanjun let out an unwilling roar. His body continued to disintegrate in the air, blood spraying like rain, eventually turning into a piece of rotten meat scattered on the ground. Even the soul was incinerated by Thousand Feathers' sun true flame. The crowd was stunned at this scene, unable to return to their senses for a long time, especially when they saw that disgusting mass of broken blood and flesh. Many people couldn't help but have their stomachs turn over and almost vomit. Shifuyu, however, just coldly watched all this without the slightest expression on his face. He slowly put away the light in his hand, and the haunting aura dissipated. Ning Fingji and Jin Dushin and the others were dumbstruck as they couldn't believe their eyes. Yu Yuanjun, a hallowed sealed Douluo, had been killed in seconds by Qianyu just like that? Jin Dushin silently withdrew his spirit sword guardian, all the while secretly glad he hadn't impulsively joined in. After all, Chihiro had killed his own father, and it was impossible to say that he didn't want to kill Shifuyu to avenge his father's death. But at this time, Yu Yuanjun used his life to test out that even though Qianyu had returned to the light, he was still an existence that could not be messed with. Is he still human? That's a sealed Douluo. To die just like that? Someone in the crowd asked in a trembling voice. Qianyu ignored the comments and shock around him as he swept his gaze across the crowd, pausing for a moment on Ning Rongrong before slowly moving away. Gu Yuna was even happier when she saw this. She hurriedly rushed up and ignored the cold aura of Qianyu's body and hugged him, shouting excitedly, "Little Feather, you're really great. To be able to kill even a sealed Douluo in seconds is simply amazing." Shifuyu was a bit uncomfortable being hugged by Gu Yuna. He gently broke away and said faintly, "It's nothing, it's just that he's too weak." Chapter 123, I'm actually a good person. Feather, that's not allowed. Smile or I'll get upset. Faking an angry pout, Guzuna cupped Shifuyu's face in her hands and tried to make the corners of his mouth turn up. "And I want a hug. I'll be sad if you're so cold to me." With that, she was about to jump into Shifuyu's arms again. Shifuyu sighed helplessly and could only gently push Gu Yuna away, saying, "Alright, Don't come next to me. It's hot. After saying that, he threw the 10,000-year-old soul bones he had harvested into his carry-on space. Among them was also a fragment of the soul bone of an ancient dragon king, capable of bringing one's physical body to the level of a demigod for a short time. It was a good soul bone, but it was a pity that it was a fragment. After Gu Yuna was rejected by Qianyu, a touch of loss flashed in her eyes and she hung her small head down like an abandoned kitten. The next moment, the sky lit up with a brilliant holy light. Chihiro descended from the sky, and when he saw the tragic situation in front of him, his face sank slightly. Feather, what's going on with you? You just got out a little while ago and killed again? The first thing Chihiro suspected was that Shifuyu had gone crazy again and was killing people indiscriminately. Grand Provider. It's not the young lord's fault. It's the Blue Lightning Overlord Sect's patriarch, Yu Yuanjin, who covets the soul bone on the young lord's body, as well as Miss Gu Yuna's soul ring. Snakespear Douluo immediately appeared in the shadows and explained for Shifuyu. The reason why he didn't make a move just now was mainly because Qianyu's spatial strangulation was too terrifying, and if he was caught in the wave, he would surely die. When Chihiro heard this, his brows frowned slightly, and his gaze turned to Shifuyu as if he was waiting for his answer. Shifuyu said indifferently, "He tried to rob me and kill me. I was just defending myself." Chihiro looked around and realized that no innocents had died. Then he nodded in satisfaction and said in a deep voice, "Good. At least no innocents were hurt this time. That's progress. Still, you need to change this killing nature of yours. Don't move around shouting and killing. You know?" Qianyu slightly lowered her eyes, her voice still clear and cold. "Yes, grandfather." Chihiro sighed. His gaze fell on Yu Yuanjin's corpse again, and shook his head. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan is afraid that this time around, once Yu Yuanjin is dead, their status will also be in tatters. That's their fault. Gu Yuna muttered in a low voice. The gazes of Ningfengji and the many people who were paying attention to this place all flickered. It was important to know that the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family was an ancient clan that had been passed down for thousands of years, and the depth of its heritage was by no means comparable to that of an ordinary power. And now that the only sealed Douluo was dead and had offended the Palace of Martial Souls, why not go get a piece of the pie yourself? Qianyu didn't bother with the crowds of people who had their own agenda, but instead turned his head towards Yu Tianheng. "Grandpa, dead, dead." Yu Tianheng's eyes widened as he looked at his grandfather's miserable corpse. The whole person was struck by lightning and froze on the spot, tears slipping uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. "What do you want?" When Yu Tianheng saw Qianyu walk up to him, he was almost not scared straight to death. Shifuyu didn't answer, just gazed at him quietly, no emotion fluctuating in those eyes. "Feather, forget it, let him go." Ning Rongrong took a step forward. Although she was furious at Yu Yuanjin's actions, she also didn't want to see Qianyu continue to kill. However, in the next moment, Shifuyu extended his hand and smiled. "Hello, my name is Shifuyu. I'll be your captain from now on. Please teach me more." Yu Tianheng froze, looking at Qianyu with some disbelief. "I don't understand what kind of brainwave this person has. It's really crazy." Although his heart was filled with resentment, but forced by Qianyu's strength, he could only extend his trembling hand, gently shake with Qianyu, and said tremblingly, "My name is Yu Tianheng. Thanks for not killing me." Gu Yuna also had a hellish expression on her face. She couldn't help but pull Shifuyu's sleeve and asked in a low voice, "Little Feather, have you been threatened by that old fellow Chihiro? If you've been threatened, wink with me. You never smiled so softly at me. How could you have smiled at him? Could you?" Saying that, Gu Yuna's eyes began to hover somewhat suspiciously over Qianyu and Yu Tianheng. Considering the possibility that Feather's sexual orientation was unknown, she felt a strong sense of crisis hit her. On the side, Chidori Ryu's eyebrows furiously jumped, but he pretended not to hear it and continued to exchange pleasantries with Ningfengji. Both of them were discussing how they should divide up the resources of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. After all, if they were to swallow it all, it would be too ugly to eat, and it would definitely affect the reputation of the Martial Soul Hall in the Soul Master world. Shifuyu turned a deaf ear to Guzuna's mutterings and just kept that gentle smile. And I've actually been a good person. Really, in fact, you've all misunderstood me." Yu Tianheng fell into silence. If not for the fact that his grandfather was still a ball of broken flesh and he himself had been beaten up and could not take care of himself, he would almost believe it. "Ahem, Shifuyu, how have you been? It seems that not only has your cultivation not regressed, but you've refined it quite a bit instead. It's really fearful of the younger generation." Ningfengji and Sword Douluo had walked over at some point as well. He had already discussed the compensation with Chihiro, and was currently talking to Shifuyu with a big smile. "Uncle Ning is too kind. This bit of my humble Dao is nothing more than a show of skill in front of you and Senior Sword Douluo. Qian Yu responded humbly. At this time, Gu Yuna was watching from the side and got a little impatient as he realized that this bad woman Ning Rongrong had started rubbing herself against Qian Yu again. She gently tugged on Shifuyu's sleeve and pouted. Feather, when are we going back? I'm hungry and want to eat your cooking. After saying that, her small face was slightly red, and she even unconsciously licked her red lips. The whole person was shy to the extreme. Dad, it's a good thing little Feather is okay, or I would never forgive you in my life. Ning Rongrong rushed over and grabbed Qian Yu's hand. Looking it up and down, hearing Gu Yuna's words, she gave Gu Yuna a vicious glare. This woman's face. It is not obvious that this is not Silver 300 Tails? Is this a serious meal? He couldn't let little Feather be seduced by this vixen. Oh little Feather, let's quickly leave. These two old men are trying to kill me for my ring. So scary, Gu Yuna said, burying her small head in Qian Yu's neck. That flushed face, completely unable to see the slightest bit of fear. Ning Fengji and Jian Duxing glanced at each other, both seeing helplessness and bitter smiles in the other's eyes. Unexpectedly, not only did Zhu Yuanjin fail to put Gu Yuna's true strength to the test, he was instead seconded by Qian Yu. This child's means of attack had almost exceeded the scope of their knowledge of soul masters. Chapter 124, Chidori Ryu to get a second lease on life. Grandpa, I'm level 50. This time I'm going to hunt a proper soul ring for myself. Shifuyu hesitated for a moment and looked to Chihiro and said, Good. I know where there's a suitable soul ring. I'll take you there. Gu Yuna responded excitedly, forgetting the fact that she was also a soul beast. Little Feather, there's no need to be in a hurry. You're still young now. You should play with Rongrong more and improve your relationship. Ning Fengji interjected with a smile, his eyes carrying a few hints of deep meaning that seemed to imply something. Ning Rongrong blushed and lowered her head, pouting. Aya, what are you babbling about? Dad, why don't you wait a little longer? I've recently found someone to scout out what light attribute 100,000-year-old soul rings are available. That would be more beneficial to your cultivation. After pondering for a moment, Chihiro slowly spoke. Chihiro was truly both proud and headache-ridden of this heavenly grandchild. In the past, Xiao Shui herself had to urge her to cultivate, and now this grandchild is cultivating too fast, and her heart has not yet kept up with the skyrocketing strength at all. Looks like we'll have to find some time to have a heart-to-heart with him. Ning Fengji and the others were all silenced by the dry. This opening and closing was a 100,000-year soul ring. It was really enviable. At the same time, within Thousand Feathers Sea of Consciousness, Brother Tian Meng, haven't you always been thinking about your binger? Now there's a chance. Qian Yu opened her mouth to seduce. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We are so familiar with each other. And you still want to kill my wife. Little Feather, you don't bring this kind of game. I'm telling you, if you dare to hit on Binger, this brotherhood between us will really come to an end. The heavenly dream ice silkworm's voice was filled with panic. Though it usually liked to joke around, it was unusually determined when it came to such matters. Isn't this a soul contract? Shifuyu asked rhetorically. Shucks. And a soul contract? I know you. You would never let your people live in your sea of consciousness until it's absolutely necessary. I suspect that you just want to kill Binger to take her soul ring and soul bone. The voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm was filled with skepticism, as if it had already seen Qian Yu's sinister smile. After all our years of friendship, do I seem like a sinister villain to you? Shifuyu's heart was clogged and he felt so hurt. He'd actually been a good guy all along. It was just that there were so many bad people in the world that he had to show his fangs once in a while. In self-defense. Come on. If you can reform yourself, even a sow can get up a tree. The heavenly dream ice silkworm struck out without mercy. The corner of Shifuyu's mouth twitched, but he didn't care. Anyway, he had more than one candidate target now. Grandpa, my target is a 100,000-year-old demonic soul great white shark, Qian Yu said on the spot, although the exact location was unknown. With his spiritual detection coupled with his 1000 path stream 99 level of soul force perception, it was not difficult to find a 100,000-year-old soul beast. As for fit, that doesn't really matter. For Thousand Feathers, his soul skill had long been fixed. Regardless of what year of soul rings were absorbed, they could only increase the power of the soul rings and come with some special skill effects. And this time he had a vague premonition that his new soul skill was likely to be related to the soul, because in the previous battle, he was actually able to absorb the souls of those who died in the battlefield, only in order to avoid becoming a degenerate who was verbally abused by the world. He had been deliberately suppressing this ability. Demon Soul Great White Shark? That's an overlord in the sea. Extremely difficult to deal with. When Chihiro heard this, he frowned slightly, looking a little embarrassed. It wasn't that he couldn't really beat it, but the Demon Soul Great White Shark habitat was in the waters near Sea God Island. He was afraid of meeting Posey, the woman he had once adored. Even at his age, he still had some unspeakable feelings for this former goddess. However, seeing Shifuyu's resolute attitude, he couldn't bear to refuse, and could only agree with his head. Alright, since you're so insistent, then Grandpa will accompany you on a trip to see God Island. However, you have to promise me that when you get there everything will be under my command and you must not act without authorization. Chihiro looked at Shifuyu with a serious expression, his tone carrying an undeniable majesty. Shifuyu, did I say anything about going to Neptune Island? This old dang wouldn't be trying to meet an old lover himself, so he's deliberately misinterpreting me. Would he? I didn't realize that this old dang was still trying to get a second wind at his age. Although Shifuyu secretly slandered in his heart, he didn't dare to show the slightest bit on his face and could only obediently nod his head in agreement. Don't worry Grandpa, I'll listen to you in everything. However, can you give me some money? I want to go purchase some equipment and supplies for traveling. Qian Yu took the opportunity to make his own small request. Kyo-ha, didn't you get paid? Chihiro froze. He had clearly given millions of gold coins to Qinghe to give to Shifuyu as daily expenses. How come the boy was still short of money? Yeah, Grandpa, Feather can barely afford me. Gu Yuna interjected from the sidelines and clasped her hands tightly around Shifuyu's arm, pampering herself. The main reason was that it was too hard to be stuck by Chirin's neck. So many delicious food could not be bought. Chihiro shook his head helplessly and took out a golden card from his pocket and handed it to Shifuyu. This is our Martial Soul Palace's golden soul card. There are 1 million gold coins in it. Take it and spend it as you wish. If it's not enough then ask me for more. A hint of surprise flashed in Qian Yu's eyes as he received the golden soul card. It wasn't that Qian Renxue was stingy, but money was Qian Renxue's only lifeline to control Qian Yu right now, so it was naturally impossible to give too much. Thank you Grandpa. Qian Yu thanked him nicely and put the golden soul card away properly. Qian Yu then discussed the hunt with Jian Daolu, leaving Ning Fingji and the others dumbfounded. After all, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo wanted a 100,000-year-old soul ring and failed to get what they wanted after all the hard work. And yet, as if Qian Yu had just casually mentioned it, there was the 99th level Jedi Douluo Qian Daolu personally accompanying him to go. This kind of treatment was simply enviable. Grand Provider, can you let us go and see something as well? After all, an event like hunting a 100,000-year-old soul beast is not something you can encounter from time to time. Sword Douluo Dusty Heart finally couldn't help but speak. Even though he had been stuck at level 96 for a long time, if he could observe the strength of a level 99 Ultimate Douluo, it could not help his cultivation. Yes, great confessor, just take us along. All expenses for this journey will be borne by my 7 treasures glazed sect. Ning Fingji also expressed his wishes at the right time. Chihiro pondered for a moment, but in the end, he didn't choose to refuse. After all, the 2 sealed Douluo paired with the 7 treasure glazed pagodas increase. Their battle power was quite okay, and bringing them along would also allow them to take care of one more thing. Chapter 125, Purchasing 1,000-Year Whale Gum. After Qian Yu left, he didn't go back to the palace, but instead took Gu Yuna and Ning Rongrong to stroll around Tiantu City. Feather, what do you think of this dress? Gu Yuna reached out and pointed at a silver-white gown with longing in her eyes. It was a long dress woven with high-level soul guide materials and embroidered with exquisite silver patterns, looking both elegant and noble. Gu Yuna was originally extremely beautiful, and casually wearing a plain white shirt could make people astonished. I'm afraid it would be even more breathtakingly beautiful if I changed into the silver and white gown. Shifuyu took a closer look and nodded her head in praise. It's very nice. It suits you perfectly. After saying that, he turned his head and walked away without the slightest intention to buy it. This smile on Gu Yuna's face instantly solidified before it could bloom, and she looked at Qian Yu with disbelief. What? Not buying it for me? Gu Yuna slightly pouted her red lips and said somewhat angrily. Shifuyu had no choice but to say stiffly, Bye. Of course. Saying that, he stepped forward and directly picked up the dress and came to the counter to fleshly pay for it, and 50,000 gold soul coins slipped away so silently. After paying, Qian Yu handed the skirt to Gu Yuna and said in a casual manner, Here, I bought it for you. Let's go. Gu Yuna took the dress, a sweet smile on her face, and said gently, That's more like it. Feather, I want it too. Ning Rongrong said accusingly, her fingers gently tracing over a small pink dress next to her. The dress was intricately designed and embellished with tiny gems that were worth a fortune at first glance. Qian Yu took a look at the price. Good lord, 250,000 gold soul coins. You really know how to pick. No, you don't want to. Without lifting his head, Shifuyu directly accelerated his pace. Humph, cheapskate. Ning Rongrong sulked the whole way. He couldn't even spare 250,000 to spend for her. He didn't love himself at all. However, angry or not, When Shifuyu walked away, she still angrily jogged over and followed him closely, afraid of losing him in general. Shifuyu had come out this time mainly to see if there was any place to buy whale glue. Whale gum, refined from a special substance in the brain of the soul beast class of whales, had a great nourishing effect on a soul master's flesh. It can significantly improve a soul master's physique and enhance his or her physical tolerance to soul rings. After shopping around, Shifuyu finally found whale glue in a store called Rare Pavilion. This whale glue was milky white in color, emitting a faint fluorescent light, and it was not a mortal product at first glance. "Boss, how do you sell this whale glue?" Qian asked, pointing at the whale glue. The owner was a middle-aged man with 2 mustaches, a shrewd man at first glance. He sized up Qian and laughed. "This little friend is really a person who knows what he's talking about. This whale gum is extracted from the brain of a 30,000-year-old deep-sea giant whale. It's precious and incomparable. It's priced at 5,000 golden soul coins, but you don't mind the price. The aphrodisiac and aphrodisiac effect of this stuff is awesome. Once you use it, you'll know. You're guaranteed to have a good time night after night, and you won't be able to lose your golden gun." After the boss finished speaking, he also glanced meaningfully at Guyuna and Ning Rongrong, who were beside Qianyu. "Young people just don't know moderation and get weak so early. But with me, the whale glue, it's guaranteed to give him his manly confidence back." When Guyuna and Ning Rongrong heard this, they both blushed in shame, lowering their heads and pinching their sleeves tightly, their beautiful eyes glistening with tears as they looked at Qianyu with affection, as if they had been greatly aggrieved. No wonder Little Feather is so fond of sterilizing others and is always a picture of purity. So there is such a hidden agenda behind this. Guyuna thought in this way, and all of a sudden all the unpleasantness of the past was turned into a full of tenderness and heartache. Ning Rongrong also wrapped her arms around Qianyu's waist in heartache and said in a resigned voice, "It's okay, Feather. I love you for who you are, and I'll always be there for you, whether you're capable or not. Just wait. I'll have my father send the best tonic right away, and I'll make sure to raise you to be fat and white." Shifuyu's face darkened, feeling that this boss took him as if he had come to buy an aphrodisiac. "And why are you two reacting like that? And acting like you're going to keep your virginity for me? I just want to buy whale gum to improve my health. I'm really not vain. Qianyu dryly coughed twice and said with a straight face, "Boss, I bought the whale glue for cultivation purposes, not for the nasty things you said. Also, my body is fine. It's really not weak." The boss's eyes had some pity in them, and he could see the expressions of Guyuna and Ning Rongrong clearly. "How is it possible that you can tell me that this stuff is not false?" The key was that he had never really heard of whale glue being used for cultivation. The boss secretly shook his head in his heart, but on his mouth he said, I understand. Little friend. Don't worry. This whale glue of mine is absolutely genuine and childish. It is guaranteed that it will allow you to cultivate with half the effort." In the end, the boss tearfully gave 1,000 Feathers a 70% discount and sold the whale glue to 1,000 Feathers at a price of 3,500 gold soul coins. Nowadays, Douluo originally didn't know the role of whale glue. The reason was that there was no method to increase the purity of whale glue, so much so that the stuff has been reduced to a miracle drug for the aristocrats' aphrodisiacs and kidney tonics, circulating in the market and being misunderstood for its true value. Qianyu looked at the whale glue in his hand, and his mental power quickly analyzed the impurities and essence within it. The elemental power of space was quickly unleashed, extracting the essence, while there was also the true fire of the sun wrapping it in bits. The whale glue quickly changed, gradually turning into a strange dark golden color. After the boss received the gold card, he looked at the whale glue in Qianyu's hand that had changed in quality and stared at it with wide eyes full of incredulity. "Little friend, what kind of tactic is this?" the boss stammered and asked. His eyes were locked onto the crystal clear piece of whale glue in Shifuyu's hand that was emitting a faint glow. A strange fragrance emanated from the whale glue, and just a single sniff made one feel refreshed, and even the soul power in one's body became more active. "Don't ask so many questions. Hurry up and get all the whale glue out. I want it all." After Shifuyu was sure that his purification method was useful, he no longer had any worries and said directly to the boss, "What? All of it?" The owner's eyes widened, but he hurriedly turned around and took out a large wooden box from under the counter, opening it up to see that it was full of whale glue. "Little friend, this is all the whale glue I have here. 50 pieces in total. All for you," the owner said as he carefully took out the whale glue and set it on the counter. "How much?" 1,000 Feathers took a look. Most of these vintages were at the 1,000-year and 100-year level, although the vintage was not as high as the previous one. He didn't care about that since he had a method of purification. Chapter 126, Yu Tianheng's death. This doesn't need to be money. I only ask that your excellency can teach me this purification method," the boss said, actually wanting to kneel down and kowtow. "You won't learn." Shifuyu shook her head. He didn't understand exactly how it was purified in the original, but he couldn't imitate this method himself at all. Seeing this, the owner gave another good persuasion, but Shifuyu remained firm and paid and walked away. Feather, let's go back. Gu Yuna narrowed her eyes happily, as if she had already seen the scene of Shifuyu's bestiality towards herself when she was high on the drug. Ning Rongrong's face was blushing, but it also carried a few hints of anticipation. She said softly, "Little you, do you really want to use these whale gums to cultivate? Then when you cultivate, can we watch from the side? Ah?" Shifuyu had a black line on his face and was completely speechless to these two women who were full of yellow waste. "Well, it's almost time to shop, so I'll take you back." After saying that, Qianyu turned his head and laughed, while looking at the several pieces of whale glue in his hands that had already been purified. These are not very vintage, and a piece is worth a couple hundred or 1,000 or so. Qianyu had only spent 80,000 gold soul coins to buy all of them, which was much more cost-effective than those crappy dresses or whatever. "I'm not going back. I'm going back with you to see exactly how you cultivate with these whale gums." Ning Rongrong pouted and held onto Qianyu's arm with both hands, a look that refused to let go. Gu Yuna was furious and hastily pulled her away, saying with dissatisfaction, "Just say it, don't lean so close." Ning Rongrong, however, refused to budge, retorting, "You're not married to him, so what makes you say I can't be near him?" Gu Yuna was momentarily speechless, her cheeks slightly red. It was true that she hadn't gotten married to Shifuyu, but in her heart, she had already considered Shifuyu as her partner. Shifuyu didn't bother to say anything more to them. After leaving the precious pavilion, Qianyu went straight towards the ice and fire eye in the sunset forest. The two women were puzzled, but they followed closely. Sunset forest, outside the eye of ice and fire. After Yu Tianhong left, he found Dugwian at the first opportunity and grabbed her collar and slapped her hard. Angrily, "It's all you. If you hadn't encouraged me to go against Qianyu, how could my grandfather have died?" Dokuragain was dazed by the slap, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. She looked at Yu Tianhong incredulously, her eyes filled with shock and anger. "Tianhong? You even hit me?" Yu Tianhong had lost his mind at this moment, as he pushed Dugwian to the ground and roared, "It's all because of you. It's all you." When he finished, he threw a series of punches and kicks, giving vent to the fear in his heart. He was really crazy. Why would he mess with such a horrible enemy like Qianyu for this ugly and vicious woman? Dokuragain was beaten to the point that he curled up on the ground, his hands tightly protecting his head, his eyes filled with fear. "Tianhong, calm down. Things have already happened. It's useless to beat me anymore." Dugwian cried out. "Things have happened. Do you know what will happen to me? After offending the martial soul hall, even Grandpa died, and all of us in the Blue Lightning Overlord sect might suffer extinction because of this. It's all because of you. It's all because of you." Jade Tianhong was in a state of insanity. His fists rained down on Duguyan's body, and every punch was deadly, aiming to take Duguyan's life. Right at this moment, Dugwian could no longer hold back, and a mouthful of turquoise scale snake venom gushed out, hitting Yu Tianhong squarely in the cheek. "Ah!" Yu Tianhong let out a miserable scream as his face instantly swelled and his skin turned blue as the toxin rapidly spread through his body. Dugwian sat paralyzed on the ground, looking at Yu Tianhong's agonized appearance. A hint of pleasure flashed in his eyes. You, how dare you use the Jasper scale snake venom on me? Are you trying to kill me?" Yu Tianhong covered his swollen cheek. The toxicity attack caused him excruciating pain. He struggled to get up and tried to grab Duguyan. Dokuragain hurriedly dodged and turned his head to run towards the depths of the forest, while not forgetting to shout, "Yu Tianhong, you forced me to do this. I, Duguyan, am not one to be messed with." Yu Tianhong staggered after him for a few steps, but the poison seized up more and more. He only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and his body became heavier and heavier. "Cough up, you poisonous woman. Cough up." Yu Tianhong fell to the ground, panting heavily with despair in his eyes. Being poisoned by the blue scale snake was almost a death sentence. In that case, even if she died, she would have to pull this poisonous woman on her back. First soul skill Thunder Dragon Claw. Second soul skill Thunderclap. Third soul skill Dragon's Wrath. Several consecutive increasing soul techniques were used, and Yu Tianhong's figure instantly disappeared in place. A sharp clawed mane cut through the air and went straight after Dokuroyan. When Dokuroyan heard the movement behind him, he was shocked and turned around. Only Yu Tianhong's figure approached like lightning, and his eyes were filled with viciousness. "No, you can't kill me. I'm Dugubo's granddaughter. If you kill me, my grandfather won't spare you." Duguyan shouted in terror. "Dokubo? That old thing can't protect itself now. You poisonous woman, die together." Jade Tianhong did not hold back the slightest bit with this claw. directly scratching Duguyan's arm to the point where the skin broke open and blood dripped. Stop! As the voice fell, Dokubo ignored the backlash of the toxin and forcibly urged his soul power and stepped out. Pust! But in the next moment, Dokubo spat out a large mouthful of poisonous blood. His face was as white as paper, and his breath was weak to the extreme. His true body was shattered and his cultivation was greatly damaged, and now that he was forcibly using his soul power, the toxins in his body could no longer be suppressed and completely erupted. Grandpa! When Duguyan saw Dokubo appear, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes and he hurriedly ran towards him, but Yu Tianheng didn't give her the slightest chance to do so, and his sharp thunder claws tore Duguyan's hands off. Blood spurted out, and Dokuroyan let out a mournful scream. Yenner! Dokubo's eyes were wide with anger, but at this time, he was already struggling to protect himself. His body was eroded by the poison, and it was a bit difficult for him to even stand still. Fortunately, after doing so, Yu Tianheng fell to the ground, his body twitching and struggling for a while before he lost his breath, but the spiteful eyes before dying still made Duguyan feel a chill in his heart. Dokubo looked at his granddaughter's broken hands, tears sliding down his wrinkled face. In a trembling voice, he said, Yenner, go quickly. Find someone to heal your hand and leave this old thing of mine alone. If he didn't stop the bleeding as soon as possible, even if Dokuroyan didn't die, he would be eaten by the Sunset Forest soul beasts. But Dokuroyan stared blankly at his bloodied arms, his eyes filled with emptiness and despair. Chapter 127 Dokuragan's plea. Grandpa, my hand is ruined. Tianheng is gone. And you're leaving too. What's the point of me living? Dokuragan murmured, tears sliding down her cheeks and dripping onto her blood-stained hands. Dokubo's heart was overwhelmed with grief, and he struggled to get up and go stop his granddaughter's bleeding, but he realized that he was beyond his strength. He could only tremble his voice and shout with the last of his strength. Yenner, you can't give up. You have to live. Only if you live can you avenge me and get justice for yourself. Just then, 3 figures appeared in the middle of the Sunset Forest during the period. Shifuyu walked in the forefront, with long blonde hair and a gentle smile on her face, exuding a kind of extreme charm between her hands and feet, making it difficult to avert her gaze. He was closely followed by Gu Yuna and Ning Rongrong, who were both a bit intolerant after seeing the miserable state of Duguyan and Dokubo. Feather, wouldn't that be a little too cruel? Gu Yuna suddenly couldn't help but open her mouth as she walked. It was true that those who had offended Qianyu had all ended up too miserable, which made a trace of intolerance rise in her heart. Ning Rongrong swallowed hard, thinking back to when they first met. They Shrek 7 monsters had offended Thousand Feathers, and now that they thought about it, it was already a miracle that they could survive. The corners of Shifuyu's mouth twitched, his heart speechless to the core. What do I care? So I'm that bad in your mind? I'm the one who does all the bad things? He shrugged helplessly and said lightly, it's a coincidence that I merely wanted to come and pick up something. Dokubo and Dekoyan jerked their heads up when they heard Chiyu's words and glared at him with a deadly glare. Shifuyu, what are you still doing here? Come to see me laugh? Dokuragan forced himself to endure the pain and gritted his teeth. The color of resentment in her eyes was itching to cut Thousand Feathers to pieces. Oh, Shifuyu passed right by them, and the 2 dying men didn't even have the value to make up for it. Slow down. Save me and my grandfather. I apologize. Dokuroyan completely panicked after seeing that Qianyu ignored himself and instead directly chose to leave, especially with the blood still flowing out of his arm and the gradually increasing dizziness that was breaking him down. However, Qianyu remained unmoved, and even sped up his pace to urge Gu Yuna and Ning Rongrong, walk faster, don't dawdle. Shifuyu, you should want to go to the Eye of Ice and Fire. It turns out that this kid has already set his sights on his own medicine garden, and I'm afraid that his grandparents and grandchildren have fallen into such a state because of him. When he thought of this, Dokubo was even more furious, hating to break Qianyu into pieces, but at this time, under the roof, had to bow his head. He could only force down the anger in his heart, forced out a smile and said, Thousand Feather little friend, as long as you are willing to save my granddaughter, the old man is willing to ice and fire in the eyes of all the medicinal herbs are gifted to you. How? Qianyu's footsteps lurched and he turned around, looking at Dokubo with a smile on his face. You're not qualified to talk to me about conditions yet. After Qianyu finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Dokubo and continued to walk forward. Dokubo's face was a shade of green and white. How had he ever been humiliated like this? But at this moment, he was powerless. Grandpa, what to do? I don't want to die. Duguyan's voice had taken on a sobbing tone, and she had completely panicked at this moment. Ning Rongrong's eyes were a bit intolerant, and she hurriedly pulled on Qianyu's sleeve, pleading, Little Feather, third brother has always said that one should spare others. Look at how pitiful they are. Just save them. Moreover, Senior Dokubo is a sealed Douluo. If he can survive, It would be beneficial to you as well, wouldn't it? Qianyu shook his head and said indifferently, have you ever thought about it? If I didn't have the ability to transfer the biphosphorus snake venom, how miserable my death would have been. They run at my life with every move, wanting to make me draw my skin and bones. I'm sorry to say that I don't have that much of a capacity, and it would be my greatest mercy to keep my hands off the mending nowadays. God's special car of Dokubo survived to his own benefit. Afraid not, he recovered his strength the first time to slaughter himself. Gu Yuna sighed softly when she heard this, but she didn't say anything more. She knew Shifuyu's character, and once she decided something it was hard to change it again. Right at this moment, Duge Yen suddenly cried out, Qian Yu, I know I'm wrong. I'm willing to be a slave and a maidservant. I only beg you to save my life. Shifuyu turned her head to look her up and down and smiled theatrically, smiley face. I say, where did you get the face to say that? Ugly looking and handicapped, and so vicious in your heart. How big of a heart am I to keep you around looking for pain? Dokurage's face flushed red as he was choked by Shifuyu's words. Tears raged out once again, but he couldn't refute a single word, and could only stare malevolently at Shifuyu's back. Qianyu took Gu Yuna and Ning Rongrong and continued on. Soon, a deep valley was presented to the crowd. The valley was surrounded by a dense poisonous fog, obviously a means for Dokubo to prevent outsiders from entering. Shifuyu led them in instantaneously. A spring with two extreme colors of ice blue and fire red intertwined came into view. Is this the eye of ice and fire? It's worthy of being an excellent treasure of heaven and earth. A hint of admiration flashed in Shifuyu's eyes as he looked at the wondrous scene before him. Gu Yuna sensed the familiar aura of the Ice and Fire Dragon King and her mood was a bit low. Nana-chan, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so unhappy? The corner of Qian Yu's mouth twitched. He knew that he shouldn't have brought this stupid dragon here. Now it was a bit troublesome to take a shot at the remnant soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. No, it's fine, but that's a lot of fairy grass. Gu Yuna calmed her complicated feelings and changed the topic saying, Fiery Apricot Jojo, Octagonal Shinbing Herb, Erythrina Tulip, Ice Fairy Jade Musclebone, and the final king of the immortals, Acacia Broken Heart Red. Gu Yue's gaze swept over a strain of immortal grass and finally landed on that strain of the king of immortal products Acacia Broken Heart Red. She took Shifuyu's hand and laughed softly. Little feather, let's go pick these immortal herbs. With them, you'll be able to further all your strength. Thousand Feathers, however, shook his head and looked deep into the depths of that spring where ice and fire mingled as he slowly said, as good as these immortal herbs are, the real treasure lies beneath that spring. When Gu Yuna heard this, her heart tightened, but she still forced a smile and said, where is there any treasure there? We'd better not destroy such an excellent treasure. Shifuyu sniffed and didn't care. He wasn't sure just how far the task of capturing the Eye of Ice and Fire had to go in the God of Destruction exam, but just don't let Tang-san get the benefits here anyway. Chapter 128, Acacia Broken Heart Red. Next Gu Yuna introduced the usefulness of these immortal herbs for Qianyu. Shifuyu didn't care. Anyway, his physique was twice as good. It didn't matter if he ate it directly as a meal. However, he still left a buffy jade muscle bone for Qian Renxue. As for the Eros jade incense, he gave it to Ning Rongrong. Seeing this, although Gu Yuna was a little jealous, she didn't say anything, because Feather will soon learn who loves him the most in the whole world. Ahem, little Feather. This Acacia Broken Heart Red is most peculiar. He has a particularly touching story. Do you want to hear it? Gu Yuna smiled extremely brightly, as if she had already seen the scene where Qian Yu was moved to hug herself. Want to hear it? Want to hear it? Qian Yu perfunctorily said. At the same time while octagonal Qian Icegrass and the fire apricot Jiao Shu together threw into the mouth to chew and swallow. These two very different attributes of ice and fire. If it was a normal person would definitely burst their body and die. However, Qian Yu utilized the ice and fire refining gold body, and his physique unexpectedly increased by a large amount out of nowhere. Gu Yuna was furious and stomped her feet. She puffed up her cheeks and said with dissatisfaction, Hey, are you listening to me or not? Ah, really, piss me off. Well, you hurry up, Qian Yu said, and spat out a mouthful of ice and fire elements in his mouth, scaring him so much that he hurriedly covered his mouth for fear that the medicinal properties would be lost. Gu Yuna nodded in satisfaction and was about to continue. As a result, Ning Rongrong, who had just finished absorbing the immortal grass, jumped into Qian Yu's arms with a face of excitement, holding a 9-treasure glazed pagoda in her hands. Little Feather, thank you so much. From now on I'll be the first sealed Douluo to possess the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Ning Rongrong laughed happily, her eyes curving into a crescent shape. Saying that, she also kissed Shifuyu's lips with a single kiss, and wrapped her hands around Shifuyu's neck to prevent him from breaking free. Gu Yuna's face instantly became ugly, and an icy killing intent filled her eyes. But soon a wave of aggression welled up in her heart, and she couldn't hold on to her tears any longer. and they rolled down like beads on a broken string. Oh little feather. You've gone too far. I'll never ignore you again. Gu Yuna shouted as she cried and turned around to leave. Qian Yu was a bit confused by Ning Rongrong, and when she reacted, she hurriedly pushed Ning Rongrong away and chased after her. It took a good bit of comforting her in his arms to stabilize the little one a bit. Humph, don't think I'll forgive you for that. Gu Yuna sobbed and looked at Qian Yu with tears in her eyes. Why didn't you even push Rongrong away just now? Do you like her too? Misunderstanding. I was eating. Qian Yu was just about to explain that at that time. His mind was controlling the power of ice and fire mingling in his body, and he simply had no time to care about it. But he was interrupted by Gu Yuna once again. You don't have to explain. I understand everything. Gu Yuna looked away from Shifuyu to not let her see the expression on her face, a hint of choking in her voice. You men are all so fond of the new that you forget the old when you have the new. As long as you want to hide, even the sealed Douluo can't touch you. And today you would be taken advantage of by a little girl of over 30 levels. Humph! You scum! The more Qian Yu listened to this, how the more familiar it felt. How so like the previous life netizens scolded Tang San paragraph it. He cried and laughed a little, but looking at Gu Yuna's aggrieved appearance, his heart also ached. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, was lightly tapping her red lips with her small hand, her eyes misty as if she was recalling the sweetness of the kiss she had just received. Seeing that he couldn't explain it, Shifuyu could only gently cup Gu Yuna's face and kiss it with a single bite. Gu Yuna was caught a little off guard by Qian Yu's kiss. Her eyes widened, then 2 blushes floated on her face and she shyly lowered her head. This proves it, doesn't it? You're the only one in my heart. Shifuyu laughed softly and gently stroked Gu Yuna's long hair. Gu Yuna snorted coldly and turned her head towards Acacia Broken Heart Red as she walked. I'll trust you for once, but you'll have to pick the Acacia Broken Red for me. Hey! Shifuyu cocked his head, the expression on his face instantly becoming frozen. Hey, what is it? Are you not loving me anymore? You've changed. You didn't used to be like this. You used to spoil me. Now you won't even pick me a flower. Gu Yuna stopped and turned around, crossing her arms and looking at Shifuyu with a puff of air. Qian Yu looked at Gu Yuna's puffed up appearance and explained stiffly. Sister Nana, this Acacia Broken Heart Red is not an ordinary immortal grass. It has its own spirituality and choice. If it is unwilling to follow me and I forcefully pick it, it will only cause it to wither. Gu Yuna played up her little nature. She walked to Qian Yu's side, clasped her hands around his arm and pampered herself saying, I don't care. I want this Acacia Broken Heart Red. Shifuyu froze in place for a moment at a loss for words in the face of this giveaway. What's the use of being strong? Acacia Broken Heart Red doesn't give a damn about himself. That can't be helped. Humph. This grass is called Acacia Broken Heart Red, and there is an extremely poignant legend about him. In a long time ago, there is a young man born calm, most like flowers and plants, love moving heaven and earth. He moved the heavenly flower fairy, private mortal, and he married. Fish and water love could not happy. The gods of heaven learned of the great anger. Gu Yuna said, tears coming out of her eyes as she spoke, and her voice became choked, as if she was the flower fairy that had been torn apart. Then this flower fairy is really stupid. A good god doesn't want to be a good god but has to make a fool of himself. The corners of Shifuyu's mouth twitched, completely unmoved. It's the equivalent of a top-ranking rich girl falling in love with a roadside tramp and dying to live with him. Pure and simple. When Gu Yuna heard this, her eyes widened and she looked at Qian Yu incredulously. How can you say that? There was anger in Gu Yuna's voice. You go on. You go on. Shifuyu hurriedly closed his mouth, not daring to speak out of turn. Gu Yuna took a deep breath, calmed herself, and continued to tell the poignant story. Shifuyu listens, and after ignoring Guzuna's rendering with her personal emotions, summarizes it. Presumably, the flower fairy returned to the god realm after she had enough fun. An old den snubbed the teenager and said that the peony flower was the flower fairy proper. When the teenager heard this, he cried to the flowers all day and then vomited blood and died. Since then this flower has become the unique Acacia Broken Heart Red in the world, representing love until death. This 10 years of brain thrombosis can't make up such a doggone story. The point is, how could a god-level powerhouse fall in love with a mortal with a face full of mites and pimples? This story is really full of holes and slots. Shifuyu was spitting madly in his heart, but he didn't dare show the slightest bit on his face. Chapter 129, Destruction God King's Arrival. Ice and Fire Dragon King's Remnant. And this Acacia Broken Heart Red is waiting for the one who is willing to give his heart for it. Gu Yuna looked at Shifuyu fondly, as if she hoped he would be the one destined to be. Shifuyu, don't look at me. I can't. I really can't do it. Do you expect a career-filled villain to become a relationship brain? That's not going to happen. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong stepped out on the side, took Qian Yu's hand, looked at him with affection, and said, Little you, I'm willing to be the one to give my heart for you. Gu Yuna's face had turned iron blue, and it was as if fire could be spewed out of her eyes. No need for Little Feather. I'm enough. You bastard dare to rob me of Little Feather. I'll beat you to death. Gu Yuna's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. If Ning Rongrong had picked the Acacia Broken Heart Red first, by then Little Feather would surely have a crush on her. And wouldn't she have lost a lot of money? Thinking of this, Gu Yuna couldn't care less and directly rushed to Acacia Broken Heart Red. He gently cut his fingertip, and the crimson blood dripped on top of the Acacia Broken Heart Red. Then he closed his eyes and waited for the results, believing that no one in the world loved Feather more than he did. Little Feather can only be whoever is mine, and no one can snatch him away. If anyone dares to snatch him away, then I will destroy it. Feather, I'm sorry, I just love every moment with you. Gu Yuna's eyes, which had opened, suddenly turned dark red. That morbid love affair actually made the flower fall off the stone completely. Acacia Broken Red. Recognition successful. I don't know if it was Shifuyu's illusion, but he felt that the way Gu Yuna looked at him was even more perverted. He turned his head away from Gu Yuna's blazing eyes. Gu Yuhua gently caressed the Acacia Broken Heart Red and turned her head to look at the pale Ning Rongrong and smiled smugly. Humph, you're still a bit young to steal a man from me. Ning Rongrong's red lips were pursed tightly, and tears were welling up in her eyes. She held back her inner sadness and left without looking back, leaving behind only one sentence. Little Feather, I will let you know who is the best person for you. Just then, a figure appeared in front of them. The smile on Gu Yuna's face instantly froze, and her body began to tremble violently. It was because that silhouette was one of the 5 God Kings of the Divine Realm, the Divine King of Destruction. The crushing pressure from the level of life caused all 3 to feel a deadly sense of crisis. What are you doing here? Qian Yu frowned slightly. With the character of the Destruction God King, it was only right that he should not intervene in things in the lower realms. This time, the main reason for going down to the realm is to deal with the remnants of the divine war from back then, and it has nothing to do with you. After the Destruction God King finished speaking and glanced at Gu Yuna, his figure disappeared into thin air, and Gu Yuna was blushing a little less than well. After all, in terms of bloodline, those 2 Dragon Kings had a great relationship with themselves. Seeing this, Qian Yu let out a sigh of relief and tenderly touched Gu Yuna's small head, softly comforting. It's fine. No matter what happens, I will be by your side. Gu Yuna looked up, tears glistening in her eyes, but she tried to squeeze out a smile. Thank you, Little Feather. Just then, a breeze brushed by, and the petals of the Acacia Broken Heart Red swayed gently, as if telling something. 1,000 Feathers glanced at Acacia Broken Heart Red. A complex color flashed in his eyes and he wanted to speak. When Gu Yuna saw this scene, the sadness in her heart immediately disappeared without a trace, and what immediately rose up was infinite joy. She believed that with this Acacia Broken Heart Red, Xiao Yu would definitely understand her feelings. Hey, Feather, I'm not going to let you get away with this anymore. Thinking of this, Gu Yuna couldn't help but let out a demented giggle. In fact, Shifuyu simply felt that if this Acacia Broken Heart Red was really colored red by the blood vomited out by that teenager, wouldn't that be disgusting to eat? After all, imagining that scene makes you feel a little sick. Stop smiling like an idiot. Isn't it just a flower? I'll get on me just fine. Ning Rongrong searched around but didn't find another Acacia Broken Heart Red. As soon as he came back, he saw Gu Yuna's smug look, and his heart felt bad. Gu Yuna glanced at her. The corner of her mouth hooked into a mocking smile. Humph, can you do it? This Acacia Broken Heart Red is not something that just anyone can make it recognize. Ning Rongrong was a bit irritated by Gu Yuna's words. She grunted and walked forward to touch the Acacia Broken Heart Red, but was bounced back by an invisible force. See, if you don't have it, don't try to be a hero. Gu Yuna smiled triumphantly as she gently stroked the petals of the Acacia Broken Heart Red, her eyes filled with tenderness. The corners of Shifuyu's mouth twitched, practically speechless herself. That was clearly Gu Yuna herself bouncing off with her soul power. Plus what's the point of pretending to be an Acacia Broken Heart Red autonomous defense? Interdimensional space at the bottom of the ice and fire ice springs. Destruction. What are you still doing here? Come to see us laugh? Get lost. The arrival of the Destruction God King instantly awakened the remnant soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. At once, the remnant soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King let out an angry roar within the interdimensional space. It seems that Shura didn't handle it cleanly back then. Surprisingly, it allowed you 2 remnant souls to linger on to this day. However, this time I will end your existence once and for all. The Destruction God King's voice was cold and merciless. Countless destructive forces immediately surged towards the remnant soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. The entire interdimensional space seemed to be torn apart by this force. Although the Ice and Fire Dragon King tried his best to resist, he was ultimately unable to withstand the vast divine power of the Destruction God King. Their remnant souls gradually became weak under the wash of the destructive force. and eventually turned into bits of light that dissipated into the interdimensional space. Humph, out of your depth. The opposite God King arrived in front of the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King and quickly refined it into 2 god bones. The edge of the spring at the eye of Ice and Fire. Guyuna sensed the complete disappearance of the Ice Fire Dragon King's aura and lowered her head with some loss, a touch of sadness flashing in her eyes. Shifuyu gently patted her shoulder in comfort. Don't feel too bad. They've been relieved and this is probably the best place for them. Right at this moment, the God King of Destruction stepped out from the interdimensional space, his hands holding 2 god bones that shimmered with divine light. Little one, these 2 trinkets are yours. Take them. After saying that, the Destruction God King threw the Ice and Fire Dragon King's soul bone to Qianyu. At the same time, a flash of information passed through Shifuyu's eyes. Destruction's second exam. Delving into the eye of Ice and Fire and seizing the resources that the Shura God has prepared for the cultivation of his heir, has been completed. Rewarded the Fire Dragon King's divine bone. Destruction third exam. Time limit of 2 years to complete. Create your own soul skill that is not inferior to the 10,000-year-old soul ring. Completed. Rewarded a Ice Dragon King divine bone. Chapter 130, Destruction of the fourth exam. Be a human being. Destruction of the fourth exam. To learn to be a human being, then start by first doing a good deed and letting the goddess of life feel your goodness. Unfinished. Seeing the last one, Shifuyu almost didn't tense up. Goddamn, learning to be a human being? This test isn't kidding me, is it? So in your eyes, so I've never been a person? Probably sensing Qianyu's impudent gaze, the Destruction God King left the place as if he had fled. Inside the Temple of Destruction. Green. It's okay now. After the Destruction God King returned, he said with some impatience, originally, we were all chasing the drama together, but it turned out that we saw Qianyu not saving Douluo, the grandparents and grandchildren. The goddess of life instantly looked displeased, her eyes filled with disbelief, crying and screaming for himself to go down there and change the end of the poor boy Dokoroyan, or he would never sleep with himself again. Violet, don't you feel sorry for that girl? Meeting such a cruel villain as Little Feather. She had a happy life with a beautiful family and a perfect fiancé, but she had to be destroyed by Feather herself. I just can't watch it anymore. The goddess of life's eyes were filled with tears as she said with a resigned face. The God King of Destruction instantly had a bit of a headache as he rubbed his temples and said helplessly, okay, I got it. I'll go out and prod Feather a little right now. The goddess of life wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and hummed, then why don't you go? If they die, I'll never ignore you again. Look at what kind of chosen of God you're teaching, so brutal and unsympathetic. People are begging him so pitifully, but they are still indifferent. The God King of Destruction bristled, but didn't say anything more. However, the next moment he actually appeared within the Shura God Temple. Destruction, what are you doing here? After taking my ice and fire eyes, you still want to come here to show off to me? The Shura God's voice echoed within the temple with a hint of displeasure. Humph, I haven't even pursued you for harboring the remains of the remnants of the divine war, and you're accusing me instead. A look of displeasure flashed across the face of the God of Destruction. The gas is shaking cold, and I'm so mixed up that I can't even go back home now. Why do you Shura get to live so comfortably? Just because you're single? When the Shura God heard this, he was furious, robbing his own things and coming to snap at himself. At that moment, he stopped being polite, and a red and black divine power blasted towards the Destruction God King. The Destruction God King dodged sideways, easily dodging the Shura God's attack, and laughed coldly. What? Getting annoyed? If you have the guts, come out after me and we'll have a good fight. Where could the Shura God stand this kind of provocation? And at that moment, he turned into a red light and chased out of the divine hall. The two great God Kings exchanged blows in the air, and the aftershocks from the collision of divine power caused the surrounding space to tremble. In the end, this matter ended with the Shura God being beaten so badly that he couldn't take care of himself. But of course, this was unilaterally declared by the God King of Destruction. Eye of Ice and Fire. Thousand Feathers had originally intended to take the divine bone of the Ice and Fire Dragon King in place, but as a result, the message in his eyes frantically urged him to do the quest. Qianyu's eyebrows danced wildly, and he was somewhat speechless in his heart. This is not even pretending. Directly let yourself go to save Duguyen, otherwise the mission failed. Can do this. A look at the goddess of life's handiwork. Thousand Feathers sighed helplessly and had no choice but to pocket the Ice and Fire Dragon King's divine bone first. His figure then flashed and sped towards the direction where Dakubo was. Feather. Seeing this, Guyuna couldn't care about being sentimental and hurriedly used her spatial power to chase after her. Ning Rongrong was dumbfounded as she watched. She wanted to chase after them, but she was stopped by the poisonous mist that filled the surroundings, and could only stand in place and stomp her feet anxiously. When Qianyu arrived, Duguyen and Dugubo had already fainted to death, their breath weak, as if they would dissipate at any time. Shifuyu did a quick check and found that one of the two was deeply poisoned and the other was bleeding profusely. Little feather, why do you suddenly want to save them again? Gu Yuna asked suspiciously as she followed closely behind. Without lifting his head, Shifuyu picked Dokoroyan's arm back up. Using divine light as well as the power of life, he slowly healed the intense poison in his body. At the same time, he said, "Don't ask. Asking is me suddenly having a Madonna's heart and trying to be a good person." "You, a good person? Pooh-ha, are you serious?" Gu Yuna couldn't help but laugh out as she covered her mouth and said in a slightly flirtatious manner, "If you are a good person, then there are no bad people in this world." Shifuyu rolled her eyes and said in a nonchalant manner, "Hey, hey, 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 I'm seriously being a good guy, right? Okay, you're serious, you're most serious." Gu Yuna nodded perfunctorily, but then looked at him with a suspicious face. He couldn't believe the little bastard was suddenly so kind. "Qian you, why did you save me? Could it be that you covet my beauty?" Dokuragain came to his senses and asked somewhat weakly after seeing that it was Qianyu. There was still a slight headache, but the warmth of the divine light made her feel more comfortable than ever. However, if Shifuyu was coveting his own beauty, what was he from? Or do we reject it first and then obey him? For a while, Dokoroyan's heart was actually a bit flustered. Shifuyu looked at the back of her head that was as disgusting as a sarcoma, but still did not resist the compulsion to help him heal it, so that it restored her original delicate appearance. Duguyen was already extremely beautiful, and now that the toxin has faded, she looks even more bright-eyed and white-toothed, with skin like congealed fat. Although it is not as overwhelming as Little Dance and Qian Renxue, it also has a unique flavor. This gave Gu Yuna a strong sense of crisis. One Ning Rongrong is annoying enough, and this little bastard wants a mistress? Little feather. If you like him, it's not like Nana-san can't have two women serving one husband. Gu Yuna gently stroked the acacia broken heart red and said in a sweet, cloying voice, while throwing a wink at Qianyu. Shifuyu instantly felt a nasty chill and goosebumps. He quickly waved his hand and refused. "No need, Sister Nana. You alone are enough for me to suffer. Add another one to the mix and I'll still be tortured to death by you guys." When Gu Yuna heard this, the corners of her mouth rose slightly as she said meaningfully, "Oh, is that so? Then you're really in a state of bliss and don't know what's good for you." Shifuyu didn't want to dwell on this issue with Gu Yuna, so he changed the topic and said, "By the way, where's Rongrong?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna clasped her hands to her chest and snorted coldly, not answering directly. Instead, he lifted the acacia broken heart red upwards, as if to remind Chiyu that I am the one who loves you the most. Seeing this, Qianyu also ignored her little temper and lowered her head to continue to focus on healing the injuries of the two Duguyen. Chapter 131, Collective Cultivation. Yang Xian shook his head, washed up and walked out of the house, ready to exercise his body. Just walking to the living room, Yang Xian was surprised to see the two of them, Little Fatty and Yi Yuhan. Moreover, the two of them even lay on the sofa and huffed and puffed. Seeing this scene, Yang Xian smiled helplessly and bitterly. These two guys really didn't take their words seriously. Yang Xian slowly came to the side of the two, looking at the two who were both frowning tightly in their sleep. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. "Fatty, your mental quality is terrible. Did you have another nightmare last night?" Yang Xian patted Fatty's shoulder and laughed lightly. Brother Xian, I didn't." Fatty opened his eyes in a daze and rubbed his bleary eyes. "Brother Xian, I." When little Fatty stopped in the middle of his words, he looked at Yang Xian who was standing in front of him and broke out in a cold sweat. He had just slept too well and didn't even notice that Yang Xian had already come to his side. If it was anyone else, I'm afraid he would have been dead already. Not only that, what was even more terrifying was that they hadn't even noticed when Yang Xian had come to their side. "Brother Xian, when did you come to us? We actually didn't notice you at all." Little Fatty swallowed his saliva and trembled. "I didn't come here for a while. Your vigilance is too low." Yang Xian shrugged. Hearing Yang Xian say this, Fatty slightly felt weak. After all, it really wasn't a very honorable thing for the two of them, himself and Yi Yuhan, to sleep on the side while Yang Xian silently observed them. "Brother Xian, don't be angry. We are just too sleepy, so we fell asleep," Little Fatty explained. "Alright, it's not a big deal. You guys continue to rest. There's still business to be done later." Yang Xian waved his hand and turned towards the kitchen. Fatty let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly jumped up from the sofa and followed. "Brother Xian, do you need help?" "No need. I'm cooking. You two continue to catch up on your sleep," Yang Xian casually said. Looking at Yang Xian's back, Fatty scratched his head. When did Brother Qian learn to cook? How come I don't know? He. Fatty. I'm not sure when Brother Qian knew how to cook, but his level is definitely much higher than yours. Yi Yuhan's teasing voice came from the side. At those words, little Fatty's face changed violently. Asterisk. Sister Yuhan, how can you turn your elbow outward? I'm your favorite Fatty brother. Fatty muttered and walked quickly toward the kitchen. Brother Qian, your level is really superb. Looking at the steaming soup in the pot, Fatty couldn't help but lick his lips in praise. Yang Xian smiled faintly and turned off the fire. Don't brag here. Hurry up and eat. There's still business to be done after eating. Yang Xian didn't forget that the people from the special engineering section would be coming over later. When the time comes, the demoness will uniformly lead everyone in cultivation. Fatty sat down in a hurry, picked up his bowl and chopsticks and ate. In a short while, Fatty rubbed his belly in satisfaction after finishing the entire pot of braised pork. Brother Qian, is this meal okay? Fatty asked. Yang Xian nodded slightly and then added, later on, whatever the demoness tells you to do, you just follow. Yang Xian wasn't going to stare. He had other things on his mind. Return the weeping stick to White Impermanence, and at the same time, go deal with the token that the evil fiend Ghost King had given himself. I don't know if I can successfully bribe the White Impermanence. Good. Fatty agreed readily. After all, Demonji had already reminded them before. They only needed to do what they could today. Fatty put down his chopsticks and suddenly seemed to think of something. Brother Qian, aren't you going to accompany us to train? No need. I still have things to do. Yang Xian waved his hand, signaling them to hurry up and eat. Oh, although he didn't understand what exactly Yang Xian's purpose was, Fatty didn't continue to pursue the question. Anyway, it wasn't his turn to tell him what to do now. After eating, Yang Xian returned to his room alone. In his heart, he kept chanting Xiebian's name, and in a short while, he saw that Xiebian finally appeared in front of him. Lord Irregular, you have finally appeared. Yang Xian's heart was full of emotions. The wailing wand is here. Thanks for temporarily lending it to me in an emergency the other day. Yang Xian returned the wailing wand to Xiebian. Immediately after that, he took out the token. When Xiebian saw the token, he visibly applied for a stutter. Where did you get it from? The evil fiend Ghost King gave it to me. Yang Xian said truthfully. Evil fiend Ghost King? Xiebian looked grave. Aha. Yang Xian nodded. No wonder you found me here. So it's because of it. Xiebian pondered for a moment. Take this. It's good for you, but be careful. Don't be controlled by it. Otherwise, it'll be really troublesome when the time comes. I've basically memorized the feats in here, and I just wanted to ask if I could use this token to exchange for a whaling stick by looking for you to come over today. Yang Xian spoke his thoughts with a smile on his face. There was no use in keeping this token in one's hand, so one might as well replace it with a weeping stick. This is the way to make the most out of it. No way. However, Xiebian directly rejected Yang Xian's request. Yang Xian's expression instantly stiffened. Why? Our whaling stick. Unless it is gifted by Lord Yama himself, no one who gets the whaling stick will be able to use it. The one you took before was mine, so you can use it temporarily, Xiebian said in an icy tone. So, Yang Xian shook his head in disappointment. It looked like he was going to return empty-handed this time. Hold your horses for a moment. I'll tell you one more way that maybe you can try. Suddenly, Xiebian seemed to change his mind. Oh? Yang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, puzzled. What other methods are there? By absorbing the power of the soul. Enhance your spiritual power so that I can introduce you to Lord Yama. And when the time comes, you can go to Lord Yama to ask for the whaling stick. Xiebian slowly spoke. This method is quite good. Yang Xian's eyes lit up. If he did this, then wouldn't he be able to obtain more merit values? But then, I'm afraid I'll be in danger. After all, those ghosts and monsters are not to be messed with. But how should I absorb the soul power? Yang Xian frowned and asked with some distress. Soul power is not the same as ordinary spiritual power. Ordinary spiritual power can be improved through meditation. Soul power can only be accumulated slowly. Xiebian said patiently. I see. Yang Xian nodded slightly. Let me teach you how to absorb soul power. Xiebian said. Then I'd like to thank Lord Wunderkind. Chapter 131. A grieved three-eyed golden gaby. Ning Rongrong is still in the Eye of Ice and Fire waiting for you. The Trueborn. To go back and pick her up? Gu Yuna said somewhat conspiratorially. She had thought that after she picked the Acacia Broken Heart Red, Little Feather would take her feelings for her to a new level. But I didn't expect that this brat's mind seemed to be completely off of it, which made Gu Yuna a bit tart up. I feel like I've been telling my story for nothing for so long. Doesn't this little bastard have a heart? Shifuyu had the presence of mind to ask her why she didn't bring Rong out with her. However, When he came into contact with Guyu's sultry eyes, he remained silent, ignoring Dugguyen's various questions. Qiyu healed them and left only one sentence. In the future, the two glances of ice and fire will be owned by the Martial Soul Palace. If you dare to trespass, you'll have to weigh your abilities. After saying that, Qianyu took Guyuna and instantly moved back to the Eye of Ice and Fire, leaving Dugubo and Duguyen looking at each other in disbelief. Grandpa, how are you doing? Duguyen turned his head to Dugubo and asked with some concern. Goose, I'm fine. It's just that my poison has resolved. Dugubo looked at the direction Qianyu left in, with both joy and some doubt in his eyes. The turquoise scale snake venom that had plagued him for years had actually been detoxified. Moreover, the wounds of the soul were also smoothed out by that divine light, and soon he would be able to condense his martial soul to regain his strength. But he really couldn't figure out Shifuyu's motivation for doing so. Grandpa, do you think Qianyu he is looking at me? Dokuragene's heart was filled with doubts and ultimately felt that Qianyu was coveting his beauty and wanted to include himself in his evil harem. I'm not sure. I think it should be that after acquiring my ice and fire eyes, my conscience has appeared. Dakubo pondered for a moment and slowly said. Qianyu returned to the Eye of Ice and Fire and scavenged the only remaining immortal herbs before leaving with Guyuna and Ning Rongrong. The rewards for Destruction's fourth exam also managed to arrive during the period. Gained a 100,000-year-old soul bone, as well as a baptism of life divine power. The soul bone technique is to sacrifice a certain amount of your own life force to provide a powerful shield for your teammates, and it also has a healing effect on the life around you. When Thousand Feathers got this soul skill, he was practically green with anger and couldn't wait to return in place to kill Dokuragane. However, he soon realized that the true dragon bloodline had become even stronger after being baptized by the divine power of life, and his physical qualities had also improved by a large margin. The body that was still feeling a bit oppressed because the soul ring was too powerful had become much more relaxed at this moment. Destruction 5th exam, kill a 100,000-year-old soul beast by yourself, excluding transformed 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Reward a further revival of the true dragon bloodline, 10% affinity to destruction divine power, and a doubling of the silver dragon's honor ring unlocked. Hearing the reward for destroying the 5th exam, Qianyu's face darkened. I'm not kidding. This silver dragon ring of honor was originally a tenfold increase, but now it's only doubled for me. My rampant Early the next morning, after sending Ning Rongrong back, Qianyu returned to his own room in the Heavenly Dipper Palace and fell asleep. Seeing that Shifuyu was ignoring her, the corner of Gu Yuna's mouth hooked into a wry smile. She crept over to Shifuyu's side of the bed, then got under the covers and curled up close to him. The three-eyed golden guy beast jumped and ran in. Seeing this scene, suddenly the whole beast's frozen, reacting to his heart broken. Eventually the aggrieved man cowered in a corner and whimpered, unable to stop the bean-sized tears from falling down his face. She felt that Little Feather didn't love herself anymore, always getting tired of being with Sister Gu Yuna these days and ignoring herself. Shifuyu felt a warm body close to her in her sleep. In a daze, he reached out his arm and swept her into his arms. The young girl's smooth, jade-like skin was so real and warm, with a faint scent, that he couldn't help but tighten his embrace. Gu Yuna's face instantly turned red and her heartbeat became extremely fast. She unconsciously this wanted more, and with this thought, that snow-white beautiful leg smoothly pressed on Qianyu's thigh, gently rubbing it. After Chirinyuki learned of Shifuyu's return, she barged into his room without looking back. The sight of this scene instantly made him furious. Not caring about any etiquette, he directly grabbed him by the ear and yanked him up from the bed, huffing and puffing. You kid, you still know to come back, running away without a word. Do you know how worried I was about you? And you stupid dragon, hurry up and let go of Little Feather, Qian Renxue said, and even went up and grabbed Gu Yuna's little face, trying to separate him from Qianyu. Gu Yuna was in pain, but still hugged Qianyu to death, burying her head into his embrace and saying in a resigned manner, Feather, I'm in so much pain. You quickly control your sister. I have wasted a large amount of blood this time, personally picked for you to the legend. It is said that only to the death of love can be picked lovesickness broken heart red. Oh, you have to make up for me. Saying that, Gu Yunaz also waved that acacia broken heart red in front of Qian Renxue. At the same time, he continued to tell the story of the acacia broken heart red, and that little look was as smug as it could be. The more Qian Renxue listened, the more the green light in her head grew, and she finally interrupted her impatiently. Stop. Halt. Halt. You mean to tell me that this flower still only blooms with love until death do us part? Gu Yuna nodded her head vigorously and said smugly, so just die your heart out. Little you is mine. Qian Renxue was so furious that her face turned blue. She looked angrily at Gu Yuna and said through gritted teeth, you little vixen, don't think that you can get Xiaoyu's heart just like that. Shifuyu sighed and was not in the mood to sleep. He shook his head. which was still in a giddy state, and said helplessly, "Stop arguing. You too. Don't you understand my feelings?" Gu Yuna and Qian Renxue stopped arguing at the same time and looked at Qianyu in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation, only to see Qianyu walk to the corner, picked up the aggrieved little golden guy beast, kissed her on the forehead, and said tenderly, "This is the most important person in my heart." Tears instantly flashed in the eyes of the three-eyed golden guy beast, and the little head rubbed hard into Qianyu's arms. Her small claws tightly gripped Qianyu's clothes with a hint of choking in her voice. "Little you, I knew that you still love me the most." The two of them, Gu Yuna and Qian Renxue, glanced at each other, not understanding why their stunningly beautiful faces, which were as beautiful as the heavens and as beautiful as the country, would lose out to this stinking gaby beast. "Little feather, I didn't expect you to be so perverted that you wouldn't even let go of a soul beast. It's really bad." Qian Renxue couldn't help but spit out, her tone filled with shock and helplessness. Chapter 132 Absorbing Whale Gum, Terrifying Aphrodisiac Effect. "What are you dead yellow hairs babbling about? I was much better looking than you when I took human form." The three-eyed golden guy beast was not happy, and glared at Qian Renxue with a puff of air, then looked at Gu Yuna and said angrily, "Sister Gu Yuna, hurry up and unseal me. I've had enough of this. Little feather obviously loves me. Why should you take my place?" "Seal? What seal? Don't you slander me. I don't have it." Gu Yuna was dead set against admitting it, shaking her brain like a rattle. The three-eyed golden guy beast was so angry that he stomped his feet and pointed at Gu Yuna. "It's you! You put a seal on me when I wasn't paying attention, so that I couldn't take human form and kept me in beast form. You just want to monopolize little feather. Well, Sister Autumn, you're actually quite good like this." Shifuyu looked at his cute little head and couldn't resist touching it again. Who wouldn't love such a cute little guy? "Little feather, you're still saying she's nice? She's bullying me like this." When the three-eyed golden guy beast saw that Shifuyu was still helping Gu Yuna, he became even more aggrieved and his tears fell down like broken beads. "Fine, fine, not you," Qianyu hurriedly coaxed, while looking at Gu Yuna with a hint of reproach in her eyes. "Sister Nana, how could you put a seal on Sister Chior? This is too much." Gu Yuna pouted somewhat aggressively. "I am not afraid that she will be too beautiful after she takes human form and snatch you away. I'm doing this all for you. Alright, I'm going to practice now, so get the hell out of my room." After Qianyu finished jerking the cat, he directly flipped his face and pointed towards the door, signaling them to hurry out. "Little feather, how do you talk? No big no small. I am your sister. You cultivate, I help you protect the law." Qian Renxue crossed her arms and said with dissatisfaction. Gu Yuna was also not willing to show weakness and hummed, "I also want to stay here for your own good, fearing that you will have problems with your cultivation." Qianyu was also too lazy to pay attention to them and directly sat on the bed, closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Seeing him like this, Gu Yuna and Qian Renxue looked at each other with helplessness in their eyes, but had to each find a corner to sit down. Qian Renxue glimpsed Qianyu took out a piece of dark golden pill and put it into his mouth. He couldn't help but frown and ask, "What is it that little feather ate? Why is it so black? It won't spoil your stomach, right?" "Oh, that one's whale blue." Gu Yuna's eyes stared straight at Qianyu before she reacted that she had blurted out her words and glared viciously at Qian Renxue. "I knew you didn't have good intentions. It's a good thing I had my eye on you. Warning you, you'll never think of doing anything bad to little feather." Qian Renxue's pretty face slightly reddened, and she said in a somewhat shy brain, he was under the impression that whale blue was an aphrodisiac, and he didn't expect to almost get his hands on Gu Yuna. With this thought, the clothes on her body were also unknowingly changed into women's clothes. A long blonde hair hung down like a waterfall, emitting a faint luster. The beautiful eyes also carried an inexplicable sentiment as they stared tightly at Qianyu. Vomit, what a disgusting smell. Shifuyu almost did not spit out. "Are raised so pure? How this thing is still so fishy ah." But when he thought that this little one was piled up with white gold soul coins, he forced it down again. Shifuyu only felt a wave of warmth surging into his abdomen, and his limbs and bones seemed to be filled with a powerful force. His physical fitness also began to slowly improve. Shifuyu felt that the rate of ascension was a bit too slow. He swallowed the rest of the whale blue in one gulp, thinking, better to have a long pain than a short one. In a flash, an even more majestic warmth rushed through him, causing him pain. Gu Yuna and Qian Renxue were both worried when they saw this. "Little you, are you alright?" Gu Yuna couldn't help but ask. I'm fine." Shifuyu's eyes became a bit mesmerized, and a swooning redness welled up on her face. He bit down hard on the tip of his own tongue, forcing his mind back to clarity. "Nana-san, you guys go." It was at this time that Qianyu suddenly remembered that this whale glue seemed to have an aphrodisiac effect. It was just that he had previously felt that his will was strong and would not be affected by it. but now it seemed that Wu was nothing in the face of physiological changes. West as the medicinal effects of the whale blue continued to evaporate out, its temperature began to climb by the minute, and its breathing became rapid. When Gu Yuna and Qian Renxue saw Qian Yu's appearance, their hearts were delighted. They glanced at each other and actually both had an inexplicable tacit understanding. Feather, what happened to you? Not only did Gu Yuna not leave, instead, she hugged Qian Yu into her arms with an intimate face, her eyes seeming to contain a spring water. Come on! Thousand Feather's voice was hoarse, and terrifying soul power gushed out, trying to push Gu Yuna away, but Gu Yuna's hands were wrapped tightly around him, making it impossible for him to move. Feather, just don't struggle, we all know it, whale blue can do a lot of good. Qian Renxue also came up, her voice carrying a hint of coquettishness, very different from her usual cool look. At this moment, Qian Yu's cold white face was tinted with two thin blushes, as if it was shy, and with a charm that was indescribable. The previously high-strung, unapproachable beauty was now vulnerable and seductive as if all her defenses had been stripped away. It was no wonder that Qian Renxue had charming thoughts. She had been extremely in love with Qian Yu, and even wanted to get him at all costs. But it was only because of his status and Shifuyu's coldness that he had been suppressing his inner feelings. At this moment, seeing Shifuyu in this state, she could no longer restrain her desire and slowly approached Shifuyu. Gu Yuna's hand gently stroked over Qian Yu's cheeks, her eyes full of deep love and longing. Little Yu, you have always been the treasure in our hearts. How could we possibly let you suffer this pain alone? Don't worry, I will relieve you of this whale blue pain. Hey, what are you two doing? I'm still here? The three-eyed golden guy beast was instantly furious. She herself was now in the form of a soul beast, but it was not her turn to have this good thing, so she could only stare from the sidelines. She jumped onto the bed and shouted in a childish voice, Little Feather is mine. None of you are allowed to touch him. Gu Yuna signaled with her eyes for Qian Renxue to hurry up and drive this little fox out. With the status quo, Qian Renxue gently waved her hand, and a soul force was flung towards the three-eyed golden guy beast. You bad guys, let go of Feather. The three-eyed golden guy beast nimbly dodged Qian Renxue's attack while opening its small mouth and spitting out a ball of golden flames that came towards the two. After Qian Renxue dispersed the flames with a slap, she stepped forward and sealed the little golden guy beast's soul power, then ran back in a fiery hurry. Chapter 133, Bibi Dong Chance Encounter. Yu Xiaojiang's ugly face. You bad guys, let go of Feather. The three-eyed golden guy beast nimbly dodged Qian Renxue's attack while opening its small mouth and spitting out a ball of golden flames that came towards the two. Qian Renxue dispersed the flames with a slap, and after hastily sealing the soul power of the little golden guy beast, she ran back in a hurry. Little Feather, don't blame me. Sister is doing this to help you. Qian Renshue's voice carried a hint of trembling. Her fingers gently traced across Shifuyu's chest, and the moment her skin met, an electrifying sensation surged through her entire body, causing her breath to catch in her throat and her face to flush. Instead, Gu Yuna kissed her upper hand against Shifuyu's lips, and her other hand didn't forget to reach out and strip him of his clothes. But in the next moment, Shifuyu's eyes instantly became sharp. The pupils were also changed to cold dragon eyes, and a brilliant golden holy light lit up on his body. Let go, Shifuyu said coldly. It was so close. He had almost forgotten that he still had the divine light that purified negative effects. Little Yu. Gu Yuna withdrew her hand splendidly, with some loss and resignation in her eyes. Ahem. Little Feather, listen to me. This is all because this stupid dragon compelled me to. Qian Renxue hurriedly explained, wanting to shift the blame to Gu Yuna. However, Qian Yu didn't pay any attention to them. His eyes had regained their clarity at the moment and he coldly looked at the two. Qian Renxue pursed her lips and said with some aggression, then what do you want? The big deal is that I'm responsible for it? If you want to be responsible, it's also me who's responsible. You're his sister. How could you do such a thing? Gu Yuna was not willing to show weakness and immediately retorted. Shifuyu rubbed his temples with a headache. These two women were really helpless. He took a deep breath, threw out a bottle of whale gel to Qian Renxue, and said, Sister Schwerer, you should be almost level 90, so cultivate more during this time and strive for an early breakthrough. And don't bother me. This is whale blue. After you swallow it, it should increase your physique and soul power cultivation a bit, which will help you break through. Also, now go out and turn left. Don't bother me. Oh. Both Qian Renxue and Gu Yuna shrugged their heads down and left after taking the golden gel, and not forgetting the puffy three-eyed golden guy beast. Outside the door, the three-eyed golden guy beast had an unwilling face, but he could only be dragged away by the two men. Ding! The sign-in task has been refreshed. Please host hurry to sign in at the Bamboo Rhythm Hin in Tendu City. Shifuyu froze for a moment, wondering what the hell this place was. The other side, after Bibi Dong left the Pope's palace, He was caught by Chidori Ryu the first time he came to Tiando City. After receiving a severe beating, he was forcefully brought back to the Palace of Martial Souls. It also made her realize that going to approach Shifuyu openly was something that was not going to work out. And this second time she collected her aura to sneak into Heavenly Dipper City. However, Chidori's stream spiritry swept through the palace from time to time. So much so that she was now having trouble sneaking in the busy streets. Bibi Dong roamed with light steps and flickering eyes, constantly planning in his mind how to sneak into the palace. She wore a long purple dress with a lightly veiled face, and her long pinkish purple hair fell like a waterfall over his shoulders. The body is concave and convex. The breasts are full and firm. The waist is slim and soft, and there is endless charm between her hands and feet. Just then, a conversation drifted into his ears. Ning Rongrong, you traitor. You know that Qianyu is our enemy and you still like him. You betrayed us Shrek 7 monsters. Tang San's voice carried anger. Little Dance also nodded her head repeatedly, her eyes filled with jealousy. Ning Rongrong retorted without fear, Tang San, don't take it out on me if you can't beat Qianyu yourself. Who I like is my freedom. It's out of your hands. Wrong. I'm going to give you one last chance. If you still think of us as friends, then you go and call Chu out now. Bamboo Rhythm Xian is my aunt's property, so when the time comes, we'll drug him, make him lose his fighting strength, and then capture him in one fell swoop to avenge Mr. Zhao, my father, and my mother. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, his eyes carrying a fierce killing intent. The thought of his father being severely injured by Qianyu and having his soul bone taken away made him hate him. In particular, he had also suffered humiliation and hardship when he returned to the Haotian sect to recognize his family. If he hadn't subjected his own father to severe injury, how would he have looked at those old things? Ning Rongrong sniffed. Her face changed greatly. She didn't expect Tang San to be so vicious, wanting to drug Qianyu. Tang San, how could you be so despicable? Tang San sneered. What's wrong with being despicable? He took away my father's soul bone, and injured so many of us. This debt must be settled. Wrong. You'd better think clearly, whether to side with us or with him. Dai Mubai chimed in. Wrong. Don't forget that we are the Shrek 7 monsters, one and the same. Are you going to break with us for an outsider? Boss Dai. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Let me do her, and he'll naturally be honest and obedient. Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together and looked at Ning Rongrong with a lewd smile. Ning Rongrong's heart tightened. She knew that she was afraid that it would be difficult for her to make good today. However, she still forced herself to remain calm and said, don't forget, this is Tiando City. If you dare to make a move against me, my father will definitely not let you go. Hearing this, the crowd calmed down a bit. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojiang pushed away Lu Erlong, who was leaning on himself, walked up with his hands behind his back, and said indifferently, Wrong. You have to think clearly. Shen Yu's heart can be all about Gu Yuna figure now. If this continues, you won't have a chance in this life. When the time comes for you to call out Qianyu, and we'll nullify his cultivation, won't you be able to do whatever you want at that time? There was confidence in the master's eyes. He had a full grasp of the matter of holding a woman. After all, he had once been suave and talented, and he didn't know how many women had fallen for him. He also wanted Shifuyu to taste what it felt like to be a loser. Yu Xiaojiang's words were like a sharp blade piercing deeply into Ning Rongrong's heart. Yeah, she likes Shifuyu and wants to be with him. But now Shifuyu's heart was occupied by Gu Yuna, and if she didn't take action, I'm afraid she really wouldn't have a chance anymore. Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong took a deep breath, a flash of hesitation in her eyes, and said in a deep voice, but Qianyu is the grandson of the Martial Soul Hall's grand provider Qian Daolu. In case the Martial Soul Hall sighed, don't worry, I am Grandmaster Yu Xiaojiang. The Martial Spirit Hall Pope loves me to death. With me it will be fine. Grandmaster Jade Xiaojiang patted his chest and assured. Chapter 134, Jaded Jade Xiaojiang. Bibi Dong is furious. Bibidon's face was filled with stupefaction, and his footsteps momentarily stopped. He felt like his heart was being gripped hard by a pair of big invisible hands, and it hurt so much that he could hardly breathe. His gaze was dead set on Yu Xiaojiang. All those good times, all those perfect filters that were once there were all completely shattered at this moment. Lu Erlong came to Yu Xiaojiang's side and said angrily, Kong, I'm warning you, if you ever get involved with that crazy woman again, I'm going to be rude to you. After saying that, she viciously pinched Yu Xiaojiang's waist, her eyes full of warning. Hey, Aragon, don't worry, you're the only one in my eyes right now. Yu Xiaojiang laughed awkwardly, wrapped his upper hand around Lu Erlong's slender waist, and continued, that crazy woman Bibi Dong was dumped by me a long time ago. I wrote a letter earlier telling her to kill Shifuyu, and it didn't even get back to me now, so I'm completely done with her now. Thinking like this, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes were filled with a color of resentment. He was simply humiliated these days. His academic theories were surprisingly defined as plagiarism in the Soul Master world, and Bibi Dong, didn't even speak up to help explain herself clearly, letting the situation unfold. After hearing this, Lu Erlong's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness, but then it turned into tenderness as she lightly leaned on Yu Xiaojiang's shoulder and softly said, Kong, I knew you only have me in your heart. As for that Qian Yu, daring to kill our father, I will definitely find a way to get rid of it. Yu Xiaojiang smiled smugly, feeling that this woman was really stupid, and he had casually coaxed her. Yu Xiaojiang, I went so far as to betray the entire martial soul palace for you, and this is how you treat me? And it's okay for you to engage in incest with your sister, but to even think about using me against my children. You disgust me. Bibi Dong finally couldn't help himself and stepped out of the shadows, his voice filled with anger. A head of purple hair flew, and terrifying divine power surged wildly, causing the people around him to feel a huge sense of oppression. When Yu Xiaojiang heard this familiar voice, his face instantly turned pale and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Bibi Dong, how did you get here? Yu Xiaojiang stammered and asked, why am I here? Of course I came to see for myself how you betrayed me, and then how you counted on my son. Bibi Dong's voice trembled, and every word seemed to be squeezed through his teeth. At this moment he had been completely disappointed in Yu Xiaojiang. The love he once felt had now turned into endless hatred. You fart! What do you mean by incest? Xiaogang and I truly love each other. What's a mere bloodline? Lu Erlong bellowed angrily as she clung onto Yu Xiaojiang like a food-protecting mother Tyrannosaurus Rex, looking at Bibi Dong with a wary look in her eyes. Donger, you've misunderstood. Things aren't what you think. Yu Xiaojiang still attempted to defend himself, but was angrily interrupted by Bibi Dong before he could finish his sentence. Ha ha ha, misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding is there? Yu Xiaojiang, you're nothing but a selfish, self-serving, lie-filled villain. Bibi Dong laughed, a rueful laugh. One would actually betray the martial soul palace and hurt one's teacher because of this kind of person, not even their own children. When she thought of the image of Qian Yu in the middle of the secret room dripping with blood and struggling in pain, her heart felt like it was being gnawed by millions of ants. You're calling me selfish? Bibi Dong, do you realize what your son has really done to me? If it weren't for him, I'd still be the guru admired by millions, and I wouldn't have been reduced to a despicable plagiarist. And you, Bibi Dong, you've watched me come all this way. Why don't you help me explain? Yu Xiaojiang's emotions flared up as well, and he pointed at Bibi Dong, his voice shrill with anger. This just wants herself to come back and beg her to regain her sense of control, but she doesn't want it as much as she wants it. Bibi Dong sniffed. Her eyes were even more filled with a morose killing intent as she took a step towards Yu Xiaojiang and fiercely raised her hand to slap him. Snap! With a crisp sound, Yu Xiaojiang was slapped out of the way and fell heavily to the ground, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Xiaojiang! Lu Erlong exclaimed, rushing over to help Yu Xiaojiang up. How dare you hit me with your hands? Bibi Dong, you're crazy, aren't you? Yu Xiaojiang covered his face, disbelief filling his eyes. So what if I beat you? What are you worth? You're nothing without me. Those theories of yours are just fooling little girls like me who don't know any better. Who else would recognize your bull ****** theories? Bibi Dong shouted angrily. His body's soul ring suddenly lit up, and a powerful aura spread out. A total of 9 soul rings only slowly rose under her feet. That was the symbol of a sealed Douluo. The terrifying power made the entire space tremble. Seeing this, Lu Erlong was also not willing to show weakness. Her soul ring similarly flashed, going toe-to-toe with Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, with me here today, you won't be able to harm a single hair on Kong's head. Yu Xiaojiang was helped up by Lu Erlong and leaned into her arms. A hint of sinister flashed in her eyes. Bibi Dong, we're totally done. I won't look at you again even if you beg me on your knees. Who do you think you are? You're nothing more than a pathetic little man that nobody wants. Yu Xiaojiang's words were like sharp blades, stabbing Bibi Dong's heart viciously. Bibi Dong closed his eyes in agony at how harsh the scene before him was. I really want these 2 dogs to completely disappear from this world, but not yet. It would be too cheap to die just like that. Bibi Dong, would make their lives worse than death. She slowly opened her eyes, which were already filled with bright red blood. Terrifying divine power surged madly through his body. The dark purple light that covered the sky enveloped the entire Heavenly Dipper city. Everyone in Tiando City felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. No way? Again? And if she's really Shifuyu's mother, then wouldn't her strength be even more terrifying than Shifuyu's? Ma Hongjun cried out in horror. Thinking back to the havoc that Thousand Feathers had caused in Heavenly Dipper City earlier, it still left one's heart palpitating. Hearing this, the people on the street immediately dispersed with a bang, desperately fleeing in all directions. Tang San instantly turned green with anger. This Kong Z is causing me a lot of trouble. Last time he was the one who provoked Shifuyu. And this time he was the one who provoked this horrible woman. Bibi Dong. Looking at the dark purple light in the sky that covered the sky, Tang-san felt a tingle in his scalp. If Shifuyu briefly relied on some means to become stronger, then Bibi Dong is a true and regular super Douluo level powerhouse. Her strength was unfathomable. And once she became angry, the consequences were unimaginable. Chapter 135, Bibi Dong's Cruelty. Desperate Yu Xiaojiang. Bibi Dong approached step by step, the aura on his body becoming more and more severe. Her gaze was like a knife, and each line of sight seemed to be able to kill without being seen. Poof! The first to react were Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, who bent their legs and knelt down. The forehead was even more tightly pressed to the ground, trembling all over, not even daring to breathe. Koron it. This is none of our business. This is all the work of Gangzi and Tang San and the others. We were completely kept in the dark. Ma Hongjun shouted as he kowtowed, hoping to mitigate his guilt. Dai Mubai also chimed in. Yes, Koron it. We have a great deal of respect for you, and we've never been disrespectful in the slightest. At this moment, everyone was trembling under Bibi Dong's terrifying aura, their eyes filled with trepidation. Donger, you've misunderstood. The person I love is you. It's all because this woman seduced me. It's her. Everything is his fault. You can kill him if you want. Yu Xiaojiang completely panicked and desperately pushed Lu Erlong away, pointing his hand at her in an attempt to clear the air. His legs were shaking, but he braced himself and moved a few steps in Bibi Dong's direction, trying to get closer to her to show his true heart. Lu Erlong was pushed by this push from Yu Xiaojiang, and his entire body staggered a few steps, almost falling to the ground. She looked at Yu Xiaojiang incredulously, her eyes filled with shock and anger. Kong, how can you talk about me like that? Were all those vows you once made to me all lies? You said you'd marry me. Woo. Lu Erlong's voice trembled, and in the end, he completely failed to hold back his tears. Yu Xiaojiang pretended that he didn't hear as he stepped forward and held Bibi Dong's hand, saying in a trembling tone, Donger, I'm sorry, I know I'm wrong. Will you forgive me? I will definitely treat you well in the future and will never betray you again. He was really sensing Bibi Dong's killing intent. It was simply 100 times 1,000 times stronger than Shifuyu. Bibi Dong looked at Yu Xiaojiang's humble appearance, but there was no ripple in his heart. Instead he felt incomparably disgusted. Love? Yu Xiaojiang, do you deserve to mention the word love? Bibi Dong said, kicking Yu Xiaojiang away, her eyes filled with disgust and disdain. Jade Xiaojiang was in a sorry state as she rolled several times on the ground from the kick. The other Shrek people, even Tang San, had their heads down, not daring to utter a single breath for fear of drawing Bibi Dong's wrath. Flandra's face changed slightly, hesitating for a moment or not choosing to step forward. He even fantasized in his mind that if Kong died, then would Aragon be with him. Instead, Lu Erlong tried to step forward to stop it, but he was continuously backed up by Bibi Dong's soul power. Donger, are you crazy? Do you know that? I'll regret it for the rest of my life if you kill me. Yu Xiaojiang rolled on the ground in agony, feeling his stomach churning as if he was even about to vomit out his bile. I am mad. Driven mad by you. Bibi Dong roared and punched Jade in the stomach again. The strength of the punch was so great that his entire body instantly curled up into a ball, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Yu Xiaojiang, you ruined my life. I'm going to let you taste the pain too. Don't you like to cheat women? I'll let you cheat. Bibi Dong said and stomped on Yu Xiaojiang's lifeblood, who instantly let out a pig-killing scream. Stop. Seeing this, Lu Erlong finally summoned up the courage to charge up, wanting to sneak attack Bibi Dong from behind. However, Bibi Dong had already noticed and backhanded Lu Erlong with a slap. Lu Erlong slammed heavily into a side wall, spitting blood from his mouth and breaking several ribs. Humph, out of your depth. Bibi Dong grunted coldly and pushed harder with his feet. Yu Xiaojiang's face had turned pale, and bean-sized beads of sweat continued to roll down from his forehead. Various sticky liquids mixed with blood flowed out of his lower body, and the appearance was simply miserable. Bibi Dong frowned slightly and withdrew his foot in disgust. Donger, I am wrong. I am really wrong. Please let me go. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes were filled with the color of resentment, but he still held back his anger and begged bitterly. Spare you? Then who's going to spare my little feather? Bibi Dong closed his eyes in pain, tears trailing silently in the corners of his eyes. How old was that child to be so persecuted by himself, tortured day and night? And it was all Jade Xiaojiang's fault. If it wasn't for him, he himself would still be that gentle and kind girl, and little feather wouldn't have suffered like that. Now, she was going to repay Yu Xiaojiang 1,000 times over for the pain that Xiaoyu had suffered. Bibi Dong, is it possible that all the years of our relationship doesn't even compare to that bastard in your mind? Oh, I really misjudged you. Is this the only level of love you have? You vulgar woman. You don't know what true love is. Yu Xiaojiang forced himself to endure the severe pain and gritted his teeth. Vulgar? I love you to this extent and you call me vulgar? Bibi Dong's eyes widened in anger. She herself is desperate for love, even for her own children. At this point it's all but denied by this scumbag. Humph. Don't you dare pretend to be here. Yu Xiaojiang slumped to the ground and shouted with all his strength. If you really loved me, you wouldn't have hit me so hard. You're simply jealous. Jealous of the relationship between me and Erlong. You wicked woman. You'll definitely regret it. Regret? Bibi Dong. Never regret anything, Bibi Dong said icily. 8 spider blades emerged from behind him, stabbing towards Yu Xiaojiang one after another. Each slash precisely avoided the vitals, yet caused Yu Xiaojiang pain. The bloody and brutal scene made everyone else feel a flutter in their stomachs, but no one dared to run until Bibi Dong gave the word. In the end, all of Yu Xiaojiang's limbs were cut off, and blood stained the ground red. Donger, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Yu Xiaojiang begged in despair. Yeah, I forgive you. A look of pleasure welled up on Bibi Dong's face, as if he had found a new joy. He turned towards Ryu Erlong and placed a sharp blade against his chin, lifting it gently and forcing her to meet his eyes. Yu Xiaojiang, I'll let you have it. You two scumbags in ES just stay together for the rest of your lives. Remember, he can't die, and if he does, there's no need for you to exist. Before the words fell, Bibi Dong's fingers moved slightly, and the sharp spider blade instantly penetrated Lu Erlong's abdomen. The Rakshasa divine power madly destroyed the meridians in her body. However, in a moment, Lu Erlong became an ordinary person with no cultivation and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 136, Shifuyu and Bibi Dong's reunion. Mother's mercy. You poisonous woman. What the hell did you do to Erlong? Yu Xiaojiang instantly woke up and tried to climb to his feet, but he felt a sharp pain violently. He looked down and realized his limbs were gone. Aha! Where are my arms and legs? You wicked woman! You've crippled me! Yu Xiaojiang shouted frantically, his eyes filled with pain and despair. A flash of pleasure arose in Bibi Dong's heart as he watched his pained expression. She then looked at the rest of the Shrek crowd and smiled grimly and said, You heal these two, but don't let them both die. By the way, when they are cured, throw them out in the street and let them beg along the streets without giving them any help. But if one of them dies, all of you, one by one, will be buried with them. All of Shrek's people were scared to death by this scene. They had thought that Shifuyu was crazy enough, but they didn't realize that Shifuyu's mom was even crazier than Shifuyu. Oscar asked in a trembling voice, Coronet, would this be too cruel? Bibi Dong's eyes instantly became stern as she said coldly, Cruel? You sympathize with him so much. Why don't you accompany them? Oscar was silenced and shook his head, never daring to say another word. Bibi Dong turned to leave, then suddenly stopped again. She looked at Tang San, a hint of playfulness revealed in her eyes. Tang San, what are you waiting for? Aren't you guys going to drug my son? Still not quick enough to lead the way. If you can't trick little Feather out, there's no need for you guys to live. The Shrek 7 monsters didn't dare to ask more questions and could only tremblingly lead the way in front. Along the way, it was as if Bibi Dong had returned to that noble and elegant, beautiful and touching young girl. There was a faint smile on her face, and her eyes revealed an inexplicable anticipation. On the other side, after Shifuyu exited the room, he went to find his mascot, the three-eyed golden beast. But the little guy was being closely watched by Gu Yuna and Qian Renxue. He had to come out alone to avoid detection. But on the way, he met Ning Rongrong, who happened to come looking for him. Little Feather, come on. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Let's go to the Bamboo Rhythm Pavilion in Heavenly Dipper City. I heard that the dim sum and dishes there are one of the best. Ning Rongrong tugged on Qian Yu's sleeve, a bit of avoidance in her eyes. Shifuyu could see the difference in him but didn't care. Instead it was Gu Yuna who popped out at some point, crying and clamoring to go along. Shifuyu had no choice but to take this little tale. The Bamboo Rhythm Pavilion in Tiando City was an ancient building with a tranquil and elegant environment. When you walk into the store, a light bamboo aroma hits your nose, accompanied by the mouth-watering aroma of various delicacies. There was also all kinds of music flowing through the air and all kinds of flashy decorations dotting the landscape, all revealing the burn. Feather, do you sense it? Gu Yuna's expression was rare and somewhat grave. He detected a Rakshasa god scent approaching, and it was a scent she was more than familiar with. It was none other than Bibi Dong. System check-in. Ding! The host is detected to have arrived at the signing location, Bamboo Rhythm Pavilion in Tiando City. Signing reward, 100. 000-year-old soul bone technique, spirit devouring. Devouring spirit, each opponent killed will restore 10% of one's soul power and stamina, and permanently increase the host's soul power limit by 10 points. Note, 10 points equal to the total amount of soul power of a 10-year-old soul beast. Stackable. Shifuyu froze. With this thing, wouldn't group attacks be invincible in the future? He was about to study the skill in detail when a figure like a ghost embraced him in its arms. It was so fast that not even Gu Yuna and Ning Rongrong were able to react. Little feather. Ning Rongrong cried out in shock and tried to step forward but was bounced off by Bibi Dong's soul power. Humph. Finally found you, my baby boy. Bibi Dong's voice was cold and harsh. She hugged Shifuyu tightly as if she wanted to rub him into her body. At this time, Bibi Dong was wearing a purple dress that outlined her perfect figure. The skin that was as white as sheep's fat glowed faintly in the candlelight and was breathtakingly beautiful. But there was a look of madness and paranoia in her eyes that was chilling. Thousand Feathers' pupils suddenly shrunk, and the spatial soul report was instantly unleashed. The next moment Bibi Dong hugged an empty space, and Shifuyu had already appeared behind him, condensing a purple thunderbolt filled with a destructive aura in his hand. My child, is this how you treat your dearest mother after so many years of absence? There was a hint of sadness in Bibi Dong's tone, but there was a smile at the corner of her lips, and her smile was beautiful but had a creepy chill to it. However, just as Shifuyu's purple thunderbolt was about to press into the back of her head, Bibi Dong slightly sidestepped and lightly dodged the blow. Shifuyu only felt a pain in his hand before his arm was mercilessly grabbed by Bibi Dong. With a gentle twist from her, Qianyu felt like his entire arm was going to be wasted. Humph, is that all you got? Bibi Dong sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. I thought you would have grown after so many years have passed. It seems I overestimated you. Qianyu's face paled as he mobilized the space element to instantly appear several meters away. Forcing himself to endure the excruciating pain to connect his arm, a green light emerged in his hand was as good as new. At this moment, Ning Rongrong and Gu Yuehua had both been dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene in front of them. They never expected that the mother and son would strike out as soon as they were reunited. Bibi Dong, what are you doing here? Shifuyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Even in her bright form she didn't look any better than Bibi Dong. The torment of that year was still fresh in his mind, and the pain that went deep into his bones was still unforgettable. Bibi Dong appeared in front of Shifuyu with a flash of his body. Seeing this, Shifuyu hurriedly made a spatial movement. Then the next moment Bibi Dong reappeared in front of him like a shadow, with amazing speed. Came to take you home. Of course, my baby boy. Bibi Dong reached out his jade hand and caressed Shifuyu's hair with a surprisingly nice touch. His heart was both throbbing and aggravated. Why does this kid see himself as if he's a life and death enemy, when he's clearly made up his mind to change? Home? Back to that dark underground chamber? Shifuyu's hand was hidden behind his back as the space element began to mobilize dramatically. Bibi Dong grabbed his hand hidden behind his back and smiled slightly. What? Want to make a move against me? Those little tricks of yours won't work on me. Oh. However, after all was said and done, there was still a deep scorn hidden in his eyes. This strike was one that even killed Thunder Douluo in seconds. However, as long as she noticed Shifuyu's movements, she could completely avoid or parry it with her strength. Chapter 137, A sickly girl should be cured with a sickly girl. Let go of feather or I'll be rude to you. Gu Yuna crossed her arms and coldly stared at Bibi Dong, her golden pupils flashing dangerously. Bibi Dong took Shifuyu into his arms and took a deep breath, a flushed color welling up on his face. Immediately after that, her eyes looked grimly at Gu Yuna and said in a morose tone, Silver Dragon King, this seat has yet to settle the score with you for taking Little Feather captive back then? Now you are threatening me instead? Enough, what do you want? Shifuyu poked his head around Bibi Dong's chest, the soft touch making him feel very uncomfortable. Bibi Dong smiled softly and turned to take Shifuyu's hand towards a room. The crowd of Shrek in the room were more or less covered in color. As for Yu Xiaozhang, his limbs were even cut off, and at this moment, he could only lie on the ground, his eyes staring resentfully at Qianyu. Little Feather, look at all these people who have offended you. Oh, I don't know if you like the gift that mom gave you. Do you like it? Bibi Dong's voice was gentle and eerie as she gently stroked Shifuyu's cheek as if she was admiring a perfect work of art. Shifuyu looked towards Tang San with a joy in his heart. I didn't expect to meet again. This little Yakuza is really getting more and more mixed back. Not only the clothes are tattered and torn, but his face is also green and purple. Well, did you like your present from mommy? Bibi Dong continued to ask. At those words, Shifuyu turned his head to look at Bibi Dong with a coldness in his eyes. I've seen the people. I'll go back first. With that, he turned around and pulled Gu Yuna to leave. Stop. Bibi Dong's voice was as cold as ice. Her figure flashed and stopped in front of Qianyu. You're just going to leave? Shifuyu stopped in his tracks, his gaze like a knife, looking straight at Bibi Dong. Or what? What else do you want? Kill me? Bibi Dong said rightfully. You are my son. Of course I want to bring you home to be with me forever. You're sick, aren't you? If you're sick, go get cured. Don't go crazy here. Shifuyu retorted unflinchingly, his tone filled with disgust. Bibi Dong's face instantly became gloomy as she stared tightly at Qianyu as if she wanted to eat him alive. Is that the attitude you have when talking to your mother? Bibi Dong's voice was low and dangerous as she slowly raised her hand, a cloud of purple energy coalescing in her palm. Shifuyu's face was expressionless, without the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. He directly held Gu Yuna in front of him, wanting to see which of these two bosses was stronger or weaker. Gu Yuna felt very hurt that she was being used as a shield. A glimmer of gloom flashed in her silver eyes as she looked at Shifuyu accusingly. Seeing that Shifuyu was not moved in the least, she could only yell at Bibi Dong with a hard-headed milky ferocity. "Ow, you crazy woman. I'm warning you not to mess around. I'm scared even of myself when I start to get tough." Bibi Dong's face changed. His eyes flashed with scorn when he looked like Gu Yuna, and then a gentle smile returned to his face. She instantly came in front of Qianyu, stretching out her jade hand, gently caressing Qianyu's cheeks, her voice carrying a hint of sadness. "Little you, do you really hate mommy so much? Mom did all this for you." Shifuyu looked away in disgust, avoiding Bibi Dong's hand. "Don't touch me with your filthy hand. Bibi Dong, you make me sick. Scram, I don't want to see you again." Bibi Dong's hand froze in midair, the gentleness on his face instantly cracking, replaced by endless anger and resentment. "What do you want? I already know that I've repented. Look, I've even removed all of you Xiaozhang's limbs. If you want to kill him, you can do it any time, as long as you're willing to return to me." Bibi Dong's voice carried a hint of madness, saying that she still felt that it was not enough to relieve her anger. She violently released a soul force to hit Yu Xiaozhang's body, causing him to let out a painful groan. "Donger, we've been together for so many years." Yu Xiaozhang slumped to the ground and raised his head in pain, his eyes filled with despair. Yu Xiaozhang's words were muffled by Tang San before he could finish. Tang San punched him heavily in the stomach. The others also rushed over, and gave him a flurry of punches and kicks, and the whole room was instantly in disarray. "Daring Gangzi, is the Pope's coronation something you can even fantasize about? You're nothing but a piece of rotten mud on the side of the road. Stinking maggot, a toad eating swan meat? I, Tang San, will be the first to say no." Tang San kicked violently at Yu Xiaozhang's chest, his voice trembling a little. "Enough, did I tell you to talk? Hurry up and sit back down." Bibi Dong was getting a little impatient with the noise. She shouted angrily, and her powerful soul force erupted violently, instantly suppressing everyone in the room from moving. She then grabbed Mai's hair and dragged her like a piece of livestock in front of Shifuyu and laughed softly and said, "Little feather, look, mommy even prepared 100,000-year-old soul beast for you. As long as you are willing, mommy can do anything for you." Blood was still seeping from the corner of Xiao Dance's mouth, and tears continued to slide down her cheeks. She wanted to open her mouth to speak, but her tongue had already been pulled out by Bibi Dong, and she could only let out a whimpering sound of pain. Shifuyu's pupils plummeted, his body couldn't stop trembling, and he suddenly felt a churning in his stomach, an urge to vomit. "That's disgusting." Shifuyu felt very depressed, Bibi Dong's twisted love making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Bibi Dong rubbed Shifuyu gently into his arms, feeling the constant trembling of the person in his arms. A sickly blush welled up on her face, and it seemed to him that he had been very successful in his conditioning that year. Her love had been etched into the marrow of Feather's bones so that he could never escape from himself. It's okay, mommy loves you and always will. You're mine and only mine," Bibi Dong murmured softly in Shifuyu's ear, his voice filled with an almost obsessive tenderness. Shifuyu's eyes gradually became dark, and that long golden hair gradually turned into the color of darkness. That extreme element of light was also transformed into the destructive power of darkness at this moment. A sword of destruction instantly appeared in his hand, and without the slightest hesitation, he instantly stabbed through Bibi Dong's heart. Bibi Dong's eyes widened and he took 2 steps back, looking at the sword of destruction stuck in his heart, his face full of disbelief. "Why? Feather, why are you doing this to me?" Bibi Dong's voice trembled as blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Qianyu looked at her coldly, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion in his eyes. There was only the destructive intent of exterminating heaven and earth. He raised the long sword in his hand and said in a chilling voice, "Farewell, my dearest mother." Saying that, he swung towards Bibi Dong's neck without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 138, Bibi Dong's Remorse. "I choose not to forgive." Chihiro instantly appeared in the room and held Shifuyu's arm, preventing the tragedy from happening. "Enough, Feather, she is your mother after all." Chihiro's eyes were filled with complexity and pain. He had thought that if Shifuyu wasn't willing to go back with Bibi Dong, then he would come out and stop it himself. As a result, he didn't expect Shifuyu to directly give Bibi Dong a hard blow, and it was still a death blow. Bibi Dong sat paralyzed on the ground, covering his bleeding wound, and looked at Shifuyu with empty eyes, tears sliding down his cheeks. "Mother?" "Long ago." Shifuyu drew his hand back, his dark element turning back into light as his original aggressive aura dissipated. Shifuyu slowly came in front of Bibi Dong, cupped her chin and made her meet her eyes, and said gently, Why are you crying? Didn't you love me? Didn't you say you'd do anything for me? What? It's just a mere life in the district now, and you can't give it up? Your love is so cheap it makes me sick. Bibi Dong's lips trembled as he tried to retort, but realized he could no longer speak. Shifuyu's words were like a sharp knife that pierced deep into Bibi Dong's heart, causing her pain. Blood kept spilling out from the corner of her mouth, staining her lapel red, as well as Qian Yu's fingers that were pinching her chin. What are you guys waiting for? Get lost. Do you want me to treat you guys to dinner? Shifuyu waved Bibi Dong's chin away in disgust and swept her gaze icily across the room. Shrek's crowd woke up at this time as if in a dream, panicked and rolled and crawled away. Wait a minute. Take me with you. I'm not on the bus. I'm not on the bus yet. Yu Xiaojiang lying on the ground imported wide-eyed. Seeing Tang San they didn't care about themselves, hastily panicked and yelled. Seeing this, Tang San hurriedly turned back and greeted him with 2 slaps, then yanked him by the hair, nodded to Qian Yu, and then ran away without looking back. Only Xiao Dance's eyes were dead set on Bibi Dong filled with hatred. She then looked at Shifuyu with teary eyes as if to say you must be responsible for me. Feather. She's dying. Chihoro's eyes were a bit complicated as his heart was completely penetrated. Even the destructive power within it continued to eat away at her vitality. With such an injury, even the 9-star begonia would have trouble saving Bibi Dong's life. I know. I'm laying down a death wish. Shifuyu nodded, looking indifferent as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Chihiro sighed lightly and turned to leave, but he wasn't persuading. Only the moment he turned around, he seemed to have instantly aged 10 years. His back looked particularly forlorn. The pain Shifuyu had suffered, he had seen it with his own eyes. Although he didn't agree with what Shifuyu did, he couldn't blame him. After all, it was Bibi Dong who pushed Shifuyu into the abyss first. Feather. You. Gu Yuna wanted to speak, unable to stop the heartache in her eyes. She stepped forward, wanting to get closer to Shifuyu, but afraid of touching his inner wounds. How can I die? Obviously I worked so hard to find you. I haven't made it up to you yet. I don't want to die. Bibi Dong used his last strength to jump into Shifuyu's arms. Tears could not stop slipping down, staining Shifuyu's lapel. At this moment she broke down completely. All her strong pretenses fell apart at this moment. She's just a mother who loves her son deeply but doesn't know how to express it. Shifuyu's pupils fluttered slightly, but he didn't say anything, just stroking her back gently, as if soothing a wounded child. However, there was not the slightest bit of warmth in his eyes, only a dead silence. Bibi Dong felt Shifuyu's touch and his body shook violently, crying even more heartbreakingly. She tightly wanted to hold Chenyu, but her strength was draining away little by little, and blood couldn't stop gushing out from her mouth, staining Qian Yu's arm red, and also sticking the lapels of both of them tightly together. Obviously there are still a lot of things I want to say to you. Obviously it's only been so hard to reunite with you. Why? Bibi Dong's voice broke, and finally only a faint sob remained. She used the last of her strength to hug Shifuyu to death, even if all she could feel was the icy breath coming from Shifuyu's body. Shifuyu stood quietly, letting Bibi Dong hold him, his eyes empty and distant, as if he were looking into another world. Little Feather. I'm sorry. Mom was really wrong. Can you forgive Mom? Bibi Dong's voice was getting fainter and fainter. Her life was rapidly passing away. Forgiveness? Sorry, I never accept belated apologies. Chen Yu's voice was as cold as a chilly wind, and there was not the slightest fluctuation in his eyes, only endless indifference and detachment. Little you. Mom really knows it's wrong. Can you call me Mom again? Just one more time, please. Bibi Dong's voice had been almost pleading, her eyes filled with longing and desperation. Shifuyu had a black face and could barely restrain herself from giving him another sword. Why don't you just die? Why don't you die when your heart's gone? You're still whining. Aren't you sick of it? This emotional scene in turn caused Gu Yuna's tears to spill down her face. She finally couldn't help but rush forward and condemn. Little Feather. She's already dying. Can't you let her die in peace? On the side, Little Dance also nodded her head and let out a oh-ho sound. Even if Bibi Dong was her mother's murderer, she couldn't help but be a little moved at this moment. After all, the person in front of her was already a person who was going to die. The 6th exam of destruction has been triggered. A redemption of light. Use your heart of light to sensitize the dying soul of darkness. Mission reward, baptism of life divine power. Silver dragon dignity ring unlocked. All attributes increased by 50%. Failure penalty, you have a certain probability of being torn apart by the furious life god king. Please complete the mission with caution. Shifuyu's entire body froze. No! Are all you god kings so idle? You even want to meddle in other people's family affairs? And the whole bright salvation. I redeemed him. Who will redeem me? On the side, Gu Yunai is still tearfully persuading. Xiao Yu, just forgive her. She is your mother after all. And she is now. Shifuyu took a deep breath and interrupted Gu Yuna. I know, leave me alone. He hugged Bibi Dong and walked into a corner of the room. Looking at Bibi Dong's pale, haggard face, he was silent, his arms slightly raised and lowered. Lift, drop, lift, drop. Chapter 139 Qian Renxue Night Attack. I've hit Bibi Dong. Resistance was written all over Shifuyu's body. He really didn't want to save this madman. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong pulled these two stupid soul beasts with no eyesight out of the room. He also didn't forget to close the door of the room thoughtfully, leaving Shifuyu some personal space. Bibi Dong sensed Shifuyu's hesitation. She didn't open her eyes, but rubbed herself affectionately against his small face, as if she were a kitten seeking comfort from her master. Shifuyu's hand eventually landed on Bibi Dong's heart. The huge soul power as well as life force in his body instantly surged into Bibi Dong's body, constantly repairing her body's wounds. Even when he felt some lack of residual strength, a stream of pure life divine power surged out of thin air within his body. God Realm, Temple of Destruction. The goddess of life took out a handkerchief and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, feeling very relieved. Violet. It seems the heart of light I bestowed has succeeded in teaching him how to love. This child will definitely become a great deity in the future. The goddess of life turned her head to look at the god of destruction sitting on the sidelines, a motherly glow on her face. Ah yes, you're right about everything. Can you put down the ancient tree of life? I'm scared. The god of destruction bristled and nodded repeatedly. Incidentally, he pointed at the ancient tree of life in the hands of the goddess of life that was emanating fluctuations of divine power, and his eyes were filled with helplessness. Only then did the goddess of life realize that she had lost her temper and hurriedly took the ancient tree of life back into her body, an embarrassed blush appearing on her face. Ahem. I'm not just excited. Little Violet, do you think we should give him a little more of a test to make him understand the true meaning of love? The goddess of life suggested. The god of destruction frowned and said with some impatience. Stop it. My 9 examinations of destruction has already been altered by you. What more do you want? If you keep this up, he's going to be spoiled by you. The goddess of life spat out her tongue and made a face. I'm not trying to let him experience more, so that he can be more mature. The god of destruction rolled his eyes, not bothering to argue with her anymore. And the other side. Shifuyu doesn't exactly heal Bibi Dong. The main fight is just not dying. Even to prevent her from coming to her senses, Shifuyu gave her several mental shocks. Only after confirming that she would not be able to wake up in a short period of time did Shifuyu slowly withdraw his hand. Feather, will this be too much? Gu Yuna wanted to say something. She looked at Bibi Dong who was lying on the ground like a dead dog and couldn't help but sympathize. Chen Yu directly chose to ignore it as he waved his hand towards Xiao Dance, signaling her to come over. Little Dance blushed slightly and came to Qian Yu's side with a bounce, her beautiful eyes looking at him with affection. Shifuyu cupped her chin and a wave of pure life force began to heal her tongue. After a while, a pink and healthy tongue appeared in Mai's mouth. Feather, you're really nice. Xiao Dance's voice was a little choked. She hugged Qian Yu tightly. Tears couldn't be stopped. Looking aggrieved to the core, Gu Yuna was happily eating the roasted meat. When she saw the scene, the roasted meat in her hand didn't even smell good anymore. Bunny, don't you go too far. Little Yu is mine. If you dare to cut my corners, do you believe I'll eat roasted rabbit tonight? Gu Yuna's hair was exploding with anger. How did she get another love rival in the time it took to eat a meal? Xiao Dance wiped her tears, a little dissatisfied and wanted to talk back. But due to the majesty of that soul beast co-owner of Gu Yuna, she had to swallow back the words that came to her mouth. Alright, your tongue has been cured. You can leave now. Shifuyu waved his hand inside. I am not leaving. They all treat me like a soul beast and want to kill me for my ring. They'll kill me if I go back. Feather, can't you bear to see such a lovely girl like me perish? As Little Dance said that, her eyes reddened again, crystallized teardrops swirling in her eyes, looking so pitiful. Hey, Little Dance, Qian Yu is my fiancé. You're my best bestie. How dare you try to seduce her? Ning Rongrong hummed petulantly, her hands tightly holding onto Qian Yu's arm with a wary look on her face. What are you babbling about? When did Little Yu become your fiancé? Gu Yuna looked at the two of them left and right, and her eyes reddened with anger. All of his aura began to become unstable, as if he was about to explode at any moment. Seeing this, Shifuyu shook off the two women and came to Gu Yuna's side, holding her in his arms. At the same time chucked her a piece of meat and said gently, Alright, Nana-san, don't be so general with them. You eat something first to take the edge off. Gu Yuna looked at Qian Yu's gentle eyes, and the anger in her heart instantly extinguished quite a bit. She took the grilled meat handed to her by Shifuyu and took a hard bite. Humph, it's still Feather who loves me the most. Gu Yuehua pouted, her eyes filled with triumph, looking at Ning Rongrong and Xiao Dance's lost eyes. You can't mention how relieved she was. In the end, Shifuyu left my behind. The reason was to serve as a maid to Gu Yuna, the soul beast co-master. Though Gu Yuna was naturally reluctant. However, she was worried that if she rejected she would become Fei's maid, so she could only agree. Night. After being busy with the day's government and high on drugs, Qian came to Shifuyu's courtyard. She was wearing an extremely seductive white and gold lace dress. Her hair fell like a waterfall, and a few strands of broken hair were plastered next to her cheeks, adding a bit of softness and femininity to her. He. I'm so tantalizing. I can't believe Little Feather still won't take the bait. Qian Renxue thought darkly in her heart and took a step towards Qian Yu's room. She stepped into the room and the first thing she saw was the small hill that protruded from the bed. Qian Renxue's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points. Under the effect of the drug, her body surface became hotter and hotter, and her face gradually became as if it were a red apple. She gently walked over to the bed and cupped her hands behind the covers, taking the person on the bed in his arms. He then planted his pink lips deeply. Bibi Dong lay on Shifuyu's bed sleeping very peacefully, the tantalizing scent of the fresh air making her heart beat wildly. A feeling of morbid pleasure surged through her, making her sink unconsciously into it. The sudden kiss, however, woke her from her beauty sleep. She thought it was Shifuyu's animalistic nature that was going to get the best of her wounded mother. After a brief moment of confusion, she quickly made peace with it. Forget it, the big deal is to let Shifuyu be responsible for it afterward. Anyway, I don't lose out. Although she felt ethically unable to do so, that primal desire in her body made her deepen the kiss. But it wasn't until her palms touched an extremely soft spot that she jolted awake. When he opened his eyes he saw a young blonde girl meeting his lips. Chapter 140 Qian Renxue. He's your brother. Bibi Dong immediately stared at Qian Renxue with wide eyes and an incredulous expression. How did you get here? Bibi Dong's voice was a bit hoarse as she pushed Chirenji away, her face filled with disgust. Qian Renxue was pushed so hard that she stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. She looked at Bibi Dong, and a trace of dismay flashed in her eyes. Old hag, why are you in Little Feather's room? Answer me. What are you doing here looking for him? Qian, you but your brother. Bibi Dong came back to her senses and was instantly enraged as she grabbed a pillow off to the side and slammed it at Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue hurriedly dodged, but her heart was in a panic, but soon remembered that he had just kissed Bibi Dong and turned green. I lost my first kiss and the key was with my own mom. Vomit. Qian Renxue immediately felt her stomach flip and violently vomited. Bibi Dong's mouth was also frantically secreting saliva as she forced herself to hold back her nausea and angrily stared at Qian Renxue. You, how dare you disgust me? Qian Renxue's face turned pale and hurriedly explained. No, I just want to talk to him. It's not what you think. A heart-to-heart? Do you need to take off your clothes to have a heart-to-heart talk? Bibi Dong pointed at Qian Renxue, his voice sharp and harsh. Qian Renxue then realized that she was unclothed at the moment. She hurriedly straightened her clothes. Her body was indescribably embarrassed. Enough, Bibi Dong. Who do you think you are? I'm merely giving Feather a loving hug. What do I need you to care? The point is that not only did you not push me away in the first place just now, you also stuck your tongue out. It's hard to believe that you even have this kind of forbidden love for Little Feather? Qian Renxue's words carried a few hints of provocation, trying to change the topic and point the finger at Bibi Dong. You shameless man, when did I stick my tongue out? It's clearly you. Before Bibi Dong could finish her sentence, another wave of nausea rushed over her, and she hastily covered her mouth, turned and rushed for the door. Qian Renxue looked at Bibi Dong's back and a hint of smuggness flashed in her eyes. Fight me. You're still young. You old hag. But, why is Little Feather missing? Could it be that this old demon woman has imprisoned Little Feather again? When Qian Renxue thought of this possibility, her heart immediately tightened, and not caring about much, she hurriedly put on her clothes and chased out. On the other hand, after settling Bibi Dong down, Shifuyu set off with Kuzuna, Chidori Ryu and the others overnight, and Ningfengji was already waiting in the western hammer of the Tiando Empire, the largest coastal city, Hanhai City. The good news was that since it was too dangerous, no matter how much Ning Rongrong cried or fussed, Ningfengji didn't bring him over, which made Qian Yu breathe a sigh of relief. Subsequently, the crowd arrived at the pier. The pier was bustling with people coming and going. Various boats were moored along the shore. From tall cargo ships to delicate painted boats, the sea breeze blew gently, carrying a hint of salty dampness. The moment Qian Yu and the others appeared, they attracted the attention of everyone. After all, their temperament and dress were very different from ordinary people. Grand Confessor, Little Feather, you finally arrived. Ningfengji greeted him with a gentle smile on his face. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the people boarded a gorgeously decorated ship together. Little Feather, the 100,000-year-old soul beasts you want will occasionally appear in the nearby waters of Sea God Island. Chihiro rambled on to Shifuyu about every aspect of Sea God Island. The plain robes he wore this time around collected the majesty of being the grand provider of the martial spirit hall, and he was more like an amiable elder. 3 days later, Shifuyu's mental power captured a group of huge black figures, swimming slowly on the other side of the sea horizon. They were surrounded by a faint black mist that vaguely revealed a powerful aura. Be careful, we should have intruded into the territory of these demonic soul great white sharks. They're massing now and want to launch an attack on our ships. Chidori Ryu warned with a grave expression. The Devil's Soul Great White Shark was the guardian beast of Divine Island though. However, they are extremely bloodthirsty and murderous in nature, and cannibalism occurs from time to time. In particular, there is an extremely strong sense of territory, and once they enter the waters they belong to they will attack without mercy. It can be said that as long as a ship mistakenly enters the sea, there is almost no possibility of getting out alive. Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, Before Ning Fengji could finish his words, Qian Yu's figure had already disappeared in place. At the same time, the ship was instantly pulled by a gravitational force and flew toward the sky, hovering steadily in mid-air, avoiding the raging swarm of demon soul great white sharks below. Ning Fengji looked at this scene in shock, his heart filled with shock. I feel like it's the ship that has become lighter, lifted up by an invisible force. Zhen Duxin's eyebrows knitted slightly. Her perception was sharp and she quickly noticed that something was wrong. Could it be that soul skill? Bone Douluo suddenly recalled the intelligence about Chiyu's move that covered dozens of kilometers. The ultra-divine heavenly conquest, a strike that had wiped out an entire mountain. What a strong control of soul power. Chihiro nodded his head in satisfaction. His gaze locked onto Chiyu, filled with relief and pride. Shifuyu's figure emerged over the sea. His eyes flickered with golden light, and a scarlet demonic soul ring surrounded his body, which slowly rotated, releasing palpitating energy fluctuations. Fourth soul technique, Thunder of Destruction. Thousand Feathers let out a low gulp as countless lightning elements converged in his hands, instantly transforming into a thick pillar of lightning that fiercely blasted into the group of demonic soul great white sharks below. Rumble. A loud sound accompanied by thunder exploded on the sea, raising a huge wave. The Devil's Soul great white sharks hissed in agony under the lightning blast. Some were directly stunned, while others were lifted out by the powerful impact, and the sea was in chaos. Thousand Feathers hovered in mid-air, coldly gazing at the group of demon soul great white sharks below. For each death, he increased his soul power cap by 10 points. Even the souls of those demon soul great white sharks were also silently put inside an alien space by him. In just a few moments, the sea had regained its calmness. Only some corpses of demon soul great white sharks were left floating on the surface of the sea. Shifuyu withdrew his gaze, and with a flash of his body, he rejoined the ship. Feather, would that be too cruel? Guyu now looked at the corpse of the demonic soul great white shark that had surfaced on the surface of the sea and couldn't help but frown slightly. Yeah, Feather is so bad, treating these sharks like that. The three-eyed golden guy beast also came over and looked at Qianyu with those big, clear eyes, with a few hints of reproach in his tone. Chapter 141 Qianyu vs King Xiaobai of the Demonic Soul Jaws. Next, Thousand Feathers and the others did not choose to continue sailing to Sea God Island, but instead waited silently in place, taking a break in the meantime. Suddenly, another huge group of demonic soul great white sharks appeared in front of the crowd, their aura even more ferocious and violent than the previous group. The one at the head was even more massive, as huge as a small mountain. The sharp teeth flashed with a cold light, like a sharp blade. Its eyes were like 2 rounds of blood moons, full of violence and killing, and it was the king of the demonic soul great white sharks, Little White. 100,000-year-old demonic soul great white shark. Little Feather, back off and let Grandpa deal with it. Seeing this, Chihiro's body swayed and he blocked in front of Shifuyu. That demonic soul great white shark king's eyes flashed with scorn after sensing the aura of the Thousand Road Stream. But as the king of her race, how could she be happy with the death of so many of her people? Humans, you wantonly slaughtered my clan. Are you going to go to war with our demon soul great white shark clan? The king of the demonic soul great white shark let out a deafening roar, the sound reverberating across the sea and rolling up layers of huge waves. Chihiro snorted coldly, his body's soul ring flashed, and his martial spirit true body instantly possessed his body. A massive 6-winged angel loomed in the sky, emitting endless divine might. The pressure from a 99th level extreme Douluo instantly filled the air, making the surrounding sea water seem to freeze. A flash of panic flashed through Xiaobai's eyes, but she quickly calmed down. Humph. So what if it's a level 99 demigod? This is the ocean. It's her home turf. Moreover, he still had endless clansmen, and these humans would definitely have no return today. She tilted her head and let out a shrill whine, a signal to summon all the demonic souls of the great white sharks. For a moment, the seawater around them began to violently churn. More demonic soul great white sharks came from all directions, surrounding the waters. Chihiro's face was grave, and the intention to retreat had risen in his heart. Facing such a huge number of sea soul beasts, even he had a time when he was exhausted. The good news is that the first time those demonic soul great white sharks appeared was not to attack the hull. Still, they gnawed on the corpses of their own kind first, and even some of the injured ones were not spared. This kind of brutal and bloodthirsty like kind behavior completely corrupted the goodwill of Gu Yuna and the three-eyed golden guy beast. Gu Yuna frowned lightly, a look of disgust in her eyes. She whispered to the three-eyed golden guy beast beside her, "How could these demon soul great white sharks be so brutal? It's simply against the laws of heaven for people of the same kind to kill each other. To be able to do this to their own kind. I shudder to think of the persecution they would inflict on other races." The three-eyed golden guy beast also nodded its head repeatedly. The soul beasts of their star-double great forest wouldn't kill each other like this. Its golden eyes flashed with disdain for the demon soul great white shark clan. "Grandpa, this is my divine examination. It's better to let me do it myself." Shifuyu slowly walked over to Chidori Ryu, his body radiating a golden light that was even more divine in the light of the daylight. The scarlet and demonic 4100,000-year-old soul rings quietly floated around her body, emitting a faint pressure. Xiaobai's heart sank after seeing that 100,000-year-old soul ring, and then he became even more furious, because this represented that 4100,000-year-old soul beasts had already fallen. Chihiro looked deeply at Shifuyu, then slowly nodded and stepped aside. He believed that Little Feather would not let himself down, and incidentally, he could also see what kind of strength Little Feather had reached nowadays. Ning Fengji and the others also froze. They didn't expect Qianyu to want to go up by himself. One person against these thousands of sea soul beasts. Are you kidding me? How old is this kid? Little Feather. If you can't beat them, you mustn't try to be strong. Oh, Nana-san will definitely protect you. Guyuna's voice was filled with worry, fearing that Qianyu would be injured by these sea gods' dependents. However, she also understood that this was Qianyu's divine examination, and that onlookers could not intervene, or it would only backfire. Qianyu smiled faintly, her eyes firm. Nana-san, don't worry, I will definitely pass this divine examination. Before the words fell, Qianyu's figure flashed and had already rushed into the encirclement of the demon soul great white shark, confronting the king of the demon soul great white shark. In the next moment, Little White sprang out of the water and took off into midair. The huge figure quickly shrunk and finally transformed into a tall woman with a perfect body, gray-blue skin, and an exotic look in her face. She wore a short dress made of sharkskin, the hem of which swayed gently in the wind, revealing her long, straight legs, and a pair of gray-blue eyes filled with coldness and anger. "How dare you hurt my clan? Today I will make you pay." The woman let out a cold cry. Her figure violently disappeared and rushed towards Qianyu, so fast that she only left a residual shadow behind. Spatial strangulation. Rampage. Without the slightest hesitation, Thousand Feathers directly unleashed his spatial soul skill indiscriminately at the group of sharks, only to see his 5 fingers violently grabbing towards the top, and immediately the entire sea seemed to be torn apart. A spatial crack was like a sharp blade, wreaking havoc in the group of demon soul great white sharks. Those originally ferocious sharks looked so fragile in front of this force that they were cut into several pieces, and their blood instantly dyed the seawater red. Xiaobai's pupils plummeted, and his heart was horrified. She quickly jumped towards the back, trying to avoid those deadly spatial cracks. "What in the world are you? Why are you so powerful?" The demonic soul great white shark king asked in a stern voice. "The one who kills you, Wanqiang Tianin." When Shifuyu saw that she still dared to jump into the air, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a cold smile. Only his palm was in the shape of a claw, his 5 fingers bent, and a powerful gravitational force captured the little white and sucked it over from the distance. At the same time, an angelic holy sword with the true fire of the sun appeared in his palm and stabbed towards the demon soul great white shark. Xiaobai wanted to move away, but there was no place to borrow his strength in midair. All that could be done was to spew out a powerful blast of water from his mouth in an attempt to force Shifuyu back. Shenandoah! Qianyu's eyes were slightly cold, and before his figure moved, an invisible repulsive force instantly surged out, bouncing away all those water current impacts. And Xiaobai took this moment to quickly jump away and burrowed into the sea, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At this time, the sea surface floating on the endless number of magic soul great white sharks, corpses scattered, blood stained the surrounding sea, and the crowd on the boat had been completely dumbfounded. They had previously felt that although Qianyu was strong, they did not expect it to be so strong. Slaughtering so many demonic soul great white sharks with his own strength was beyond their imagination. This son should definitely not be made an enemy, and can only be befriended and drawn in, or else the 7 treasures glazed sect will face extinction. Ning Fengji secretly pondered in his heart, his eyes revealing unprecedented gravity. Chapter 142. Hey, Lao dang. When will you agree to me in feather? Ha, escape you can escape? Leave your lives behind. Space blockade. Thousand Feathers smiled contemptuously, and an invisible fluctuation instantly rippled out towards the surroundings. It eventually spread out slowly, forming a huge square tetrahedral spatial cage that completely blocked off the entire sea. Those demonic soul great white sharks that attempted to escape crashed into the invisible spatial barriers and let out desperate wails. This move was a skill that Gu Yuna had once used to blockade the Stardust Great Forest. The difficulty wasn't great, but the soul power consumed was just too huge, almost instantly draining the soul power reserves of a sealed Douluo. However, at this time, through the soul bone technique Soul Eater, you can restore your soul power and stamina by killing enemies, and you can also permanently increase your soul power limit. Having this bug skill in, allowed Qianyu to almost ignore the consumption of soul power when fighting group battles. First soul skill Sun True Flame. Second soul skill, Sacred Light. Shifuyu took a deep breath and the blazing angel wings behind him suddenly unfolded, the golden feathers shining with a holy light in the sunlight. A towering six-winged archangel slowly emerged in the void. Even Chihiro was a little emotional. Just looking at the size his own six-winged angel seemed like a scaled-down version. It simply couldn't be compared to the six-winged blazing angel behind Shifuyu. Why is it obvious that Feather is doing bad things? But I still think he's a good guy. The three-eyed golden guy-beast muttered in a small voice, a strange color in his eyes. The sacred six-winged angel and the figure towering in the sky like a god of light were deeply imprinted in her heart. What do you mean bad guys? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know, okay? We're rounding up evil soul beasts to protect the peace and tranquility of this ocean. Chihiro was instantly displeased. How can such a divine light be bad? It's clearly a judgment of light. Hey, you old dang. When are you going to agree to my marriage with little you? That little bastard is starting to turn into a big pervert. All kinds of womanizing outside. Gu Yuna's eyes were mesmerized as she looked at Shifuyu, her heart filled with love. Suddenly it was so tempting to push the holy angel down and savor his taste. Ahem, old den? What kind of name is that? When Chihiro heard this, his old face flushed and he coughed dryly, looking away in some embarrassment. He naturally heard Gu Yuna's words, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, but then again, Xiaoyu has indeed reached the age where he should start a family, so let him marry a few more, and hold his grandchildren properly and early. The three-eyed golden guy-beast hastily waved its small paw and said, there's me, but I have a golden dragon's bloodline in my body, and if I combine it with little Feather, I might be able to give birth to a bloodline that transcends the divine level. When Chihiro heard this, he almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. This one and all, why are they all in such a hurry? The point is that it's okay for other people to be in a hurry, but why are you, a pet, following along? Boom! Terrifying divine light shone on the ocean, blazing solar true fire, burning the sky and boiling the sea, and the space blockade was gradually shrinking. In the blink of an eye, the ocean began to become boiling, and a great deal of water vapor rose up. Enough, human! What exactly has our demon soul great white shark clan offended you? You want to wipe out our clan? Xiao Bai's voice carried endless grief. She burst out of the sea once more, glowing with a faint blue light. However, even with the soul power defense on, it was unable to withstand the hot sun true fire. Her skin began to burn and a hideous wound appeared. Thousand Feathers hovered in mid-air, coldly looking down at Little White, and said in a chilling voice, although I would also like to say that your demon soul great white shark clan is evil, cruel and murderous, and treats life as if it were grass. So today I will do justice for heaven. But it's a pity that I've come here today merely to hunt soul rings, and to clean up your group of trash on the way, so as not to pollute the ocean in the future. Blame it on the fact that you're just vermin who aren't the slightest bit useful to humans, and vermin don't have the slightest bit of value to exist. Compare that to a deep-sea devil whale that sleeps for years before getting up to eat. These devil soul great white sharks were undoubtedly even more detestable in Qian Yu's eyes. With the shelter of Sea God Island, these demon soul great white sharks were simply an existence without a natural enemy. They multiply and kill in a frenzy, attacking ships indiscriminately as they come into contact with them. Even the only natural enemy, the deep-sea demon whale, is labeled as evil and is ostracized and hunted by them. The fact that this thing is alive is a huge threat to the marine ecology and must be removed. Shifuyu silently counseled himself for his behavior. However, he knew in his heart that he was doing this more for the sake of stacking the upper limit of devouring spirit's soul power. When Xiaobai heard this, a flash of anger and unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Just by you? How can you be worthy of talking about acting on behalf of the heavens? I, Devil Soul Great White Shark, have always been at the Sea God Island to fight against the world and protect the peace of the ocean. On the contrary, those deep-sea demon whales are frantically hunting our clan. Why don't you go to trouble them instead of targeting us? Ha! I'm too lazy to reason with you. You don't deserve to listen. Qian Yu sneered. The long sword in his hand violently swung out a sword blade that was hundreds of meters long, and it cut the sea surface into two halves. As more and more demon soul jaws died, the soul power in his body was almost to the point of materializing. Shifuyu didn't waste the soul power, but stored them in an alien space. With the previous lesson, he now stored up soul power whenever he was free, just in case. Little White dodged the blow narrowly. But the other demon soul great white sharks weren't so lucky. A large number of demonic soul great white sharks were directly cut at the waist by this sword, and blood dyed the sea surface red. You executioner! Little White was filled with grief and indignation. She had never seen such a cruel human. Who would be so ruthless against a soul beast? Ha ha ha! Struggle as hard as you can. Shifuyu smiled, with an excited gleam in his eyes. The strength in his body that had skyrocketed out of nowhere caused him to feel an unprecedented sense of euphoria. Wasn't the years and months of bitter cultivation for the sake of this moment of unrestrained joy? The point is that upgrading and fighting monsters isn't faster than cultivating? All the people on the boat fell silent. Suddenly, inexplicably, I kind of pitied those demon soul great white sharks, even though they were soul beasts and enemies of humans. Such a gruesome massacre still made them feel a bit intolerant. Shifuyu, that's a bit too cruel, isn't it? Ningfengji finally couldn't help but speak, a hint of reproach in his tone. The soul bone will give you 30%, Shifuyu said without looking up. These words directly silenced Ningfengji dry. In front of the huge interests, any words seemed so pale and powerless. Ningfengji opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything else, and there was still a little excitement in his eyes. Chapter 143, Poseidon's Arrival. Fifth Soul Technique Truth. Damn it, how come this kid's soul power is increasing the more he fights? White's eyes grew more and more terrified. She vaguely felt that Qianyu's aura was gradually climbing, as if there was no end to it. Still not surrendering? Then let's finish you all off in one blow. Shifuyu's words were like cold ice, making the surrounding temperature seem to drop a few points. He slowly raised his hands, palms facing upwards, and the spatial elements surged crazily around him. It finally turned into a huge black hole that slowly devoured towards the bottom. The black hole seemed to be able to swallow everything, whether it was seawater or air. It was constantly being sucked into it. Stop! Right at this moment, a clear and cold voice rang out from the sky. Shifuyu's face didn't change as he directly threw the huge black hole down. Little White's words of pleading for mercy had not even had time to be uttered before he was swept up in the terrifying devouring power of that black hole and disappeared without a trace. The black hole continued to devour for a moment before slowly dissipating. The original large number of demonic soul great white sharks in this sea area had all turned into nothingness at this moment. Above the sky, a figure slowly descended. It was a woman in a long blue dress. Her face was absolutely beautiful and her temperament was cool, just like a fairy coming out of a painting. It was none other than the High Priestess of Neptune Island, one of the three greatest Jedi Douluos in the world, Poseidon. She looked at Qianyu with an icy gaze and said in a chilling voice, "How dare you kill my Sea God Island's soul beasts in such an atrocious manner? If I don't give you a lesson today, where is my Sea God Island's majesty?" Qianyu reached out his hand and Xiaobai's 100,000-year-old soul ring was refined by him in a moment. During this time, along with the baptism of the Heart of Light and the Goddess of Life, there were also two divine bones as well as the nourishment of various genius treasures such as immortal grass, whale gum, and so on. Nowadays, absorbing a 100,000-year-old soul ring was as simple as drinking water, and there was no need to even deliberately refine it. Sea God Island, right? It just so happens that we didn't have a good fight, so let's take care of it all together. Spatial strangulation. Click, click. Countless spatial cuts struck in all directions towards Poseidon. Each spatial cut contained a terrifying power, as if it was able to cut through space. Poseidon coldly grunted, and a faint blue light emanated from his body. Those spatial cuts were actually bounced off when they came into contact with her blue light, unable to come close to her in the slightest. A trivial skill. How dare you show off in front of me? There was a hint of disdain in Poseidon's voice. First soul skill burning sky inferno formation. Shifuyu raised one hand, and in an instant, countless fire dragons spreading across the sky roared towards Poseidon from all directions. The blazing flames almost set the space on fire, creating a sea of flames. Divine technique, Poseidon Guardian. Poseidon waved her hands lightly, and a blue barrier instantly appeared in front of her, blocking out all those fire dragons. With the addition of that vast and boundless ocean power, this barrier appeared impenetrable, and no matter how the flames raged, they could not break through in the slightest. Six-winged angel. You're a descendant of that old guy Chihiro. A glint flashed in Posey's eyes. She recognized the six-winged angel martial soul on Qianyu, which was the symbol of the martial soul temple. Moreover, this son even had fluctuations of divine power in his body, and it was obvious that he was a divine chosen by looking at his natural talent. At this point, she was also in a bit of a dilemma. The chosen of God could not be killed, but it was disgraceful to just let it go. Qianyu's face remained unchanged. Instead he began to check the 5th soul skill he had just acquired. Gate of Truth burns all the souls in your body, putting yourself into an overclocked state, speeding up the comprehension and execution of all your own skills. It also dramatically increases strength, speed and reflexes, but after using it, the soul as well as the physical body will be plunged into a state of prolonged weakness or even collapse, so it should be used with caution. In a sense, this soul skill was similar to bullet time, but bullet time was merely speeding up the speed of thought, and this is the full attribute, which means it's time acceleration in a sense. His body became faster and his mind kept up with that speed, enabling him to explode beyond his limits in a short period of time. However, just as Shifuyu was planning to open the Gate of Truth to see if he could decapitate Posey, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Stop it, little feather. Don't be rude." As the voice fell, a figure appeared out of thin air beside Shifuyu, and it was none other than Chihiro. He looked at Shifuyu with a serious face, his eyes revealing reproach. "Grandpa, you..." Shifuyu had just opened his mouth when Chihiro interrupted. "There's no need to say more. What you did today was too much." Chihiro's tone was icy cold, without the slightest hint of his previous favor and indulgence. When Bo Saishi saw this, a cold smile appeared on his face. "Humph, so it's the grandson of Chidao Lu, you old man. No wonder he's so arrogant. If I don't give a statement today, I, see God Island, will not stop. Seal, long time no see." Chidori Ryu's voice was a bit complicated, with a few raspy tones. With that, he signaled with his eyes for Shifuyu to hurry up and get lost, not to disturb himself from catching up with his old friend. Seeing this, Shifuyu had the sense to turn around and prepare to leave. Wait, Bo Saishi, however, did not intend to let him off easily. "You massacred my Sea God Island soul beasts today. This matter can't just be left alone." Qianyu stopped and turned her head, her eyes revealing stubbornness. "Then what does Senior want?" Poseidon's gaze was deep. "You need to do one thing for my Neptune Island to make up for your mistake." "What is it?" Shifuyu asked, frowning. "The deep-sea demon Whale King has been acting foolishly recently and seems to have intentions of invading Sea God Island. You need to travel to the deep sea and kill it to eliminate future troubles." There was an undeniable majesty in Posey's voice. "There's no need for you to open your mouth. When I have enough cultivation, I will naturally go and kill the deep-sea demon Whale King." After saying that, Qianyu tore through space in the next moment and appeared on the general. Guyuna and the three-eyed golden guy-beast came up at the first opportunity and shushed Qianyu for a while. "Humph, Chihiro, your grandson is so uneducated." Porchezi's face was as gloomy as water as he looked at Shifuyu's departing back. She was at least a Jedi Douluo, and this kid didn't give her the slightest bit of face, making her heart very unhappy. I wonder if it was because they hadn't seen each other for too long? Chidori Ryu was actually a bit overwhelmed in a rare way. He coughed lightly and said, "Sierra, don't be angry. Little feather, he's still young and doesn't know any better. I will teach him a good lesson." Bo Saishi snorted coldly and said, "You'd better be true to your word, or else I, see God Island, will never let it go." A good bit of awkward conversation ensued, and Poseidon was the first to be unable to hold back and directly find a reason to leave, leaving Chidori Ryu in the same place in the dark. After Chidori Ryu returned to the general, the crowd did not dare to ask, but looking at the situation, bright eyes know that the goddess was dumped. Chapter 144, Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong beg for money. Evening. Chihiro sat alone in the room, silent for a long time, his heart mixed, thinking back to the bits and pieces of his youth with Bo Saishi, how spirited they were at that time, when they fought together against strong enemies and joined hands to break into the sea soul world. Yet today, it has come to this. Alas. Chihiro let out a long sigh. Where exactly am I inferior to that Tangchen fellow? Why is there always no me in Sierra's heart? Chidori Ryu was secretly thinking in his mind, but he couldn't come up with anything. He got up and walked over to the window, looking out at the vast expanse of the ocean, his mind racing with thoughts. Shenyu had coaxed Guyuna and the three-eyed golden beast to sleep, and it was not easy for him to come out for a breath of air. The result was to see his grandfather there in the dark. "Feather, today was just too much," Chidori Ryu said without a trace of anger. Shifuyu's face darkened. It was true, he was a bit kill-crazy today, but didn't you old Den not stop it? "Grandpa, you like that ant?" Shifuyu suddenly spoke up. Cough cough. "What are you babbling about? I'm so old, how can I still have any heart to talk about love?" Chihiro was startled by Shifuyu's words and hurriedly denied it. "Oh." When Shifuyu finished speaking, he continued to look at the sea breeze. The corners of Chihiro's mouth twitched, but he eventually couldn't hold back and started bragging about the glorious deeds of his youth. God realm, inside the Temple of Destruction. Little Violet. This child is just too cruel. To directly kill the demonic soul great white shark to almost extinction. My heart of light seems to be useless. The goddess of life felt very hurt, after all she had done. How come this child hadn't changed a bit? Greenie. Feather is doing God's work for him, the necessary means to address the pollution of the oceans. The god of destruction laughed awkwardly. Even he felt that his words were a bit far-fetched. The goddess of life sobbed, wiped her tears, and asked with wide eyes, "Really? This child has really gotten better?" The god of destruction nodded heavily and hastily agreed. "Of course it's true. Can't you see that he's even planning to tackle the deep-sea demon whale king right now? This is a great thing." The goddess of life sniffed and a smile finally appeared on her face. "It seems that my efforts were not in vain after all," she said softly, "but the boy still has to be allowed to sensitize the darkness within Bibi Dong. And if he can do that, then he'll have really grown up." Sea God Island. Inside the Sea God Temple, Poseidon is all a bit broken. Originally, the deep-sea demon whale king was the one he had left to the inheritors of the divine examination. It turned out to be a direct arrangement by the high priest of his own house. "Poseidon, it's very difficult for me if you do this." Poseidon's voice echoed within the Poseidon Hall with a hint of helplessness. "Lord Sea God, there's nothing wrong with making good karma with that little guy. In case he really does become a god in the future, it'll be a big help to our Sea God Island." Posey responded respectfully, mainly because she also didn't know that the deep-sea demon whale king was the handiwork of Lord Neptune. The sea god was silent for a moment when he heard this, and then sighed softly. "That's fine. Since you've already done so, it's not good for this god to say anything else." Having said that, his avatar then disappeared. It was only after he returned to the god realm that he was instantly furious. This is such a loser. It's not even if the titular island protector soul beast was killed. Now even the deep-sea demon whale king has to be surrendered. "What? Are you having a problem with that?" In a dark corner, the voice of the god of destruction suddenly rang out with a hint of teasing. The sea god froze, then said with some exasperation, "Your inheritor killed my island protector soul beast, and now he wants to rob my deep-sea demon whale king. How come I can't even complain a few times now? Don't think you can be unreasonable just because you're a god king." Upon hearing this, the god of destruction's face was grim as he icily said, "Humph, if you really cared that much, those demon soul great white sharks wouldn't have taken the initiative to attack Little Feather's ship. In addition, the deep-sea demon whale king is not your Sea God Island's island protector soul beast. He is ownerless. Back then he even fought with you for the position of sea god. It's not too much to say he was an enemy. When did he become yours? Now that my inheritor is staring, you should not be insensitive." The sea god was speechless at his words, and he really couldn't refute the words of the god of destruction. A busy street in Tiando City was bustling with people. Shifuyu wandered down the street holding the little golden guy-beast in her arms. The little golden guy-beast moved restlessly in his arms, occasionally letting out a whimper. "Feather, I want a candy cane." The little golden guy-beast suddenly pointed at a vendor selling candy canes on the side of the road, his eyes shining brightly. Xianyu smiled and stroked the little golden guy-beast's head, took out a few copper coins from his pocket and handed them to the vendor, buying a bunch of red, shiny sugar gourds. The little golden guy-beast took the candy cane and happily ate it with a satisfied smile on his face. Gu Yuna puffed up her cheeks in anger. Such a beautiful big beauty like himself was here, but this asshole didn't even look at him. He just knew to make out with the little golden guy-beast. She coughed lightly, trying to get Shifuyu's attention. "Little Feather, I know there's a royal inn in this neighborhood, with an elegant environment and all the amenities. Why don't we go there to rest?" The three-eyed golden guy-beast was not happy as soon as he heard it. As long as it was a hotel, Sister Gu Yuna definitely wanted Xiaoyu to do shy things. Its eyes widened and it protested in a milky voice. "No no no, Little Feather is mine and can't go to the hotel with you." Just then, a figure violently jumped into Shifuyu's arms and held him tightly. Xianyu was a bit confused by this sudden shock, and fixed his eyes to see that it was Ning Rongrong, the little witch. "Feather, you're finally back," Ning Rongrong said, and incidentally threw the three-eyed golden guy-beast to the side. The three-eyed golden guy-beast rolled over in the air and landed firmly on the ground, and immediately the hairs on his body exploded with anger. Shifuyu couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. Tiando City is so big, how can we run into this missy here? "Little Feather, do you know that I miss you so much these days? I've been waiting for you to come back to me every day, but it turns out you never came," Ning Rongrong said accusingly, her eyes brimming with tears. It was only after a long time that Ning Rongrong finally remembered the purpose of her visit. "By the way, Little Feather, your mom is really too much to let Master and Mr. Aragon go begging." Ning Rongrong tried to be as long-winded as possible, a pair of small hands tightly gripping Qianyu's arm. "It would be fine if it was just the master, but it's pathetic that Dean Erlong is being treated like this." "Okay." Thousand Feathers nodded and didn't care. picking up the little golden guybeast and thinking of leaving. Chapter 145, Lu Erlong regrets. Hey, Feather, how could you? Your mom is going too far. Aren't you going to take care of it? When Ning Rongrong saw that Qian Yu was about to leave, she hurriedly pulled on his sleeve. Her eyes filled with anxiety. Shifuyu thought for a moment that there was nothing to do anyway, so it wouldn't hurt to go over and take a look. So he turned to Ning Rongrong and said, "Alright, you lead the way. Let's go take a look." Ning Rongrong was delighted at his words and quickly nodded his head, leading Qian Yu and his group towards Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang. Along the way, Ning Rongrong kept telling Shifuyu about all of Bibi Dong's excesses. It turns out that since Shifuyu left, Bibi Dong can't find Shifuyu, so he can only take out his emotions on the scummy pair of Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong. He had all the legacies in the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex confiscated. Ryu Erlong's Blue Bar Academy was also bankrupted by her, and it was still in a large amount of debt. Jade Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong are penniless and have lost their cultivation, so they can only live on the streets. The rest of Shrek wanted to help, but they were afraid of being implicated, so they could only secretly send some food. After all, Bibi Dong had let it be known that anyone who dared to help out openly would be crossing the line with the Palace of Martial Souls. Shifuyu just listened quietly, occasionally nodding in understanding. When Shifuyu and his group arrived, they were just in time to see Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong sitting on the street corner. In front of him lay a worn bowl with only a few scattered copper coins in it. The faces of the two men were full of exhaustion and despondency. "Please, lords, have mercy. I haven't eaten for 2 days." Lu Erlong's body stank to high heaven, and his voice was filled with hoarseness. He hadn't wanted to bow to fate before, and it wasn't until she was dragged into an alley by a couple of punks and nearly wheeled that she broke down completely. Now she was hollow-eyed, cloaked, her clothes in tatters. Where was the slightest bit of the once associate Dean's elegance? The surrounding crowds were all talking about being here, but no one was willing to come close to them, and their eyes were all filled with mockery. "Ha ha ha, yo, if it isn't Dean Ryu, how about a night with me, Tyrone? I'm willing to pay 3 coins. Tyrone was originally a student of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, and today the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Academy is still around though. But when the Pope is offended, almost no student dares to stay on." Now seeing the former dean in such a state of despair, as well as being egged on by Tang-san, he actually moved a crooked mind, wanting to fulfill the dream of the once student age. When Lu Erlong heard this, his body trembled slightly and his face was as white as paper. She clenched her lower lip to keep the tears from falling. What a proud person she was once, but now she had ended up in such a state, being humiliated in public. She even had the heart to die. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojiang glared at Lu Erlong in dissatisfaction and said angrily, "You stinking, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and go accompany this Soul Master Lord for one night. Do you want to starve me to death? Humph, if it wasn't for you stinking seducing me, why would Donger do this to me? Now that I'm in this state, it's all because of you." Yu Xiaojiang's words were filled with anger and resentment. Now that he had ended up in this situation, it was worse than death, but he didn't dare to die. His current appearance was extremely miserable. All of his limbs had been wasted by Bibi Dong, and he could only rely on begging for a living. His words were filled with resentment towards Lu Erlong, as if he wanted to blame her for all his misfortunes. Lu Erlong's body trembled even more as he listened to Yu Xiaojiang's insults, and tears finally couldn't help but come out of his eyes. She whimpered, her voice filled with despair and pain. She regretted it. What a love! Worthless in the face of reality. She had thought that her love with Yu Xiaojiang could transcend everything, but she never thought it would end up like this. "Feather, don't you have any feelings when you see this scene? Erlong-sensei is so pitiful." Ning Rongrong looked at Qian Yu with tearful eyes, her eyes filled with help. At one time, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of bringing teacher Erlong back to the 7 Treasures glazed sect. As a result, Bibi Dong brought several sealed Douluo to his door, and at that time, Dad and Grandfather Sword and the others weren't there, and the clan elders were scared to death. Not only did he hand over the person, but he also compensated a large amount of resources and belongings, which made Bibi Dong calm down and didn't continue to make things difficult for the 7 Treasure glazed sect. Although because of his identity, the clan elders didn't dare to do anything to him. But Ning Rongrong also knew deep down that this matter had become taboo, and anyone who dared to help would have to die. So sad. Shifuyu nodded perfunctorily. However, instead of doing anything, he watched with great interest. Tyrone forcefully tugged on Ryu Erlong's arm, a playful smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. If it wasn't so dirty, he was afraid he was going to just square her up right here. You're unbelievable." Ning Rongrong stomped her foot, then angrily pointed at Tyrone and said, "Let go of teacher Erlong. You shameless man, how dare you be so reckless in broad daylight?" "Ning Rongrong, I'm warning you, don't mind your own business. This is the Pope's coronation. if you have the ability to go to the martial soul palace to look for the Pope's coronation. Besides, this young master is so handsome. It's better to follow me than to be ganged up on by a bunch of bums outside. Tyrone hemmed and hawed and laughed strangely, one hand gripping Ryu Erlong's arm tightly while the other gently stroked her face in a lewd manner. Shifuyu, please, save me. As long as you're willing to step in and save me, let me do whatever you want, even if you let me become a slave for you. I'm still clean and haven't been touched by anyone. Lu Erlong's eyes flashed with a color of hope when he saw Shifuyu, and he was dead set on charging towards Shifuyu, but he was yanked back hard by Tyrone and fell to the ground. Her face was covered in dirt and tears and she looked wretched. Hearing these words, Yu Xiaojiang glared viciously towards Qianyu and said angrily, "What are you still doing here? You little? Is it to see my joke? Damn bastard. I will never let you go. I won't let you live even if I die." Shifuyu was happy in his heart and squatted in front of Yu Xiaojiang with a faint smile on his face. "That's right. I came to see you laugh." "What? Not convinced? Weren't you arrogant in the beginning? How come you've turned into this demeanor now?" Chen Yu's words carried a few hints of teasing and mockery. Yu Xiaojiang sniffed and trembled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. In his current state, he didn't even have the strength to stand up and confront Shifuyu. His face was filled with humiliation and his eyes stared resentfully at Qianyu as if he wanted to eat him alive. "Hey, you little white boy, don't mind your own business. You won't have any good consequences if you offend our Force clan." Seeing that Qiyu seemed intent on interfering, Tyrone viciously threatened. Chapter 146 Ryu Erlong's Request. Bibi Dong's Invitation. When Thousand Feathers heard this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. The next moment he appeared he had a hand around Tyrone's neck. His magnificent physique was directly lifted up hard by him. His feet left the ground, and his face instantly turned red. "Just you are worthy of threatening me?" Qianyu snorted coldly, his tone filled with disdain. Tyrone could only feel his breathing becoming difficult, his hands gripping Shifuyu's arm tightly, trying in vain to break free. "Cough, cough, quick, get off me!" Tyrone gasped with difficulty, panic in his eyes. Shifuyu, however, as if he didn't hear it, the force on his hands instead became a few points heavier. That Bibi Dong woman cares the most about her reputation, so he never leaves the slightest trace of his bad deeds. "So who the hell sent you? Speak!" Qianyu's voice was cold and majestic, as if it was a cold wind from the nine hells, making people shiver. I am. Tyrone stammered, half unable to utter a complete sentence. "Stop, Shifuyu, don't hurt his life." Tang San, who was on the side, saw that Qianyu was going to lay down a deadly blow, and his entire body instantly sat down. He had wanted Tyrone to take Ryu Erlong away and then step in to heroically capture Ms. Erlong's heart, but he hadn't expected Shifuyu to suddenly appear. These days, due to the multiple blows he had received, the Shura god was afraid that he would be devastated by this, so he helped him heal his lifeblood. Ma Hongjun also takes him for a walk to a nightclub to experience extreme pleasure, but he couldn't get up a feeling for those windswept women. Instead it was second Dragon Master's wife's charming figure that made him feel haunted. Click! Shifuyu's hand exerted a slight force, and Tyrone's neck made a tiny snapping sound. The man in his hand went limp, collapsing to the ground like a dead dog. "Humph, talkative." Qianyu coldly spat out a sentence, without the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. Qianyu, you have big guts. That's the grandson of the chief of the Rikuchi clan." Tang San's face was grim, and his body's aura became cold and dangerous. He didn't expect Qianyu to actually kill. Rou-chan, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the crowd, staring at the scene with wide eyes in disbelief. He was the patriarch of one of the Force clans, Titan, who was loyal to Tang Hao as well as Tang San, but he didn't expect that his grandson would die tragically in the hands of Qianyu. "Qianyu, how dare you kill your grandson?" the Titan roared, his entire body's muscles instantly expanding as he blasted his fist towards Qianyu. Qianyu's eyes slightly condensed, but he did not retreat, and with a flash of his body, he dodged the Titan's attack. "Humph, your grandson is to blame, no one else, but since he's here, let's let your grandparents and grandson reunite together." Shifuyu's figure wandered around the Titan like a ghost, his words revealing a strong killing intent. This Tang San is really rolled off, so fast to accept the force of one of the clans, worthy of being the protagonist, terrifying as it is. Although as a fellow chosen of God, Thousand Feathers couldn't kill Tang San for the time being, he wouldn't let go of any opportunity to weaken the strength of Tang San's camp, only to see the Titan's size instantly skyrocket, countless muscles bulging like mountain peaks, each punch carrying a mountainous power as it blasted towards Qianyu. Seeing this, Qianyu directly took out his angelic holy sword. "Since his level is higher than mine, don't blame me for opening up," only to see him instantly disappear in place, and the next moment he appeared there were already countless swordlights floating in the void. The Titan's figure was instantly chopped into countless segments, and even before he could react, he had already collapsed in a pool of blood, his eyes filled with unwillingness and shock. No way? Just die like that? That's a Soul Douluo level powerhouse. Vomit, it's so bloody. I'm going to throw up. The crowd was scattered in all directions, with terrified screams and vomiting. Shifuyu retrieved the angelic holy sword, and the blood on the sword instantly disappeared as if it had never been stained. Tang-san opened his mouth and slowly closed it, feeling his face burning. He didn't expect the Titan to be so watery, a level 80 plus Soul Douluo, but he was killed by Chiyu in a second with a single sword. Qianyu coldly glanced at Tang-san, then hugged the three-eyed golden guy-beast that froze on the spot, pulling the clueless Gu Yuna away. Wait, please take me away. Bibi Dong will never let me go, even if you make me your slave. Lu Erlong's voice was filled with trepidation. He knew full well that Shifuyu was the only one who could save him. Otherwise he was afraid he would die silently on a deserted night. Or maybe they were caught by a bunch of punks and played alive in an alley somewhere. Shifuyu sniffed and glanced back at Lu Erlong before glancing at Tang-san. For some reason, he always felt how this little Yakuza looked at Lu Erlong with such perverted eyes. Gu Yuna somewhat jealously and fiercely twisted Qianyu's waist, as if to warn him not to go towards the other side. Good. You'll be my person from now on. Shifuyu stated this fact faintly. Chiyu, you bastard. It's not even if you robbed my Xiaomai. Now you dare to rob my Erlong teacher. I'll fight you. Tang-san was instantly enraged, and countless blue-silver grasses surged towards Thousand Feathers from all directions. With a wave of Thousand Feathers' long sword, the terrifying Sun True Flame turned the roiling blue-silver grass into nothingness. Then his figure flashed, and the long sword in his hand was already on Tang-san's neck. With a slight stroke in his fearful gaze, bright red blood flowed down his neck, staining the lapel of his chest. I advise you to keep still. Otherwise, as soon as my mind moves, your head will be separated from your body. Thousand Feathers' voice was cold, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion, as if it was stating a fact. Tang-san's pupils violently shrunk. The original anger in his heart instantly vanished. Instead, he was so frightened that his legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees. Just then, a group of guards in armor surrounded Shifuyu. At the head of the group was a man wearing golden armor with skin that looked as delicate as a baby's. Young lord, killing someone in the street is punishable. Oh, however, you'd better come back to the Martial Soul Palace with me first and explain it to the Pope Coronet. The man had a smile on his face, but his tone revealed an unquestionable majesty. Bibi Dong sent you? There was some doubt in Qianyu's eyes. He had thought that Qian Daolu would rush Bibi Dong back to Martial Soul City at the first opportunity after returning to Heavenly Dipper City. Exactly. Although Kikudolua had a smile on his face, his body was tense and he was staring tightly at Shifuyu. He had heard how terrifying this little ancestor's strength was. Shifuyu hesitated for a moment, but still didn't choose to make a move, wanting to go and see what kind of drug Bibi Dong was selling. Chapter 147, Shirenyuki and Bibidong's Morbid Love Affair. Tiando City, Martial Soul Branch Hall. Bibi Dong sat on the Pope's throne, crossing his jade legs and propping up his chin with one hand, playfully looking at the fidgety Qian Renxue below. Jelena was also a bit puzzled on the sidelines. She had been at the Tianxue Academy not long ago to play in the exchange tournament only to be recalled urgently. Now looking at Qian Renxue's appearance, a trace of curiosity could not help but rise in his heart. Bibi Dong, I can't control this daughter of yours. I'll leave it to you to sort it out next. Chihiro looked at Qian Renxue with some hatred. The first thing he wanted to do when he returned to Tiando City was to get rid of Bibi Dong. As a result, he got the news that made him feel heaven and earth yuki. This even ate an aphrodisiac to attack Little Feather at night? Luckily, Little Feather went out with herself at that time, or else with this dumpy look of snow. In case these two siblings get into something that rubs them the wrong way, then there would be no place to put his old face. Thinking about this, Chihiro couldn't help but get a bit of a headache. When Bibi Dong remembered the events of that night, he felt his stomach churning with acid, and the saliva in his mouth was involuntarily secreted. She fought back the discomfort, but a playful smile appeared on her face. Qian Renxue, do you know your sin? Bibi Dong's voice was cold and majestic, like an ice blade in the middle of winter, sending shivers down one's spine. Knowing the sin, knowing what sin? Shall we be condemned for love? Qian Renxue raised her head violently, her eyes filled with determination. I love him, what's wrong with that? Bibi Dong was so close to not being able to bring up a breath, almost fainting from the anger of Qian Renxue's words. She slammed the armrest and stood up, glaring angrily at Qian Renxue. Love? What do you know about love? Do you know that he is your younger brother? You're being treacherous. You're disregarding human decency. So what? Qian Renxue stubbornly raised her head and said with a defiant face, even if it's a brother, all it takes is love. right? And you still have the nerve to talk about me. Aren't you also hooking up with Yu Xiaojiang's dog man? That Yu Xiaojiang even hooked up with his own sister. You all can. Why can't I? This sentence, what about that? Almost didn't make Chidori Ryu angry, but it also made him feel a surge of blood, and he couldn't wait to slap this rebellious girl twice, but he knew it was useless. It wasn't like he hadn't fought in the meantime, and it was useless to fight, otherwise he wouldn't have had the luxury of using Bibendum to educate her. Bibi Dong was also infuriated. She didn't expect Qian Renxue to reveal her scars so directly. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself before looking coldly at Qian Renxue. You fart. Is that love? You're craving his body. You're cheap. Who doesn't know that Little Feather's angelic martial spirit has the ultimate charm attribute after its mutation? You knew that you would be charmed and you still died to get together. You're degrading yourself. You're destroying yourself. Qian Renshue's face instantly turned pale as she heard this. She didn't expect Bibi Dong to poke through her mind so directly. She clenched her lower lip. A hint of despair and unwillingness flashed in her eyes. Yes, I am craving his body. I am inferior. But so what? I just love him. I just want him. As long as I can be with him, I am willing to do anything. Bibi Dong was also exasperated and gritted his teeth and said, No, you can't do anything. This is the holy maiden of the Jelena Martial Soul Hall, a demon fox that also possesses the extreme seductive attribute. She'll definitely be able to take Feather's heart back from Chiron. With that, she waved her hand, signaling Jelena on the side to come forward. Jelena's mind went blank. How did the conversation get to me? She stood frozen in place, not knowing what to do. Seeing this, Bibi Dong's face became even more gloomy as she shouted in a low voice. What are you waiting for? Don't hurry up. Jelena's body trembled and she had to walk up stiffly, but her mind was in a panic. Qian Renshue's face instantly changed, her eyes staring at Hulina with a deadly stare. It was as if she wanted to eat her alive. Humph. Jelena, do you think you can take Feather's heart? Qian Renxue laughed coldly, her tone filled with disdain. Is the affection between Xiao Yu and I not comparable to that of an outsider like you? Just then there was a sound from outside the door of the great hall, and 2 men and a beast walked in. Damn yellow hair! You dye this heart. Little Feather is mine, Gu Yuna said toothily, while demonstratively tightening her arm around Shifuyu, her purple eyes filled with dissatisfaction. The 3-eyed golden guy beast also raised its small tail high, looking down at Qian Renxue with a condescending look, and Shifuyu had been able to keep his face expressionless. Anyway, he was used to these plays, which had to be staged once every 3 days. He stroked the little golden guy beast's head, signaling her not to get excited. Otherwise your little Karamiya will get her hair plucked out by these 2 women. Sister Schwerer, it's impossible between us. You should understand that neither blood ties nor other factors can bring us together. Qian Yu's voice was calm and firm. Every word was like a heavy hammer that struck Qian Renshue's heart. Qian Renshue's body trembled slightly as she clenched her teeth to keep her tears from flowing. She looked at Qian Yu, her eyes filled with resignation and despair. Why? Why can't you just look at me? Is all that I've done for you no better than this short winter melon and this foxy girl I just met? By the end of her words, Qian Renshue's emotions were close to breaking down, and she pointed at Jelena, her voice shrill and piercing. He felt terribly betrayed and hurt. Gu Yuna's face instantly turned cold when she heard Qian Renshue's words. Sister Cher, you'd better calm down first. Qian Yu sighed helplessly and took Qian Renshue's hand, stroking her brain and softly consoling her. I've always only looked at you as a sister. When Qian Renxue heard this, her heart ached and her tears finally stopped. She sobbed and tried to break free from Shifuyu's hands. You're lying. You know it very well. How can it be just siblings between us? Don't you understand my feelings for you? The corner of Shifuyu's mouth twitched, directly choosing to ignore it. Looking up coldly at Bibi Dong in a cold voice. What are you looking for me for? Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed slightly as Shifuyu's icy stare pierced her heart deeply. She took a deep breath and tried to make her tone sound more calm. Little Feather, you are my son. I don't want anything incestuous to happen between you and your sister. My Bibi Dong's face can't be ruined by you guys. The corner of Qian Yu's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Face? In my eyes you still have face to speak of. You are a shameless madman. Chapter 148. Bibi Dong broke the big defense. Do you have any idea what you're talking about? Bibi Dong's face instantly turned ironic as he coldly looked at Shifuyu. I'm your mother and everything I did was for your own good. Do you still blame me for that even now? Are you still not a man? You have to hold a grudge for so long for such a small thing. I admit I did some things wrong back then, but I'm your mother. You don't get to control me, only me. Bibi Dong's voice was close to a growl. His body trembled as his authority as an elder was challenged. When Qian Renxue saw Qian Yu contradicting Bibi Dong for herself, she stopped crying. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, curving into a smile like a crescent moon. The whole person happily pounced towards Shifuyu, wanting to bury her head in his arms. talking to him about the aggravation and pain he had suffered these days. However, it came up empty. The next moment, a loud noise came from above the Pope's throne. The angelic holy sword in Bibi Dong's Pope's scepter collided in the air, erupting in dazzling light. Qian Renxue's movements came to an abrupt halt as she stared at what was in front of her with wide eyes, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. There was a stark contrast between Bibi Dong's Pope's scepter, which had black energy wrapped around it, and the angelic holy sword in Shifuyu's hand, which emitted a pure and powerful light. "How dare you make a move on me?" Bibi Dong's voice was full of disbelief. She didn't expect Qianyu to be so decisive in taking a shot at herself. "I'd like to kill you if I could." Shifuyu gritted his teeth and said, his eyes carrying a morose killing intent. At this moment, Bibi Dong felt that it was real and unadulterated, possessing the perception of the evil thoughts of the god Rakshasa. He truly felt that Shifuyu really wanted to kill himself. "Why?" Bibi Dong's eyes instantly reddened and his voice trembled. "Why do you want to kill me now when you clearly saved me? Am I so unworthy of being forgiven in your mind?" At this moment she completely broke her big defense. Obviously he did all this just for Shifuyu's good. She just wants to heal the rift between mother and son. But Shifuyu can never let go of the past. Her heart was filled with endless pain and despair, and tears slid down her cheeks like broken pearls. "Feather, you've gone too far this time." Chihiro's voice carried a hint of intolerance. How did this make his family bully a weak woman? Seeing this, Shifuyu turned his head and tried to leave, but Bibi Dong suddenly rushed forward and grabbed his arm tightly. Really can't you forgive me?" Bibi Dong's voice was laced with a choked sob, and her eyes were pleading. Shifuyu gave her a puzzled look, not understanding what he was selling. Bibi Dong stared at Shifuyu closely. This was her cub, the most beautiful being in the world. She would never allow him to hate himself, much less leave him. The young man in front of me was the most beautiful sight in the world just standing there. He had light blue eyes like jewels and short blonde hair that shone like the sun. The figure was slender and upright, and all of his features were exquisite to the extreme. As from the most perfect creation, he wore a white robe, and between the fluttering of the hem, he carried a charm that made countless young girls' hearts flutter. Bibi Dong thought to herself that if Shifuyu wasn't her son, she would have been unable to stop herself from falling in love with him. However, the teenager's clear eyes seemed to be clouded over after seeing himself. Bibi Dong's heart suddenly seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible hand, and it hurt so much that she could hardly breathe. Shifuyu shook off Bibi Dong's hand icily, not a trace of warmth in his eyes. "Enough, we'll never have anything to do with each other again." Shifuyu's voice was as cold as ice as he turned around and was about to leave this place that made him feel suffocated. Bibi Dong's pursed red lips were still trying to go after him, but she was stopped by Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna's body was filled with a stern and gloomy intent, and his eyes were firmly fixed on Bibi Dong. It was the first time that Feather's emotions had even fluctuated so much, something that had never happened before except to herself. In doing so she realized that her position as number one in Feather's heart would most likely be replaced by this woman. Not even his mother. She would not allow it, and must not let it happen. Bibi Dong stared at Gu Yuna dead in the face. Even though her aura wasn't as strong as before, it definitely wasn't something to be underestimated. "Nana-chan, what are you doing?" After walking out for a long time and not seeing Gu Yuna follow, Shifuyu stopped and turned around to ask. "It's okay, just a little hungry." After shocking Bibi Dong, Gu Yuna ran towards Shifuyu with a sweet smile on her face as if everything just now was nothing more than an illusion. "Little you, let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious." Gu Yuna took Qian Yu's arm and said intimately. Shifuyu nodded without saying anything more. Seeing this, Qian Renxue glared viciously at Jelena. Then, followed suit. Chidori Ryu also left at an unknown time. All of a sudden Bibi Dong and Jelena were the only two left on the field. "Old teacher, are you okay?" Jelena trembled as she walked to the Pope's throne, took out a handkerchief from her soul guide, and handed it to Bibi Dong. Suddenly, the corners of Bibi Dong's mouth curled up into a wry smile, causing Jelena to look at him with a creepy look. "Nell, do you think I should trust you?" "Teacher, without your words, I would not be where I am today." Jelena's heart tightened and she said carefully, "Do you like Feather?" Bibi Dong opened her mouth, and her mind flashed to Shifuyu's perfect and delicate pretty face. She shook her head violently and bit her own lip viciously, as if to push down all her emotions. Helena's face rubbed red, somewhat shyly lowered her head, her voice as thin as a gnat. "Teacher, Bibi Dong couldn't help but sneer in his mind as he looked at Jelena. If it wasn't inconvenient to do it in one's own capacity, why would one let this foxy girl take advantage of it? Bibi Dong then leaned close to Jelena's ear and whispered. It was just that the more Jelena listened, the more alarmed she became, and the paler her face became. "Teacher, is this really good?" Jelena's voice trembled, a flicker of hesitation and fear in her eyes. After all, Shifuyu was a man who could fight a teacher. She's doing this? Wouldn't she really be killed by a sword? Nell, you just need to do what I say. Bibi Dong peremptorily continued. I will help you with all your worries. Jelena gritted her teeth and finally nodded. Chapter 149, Silver Dragon King Guyu's arrival. Chiron arrived at her chambers and threw Shifuyu onto her bed. She quickly locked all the doors and windows, then gulped in excitement. Shifuyu stared at him viciously, as if to say, if you dare to touch me, I promise to make you regret it for the rest of your life. Qian Renxue's heart trembled at Qian Yu's icy eyes, but she still forced herself to sit on the edge of the bed and said softly, Little feather, don't be afraid, don't worry, sister will definitely not hurt you. A far-fetched smile curled the corners of her mouth. She didn't know if she'd regret doing this, but all she knew was that opportunities were rare, and if she missed them she'd never have them again. Shifuyu's eyes gradually became disoriented as the toxins ravaged his body, causing his thoughts to begin to blur as well. He tried to stay awake, but the feeling of weakness in his body grew stronger. Qian Renxue, who could only be seen in a blur, removed her long golden palace dress, revealing that snow-white, flawless skin. His eyes were then blinded by a long cloth. Qian Renxue's voice whispered in his ear, Xiao Yu, don't worry, everything will be fine. There was an imperceptible tremor in her tone, and she seemed to be trying to control her emotions as well. Be sure to listen to your sister this time. Oh, don't take off your blindfold and don't talk. Just need to sleep on it, and when you wake up, pretend it never happened. Hazily Shifuyu seemed to hear Qian Renxue crying, the sadness in her voice hard to hide. In the next moment, Qian Yu only felt a tingling pain, and his entire body was eroded by the paralyzing toxin. Before he passed out, he ignored the backlash and forcibly used the illusion technique Qian Renxue to pull him into his dream world, and then fainted. It just vaguely felt like I was being eaten up by Chiron in the dream. And the other side, Bibi Dong and Helena came to Shifuyu's room early to squat, but ended up waiting for half a day without waiting for Shifuyu to come back. With that, Bibi Dong found a guard to make some inquiries, only to learn that Qian Renxue had already carried Qian Yu back to her chambers. At that moment, Bibi Dong only felt cold in his heart, as if a basin of ice water was poured from head to foot. She couldn't think too much and hurriedly dashed towards the crown prince's chambers. Jelena followed close behind, a little glad and a little lost in her mind. Bibi Dong ran while secretly praying in his heart. Little you must not be okay. You do line with anyone, even if it's wanting me, but it mustn't be that. Qian Renxue, Tiando City, Martial Soul Branch Hall. Gu Yuna had a vague feeling of being snubbed by Qian Renxue since she arrived here, but having come, it didn't seem right to go back like that, in case it was true. As a result, he was stopped. Upon learning that Chidori Ryu was receiving a very important adult special in the council hall, Gu Yuna was not happy at that moment, and directly began to break in hard. Big man, I just don't believe he's as big as I am. It's something really big. Both of the thousand mean descending demons sealed Douluo's foreheads began to sweat. They were aware of what kind of power was contained within the soft and cute-looking little guy in front of them. If they really fought, it was estimated that both of their sealed Douluo would be instantly secured. MS. Gu, please be at ease. We'll go and inform. Jianjun Douluo descending said in a hurry, turning around and running quickly towards the council hall. A few moments later, Chidori Ryu came out from inside and gave her an odd look, then gestured for her to follow him inside. Chihiro led Gu Yuna into the council hall, only to see that sitting on the main seat was a stunningly beautiful woman. The young girl's skin was snow-white, as delicate as lamb's fat jade, and her long silver hair was like a waterfall, naturally hanging down, emitting a faint fragrance. Her features were exquisite, as if they had been carefully carved by the heavens. The violet eyes flashed with an icy cold light, but they carried an ineffable charm that made people not dare to force their eyes but difficult to avert their gaze. A long silver-colored dress fit her delicate figure, making her even more like a fairy under the moon. Cool and noble, behind her stood a man and a woman. The male was a man dressed in black, with a rugged face, and his pupils were a pair of golden dragon pupils with an imposing aura. The female is wearing a green dress. The appearance is absolutely beautiful. A head of green long hair full of the breath of life. Look, ask Gu Yuna's eyes are full of maternal glory. Gu Yu, and Di Tian, why are you guys here? Gu Yuna's eyes widened as she stared at Gu Yu dead in the face. He suspected that this woman finally couldn't hold back his dirty heart and wanted to steal Little Feather from himself. Lord, we're here to talk about the cooperation between the Spirit Transmission Tower and the Heavenly Dipper Empire. Since you have recovered from your injuries, it is inevitable that the soul beasts cannot be suffering from the oppression of humans. Empyrean was the first to explain. He was still satisfied with Gu Yu. The great Silver Dragon King had finally become normal. He believed that with the current lord, even if he met Shifuyu, he wouldn't be descended from wisdom again. Oh, so when are you leaving after your talk? Gu Yuna nodded, then inquired with a slightly hopeful face. She was calculating in her mind that this other half was the equivalent of a strengthened version of herself. What if Feather fell in love with her? Guyu just glanced at her coldly, those icy violet eyes filled with disdain and arrogance. I'll naturally leave when I'm done talking with Chihiro. Che, so stinky. Gu Yuna's teeth were itching with anger, but her body was honest because she couldn't fight. Not at all. When the original separation of the being was thought of, it separated the divine from the human. Divinity's mission is for the great rise of the soul beast, and humanity is simply experiencing the beauty of love. I didn't expect that Guyu, this asshole, would become so cold and heartless after he ran out of his love again. This coronet, this matter of the spirit transmission pagoda, our martial soul hall can't make the decision, so please also give me a little more time, Chihiro said with some difficulty. Even if the spirit transmission pagoda was really built, but letting soul masters not go hunting soul beasts, their martial soul hall did not have such a big face, and dare to make an announcement, then all the soul masters in the world would have to revolt. The prestige that the martial spirit palace had accumulated over the years would also be gone. Gu Yuna snorted coldly, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. Human, I'm informing you, not requesting, you don't have a choice. For so many years, you humans have brutally abused the soul beasts, sucking their soul rings, soul bones. Would you be able to accept this kind of thing if it was put to you humans? Now, it's time to make a change. If you refuse, then the next time I will lead an army of soul beasts and step on the human world. The woman's voice was cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuations. However, the killing intent in her eyes was like substance, making the temperature of the entire council hall seem to drop a few points. Chapter 150, treat today's events as a dream? Collapse. Lord, why bother talking nonsense with them? This world was originally our soul beasts. Now we are just taking back what is rightfully ours. Tian snorted coldly, and the pressure from the demigod level instantly filled the entire space. Chihiro wasn't willing to show weakness either, and soul power surged within his body. The aura from a 99th level extreme Douluo instantly erupted, creating a violent collision with Tian's aura. The relationship between humans and soul beasts does need to be re-examined, but never through violence. This spirit transmission tower can be a pilot cooperation first, and if it's successful, we can consider promoting it further. Chihiro compromised after all. The spirit transmission pagoda would one day grow to become a superpower that rivaled the martial spirit hall without any surprises. Even the martial spirit hall might be replaced by it. This was something that if Shifuyu had proposed, then Chihiro would have readily agreed. But if it was Gu Yuna who suggested it, then Chidori Ryu could only begin to suspect that there was some sort of conspiracy going on. For example, breaking down the martial spirit hall through the spirit transmission tower and then ruling the entire human world. Chihiro's heart was clogged. Countless generations of heroes in the Douluo Hall had paid with their lives to drive these evil soul beasts out of the human world. But now that he has opened the door and allowed them to come back, has he not become a sinner in history? Good. Old thing. You'd better not play any tricks, or else you'll suffer the consequences. Gu Yuna said coldly, her gaze piercing towards Qian Daolu like ice. Chihiro only felt a chill at the bottom of his heart. So he didn't dare to say anything else? What meaning of faith? What will of the martyrs? In the face of divine greatness, everything can only be like a bubble in a dream, instantly shattered. The crowd then chatted about the details of the spirit transmission tower. Among them was the courtier, the issue of the percentage between humans and soul beasts, and how to ensure that the interests of both sides were balanced. Gu Yuna was sitting on the sidelines listening to it. How does this other half think so much? It feels as if he's smarter than me? It's not possible. It's not possible. She can't be smarter than me. Gu Yuna shook her head violently and glared fiercely at Gu Yu, her eyes filled with hostility. After the chat, Chihiro looks at Kuzuna for a moment and asks in an unkind tone, so what are you doing here again? I'm coming to. Hearing these words, Gu Yuna was jolted, and only then did she recall what she had come here for. Old dang. Go save little Yu. He's poisoned by Bibi Dong and is dying. Gu Yuna's voice was tinged with tears, anxious like an ant on a hot pan. That boy is going to die. Great. Lord, I advise you to change your mate. There are plenty of us in the Soul Beast clan. Tian's face was overjoyed, trembling with excitement, though he was still a little lost not being able to conquer the human world. Now that brat is going to die. That's great. Just what I need. Tian, you can shut up. After following Guyu for a few days, you don't put me in your eyes, right? Guyuna glared at Tian. If it wasn't for the fact that her strength hadn't recovered yet, she would have had to beat Tian to death. Upon hearing this, Guyu's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his spiritual power instantly enveloped the entire Heavenly Dipper city. She had thought that she no longer cared about Qian Yu's life and death, but when she heard Gu Yuna's words, a wave of anxiety inexplicably welled up in her heart. After detecting Shifuyu's aura, her figure instantly disappeared. That strong force stomped out a large crater in the floor, leaving the people in the council hall staring at each other in disbelief. Chihiro's face was full of questions at this point. He didn't expect Guyuna to trust himself so much. Bibi Dong poisoned you and you come to me? And I can't believe you didn't tell me about something so urgent. Heavenly Dipper City, the Crown Prince's bedchamber. I wonder how long it's been. Qian Renxue hazily opened her eyes. She felt that her body and mind had never been so relaxed. Could it be that Xiao Yu and I are really? This little bastard. His mouth says no, but in the end, he is so crazy behind his back. Shirin muttered in a small voice, recalling the indescribable images that had surfaced in her mind. A blush instantly spread across her face, and her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. She shook her head gently, trying to dispel the blushing images from her mind, only to find that the more she resisted, the clearer they became. Helplessly, she could only sit on Qiyu, rubbing the sleeping person underneath her intimately in an attempt to wake him up. Qian Yu violently opened his eyes and coldly looked at Qian Renxue with indifference and detachment in his eyes. He slowly sat up, and that perfect body made Qian Renxue's heart burn for a moment as she watched. Qian Renxue somewhat shyly covered herself with clothes, but those bright eyes stared straight at Qian Yu, as if to say, "What are you pretending? Just now is not. Get up when you're awake. Is it hard to believe you still want it?" Qian Renxue said. No longer able to control the whole person jumped up, hating to stick to Qian Yu all the time. Shifuyu's body was now so soft that it was a struggle to even sit up. When he lunged so hard, his whole body went limp and he lay helplessly on the bed. Not only was he hit with Bibidon's paralyzing toxin, but he was also fed an oxycodone by Chirin. With such a series of builds, even he couldn't carry it off. Now that the toxin had not been cleared, his body was even still running a high fever, and his whole body was groggy. Shifuyu frowned slightly and reached out to push Chirinai away, but found that he couldn't make any effort at all. You get up first. Shifuyu unnaturally turned his head sideways, not looking at Chirinai's white, smooth skin and seductive eyes. Qian Renxue, however, didn't seem to notice his discomfort at all, but instead got a few points closer. With a hint of pettiness in her voice, "Little you, what's wrong with you? Is there somewhere that's uncomfortable?" Shifuyu didn't reply, just glared at her viciously. Seeing this, Qian Renxue immediately collected a few of her mischievous looks and carefully moved away from him. Sitting to the side, she looked at Shifuyu's pale face and fine beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to press into you. I'm just so happy, Feather, that you finally accepted me." She apologized softly while gently sniffing Shifuyu's scent, her heart filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Shifuyu frowned slightly and gestured for him to hand him his clothes. Qian Renxue hurriedly grabbed clothes from the side, and even thoughtfully helped him put them on. Only, her eyes are still looking up and down at Shifuyu from time to time, and her breathing is rapid, so I don't need to think about it to know what she is thinking about yellow scraps. "Little Feather, you'll be good to me from now on, won't you?" Not a moment later, Qian Renxue jumped into Qian Yu's arms again, a small face so red it could drip blood. "Today's matter, treat it as a dream. The past is the past. Don't mention it again in the future." After saying that, Shifuyu effortlessly pushed Chirinai away, stood up, and walked straight to the door. Chapter 151, Qian Renxue's request to elope. "Feather, you." Qian Renxue's face instantly turned white when she heard this. She sat frozen on the bed, looking at Qian Yu's departing back, tears involuntarily sliding down her cheeks, her heart filled with unwillingness. "No, how can you just let it go? After eating my lady clean, not responsible to come and still want to run?" Qian Renxue forced down the grief in her heart and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, angrily dragging Qian Yu back and throwing her on the bed. But when she saw Qian Yu's icy gaze, her eyes instantly reddened. "Do you hate me that much? Can't there be a little warmth between us?" Qian Renxue's voice was choked with sobs, and bean-sized teardrops slipped down one by one, dripping onto the back of Qian Yu's hand. She was also aware that her relationship with Feather was taboo and not accepted by the world. But she had just savored the sweetness of fish and water, so how could she be willing to let go? "Yuki, turn back. We can't afford to be wrong anymore. Didn't you also say that when you woke up, you'd just pretend it never happened?" Shifuyu looked at the tearful girl in front of him, and his heart was also a bit intolerant, but he really didn't want to engage in orthopedics. When Qian Renxue heard this, the sourness in her heart increased, and she broke down and cried out, jumping into Qian Yu's arms and hugging him tightly. "No, I don't want to turn back. I've waited too long and too hard to make the slightest progress in our relationship, and I don't want to give up just like that. You know what? I've obviously been waiting for you for so many years. It's been so hard to find you, and I don't want to lose you again. Little Feather, please, let's not bother with worldly prejudices anymore. okay? When I become a god, we'll go together to a place where no one knows us and live a free and easy life. There's no worldly eyes there, no family ties, just you and me, okay? Shifuyu took a deep breath and his eyes flashed with determination. He said in a deep voice, Qian Renxue, can you calm down a bit? You're not a child anymore. Don't say such unrealistic things. Qian Renxue froze and looked at Qianyu in pain. Her heart was like being stabbed by millions of needles, so painful that she couldn't breathe. I know what I said was childish, but I really didn't know what else to do. Her voice trembled and her eyes were filled with despair. Little feather, could it be that you really don't care about me at all? My feelings, are they so worthless to you? Shifuyu was silent, his head lowered, not daring to look her in the eye. But this is a proper scummy situation when it comes to breaking. I'm scummy enough though. Bang! Just then, the door was violently kicked in. Bibi Dong walked in with a grim face. Jelena tried to follow, only for Bibi Dong to fling the door so violently that she slammed into it. Oh, that hurts. Jelena, with tears in her eyes from the pain, covered her head, but she had the good sense to back out. Bibi Dong coldly scanned the room, his hanging heart finally dying when his eyes caught sight of the torn clothes. Qian, what the hell did you do to Feather? Bibi Dong's eyes widened, and even though she had expected it, she still couldn't believe it. He really didn't expect Qian Renxue to have the audacity to actually do such a forbidden thing. Bibi Dong, listen to me. Shifuyu was just about to explain that this was nothing more than a misunderstanding and that they really didn't have anything going on. After all, at most, it was an erotic dream, and no physical contact had occurred yet? It shouldn't be irreversible yet, right? However, Qian Renxue didn't even give him this chance. She directly nodded, the corner of her mouth hooked into a miserable smile. Oh, isn't it all obvious? What we should have done, what we shouldn't have done we did. And Feather is really rough. It's all hurting me, Qian Renxue said, but also intentionally put on a pitiful look, as if to show Bibi Dong his own wounds. You too are a disgrace to me. Bibi Dong's face became even more gloomy as her gaze swept over the two of them, Qian Renxue and Qianyu. Like a knife, she took a step towards Shifuyu, anger and disappointment flashing in her eyes. Bibi Dong, did you poison me? Although Shifuyu used a rhetorical question, her tone was full of certainty. So what if I put it down? This poison of mine is merely paralyzing your nerves, making you temporarily unable to move. But I didn't expect you guys to. Bibi Dong was flustered by such a questioning, and his bottom line was a bit low. But soon, she regained her composure and didn't look at Shifuyu, instead giving the pressure to Qian Renxue. Only she said coldly, you sinful bastard actually dared to do something so ethical. It's simply a family misfortune. When Qian Renxue heard the word sinful seed, her heart was shaken, but she didn't retreat. Instead, she raised her head and looked directly into Bibi Dong's eyes, and said in a firm tone, yes, I just like Feather. No matter what anyone says, I don't care, and I'm sure little Feather likes me too. After all, he was just responding so fervently to my love. He must have me in his heart. Enough! Stop saying that! Bibi Dong roared, raising his hand and slapping Chiring Yuki across the face. The force of this slap was so great that it directly knocked Qian Renxue down to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. She covered her face, tears welling up again, but she still showed no sign of backing down. I don't want to hear about this ridiculous love of yours. If it weren't for an old thing like Chihiro, you'd be a dead man. Bibi Dong's voice was cold and piercing, as if it came from the depths of hell. She turned her head to look at Shifuyu, though her heart was filled with bitterness, feeling like she had suffered a betrayal, but she still forced out a gentle smile. Little Feather, it's okay, Mom's here, I'll take you home. Bibi Dong swore in his heart that he would go back and give him dozens of hard baths. He had to clean all those dirt-stained breaths. He would never allow his treasure to be sullied by another woman. Not even Qian Renxue. She turned around and picked up Shifuyu, glancing coldly at Chiron, who was lying on the ground, with disgust in her eyes. Let's go, Feather. Bibi Dong took Shifuyu in his arms and left the room in stride. Seeing this, Jelena, who was outside the door, rushed to follow, only to find that Bibi Dong didn't care about herself and flew away directly. Qian Renxue was the only one left in the room, and she sat quietly on the floor as tears slid silently down her face. Her heart felt like a knife, and it hurt so much she couldn't breathe. Then she saw Jelena, and the ache in her heart instantly turned into morose malice. I can't wait to kill this woman who dared to seduce little you by 1,000 cuts. Chapter 152, A Breathless Kiss. Over the sky above Tiando City, Shifuyu struggled violently in Bibi Dong's arms. Bibi Dong's embrace was soft and warm, but at the moment it was as suffocating as shackles in Shifuyu's eyes. You let go of me. Shifuyu's heartbeat accelerated, and a feeling of unprecedented fear surged through his mind. Don't move. Bibi Dong's voice was low and strong, carrying an unquestionable command. Even when she was flying, her obscure eyes stared tightly at Qian. How could such a perfect human child be scourged by that Qian Renxue? Bibi Dong murmured, his voice revealing an unspeakable possessiveness. Her gaze hovered over Shifuyu as if she was admiring a precious work of art. She felt a sudden dryness in her throat that seemed to urge her to savor every inch of that work of art. Bibi Dong's fingers gently slid over Shifuyu's face. You came back to me after all, and this time I won't let you leave me. Her voice was filled with the joy of being lost and found, and with pain. Had she known that Qian Renxue was so determined, she would have preferred when to break that rebellious girl's legs. You are mine and mine alone. Shifuyu felt a tingle in his scalp as he listened to Bibi Dong's near-crazy voice. At the thought of possibly being imprisoned again, he frantically urged the soul power in his body. Bibi Dong also seemed to have sensed this scene, and with 5 fingers open, a seal was placed on Shifuyu's stomach. But don't do anything small. Mommy will be upset, Bibi Dong said with a smile. Chiyu felt a chill rise up from her spine and could only endure the discomfort with a smile on her face as she said softly, I know, I will be obedient. At those words, Bibi Dong's eyes softened, but she quickly regained her composure and hugged Shifuyu a little tighter. That's right, my good boy, she whispered, an imperceptible tremor in her voice. Then a heavy kiss was placed on his lips, constantly sucking as if to erase all traces of Qian Renxue. Shifuyu's entire body froze. Something was very wrong. This was very wrong. Bibi Dong's lips were soft, with a hint of warmth that made you sink into them. But the next moment, the entire sky dome darkened, and an incomparably heavy pressure enveloped the entire Heavenly Dipper city without discrimination. Only to see, a silver-white holy light with an endless elemental storm fell from the sky. Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed slightly and he licked the saliva from the corner of his lips with some intent. It seems that someone doesn't want us to be reunited. She slowly raised her head, a coldness flashing in her gaze. Guyu's figure slowly emerged in the holy light. She was dressed in a silver-white gown, surrounded by a faint glow, and her eyes even carried the light of divinity. It was only after his gaze saw Qianyu that his eyes slightly stagnated, and he only felt a blockage in his heart as a sourness surged to his heart. She spoke slowly, her voice like heavenly music. Bibi Dong, let him go. Bibi Dong laughed coldly and tightly hugged Qianyu without letting go. Humph, who are you to order me around? She is mine. No one can take her away. You are no match for me. As Guyu's words fell, Bibi Dong was struck head-on without even reacting. A powerful force instantly shook her out. Shifuyu took the opportunity to break free from Bibi Dong's embrace and fell helplessly from the sky above. Seeing this, Guyu hurriedly swept him into her arms. Bibi Dong stabilized her stance, a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of her mouth. She gave Guyu a death glare and finally turned her head away unwillingly. That resolute figure caused Guyu's icy gaze to tremble slightly. It's been a long time. Afterwards, Guyu turned her head to look at Qianyu, her eyes somewhat dark and uncertain, filled with various complex emotions. Nana-san, it's been a long time. I didn't think that meeting again would be such an awkward situation. Shifuyu was rarely a little rattled, mainly because Guyu's aura was just too strong. Compared to the other soft and cute little munchkin, this one was the equivalent of Her Highness, the High and Mighty Queen. Call me Sister Luna. I've abandoned the name Guluna. I don't want you to think of me as a replacement for someone. I'm my own. Unique. Although Guyu's voice was calm, it contained an undeniable power. She slowly approached Shifuyu, reached out her hand, and gently wiped away the water stain on Shifuyu's lips. The thought of her cub being kissed by Bibi Dong made her heart feel as if it was being held tightly by an invisible hand. This. Shifuyu didn't know how to answer. Isn't it all the same? Guyu's eyes, however, flashed with a touch of complexity. And after a moment of contemplation, she spoke again. Come with me, there are some things we need to talk about. Shifuyu nodded and followed Furuki's lead. The two of them walked on the streets of Tiando City one after the other, and the strong aura on Guyu's body caused the surrounding crowds to avoid them. The two of them walked all the way for more than half an hour before Guyu stopped. She pretended not to care and asked, Did you really do it with Qian Renxue? She hadn't wanted to ask, but the thought that Feather's first time wasn't her own made it really hard for her. No, didn't do it. How is this possible? We're siblings, Sister Yuer. Believe me. Shifuyu was afraid of being slaughtered by Guyuna and hurriedly waved his hand to explain. Oh, Guyu answered, then lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. After a moment, she looked up, a complex glint in her eyes. Then why did Bibi Dong treat you? I don't know. Shifuyu shook his head with an innocent expression. I want to kiss. Me too. After saying this, it was as if she had lost all her strength. Her face was red with shame, and her violet eyes were beginning to lax. And on the other side, Bibi Dong left, then remembered he'd forgotten Jelena. He hurriedly made his way back to the Heavenly Dipper Palace, only to see Qian Renxue viciously whipping Hulina with a leather whip. Jelina's body was covered with whip marks, but she gritted her teeth and didn't say a word. When Bibi Dong saw this, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes as he quickly stepped forward and snatched the whip from Qian Renxue's hand. Qian Yuki, are you crazy? Bibi Dong glared angrily at Qian Renxue. I'm crazy? I am crazy. Bibi Dong, since I was a kid, do you dare to say you've ever treated me well? This wild fox you picked up from nowhere. You treat him like your own daughter. And me? Your own daughter. Qian Renxue's voice was filled with anger and resentment, and tears were welling up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to let them fall. Chapter 153 Ancient Moonlight in Pain and Distress. You'd even prefer to cheapen Feather to him than to let Feather be with me. What is she? Is she worthy? A mortal who doesn't even have a divine examination is a hunk of yellow earth in 100 years, and I am a future angel god with an eternal and indestructible lifespan. Which point is no better than this one? Qian Renxue said indignantly. In her opinion, there was no one in the world more suitable for Feather than herself. As for the so-called bloodline, it was even more worthless. I'm an angelic god and I need to care about what people think. Bibi Dong, this old hag, was obviously jealous of being younger and prettier than her, so she was beating her lovebirds and not letting herself and Fei be together. You rebellious daughter. Bibi Dong was shaking with anger at Qiren's words, and she raised her hand, wanting to teach Qiren a lesson. However, Qian Renxue didn't dodge. She looked straight into Bibi Dong's eyes and said, "Go ahead and fight. Better beat me to death so that you won't have a daughter anymore." Bibi Dong's hand stopped in midair as she looked at Qiren's stubborn eyes, and a wave of powerlessness washed over her. That's just it. I can't control you with your temper. Bibi Dong angrily took Jelina and left the Heavenly Dipper Palace, leaving Qian Renxue standing alone, tears finally unable to hold back from slipping down. Tendu City, Rose Hotel. Shifuyu had been hiding out for less than 5 hours before she was caught by Gu Yuna. Feather, what the hell have you been doing while I was gone? Gu Yuna sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Shifuyu with grudging eyes. The key was that he actually smelled a woman's fragrance on Shifuyu. And there's more than one. One was Qiren, and there were 2 other women. Shifuyu was a little less daring to look into Gu Yuna's eyes, a feeling of weakness suddenly rising in his heart. It had the feeling of being caught out cheating on your wife. He laughed dryly. That, Nana-san, it's not what you think. I didn't do anything. What? Until now. You're still lying. You must have another woman outside. Gu Yuna's eyes instantly red, a grieved straight twitching, that pearly little look, not to mention how heartbreaking. Shifuyu's entire body was numb. This day by day, still not letting people rest. He had no choice but to hold Gu Yuna in his arms and tenderly stroked his little head, but he didn't have the slightest clue on how to coax Gu Yuna. Nana-chan, don't cry. I really didn't do anything. It's just that Shifuyu's voice was getting smaller and smaller as she said it with an obvious lack of breath. When Gu Yuna sniffed, she cried even more fiercely. You still say that? The smell on your body has betrayed you. How dare you say you didn't? Gu Yuna cried while pounding Shifuyu's chest with her small fists. Shifuyu was hit with raw pain, but didn't dare to have the slightest complaint, and could only continue to coax. Sister Nana, I really didn't. Will you believe me? What no? Are you planning to kick me out and then go marry Ning Rongrong and Guyu? And then incidentally take Qian Renxue and Xiao Dai into your room as lovers as well? And be a flirtatious young master? Wow, sure enough no man is good. I should have castrated you in the first place so that none of us would be better off. The more Gu Yuna spoke, the more angry she became, the more sad she became. The teardrops kept rolling down like broken beads, and her voice was choked with a few sobs. Nana-san, I can't believe you don't believe me. Do you not love me anymore? Seeing that he couldn't make sense, Shifuyu directly began to reverse PUA, his eyes revealing a hint of hurt in an attempt to evoke Gu Yuna's pity. Gu Yuna's heart couldn't help but soften when she saw Shifuyu's hurt eyes. Of course I love you. But I can't help but mess up when I see the smell on you. Gu Yuna buried herself in Shifuyu's arms, her voice a little muffled. In the end, probably really tired of crying, under Shifuyu's gentle soothing, she finally slowly stopped crying, only occasionally sobbing, but gradually the atmosphere became a little more subtle. The young girl's face gradually surged with a flush so red that it could have dripped out. She unconsciously slipped her skirt down, leaving those long, slender legs and her flawless figure exposed to the air. Nana-chan, what are you doing? Shifuyu asked with some hesitation. Gu Yuna didn't answer. She just quietly looked at Shifuyu as she gently bit her lower lip as if she was making some sort of decision. Feather, I want you, Kuzuna said, slowly approaching Shifuyu and wrapping her hands around his neck, pulling him towards her. The young girl's face was flushed, pursed her red lips, and her eyes held a look of madness and obsession. That blazing body heat, with its intoxicating aroma, and the half-covered silver-white dress, revealing that snow-white skin beyond compare. The young girl's chest put the delicate collarbone and the deep gully in front of her chest, all of which stirred Shifuyu's heartstrings. Shifuyu's heart raced and her breathing became rapid. He could feel Gu Yuna's body heat and breath, and her aroma mesmerized him a little. He tried to resist, but his body responded uncontrollably to her proximity. Their bodies were pressed together as if they were trying to incorporate each other into their bodies. Little feather. I am still my first time. Be gentle. Guyu, her voice was shy and expectant, and a hot stream of air sprayed at Shifuyu's neck. The young girl's beautiful eyes contained love, paired with that stunningly beautiful and flawless face. So heartwarming, yet she couldn't help but punish it properly. Shifuyu came back to his senses and fell into silence as he looked at the soft and cute little loli in front of him. Inexplicably, the phrase 3 years to start, with a maximum death sentence comes to mind. And why on earth did it come to this? Am I on or off? Or not on? I'd be an animal if I got on. And if I didn't, I wouldn't be worse than an animal. With a bang, the door to the hotel room was kicked open. Qian Renxue clasped her hands to her chest, looking at the mess in front of her. Her heart was like being hit by a heavy hammer, so painful that she couldn't breathe. She just didn't watch for a moment, and she almost had her home stolen by this stinky girl. She couldn't even begin to imagine what would actually happen if she wasn't there. Hey, what are you doing here? You pervert! Gu Yuna was instantly displeased. The atmosphere has reached this point. You came over to spoil my good deed. The key is to steal food yourself and not let me have a good result. Where is the sense? Qian Renxue ignored Gu Yuna's shouting as her gaze locked onto Qianyu. There was both anger and disappointment in those eyes, as well as a hint of imperceptible sadness. That look at scum made Shifuyu feel uncomfortable all over. Chapter 154, Bibi Dong who wants to be a minotaur. Green tea little dance. Little feather. You really let me down too much. Qian Renxue's voice trembled and her eyes glistened with tears, but she forced herself not to let them fall. Shifuyu opened his mouth to explain, but found himself speechless. Qian Renxue, you yourself are still the same, harboring ill will towards Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Gu Yuna immediately stood up for Shifuyu's defense. Inside the martial soul subtemple, Bibi Dong felt bad and angry. She was able to smash almost everything she could inside her chambers. It was so close, and it cost Feather her innocence. Damn, if it wasn't for that woman. Bibi Dong had a sudden flashback to years ago. He himself fled in such a state of disarray and watched as his children were taken from him. How could she not feel pain and anger now that she was facing a similar situation once again? Damn it, who is he? An outsider, to take such a wide berth? That's my child. When Bibi Dong thought of that disdainful look in Guyu's eyes, and Qian Renxue's disappointed look, the anger in his heart rubbed off on him. What's wrong with me? Why should one or two go against me? Even little Yu doesn't understand my love for him. Bibi Dong smashed a vase in displeasure and then walked out of the room with a lot of anger. She looked at Jelena, who had long been kneeling outside the door, with a slightly complicated look in her eyes. In his opinion, Jelena was certainly a genius, but compared to himself and Qian Renxue, at most, he could only be considered a mediocre person, and it was even more impossible to become a god. So in his plan, while in the mortal realm, he set Shifuyu and Hurina together. This would allow himself more time to accompany and teach Shifuyu, so that he would gradually accept himself and even fall in love with him. When 100 years had passed, Hurina would die of old age, and she herself would be able to spend a long time with Shifuyu in the divine realm, sitting and watching the sea wither away. As for the eyes of the world, oh, when I become a god, there will be great scholars to write a new chapter for me, celebrating my great deeds of 1,000 years. So who dares to comment on it? However, reality woke her up from her dream like cold water on her face. What Bibi Dong did not expect was that his own daughter, Qian Renxue, was even more twisted than his own 3 views. How dare she try to get her hands on little Feather? At the same time, just the thought of myself and Feather stealing food behind Jelena's back, a sickly blush then inexplicably appeared on her face, and a surge of pleasurable pleasure surged through her body. Bibi Dong thought he must be crazy to have such twisted thoughts, but every time when the night was late, this thought became stronger and stronger, growing like a wild weed, and it was hard to suppress it. Hey, it's a little exciting to think about. The corner of Bibi Dong's mouth curled up into a wry smile, which was then hastily curtailed for fear of being discovered what was going on inside of her. Poor Jelena doesn't realize that Bibi Dong already wants to cow himself as a minotaur. Still kneeling respectfully, she carefully said, "Teacher, don't be angry. What if you get angry?" Bibi Dong took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and said, "Nana, get up." Jelena sniffed as if she had been pardoned, and stood up in a hurry, hanging her head down, not daring to look Bibi Dong in the eye. "Nana, what do you think Sensei is doing all this for?" Bibi Dong asked suddenly. Jelena froze. She didn't know how to answer. If Little Feather hadn't been taken captive, he would be the holy son of the martial spirit hall, and he and you, the holy maiden, would have been a natural pair. Everything a teacher does is so that he can give you and him a bright future. Bibi Dong had that look of seriousness about him, and said he almost believed it himself. Jelena was even more touched by what she heard. She didn't realize the teacher had gone to such lengths for her. She had always thought that her teacher was only cultivating herself so much because of her outstanding talent, but it turned out that there was such a deeper meaning behind it. Teacher, Jelena's eyes were slightly red and her voice was a little choked. Bibi Dong gently patted Hurinai's shoulder and said, "Silly child, why are you crying? With teacher me teaching, capturing Little Feather's heart isn't a piece of cake." Bibi Dong thinks he has a great deal of experience in relationships and knows all about the hearts and minds of men. She was sure that with her guidance and help, Jelena would be able to succeed in winning Shifuyu's heart. But teacher, now Xiaoyu and Guyuna, Qian Renxue and the girls, Hulina said with some concern. Bibi Dong snorted coldly, interrupting Hulina's words. A silly soul beast, a perverted manly woman who pretends to be a man all day long. How can you have the gentleness and talent of a woman? You have to remember that you are the only one who can accompany Qianyu to the end. Hulina sniffed and nodded excitedly. Teacher, I will work hard to make him fall in love with me. Time passed, and 3 months passed in a flash. Shifuyu was having a very hard time these days. Not only do they have to put up with Qian Renshue's eyes that look at scum, but they also have to be careful not to be given a chai knife by Guyuna. Happily, only Mai would only heart her brother no matter what happened. Every day, he would not only make him delicious food in different ways, but also comfort him with a sweet voice. Little Feather, those women are merely craving for your body. Only Little Dance truly cares for you. These days, Xiao Dai had gone through various green tea girls in the palace to take lessons. I think I have mastered the 36 stratagems of mastering the husband. She practiced those soft smiles and flirty glances in the mirror every day, just so Shifuyu could look at her one more time and stay by her side a little longer. And even if it played off, Shifuyu wouldn't be angry, because ever since the experience of the last sacrifice, Shifuyu had a high tolerance for herself. Even if Guyuna and Qian Renxue wanted to kill themselves, Qianyu would definitely stop them. After all, she was a woman who could give her life for him. Every time she saw Shifuyu being annoyed by other women, Mai would be silently pleased in her heart. Those women were merely wearing down Shifuyu's patience with them, and she, herself, was the one who could stay by his side forever. However, I don't know if Shifuyu received Xiaomai's words or not, but anyway, it disgusted Guyuna and Qian Renxue. More than once, he complained to Shifuyu that this Mai was a total green tea whore with a heart of gold and told Shifuyu to stay away from him. But Shifuyu just smiled faintly and stopped bothering. As teary as Mai is, the emotional value she gives really pulls out all the stops. Everyone hates green tea, but what if green tea is only tea for you? Anyway, Shifuyu was eaten to death. Chapter 155, Who can stand this cold violence? Qian Renxue collapsed. Such peaceful days did not last long, until Yi Lingling and Dugu Yan came to him. This was what made Qianyu recall that he had not only joined the Heavenly Dipper Royal Academy, but he was also the captain of the Royal Dipper Academy. The original captain was Yu Tianheng, but now he had been poisoned by Dugu Yan, so this captaincy naturally fell to Qianyu's head. In these few months, the biggest change in Tiando City was the addition of a spirit transmission tower that was thousands of meters high. This was jointly funded by the Martial Soul Hall and Soul Beast Co-Lord Guyu, and became the new landmark of Tiando City. The existence of the Spirit Transmission Tower symbolized the easing of the relationship between humans and soul beasts. But more than that, it was a compromise between humans for soul beasts. Hello, Yi Lingling greeted towards Shifuyu with grudging eyes. The young girl was pretty, with a slender, slim figure and long, cascading blue hair that fell behind her. The blue pupils were like deep oceans, hiding endless secrets. She wore a long light blue dress, the hem of which gently swayed like water rippling, exuding a fresh and unassuming air. When Qian Renxue saw the complicated look in Yi Lingling's eyes, her heart thumped with an ominous premonition. She kept scanning back and forth between the two, her woman's intuition telling her that these two were having an adulterous affair. Gu Yuna's eyes also narrowed slightly, and an unprecedented sense of crisis rose in her heart. Shifuyu, don't think I'll forgive you just because you saved me. Solitary Goose clasped his hands to his chest and snorted coldly, arrogance written all over his face. What are you babbling about? If you hadn't provoked Little Feather earlier, would Little Feather have made a move? Mai crossed her arms and stood beside Shifuyu, fighting for him. Dokoroyan's face stiffened as he heard this, and he was somewhat speechless. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Shifuyu, as the captain of the Imperial fighting team, you haven't come to any training these days. Do you still want to win the match or not? I know you're strong, but do you think you could have won all those races by yourself without us? Dokuragene's words carried a bit of questioning and a bit of dissatisfaction. She didn't know how much mental preparation she had done these days, looking forward to the scene where she and Shifuyu would meet again. As a result, this kid hadn't even come to the Royal Fighting Academy once from the beginning of the school year until now, which made her heart very dissatisfied. The three-eyed golden guybeast in Qian Yu's arms heard the noise and grunted a few times with some dissatisfaction, as if protesting against the surrounding noise. Shifuyu gently stroked its fur to soothe it, then turned his head to look at Dokuragane. I apologize. I did neglect my duties as captain. Don't worry, I'll be on time for training in the days to come and will never miss it again. Shifuyu apologized sincerely, a big smile on his face. The gentle eyes seemed to melt the ice and snow, causing the girls present to involuntarily have their hearts beat faster. You, just know. Come on, don't dawdle. We have a friendly match in a few days to spar with the Martial Spirit Hall team. That's the golden generation of the Palace of Martial Souls. It's said that they can all be soul kings of more than 50 levels. So don't you disgrace our royal fighting team. When Dugwian was in the middle of her sentence, she directly lowered her head, not daring to look at Qian Yu, with a look of shyness to the extreme. Yilingling looked at Qian Yu's gentle smile, and the grudge in her heart seemed to dissipate a bit. She lightly bit her lower lip and summoned up the courage to say, Qian Yu, our imperial fighting team as a whole, I hope you can really put everyone in your heart. Seeing this, Qian Renxue clenched her teeth and glared viciously at Qian Yu. If he didn't have to disguise himself as Xue Qingha right now, she had to make this philanderer look good? Gu Yuna on the other hand, the more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she became, subconsciously moving towards Qian Yu, hugging his waist, and viciously glaring at Du Guyen, as if to say, he's mine, don't you dare try to snatch him away. Qian Renxue was completely sour at the sight. When will he also be able to show love in public with Xiaoyu without the slightest avoidance? But when she thought about her relationship with Feather, all of a sudden her whole body was lost. They were destined to be underground lovers even if they were together, unable to be together in name only. She knew herself that what she was thinking was nothing short of treasonous, but if she could start her life over, she had no regrets. In the days that followed, Shifuyu was finally able to find a reason to break away from the suffocating atmosphere of Gu Yuna and Chirenai. He came to the Tiando Royal Academy on time every day to clock in for training. He always used cultivation to paralyze himself and make himself forget about the complicated relationship with Qian Renxue. But the more you try to hide from something, the more you can't hide from it. One night, the night was a little cooler. Shifuyu ended the day's training and dragged his tired body back to his room. But when I clicked on the light, I saw Qian Renxue crying in aggravation. Crying can't even be said to be pearly. It's almost like tears falling like rain, as if she had suffered from all the aggressions in this world. As soon as she saw Shifuyu, she jumped into his arms and hugged him tightly, as if she wanted to integrate herself into his body. Feather, I'm so sad. You know, I think about you every day and it breaks my heart. I'm in so much pain, really in so much pain. Qian Renshue's voice was tinged with sobs, and every word felt like it was squeezed out from the bottom of her heart. He was going crazy these days. Shifuyu was purposely staying away from himself. Even that stupid soul beast Gu Yuna could see it. How could he not feel it? It was just that she didn't understand why Shifuyu was doing this to her. Is it because of who he is? Or because he already has someone else in mind? Yuki, you and I are different. You know that it is impossible for us to come to fruition. Shifuyu's body stiffened and forcefully pushed Chirenai away with a complicated look in his eyes. What a bull ***** difference in status. Qian Yu, it's come to this. What's done is done. And you're still using this kind of excuse to put me off. Why are you being so cold to me when you clearly have me in your heart? The more Qian Renxue thought about it, the more aggrieved she became. Then she directly went up to pick at Qian Yu's clothes, as if she wanted to pour out all her emotions. Her tears slid down her cheeks and dripped onto Shifuyu's chest, causing a ripple. Under the bright moonlight, the young girl wore a thin bedclothes, completely unable to cover her flawless curves. That tantalizing snow-white skin is able to cause infinite reverie. Feather, I'm sorry, but I really don't want to go on like this. Love me again. Qian Renxue said carefully, her eyes filled with an unprecedented vulnerability. Her body went completely soft, as if she had removed all her defenses, like a wounded kitten waiting for a response from its master. Chapter 156. This doesn't make sense at all. A flash of struggle flashed in Shifuyu's eyes. He knew full well that once that line was crossed, there was no turning back from their relationship. Seeing that Qian Renxue didn't make a move, she thought that he was being shy, resisting the nervousness and shyness within her. She took the initiative to come closer to Shifuyu and gently kissed his lips. At that moment, it was as if the entire world stood still, leaving only the sound of both of their heartbeats intertwined with the sound of their breathing. Qian Yu's mind went blank. Feeling the warmth and softness of Qian Renxue's lips, an unspeakable emotion welled up in his heart. He closed his eyes and opened them once more, his complexion already icy. He grabbed Qian Renxue's restless hand and said in a deep voice, "Enough, little Snow. You can't fall any further." "What do you mean by fallen? Don't you understand my feelings? On the basis of why other girls can be with you, me being with you is degrading." Qian Renxue cried out angrily, tears rolling down like broken beads. She didn't understand why her sincerity was rewarded with Shifuyu's rejection. If it was the previous Qian Yu, I'm afraid that he would have already raised his sword on Qian Renxue's neck by now. But now the heart of light dispelled the darkness in his heart, which gave Qian Renxue the courage to say these words. However, Qian Yu was not the least bit moved and still coldly pushed her away. This time he didn't say anything, but the determined look in his eyes said it all. "Little feather, please, I can do without a name, whether it's a concubine or a lover or a sister. I just want to be with you. Don't you ever leave me behind again, okay?" That day, it's obvious that you felt something yourself. Do you want to be irresponsible for doing that to me? Qian Renxue's voice was tinged with sobs as she humbly prayed. Is this man heartless after what he has already done? Is it because you're not pretty enough? Not fit enough? Or is there really someone else already in his heart? Shut up. What responsibility? I told you, nothing happened to us at all that day. This is all just a dream. And when you wake up, everything should go back to the way it was. Shifuyu was taken aback by her words of tiger and wolf and hastily explained. But the more he explained, the more Qian Renxue cried with pearly blossoms, as if his words were all merciless blades, cutting her heart one by one. A dream? How can you call it a dream? That's clearly the truest feeling we've ever had. Qian Renxue cried out. Her hands clenched into fists so tightly that her nails were almost embedded in her palms. She felt no pain, only a heartache that made her unable to breathe. At this moment, Qian Renxue completely despaired, and she collapsed helplessly onto the bed, tears in her eyes like a spring. Nothing happened? Nothing happened? How can this be nothing? And where did the golden liquid on his legs and feet come from? And where did that mess on the bed come from? How could that real feeling be a dream? In Qian Renxue's opinion, Qian Yu is escaping reality, typically the kind of scum behavior that puts on his pants and then denies it. She sat up from the bed suddenly, her eyes red and swollen and tear-stained, her voice tinged with determination. Shifuyu, what do you think you can decide? I'm going to be with you, and no one is going to stop that. If you go negative on me, I'll stab you to death with a knife, and when I do, I'll kill those women of yours so you can go down there with them. Qian Yu was silent, feeling that no matter how he went about explaining himself, Qian Renxue was already identifying him as a scummy guy who wore pants and didn't want to admit it. The room fell into a brief silence, with only the sound of Qiren's sobs echoing. In the end this night, Qian Yu didn't know how much effort it took to persuade this headstrong golden hair to go back and let her obediently lie back on the bed to rest, even fearing that he would not be able to sleep. He talked with her for a long time and told her many stories. Only when her breathing gradually stabilized did he gently tuck her in and exit the room. Before he left the house, he looked at the misty sky. Shifuyu sighed in despair, suddenly wanted to find Tang San to vent his fire. It was true that when people were in the most pain, they would always want to find someone who could understand them to talk to. That's just it. I'm not going to practice today. Shifuyu yawned, intent on returning to his courtyard. As a result, when he went out, he saw Gu Yuna and the three-eyed golden beast crouching in the doorway. The two little ones were crouching next to the doorway, curled up in a ball, sleeping soundly. Shifuyu's heart practically melted when he saw this scene, and guilt instantly surged through his heart. He gently walked over, crouched down, and carefully held the three-eyed golden guy-beast and Gu Yuna in his arms. The three-eyed golden guy-beast seemed to sense his scent and opened its eyes in a daze, wagging its tail when it saw it was him. Then he rubbed his chest reassuringly and closed his eyes again to go back to sleep. Gu Yuna rubbed herself intimately in his arms with a few blushes on her face, thinking that little Dance's method was really good. She had wanted to go in and make a scene, but she was stopped by Mai, saying something like if the two of them really wanted to be together, he would become the villain who would beat up the lovebirds, and would probably make Shifuyu resent himself even more. Mai suggests that she might as well do a retreat for advance to let Shifuyu know how much she cares about him and how much his philandering will break her heart. This way Shifuyu would definitely feel guilty as hell, and when he cried, wouldn't he just take him in a minute? Shifuyu brought the two little ones back to his room and gently placed them on the bed before lying down and taking them into his arms before slowly closing his eyes. In his mind's eye, however, he couldn't help but conjure up Qian Renshue's aggrieved and crying face. It wasn't until after Shifuyu fell asleep that Gu Yuna opened her eyes, and a smear of crystal liquid flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Looking at the stunning face that came out in front of him, his heart couldn't be more excited. This was the first time Feather had ever offered to cuddle herself to sleep. It's this stinky Gaby that's so annoying. Humph. You want to be human again? In your next life. God Realm. Temple of Destruction. The god of destruction looked at the plot that was gradually becoming magical. Not to mention how dumbfounded he was in his heart. That's what you mean by love. Once upon a time. What a good boy. And then you drove him to this. The god of destruction. Looking towards the goddess of life. Couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. What's the big deal? How can love be right or wrong? The goddess of life said in disbelief. I think you're crazy. The god of destruction sniffed angrily. The Qian that was once so cold and merciless, turned out to be tortured by emotions into this appearance now. Every woman he was associated with seemed to have become a robbery in his life, causing him pain. Chapter 157 Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Time passes like water. In the blink of an eye made it to the opening day of the continent-wide Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Feather, I want to compete too. I want to fight alongside you too. Gu Yuna rubbed Shifuyu's shoulder affectionately, infuriating cheering Yuki on the side. At this moment, they were watching the battle inside the luxurious box. And outside, it was the Shrek 7 monsters versus the Royal Douchebag second team. So match, begin. The battle officially started with a command from the host. Unsurprisingly, the battle was almost described as devastating. These few months down the line, Tang San's level had also reached 50. It's just that since the Star Double Great Forest has been blocked off, it's impossible to get a suitable soul ring for a while. Little Feather. This Tang San is so shameless. He even used a concealed weapon to sneak attack. Mai said indignantly. He knew that Little Feather hated Tang San, so naturally he had to speak along with his wishes. As for Sango? For the sake of his love, he'll just have to suffer a little bit for Sango. Shifuyu glanced at Mai with some surprise. Originally, when he saw Tang San instinctively wanted to abuse him, but considering Xiao Dai, he also let it go. Now that you put it that way. Feather, I'm hungry. Gu Yuna gently tugged on Shifuyu's sleeve with a few playful flashes in her eyes. Shifuyu gently touched her head, then ordered the waiter beside him to bring delicate snacks and fragrant tea. Gu Yuna enjoyed this feeling. Ever since Little Feather had obtained the Heart of Light, her personality had gotten a lot better and a little less gloomy. The only pity was that he was still underage and couldn't share that cloud and rain with her. But just as soon as this thought flashed by, Gu Yuna shyly lowered her head, her cheeks tinted with a touch of scarlet. Click! Qian Renxue angrily crushed the teacup in her hand, splashing the tea in all directions. She clenched her silver teeth, her gaze filled with jealousy and resentment. Why is you always so gentle with Gu Yuna, but so cold to me? Her heart ached as if gnawed by millions of ants. Hey, Nemo, someone's sore. Mai gloated, as sour as he was himself. At the moment, she was more interested in seeing Chiron's defeat. Qian Renxue glared at Xiao Dance, but did not flare up again. Only that the sourness in her heart was like a tidal wave surging unceasingly. This dead rabbit had been at odds with her in her previous life, and in this life, she hadn't even sought to settle the score with him, but she still dared to come and seduce Little Feather. Little Feather, come over here. I'll tell you about any noteworthy powerhouses in Blazing Fire Academy. Qian Renxue took a deep breath and patted her side while her eyes coldly looked at Gu Yuna and Xiao Dai. It was outrageous that these two stinky soul beasts had joined forces to bully her. A human. Humph. What could be so noteworthy about that? Aren't they all just jumpers? Gu Yuna clasped her hands on her chest and immediately let out a light hum with some disdain. The Lord is right. That Fire Wushwang and Fire Dance siblings from the Blazing Fire Academy are just that. I'm afraid that they wouldn't even be able to hold up to a single move from Little Feather. Little Dance followed suit and chimed in, her eyes full of confidence in Shifuyu's strength. Bump! Suddenly the door to the common room was pushed open, and a red-haired girl wearing the Blazing Fire Academy uniform angrily walked in. Who are you calling a jumper? Shifuyu frowned. He didn't expect someone to barge in so directly. Fire Dance, don't fool around. The teacher of the Blazing Fire Academy tried to drag her away with a serious face. I'm sorry. Your name is Thousand Feathers, right? My name is Fire Wushwang. I'm the captain of Blazing Fire Academy. Fire Dance didn't do it on purpose. We just happened to walk up to the door and heard you guys talking and Fire Wushwang hurriedly took a few steps forward and awkwardly explained, while constantly giving Fire Dance a wink to apologize. And at that moment, the licking dog Feng Xiaotian also came to Fire Dance's side, and just wanted to start a burst of shushing. As a result, he found that his most beloved woman was looking at Qianyu with a flushed face and a hint of infatuation revealed in her eyes. Feng Xiaotian's heart was ringing with alarm bells, and a sense of crisis arose. Although our Blazing Flame Academy is not a rival to the Imperial Fighting Academy, we are not at liberty to be insulted. Fire Dance forced down the fluttering in his heart and said righteously. He then violently shook off the academy teacher and his teammates and walked towards Shifuyu alone. She stopped in front of Qianyu, her eyes looking straight at him, and finally said through gritted teeth, Qian Yu, I'm going to challenge you. If I win I can be your girlfriend, if I lose I'm at your disposal. The entire box froze at these words. Gu Yunat and Xiao Dance glanced at each other, and a flash of hostility flashed through their eyes. Bad Lord, this woman is rushing at Little Feather, and she's got a bit of a body. Little Dance wanted to say something, looking at Gu Yunat's lowly-like petite figure, and then looking at Fire Dance's front and back hot figure. The implication was self-evident. Gu Yunat's face instantly turned ice-cold. She viciously twisted Qian Yu's waist and said with some annoyance, Look at you. You little bastard. Why are you so good-looking? You're attracting butterflies everywhere. Explain to me today. What's your relationship with this woman? Otherwise don't even think about leaving. Shifuyu had an innocent look on his face. When did he become the main attractor of bees and butterflies? He looked helplessly at Fire Dance, unable to think of where he had seen it before. Fire Dance stared at Shifuyu dead in the face, waiting for his answer. She was a strong girl, and naturally she didn't believe in the legend of Shifuyu after hearing about it. What, 12 years old to beat a sealed Douluo? And once fell into darkness and almost destroyed an entire continent? This kind of rumor she, Fire Dance, didn't believe. At first sight today, this Qian Yu is extremely handsome and has an extraordinary temperament, 1,000 times better looking than Feng Xiaotian. But she, Fire Dance, wasn't going to be fooled by appearances, and the only way to become her boyfriend was to beat her. Shifuyu, do you promise? Fire Dance pressed again. Fire Dance, don't make a scene. So many people are here. Fire Wuxuan was a little embarrassed as he pulled Fire Dance and headed out. The situation over here had attracted quite a few people by now. Zhuge Yan Yilingling and the Shrek 7 monsters, who had just finished the match, also gathered around the entrance of the box to watch the fun. Little you, don't agree to her. You are my fiancé. How can you just accept someone else's challenge? Ning Rongrong hurriedly took a stand. She didn't want Qian Yu to be snatched away by another woman. Ning Rongrong's words completely enraged all the girls present, and they all glared at him. Wrong, we'd better get going. Daimubai felt his legs go weak at the sight of Qian Yu nowadays. Today his dick still aches. Oh no, his dick is completely gone. However, after the pleasure of no woman, he was surprised to find that the little three looks also quite clean. Or, Chapter 158, Tang San who opened up again, confidence bursting at the seams. Shifuyu, we meet again. Tang San walked out from the crowd with his hands behind his back, his body full of confidence. Thousand Feathers narrowed his eyes slightly, looking up and down at the Tang San in front of him, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, is this little Yakuza high on drugs? Why is he walking with the wind today? Did the Shura god give him some kind of hangover? Boing boing. Feather, that bad woman, he's mean to me. Gu Yuehua glared viciously at Ning Rongrong. Then following Xiao Dai's example, she snuggled into Qian Yu's arms and pretended to cry, with a few hints of aggression and petulance in her voice. Little Dance at the side was a little tasty, some jealous puffed up cheeks, like an angry little rabbit. But after coming into contact with Tang San's gaze and then somewhat unnaturally turned her head to the side, pretending to look at the scenery. Okay, I get it. You guys can leave. Thousand Feathers coldly stared at Tang San. The two of them stared at each other across the air. Heavy divine power began to blast against each other out of thin air. The powerful sense of oppression caused the surrounding air to stagnate. Feeling the coldness radiating from Qian Yu's body, Tang San's face changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Thousand Feathers, times are different now. I, Tang San, have already completed the Shura God Divine Examination to obtain a divine weapon. As for you, how much strength do you still possess after being suppressed with the Destruction God power? Artifacts. Qian Yu froze, not expecting the Shura God to be so generous and give out the artifacts so quickly. However, looking at him this way, he should be preparing for the divine examination of the fifth soul ring. Thinking of this, Qian Yu's mouth curled up into a cold smile. It was also time to increase the performance of the spirit transmission tower. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you treating me like a mongrel? Fire Dance couldn't help but get a little annoyed when she saw Shifuyu ignoring her. She was the best of the Blazing Fire Academy. When had she ever received such cold treatment? Only then did Shifuyu retract her gaze from Tang San and lightly glanced at Fire Dance. I have no intention of fighting with you, much less being some kind of boyfriend of yours. You'd better go back and prepare for the competition. Fire Dance was half speechless as she choked on Shifuyu's words. She didn't expect Shifuyu to reject herself so directly, but she was not someone who gave up easily, and clenched her teeth, saying, Qian Yu, don't go too far. I, Fire Dance, am not someone to be messed with. Today you have to agree or not. Saying that, Fire Dance was about to make a move towards Qian Yu, but was stopped in time by the Blazing Fire Academy teacher on the side. Fire Dance, have you made enough of a scene? The teacher scolded sternly. This is the Heavenly Dipper City tournament area. It's not a place where you can just make a scene. Although Fire Dance was hot-tempered, she wasn't someone who didn't know what was going on, and knew that causing trouble here would only bring trouble to herself and the academy. He could only give Shifuyu an indignant glare before turning away. Shifuyu, give my back to me. He's not yours to touch. Seeing Fire Dance leave, Tang San hurriedly stepped forward and protected Xiao Dance behind him, his gaze filled with hostility. Thousand Feathers said indifferently, Tang San, I've never forced Little Dance to stay. Little Dance sniffed and a warm current surged in her heart. Then she said to Tang San, I've already said many times that I have no feelings for you. Please stop pestering me. You quickly wake up. This Qian Yu is a scum. He has his feet in several boats. He's not worth what you're giving. Tang San shouted hoarsely. He felt his heart breaking. He couldn't understand why the Little Dance was so devoted to Shifuyu. Just because he's better looking than me? Just because he's stronger than me? But he's a scumbag. However, Xiao Dai was not moved in the slightest, as he came directly to Qian Yu's side and hugged him, with that proud body close to her. A mocking smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Junior, you're just a poor, ugly, and powerless piece of trash. How can you compare to Qian Yu? The key is that you're still a eunuch. No woman would follow you, right? Little Dance's words could not be described as vicious, directly poking at Tang San's pain points. Tang San directly broke defense. He hated people calling him a eunuch in his life, especially in front of his beloved. How dare you insult me like that? Tang San roared angrily, his figure storming up, about to attack Little Dance and Thousand Feathers. However, right at this moment, a powerful pressure descended from the sky, hardening Tang San in place, unable to move. Enough! Have you guys made enough of a scene? Do you really think that this crown prince of mine doesn't exist? Qian Renxue's legs were folded as she sat on the gorgeous sofa with an undeniable majesty in her tone. He was dressed in magnificent golden robes, and his handsome face bore a hint of displeasure, obviously bored with the farce before him. The crowd heard the words and all of them were in awe. I did not expect that this prince was so strong. Look at this pressure. I'm afraid that the General Seal Douluo are inferior to it. Tang San's face was hard to see, but in the end, he forced himself not to have a fit, lest he be withdrawn from the competition at that time. I'm afraid that His Highness the Crown Prince's heart isn't in the right place when he watches his beloved embracing people left and right. Tang San asked tentatively, wanting to provoke Xueqing his anger. When Xueqing heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile, his gaze stabbing at Tang San like a knife. It's not your turn to comment on this highness's matters. Tang San hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to say anything else, and turned his head to leave. The Shrek 7 monsters had the intention to pull Ning Rongrong back, but seeing as his heart had fallen on Qian Yu, they could only sigh helplessly. Shifuyu, let's go. The match is about to start. Dokuragain walked up at this time and reminded gently. Shifuyu nodded his head and pushed away the fondly remembering Gu Yuna and Mai, and left under Qiren Yuki's grudging eyes. As soon as Qian Yu left, at once the eyes of the four women in the lounge became stern, and the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Gu Yuna first broke the silence. Her eyes were cold as she stared at Xiao Dai with a hint of displeasure in her tone. Xiao Dai, why did you hug Xiao Yu when you just said so? Xiao Dance sniffed. Knowing that Gu Yuna was jealous, she hurriedly stepped forward and wrapped her arms around her, and teared up and said, Lord, I didn't see little Yu being bullied by Tang San. I felt sorry for our family little Yu and did this. Don't misunderstand me. As he said that, he also gently shook Gu Yuna's arm, his eyes full of aggression and petulance. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong also hugged Gu Yuna's other arm, clamped her voice, and said in a conspiratorial voice, Lord, I'm not seeing that you've been angered by Little Dance, and I'm doing this because I'm heartbroken for our family lord. Don't be angry with me. After saying that, he even used his fingers to gently scrape Gu Yuna's cheeks, his eyes full of teasing. Chapter 159, The Terrifying Deterrence of the 100,000-year Soul Ring. Goosebumps came out all over Gu Yuna's body and her long silver white hair exploded. She flung the two away, her eyes full of disgust. That's enough, you two. Be normal. It's disgusting. Being shaken off by Gu Yuna, Xiao Dance and Ning Rongrong were not annoyed. Instead, they looked at each other and smiled, with a sly glint in their eyes. Are you shy, Lord? Xiao Dance smiled cheekily and came closer to Gu Yuna. Looking at her blushing little face, she couldn't help but go up and squeeze it. Gu Yuna's face turned even redder as she glared at Xiao Dance and turned away pretending to be angry. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, covered her mouth and snickered. Qiren was furious. She had been isolated since they knew she had been stealing food. At this moment, seeing the three of them acting as one woman, he felt even more redundant. The key was that he usually had to dress up as a man. and he couldn't even get close to Little Feather if he wanted to, so it was simply suffocating to the extreme. Have you made enough noise? Qian Renxue couldn't help but bellow out, a hint of displeasure and aggravation in her voice. Only then did the three women stop their playfulness and turn their heads to look at Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue, why are you being mean? We're just messing around. Ning Rongrong muttered in dissatisfaction. Making fun? Humph. I think you guys are just deliberately trying to piss me off. Qian Renxue huffed, her eyes slightly reddening. What are you so angry about now? Who let you steal food? And not letting me eat it? Don't you think you're being selfish? Gu Yuna skimmed her mouth and retorted in a silky manner. That I don't want you guys to learn the hard way. Qian Renxue lowered her head somewhat sheepishly, and her voice dropped a few notches. Che, what learning bad or not? We just want to have a taste. Besides, who are you to control us? Ning Rongrong crossed her arms and said with a straight face. Alright, stop arguing. Let's see little Yu's match first. Mai interrupted their bickering, her eyes locked onto Shifuyu who was about to step into the tournament field. Inside the competition venue, Shifuyu was dressed in a silver power suit, with an upright figure, just like a character who came out of a manga, attracting a burst of screams from the audience. Che, all a bunch of vulgar women. Fire Dance clasped her hands to her chest and looked at the women who were screaming for Shifuyu with a disdainful look on her face. Although she had to admit in her heart that Qian Yu was indeed quite handsome and strong, she just couldn't get used to his high and mighty look. Fire Dance, don't be a tough talker. I think you also like that Qian Yu guy, right? Fire Wushuang flirted on the side. I like him? Joke. I have a crush on him at the fireball. He's nothing but a. Fire Dance was just about to say something, but suddenly realized that she had almost blurted out her words and hastily stopped her mouth. In the audience, Feng Tianxiao stared tightly at Qian Yu on the playing field, his hands unconsciously clenching his fists, his heart filled with jealousy. The Snowy Night Emperor was secretly glad that his son didn't make an enemy of Qian Yu, but instead befriended him. There were some twists and turns in the process, but the outcome was always good. Bibi Dong narrowed his eyes in the moment he saw Shifuyu. His grip on the scepter tightened and his breathing became a few moments more rapid. She secretly pondered in her mind how she was going to get around the people of the Spirit Transmission Tower to bring Little Feather back to the Martial Soul Hall. He couldn't wait a moment longer. Damn it, that kid is too much of a womanizer. If he dares to negatively affect Rongrong, I won't let him go. Sword Douluo Dusty Heart roared in a low voice from the side, his eyes revealing a stern killing intent. Although he was usually silent, he loved Ning Rongrong dearly, and when he saw Qian Yu entangled with multiple women, his heart was naturally furious. Upon hearing this, Bibidon's eyes turned slightly cold as he looked towards the seat where the 7 treasure-glazed sect was located not far away. I wonder what Sword Douluo has against my son. You have to be clear that it was the Rongrong in your mouth who stalked my son to death. It wasn't my son who took the initiative to mess with her. Bibidon's voice was not high, but it clearly reached Sword Douluo's ears, and there was an undeniable majesty in his tone. The smile that had been hanging on Ningfengji's face instantly froze when he heard this. He didn't expect Bibi Dong to refute Sword Douluo so directly, and even more so, he didn't expect her to say something so vicious. You! Sword Douluo Dustheart glared angrily, wanting to retort, but was momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Ningfengji hurriedly stepped forward and rounded off the situation. Coronation Bibi Dong. Sword Douluo. He was quick to speak out of turn. Please don't mind. Our 7 treasures glazed sect has no ill will towards Qian Yu. We just hope that he will treat Rongrong well. Bibi Dong snorted coldly, his gaze stabbing at Ningfengji like a knife. It had better be. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. After she finished speaking, she no longer paid any attention to Ningfengji and Sword Douluo, but instead turned her gaze towards Qian Yu on the competition field. In the ring, as the host shouted for the match to begin, the atmosphere in the ring instantly became tense and heated. Brother, close together and settle them. Fire Dance, Fire Wushuang, and the others had unleashed their soul skills, and for a time, the ring was filled with light, and countless blazing flames surged towards the members of the royal fighting team. However, the imperial fighting team did not look flustered, but instead looked towards Qian Yu. Qian Yu didn't make a move. His eyes stared, and countless flame makes were crushed. You admit defeat. Thousand Feathers' faint voice echoed over the ring like the hammer of judgment, causing the faces of the members of the blazing fire battle team to become unusually ugly. Fire Dance clenched her teeth and looked at Shifuyu unwillingly. What makes you think we'll admit defeat so easily? Shifuyu smiled faintly. Because, you no longer have a chance of winning. Fire Dance tried to argue, but the next moment her eyes widened in disbelief, only to see Qian Yu's aura suddenly become incomparably terrifying. 5 blood-colored red auras instantly rising, each even having faint golden lines. That strong pressure instantly swept out in all directions with his body as the center. It was as if the entire competition venue couldn't withstand the pressure and began to tremble violently. This is 5,100,000-year-old soul rings? In the audience, some people exclaimed out in shock, their voices filled with shock. Fire Dance and Fire Wurshuang and the others actually went limp the moment they touched that dragon power, and some even fell to the ground convulsing and foaming at the mouth. If Shifuyu hadn't withdrawn his hand, I'm afraid the stench of feces and urine would have filled the entire ring. How is this possible? Fire Dance's voice trembled as she couldn't believe the scene she saw before her eyes. Red Soul Ring. The Red Soul Ring representing the 100,000th grade. This was a soul ring produced by the topmost 100,000-year-old soul beast. Even for a sealed Douluo, those with a 100,000-year-old soul ring were rare. As for Qian, he had actually displayed 5 100,000-year-old soul rings in one go, which had simply overturned their cognition. Chapter 160, The Reported Tang-san? In the audience, no matter if they were academy teachers or students, all of them had a strong vomiting reaction. That pressure emanating from the ring made them feel incredibly fearful and nauseous. Is this really a power that humans can possess? An academy teacher muttered, his eyes filled with horror. The Snowy Night Emperor was also pale, but more than anything, he was relieved. If the 1,000 feathers could be used for the Empire, then this powerful force placed on the battlefield would be invincible and bring endless glory to the Empire. Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction. Worthy of being his son, this kind of strength, this kind of talent, is definitely unprecedented. You are defeated. Surrender. Qian looked at the members of the Blazing Fire battle team who couldn't even stand. His voice was like ice, without the slightest fluctuation. Dokuragain and the others were all filled with pity. After all these years of hard work, he was waiting for this match to make a name for himself. But who would have thought that they would meet a demon like Qian? That feather. Would you have lost the fairness of the game already? Yi Lingling reminded gently. If that's the case in every game, then they can all undoubtedly lay claim to the final round. Upon hearing this, Qian withdrew his dragon might with some embarrassment. Using a million-year soul ring against a bunch of little chicks was a bit too much. With a movement of his mind, the color of the soul ring gradually faded away, and eventually converged within his body. In the ring, Fire Dance and the others were as relieved as they could be, sitting paralyzed on the ground and gasping for air. The game continues, Shifuyu said faintly. There wasn't the slightest hint of smugness or pride in his tone, as if what had just happened was nothing more than a matter of course. Fireless breathed a sigh of relief. At least they weren't going to get knocked out in 2 seconds. Otherwise, this would have a great impact on their academy, and enrollment would inevitably be much tougher in the coming year. Humph, our Blazing Fire battle team doesn't need your mercy. 3rd soul skill. Resist the Ring of Fire. 4th soul skill. Fire Dance Flare. Talented soul skill. Fusion Ring. Fire Dance let out a furious cry, and almost all of the soul rings on her body flashed with a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, a flame vortex covering hundreds of meters in diameter suddenly formed, the blazing temperature causing the air to distort. Soul Bone Technique, Frozen Miles. 1,000 Feathers' voice was calm and firm, and an extreme coldness instantly filled the air, forming a stark contrast with Fire Dance's flame vortex. An ice blue light caused an ice blue light to surface around his body, advancing towards the flame vortex at an astonishing speed. Kaching, kaching, kaching. The moment the light of extreme cold came into contact with the flame vortex, there was a deafening sound, and the flames were quickly extinguished under the power of the ice seal, and the members of the Blazing Fire Academy completely lost their ability to fight in the bone-piercing cold. It was a fight without any suspense. From the beginning of the battle, no one felt that Blazing Fire Academy would win. I just didn't expect to lose so miserably, without even a hint of resistance. Game over, the host announced, with a quiver in his voice. Fire Dance covered her chest and couldn't stop shivering, that kind of coldness that went deep into her bones. Even if she was a fire attribute soul master, she felt incomparable fear and despair. Fire Dance, are you alright? Don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for you. The licking dog Feng Xiaotian hurriedly came up. Looking at the weak Fire Dance, suddenly felt pity, wanting to hold her tightly in his arms and shield her from the wind and rain. However, Fire Dance only gave him a cold look, her eyes filled with disdain. Getting justice? What do you base that on? On the basis of your strength? Get lost. When Feng Xiaotian heard this, his face instantly turned pale. He didn't expect the Fire Dance to be so desperate, and he didn't expect that he would be so degraded by her. Fire Dance, you. Feng Xiaotian opened his mouth, but realized that he was speechless. Feather, you're awesome. Gu Yuna violently rushed out from the lounge and took Shifuyu by the scruff of the neck. The whole man hung onto him like a wombat, an excited smile spreading across his face. Luckily, she thought that Xiao Yu and that Fire Dance had a leg up, But she didn't realize that she was the one who misunderstood. Xiao Yu was so strong. How could he look at a woman like fire dance? Okay. So many people are watching. Come down first, Shifuyu said somewhat helplessly. Well, now everyone knows I'm a lolicon. This little guy is really something too. He hasn't grown in 2 years and he's still so pouty. He gently patted Gu Yuna's back, signaling her to come down first. Gu Yuna spat out her tongue and rubbed herself very fondly in Qian Yu's arms while glancing provocatively in the direction of the spirit transmission tower. At this time, the audience was in the seats of the spirit transmission tower. Silver Dragon King Gu Yu's eyebrows danced furiously, and the aura around him couldn't help but turn icy cold. Calm down, Lord, calm down. She's part of you. Being jealous with yourself is completely unnecessary. Tian sweated in his heart, fearing that Gu Yu would slaughter his other half, and hurriedly persuaded him. Empyrean, so you're loyal to her, are you? There was a hint of questioning in Gu Yu's voice, and an icy glint in her eyes. Tian was flabbergasted in his heart and hurriedly explained. Lord, you've misunderstood, because she is likewise your incarnation. That's why I'm so concerned. Alright, Empyrean, cut the crap. Bai Ji glared at Tian, then saw Qian Yu walking in the direction of herself and the others, and the corner of her mouth instantly hooked into a maternal smile. Feather, what did you bring me here for? After Gu Yuna saw Gu Yu, her entire body's hair exploded and she clutched onto Qian Yu's sleeve, her eyes filled with vigilance. Gu Yu slanted his eyes and skimmed a glance at Qian Yu. All over the body on that cold breath are stating that I am in a bad mood, and then do not quickly come to coax me. You will be finished. However, it was as if Thousand Feathers didn't see it as he looked at Tian and said with a smile, Uncle Tian, I'm going to report Tang-san of the Shrek 7 monsters in real name for trying to poach. His aura has long since reached level 50, yet he's delayed in obtaining the 5th soul ring, so he must have some kind of ulterior secret. Moreover, the quality of his soul rings don't even seem to be low, and I suspect that he's hunting soul beasts that are over 10,000 years old this time. Tian's eyes instantly became serious as he sniffed. These days, he had successfully substituted into the role of the Spirit Transmission Tower's Vice Pavilion Master, and naturally had zero tolerance for poaching behavior. Tian pondered for a moment and then said, Good. I'll immediately send someone forward to investigate this matter, and once it's confirmed, I'll definitely punish it severely. Shifuyu nodded, then turned his head and left. He believed that with his report, Tang-san wouldn't be able to wash himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. You still want a 10,000-year soul ring? You'd better go to the Spirit Transmission Tower and draw cards honestly. Chapter 161 Tang-san targeted again. When Gu Yu saw that Qian Yu did not continue to take care of himself, his mood became more and more depressed, and the aura around him became a few points colder. Bai Ji felt the low air pressure emanating from Gu Yu and shook her head somewhat helplessly. She softly persuaded, Gu Yu, don't be too angry. Xiao Yu, this child is just like this. His nature is too straight. He doesn't quite understand a girl's mind. If you are so sullen, how would he know that you are not feeling well in your heart? If you really feel aggrieved, why don't you tell him directly, so that he also knows how you feel? Gu Yu snorted coldly, her eyes full of resentment. If he really cares about me, he should know even if I don't say it. That's how he treats me, as if I'm not there. Every time I see him so close to Gu Yuna, I get a bellyful of fire. Bridget wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't continue to persuade her. Lord, that Tang-san has the divine power aura of the Shura god on him. Should we move? Asked Tian cautiously from the side. Gu Yu pondered for a moment. Since he has offended little Yu, then let him know that the rules of this world are not so easy to trample on. However, the Shura god does have some trouble. Tian, you personally go there. Remember to deal with it cleanly, and not let people fall. Yes, Lord, I understand. Tian respectfully answered and turned around to go. On the other hand, Tang-san left in anger after seeing Shifuyu win. He had created a large number of concealed weapons through the startup capital he obtained from the Haotian sect, and then sold them in the Heavenly Dipper auction, making a considerable fortune. He intended to use this wealth to build his own force and prepare for the future against the Martial Soul Hall. Also probably due to Shifuyu, the 7 Treasure Glazed sect ostensibly refused to buy it. However, because the Tang sect's dark weapons were just too tempting, privately they still made a deal with Tang-san. Third son, it's Gongzi. How many days has it been since this rebellious disciple of yours came to visit Master? A beggar dressed in scruffy clothes with all his limbs cut off desperately crawled in the direction Tang-san was in. Tang-san glanced at Gongzi, then looked around with a grave expression. It shouldn't be. Usually this street should be full of people. Why is there suddenly no one? And wasn't he heading back in the direction of home? How did you get here? Tang-san alertly placed his hand on his waist, looking around vigilantly. his heart secretly saying that it wasn't good. Kid, if you dare to offend our spirit transmission tower's people, you'd better come with me first. A grim voice sounded behind Tang San, and immediately afterward, a powerful pressure enveloped his body, making him instantly feel like it was hard to breathe. What a guy! Tang San violently turned to look at the silhouette that had appeared behind him at an unknown time. Sensing its unfathomable aura, his pupils instantly shrunk violently. I'm D. Tian of the Spirit Transmission Tower. You're suspected of poaching soul beasts. Now come with me. D. Tian's tone was icy cold, without the slightest bit of room for negotiation. Tang San's mind was racing. Looking at D. Tian, this aura was at least a sealed Douluo, and there was also the fluctuation of divine power on his body. Now that both Zimu soul-chasing life-snatching gallbladder and Yen Wang iron are still half-finished due to the lack of one of the deadliest poisons, I'm afraid that this time they are really going to be planted. Senior, I don't understand what you're saying. I've never poached any soul beasts. Is Senior mistaken? Tang San pretended to be calm and tried to stall for time with his words. Humph, you think this seat will slander you? I have brought witnesses with me. Although Di Tian was tempted to just slap Tang San to death, he decided to convince people with reason considering that the other party was the one chosen by the Shura god. Witness? Who? Tang San frowned tightly, his eyes quickly searching around, trying to find the witnesses in Di Tian's mouth. However, the surroundings were empty except for him and Di Tian, which made him even more vigilant in his heart. Senior, I can testify that Tang San just wants to take little dance, a 100,000-year-old soul beast, for himself, and his delay in obtaining the 5th soul ring is to trick little dance back from Thousand Feathers. He also said something about how he found my first and it rightfully belongs to him. Yu Xiaojiang shouted hurriedly as he lay on the ground, while using his mangled limbs to try and crawl forward, wanting to get closer to Tang San. Tang San sniffed, his face instantly turning iron blue. Gongzi, I'm warning you, don't spit blood. He slandered me. There's no such thing. Ha. What's he doing slandering you for nothing? You'd better come with me. If I really misunderstood you, this seat will naturally return the favor. After Di Tian finished speaking, he didn't wait for Tang San to reply, and directly grabbed Tang San in his hands. Then with a flash of his body, he disappeared into thin air with Tang San. Jade Xiaojiang was lying on the ground, a sinister gleam in her eyes. Tang San. Ah, Tang San, Master treated you so well in the beginning, but you did this to me. Now that you've fallen into the hands of the Spirit Transmission Tower, let's see how you die. At this time, Tang Hao, who was hidden in the dark, finally couldn't help himself after seeing his son being taken away. Asshole, you dare to bully my son. How dare you? Boom! A Haotian hammer with red light descended from the sky, ruthlessly smashing into the direction where Di Tian had left with Tang San, kicking up a cloud of dust. Father! Tang San shouted excitedly. However, after the wind and dust receded, Di Tian didn't suffer the slightest damage, still steadily grasping Tang San with a disdainful smile on his face. Just so happens, not only did you openly resist arrest, but you also attacked the Spirit Transmission Tower's law enforcement officers. You really have added to your crimes. Tang Hao's face changed when he saw this. He didn't expect Di Tian's strength to be so powerful that even his own full-force strike couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Who the hell are you? Why did you capture my son? Tang Hao shouted angrily, his eyes red and his body radiating a strong killing aura. I'm the Vice Pavilion Master of the Spirit Transmission Tower. Di Tian, your son is suspected of poaching soul beasts. I'm taking him back to investigate now. Di Tian's tone was icy cold, not putting Tang Hao's threat in his eyes in the slightest. Tang Hao sniffed and became even more anxious in his heart. The Spirit Transmission Tower. That was a power that was claimed to have a god at its helm. I'm afraid that if my own son fell into their hands, he would be in a bad way. Elder Di Tian, there must be a misunderstanding. Please be magnanimous and let my son go. Tang Hao's tone carried a hint of pleading. He knew deep down that he was no match for Di Tian and could only hope that Di Tian would be able to cast a net over him. Di Tian looked at Tang Hao, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. Your son is suspected of poaching. The evidence is conclusive. You'd better wait obediently for the judgment of the Spirit Transmission Tower. After saying that, Di Tian no longer paid any attention to Tang Hao, and with another flash of his figure, he disappeared into thin air with Tang San, leaving Tang Hao alone in place, his face pale and his eyes filled with despair. Chapter 162, Only those who slander you can understand how much you do city, heaven and earth. At this moment, Qian was bringing Gu Yuna and Ning Rongrong and the others here to have a meal. Instead of serving the food, a blonde girl lunged towards Shifuyu. What's going on here? I don't think I ordered any special services. Shifuyu looked at that hotel waiter suspiciously. At the same time, he tried to push away the blonde girl in his arms, but realized that the other party was holding him unusually tightly and didn't seem to intend to let go easily. Mister, isn't this one a friend of yours? The hotel waiter looked at Shifuyu with a bewildered expression, and didn't seem to quite understand the sudden situation. Little feather, if you don't explain this clearly today, you'll die here. Gu Yuna's voice came from behind Shifuyu with a hint of jealousy and threat. Shifuyu felt a sudden headache as he pushed the blonde girl in his arms harder, finally getting her to let go. Chapter 163, Tang-san collapsed. 10 years of souls. Tian nodded slightly as he heard this, his deep gaze lingering on Tang-san for a moment before he slowly spoke. Tang-san, you've done many evil deeds. Now that the evidence is clear, what else do you have to say? Tang-san's face was pale, and he finally said with a trembling voice, I'll pay. Tang-san said, took out a gold card from his arms. This is all the money I have in my entire body? Can you let me go now? Tian did not move and took the money with a light cough. After all, taking a man's hand is short to eliminate disasters for others. Besides, Tang-san really didn't do anything. Wait, since you said that you wouldn't hunt soul beasts, why haven't you acquired a soul spirit now that you're at level 50? The corners of Qian Yu's mouth curled up into a smile. Then he looked at Tian to signal with his eyes. Tian's mind instantly realized, patted Tang-san's shoulder, and said in a deep voice, don't worry. Chapter 164, Soul Mending Scatter in the Deep Sea. Chapter 164, Soul Mending Scatter in the Deep Sea. By the time Tian Lin returned to the house, those small wounds on his body that had been scraped by the scales of the two-headed fish had pretty much recovered. At this time Yu greeted her and asked Tian Lin, how are you today, master? Tian Lin said, hunting a double-headed fish is not a bad way to make money. As he spoke, he went to the kitchen first and threw the household of double-headed fish into the vat. Looking at the double-headed fish stuffed into the large wooden barrel, Yu couldn't help but exclaim in shock. So even Shui'er also ran into the kitchen. Several servants were pointing at the fish, and Yu couldn't help but say incredulously next to Tian Lin, this fish, did you hit it today, master? Tian Lin laughed and said, it's kind of lucky that I hunted one of these. The organs and scales of this two-headed fish can be sold for more than 20 spirit stones, right? It's only a third of what a talisman maker gets in a day, but it's still quite a lot. After Yu finished speaking, the few servants in the kitchen and even Shui'er looked at Tian Lin with some scrutiny. They had come from the Tong family and had always been above reproach, but Tian Lin's performance in the past 2 days has made them somewhat disappointed, thinking that this bad old man is stingy and has little ability. If they follow Tian Lin, they will have no bright future. But now Tian Lin has given them a surprise. As long as Tian Lin can earn spirit stones, their lives and faces will be much better in the future. That water official shouldn't dare to covet my spirit stones, so I got 26 lower-grade spirit stones on this trip. Tian Lin did not hide it. Yu nodded and said with a smile, master is tired. First bathe and wash the wind. The maidservants will cook for you right away. Tian Lin, however, said, today's meal will still eat water spirit rice. As for the dishes one by one in the future, just make me this double-headed fish meat. Yu's smile stagnated and she followed Tian Lin out of the house, saying behind him, master, you don't know, the double-headed fish is poisonous. It's not to be eaten. Tian Lin, however, said without looking back, I asked the water official, and the water official said that there is an antidote for this two-headed fish. As long as you take the antidote, you'll be fine with diarrhea at best. Watching Tian Lin go back inside, Jade then folded her arms and went back to the kitchen. The two servants really didn't know what to say, and could only soften their feet and complain bitterly. Miss Yu, you said, it's a big fish. How can I cook it? Shui'er also chimed in, if he can't afford to eat spirit meat, he doesn't have to eat double-headed fish, right? I've heard that it's eaten by fishermen who can't afford to buy spirit meat and spirit rice. Even if you're not a good family member of a worldly family, you won't be able to afford to spend spirit stones and buy this kind of fish to eat. Yu knew that Foundation establishment cultivators were powerful, and was afraid that Shui'er's words would be heard by Tian Lin and annoy him again. She glared at her own sister and said, the master does whatever he is told. When is it the turn of the subordinate to make decisions for the master? She was the eldest maid assigned to Tian Lin, and she was the one who made the decisions in the mansion except for Tian Lin. Now that she has opened her mouth, who dares to disagree? Steamed fish was served in the evening, and Tian Lin ate it with extra sweetness. Yu, who was picking the fish spines for Tian Lin on the side, saw that Tian Lin was wandering off and didn't say anything. By the way, does the Tong clan's oldest ancestor often return to Pingyang City? Tian Lin was still thinking about Tong Yao in the daytime. He knew that Tong Yao didn't have a murderous heart towards him, but when he faced Tong Yao today, the feeling that he couldn't help but kneel down made him feel very resistant and insecure. Old ancestor only stayed in the countryside of Pingyang City for a short while this year, and in the past, he was in the county town of Tianbei County or at the Water Cloud sect in seclusion. Speaking of this, Yuer couldn't help but ask Tianlin, "What does master want to say when he inquires about old ancestor?" Tianlin shook his head. He thought of the fact that today only Tong Yao brought only a little girl to the sea, and didn't bring any attendants beside her. Moreover, Tong Yao had returned to Pingyang City, but instead of living in the city, she had secluded herself in the secluded and uninhabited countryside. It was thought that she didn't like to be disturbed and didn't want anyone to know her whereabouts. If you want to see old ancestor, perhaps wait until the end of the year when old ancestor's birthday rolls around and see if you have a chance to meet him, she said. If there are any pointers from the old ancestor, Master's Water God Technique Class 1 will definitely be able to improve. As long as another 100 or 200 years pass, the middle stage of foundation establishment is not impossible. Feeling cursed by her, Tianlin laughed and put down his dishes. I didn't have much in my hands 2 days ago, but now I'm finally able to earn some spirit stones back by fishing, so you don't need to eat mortal rice anymore. Just eat the spirit rice in the courtyard, and then go buy more when it's not enough. Tianlin had eaten the spirit rice given by the Tong family until now. The water spirit rice could help him grow his sword intent, but the fire spirit rice and the gold spirit rice category didn't have any special effects. He only eats water spirit rice nowadays, and it's not good for him to take the rest of the spirit rice and sell it. Besides, how much money can he save by scrimping and saving? There was also no way to save up dozens of top-grade spirit stones by scrimping and saving. Yuer hurriedly thanked her on hearing this. She didn't dare to be reserved in front of Tianlin, fearing that Tianlin would go along with it and really want to save the rations in their mouths. The next morning, Tianlin again early out of the door. At the entrance of the alley just bumped into Gao He and a young woman. That young woman Tianlin although unfamiliar, but it is not difficult to guess her identity. Tianlin arched his hand with Gao He and said, "Are the two high neighbors going out?" Gao He first introduced Tianlin's identity to his wife before speaking. "Seeing that it's the end of the month, my husband and wife are going to sell the talisman paper we've drawn this month to the multi-treasure pavilion in exchange for spirit stones, so that we can also buy the divine elixir we'll need for the next month." After he finished, he asked Tianlin, "Fellow Daoist Tian is going out to sea to fish?" Seeing Tianlin nod his head, he followed up with another question and said, "I've heard that there aren't many fish demons left in Sinking Immortal Pond. I don't know if you, Taoist Tian, have any catches from your fishing trip? Yesterday, I had a small harvest, but in the end, it's still not as good as you and I. I'm afraid you've earned a lot of spirit stones this month. I'm afraid you too will be earning a lot of spirit stones this month, right?" High Crane seems to be scratched the itch, awarded the beard some self-satisfied road. "This month is a bit better than last month, so I should be able to exchange a few dozen medium-grade spirit stones. At that time, we can go to the drunken immortal residence and have a good meal again." His daughter-in-law seemed to have a somewhat high-strung personality, or simply didn't want to waste her time on pleasantries with this awful old man. Tianlin. She tugged on Gao He's sleeve, and Gao He immediately arched his hand with Tianlin. "Then I wish you, Daoist Tian, a full ship and a full barn for this trip." Tianlin arched his hand in thanks and waited for the couple to leave before heading out of the city himself. When he arrived at Sinking Fairy Pond, the fishermen had risen earlier than he had, and by this time had hoisted their sails high. Tianlin saw Zhang Xiaoke standing on the shore and walked over. "Today's fog, it seems to be a bit bigger again." Zhang Xiaoke also couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. In previous years, we could only see this kind of fog in the distant sea, but in the last 6 months there has often been this kind of fog in the near sea by the coast. And this fog, there's always something wrong with it. Tianlin couldn't see anything wrong with the fog at this point. He himself summoned the canoe and set sail to go out to sea first. This time, but far from avoiding the west of the fog, 1 to this unknown way of the fog some scruples, 2 to avoid running into the Tong Yao. Simply another pick to see yesterday had not been there. He was fully prepared for this trip, vowing to earn more spirit stones than he did yesterday. Thus, when he came across small fish, he let them go lightly. Finally, after an hour or so, he was finally shown a double-headed fish that was a bit smaller than the one from yesterday. Tianlin didn't hesitate and leapt down naked. His harpoon with its wooden sword stabbed into the eyes of this two-headed fish together. The two-headed fish struggled and dived hard into the deep. Tianlin bulged his eyes and firmly grasped the hilt of his sword and the handle of his fork, following this two-headed fish as it sank into the deep sea. In the deep sea, more and more double-headed fish appeared, and there were even some sea fish that couldn't be seen from the surface that occasionally swam past Tianlin. Tianlin already has some anxiety in his heart. He is in the sea. All the skills to play less than 10%. If he couldn't take down the two-headed fish underneath him early, and then he was surrounded by other sea fish, there would be no way to perform the windwalking technique to escape in this sea at that time. With a heartbeat, He used his hand as a claw to pounce on the dorsal fin of the two-headed fish. This sharp as a sword dorsal fin was under Tianlin's claws, but it couldn't defend itself against Tianlin's vigorous efforts. When he saw the sea, blood and water instantly appeared, and he didn't know if the blood and water was from the two-headed fish or Tianlin. As the dorsal fin of the double-headed fish was ripped off by Tianlin, the double-headed fish instantly lost its balance and its body directly flipped sideways in the sea. Tianlin was delighted and grabbed the harpoon and yanked on the pectoral fins of the double-headed fish again. This time he didn't rip off the pectoral fins, but instead, as if maneuvering a harnessed horse, he turned the two-headed fish's swimming direction straight up and toward the diagonal. The fish went left and right, and it was a quarter of an hour before it was completely dead. Tianlin drummed up his true chi so that even if his true chi was not outwardly released, he could stomp out a huge force with both feet. He held the fish on one side and swam upward, but soon he frowned again, and as he floated his body, Tianlin looked down. He hadn't noticed it at first, but by this point he had noticed that something seemed wrong with the word display. What was originally a Golden Spirit Foundation building pool has now become a Golden Spirit Foundation building pool, soul replenishing scattered Dharma elixir that enhances spiritual awareness, edible, in his eyes. Although there were two entries, Tianlin didn't see where the soul mending scatter was. Other than that, Tianlin was all too aware of the preciousness of the soul mending scatter. Because this was an elixir that would only be purchased in the middle stage of foundation establishment, its value was quite a bit more expensive than the water god elixir of the upper grade spirit elixir. And not everyone could afford it. There's something that can't be dissolved by the seawater of the sinking fairy pond. What is it? Tianlin didn't dare to think much at this time. He wondered if this soul-mending scatter also existed at the deep sea of sinking immortal pond 1,000 years ago. The only thing Tianlin was certain of was that the seawater did not have this soul-mending scatter appear. So, this thing should come up from the bottom of the sea. Tianlin swam under the sea for almost half an hour before he finally surfaced, physically and mentally exhausted. He beckoned the canoe and immediately rolled over onto it, salvaging the household body of the double-headed fish into the storage bag again. First, the 9 lives of the realm came out to the sea to make a demon, and then Tong Yao went out to the sea. I'm afraid this sinking immortal pond won't be peaceful in the future. Tianlin remembered the soul-mending scatter in the deep sea again, and his heart couldn't help but be moved. He wasn't in a hurry to eat the soul-replenishing scatter, even though he hadn't reached the point where he needed to cultivate his Dharma phase. But how tempting is it to be able to enhance spiritual awareness? It was only hateful that he didn't see what the soul-mending scatter was even though he saw the words in the deep sea. The only way to absorb the soul-replenishing scatter seemed to be by pounding seawater in the deep sea. But eating seawater in this way, how much soul-replenishing bulk can be eaten in one belly full? Tianlin felt that this method was not very reliable. The most important thing was that the deep sea was really too dangerous compared to its surface. In the afternoon, Tianlin still didn't dare to go down to the deep end. Fortunately, the east does not light up the west, although he was unable to take the soul-mending scatter for a while, but he caught 2 more double-headed fish successively. Chapter 164, Hell Demon Dragon King. ZG. Guyu walked into her boudoir and stretched out a great deal before kicking her crystal heels off. Then he reached out and grabbed towards Shifuyu, and Shifuyu was pulled by an invisible force, staggered a few steps, and fell on the soft bed. Guyu bulldozed up and pressed in, bracing his hands on Shifuyu's side, trapping her between the bed and himself, his eyes both reproachful and aggravated. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What for? Shifuyu gulped. Sleep, Guyu said, removing the silver dragon crown from her head. A head of long, silver-colored hair was casually draped behind her, and she carried an air of nobility and elegance. That absolutely beautiful face came close to Qian and exhaled like orchids, causing Qian Yu's cheeks to instantly turn red. No, I mean, you're angry and you want me to sleep with you? Shifuyu stammered. She completely didn't expect Guyu to suddenly come up with this. Nevertheless, Chapter 165, Bibi Dong broke his defense. Shifuyu is looking for a double. On the other hand, inside a busy street with people coming and going, Qian Yu was walking towards the Heavenly Dipper Imperial City with a heavy heart. He could think with his eyes closed about what Guyu Na and Qian Renxue would get up to tonight. Ziji obediently followed behind him, her eyes like purple jewels curiously surveying the various objects sold at the street stalls. She hadn't been in the human world for long, and this was the first time he had ever observed human life so closely. And in the shadows, there were already 2 pairs of eyes on them. Old devil, pay attention to dodging in a moment. The young lord's 100,000 year soul rings are all not something one can carry hard. We have to be careful. Douluo stared at Shifuyu with a wary face. Would it be too exaggerated? He's only 14 this year, right? Even if he's gifted, it's impossible for him to possess a power that makes us all feel threatened. Ghost Douluo said with some disbelief. His gaze swept over Qian and ZG, finally resting on ZG's enchanting figure as a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. Zhu Douluo glared at Ghost Douluo and chided in a low voice. Don't be fooled by this kid's appearance. According to Bishop Salas, he has personally seen that kid unleash a spatial soul skill that directly tore Thunder Douluo, who possessed rank 95 soul power, to shreds. At those words, Ghost Douluo also gradually turned into a look of gravity. In that case, use the martial soul fusion technique, and definitely don't let him react. That's all you get paid. It's not good if you take a life. Kiku Douluo was slightly stunned, but nodded. And inside a tall building not far from them, Bibi Dong was leaning against the window, looking at the one woman who also shared her purple hair and eyes. Her heart burned with anger and she wanted to tear that woman to pieces. Humph, little feather. You'd better not let me find out that you have any thoughts that you shouldn't have, or else, even if it's you, I'll never be merciful, Bibi Dong said in his mind. His hands clenched into fists, his fingertips slightly white from the force. It's true that men are no good. They're all just a bunch of animals who rely on their lower bodies to think. It's obvious that he can do it himself, and he has to be out there looking for those unsavory women. Bibi Dong had been squatting here for a long time after sensing that Qian had entered the spirit transmission tower. I thought that my brain was already green with panic, but it turned out that Qian even dared to bring a woman out from inside the spirit transmission tower, and a stunning woman with the same only purple hair and eyes as herself. Did this little bastard already have his heart set on him and deliberately find a substitute to piss himself off? A million thoughts flashed through Bibidon's mind, each one setting her on fire. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Her gaze locked on Shifuyu and Ziji. As Shifuyu walked down the road, he suddenly felt an unprecedented chill rise in his heart. He jerked to a halt and looked around, but didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. What's wrong, master? Seeing Shifuyu's sudden stop, Ziji also hurriedly followed and asked with concern. Shifuyu shook his head and frowned. It's fine. Maybe I'm feeling it wrong. Although he said so on his lips, his spiritual power had already silently covered thousands of meters around him. In just a moment, he had already gained a clear insight into the whereabouts of Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo. It seems like they're coming for me. Thousand Feathers pondered in his heart as a coldness flashed in his eyes. Not good. It's been discovered. Old ghost, get ready. After Zhu Douluo was swept by Qian Yu's spiritual power, he reacted at the first moment and hurriedly opened his mouth. Understood. Ghost Douluo nodded. Only at that moment, the two of them interlocked their fingers and embraced, unleashing their martial soul fusion technique. Bipolar Forbidden Field. The 18 soul rings on the two were instantly lit up, and a white circle of light instantly spread at an extremely fast speed. Shifuyu was immobilized before he could even use a space jump, and at this time, the people around them reacted at this time and hurriedly fled in all directions. Screams of terror rising and falling. Stalls on the street were knocked over, goods were scattered all over the place, and the whole street looked messy. Feather, are you that pathetic, that you've been reduced to looking for a replacement for me? Bibi Dong said slowly as he stepped in the air. Although her voice was calm, it contained endless chill and anger. Her figure traced an elegant arc in the air, eventually landing steadily not far from Qian Yu, her gaze like a knife, looking straight at Qian Yu and ZG. Pope core on it. Do it. We can't hold it much longer. Rika Douluo and Ghost Douluo's faces were turning green. This martial soul fusion technique of theirs was consuming a lot of soul power every second. But this Pope Coronet even had the heart to slowly catch up with Qian Yu. Shut up you guys, did I tell you to talk? Bibi Dong glanced coldly at Kiku Douluo and Ghost Douluo, and it was as if the look was going to freeze them. Young lord, you go, I'll hold her off. Ziggy broke free and stepped in front of Shifuyu, glaring deathly at Bibi Dong. At those words, Bibi Dong's face became even more ugly. The Rakshasa divine power on his body surged crazily, and the terrifying pressure from a 99th level extreme Douluo instantly caused the entire space to tremble. Get lost. This is between me and Little Feather. Who are you, an outsider, to interfere? Bibi Dong reached out and slapped his hand hard at ZG, the powerful divine force kicking up a gale in the air. Although ZG's cultivation was not weak, she looked so small in front of Bibi Dong, a 99th level ultimate Douluo. She clenched her teeth and tried her best to resist, but she was still shaken by the force and flew backwards, landing heavily on the ground and spitting blood from her mouth. And just when Bibi Dong wanted to just finish her off, Shifuyu tightened his grip on her hand, blocking her movements. Shifuyu said in a cold voice, enough, Bibi Dong. You crazy bastard. What do you want? Bibi Dong had reached level 99 a few months back. Even Chidori Ryu could no longer suppress her. In the entire continent, there were very few who could match it. In the past few months, the reason why she didn't dare to make a move on Qianyu was mainly because she had been beaten up by Guyu for a few honest moments, but she didn't expect that she would start going crazy again today. What do I want? I was going to ask you what you wanted. Bibi Dong's voice trembled with anger. How dare you talk to me like that over this woman? Shifuyu, do you know how much I have given to you? For you, I would do anything, even if it means making enemies of the entire continent. But what about you? And yet you repay me like this? Her voice was tinged with sobs and a few moments of hysterical madness. Drop after drop of hot tears slipped from the corners of her eyes and flowed down her pale cheeks in a very endearing manner. Chapter 166, Bibi Dong's Despair. An unspeakable taste also welled up in Shifuyu's heart, but soon a flash of determination flashed through his eyes. I told you, we'll have nothing to do with each other again. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards Ziji's direction. Ziji struggled to get up, but because of her injuries, she could only lie helplessly on the ground, her eyes filled with guilt, being a guard but being directly hit by the enemy with a heavy blow. Unable to protect her master's integrity, it filled her heart with self-blame. Bibi Dong's face froze in disbelief as he looked at Shifuyu, who felt his heart being viciously ripped out of his chest, hurting so much that she could barely breathe. Even if Qianyu hated himself or beat himself up, this would at least prove that he still had a trace of status in his heart. But now, with this desperate look on his face, he made her feel like she had been completely abandoned. Everything he did was a clownish performance, comical and ridiculous. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Am I not good enough for you? Bibi Dong's voice trembled as tears continued to slide down like broken beads. Shifuyu didn't turn around, just said coldly, if starvation, poisoning, electrocution, whipping, bloodletting and imprisonment are all good to you, then I'd rather you never treated me well. Shifuyu's words were like sharp blades, mercilessly cutting through the already shaky relationship between the two. Bibi Dong opened his mouth to argue, but realized that any words paled in comparison. Shifuyu slowly stood up after helping Ziji heal a bit and looked at Bibi Dong with a torch-like gaze. There wasn't the slightest bit of lingering in his eyes, only coldness and determination. The kindness you once showed me was nothing more than a means to fulfill your own twisted desires. Those so-called good things were nothing more than shackles you imposed on me, causing me to almost suffocate. Shifuyu said word for word, each word seeming to be squeezed through his teeth. Bibi Dong's body trembled slightly. She had never thought that her image in Shifuyu's mind would be so bad. I just love you so much. I'm afraid of losing you. Bibi Dong's voice was tinged with sobs as she tried to grab Shifuyu's hand, only to have him shrug it off viciously. Love? I can't afford a love like yours. Shifuyu let out a cold smile and slowly retreated towards the back. Don't come and interfere in my life again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave with Ziji. Just then, Bibi Dong suddenly shouted, wait! Shifuyu stopped and frowned slightly, but didn't turn around. Do you hate me? But what's wrong with me? Blame it on the fact that you shouldn't have been born in the Thousand family. If it wasn't for me, you'd have been killed by Chihuahua a long time ago. Bibi Dong's emotions suddenly became agitated, and her words were filled with resentment and resignation. Undeniably, she did regret that she hadn't been nicer to Little Feather in the first place, but she felt that all the fault should be blamed on Thousand Sorrows and Jade Xiaojiang. One is nothing more than a victim, and they are the ones who have pushed one into this abyss. Shifuyu turned back to look at the near-perfect woman in front of him. At this time she wore there is the previous kind of calm and noble, the whole person as the wind and rain destroyed flowers, woeful and fragile. A complex emotion flashed in Shifuyu's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by indifference. Hate? No, I don't have the strength to hate you anymore. Shifuyu sighed, a hint of exhaustion in her voice. I just hope you can spare me and yourself. Bibi Dong sniffed and shifted as if he had been drained of all his strength. She muttered, spare you? Spare myself? Feather, can we really not go back to the past? Without a word, Shifuyu crossed a distance of tens of meters in an instant and disappeared with Ziji. Only Bibi Dong was left, standing alone in the street. The wind, blowing gently, took away some of the hustle and bustle, but could not take away the hurt in Bibi Dong's heart. She slowly fell to her knees and covered her face with her hands, tears slipping from between her fingers and dripping onto the cold ground with a small sound. Why did it turn out this way? Bibi Dong muttered, his voice carrying endless despair and resignation. She recalled the good times she once had with Shifuyu, all that warmth and sweetness, which had now turned into sharp blades, slashing her heart one by one. Was I wrong? Was I wrong from the beginning? Bibi Dong pulled his hair in agony, as if he wanted to let out all the pain. Kiku Douluo, so, that, coronation of the Pope, do we still have to keep chasing? Kiku Douluo and Ghost Douluo looked at Bibi Dong's agonized appearance. Instead of answering, Bibi Dong simply wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and slowly stood up. Chase, why don't you go after them? She said coldly. Does he think he can get rid of me that way? He'll never think of it. Even if I can't get his heart, I will still get his person and keep him by my side forever. After saying that, Bibi Dong could no longer control his emotions and whimpered in pain, tears rushing out like a dike, his heart filled with pain balking. She waved her hand to signal Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo to follow her, while she herself stepped into the air, her figure quickly disappearing at the end of the street. On the other hand, Shifuyu, who was running at breakneck speed, suddenly stopped in his tracks, only because a message flashed in his eyes. Don't abandon her. Qian Yu's entire body went numb at once, and his heart was speechless to the core. He originally thought that this divine examination was nothing more than a joke, but it turned out that you came to the real thing. Just how idle is the god realm? That's what makes you guys have nothing better to do than to post such oddball god exam quests for people? On the other hand, in the Martial Soul Branch Hall, Chidori Influenza stopped her prayers when she was greeted by Chiron's arrival and looked at her heartily. Oh grandpa, little you is too much, he even has another woman outside. As soon as Chiron Yuki saw Chidori Ryu, she jumped into his arms and cried out in an aggravated manner. At those words, Chihiro couldn't suppress the ecstasy at the corners of his mouth. That kid finally got the hang of it. Knew that rabbits don't do that. Knew to go out and find girls. But on his face, he still had a dignified look and coughed lightly, saying, Little Snow, don't cry first, tell grandpa what happened. Qian Renxue sobbed uncontrollably, wiping her tears as she spoke. When that little bastard tricked me into bed in the first place, he promised to love only me. But what about nowadays? He first slept for 4 hours in the transmission tower master's room, and then he's having an affair with that woman called Ziji. Grandpa, you must do right by me. Chapter 167, Qian Renxue's Lies. 3 views blow up. When Chihiro heard this, his face instantly became gloomy, almost fainting from anger. He naturally understood what Qian Renxue meant by getting laid. What nonsense! How could the two of them do such a ridiculous thing? The two of them are. Chihiro slammed the table and said angrily, Nonsense! It's simply nonsense! How could you two do something so unethical? Qian Renxue was so frightened by this slap from Chen Daolu that her body trembled and cried even harder. She sobbed, Grandpa, I didn't want to, but I just like him, and I didn't know that he was such a scumbag that he would just put on his pants and flip out. Chihiro took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. He looked towards Qian Renxue, his eyes filled with disappointment and pain. Little Shui, what can I say about you? As the young master of the Martial Spirit Hall, how can you be so unaware of your manners? But Grandpa, I just love him, Qian Renxue said stubbornly, and now that the raw rice has been cooked, why don't you just let Xiaoyu marry me? When Chihiro heard this, he was even more furious. He looked at Qian Renxue with wide eyes and raised his hand to slap her hard across the face. Pop! The slap was extremely loud, and Qian Renxue was slapped to the point that her entire body was dazed, and red and swollen marks quickly surfaced on her face. Grandpa! You even hit me? Qian Renxue covered her face and looked at Chen Daolu with disbelief, her eyes filled with shock and aggression. Chihiro didn't reply as he sighed heavily, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He came as if he had lost all his strength to the statue of the angelic god, fell on his knees, and murmured, It's a bad luck for the family. How did I get such a granddaughter? If this kind of hurtful thing were to spread, where would my Martial Soul Hall's face be? What about the face of the angelic gods? Qian Renxue covered her cheeks, tears slipping down once again as she stood frozen in place, looking at Qian Daolu's hunched back, an unprecedented panic welling up in her heart. She had thought that her grandfather favored her so much that if she pampered herself and cried for a while, he would definitely agree to let her marry Qianyu. But I didn't expect my grandfather to get so angry and slap himself. A wave of aggravation ran through Qian Renxue's heart. She didn't understand why things had turned out this way. She just wants to be with Shifuyu. What's wrong with that? Right at this moment, Qian Daolu's voice rang out once again, carrying endless exhaustion and old age. Little Snow, you can go. For this period of time, you should not come back to the Martial Soul Palace and reflect properly in the palace. Qian Renxue sniffed. Going back just like that? What about her and Shifuyu? She's not willing to do that. Grandpa, you can't do this to me. I'm your own granddaughter. You can't leave me alone. Chiron cried out and tried to step forward to grab the hem of Chidori Ryu's shirt, but he dodged it. Qian Daolu turned his back to her, his voice cold. It is precisely because you are my own granddaughter that I am all the more unable to allow you to do such degrading things to the family. Go away. I don't want to see you. Qian Renxue's heart felt as if it was being torn apart, as she looked at Chihiro's determined back, finally realizing that there was no turning back on this matter. So she decided to tell a lie that would allow her and Feather to be together forever. Grandpa. Chiron's voice held a hint of determination. I am pregnant with his child. When Chihiro heard this, his entire body was struck by lightning. He turned around violently, his eyes rounded with disbelief as he looked at Qian Renxue. What did you say? Chihiro's voice trembled as if each word took a great deal of his strength. Qian Renxue lowered her head, tears slipping down once again as she choked out, "Grandpa, I'm really pregnant with his child. I know it's wrong, but things are already like this, so please let me stay with him." Chidori Ryu's body shook slightly, and he reached out to hold on to the angelic idol beside him before he could barely stand still. A pained look appeared on his face, as if at this moment, he had lost all of his dignity and pride as an elder of the martial spirit hall. "Grandpa, speak up. My child cannot be without a father." Qian Renxue raised her head, her eyes filled with supplication. She hoped that Chihiro would fulfill her in Shifuyu for the sake of the child. Chihiro closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if trying to digest the shocking news. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at Qian Renxue with complicated eyes. "Abort it. That child is not allowed in this world. Otherwise, he will experience a fate 100 times more tragic than what Little Feather once experienced." Chihiro's voice was as cold and hard as iron, without the slightest bit of wiggle room. "Close relatives can never be combined. This is the iron law that has been passed down from generation to generation in the martial spirit hall, and it is even more of a sin that is not tolerated by the angelic gods. That child would suffer the most horrible curse and torture in the world if something happened to him, something that Chihiro would never allow to happen." When Qian Renxue heard this, she was like falling into an ice cellar. She couldn't believe it as she looked at Qian Douluo, her voice trembling. "Grandpa, how can you be so cruel? He is also your bloodline." Chidori Ryu closed his eyes in pain. Tears slid down his pale cheeks and dripped onto the cold ground with a small sound. Opening his eyes again, his eyes were already cold. He said indifferently, "It is for this reason that I am all the more unable to allow this mistake to continue. Besides, you're dead in the water. In a few days I'll have Little Feather and Rongrong engaged. Until then, you're not going anywhere, and I'll send someone to watch over you while I find someone to help you get rid of the baby." Qian Renxue's heart was like a knife. How could she not expect her grandfather to be so desperate? Not only do they want to abort her child, but they also force her and Qianyu to separate so that he can get engaged to Ning Rongrong. Even though the child was a fake, she couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Qian Renxue left the martial soul hall in a state of disorientation and returned to the palace. She shut herself up in her room and didn't eat or drink, just sat there in silence, tears slipping down her face. And the other side, Thousand Feathers naturally didn't know that Qian Renxue was actually pitting herself like this behind her back. Terror would have been unable to resist punching her in the face and making her cry if she had known. He had already run outside of Tiando City by now, and as for ZG, he had already been left behind long ago. He was breathing heavily, his face full of horror. Turning his head, he ended up realizing that Bibi Dong was coldly watching himself from above the sky dome. The lavender gown went from head to toe, outlining her delicate and dangerous figure, like a poisonous flower that blooms quietly in the night. It is both beautiful and deadly. Chapter 168 Bibidon's Kiss. Sick love. Little Feather, where are you running to? Come back with me. I will love you well. Soul-devouring beat Emperor's sixth soul technique space tearing abyssal slash. Bibidong's voice was soft, but he swung out two overlapping green half-moon slashes without mercy. Thousand Feathers' pupils suddenly shrunk as he turned his body sharply and his blazing angel wings were utilized to the extreme. However, those two chopping strikes were still following him like shadows, carrying a terrifying power capable of tearing space apart as they continued to close in on him. Shifuyu had no choice but to activate Space Jump again. It took several instantaneous movements in succession to barely dodge Bibidong's attack. However, the continuous use of spatial soul techniques had also caused his soul power to reach an unprecedented low. Breathing heavily, he leaned against a large tree a little off his feet and looked in horror at Bibi Dong, who was walking slowly towards him. "Run! Why don't you keep running?" Bibi Dong walked over to Shifuyu and reached out to gently caress his cheek. His eyes filled with infatuation and madness. Shifuyu's body trembled at the look in her eyes, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. But Bibi Dong grabbed his wrist. "Want to run away? You're the apple of my eye. How could I let you leave?" Bibidong's voice grew gentler, but the possessiveness in that tone gave Shifuyu the creeps. "Bibi Dong, you're crazy. Did you just try to kill me?" Shifuyu tries to break free of Bibidong's bonds, but she's so incredibly strong that he can't move at all. As if Bibi Dong didn't hear Shifuyu's shouts, she said to herself, "Little Feather, I really love you so much that I want to keep you by my side forever, so that you can only see me and belong to me alone." As she said this, Bibidong's eyes grew crazier and crazier, and she laughed softly, a laugh that was full of gloom and paranoia. Shifuyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva as the space element in his body was brewing madly, but the next moment the Rakshasa demon scythe was on his neck, and the cold touch made him instantly awake. "Don't think about using your spatial ability to escape. Little Feather, you won't be able to escape." Bibidong's voice rang in his ears with a hint of menace. Her mental power had long since locked the space within 10 000 meters around her firmly, and any subtle spatial fluctuations could not escape her perception. So no matter where Shifuyu teleported to, it was just a futile struggle for her for tens of seconds. Good. I surrender. Thousand Feathers felt the surging fluctuation of divine power on the Rakshasa Devil Scythe, and understood in his heart that he was at the end of his rope at the moment, and that it was futile to struggle any longer. And he saw in Bibidon's eyes a despair of heart bereavement and hateful misanthropy. Shifuyu was afraid that she wouldn't be able to think of a way to take herself straight away. After all, just now that blow of space-tearing abyssal exhibition was really running towards his own life. Bibi Dong saw this and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. She gently removed the Rakshasa demon scythe from Shifuyu's neck, then tenderly licked gently on his face, her eyes revealing a sense of satisfaction. Shifuyu was too stiff to move at her actions. That's right, Feather. As long as you're good and stay with me, I won't hurt you. Shifuyu, get thee outta here. I don't want to say a word to you crazy woman until my stupid dragon arrives. When Bibi Dong saw Qian Yu's silent look, the original eyes that were as gentle as water suddenly turned cold, and the temperature around him dropped. Shifuyu was taken aback, and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. He clearly sensed that the aura of evil and destruction in Bibi Dong was rapidly climbing. Bibi Dong cupped Shifuyu's chin, forcing him to meet her eyes, her voice low and dangerous. Look into my eyes and tell me, which woman are you thinking about again? Is it that Guyu Na? Or maybe that Shiki? Let go of me. It's none of your business who I'm thinking about. Bibi Dong, let me tell you, compared to Nana-san, you're not even an ass, Shifuyu said angrily. Bibi Dong's face instantly turned iron blue as she exerted force in her hands, almost crushing Shifuyu's jaw. What did you say? Say it again for me. Shifuyu felt a sharp pain coming from his jaw, but he still stubbornly refused to bow his head. You let go. I'm just going to say that you can't compare to them. You're just a crazy person. A flash of madness and grief flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, and she let go of her hand and took a few steps back, as if she had been struck by a great blow. Crazy? Yes, I'm crazy, but it's all because of you. You made me what I am. She cried out hysterically, tears welling up in her eyes but refusing to fall. Shifuyu ate the pain and healed the injuries he had sustained while opening his mouth and asking, what did you do with Ziggy? You won't really kill her, right? In that case, Guyu won't let you go. That's how much you care about that woman. And yes, she looks so much like me. You must be dying for her. But don't you forget, she's just a substitute for me. A shadow. The one who really loves you is me. Only me. Bibi Dong's emotions became abnormally agitated, and directly pulled Shifuyu into his arms and hugged him tightly. The burning breath that landed on the side of his ear and the soft touch of Bibi Dong's chest made Shifuyu stiffen. He squirmed restlessly and poked his head out to look at Bibendum. However, he realized that a flush had already surged on Bibi's stunningly beautiful face, and his breathing had become rapid. Her body was trembling violently, and her eyes glittered with a strange affection. More than a decade later, Bibendum is still as beautiful as ever. The years had hardly left a mark on him. The noble and elegant, sacred and tranquil temperament of her body, on the contrary, became more and more intense with the passage of time, and one could not help but indulge in it. Shifuyu looked dumbfounded for a moment, and after he came back to his senses, he was already having his coat removed by Bibi Dong. At this time, Qian Yu that could not understand that he had been hit by Bibi Dong's charm soul skill. Shifuyu hurriedly pushed Bibi Dong away, her face flushed red. Bibi Dong, you pervert, scum, I'm your. Well, Shifuyu's eyes widened, his eyes filled with disbelief, for Bibi Dong suddenly leaned over and gagged him with a wild kiss. The kiss was aggressive and desperate, as if it wanted to swallow Shifuyu's soul. Shenandoah. Shifuyu felt the smoothness and softness of the touch in his mouth and couldn't stand it any longer. Soul power surged within his body and violently shook Bibi Dong away. Bibi Dong took 2 steps back and slowly placed his hand on his lips, his face flushed with drunkenness, his eyes mesmerized and infatuated. Little Feather, you taste so good. Chapter 169, Bibi Dong pathologizing. Shifuyu wiped his mouth woefully, his eyes filled with anger and disgust. Get lost, Bibi Dong. You make me sick. As if Bibi Dong hadn't heard his roar, he just whispered to himself. Why do you just refuse to look at me? Even if it's just a glance. Where am I not better than that Qian Renxue? Why is it that I can't when she can? Shifuyu had a black face. He was practically laughing at Bibi Dong's logic. What the hell is wrong with this mother and daughter? Is there no one sane? But looking at her perverted look, I'm afraid I'm not going to lose my innocence tonight, right? Shifuyu's mind was flustered for a moment, then he pulled out his legs and ran. But just as he took 2 steps, a powerful soul force bound him firmly, making it impossible for him to move. Shifuyu looked at this woman who was gradually pressing towards him. His entire body was stunned, and he couldn't stop the chills that spread throughout his body along with the trembling. Shifuyu, Sigma, you don't come over Bibi Dong was suddenly a little stunned. Simply because Shifuyu's fearful and helpless eyes overlapped with that tiny figure from back then. He was obviously such a small one then, but his eyes were so soulful and he smiled sweetly every time he saw her. But whenever he tortured himself he always wore this fearful and pitiful expression. It made her want to ravage more. Yet she felt pity at the sight of his tears. Bibi Dong pursed his lips. The flush on his face as well as the lust in his heart gradually faded, replaced by a wave of heartache and remorse. Feather, be good, oh don't be afraid. I won't hurt you anymore. Bibi Dong spoke softly and comfortingly, slowly approaching Shifuyu. Shifuyu gave her a puzzled look, not understanding how this evil villain had suddenly turned around. But I won't talk to you or believe a word you say until my silly dragon arrives. Shifuyu was secretly on guard in his mind while trying to break free from his bonds. However, Bibi Dong seemed to have seen through his thoughts and smiled slightly. That smile actually had a bit of bitterness in it. Don't waste your efforts, little feather. I won't let you go. At the same time, she came close and licked the tears from the corner of Shifuyu's eyes. And in her heart, she couldn't wait to take him back and ravage him right now. No. Feather can't eat it yet or he'll hate me. Bibi Dong couldn't help but lick those delicate red lips. A flushed color once again emerged on her face, and her beautiful eyes were flooded with watery light. Although she couldn't wait to eat and wipe Qian Yu clean right now, she wanted Feather to be by her side all the time, like she used to be, just smiling sweetly at herself. Bibi Dong forcibly suppressed the impulse in his heart, using the Rakshasa divine power to seal Shifuyu's cultivation. In this way, he would no longer be able to use spatial soul techniques to escape. Shifuyu's face went white, and her long blonde hair turned into silver white, less holy, but more seductive. This, coupled with the torn clothing that was half hidden and half exposed, added a few more tantalizing touches. Bibi Dong's breath hitched. Then he became a little annoyed again. This look of Qian Yu was simply seducing people to commit a crime. Which girl can stand such temptation? No, she had to hurry to find something to cover Shifuyu up. She couldn't let him be exposed to the air like this again, in case she couldn't help herself. With this thought, Bibi Dong seemed to find a reason to gently pick him up and feel his soft body. She forced herself to hold back the fluttering in her heart and flew towards another city far away from Heavenly Dipper City. Shifuyu was restless in her arms and tried to push her away, but the force couldn't help Bibi Dong at all. Bibi Dong's eyes flickered with amusement. Instead of letting go, she hugged him tighter, pressing his head hard into the crook of her neck. The moment her skin touched, Bibi Dong only felt an electric current that instantly traveled throughout her body, causing her to feel a tingle. The marvelous sensation caused him to let out a muffled grunt and his body shuddered involuntarily. When Qian Yu heard the muffled grunt, his body instantly stiffened, and when he looked up at her pleasurable expression, he only felt a chill at the bottom of his heart. At that moment, Qian Yu also stopped making a fuss, and obediently and nicely lay down in her arms, not daring to move a muscle. Bibi Dong's embrace was soft, with a faint scent that made his eyes fight involuntarily. Go to sleep. Everything will be different when you wake up. Feather. Bibi Dong's voice was so gentle that it seemed as if it could drip water, and she gently patted Shifuyu's back as if she was lulling a child to sleep. Time flies, and a week passes in a flash. At this moment, the entire Heavenly Dipper City was in an uproar. Regardless of whether it was the Martial Spirit Hall or the Heavenly Dipper Empire or the Spirit Transmission Tower, all of them were searching for the whereabouts of Qian Yu. And Bibi Dong is so sneaky that he never goes to a crowded place, but takes Shifuyu and hides in an abandoned mansion in a remote town. The mansion was in disrepair, overgrown with weeds, and appeared to be in a state of disrepair on the outside. But in fact the interior had long been carefully repaired by the people he had sent. Obviously for this kidnapping, she had planned and orchestrated it. And these days, Bibi Dong would go out daily to purchase the necessities of life, and would also make delicious food for Shifuyu in different ways. But Shifuyu just won't eat and only drinks water in protest of the hunger strike. Bibi Dong is not annoyed. After all, captivity, this thing she familiar. Starve a few days will be good. Then do not need her to persuade. He will eat by himself. These days and nights, Shifuyu was always being tortured by being hugged and nibbled by Bibi Dong as a pillow. What else can you do but spit in my face? Go away. Another night, Shifuyu impatiently pushed the blazing figure away, but then she was hugged tightly by Bibi Dong, her cheek pressed against his chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat, her eyes filled with fascination. You know what? I really love you. Bibi Dong's voice held a hint of pleading. When are you going to let me go? You're not going to be the Pope anymore? Shifuyu sneered, sarcasm in his words. Bibi Dong was silent, only carefully removing Shifuyu's tunic, moving gently as if treating a rare treasure. Feather, you actually love me, don't you? Bibi Dong asked suddenly, taking Shifuyu into his arms and carefully kissing her with her lips. Shifuyu only felt a tremor in his body, An electric current instantly spread throughout his body. His heartbeat accelerated and he breathed heavily, as if he was going to be swept away by the passion. What the hell did you do to me? Shifuyu felt the difference in his body and looked at Bibi Dong with wide eyes and some disbelief. This woman even drugged herself. I can only say it's worthy of being mother and daughter, doing things so similar. Chapter 170 Qian Yu defiled by Bibi Dong? Qian Renxue's breakdown. Bibi Dong raised his head and looked at Shifuyu with teary eyes. Little feather, after so many days you still don't understand my heart? Everything I've done is only because I love you. I don't want to hurt you, but I can't stand the thought of you being out of my sight even more. I just want you to stay with me, to be with me, to love me, just like the old days. Shifuyu smiled coldly as a dagger appeared in his hand. Bibi Dong didn't care. Shifuyu had no cultivation. Even if he stood still, he wouldn't be able to hurt himself in the slightest. However, Shifuyu slowly raised his hand and stabbed it hard against his heart. Bibi Dong was so shocked that he hastily slapped the dagger out of his hand and held him tightly in his arms, sounding a little backed up and choked. Are you crazy? You even gave up your own life in order to leave me? Xiao Yu, how can you be so cruel to me? Bibi Dong's words were tinged with endless sorrow and despair. Bibi Dong, don't touch me or I won't let you have your way, even if it means death. Qian Yu looked at her coldly, his eyes filled with determination and indifference. His tone, like the cold winter wind, was icy and piercing straight to the bottom of Bibi Dong's heart. Bibi Dong's body trembled slightly as she looked into Shifuyu's hostile eyes, a feeling of unprecedented frustration welling up in her heart. Why? Why is it okay for Qian Renxue but not for me? Don't hold any worldly views against me. I don't care about those. All I want is you, and as long as you stay by my side, I can give up everything, including this papacy. Bibi Dong's voice carried a hint of hysterical madness. Nothing really happened between Yuki and I that day, so don't take after her. Shifuyu's voice was full of powerlessness. How should this be explained to make this crazy woman believe? He rubbed his somewhat swollen temples, his eyes filled with helplessness. You lied. That said she was pregnant with your child a few days ago, and you lied to me. Bibi Dong's emotions suddenly became agitated, and she clutched Shifuyu's arm so tightly that her nails were almost embedded in his flesh. Pregnant? How is this possible? Shifuyu's face instantly solidified. I didn't even touch her. The baby can't be mine, right? Is it possible to get pregnant by spiritual intercourse? Bibi Dong didn't reply, just cried harder, feeling like his heart was breaking. Her sobs, like broken beads, kept slipping. Seeing this, Shifuyu covered her ears and found a corner to cower in, not wanting to listen to her crying anymore. Bibi Dong cried for a while and gradually stopped crying when he saw that Shifuyu didn't react. He walked over to Shifuyu and took him into his arms, burying his head in his neck and greedily smelling him. Feather, why care about this worldly prejudice? Isn't it good to enjoy this moment of pleasure with me? Her voice carried a few hints of seduction, and her beautiful eyes contained love as she stared tightly at Qian Yu. After receiving no response from Shifuyu, Bibi Dong tries to warm his cold heart with his own body heat, but Shifuyu's body was like a piece of cold ice. How could it not be warmed up? 2 days later, Bibi Dong was finally caught. Bibi Dong, what the hell did you do to Feather for good? Chihiro looked at Shifuyu's haggard appearance, his eyes filled with anger and heartache. He snatched Shifuyu from Bibi Dong's arms as soon as he could. It's none of your business what I do with little Feather. Moreover, this little bastard himself doesn't want to eat and protests by going on hunger strike. Can you blame me for that? Bibi Dong snorted coldly with disdain and provocation on his face. Xian Daolu heard this and his eyes widened in anger. Powerful soul power surging around him as if it would explode out at any moment. You poisonous woman. Don't think that I don't dare to touch you. If Xiao Yu has a shortcoming, I will make sure that you die without a burial place. Grandpa, I'll go back first. Shifuyu yawned, exhaustion in his eyes. All he wanted to do now was go home and get a good night's sleep. Bibi Dong, the awful crazy, never stops all day long. Besides, if they really let the two of them fight, they couldn't help but suffer the repercussions themselves. Chihiro was slightly stunned, but he didn't bother to talk nonsense with Bibi Dong anymore, pulling Shifuyu and flying towards Heavenly Dipper City. That big shot from the spirit transmission tower was about to make a scene, so they didn't dare to delay any longer. Bibi Dong's face was as gloomy as water as he watched the back of the two men leaving. She clenched her fists, her nails embedded deep in her palms, but she couldn't feel the slightest pain. Silver Dragon King, you wait for me. After I become a god, little Feather will only be mine. Don't even think about snatching him away from me again. Bibi Dong swore in his mind, a determined gleam in his eyes. Heavenly Dipper City Crown Prince's bedchamber. Shifuyu almost didn't recognize Qian Renxue when he saw her again after many days. At this time, she didn't even do the disguise. Her hairpin hair was scattered. Her clothes were disheveled. and her body still carried a faint smell of alcohol. Her eyes were slightly red. Obviously she had just cried. The moment she saw Qianyu, she directly pounced over and hugged him tightly, itching to rub him into her body. Little feather, you're finally back. I was so worried about you. Qian Renxue's voice carried a hint of choking. Qianyu was startled by her reaction, but quickly reacted and gently patted her back. Comforting. It's fine. Am I not fine? Don't worry. Qian Renxue raised her head and looked at Qianyu with tearful eyes, but she suddenly remembered something and her face became a little pale. Xiao Yu, are you being taken by that woman? From Bibi Dong? No such thing. Don't get any ideas. Shifuyu blushed a bit unnaturally and avoided Chironai's gaze. He instinctively didn't want to answer that question, and his stomach began to churn uncontrollably when he remembered what had happened over the past few days. Qian Renxue looked at his obviously nibbled lips and neck, and had some ominous premonitions in her heart. Not being able to think too much, she ripped the white robe off of Shifuyu, letting that bare jade-like body be exposed to the air just like that. In the past, this would have aroused her desire, but now he just felt like the sky was falling. Looking at those hickeys and bruises all over her body, Qian Renxue's tears could no longer be held back and slid down like pearls on a broken string. Feather, it's my fault. I didn't protect you. Choking back a sob, Qian Renxue reached out and gently stroked the wounds on Qianyu's body, her eyes filled with self-blame and pain. With that, he also ignored Shifuyu's wishes and forcibly pulled him to the bathroom to help him clean the marks on his body. His movements gentle but hard to hide his trembling hands. Shifuyu looked at his pained look. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he didn't say anything. Only in the process, Guyuna kicked open the bathroom door, her eyes glaring icily at the two people in front of her. Chapter 171, Which dragon can stand such a big green hat? You dead yellow hair even stole food again. Hurry up and spread your hands or I'll cut your hands off. Gu Yuna was covered in low air pressure. When she got the news of Little Feather's return, she rushed back without stopping. As a result, as soon as he came back, he saw these two pairs of dogs doing this kind of thing behind his back, and the anger in his heart was instantly ignited. Instead of letting go, Qian Renxue gave an inch and jumped into the water, just hugging him and smelling the fresh and light fragrance of his body. Gu Yuna just thought about getting angry. However, he was soon drawn back to Shifuyu's flawless white skin and the hickeys all over his body, and a strange feeling of excitement surged through him. It made her mind conjure up some charming images, but soon became angry after seeing that dead yellow hair eating Feather's tofu. You haven't nibbled on it yourself? How dare you dead yellow hairs do that in front of her? Furious, Gu Yuna forcefully yanked out Qian Renxue and then kicked her. Qian Renxue disgruntledly bristled, but it was also clear that she was not a match for Gu Yuna, and having already earned numbness, she did not continue to die. She stood resignedly, her eyes full of sultry resentment. Little Feather, how are you? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Gu Yuna asked with concern. At the same time, he didn't forget to get on and scrutinize Shifuyu's physical condition. It was just that the little red face signaled that she was thinking about something impure. Scram! Shifuyu had a black face and slapped her hand away with some impatience. Gu Yuna's entire body wilted in aggravation when she came into contact with Shifuyu's eyes that were filled with sharpness. Little you, I'm just worried about you. Don't be angry. There was a hint of softness in Gu Yuna's voice. Ignoring Gu Yuna's gesture, Shifuyu got dressed and walked right out of the bathroom, slamming the door hard. Gu Yuna and Qian Renxue looked at each other in disbelief, and the atmosphere suddenly became extremely awkward. You dead yellow hair went too far. How dare you steal food and still not bring me? You wait for me. Gu Yuna glared viciously at her. This dead yellow hair at least enjoyed it while she didn't even have a chance to touch it. Oh, Little Feather was defiled by that old hag Bibi Dong. Qian Renxue returned to her senses, and the more she thought about it, the more aggravated she became. When she thought about how Little Feather had to be tortured by Bibi Dong every day for the past few days, she felt a pang of heartache, and tears once again flowed uncontrollably. You're saying that Feather is being bibidden, but they're not. Gu Yuna's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Qian Renxue. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let little you hear. Qian Renxue hurriedly interrupted Gu Yuna's words. Gu Yuna's face was terribly gloomy. These two mothers and daughters are playing with themselves, aren't they? He had raised Little Feather from a young age, but it turned out that the two of them had picked the peach. What dragon could stand such a big cuckold? No, she had to find a chance to snatch Little Feather back and take him far away. Never minding these two crazy women again. Not much longer. Shifuyu then dragged his tired body back to his room. Bam! With a crisp clang, Shifuyu slammed the door heavily shut. He came to the bed and collapsed at the waist, going limp straight away, only to be thrown into a soft embrace. Feather, you look tired. Guyu was a little heartbroken and wrapped him in her arms, her small face affectionately rubbing gently between his neck, but her heart was filled with complex emotions. Shifuyu didn't reply. Looking up at her, she then buried her head in her arms, finding a comfortable position and closing her eyes. Guyu looked at the appearance of Qian Yu sleeping peacefully in his arms, hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and hugged Qian Yu's thin waist, squinting up his eyes cozily. When Guyu Na's indoor space came in, she was completely dumbfounded by this scene. What are you doing here? The deal was that feather was mine. Guyu Na lowered her voice and gritted her teeth, but her eyes couldn't help but glance towards Shifuyu's side. At this look, he felt his brain grow green and grassy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Doesn't this little bastard know that this guy Guyu is plotting against him? How dare he still sleep without knowing how to defend himself? It really pissed her off. That's enough. Stop it. I'll throw you out if you make any more noise. Guyu coldly transmitted his voice. Guyu Na blew up. It's not even if this asshole takes over the nest, but he even wants to kick himself out? This is really outrageous. Wang Qiuer, on the other hand, didn't have that much to worry about. She didn't know where she came from, and directly ran over on her ass and jumped into Qian Yu's arms, tilting her little face with a demented look at Qian Yu, her mouth still dripping with saliva. Seeing this scene, both Guyu Na and Guyu's faces changed. Guyu Na was so angry that she was shaking. She had never seen such a shameless guy Bikai, and even dared to openly snatch someone from her. Wang Qiuer, get up! Guyu Na shouted angrily. However, Wang Qiuer looked like she didn't hear it, still rubbing around in Qian Yu's arms with a look of enjoyment. Eventually this realization, Shifuyu also didn't know what these three soul beasts had done to his body? Anyway, when I woke up from my nap, instead of feeling refreshed, I had the feeling that my body was falling apart. When he woke up, Qian Yu found himself being held firmly in the middle by the two of them, Guyu Na and Guyu, while Wang Qiuer was lying on top of him, drooling on his face. With a helpless face, Qian Yu pushed Wang Qiuer on top of him and sat up, looking at the three women in front of him with a bitter smile in his heart. Luckily, Guyu helped himself to remove the seal of Bibi Dong, and with Shifuyu's self-healing ability he quickly recovered. A few days later, Tiando Empire's Tiando City, the Crown Prince's bedchamber. In the past few days, Shifuyu closed the door of his room tightly and never went out, citing the fact that he was extremely traumatized internally. Guyu Na and Qian Renxue, on the other hand, guarded the door of his room all day long, fearing that he would do something stupid. Every time she thought of the hickeys all over Shifuyu's body, Guyu Na's heart ached so much that she couldn't breathe, and Qiren was too late to be heartbroken at this point, because his grandfather had been determined to have Little Feather marry Ning Rongrong as his wife, and that old hag Bibi Dong even plotted against Feather. How dare he? Isn't he afraid of being criticized by all? She's so old she could be Little Feather's mom. Looks like he was originally Little Feather's. A pang of annoyance ran through Qian Renxue's mind as she anxiously paced back and forth in the room. She knew Ning Rongrong's temperament well, and if Little Feather really married her, she was afraid that she would never have peace again in her life. How can that bratty, willful young lady be half as gentle as she is? How could she be good enough for little Yu? Guyu Na sighed helplessly as she looked at her anxious appearance. Qian Renxue, stop spinning, it's making me dizzy. Chapter 172, The Increasingly Perverted Bibi Dong. No way. I must stop this farce. I absolutely cannot let Little Feather jump into the fire pit. Qian Renxue raised her head, her eyes filled with determination. What fire pit? What do you want to do again? Guyu Na puffed up her cheeks in anger. We agreed to get rid of those bad women together. How come this dead yellow hair always thinks of taking it all by himself? My grandfather wants little Yu to marry that bratty girl Ning Rongrong. We have to think of a way. We can't let little Yu be sacrificed in this kind of political marriage. Qian Renxue said anxiously. Guyu Na sniffed and frowned. Is that old Deng senile? This young lady is so poised, has a background, and has strength that he doesn't choose, but goes for some Ning Rongrong? Isn't this clearly looking down on me? You're not human. Qian Renxue rolled her eyes and said without a trace of anger. Martial Soul Hall is originally a soul master power, and soul master cultivation is to hunt and kill soul beasts to raise the level. Between the two is originally incompatible. If Thousand Feathers, who was the young master of the Martial Soul Hall, went to marry a human in the form of a soul beast, this would be a great irony to the Martial Soul Palace and would make other soul master forces look at the joke. Of course I know I'm not human, but little Yu he likes me. Guyu Na raised her chin proudly as if she was saying something that was a matter of course. Qian Renxue sniffed and couldn't help but feel a little sour in her heart. She also liked Little Feather, but Little Feather seemed to be a bit closer to Guyu Na. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. It's useless for you to like little Yu. Little Yu likes me. Guyu Na seemed to have read Qian Renxue's mind and said provocatively. You. Qian Renxue was so infuriated that she couldn't speak. She glared at Guyu Na before turning around and walking away. Hey, where are you going? You're not allowed to go. Seeing this, Guyu Na hurriedly chased after him. Qian Renxue walked to the doorway and noticed stabbing blood in the doorway, so she stopped and turned her head to look at Gu Yuna. At the same time, his soul bone technique was activated and his appearance gradually changed into a blonde-haired, handsome youth. Gu Yuna didn't react and directly crashed into his arms. At this time, the image of Qian Renxue was tall, with a flat and slightly firm chest. Gu Yuna's face rubbed red as she felt the strong muscles. She wondered if Little Feather would cry out if she was pressed underneath Qian Renxue. "Ah, what are you blushing so red for? Is it hard to believe that you have a crush on me?" Qian Renxue flirted, with a bit of teasing in her voice. Gu Yuna hurriedly pushed him away, blushing even more. "Bah, you're less stinky. This young lady won't look at a dead yellow hair like you." The two of them were fighting while walking towards the palace's council hall, and today they had to stir up this marriage no matter what they said. During that time, the two sealed Douluo of stabbing blood snakespear tried to stop them, but they were all easily taken down by Gu Yuna. This caused Qian Renxue to lament that this stupid dragon had gotten stronger again. It was just that its IQ was still so low. If she possessed such strength, she would have already done away with Little Feather. And as a result, this stupid dragon was still engaging in pure love. Oh, the pure love of a war god can't beat a minotaur. That's something she knows all about. The thought that Bibi Dong had now all but eaten and wiped Feather clean and cowed them all made Qian Renxue furious. She told me that I can't be with Little Feather, but she ended up plotting against Little Feather, so she's really cunning. Inside the palace's council hall, the Snowy Night Emperor sat on top of the high platform in the Great Hall, and Shueka stood beside him looking around curiously. Today's Great Hall was different from the previous days. The atmosphere was grave, and the several powers below each had their own agenda. One of the parties is the Pope's Palace, headed by Bibi Dong. Beside them stood Kiku Douluo and Ghost Douluo, who were walking on thin ice. Jelena followed suit, her eyes stealing glances to the other side of the Great Hall from time to time. There Shifuyu was hiding behind Shidori Ryu in terror, involuntarily trembling every time Bibidon's blazing gaze caught him. On the other side, there was the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, led by Ning Fengji. Beside him stood Sword Douluo Jiandushin as well as Ning Rongrong. Prince Snowstar was also standing on the side. An Avalanche, Poison Douluo, Do Kiragain, and Yi Lingling were also among them. Originally, Chihiro and Ning Fengji had been talking well. However, the Snowy Night Emperor also wanted to intervene and gave a large sum of money for the construction of the Spirit Transmission Tower. Chihiro didn't want to take it at first. After all, wouldn't it be the equivalent of selling his grandchildren? But it couldn't help that Guyu and D Tian's group of soul beasts were really bullying people and spending money lavishly. Even in order to promote soul spirits and avoid innocent soul beasts from being hunted, they provided soul spirits to soul masters for free, which increased the expenses even more. Therefore, Chihiro could only accept the money with a thick skin, and as a price was to let Chiyu and the Shueka imperial daughter get to know each other. Ning Fengji was quite critical of this matter, believing that Qian Yu should have specialized in marrying Ning Rongrong. However, he was also aware that his getting too close to the martial soul hall had already aroused the suspicion of the Snowy Night Emperor, so he could only take a step back and acquiesce to the meeting between Qian Yu and Shueku. This was originally a win-win-win situation, but it turned out that Bibi Dong, the martial spirit hall pope, suddenly barged in. "I don't know what's gotten into me," insisting that Shifuyu and Hirinai are the perfect couple. Even Prince Snowstar and Avalanche, who had learned the news from somewhere, came over to join in the fun. Said Poison Dolua's granddaughter Dugwian as well as Yi Lingling have already fallen for Chiyu, and will also have to fight for it. The Snowy Night Emperor's face was as gloomy as water as he looked at the chaotic situation below. If it was usual he would have gone ballistic long ago, but the Martial Spirit Hall as well as the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect were not something he could easily offend. Now we can only force ourselves to calm down and see what they want? Feather, what are you waiting for? Come to mommy. The corner of Bibidon's mouth curled into a wry smile while patting the seat next to his own. At those words, not only did Shifuyu not go over, but he took a few steps back. The horrible memories of those days of being manipulated like a toy by Bibi Dong instantly flooded his mind, and his eyes were filled with fear and resistance. Bibi Dong not only didn't get angry when she saw the scene, but instead licked her lips with some intent, and paired with her near-perfect face, she added a few more points of flirtation, causing many people to look straight in the eyes. Feather, don't be afraid, mommy just loves you so much. While Bibi Dong felt that she did go a bit overboard those days, she always thought it was to make Shifuyu more dependent on her and listen to her. It even seemed to her that she could have gone a little more overboard if Shifuyu hadn't forced her to die. He was sure that Feather would sink under her skirts in pleasure. After all, she herself was the future Rakshasa god, the embodiment of evil, depravity, lust and other negative aspects of the world, and no man could resist her temptation. Chapter 173, The Arrival of Gu Yuna and Qian Renxue. Bibidon's face instantly turned grim as she snorted coldly and chilled. Chidori Ryu, if you dare to let little you marry any other woman other than Nana, I guarantee that I can make none of them live past tomorrow. Chidori Ryu's face also turned iron blue. He glared angrily at Bibi Dong, but could only hold back his anger due to the occasion. Bibi Dong, don't forget, this is not your Pope's palace. Watch your words. All of them bowed their heads, not daring to breathe a breath for fear of accidentally drawing fire. Avalanche's eyes blazed at Bibendum. Who would have thought that the noble and holy coronation of the Pope would have such an enchanting and flirtatious posture behind her back? This strong sense of contrast caused an unprecedented urge to well up in Avalanche's heart. He secretly vowed that when he became Emperor of the Heavenly Dipper, he would get his hands on Bibi Dong no matter what. And when that time came, little you let's talk about each other. You call me father, I call you brother, we are not related to each other. Avalanche fantasized in his mind, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rising. Avalanche's leering eyes were naturally caught by Bibi Dong. She slightly glanced sideways, her gaze sweeping over the Avalanche like a sharp blade, with a morose killing intent in her eyes. If she had needed to be concerned earlier, then now that he had become a level 99 sealed Douluo, aside from Chihiro and Gu Yuna, there were already few people in this world that she needed to worry about. Avalanche's unabashedly greedy gaze sent a wave of nausea through her, as if a million creepy crawlies were writhing on her skin. Snowy Knight, if this son of yours can't control his eyes, then I don't mind disciplining him for you. In the next moment, the terrifying pressure belonging to a 99th level extreme Douluo suddenly swept away. The entire hall was instantly enveloped by a heavy pressure, and everyone felt that breathing became difficult, as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on their chests. Avalanche's face instantly turned pale, and his body flew backwards dozens of meters away from the impact of this terrifying pressure. His legs made two long traces on the ground, and he eventually collapsed helplessly to the ground. His eyes filled with fear and shock. When the Snowy Knight Emperor saw this, his face changed drastically as he hurriedly stood up and looked angrily at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, don't go too far. This is the Imperial Palace of the Heavenly Dipper Empire, not your martial soul hall. Oh, excessive? So what if I'm excessive? What qualifications do you have to make conditions with this seat? Bibi Dong laughed softly, his tone filled with disdain. Her figure slowly rose and hovered in midair. The 9 soul rings slowly rhythmically moved around her body, flashing with dazzling light. Black, 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 red, 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 red. The Death Spider Emperor's soul ring configuration was enough to make everyone despair. That scarlet demonic 100,000-year-old soul ring was even emitting a palpitating aura. The air in the entire hall seemed to have frozen, and the crowd didn't even dare to breathe a breath for fear of accidentally angering this killing god. The Snowy Knight Emperor's questioning was strangled in his throat before he could even open his mouth. His eyes widened as he looked at Bibi Dong, who was suspended in mid-air, his eyes filled with shock and fear. At this moment, in front of absolute strength, any power tactic seemed so pale and powerless. Ningfengji also felt a wave of despair. Bibi Dong's gaze that carried the aura of death made him feel like falling into an ice cellar, and he simply couldn't muster up the slightest bit of resistance. Fengji, we have to be more careful. That Pope Coronate's soul power level has already reached the level of a 99th level extreme Douluo. I'm afraid that once we fight, all of us might have a hard time escaping death. Sword Douluo Sword Dustheart whispered in Ningfengji's ear. There was a tremor in his voice and his eyes were filled with gravity. What? Bibi Dong is already a level 99 ultimate Douluo? How is that possible? She's only how old? Ningfengji's heart fluttered, not daring to look at Bibi Dong confidently. Every threshold of a sealed Douluo almost required decades or even hundreds of years of hard cultivation to break through, not to mention that legendary 99th level ultimate Douluo. However, Bibi Dong was so young that he had already stood at the pinnacle of soul masters. Cough cough dash. Right at this moment, the Snowy Knight Emperor, who was sitting on top of the high platform, suddenly coughed violently. A mouthful of blood was spat out on the ground, causing his face to turn even paler. Your Majesty. When the people in the Great Hall saw this, they were all shocked and hurriedly called out, "No harm done." The Snowy Knight Emperor waved the approach of his own congregation while reaching out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze looking towards Bibi Dong, his voice hoarse and trembling as he said, "Bibi Dong, what do you really want? Is it hard to believe that you want to seek power and usurp the throne? Regicide and usurpation? Let's say if you live to see that day." Bibi Dong sneered, disdain in his eyes. If he could, he wouldn't mind just starting a war and utilizing the undead who died in the war to ascend to the god throne. But at this point, he just wants to reunite with Feather and live a peaceful life, not wanting to cause trouble. Besides, Snowy Knight had already been poisoned by that bastard and didn't have a few days to live. You, Snowy Knight Emperor, you half a day, but did not say a reason, and finally can only helplessly sighed, paralyzed on top of the dragon chair. the atmosphere in the Great Hall became unusually oppressive, and everyone was silent for fear of accidentally angering this god of murder. Just then, the doors to the Great Hall were pushed open. Xue Qinghe walked in along with Qian Renxue, who entered alongside Gu Yuna with her hands behind her back. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Xue Qinghe slightly curtsied. Gu Yuna, on the other hand, looked among the crowd for a few moments, and after finding Qian Yu, her evoked a bright smile, her eyes curving into a crescent shape as she tenderly shouted, "Little Yu." Shifuyu sniffed and poked his head out from behind Chidori Ryu, and when he saw Gu Yuna, his eyes lit up, and he reached out and waved his hand towards her as if he had found a lifesaver. Seeing this, Gu Yuna hurriedly bumbled over and hung onto Qian Yu's body at once, her hands tightly encircling his neck as she pampered herself. "Little Yu, I've missed you to death." "Well, Nana-chan, I missed you too." Shifuyu was strangled a bit by Guzuna, but managed to force out a smile. Bibi Dong's face darkened when he saw Gu Yuna. This ghostly dead dragon had haunted his son again. A coldness flashed in her eyes, and the intimidating pressure emanating from her body unconsciously increased by a few more points. Gu Yuna's brows knitted slightly as she looked up at Bibi Dong with a few dissatisfaction in her eyes. "What's going on here? Why does this woman have a face that stinks like she ate?" When Chihiro heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything more. Everyone else was startled by Gu Yuna, not expecting this little girl to be so arrogant that she didn't even put the Pope's coronation in her eyes. Chapter 174, Tea Master Jelena. Coronation Silver Dragon. "It's nothing but a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding." The Snowy Night Emperor forcibly calmed his inner fears and hurriedly opened his mouth to round up the situation. Gu Yuna let out a soft "oh" and didn't say anything more, but just looked at Bibi Dong with a bit of playfulness in her eyes, as if to say, "See what you can do to me?" Bibi Dong's face was blue. She couldn't figure out what kind of strength Gu Yu that was, so she could only forcefully suppress the anger in her heart. "Little Yu, let's go." Bibi Dong coldly snorted. His figure flashed and instantly appeared beside Qian Yu, grabbing his wrist and about to take him away. But the next moment, Gu Yuna squeezed her hand tightly with a bone-deep chill in her eyes. "Let go of him." Bibi Dong's gaze was like a knife as he locked eyes with Gu Yuna, and the atmosphere between the two instantly became tense with swords. "Humph, if I don't let go, what can you do?" Bibi Dong snorted coldly, his tone filled with disdain. "Old demoness, are you trying to fight?" Gu Yuna's hair stood upside down in anger. Her body's aura instantly went up several steps, and her pupils transformed into icy vertical pupils. This stinking woman dared to cuckold herself. She had long wanted to teach her a good lesson. Seeing this, Shifuyu hastily touched her little head and gently persuaded, "Nana, don't be impulsive. Let's have a good conversation." Although Gu Yuna's heart was filled with anger, the anger in her heart dissipated quite a bit when she saw Qian Yu's gentle eyes. The main thing was that he wasn't sure he could beat Bibi Dong while preserving feather. After all, the current Bibi Dong was already a 99th level ultimate Douluo, and there was even a divine artifact on his body to protect him, and he had already reached the most crucial step in passing down the Rakshasa god position. Even if the Silver Dragon King Gu Yu wanted to make a move against him, he would have to take into account the views of the gods of the divine realm, and whether or not it would jeopardize the Soul Beast clan. "Feather, she bullied me." Gu Yuna pointed at Bibi Dong accusingly, her eyes slightly red, as if she had been greatly wronged. Shifuyu sighed helplessly and turned his head towards Bibi Dong with a few coldness in his eyes. "That's enough. Bibi Dong, what the hell are you trying to do? Have you made enough of a scene?" Bibi Dong's heart stung as he sniffed, and his eyes instantly turned red, thoroughly broken by this differentiated attitude of Shifuyu's defense. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. She still wanted to retain a shred of dignity in front of so many people. She forced herself not to let the tears fall and her voice trembled. "Little Feather, I'm your mother. Shouldn't you be with me?" A chill rose in Shifuyu's heart as he remembered those days when he had been wantonly toyed with by Bibi Dong. Shifuyu lowered her head, grabbed Bibi Dong's hand, and moved closer to her ear. Bibi Dong sniffed the faint fragrance and breathed in, wanting to embrace him so fiercely in his arms that he would never be separated again. But Shifuyu's next words were like a pot of cold water poured over her heart. "Mother, it's because you're my mother that I don't want you to do those nasty things to me. So please, just stay away from me, okay?" Hearing Shifuyu's almost desperate words, Bibi Dong's face instantly turned white. Her body trembled slightly, as if she had suffered a great blow. Those reddened eyes flashed with crystal tears, and her voice trembled so much that she could barely speak. "Do you really hate me that much?" Shifuyu was silent for a moment as he looked up at Bibi Dong. There was no hatred in those clear eyes, only deep disgust and repulsion. "It doesn't matter if you hate me. You hate me. I'm Bibi Dong. How could I possibly care?" Bibi Dong forced back the grief in her heart, and the corner of her mouth hooked up a self-deprecating smile as she let go of Shifuyu's wrist and slowly backed up her figure. It's just, It's probably karma, Bibi Dong murmured. However, before Shifuyu could breathe a sigh of relief, Bibi Dong came back pulling another bewitching young girl. She shoved Hurena right into Shifuyu's arms and said in an icy tone, "This is Hulina, the holy daughter of the martial spirit hall and your future fiancé. I don't care who you like, but if you dare to negatively affect her, I won't let you go." Shifuyu's arms sank, and when he looked down, he saw that Hurena was looking at himself with a bewildered expression, her eyes full of innocence and incomprehension. The young girl's long fiery red hair was spread out behind her. Her skin was snow white, and there was a faint blush on her delicate face, just like a blooming red rose, exuding a tantalizing fragrance. The ruby-like eyes were bewildered and flirtatious. Qian Yu was slightly stunned. He did not expect Bibi Dong to be so forceful in arranging a fiancé for him. Looking at Jelena in his arms, he was a bit at a loss for words. "Hello you. My name is Jelena. Nice to meet you." Jelena pinched the corner of her coat and buried her head into Shifuyu's arms, a hint of shyness in her somewhat soft voice. "Sensei, that's too much of a missus. Blunt man. Oops. It's just humiliating. I don't know if Little Feather will think I'm frivolous." Feeling the softness in his arms, Shifuyu couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart as he listened to Jelena's voice as tiny as a mosquito. A blush also surged unconsciously on his face. Although there were a lot of good-looking girls she had seen, it was rare to see one as shy and flirtatious at the same time as Jelena. Now he could finally understand what it was like when someone else was charmed by himself. Gu Yuna looked at him expressionlessly. Those eyes carried a fierce killing intent, and her original purple eyes became blood red. "Feather, is this girl's body soft? Is it good looking? Do you want to carry it home?" The corner of Gu Yuna's mouth hooked into a dangerous smile, her voice soft and full of threats. Shifuyu's body couldn't help but tremble slightly as he felt the dangerous aura emanating from Gu Yuna. He hurriedly pushed the Jelena in his arms gently away and explained in a somewhat flustered manner, "Nana, don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with her." Jelena stumbled a step at the push, a flicker of loss and embarrassment flashing across her face. She looked up at Shifuyu with disbelief and aggression in her eyes. "I just wanted to say hello." Jelena's voice was a little shaky and her eyes were slightly red. The killing intent in Gu Yuna's heart increased as she looked at Hulina's pitiful appearance, crying after such a simple push. "This green tea rank is higher than my. In the future, won't little you, a simple and silly child, be eaten to death by this woman? Little Feather, this kind of woman isn't a good thing at first glance. You mustn't be fooled by her." Gu Yuna stepped forward, pulling Shifuyu behind herself as she stared warily at Jelena. Chapter 175, Bibi Dong. Who provoked a fight? Qian Renxue's face also darkened as he glared viciously at Bibi Dong, and Bibi Dong also happened to stare at Qian Renxue with provocative eyes, as if to say, "Humph, I'll just find a fiancé for Xiaoyu to piss you off." In Bibi Dong's opinion, with Nana's green tea level, it was simply not too easy to deal with a silly soul beast and his own daughter who had pretended to be a man all her life. As long as Nana could take down Feather, then her own relationship with Feather could be eased, and then she could slowly cultivate her feelings, and everything would be fine. Great confessor. Then this marriage between Rong Rong and Little Feather. You see, Ningfengji still didn't hold back from mentioning it. The main thing was that his own little princess couldn't stop her tearful eyes from falling down now, which really made his heart ache. Chihiro gently stroked the long beard on his chin, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Shifuyu, Gu Yuna, Hurena, and Ning Rongrong. He naturally understood what Ningfengji meant, but the situation at hand could be described as cut and dried. Just as Chihiro hesitated, Ning Rongrong suddenly rushed out, and she pulled on Chiyu's sleeves. "Little you, I truly like you. Can you not be with anyone else?" Qian Yu looked at Ning Rongrong's pearly appearance and couldn't help but feel a trace of pity in her heart. But looking at the other girl's eyes, which were either expectant, aggrieved, or angry, he felt a pang in his head again. Seeing this, Qian Renxue hurriedly stepped forward and yanked Ning Rongrong back, fearing that Qian Yu would agree to her request if she was intolerant. Eventually the farce ended with no end in sight, and the crowd dispersed with their own thoughts. Qian Yu was pulled tightly by Gu Yuna and returned to their place, and along the way, Gu Yuna's face was terribly gloomy, as if it would explode at any moment. "Nana-san, don't be angry. I really have nothing to do with them." Shifuyu looked at Gu Yuna's terrifying face and felt a pang of apprehension in his heart. Gu Yuna stopped and turned around angrily. "Never mind. Your eyes are falling all over that foxy girl. And Ning Rongrong, what was in your mind when you were staring at her? Doesn't it feel like there's something special about the way such a bratty, capricious young lady looks when she's facing herself? Pearly and rainy?" Gu Yuna's words carried a bit of acidity, and her eyes were slightly red, obviously infuriated. "Nana-san, you can actually remove the heart of light from my body. That way all my emotions will be suppressed again and it won't bother you anymore." Shifuyu lowered his head, his voice a little low. his face full of helplessness. Even he realized that the heart of light made him emotionally rich. If before he would have suppressed everything with reason, the so-called beauty is nothing but a red powder skeleton. What is it in front of eternal life? Gu Yuna's heart couldn't help but ache at the words. At the same time, a wave of trepidation ran through his heart. He absolutely could not take out the heart of light. If that were to happen, Shifuyu would become that emotionless, cold and heartless him again. She didn't want the feather who looked at her eyes all unmoving. No, no way. I will never allow you to take out the heart of light. Gu Yuna held Shifuyu's hand tightly as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear. I'd rather you make me jealous and angry like this than see you turn into an emotionless walking corpse. Nana-chan. So in your eyes, I used to be a walking corpse? Shifuyu suddenly felt sad, having been offended. He was only suppressed emotionally by the intent of destruction, but he didn't realize that he had become a walking corpse in Gu Yuna's heart. Gu Yuna realized that she had lost her words and hurriedly explained. I don't mean that. I just don't want to lose you right now. Saying that, she lowered her head closer to Shifuyu's face, and her gentle kiss gently landed on his lips. The young girl's kisses were a little rusty yet had a sweetness to them, like fresh morning dew. Shifuyu hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and took her into his arms, gently stroking her long hair and feeling the warmth that came from her body. Qian Renxue, who was not far away, saw this scene, and a trace of shock flashed in her eyes, which then turned into a deep loss. She closed her eyes in pain and turned to walk away quickly, the sour feeling in her heart growing stronger. But then he ran head-on into the arriving Bibi Dong, and their gazes met in the air, sparks flying. Go ahead and grab it if you want it. I didn't know my daughter was such a coward. Bibi Dong was cold and his voice was no longer so icy. She still had some feelings for this daughter. She just expressed them differently. But soon he realized what stupid thing he was saying and hastily shut his mouth. Qian Renxue glared at her and said coldly, no need for you to care. With that, she stepped around Bibi Dong and took off in stride. The corner of Bibi Dong's mouth hooked into a cold smile as he looked at Qian Renxue's departing back. Then he quickly stepped forward and yanked Gu Yuna, who was furiously gnawing on Chu, aside and said to Chu in a chilling voice, Qian Yu, look at what you look like now. As the young master of the martial soul palace, you're even entangled with a soul beast, and you're so out of shape. What kind of behavior is this? What's wrong with the soul beast? Did the soul beast eat your family's rice? The anger in Gu Yuna's heart was instantly ignited by Bibi Dong's tug, and she retorted nonchalantly, Sister Nana, let's go. Don't mind this crazy woman. Qian Yu didn't even bother to pay attention to Bibi Dong, pulling Gu Yuna to leave. But where would Bibi Dong easily let them go? She reached out and stopped Qian Yu's way, her gaze coldly staring at Gu Yuna, saying, soul beasts are soul beasts and will never make it to the top. Qian Yu, you should not be confused by her beauty. The future you will definitely break that limit. After 100 levels to become a god, only I can always accompany you. And what about this soul beast? They are nothing more than a bunch of losers who can never ascend to the god realm and can only languish on this Douluo continent. Think about it. I'm doing this for your own good. For your future. Bibi Dong began to talk hard. To be honest, she also didn't expect her daughter to be unable to even compare to this soul beast, and could only become that humble third party. None of that matters, though, because realistically, this really isn't a good match for Guzuna. Not to mention the fact that it was simply impossible for humans and soul beasts to coexist, and that it would surely end in tragedy in the end. Just the iron law that it was impossible for a soul beast to become a god was enough to exclude Gu Yuna from being Shifuyu's mate. Even if the divine realm had once been ruled by soul beasts, that was already a thing of the past, and the current divine realm had long since lost its place to soul beasts. Chapter 176, Despicable Bibi Dong. Gu Yuna's unease. Gu Yuna's eyes instantly reddened as she sniffed. She looked up at Shifuyu with teary eyes, her heart filled with unease. Bibi Dong had hit the nail on the head with that one. The reason why she clung to Qian Yu's side all day long, besides liking it more than anything else, was to stop his cultivation. Because she was worried that Little Feather would abandon her and go to the god realm the day she broke through 100 levels. Little Feather, will you not want me in the future? Will you leave me behind just because I went to the god realm? There was a hint of trembling in Gu Yuna's voice. Her eyes were already moist, tears swirling in her eyes as she stared tightly at Qian Yu. To be honest, she didn't have a clue in her heart as to whether or not Gu Yu would be able to fight his way up to the divine realm and take it back again. And even if they did fight the god realm, Feather was the god of destruction's divine chosen, and their positions were inherently antagonistic. Shifuyu's heart stung as he looked at Gu Yuna's teary-eyed appearance. But nowadays, with his power, he couldn't guarantee anything, much less give Gu Yuna a definitive answer. Gu Yuna didn't get an answer from Qian Yu. Her heart became even more flustered and tears finally couldn't help but slide down her face. Finally completely unable to control the emotions, crying pearly, shoulders shaking, Looks so heartbreaking. A cold smile curled the corners of Bibi Dong's mouth. She knew this would be the outcome. As long as there was a gap between the two in their minds, they could take advantage of it. Although this kind of means is a bit despicable, it is 1,000 times better than the disease of 1,000 searches. Shifuyu wanted to say something, but the words of reassurance couldn't come out. It was impossible to say that the god of destruction and the goddess of life were watching right now, and he didn't dare to say anything rashly for fear of being destroyed if he was politically incorrect. Unable to do anything else, he could only tenderly stroke Gu Yuna's hair and softly comforted, "Sister Nana, don't cry. No matter what happens in the future, I will always be with you." Gu Yuna's crying gradually stopped when she heard Qian Yu's words. She looked up at Qian Yu, those big watery eyes full of expectation, as if saying, "Really? You won't lie to me, right? Little feather, you have to think clearly, whether to climb with me to the supreme divine throne, or to stay in the lower realms to accompany the soul beast, and eventually not be able to withstand the ravages of time, and ultimately turn into a shovelful of yellow earth." Bibi Dong sneered from the sidelines, attempting to impress Shifuyu with his words. At those words, Gu Yuna cried even more. The simple young dragon that had just been divided by the Silver Dragon King for not more than a few years could not withstand this kind of verbal stimulation, and tears kept sliding down like beads with broken strings. She was well aware of Little Feather's longing for eternal life, and even a soul that had been purified by the heart of light couldn't completely get rid of the yearning for endless years. Yes, compared to eternal life, what could his own little she-dragon, who could only be pampered and irrational, bring to him? There seems to be nothing else but trouble and ties. The more Gu Yuna thought about it, the more sad she became, and her cries gradually became hoarse, her body trembling slightly, as if she would collapse at any time. Shifuyu people are numb. Just cajoled the silly child and was Bibi Dong a few words to the whole broken defense. He looked up at Bibendum, his eyes indifferent. Could it be that Helena could become a god at 100 levels? Shifuyu opened his mouth to retort, his indifferent eyes making Bibi Dong look very uncomfortable, as if he was just an insignificant clown in his eyes. The most crucial thing is that Qian Yu obviously looks at Gu Yuna's eyes so gentle, but looks at himself as so cold. This difference in treatment don't be too obvious. Then according to what you mean is that I'm looking for a girl who possesses a divine examiner as a companion. May I ask to try the entire Douluo continent, besides you and Xiao Shui? Who else is a divine examiner? Shifuyu pursued again, with deep disgust in his eyes, as if he was looking at some kind of filthy maggot. What's that look in your eyes, asshole? Do you think I'm dirty and not worthy of you? Bibi Dong directly broke the defense, stood up and cursed angrily, and instantly the terrifying soul power spread towards the surroundings. Shifuyu couldn't help but take a few steps back from her. All of Bibi Dong's toughness is masking her vulnerability and insecurity. The violation that Chihuahua had once inflicted on him was a permanent pain and the deepest scar in her heart. Now that she was being looked at directly by Qian Yu like this, it was as if she had been stripped of all her disguises, and everything was exposed in Qian Yu's eyes with nothing to hide. But he would not allow his favored person to dislike him like this. She can only be noble and elegant, sacrosanct. Shifuyu froze slightly, not understanding what Bibi Dong was mad about again. There were quite a few people in the palace who noticed this scene, but no one dared to come forward to stop them. After all, that 99th level extreme Douluo's soul power was enough to make everyone feel a pang of suffocation. Gu Yuna also stopped crying at this time. She looked at Qian Yu worriedly, fearing that he would make a move against Bibi Dong. After a few moments, Bibi Dong calmed down. A few moments of confusion as well as panic in her eyes. She didn't dare to look at Qian Yu. She was afraid to see that kind of disgust and disdain in Qian Yu's eyes, and even more afraid that she had no place in his heart anymore. Bibi Dong's voice trembled a little, but he could never say a complete sentence. Shifuyu's disgusted look completely crushed his pride. This one time of bravery was rewarded with a lifetime of introversion. In the end, Bibi Dong was running away in tears. And that wretched appearance was very different from her usual noble and cold image. Her figure faded away, leaving only a string of intermittent sobs that echoed in the empty palace. Once again, Shifuyu and Bibi Dong are at odds. Now he was agonizing over how to coax this silly dragon who had already had his heart broken. And the understanding Chiren has learned to lick her wounds alone. God Realm, Temple of Destruction. The goddess of life was looking closely at the curtain of light in front of her, her heart filled with excitement. Now that's love. What pure emotion. What genuine love. Life. Why don't I just tell Little Feather that it's actually not a big problem for him to bring a family member up to the god realm? Even though Gu Yuna's identity is a bit sensitive, the other gods shouldn't say anything. The god king of destruction really had a toothache from watching. He really wanted to destroy Bibi Dong directly. Then let Shifuyu hurry to complete the divine examination, hurry to become a divine calculator. Why tell? How can love that hasn't been tested be considered true love? Just mind your own business and watch. The goddess of life blankly glanced at the god king of destruction, her tone filled with ill will. This sadistic love is not to say. She watched quite emotional, moved to tears. You don't want to play bad. That's my legacy. The god of destruction's eyebrows jumped wildly. Once what a cold and heartless pup. Now how did he become so in love with his brain? What's with all this? Chapter 177. Bibi Dong is up to something again. Tian-do City. Martial Soul Branch Hall. Bibidon's eyes were lifeless as he walked toward the papal throne. Teacher, do you think little you will really marry me? Why do I feel as if he doesn't like me very much? Jelena asked a little shyly. Her face held a few moments of girlish longing, yet mixed with a hint of imperceptible apprehension. Bibi Dong stopped and looked at his disciple with a complicated gaze. Jelena's innocence and kindness reminds her of herself once upon a time. The young girl who was full of longing for love but was ruthlessly shattered by reality. She closed her eyes in pain, an imperceptible tear slipping from the corner of her eye. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes became firm and cold. He will have to marry even if he doesn't. And since ancient times, the marriage of children has been decided by their parents. Not to mention that he's also the saint son of my martial soul palace. His marriage is naturally up to him. Does he think that because he's been out there for a few years hanging out with that soul beast that he can disobey my wishes? Does he think that just because he doesn't like it, he can change the people and things around him? Bibi Dong sneered. But tears kept slipping from the corners of her eyes and dripping onto her clenched fists. Once she was not this naive, thinking that with her own efforts she could change her fate. But the result? It was still not tainted by Chihuahua disease that was tainted. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Is something uncomfortable? Jelena noticed Bibi Dong's abnormality and asked worriedly. Bibi Dong shook her head, burying the pain and anger deep in her heart. She couldn't let Jelena see how vulnerable she was. It's all right. Teacher is just a little tired. Nana, you have to remember that you are my Bibi Dong's disciple. No one can snatch away what is rightfully yours. Although Jelena felt that Bibi Dong was a bit strange, the thought that she would be able to be with Feather forever afterward filled her heart with sweetness and happiness. Nana, you go back first. Have a good rest. Get up tomorrow and everything will be fine. Bibi Dong forced out a smile and said gently to Jelena. Jelena nodded and left the martial soul branch with a heart full of joy. Bibi Dong, on the other hand, stood alone in the empty hall, her figure looking particularly lonely and forlorn. He then traveled alone to the angelic temple to meet with Chihiro. Bibi Dong, what are you doing here? With his hands behind his back and his face unchanged, Chihiro continued to pray reverently to the angelic idol with a hint of majesty and coldness in his tone. Chidori Ryu, little Feather must marry Nana. That's my bottom line. Bibi Dong spoke firmly, an undeniable light shining in his eyes. Chidori Ryu turned around and looked at Bibi Dong with a torchlight gaze. Oh, is this your way of threatening me? Don't forget, we used to know each other the best. I'm not threatening you, I'm stating a fact. Bibi Dong didn't budge, going toe-to-toe with Chihiro. Do you have any other choice? You dare to allow Ning Rongrong and Little Feather to join forces. Aren't you afraid that I'll tear her apart with my hands the next second? Or maybe you can accept the forbidden love between Little Snow and Little Feather. In that case, your thousand family will really become a joke in the entire Douluo continent. Chidori Ryu's face instantly became gloomy as he coldly looked at Bibi Dong. That's enough. Bibi Dong, what exactly are you trying to say? Guyuna and Xiaoyu are impossible. Their soul beasts are. Next, Bibi Dong relates the conflict between the divine realm and the soul beasts. She wanted to make Chihiro understand that it wasn't just the race that separated Guyuna and Chiyu. It was the irreconcilable hatred and conflict between the god realm and the soul beasts. Chihiro, you should know clearly that if Little Feather really married the soul beast co-lord, what would those high and mighty god kings of the divine realm think? You don't need me to tell you what the consequences will be. Bibi Dong said, word for word. Each word was like a hammer, hitting Chihiro's heart hard. Chidori Ryu's face clouded over as he naturally understood the weight of Bibi Dong's words. If Qian Yu really came together with Guyuna, that would undoubtedly be testing the bottom line of the gods. Chihiro wasn't sure what kind of situation was going on in the divine realm. He himself wouldn't rehire someone who wasn't in good standing with a soul beast anyway. He might even be able to nip this potential threat in the bud if he had to. Seeing that Chidori Ryu was silent, Bibi Dong continued to raise the stakes. Moreover, Little Feather has been taken captive by the soul beast for many years. How deep is his belonging to the martial soul palace now? He's not even willing to go back to live in the martial soul palace right now. What else do you think the martial soul palace is in his eyes? If we really let him marry Guyuna, the future martial spirit palace will be handed over to him again. Then I'm afraid that the martial soul hall won't be a soul master power anymore, but rather a vanguard of soul beasts ruling over humanity. At that time, everything that the countless martyrs of the Douluo hall have held on to will all come to nothing. At those words, various thoughts tumbled through Chihiro's mind. Bibi Dong's words are a bit alarmist. but not necessarily without merit. When he looked at that Tian, he was particularly eager to rule the world, and the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yu, also looked so high and indifferent that it was hard to tell what was going on in her mind. Bibi Dong was secretly pleased when she saw that Chidori Ryu's expression had wavered, and she knew she was halfway there. Chihiro, we're all here for the future of the Martial Spirit Hall, for the future of humanity. We can't let Qian Yu be mesmerized by a soul beast, much less let the Martial Soul Hall become a puppet of a soul beast. Now the only way to break his mind and make him die completely is to have Little Feather and Nana consummate their marriage as soon as possible. Bibi Dong struck while the iron was hot and offered his own suggestion. Chidori Ryu pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Fine, let's do as you say. However, should I tell Little Feather about it? After all, this is about his marriage? Bibi Dong sneered, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. No need, he only needs to obey. Since ancient times, children's marriage matters are made by their elders, and he is no exception. We'll directly announce the marriage, so I'm sure he won't dare to disobey. Besides, holy sons and daughters are supposed to be born as a pair, and the earth as a pair. If he hadn't been taken captive by that Gu Yuna, he and Nana would have been together a long time ago. Now it's just a matter of getting things back on track. Chihiro sighed, and although there was some reluctance in his heart, he knew that it was for the greater good. Anyway, it's not like he's the bad guy himself. It's Bibi Dong, the evil, who suggested it, so let her suffer Shifuyu's wrath. Less than a moment, the Martial Soul Hall then released the news that the holy son of the Martial Soul Hall, Qian Yu, would be engaged to the holy maiden, Hu Lina, after the competition. Even Bibi Dong was afraid that Ning Rongrong wouldn't know about it, and had specially sent someone to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect to notify them. Chapter 178 Ning Rongrong. The sky is falling. The Seven Treasure Glazed Sect was stationed at the Tiando City residence. At night, heavy rain poured down and thunder roared. Ning Rongrong looked at the back of the Martial Soul Hall's elder as he left, completely unable to control her emotions as tears rolled down like broken beads. Feather is gone. He's going to marry another woman. Ooh. Ning Rongrong ran wildly towards the outside without any regard for her image. Tears mixed with rainwater, wetting her clothes. Ning Fengji was stunned. He had never seen his daughter lose her temper like this before. Wrong, it's raining outside. Come back. He hurriedly chased after them, but Ning Rongrong seemed to have lost her mind, and didn't listen at all. Dad, you clearly told me that Xiaoyu would definitely marry me. You liar, I'm never going to care about you again. Ning Rongrong cried out, her voice looking particularly desolate in the rainy night. She ran aimlessly through the rain, and when she lost her footing, her whole body fell heavily to the ground. A stabbing pain came from her knee, but as if she couldn't feel it, she continued to struggle to get up. Wrong. Ning Fengji called out heartily, quickly stepping forward to help her up. Why does Little Feather he want to marry someone else? I'm not willing. I'm really not willing. Ning Rongrong hissed unwillingly. He sat defiantly on his knees, his hands gripping the dirt tightly as he let the rain wash over him. Dad, let go of me. I'm going to find little you. I'm going to ask him myself why he did this to me. Ning Rongrong struggled to break free from Ning Fengji's bonds. Glory, wake up. That kid never liked it from the beginning. His feelings for you are at best just a little bit of indebtedness and sympathy. The person he really loves is Gu Yuna. Ning Fengji ruthlessly told Ning Rongrong the truth of the matter. Ning Rongrong was struck by lightning. The whole person was frozen in place. Tears slipped down again, intertwined with the rain. It was impossible to tell if it was rain or tears. No, it can't be. You're lying to me. He cares about me. Liar, you liar. Ning Rongrong seemed like a walking corpse that had lost its soul. She pushed Ning Fengji away and once again ran towards the curtain of rain. This time she had only one goal in mind, and that was to find Qian Yu and personally hear him tell herself that none of this was true. The night was deep and the rain was decreasing, but Ning Rongrong's heart was as painful as a knife cut. She didn't know how long she had been running until she arrived outside the gates of the palace gates in a state of disarray. Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo tried to stop them, but Ning Rongrong threatened them with self-mutilation, and if they didn't let her see Qian Yu, she would die in front of them. In desperation, the two could only send someone to call over the Shrek Academy crowd to help persuade them. At this moment, Tang San and Xiao Dance froze when they saw Ning Rongrong's appearance. Since the last time Shifuyu had been taken by Bibi Dong, Xiao Dance had tried to return to the palace, only to be nearly torn apart by the furious Chirin. If she hadn't been smart enough to pull her legs out and run, I'm afraid she would have already perished. Helpless, with nowhere to go, Xiao Dai could only rejoin Shrek Academy, and the crowd didn't say anything, just assuming that she had been dumped by Qian Yu. And although Tang San complained that Xiao Dai and Qian Yu had jointly reported him, he couldn't bear to blame his sister, whom he had spoiled for so many years. Besides, he was also clear that the mastermind of all this was Shifuyu, and there was no excuse for wanting to commit a crime. However, seeing Xiao dance depressed all day, Tang San's heart wasn't good either. Wrong. What's wrong with you? Mai was the first to ask. Little Feather, he's going to marry someone else. He's going to marry Jelena. Ning Rongrong saw Xiao dance as if she had found her backbone and jumped into his arms, bawling, like a kitten abandoned by its owner. It is full of helplessness and despair. Mai, tell me it's not true, right? He's joking with me. He'll definitely come and marry me. The rain mixed with the tears soaked her shirt, making it look especially bleak. Little Dance's heart was also sore when she heard this. During the time she spent with Qianyu, she knew in her heart that Qianyu only looked gentle on the surface, but in reality, her heart was ice cold. Even if you cover it with your full passion, it's hard to melt the tip of the iceberg in his heart. However, seeing Ning Rongrong so sad, she couldn't bear to do so, and could only comfort her softly. Wrong, don't cry first. Let's go find Little Feather and ask for clarification. Maybe it's a misunderstanding too? Wrong, don't worry. Grandpa Sword will definitely help you get justice. Sword Douluo Dusty Heart gritted his teeth at the side. He had long considered Ning Rongrong as his own granddaughter. How could he not be angry when he saw Ning Rongrong so sad? Uncle Jian, calm down. The martial spirit hall isn't something we can mess with at will, Ning Fingji hurriedly advised. Although he also had a lot of dissatisfaction in his heart towards Qianyu, he was more than aware that the strength of the martial soul hall was not something they could shake. But, are we just going to stand by and watch Rongrong suffer? Sword Douluo Dustheart said unwillingly. Alas, that may not be a bad thing. Ning Fingji sighed, a complex look flashing across his eyes. He recalled the murderous look in Bibi Dong's eyes. If Rongrong were to be targeted by a 99th level extreme Douluo, he would definitely not have a good time. Instead of that, it would be better for Rongrong to recognize the reality earlier and break the thought of Qianyu. And Tang San and the others hurried to persuade them. Tell Ning Rongrong and Xiaomai that it's not worth it at all for a scumbag. But Ning Rongrong where to listen to it? Ironically, she wanted to find Qianyu to ask for an explanation. Heavenly Dipper Imperial City, within Thousand Feathers compound. Feather. Hey, it's so soft. With a florid smile on her face, Guyuna pounced on Wang Qiuer's body, her hands tightly embracing Wang Qiuer's voluptuous figure, her face filled with intoxication. Wang Qiuer was currently lying on her back in Guyuna's arms sleeping extraordinarily sweetly, her little feet curled up together, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly like two little fans, adding a few points of cuteness and playfulness to her. At this moment, being held tightly by Guyuna, she grunted a few times in dissatisfaction and adjusted her position, finding a more comfortable position to continue her slumber. Qianyu helped these two small girls with extremely indecent sleeping posture to cover the quilt, looking at the picture of the two stunning beauties embracing each other and sleeping, but it has a different flavor. He walked over to the window and looked out at the pouring rain, his heart a little heavy. He knew full well that with Bibi Dong's temperament, he would never just let it go. Also, one has always been distracted lately, always feeling like something is about to happen. The next moment, however, he saw a young girl walking towards him in the pouring rainy night. Shifuyu froze slightly, then snapped back to her senses, turned her head, grabbed an umbrella, and scuffled outside. Chapter 179. Qian Renxue is acting like a demon again. Glory, are you okay? Qianyu came in front of Ning Rongrong and held the umbrella over her head, looking at her in a state of disarray. A hint of intolerance flashed through her eyes. Ning Rongrong stared blankly at Qianyu, her vision blurring. She had never felt so cold before. The original questioning words were now choked in his throat, and he could only shake his head helplessly as the tears continued to slide down. The white dress had long been soaked through by the rain and clung to her body, outlining her thin frame. Her hair was disheveled and the rain slid down her cheeks, intertwining with her tears in a poignant way. Ugh, never mind. Come in with me. Don't catch cold. Shifuyu sighed helplessly as he watched her in this disoriented state, holding her hand as he walked towards his place. Ning Rongrong was like a puppet, letting him pull her along, her feet staggering as if she would fall at any moment. After entering the room, Qianyu hurriedly brought a dry towel and gently wiped the rain and tears from Ning Rongrong's face. Ning Rongrong's eyes were empty, as if she had lost her soul, just staring blankly at Qianyu, at his mercy. Outside the courtyard at this time, Ning Fingji and Jian Duxin just wanted to rush in, but they were stopped by Qian Renxue. Kyoha, why are you here? Ning Fingji asked in surprise. Qian Renxue had a few gentle smiles on her face as she slightly bowed and saluted. Teacher, Sword Elder, since you're here, why don't you guys come with me to the Crown Prince's mansion to catch up? Little you will take care of things with Rongrong. Ning Fingji's brows furrowed, not understanding what this disciple was up to, but there was no better way at the moment, so he could only nod his head in agreement. they followed Shueqinghe to the crown prince's residence. Inside the prince's mansion, the decorations were luxurious, yet elegant. Qian Renxue personally poured tea and water for them, her demeanor elegant and decent. Teacher, Sword Senior, you guys sit here for a moment. I'll go and return. Qian Renxue said. Qinghe, where are you going? Ningfengji thought there was some kind of emergency. Turns out a cup of tea got rid of both of them, and they're leaving on their own? What kind of reasoning is that? I'm going to go find Shifuyu. There's something I need to discuss with him. Qian Renxue smiled, and with that, he left without looking back. The main reason she stopped Ningfengji was because she was afraid that they would force Little Feather to marry Ning Rongrong. Now that you've sent the two of them off, you're definitely going to have to keep an eye on them yourself. Otherwise, if a man and a woman are alone in the same room, if they rubbed guns together, it would be a big trouble. Ningfengji and Jian Duxing glanced at each other, their hearts filled with doubt, but they had no choice but to nod in agreement. Inside a courtyard not far from the prince's chambers, Shen Yu found a skirt in Qian Renshue's room and was going to take it to Ning Rongrong to change into. After all, her current clothes were all wet and she would easily catch a cold. Returning to her room, Qian Yu gently pushed Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, you should change into this dress first, don't catch a cold. Only then did Ning Rongrong slightly come back to her senses. Looking at the robes in Qian Yu's hands, a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes, and then she shook her head. No need. I'm fine just the way I am. Change. Shifuyu's tone was a bit heavier while looking up at the sky. Only then Ning Rongrong was dripping wet, a large portion of her skin hidden through the soaked clothing, full of extreme temptation. Ning Rongrong didn't reply, only to see her body go limp, and she collapsed onto the sofa, her face carrying an abnormal flush, clearly having started a high fever. Unable to do anything else, Shifuyu could only take matters into his own hands, helping her onto the bed, then closing his eyes and reaching out to start taking off those soaking wet clothes. Ning Rongrong seemed to feel something in her daze, and she opened her eyes to see her outer clothes that had been stripped off, revealing the intimate clothing inside. She blushed and murmured in a low voice, "Little you, I am still the first time." Qian Renxue had just entered the door when she heard this sentence, and immediately felt a heavenly spin, almost not fainting. Rubbing, with a series of footsteps, the door to the room was violently kicked open. Chiron walked in and stared wide-eyed at the scene in front of her. "Little you, I didn't expect you to play so fancy in private. You let her sleep in my bed and use my clothes. Can you afford me?" Qian Renxue was simply furious. She had only arrived a little late. They'd already been playing in bed, and if they were any later, wouldn't. Qian Yu looked at Qian Renxue with a helpless face. "Sister, what are you thinking? Rongrong, she has a high fever. That's why I helped her change." "Well, since you're here then you help him change." After saying that, Shifuyu left the room without looking back, his heart bursting with speechlessness. Qian Renxue walked to the side of the bed, reached out and touched Ning Rongrong's forehead, and sure enough, it was hot, so the anger in her heart calmed down a bit. Afterwards, Qian Renxue helped her change her clothes and took out the fever-reducing medicine and fed it to her before her eyes went completely cold. Bibi Dong. This crazy person even let Xiaoyu and Hulina that Hu Meizi get engaged. She can't get it for herself so she wants to make others can't get it as well. It's really abominable. When Qian Renxue came to the living room, coincidentally saw the Qian Yu sitting on top of the sofa to cultivate, and immediately could not help but to break out in curses. "What were you thinking? Pulling him into a room in front of all these people? Can't you just leave her alone? Now well, 1 second the Martial Spirit Palace announced the news of your engagement to Jelena, and the next you're making such a scandal with Rongrong. What exactly do you take me for?" Qian Renxue began a raging storm of anger. She was in a bad mood now, or rather she hadn't been in a good mood for the past few months. It was clear that Little Feather was already married to herself, but he himself was like an underground lover. No, underground lovers at least have men and women to love, while they have the luxury of even a hug and a kiss. She didn't understand why Shifuyu was treating herself so badly. In what way was her own looks and figure inferior to Hulina's and Ning Rongrong's? "What? I'm engaged to Jelena?" Shifuyu frowned, a little unsure. "Oh, still pretending. Now the outside world is rumored that you and Hulina were born for each other. You dare to say you don't know?" Qian Renxue said in a conspiratorial manner, her thick jealousy almost turning into substance. Qian Yu's heart was clogged and he didn't know what to say, so he could only continue to cultivate and not pay attention to her. However, Qian Renxue did not stop there as she approached Qian Yu step by step. "Why don't you say anything? Is it by default? Shifuyu, I'm telling you, I'll never allow you to be with Jelena. Don't you dare," Chiron said, viciously pressing down on Shifuyu, tears constantly slipping out of the corners of her eyes. "I told you nothing happened that day, so just stop, okay?" Shifuyu rubbed his temples with a bit of a headache. He really couldn't figure out Chirenai's brain circuits. Chapter 180, Sickly Qian Renxue is scary. Nothing happened? Nothing happened? Qian, do you really think that I, Shiren Yuki, am someone you can play with and dump whenever you want? Qian Renxue's voice was tinged with grief and a few moments of hysterical madness. Okay, you like them, right? Then I'll kill them all. Ning Rongrong or Hulina. I won't spare any of them. In this way, will you only be able to like me alone? With that, she summoned the angelic sacred sword and took one step in Ning Rongrong's direction. When Qian Yu heard this, his face instantly turned ice cold as he fiercely pressed Qian Renxue underneath him and angrily said, Qian Renxue, are you crazy? Qian Renxue was held down by Qian Yu, but she threw her struggles to get up, and she looked at Qian Yu with a spiteful gaze. I'm crazy? Yes, I'm crazy. It's all because you forced me. Shifuyu, why are you doing this to me? Why can't you just look at me one more time? What's wrong with me? How long has that Jelena known you? How is she better than me? I've given so much to you. I can't wait to give you my whole heart. But what about you? And yet you always treat me as if I'm not there. And you even had to get engaged to another woman. I'm telling you, either you choose to be with me today, or I'll kill them, and no one will be the wiser. A hint of coldness flashed in Shifuyu's eyes, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could only let go of Qian Renxue, and just as he was about to open his mouth to explain, he was pressed down by Qian Renxue with a rollover. Qian Renxue rode on Qian Yu's waist, her hands tightening around his neck, tears sliding down her cheeks and dripping onto Qian Yu's face. Shifuyu, say it. You say it. Why aren't you looking at me? Did you have a weak heart? Are you tacitly agreeing to be with Jelena? Qian Renshue's voice was tinged with sobs, yet still carried a few hints of paranoia. Shifuyu, you're choking me. What do you want me to say? His face flushed a little red from Chiren's pinch, and his hands feebly slapped Chiren's arms in an attempt to get her to let go. However, Qian Renxue was as if she had fallen into madness, not listening to any words at all, and had the attitude of a fish dying in a net. It wasn't until Shifuyu's struggles gradually weakened and he was about to faint that Qian Renxue snapped out of it and hastily loosened his hand. Oh, Xiao Yu. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. I just love you too much. I'm afraid of losing you. Qian Renxue cried bitterly, that little look of aggrieved. Qian Yu coughed a few times and slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the tearful woman in front of him, his heart was mixed. Too cunning. Obviously you're the one who made the move. But you make it seem like I bullied you. What's all the crying about? Although Qian Yu complained on his lips, there was no blame in his tone. He reached out and gently wiped away the tears on Qian Renshue's face, his eyes full of helplessness. It's still a long-lost affinity. That's how Bibi Dong pinched him back in the day. But even when he broke off, Bibi Dong was still there with a smile full of pleasure, until he cried out later, in hindsight, to give himself a salvation. At the thought of this, Shifuyu's eyes couldn't help but dim a few points. When Qian Renxue saw the scene, her heart ached as if it had been stabbed by millions of needles. Little you, are you still blaming me? Blaming me for hitting you so hard just now? Said hazy water mist then gathered in her eyes, fragrant shoulders slightly trembling, as if the next moment is about to once again tears fall like rain. Qian Yu gently sighed, reached out and embraced her in his arms, and tenderly said, I don't blame you. I just remembered some past events. Okay, don't cry. It won't be beautiful if you cry again. Qian Renxue looked up at him and carefully took Qian Yu's hand with a choked sob. Little feather eye, I forbid you to marry Helena. You can only like me, okay? Qian Renxue was aggrieved like a kitten abandoned by its master, her eyes filled with supplication and anxiety. Shifuyu was momentarily speechless and cold, not knowing what to do, looking at Qian Renxue, who was originally so noble, elegant and proud, but now she had become so humble and fragile for herself. His heart wasn't in a good mood either. Qian Renxue did not get a response and lowered her head with some loss, tears slipping down once again. I knew it. You're still blaming me. You still want to be with them. At this time, within Qian Yu's room, Gu Yuna and Wang Qiu'er had long been awake. After all, it would be hard not to wake up from all that commotion, and the two of them quietly watched everything outside through the crack in the door. What to do? Should we stop her? That dead yellow hair is so despicable that he's trying to win little Yu's sympathy. Wang Qiu'er gritted her teeth. Humph. So what? I'm the only one little feather loves. She's nothing but a yellow-haired loser. Gu Yuna snorted coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. However, looking at the frantic Qian Renxue, she inevitably felt a hint of threat in her heart. Wang Qiu'er turned her head to look at Gu Yuna. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Why did he say that Xiao Yu is going to marry Hulina? And I think I heard the word engagement before. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuna's face instantly became stiff. Her eyes widened, and she said incredulously, What? Engaged? That can't be possible. How could Xiao Yuhe be engaged to Hulina? Gu Yuna's voice was loud, but neither Shifuyu nor Qian Renxue had the heart to pay attention to her. Qian Renxue's eyes stared at Qianyu without blinking. If she didn't get a clear answer from Qianyu today, she would definitely not give up. I'll ask Bibi Dong tomorrow. Don't worry, I don't have any feelings for Hulina. Shifuyu was a little uncomfortable by her stare, so he had to open his mouth to pacify her. Hearing Qianyu's promise, Qian Renxue's eyes finally had a hint of loosening, but he was still clinging to Qianyu with a death grip. Without the slightest sign of getting down from him, Shifuyu had no choice but to carry her over to the sofa and let her sit on his lap, then gently stroked her back and coaxed her like a small child. Qian Renxue was a little restless and moved around in his arms, and a faint trace of ambiguity and charm spread in the air between the skin rubbing. The bodies of the two people were extremely close. The natural secretion of human hormones accelerated, coupled with the fact that Qian Renxue was now wearing another slightly tight and exposed clothing, outlining a delicate figure, so that Qian Yu's heartbeat could not help but accelerate. Feather, your heart is beating so fast. It's hard to. Qian Renxue stretched her delicate body and pressed herself tightly against Qian Yu, and her breathing became a bit more ragged. Shifuyu gritted his teeth fiercely, not looking at that seductive body, but a primal urge began to surge uncontrollably inside. Chapter 181, Bibi Dong's Coercion. Alright, hurry back to sleep. Qian Yu pushed Qian Renxue to go back to her room and comforted her softly. Rest well and don't think too much. Qian Renxue pursed her red lips and wrapped her hands around his neck, pressing him down without any suspicion. Their bodies were pressed together as if they were trying to incorporate each other into their bodies. Qian Renxue raised her head, those lust-filled eyes gazing at Qian Yu, the corner of her mouth hooked into a smug smile. Little Yu, let me sleep with you tonight. Shifuyu's body instantly stiffened and his mind went blank. He tried to struggle, but found that his body seemed to be firmly attached by Qian Renxue, unable to move a single bit. Are you kidding? We're sisters. However, Qian Renxue turned a deaf ear and directly lowered her head to kiss it. A moment later, she raised her head and laughed somewhat flirtatiously. So what? This is what makes it exciting. And you obviously have feelings for me too, don't you? Look at how fast your heart is beating. Saying that, Qian Renxue's eyes became even hotter, and her hand hovered over Qian Yu's chest, then gradually moved downward as if she was playing with fire. That's enough. Dead yellow hair. Touch it again and I'll break your hand. Gu Yuna was also tingling as she watched, but all of a sudden, he realized that this dead yellow hair seemed to be greening himself. Damn, this is going to be a king's rump if I hold back any longer. Qian Renxue disgruntledly skimmed her mouth and viciously glared at Gu Yuna, but it was also clear that she couldn't do anything about it, so she had to give up. And anyway, it would be a long time in the future. Although Wang Qiuer's heart was filled with shyness, her eyes still kept looking up and down at Qian Yu, and her blazing eyes were eager to eat and wipe him clean. Don't look! Your eyes are glazed over. You silly child. Little Feather is about to be sullied by someone else, and you're still looking so excited. Gu Yuna hated the iron and looked at Wang Qiuer. This little bastard has no interest at all. Just this temptation can't stand it. Did you know you're green? You're green. Wang Qiuer touched her nose in embarrassment, retracted her fiery sight and muttered in a low voice. I just think that little Yu is too handsome. I can't help but look at him a few more times. Little Feather, it's time to sleep with me. Sister Gu Yuna is strangling me so hard. After Wang Qiuer finished speaking, she pulled Qian Yu into the room without saying a word, and directly unlocked the door to the room and pressed him onto the bed. Qian Yu was a bit confused. Looking at Wang Qiuer's blazing eyes, an ominous premonition could not help but rise in his heart. Outside the door, Gu Yuna and Qian Renxue looked at each other, looking at the unlocked door with a black face. Early morning, feeling like his body was falling apart, Thousand Feathers walked towards the Martial Soul Branch Hall with tired steps. Little Feather, if it's really not possible for you to return to the Star Do Great Forest with me, there's nothing wrong with us living in isolation. Gu Yuna lightly bit her lower lip, wearing a long snow-white dress, a small jade foot gently swaying, with a few hints of temptation and anticipation in her eyes. Shifuyu didn't reply and ran off without looking back. Martial Spirit City. The Palace of Martial Spirit. Bibi Dong looked down on Shifuyu, holding his head in a manner that belonged to the Pope's Majesty, and the corners of his mouth could barely be restrained from rising. I didn't expect this little bastard to have a day to beg for himself, to see how she would play today to entertain him properly. Yo, if it isn't my good son. What? Finally you know to come to your dear mother-sama? Bibi Dong's tone carried a bit of flirtation and smugness. Bibi Dong, hurry up and clear up that rumor. What's the matter with Jelena? When did I get engaged to her? Shifuyu looked at Bibi Dong's smug little look, and was practically laughed out of breath. He himself was almost demolished by those three women. Just thinking about last night's madness, Shifuyu couldn't help but shiver. Little Feather, Is this your attitude of begging? Come over here quickly and give me a massage, and I can consider thinking about clarifying the situation for you. Bibi Dong raised his arms and gave a big stretch. That floating and delicate figure was on display in an instant. The brilliant gold Pope's long dress was hidden in the moment he slightly raised his legs, and a large part of the scenery under the skirt was hidden, causing Shifuyu to hastily turn away his head, not daring to look directly at him. What's there to be shy about? The more excessive ones have been done and seen. Bibi Dong let out a petulant laugh, seemingly not caring at all about Shifuyu's embarrassment, and instead teasing him even more indulgently. That's enough. I came over here today to talk business with you. Don't get all playful with me. Shifuyu took a deep breath and tried to calm her tone. You must give me a reasonable explanation for what happened to Jelena. At those words, Bibi Dong's face went cold. She picked up the nearby Pope's scepter and heaved it down, and an invisible soul power fluctuation instantly erupted, enveloping the entire martial soul city. Explain? Why should I explain to you? Who are you to ask me to explain? Since ancient times, children's marriages have never been decided by their parents. Whether you marry or not is not for you to decide. Your grandfather has already nodded his head in agreement on this matter, and Jelena is quite pleased with you, so just wait for the marriage. However, Shifuyu did not compromise as she expected. He stared coldly at Bibi Dong, and the 5 scarlet and demonic 100,000-year-old soul rings on his body were gradually lighting up. Shifuyu, what? Do you still want to make a move on me? Bibi Dong's face instantly became gloomy, and the aura on his body once again erupted, causing the entire heavenly image to be dyed in an ethereal purple divine light. But at this time, her heart is also a little difficult. She does not want to break with Qianyu, but she is even more do not want Qianyu and other women entangled. Aren't you afraid that I'll go to the spirit transmission tower to seek help from Sister Guyu? After pondering for a moment, Qianyu finally moved out of the Silver Dragon King Guyu. In fact, he didn't want to use the power of the soul beasts until it was absolutely necessary, as he was the chosen one of the god of destruction. This was just too sensitive. Moreover, Ancient Moon and the others even this wanted to conspire to overthrow the rule of the god realm, regardless of whether or not this matter could come to fruition. Qianyu didn't want to lie in the muddy water, nor did he want to have too much to do with Guyu. After all, they belonged to different camps. At those words, Bibi Dong's fire erupted straight away. Watching the Silver Dragon King take Qianyu captive was a lifelong pain for her. Let him come if you're capable. I'll see if she dares to gamble on the future of the Soul Beast clan to make an enemy of my martial soul palace. Might as well tell you, I'm only one step away from becoming a god. If you're sensible, you'll be obedient and get married to Jelena. And don't let me find out that you're still entangled with those women, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Bibi Dong's tone was filled with threats, and the divine light on his body became more and more dazzling. That strong aura made even Qianyu feel a sense of suffocation, and it was as if the soul power in his body was suppressed so much that it could not flow. Chapter 182, Eaten and Wiped Clean by Bibi Dong. Shifuyu fell silent at his words. He wasn't sure what would become of Guyu after the separation, but the side that was full of divinity would perhaps lean more towards the rational side. After thinking for a long time, he asked somewhat reluctantly, "And what do you want to do to spare me? Do you want me to marry Jelena so badly?" At those words, the icy coldness on Bibi Dong's face melted for a few moments, and looking at Qian Yuan's cold eyes, a hard to conceal sourness came through his heart. Feather. Is it true that we can't go back? Bibi Dong suddenly felt so tired. She gently closed her eyes and 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks, dripping onto the ground with a small, crisp sound. She knew it was despicable of her to do so, but he didn't want to let Shifuyu go, the child that she had poured so much heart and love into. She didn't want to lose him, and she didn't want to see him in the arms of another woman. Shifuyu didn't reply, but the color of his eyes was clearly visible as it got a few more points colder. But soon another message surfaced for her. The 6th examination of destruction has been triggered, redemption of the light. Use your heart of light to reform this beautiful pope who has fallen into darkness. Penalty for failure. Please note that the goddess of life has become very displeased with your laziness. Please complete your mission in earnest or she will personally take action to strip you of your qualifications as a divine chosen of the god of destruction and imprison you permanently in the abyss of destruction. Shifuyu froze outright. No, are you serious about this? Permanently imprisoned in the abyss of destruction. You are really simple and rough in this mediation. And he really was watching himself. Shifuyu felt the divine power in his body that was originally from the goddess of life, and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. He took a deep breath, his gaze falling once again on Bibi Dong's tear-stained face, and for a moment he was guilty. It's called probation. But what exactly is probation? You can't just read her a Bible, can you? What's the point? I'm afraid the angel god would cut him with a scythe in front of Bibi Dong, right? Soon Bibi Dong's words dragged him back to reality. Beg with the attitude of a beggar. Now come here and hold me like I used to hold you, so I can feel your warmth, your sincerity. Bibi Dong's voice had a catch in it, but it also revealed an undeniable determination. Shifuyu didn't move, his face full of resistance. With his understanding of Bibi Dong, if he went over there he would definitely be eaten to death by this woman. And by that time, not to mention probation, I'm afraid that there wouldn't even be any bones left. But thinking of the horror of that destructive abyss, Shifuyu still gritted his teeth and slowly walked towards Bibi Dong. Every step was like stepping on the tip of a knife. His heart was dripping blood, but his face had to put on a gentle look. You don't want Ning Rongrong, Wang Qior, and Qian Renxue and the others to be harmed either, do you? Bibi Dong sneered. Just because she couldn't move Gu Yuna didn't mean she couldn't move these other women associated with Qianyu. As the Pope of the Palace of Martial Souls, she had the means to make those people suffer. Shifuyu's pupils snapped as he didn't expect Bibi Dong to threaten himself with them. He then felt as if these words were a bit of déjà vu. Bibi Dong's anger flared up again as he watched him dawdle. This look makes her seem like a flood beast in general. Think of the beginning. This kid is every day pestering her. Want her to hug and kiss and lift high. It seems to have played out later. But isn't it fine now? Why does it look like she's forcing him? She's changed so much. Why can't he take the initiative? Shifuyu came to Bibi Dong's front, felt the strong evil aura, and said with some uneasiness, as promised, it's just a hug, don't mess around. Bibi Dong gave him an impatient blank look. With his looks, how many men in this world want to get her, and he still doesn't know enough? Afterwards, Bibi Dong could no longer control himself and directly attached himself to Shifuyu's body. She couldn't help but reach out and gather Shifuyu into her arms, then greedily sucked in the scent of his body. It was a scent that belonged uniquely to Shifuyu, intoxicating her and making her obsessed. Shifuyu's body stiffened a bit as he could feel the warmth coming from Bibi Dong's body and the soft touch. He closed his eyes and thought to himself that it wasn't unacceptable, but just how was this task to be accomplished? But she soon realized she was overthinking it. It was only because Bibi Dong's soft, delicate lips were like flower petals gently touching his lips. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. Shifuyu's eyes widened violently. What about saying it was just a hug? How could he not expect Bibi Dong to kiss him so suddenly, and so deeply, so dominantly? He tried to push her away, but his hands felt as if they were immobilized, and he couldn't muster the strength to do so. It was as if Bibi Dong sensed his resistance, but instead of stopping, she deepened the kiss with more abandon. I don't know how long it took, but Bibi Dong finally let go of him. She looked at Shifuyu's face, which was slightly reddened from the lack of oxygen, and the corner of her mouth curled up into a smug smile. Well, I'm not a bad kisser, am I? Bibi Dong looked at him provocatively, his lips still glistening with moisture, the sweet taste seeming to penetrate deep into the heart and intoxicate the mind. Shifuyu wiped her lips somewhat woefully, a flash of panic flashing in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by calmness. Now can you clear up those rumors for me? Shifuyu tried to make his voice sound calm, but the slightly trembling voice lines still revealed the panic inside him. Bibi Dong laughed softly and leaned in close to his ear, saying in a voice only he could hear, clarification? Sure, but, with that said, Bibi Dong moved closer once more. After so many days of not loving Feather properly, she was already horny. Her breathing became rapid, and her soft lips gently touched Shifuyu's earlobe as she whispered, but what price will you pay? 5 minutes later, Shifuyu walked out of the Pope's hall. His face still had a suspicious blush on it, not just hiding and not daring to look at the surrounding knights of the temple protector. The heart madly curses the goddess of life as a bee. However, the sudden surge of life god power made it so that he could only force the anger in his heart to be suppressed. Feather, I'm really sorry. I didn't know that teacher would even let me get engaged to you. If it bothers you, I'll talk to teacher. Jelena came to Shifuyu at some point and apologized pitifully. She bent over slightly, the towering curves of her chest almost pressing against Shifuyu's body, her eyes filled with guilt and unease. Yeah, well, go tell him that, Shifuyu said coldly, while not daring to look at Hirena. Her gaze stiffened and stared at the ground, trying to keep her mind off of what had just happened. Chapter 183, It's really cleaner to cut off a man. Jelena looked a little embarrassed. She didn't expect Shifuyu to respond like that. She bit her lip, a layer of tears in her eyes. I know, I should go and talk to the teacher in person. But, Qian Yu, I really like you. Saying that, the young girl directly cried out. Tearful eyes don't want money like falling down. See Shifuyu heart a burst of annoyance. He took a deep breath and tried to make his tone sound more calm. Jelena, you can't force things in relationships. You should understand that. Helena cried like a pear. Her voice choked. I understand, but I just can't control my heart. Little you, can you give me a chance to try to enter your heart? Shifuyu sighed helplessly. He didn't know what to do. Just as he was in a dilemma, a clear voice suddenly rang out. Alright, Nana. It happens suddenly, and it's only natural that you won't be able to accept it for a while. Don't worry. I'm here. I'll help him. You advise him well. Bibi Dong was springy, with a smile on his face, and exuded an ineffable charm and majesty with almost every step. She walked slowly, intimately resting on Shifuyu's shoulder, her eyes becoming extraordinarily gentle, as if the strong and domineering woman just now was just an illusion. Shifuyu's body trembled slightly, feeling her left hand, which was already a bit sore, recalling the blushing image from earlier. He could scarcely imagine how Bibi Dong could walk out of there with such an unruffled look on his face, and act as if nothing had just happened. Bibidoo blushed slightly at Shifuyu's condemning look, but she enjoyed the feeling. Was this what it felt like to be loved? And doing this kind of thing behind Jelina's back made her feel even more excited and satisfied in a way she had never felt before. She coughed softly and said with a straight face, "Little Feather, Nana is a good girl. You must treat her well." When Shifuyu heard this, her face looked at Bibi Dong with a very ugly expression and asked, "Didn't you say that as long as you promised to help me clarify the rumors? Oh, don't be in a hurry." Bibi Dong smiled like a flower and gently patted Shifuyu's shoulder. "Clarifying the rumors is for sure, but you also have to give Nana a chance. After all, things like feelings need to be cultivated slowly, right?" Having been the Pope for so many years, Bibidon's cheeks had long since been tempered to be thicker than steel. Shifuyu was helpless. He knew deep down that he couldn't fight Bibi Dong at this moment, and could only leave with a full of anger. Hirena wanted to stay, but she was stunned by Shifuyu's icy cold eyes and could only watch him leave. Bibi Dong looked at Shifuyu's faraway back, and the corner of his mouth curled into a playful smile. He was clear that as long as a precedent was set for this kind of thing, then the bottom line in Little Feather's heart would be disintegrated step by step, and he would be more comfortable trying to do this kind of thing again in the future. What she wanted was to erode Shifuyu's heart step by step and make him completely her own. "Nana, don't cry." Bibi Dong gently wiped away the tears at the corner of Hirena's eyes and said gently, "Don't worry, I'll help you get Shifuyu's heart." Hirena sniffed. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, then dimmed again. "But, Xiao Yu-he, don't worry, I've got it covered." Bibi Dong interrupted her with an undeniable determination in his tone. Tendu Imperial City. The prince's mansion. Qian Renxue looked at the intelligence gathered by his men. Inside the intelligence shows that Shifuyu and Bibi Dong don't know what happened inside the Pope's palace. All that was known was that the Pope's coronet let out a very pleasurable cry, seemingly as if he was enjoying some kind of extreme pleasure, while Shifuyu left the Pope's hall with a grimace on his face. Qian Renxue's eyebrows knit tightly. She knew in her heart that Qian Yu was not that kind of person, but her heart still couldn't help but raise an ominous premonition. She crumpled the information in her hands and glanced at the fidgeting Shifuyu, her eyes instantly becoming stern. "Shifuyu, so you really didn't do anything with Bibi Dong? Just chatting inside for a while and not breaking the engagement yet?" Her voice carried a few chills and questions, and her gaze was locked onto Qian Yu as if she wanted to see through him. Qian Yu was feeding Wang Qior, and by her roar, he made his hand shake and almost dropped the food on Wang Qior's body. "Why are you yelling so loudly? It's just an engagement. The big deal is that we'll just deny it when the time comes." When Gu Yuna saw this frightened look of Qian Yu, she was a bit unhappy in her heart and couldn't help but open her mouth to fight for Qian Yu. Shifuyu, on the other hand, lowered his head a bit sheepishly. After all, the facts that Bibi Dong had made himself do were just too hard to talk about. He muttered in a small voice, "Actually, it's not as exaggerated as you think." When Qian Renxue heard this, her brows furrowed even tighter as she pressed a step closer and questioned, "What did you say? What else are you hiding from me?" "Yeah, what the hell did you do? Feather? Why do you smell like BB stuff and so?" Wang Qior frowned slightly. This odor had the aftermath of a bloody storm, yet without losing a certain unspeakable ambiguity. Gu Yuna sniffed, also with a suspicious face. She came to Qian Yu's body and gently sniffed, then her face instantly became ugly. You shouldn't really be with Bibi Dong." Gu Yuna's tone had a hint of incredulity in it. Shifuyu hurriedly waved his hands and explained, "No, absolutely nothing. I didn't do anything." "Didn't do it? Didn't do it? How could you have her sent on you?" Qian Renxue was unforgiving, her eyes filled with questioning and anger. I, Shifuyu stammered, half unable to say a complete sentence. "It's true that men are cleaner when they're cut." Gu Yuna's face instantly became gloomy, her pupils became blood red, and her body emitted a dense murderous aura, as if she would rise up and injure someone at any time. It's amazing that both pairs of mothers and daughters had to be eaten, and it was just her, the stupid dragon, who kept getting green. Something a dragon could tolerate? Gu Yuna's murderous aura lowered the temperature of the entire room by a few degrees. Shifuyu felt a strong chill come over him and he shivered involuntarily. "Feather, it looks like you're really hungry. That's your mother." Qian Renxue's voice trembled, Her eyes reddened and tears welled up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to fall. Alas! Even us soul beasts aren't as ridiculous as you. You really disgust me. Scum of the earth. Poor. Even Wang Qior, who had always pampered Qianyu, couldn't help but reveal a look of disgust at this time. She took a few steps back, as if Shifuyu had gotten something dirty on her. No! You guys listen to me to explain. Qianyu instantly sat down and hurriedly opened his mouth. Chapter 184, The Thousand Feathers Who Fell and Fled. You've never even done that with me. Gu Yuna's eyes widened as she looked at Shifuyu with an incredulous expression. Her tone filled with sultriness. Qianyu was embarrassed by the words of the tiger and wolf. He coughed and tried to change the topic. Me. I'll go and see if Rong Rong has woken up yet. You guys chat first. After saying that, Qianyu wiped the oil from his feet and slipped away, leaving the three women where they were, each with complex thoughts. Tendu Royal Medical Room. Ning Rongrong was lying on the bed, her face snow-white, her small hands clenched together in a death grip, sleeping soundly. Mai wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, then sat down on a bench to the side and sighed quietly and softly. When she thought that Qianyu would soon be taking another woman as his wife, her large, playful eyes completely lost their sparkle at this moment as well. She could admit that she had lost to Gu Yuna, and even Qian Renxue. After all, they were both that outstanding. However, when she learned that Shifuyu was also going to marry Hirinai, Mai's heart ached as if it had been pierced by a million arrows. How many times have they met? How is she inferior to Jelena? Mai's eyes reddened slightly as she tried to keep her tears from dripping, but she felt her chest clogging up and almost suffocating. Squeak! Tang-san pushed open the door and walked away, coming in and looking at Xiao Dance's saddened appearance. His heart couldn't help but ache. He slowly stepped forward and gently patted Mai's shoulder, softly saying, Mai, don't be too upset. It's not worth it for that scummy guy. Third brother. Xiao Dance raised her head, tearfully looking at Tang-san, her voice choking. I really like him so much, but why is he doing this to me? Tang-san's heart ached as he tightly gripped Xiaoma's hand and firmly said, Mai, you deserve a better person to love. Qiyu, he doesn't know how to cherish you. That's his loss. I will always be by your side. Before Tang-san could finish his words, Xiao Dai had already pulled her hand back and shook her head, saying, Sango, I know how you feel, but I only have him in my heart, and even if he's duplicitous, even if he's bad, I can't control my feelings. It's just that I'm really suffering. As Mai spoke, tears slipped down again, dripping onto her sash and haloing a wetness. Tang Er was almost about to spit out blood from anger, but he forced himself to endure the anger and pain in his heart and continued. Little Dance, you need to stop being obsessive. Qian Yu, he's simply not worth the effort you're putting into him like this. Look at you now. For his sake, what are you about to torture yourself into? The rest of Shrek heard the commotion here and rushed over. They all roughly guessed what had happened when they saw Xiao Dance crying like a pear, and Tang-san's face was ironic. Stop being stubborn. Mai, that boy Shifuyu doesn't deserve you at all. Oscar was the first one who couldn't help but open his mouth. Look at our third brother. He's handsome, strong and devoted to you. Isn't that better than that scum? Daimubai also patted his chest and said, Yeah, Little Dance, don't be fooled by that boy Qianyu. He's just craving your body now that he's had enough. He's thinking of finding someone else. Xu Zhuqing frowned slightly when she heard Daimubai's denigration of Qianyu, and although there was some dissatisfaction in her heart, she didn't say anything. But Xiao Dance choked, tears rolling down like broken beads. She didn't know how she should choose. Seeing this, the crowd rushed to Canada's offense, variously denigrating Qianyu's bad words. Cough enough, have you said enough? On the clean white bed, Ning Rongrong was awakened from her sleep by the crowd, only feeling that her head was groggy and her throat was still clogged. But when she heard their accusations against Shifuyu, she couldn't hold back any longer and struggled to sit up, defending Shifuyu. Little Feather isn't what you guys are saying. She must have his hard feelings. You guys just don't talk nonsense here. Ning Rongrong's words caused the crowd to freeze. They didn't expect that even after this, Rongrong would still defend him. I think you're all crazy. Where is that brat better than me? Tang-san shouted with some exasperation. Enough, Tang-san. Stop talking. Let Rongrong rest first. Lu Erlong interrupted Tang-san, while giving the crowd a wink, signaling them to go out first. Just then a violent roar came from outside the door, and the terrifying aura caused the entire house to start trembling. The crowd's faces changed and they rushed out of the room to check the situation, only to see the 9 soul rings on Jin Duxin's body flashing with dazzling light, and the 7 killing sword in his hand was emitting monstrous sword intent, pointing directly at Qianyu, who was not far away. How dare you come here? Are you tired of living? Get lost. Hurry up and get lost. Don't come back to pester Rongrong in the future. Sword Douluo's eyes widened angrily, and his tone was filled with unquestionable majesty. Gu Rong's face was also very cold, and his heart was filled with rage. The little princess that he had spoiled to the heavens had been bullied by this brat. How could he possibly swallow this breath? Seeing this, Tang San's heart rejoiced. The two sealed Douluos coupled with the divine weapon he still possessed. It might not be impossible to kill Chu while he was at it. Thousand feathers. You guys are so bold. You dare to bully our Shrek Academy people. If you don't give us a statement today, we won't be done with you. Tang San's face was gloomy. A Shura demon sword slowly condensed in his hand, exuding icy killing intent. A small snake glowing with an icy red light snaked out from his wrist and coiled around his shoulder. It was the 10-year soul ring he was forced to absorb not long ago because he was reported by Shifuyu. These days, he had gone to the killing capital to obtain the Shura inheritance, utilizing the Shura demon sword to chop and slice at a time. It took absorbing countless amounts of Shura's divine power to turn this snake into a 1,000-year-old soul ring. Thinking of the hardships of these days and Xiao Dance's pain that was caused by Qianyu, the anger in Tang San's heart was about to erupt like a volcano. Thousand Feathers looked at Tang San's aura that had gotten a whole lot stronger again. His heart couldn't help but be filled with envy. But the thought of his god examining such an odd test as the goddess of life made him feel a pang in his head. That I know you guys hate me, but can you let me see Rong Rong? I didn't come over today to fight, Shifuyu said, lifting the basket of fruits in her hands. How dare you kid mention Rong Rong? Haven't you caused her enough misery? Ancient Banyan's face was terribly gloomy, and a black mist rose from his body. His fists were clenched, his teeth gritted and crunched. If he could, he really wanted to leave everything behind and come to blows with Shifuyu. But the reality was that Qianyu was not only the holy son of the martial spirit hall, but also had the support of the gods behind him. He could die, but he couldn't implicate the 7 treasure-glazed sect. Chapter 185, Shifuyu's Parting Gift. 7-Colored Goddess Exam. Little Dance. Go out and help me get Little Feather back, okay? Don't let Grandpa Sword and the others hurt little you. Ning Rongrong tried to stand up with difficulty, but was pressed back by Lu Erlong, and could only look helplessly at Xiao Dance. At this time, Xiao Dance's heart was also in a state of panic. She was not sure how she should face Xiaoyu. Ning Rongrong didn't get a reply, so anxious that tears were coming out of her eyes. Those pale little faces were covered in teardrops as she choked out. Little Dance, I'm begging you, just help me. I know that you also have a grudge against me, but can you put it down first, just this once, okay? Okay. Mai gritted her teeth and finally nodded. She knew that Rong Rong couldn't stand any excitement in her current condition. She slowly walked out of the room and arrived in front of Jin Duxin and Gu Rong, saying softly, Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, you guys let him go in. You guys have seen Rong Rong's current situation? If we don't let him in, I'm afraid that something will really happen to Rong Rong. Jin Duxin and Gu Rong glanced at each other, and a hint of hesitation flashed in their eyes. However, it was also clear that this little princess was deeply in love with this brat, and if she were to forcefully stop him, I was afraid that something irreparable would really happen. Jin Duxin sighed softly, withdrew the 7 slaughter sword, and stepped aside. That's just it. Let him go in and take a look at Rong Rong, but if he dares to have any thoughts that he shouldn't have, I will never let him go. Shifuyu nodded and walked quickly into the room with the fruit basket. Along the way, he was made uncomfortable by Xiao Dance's grudging eyes and muttered in his heart, what's wrong with this Xiao Dance? It's as if I've done something wrong to her. He came to Ning Rongrong's bedside, put the fruit basket aside, and said softly, Rong Rong, I came to see you. Are you okay? Ning Rongrong looked up and saw Qianyu. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, then dimmed again. Feather, I'm sorry for making things difficult for you. You must be very troubled by my making such a mess, right? In fact, I don't really care about the name. Of the name. I just love you too much. Ning Rongrong's voice was filled with choking sobs, and a pale little face was already streaked with tears. She tried hard to squeeze out a smile, but it was worse than crying. The crowd sniffed and looked at Qianyu with even colder eyes. This is simply a scumbag who started and ended his life, and it really makes you want to kill him by 1,000 cuts. Rong Rong, what are you babbling about? We're just ordinary friends. Shifuyu thought back carefully, and it was true that he had never done anything out of the ordinary to her. Qianyu, you scum of the earth, daring to bully our Shrek's people. I, Tang San, must teach you a good lesson today. Tang San couldn't hold back any longer, and with a swing of his cultivator demon sword, he was about to charge towards Qianyu. Shifuyu backhanded it and took out the angelic holy sword to parry the blow. Due to the place being too small, both of them didn't dare to let go of their hands and feet to battle. They just engaged in some simple clash of weapons. Tang San, stop it. Have you made enough of a scene? Ning Rongrong's voice was tinged with sobs as she struggled to get up from the bed, but she was tightly held down by Lu Erlong. Rong Rong, don't move. This kid must give me a statement today. Tang San's eyes widened angrily, his body radiating icy killing intent. Argument? What claim do you want? I really didn't do anything. Besides, I don't owe him anything for this period of time. Her 7 treasure glazed pagoda has been promoted to a 9 treasure glazed pagoda, and I even helped her obtain the qualifications for the divine examination for the 9-colored divine maiden. Isn't that good enough for me? Shifuyu said somewhat helplessly. He really couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. That divine examination qualification was the reward he had obtained in order to complete the examination given by the goddess of life. And the divine examination was not completed though. However, the god of destruction, considering that Cho was having a really hard time, forcefully persuaded the 9-colored goddess to give Cho the qualifications for the divine examination. Shifuyu had initially wanted to give it to the little golden guy beast, but realized that the person couldn't even look at it. Emperor Rui beasts had no limitations on growth at all, not even a word of heavenly tribulation. As long as they lived long enough they could become gods. Of course it might even be faster if she wasn't so lazy and went to practice. So Qian Yu gave this god position to Ning Rongrong. He was thinking that he would just make up for it and get together in the future. Those 2 sickly ones are already tearing it apart. Another one really can't take it. What did you say? 9 treasure glazed pagoda? Divine examination qualification? When Jian Duxin and Gu Rong heard this, both of their faces changed drastically as they looked at Qian Yu in shock, their eyes filled with unbelief. The 9 treasures glazed pagoda. That was a supreme existence that surpassed all the records of their 7 treasures glazed sect, and it was a top-level martial soul that countless 7 treasures glazed sects could only dream of. The qualifications for the god examination, moreover, could only be obtained by those who had been chosen by the gods, and once they passed the examination, they could become gods at 100 levels, possessing eternal life and supreme power. Glory, is this true? Jian Duxin was the first to resist asking a question, a tremor in his voice, clearly shaken by the news. Even Douluo's eyes that were originally filled with killing intent became a little softer, staring intently at Qian Yu, waiting for his answer. The other Shrek 7 monsters were also filled with envy and jealousy. Shu Shuqing even hated herself for not having met Qian Yu earlier, and why she didn't take some initiative in the first place. Only Xiao Dance had her head lowered. Her heart was as painful and sad as if it was being constantly burned by a flame. She didn't care about any god position, but why should Ning Rongrong be able to get such favoritism from Qian Yu, while she herself could never enter his heart even after giving her life for him? However, Ning Rongrong wasn't as happy as she had imagined. Her face was pale and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face. She felt the warm and soft divine power lines coming from her brow, and all she could feel was trepidation and despair in her heart. She is clear that this is Shifuyu's way of making amends for herself, for this unjust marriage, and making a clean break with her past. But does she really want this kind of compensation? All she wanted was Shifuyu's heart. No, I don't want. I'll do anything. Don't I want you? I don't care about any god test or becoming a god. I just want you to be by my side, as long as you love me. Ning Rongrong's emotions suddenly became agitated, and she coughed violently, her pale face flushing. Ignoring the weakness of her body, she violently jumped up from the hospital bed and hugged Shifuyu's neck, her tears almost soaking his lapel. Little feather, please, I don't want any divine examination. I want you, please don't abandon me. Ning Rongrong's voice carried a desperate plea, and her hands tightly grasped Qian Yu's lapel as if it was the only thing she could rely on in her life. Chapter 186, Little Dance's Temper. Qian Yu wanted to push Ning Rongrong away, but she felt her weak and tender body as well as the sincere to heartbreaking expression on her face. His hand stopped in midair after all, unable to be ruthless. Mai was thankful at this point that she hadn't received any breakup gifts or anything like that, or else she really would have gone crazy. Looking at the scene in front of her, she suddenly felt so stupid and ridiculous. All this time, she had thought that her feelings for Shifuyu were unique and unrivaled, but now it seems that Ning Rongrong's love for Qian Yu was not less than hers in the slightest, and even more crazy and persistent. And Shifuyu? He seemed to be nice to everyone, and kept a sort of iffy distance from every girl that was inscrutable. What the hell is he thinking? Who does he really like? Or is he simply an emotionless person who is just enjoying the fact that these girls are being nice to him? The others also came back to their senses at this time, especially Zhu Zhuqing. Lu Erlong's eyes were all filled with blazing heat as they looked at Qian Yu. It would seem nice to have something happen with him. As the holy son of the martial spirit hall, he could even give away the divine position, not to mention other heavenly treasures. The bottom line was that this man was handsome, simply the kind of handsome that would make any woman go crazy for him. Qian Yu had a splitting headache at the moment. He just wanted to make it up to Ning Rongrong and then get along with her, but he didn't expect to irritate her like this. That Rongrong, don't say anything stupid. That's a divine examination. Besides, this kid already has a fiancé. Don't be silly. Douluo Gurong couldn't look on from the sidelines. Although he had changed his impression of Qianyu, he wouldn't stand by and watch Ning Rongrong jump into the fire pit. Ning Rongrong acted as if she didn't hear him, just hugging Qianyu tightly, her eyes full of determination. I don't care, I just want him. Divine examination or not, fiancé or not, I don't care about anything. Qianyu sighed helplessly, and could only calm Ning Rongrong's emotions first. Rongrong, calm down. You're not in good health right now. You need to rest first. No, I don't rest. Whenever I close my eyes, I think of images of you leaving me. I can't live without you. Ning Rongrong's emotions grew more and more agitated, and her body began to tremble slightly. Jian Duxin and Gurong glanced at each other, both seeing the worry in each other's eyes. Next, Shifuyu could only be forced by her to the hospital bed, listening to her intermittently talk about the thoughts and pain she had felt during this time. Whenever Shifuyu's face showed some impatience, both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were glaring at him with stern eyes, as if saying, if you dare to treat Rongrong badly, we will never let you go. Unable to do anything about it, Shifuyu could only continue to listen with a stiff upper lip. The atmosphere in the room became unusually heavy, even the air seemed to freeze. The Shrek 7 monsters and the others also stood silently, looking at this scene with mixed feelings in their hearts. Soon, Ning Rongrong blinked her red and swollen eyes and hugged Qianyu, crying for a while and laughing for a while, and eventually fainted in Qianyu's arms once again due to physical exhaustion. Shifuyu put her back on the bed, covered her up, and was just about to leave when Sword Douluo stopped him. It's getting late, and it's not convenient for us men to stay long in this palace, but this situation with Rongrong, it's really reassuring. Jian Duxin looked at Qianyu with a serious face, and just about didn't say, you hurry up and stay and take charge. Shifuyu wanted to leave, but when he thought of the two sick and dying girls at home, he suddenly felt that going home would also be a disaster, so he could only sigh helplessly and nodded his head. Alright, I'll stay here tonight and take care of Rongrong. Shifuyu compromised. When Jian Duxin and Gurong heard this, their faces eased slightly. As night fell, the palace was silent. Shifuyu sat on the other side of the hospital room, drifting off to sleep, when he suddenly felt a crunchy touch on his nose. Qianyu slightly opened his eyes, then saw Xiao Dai was squatting in front of himself, gently rubbing his nose with the tip of his soft nose, with a few hints of resentment and unwillingness in his eyes. My, why are you still here? Shifuyu asked with some surprise. Humph, you didn't even pay attention to me today. I just stood there and you didn't even look at me. Little Dance pouted, aggression written all over her face. Qianyu smiled helplessly and reached out to gently rub Xiao Dai's head. Alright, Xiao Dai, stop it. You go back first. Just leave Rongrong's side to me. I just made you porridge, and you're in such a hurry to kick me out. Heartless little bastard. Mai was so angry that she directly rolled over and pressed Shifuyu onto the hospital bed, bracing her hands on his sides with both aggression and determination in her eyes. Shifuyu was startled by the sudden move and said in a hurry, Mai, don't be like this. Rongrong is still here. Humph. Rongrong, you just know Rongrong. What about me? What exactly am I in your heart? Xiao Dance's voice had a hint of choking in it, and her eyes were slightly red. Her soft little buttocks sat heavily on Shifuyu's abdomen, making Shifuyu instantly feel breathless. Shifuyu struggled to sit up, but Mai wouldn't budge. Mai, get up first. It's hard for me when you're stuck like this. Shifuyu persuaded bitterly. You mean I'm heavy? When Mai sniffed, not only did she not get up, but she sat down even harder, hurting Shifuyu to the point that he grinned. Just then, Ning Rongrong suddenly let out a slight moan, seemingly a sign that she was about to wake up. Both of them were startled, afraid that Rongrong would see their ambiguous scene and lose her temper again, but fortunately it was just a false alarm. Shifuyu patted Mai's little butt, signaling her to hurry up and get up. Only then did Mai realize that she had lost her temper, and hurriedly moved away from Shifuyu and sat on the edge of the bed, lowering her head somewhat sheepishly. Shifuyu, on the other hand, naturally came to the table to serve the porridge, just as Mai blushed and waited for him to feed her. She saw Shifuyu just eating by himself. Little Dance's teeth clenched and flamed as she cursed this unintelligent little bastard. She went up and snatched the bowl from Shifuyu's hand as soon as she could and took a big bite of her own, as if she was gambling with Shifuyu. After eating, Xiao Dai glared fiercely at Qianyu and turned around to leave, but then suddenly turned back. There was a complex glint in his eyes, as if he had 1,000 words to say. Soon, the dinner ended on a slightly awkward note. Qianyu was made uncomfortable by Xiao Dance's sultry eyes. He always felt that Xiao Dance seemed to have something to say, yet he always refused to open his mouth. Ugh! Shifuyu sighed and reached straight out to pull her to the door, and the two of them made their way to the bottom of a tree and sat down. Chapter 187, The Shura. Raging Qian Renxue. Say, what's your business? Shifuyu turned his head to look at Mai with this look of wanting to speak, and roughly guessed a few points in his heart. He wouldn't be trying to confess to himself, would he? Then how should I refuse in a moment? Little Dance lowered her head and played with her fingers around her hair. Her voice as thin as a gnat. Little Feather, can you help me comb my hair? With that, she took out a roughly made, but precious material comb from her pocket. Mom used to say that when she met someone who was willing to protect her with his life, she gave him the comb because it represented a lifetime commitment. Now she wanted to see if Shifuyu would be the one who would be willing to comb her hair for the rest of her life and stay with her until she grew old. Shifuyu looked at Mai's expectant and slightly nervous eyes and fell into silence. I don't know what the combing of hair means to Mai, but I'm afraid that this matter doesn't look that simple. Maybe there's some other kind of meaning? Sorry. Shifuyu hesitated for a moment, but eventually refused. Mai's eyes instantly dimmed, and the comb in her hand drooped feebly. Those big, playful eyes had lost their luster at the moment. Seeing this, Shifuyu somewhat unnaturally looked away, not daring to look directly into her eyes. Why? Mai's voice quivered. She didn't understand what she was missing. Obviously, she wasn't any worse looking than Gu Yuna, Qian Renxue, Ning Rong and the rest of them. And so sweet herself, totally different from those big ladies who just throw tantrums. Why did Shifuyu just not like her? Mai wanted to turn around and leave this heartbreaking place, but she wasn't willing to leave just like that. Why should she quit? She wasn't happy about it. She really wasn't. I'm not very good at combing my hair. I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Shifuyu clumsily made an excuse. He knew that his reason was far-fetched, but he really didn't know how to face Mai. Admittedly, it did feel comfortable with Mai, compared to those three girls who had to be coaxed by themselves and were still moving around and throwing jealous tantrums. Mai was like a perfect lover. Gentle, considerate, and will look out for him. The emotional value of this is simply too good to be true. But Shifuyu was clear that it wasn't love. Or rather, he himself didn't understand what his feelings for Mai really were. It's okay, I don't care, but I'm afraid I'll never get another chance to have you brush my hair. Mai's voice carried a hint of choking, and her eyes were slightly red. Shifuyu was a bit speechless. Why is this being said as if he's going to die, making the atmosphere so sad? He hesitated for a moment, but took the roughly made comb in Mai's hand. Little Dance was slightly stunned, but quickly turned her grief into joy and pounced up and hugged Qianyu tightly with a happy smile on her face. Feather, I really like you so much. Little Dance's voice carried a hint of excitement, as if she wanted to pour out all the emotions in her heart. Mai, you should know very well that your mother died at the hands of Bibi Dong, and I happen to be Bibi Dong's son. 1001 was silent for a long time and spoke slowly. For this rabbit first, regardless of how it was before, but now there is more or less guilt. Mai's body trembled slightly as she hugged Shifuyu tightly as if she was afraid that he would disappear in the next second. I don't care. All I know is that I like you and that's enough. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant female voice came from the distance. What are you doing? Qian originally realized that Shifuyu hadn't come home, and to think the little bastard hadn't run away from home because he'd gone too far. As a result, she didn't expect to see the image of Qianyu and Xiao Dai embracing each other in the back garden of this palace. Qian Renxue's face instantly turned icy cold as she walked over with large strides, her eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Shifuyu and Mai were startled by her voice and hurriedly separated. Mai lowered her head in a bit of a panic, while Shifuyu sighed helplessly. Sister Cher, what brings you here? Qianyu looked at Qian Renxue's icy cold eyes and was a little frightened in his heart. If I don't come, are you going to be mesmerized by this dead rabbit? Qian Renxue glared angrily at Xiao Dance, her tone filled with hostility. She lifted her hand and swung it towards Mai with a vicious slap. Pop! Ah! Little Dance's entire body flew out from this slap, letting out a mournful and miserable cry with a sobbing tone. She fell heavily to the ground, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were filled with incredulity. She didn't expect Qian Renxue to suddenly strike, and even more so, she didn't expect this palm to be so vicious. This anger-laden strike from Qian Renxue even brought soul power with it, clearly laying down a deadly blow. She'd long since looked at the dead rabbit as being at odds with herself in a previous life. Then since you already followed Tang-san in your last life, do your Shura scabbard properly. Why come to pester little Feather? Oh Feather, I'm in pain. Mai was on the ground, crying for help from Shifuyu. Those big watery eyes stared tightly at Qianyu, as if they were aggrieved and frightened. Seeing this, Qianyu instantly produced to the side of Xiao Dance and picked her up. A glittering green light emerged from his palm and placed it on Xiao Dance's face to heal her injuries. Then, a trace of coldness was revealed in Qianyu's eyes as he looked up at Qian Renxue, opening his mouth but not knowing how to speak. Sister Schwerer, you hit too hard. Qianyu's voice was low with a hint of displeasure. When Qian Renxue looked at Qianyu's appearance of defending Xiao Dance, the anger in her heart was even more burning. You are still protecting him. Do you not have your eyes on this head? She's just a soul beast. Shifuyu, I see that you are really hungry and want to eat everything. If you really want it, even I can give it to you. Her voice was tinged with a bit of hysterical madness, and her eyes were slightly red, obviously infuriated. Mai trembled slightly in Shifuyu's arms. She was both angry and aggrieved as she listened to Qian Renshue's harsh words, but feeling Shifuyu's maintenance and the warm touch on her face, Mai's heartbeat not only accelerated a few points. Mai rubbed Shifuyu's chest affectionately. The big watery eyes looked at Qianyu with a few points of aggression as well as affection, as if to say, as long as you are willing, I can be yours anytime. That's enough. Qian Renxue, hurry back and stop fooling around. Shifuyu's voice carried a bit of coldness. It seems this stupid sister can't be left alone any longer. It was clear to him that there was no way he and Qian Renxue would work out. After all, the identity between theirs was just too sensitive. It would be good for myself and her to break her off now before it was too late. Chapter 188 Green Tea Little Dance. Qian Renxue has broken her defense. You yelled at me. How dare you yell at me for this dead rabbit? I'm telling you, I want to kill this dead rabbit and no one can stop me. Qian Renshue's expression was very twisted as she shouted in an almost maniacal tone. He originally had a pay-old grudge with Xiao Dance. Now this dead rabbit was trying to step on herself once again to get to the top. How could the lifelong strong Qian Renxue endure this? Mai shrunk a little in Shifuyu's arms. She felt the thick killing intent emanating from Qian Renxue and her heart was filled with fear. Shifuyu lowered his eyes and looked at her with a few complications in his eyes. Mai was beautiful, with that long scorpion braid hanging down to her waist like silk. Under the hazy night color, the young girl's snow-white skin looked like it was covered with a layer of pearl luster, becoming more and more glistening and alluring. Her figure was petite yet graceful, with a slim little waist, long slender legs, and perfect golden proportions. Every part of her exuded a charming charm. Feather. I'm in pain. I'm having trouble breathing. Am I going to die? Xiao Mai began to pretend to be pitiful. Said also leaned towards Qianyu. Bean-sized teardrops do not need money to fall down. The. He deliberately kept his voice sheepish and soft, his shell teeth biting his lip lightly. Those big, wintry eyes seemed to be covered in a thin layer of watery mist, so that people could not help but look at them. My. You're reckless. Qian Renxue was almost shaking with anger at this appearance of Xiao Dance. She let out a furious cry. The soul power in her body instantly erupted, and the angelic holy sword instantly came out of her body, searing with blazing solar flames. In her opinion, he couldn't get rid of Gu Yuna, couldn't get rid of Ning Rong Rong. She still couldn't get rid of this one livestock without the slightest background. In the next moment, Qian Renshue's figure flashed, instantly transforming into a divine rainbow, the whole person rushing straight towards Xiao Dance. The speed was as fast as a meteor cutting through the night sky, bringing up a burst of sharp air-breaking sounds. Shenandoah. Qian Yu's eyes were slightly cold. His body did not move. A huge repulsive force turned into an invisible fluctuation, suddenly centered on him, spreading out in a surging manner in all directions. Boom! Qian Renxue slammed head-on into the oncoming barrier, and under this massive repulsive force, she was actually hardened and sent flying dozens of meters away. She fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and the angel's holy sword came out of her hand and stuck in the grass aside. Qian Yu coldly looked at Qian Renxue, his voice revealing an unquestionable majesty. Qian Renxue, that's enough. Don't blame me for being impolite if you keep fooling around like this. He then hurriedly turned his head to check on Mai. This little bunny had been shaking in his arms since a while ago and kept saying he was going to die. But apart from the few crystallized teardrops on his face, Shifuyu couldn't see any difference at all. Mai, are you okay? Shifuyu asked softly. Little feather. I feel like I'm having a hard time. I feel like my chest is stuffy and I can't breathe. You help me rub it, okay? Little Dance buried her head in Shifuyu's arms. The smile at the corner of her mouth was simply harder to suppress than AK. As she spoke, she quietly reached out her fingers and gently hooked Shifuyu's hand. Shifuyu sniffed and frowned slightly, his mental power scanning up and down his body, but again and again to confirm. Cannot find any injury on his body. Is it a psychological problem? Facing Qian Yu's suspicious gaze, Xiao Dai could only still twitch a few times. Her eyes were lax and tears slid down the corners of her eyes, making her look even more pathetic. When Shifuyu saw this, he couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. He hastily reached out and gently stroked Mai's little head, trying to comfort her, simply because he suddenly remembered the rabbits in his previous life would have a stress reaction if they were startled. Less severe ones may have loss of appetite, reluctance to move around, hunger strike, or depression. In more severe cases, there may even be convulsions, shock, or even death. Although he didn't know if the rabbit would still react this way after transforming into its form. But looking at Xiao Dance's appearance at the moment, Qian Yu didn't dare to be careless. Okay, I'll rub it for you, Shifuyu said while gently laying Mai flat on the ground. then covered her chest with her hands and gently pressed on it. Xiao Dance's face rubbed red. She didn't expect Qian to be so direct. Her heart thumped as if it was going to jump out of her chest. But she looked up at the teenager in front of her. The young man's face was exquisite and flawless. His complexion was as fair as jade, his nose was high and straight, and his thin lips were slightly pursed, revealing a breathtakingly handsome beauty at every turn. Mai gulped and tried to calm her breathing. Cough cough cough. Qian Renxue laboriously stood up from the ground, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Her cultivation should have been stronger than Qianyu, but just now it was due to her lack of defense against Qianyu, which led to her being struck head-on by the divine law heavenly sign without the slightest defense, and suffered a considerable amount of internal injuries. At this moment, she stared wide-eyed and incredulously at Qianyu, and his hand that was currently gently rubbing Xiao Dai's chest, shaking with anger. Little feather, how can you be like this? What the hell do you think I am? Qian Renshue's voice was tinged with sobs. She had never imagined that Xiaoyu would dare to touch another woman's chest in front of her. Shifuyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart after noticing that Mai's stiff body suddenly relaxed and her breathing became steady. Although the body temperature is a little hot and the face is still so red, it should be a fever. With this thought, he withdrew his hand and was just about to get up when he heard Chironai's questioning voice with a sobbing tone. He raised his head and looked at Qian Renshue's hurt eyes, and couldn't help but feel a little guilty in his heart. Sister Little Snow, you are injured, let me help you heal, Qian Yu said, walking towards Qian Renxue, wanting to check her injuries. However, Qian Renxue violently pushed him away as if she had been greatly insulted. No need for you to pretend to be nice, Qian Renxue shouted angrily. Her eyes reddened and her voice trembled as she said, either I die today, or this dead rabbit dies. With that, she was about to swing down the angelic holy sword, and a burst of divine light then shone in the sky, transforming into a sky-charging sword that was pointed directly at Little Dance. Shifuyu's quick eyes and hands grabbed the blade of the angelic holy sword, stopping it from continuing forward. The sharp blade of the sword cut a gash in his palm, and blood instantly stained the blade. Have you made enough noise? Shifuyu's tone was a bit heavier. It was rare for him to be this angry. Qian Renxue looked at the bleeding wound in Qian Yu's palm. The anger in her heart seemed to be doused by a pot of cold water. She froze. A trace of shock and heartache flashed in her eyes. You went for her. Qian Renshue's voice trembled as she couldn't believe what was in front of her. Chapter 189 Sisters and Brothers Break Up. Thoroughly despairing Qian Renxue. Look, I don't need you to interfere with who I like. I'm a grown-up, not a kid anymore, Thousand Feathers said in a cold voice. His words were like sharp ice blades, each one accurately stabbing at Qian Renshue's already broken heart. His eyes were firm and cold, no longer warm and compromising as they had been in the past. At this moment, Qian Renxue finally realized that Qian Yu's heart already completely did not belong to her. Ha 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 ha, Qian Renxue suddenly laughed out loud, with endless desolation in his laughter. Good, Thousand Feathers, you are really good. You actually spoke to me like this for a soul beast. Do you know how much I have given up for you? I went so far as to break with my grandfather, turn my back on the family, and even defy the prejudices of the world just to be with you. But what about you? Play me out. Put up your pants and throw me away. What do you take me for? A whore out there? Qian Renxue said, tears finally unable to hold back from sliding down her cheeks. Her eyes were dead set on Xiao Dance, and that gaze filled with coldness and hatred seemed as if she wanted to cut Xiao Dance into 1,000 pieces. Mai felt a sudden rush of creepiness as he stared at her, and she couldn't help but shrink back a bit. At this moment she was completely flustered. She could feel that Qian Renshue's killing intent towards herself was real and true. This guy really wanted her life. Little Feather, you must protect me, otherwise this little life of mine will be accounted for here. Little Dance beamed and somewhat aggressively pouted to Qianyu, but how could Shifuyu care about her at this time? All he wanted now was to be free of Chirin's grasp, the sick and twisted love almost suffocating him. Seeing that Qianyu didn't say anything, Xiao Dai was completely anxious, fearing that Qianyu would leave himself here and become a soul under Qian Renshue's sword. As she hugged Shifuyu's waist, she kissed at Shifuyu's lips. Shifuyu instinctively avoided. She did not care, hugging him as messy kisses, but also with a whiny voice while pampering said, Little Feather, I really love you so much. I'm not afraid to die, but I'm afraid you'll leave me. You can't leave me behind. Shifuyu was a bit confused by this flurry of actions from Mai. His eyes widened as he looked at Mai's frightened and fawning little face. His heart felt as if it was being gnawed by millions of ants. Unspeakable pain and entanglement intertwined. Mai, don't do this. Shifuyu's voice was a bit hoarse as he tried to push Mai away, but his hands were unable to move as if they were being pulled by an invisible force. No, Feather, I can't live without you. Don't leave me behind. There was a sobbing tone in Mai's voice as she hugged Shifuyu tightly, as if she wanted to merge herself into his body. However, Qian Renxue acted as if she had been touched by the scales, as she roared in anger and swung her sword once again to slash at Xiao Dai. Thousand Feathers was quick on his feet and pulled Xiao Dai behind him, while waving his left hand. A spatial rift instantly appeared in front of him, swallowing the angelic holy sword on in. Enough! Qian Yu angrily shouted. Qian Renxue, have you made enough of a scene? Little Dance is innocent. Why are you taking it out on her? Qian Renxue glared at Qian Yu and sneered. Innocent? She's innocent? What about me? I've given so much for you, and in the end I get your indifference and betrayal in return. Do you know that these days I have been enduring the pain of lovesickness every day? Only wishing that you could look at me one more time and keep me company. But what about you? Always looking at me with that cold, detached look, as if I were an insignificant person. Now, you're doing this to me for her. Have you ever thought about how I feel? Her voice was tinged with sobs, each word filled with endless pain and sorrow. Yuki, you should know very well that it's impossible for us. Qian Yu interrupted her words. From the very beginning, I have told you that I only have brother and sister love for you, not male and female love. You're the one who's been unwilling to accept that fact, insisting on forcing your feelings on me. I've really had enough. I'll go back to the Martial Soul Temple tomorrow, and from now on we'll be on our own. When Qian Renxue heard this, her face instantly turned pale, her body trembling slightly as if she had suffered a fatal blow. No, you're not allowed to go. You're mine, and no one is going to take you away from me. She tightly grasped Shifuyu's sleeve, her nails almost embedded in the fabric, her eyes full of helplessness and supplication. Tears, moreover, were like beads with broken strings, continuously rolling down from her eyes and dripping onto her clenched fists. Shifuyu, don't go. She choked back a sob, her voice filled with pleading. I was wrong. I won't be willful or push you anymore. Just please don't leave me. Shifuyu sighed and looked at the woman in front of him with a complicated gaze, an indescribable exhaustion welling up in his heart. Sister Xiuxue, you deserve someone better than wasting your youth on me. A melon that is twisted by force is not sweet. You should understand this truth. With that, he mercilessly shook off Qian Renxue and put his sleeves back. No, I don't understand. All I know is that I love you and I'm going to be with you. I don't want anyone but you. Qian Renxue staggered back a few steps and shouted hysterically. Little Dance looked on in horror as she tugged tightly on the corner of Qian Yu's coat, fearing that Qian Renxue would lose her mind and directly slaughter herself. Afterwards, Qian Yu pulled Xiaoma across the space and directly left. Qian Renxue looked at the empty spot and tears slipped down once again. She fell to her knees in despair, her hands clutching the bodice of her chest. Why is this happening? Where exactly am I inferior to her? She muttered, her voice carrying an endless sadness. At that moment, the sky suddenly started to rain heavily. The rain mercilessly hit her body, but it was as if Qian Renxue couldn't feel it. She just sat frozen on the ground, letting the rain wash over her. I don't know how long it took before Qian Renxue slowly stood up, and her eyes became icy cold. Feather, I won't give up. I'll make sure you come back to me, no matter how much it costs. I'll do whatever it takes. Right now I have to get rid of the women who are in the way first, so that you can belong to me wholeheartedly. Ning Rong Rong, let's start with you. A sickly smile curled the corners of Chiron's mouth. The rain dripped down her chin, adding to her eerie beauty. She couldn't wait to see what kind of expression Thousand Feathers would show when he came back once more and saw that Ning Rongrong had already been split up by himself. Is it remorse? Yes, he would definitely regret leaving himself. Thinking of this, Qian Renxue's mood was inexplicably a few points better. With a flash of her body, she instantly disappeared from her spot and headed towards the royal infirmary. Chapter 190, Good Coaxing Guyuna. On the other hand, after Shifuyu returned to his residence with Mai jumped into Shifuyu's arms as soon as she entered, panting heartily. Little Feather, it was really scary just now. I thought I was going to die at the hands of that crazy woman. Little Dan said in hindsight. Shifuyu had just raised his hand to comfort Mai, but he was stopped by an icy gaze, only to see that Gu Yuna's anger value had exploded. Her hair seemed to stand up slightly from her anger, and it was as if there was cold ice condensing in those deep eyes. Shifuyu couldn't help but feel a splitting headache as he looked at the little silly dragon who was already bursting at the seams with anger and was about to blow up. But the good thing is that the little silly dragon is still young and okay to be fooled. As long as he sells a little bit of his color, he should be able to coax him. Unlike Qian Renxue eat up jealousy, that can really be regardless. 6 relatives, even his own this pro-brother must beat her. He, you little bastard still know to come back And Little Dance, good you dead rabbit, even dare to betray me. Say goodbye to Xiao you not interested in, only to be friends it. Gu Yuna's long silver white hair poured down like a galaxy. Her arms crossed and her eyes were filled with hostility as she looked at Xiao Dance. This dead rabbit hadn't been seen for so many days. She thought it was dead outside, but it turned out that as soon as it appeared, it was pulling and tugging at Little Feather, and the two of them must have been screwing behind their backs. Just thinking about this made Gu Yuna furious. Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue greened themselves. Even so, you this dead rabbit also dare to pry my corner. Really think that I, the soul beast co-lord, is something to be messed with? Gu Yuna's silver teeth clenched, and a faint fluctuation of soul power began to circulate around her body, as if she was ready to attack at any time. Seeing this, Little Dance hurriedly explained, Lord, listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. Explanation? What's there to explain? I saw it with my own eyes. Can it be false? Gu Yuna snorted coldly, that cute little face all puffed up her cheeks, looking exceptionally cute, yet with a bit of arrogance. However, the dangerous aura that surged through her body did not diminish by half. The air seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere in the entire room dropped to freezing point. Seeing this, Shifuyu hurriedly went forward and picked her up, coming to the sofa and letting her sit on his lap. Alright, Nana-san, it's fine. It's just that Sister Schwer went crazy again and wanted to kill my. That's why I. Shifuyu directly told her what happened in a concise manner, while gently stroking her snow-white hair and coaxing her intimately. After Gu Yuna heard this, her expression slightly slowed down, but she still said with jealousy, even if that's the case, you shouldn't be pulling at her. Don't you know that I'll be jealous? Qian Yu helplessly laughed, close to her ear and whispered, I'm not afraid of you getting angry. That's why I didn't dare to tell you. Moreover, I only have you in my heart. Ah, little silly dragon. After Gu Yuna heard this, a blush surfaced on her cheeks and she pouted, oily mouth. I don't believe it, but that dead yellow hair has had another attack. Little Feather, don't pay any attention to her. She's just a crazy person. If she dares to bully you again, let's see how I'll fix her. Gu Yuna said viciously. At the same time the hands began to rest unashamedly on Shifuyu's waist, rubbing it somewhat indulgently. Little Dance looked at the two of them intimately and couldn't help but feel a little tasty in her heart. She coughed lightly and said, ahem, that, Lord, you should go to bed. It's so late. Staying up all night is not good for your health. Gu Yuna sniffed and frowned slightly, looking at Xiao Dance with a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. This dead rabbit. It's not easy for herself and Little Feather to have a chance to be alone, but she came to make trouble. Feather, I'm going to sleep with you tonight, Gu Yuna said directly, while tightly hugging Qian Yu's arm, swearing sovereignty in general. Xiao Dance sniffed and her face instantly became embarrassed as she looked towards Qian Yu, hoping that he would say something. Lord, this, isn't quite right, Little Dance said tentatively. What's inappropriate? I brought up Little Feather since he was a child. I'm familiar with every inch of his body. Why? Do you have a problem with that? Gu Yuna looked provocatively at Xiao Dance, with eyes that seemed to say, who the hell are you to come and steal a man from me? Mai was choked speechless by Gu Yuna's words, and she really didn't have a position to object. Okay, all stop. Shifuyu interrupted them, a hint of fatigue in his voice. You guys rest early. Nana-san, you go back to sleep in your own room, and Little Dance also goes back to the guest room. Rongrong is sick right now, and I still have to go watch over her, Shifuyu said and patted Gu Yuna's little head, signaling her to hurry up and get up. Gu Yuna buried her head into Shifuyu's neck and let out a cooing sound, like a kitten unwilling to leave its master's embrace. No, I want to sleep with Little Feather. And what does Ning Rongrong have to do with you? Why do you want to go on night watch? Do you like her? Gu Yuna's words carried a hint of pettiness and questioning, making Qian Yu cry and laugh a little. He gently pushed Gu Yuna away and said seriously, Sister Nana, don't think nonsense. Rongrong is my friend. She's sick now. It's only right that I go to the vigil as a friend. Moreover, you're the only one in my heart, so stop imagining things, Shifuyu said and gently kissed Gu Yuna's lips. Soft and sweet, intoxicating. He wasn't sure who he liked and what love was. This emotional stuff was too complicated and tangled for him. He only knew that the girl in front of him was the one who had watched him grow up since he was a child, and it was she who had accompanied him through countless lonely nights. So perhaps, this was liking. Gu Yuna was a little confused by Qian Yu's kiss. Her eyes widened as she looked at Qian Yu's handsome face that was close at hand, and an indescribable sweetness and happiness welled up in her heart. She hugged Shifuyu tightly as if she wanted to incorporate him into her body. At the same time her body trembled as if she had been electrocuted, and there was a light paralyzing sensation that traveled throughout her body. But it was wonderful. One can't help but sink into it and deepen the kiss. It took a long time before the two slowly separated, gasping for breath from each other. Little you, I love you so much, Gu Yuna said shyly, her face flushed. Shifuyu smiled slightly and gently stroked her cheek, saying, I love you too, Nana-chan. Mai pursed her lips and turned toward the guest room. She knew that Shifuyu's heart, it seemed, had been completely taken over by Gu Yuna, and there was no place for her. She walked silently back to the guest room and lay down on the bed, staring at the ceiling. The love that was full of bitterness and sourness came in like a tidal wave, making her almost suffocate. Chapter 191 Qian Renxue's assassination. Ning Rongrong's despair. Tendu Royal Infirmary. Outside the window a thunderous downpour of rain and wind raged, the wind swirling fallen leaves through the air. The rain, on the other hand, poured down like a waterfall, and the windows creaked in the wind. Ning Rongrong was lying on the bed with a pale face. The sound of thunder outside caused her to cringe slightly and shrink back under the covers a little uneasily. There was a loud boom, and the thunder light illuminated the entire room, also reflecting Qian Renxue's face that was full of morose killing intent. She stood quietly by the bedside, her gaze like a cold sword, piercing through every inch of Ning Rongrong's skin. Ning Rongrong woke up with a jolt as she felt the chilly aura. She looked at Qian Renxue in front of her in horror, her voice trembling as she asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" Qian Renxue didn't say anything, only the jealousy and killing intent in her eyes grew stronger. She slowly reached out her hand, her fingertips gently tracing across Ning Rongrong's cheek. The icy touch caused Ning Rongrong's body to tremble, as if there were countless chills spreading from her fingertips to her entire body. What a beautiful face. But unfortunately, you shouldn't be in Feather's world. Qian Renxue's voice was low and eerie, as if it was a messenger from hell demanding for his life. "You, what the hell do you want? I'm warning you, my father is the patriarch of the 7 treasure-glazed sect, and my fiancé is the holy son of the martial soul hall, Qian Yu. If you dare to touch me, he won't let you go." Ning Rongrong only felt a chill run through her body. The woman in front of her exuded a shadowy aura that scared her to the core. "Oh, fiancé?" Qian Renxue's eyes became even colder as she sniffed. She lowered her eyes and looked at Ning Rongrong's snow-white, gel-like skin, suddenly feeling that it was so blinding. In terms of posture and cultivation, where is she inferior to her? Why should she be able to get the favor of Qianyu, while she can only be abandoned? She suddenly changed her mind. She didn't want to kill this woman who seduced Little Feather so quickly. She wanted to torture her slowly, making her life worse than death. Humph. So what if you're a fiancé? The person Qianyu loves is me, not you. You're just a marriage partner he chose for the sake of his family's interests. Qian Renxue let out a cold laugh, her fingers suddenly exerting force and strangling Ning Rongrong's neck. Ning Rongrong was pinched so hard that she couldn't breathe, and her face instantly turned red. She grabbed Qian Renxue's arm with both hands in a death grip, trying to break free. "Cough, cough. You let go of me," said Ning Rongrong in a hoarse voice as she panted hard. However, Qian Renxue acted as if she didn't hear it. Her fingers still pinched hard, her eyes filled with madness and jealousy. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to suffocate, Qian Renxue suddenly loosened her grip and threw her out viciously. Ning Rongrong crashed heavily into the glass window, the glass instantly shattering, the shards lodging into her skin, blood staining her clothes red. She collapsed to the floor in agony, coughing and gasping for breath, fear in her eyes. Qian Renxue slowly walked to her, crouched down and looked into her eyes, the corner of her mouth hooked into a cruel smile. "You know what? What I hate the most is these eyes of yours. Because that kind of eyes with innocence and innocence can always easily win the sympathy and pity of others. But in my eyes, they only make me sick. Soon, though, those eyes will be mine." With that, she reached out and grabbed towards Ning Rongrong's eyes, the sharp fingertips seeming as if they were going to gouge Ning Rongrong's eyeballs out alive. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in horror as tears mixed with blood slid down her cheeks. She desperately dodged backwards, not caring even if her body was cut and bloodied by all that broken glass. "Don't, please, leave me alone." Ning Rongrong's voice had become hoarse as she pleaded helplessly, hoping that Qian Renxue would spare her. "Humph, how dare you hide? You!" Qian Renxue slapped Ning Rongrong's face hard, knocking her out of her head and causing blood to flow from the corners of her mouth. "What makes you worthy of Feather's love? What makes you better than me?" Qian Renxue said, once again reaching out to grab Ning Rongrong's eyes. Ning Rongrong closed her eyes in despair, tears constantly slipping from the corners of her eyes. But suddenly, it was as if Qian Renxue seemed to have thought of something. Her hand stopped in midair and a hint of teasing flashed in her eyes. She gently stroked up Ning Rongrong's delicate and stunning face. At the same time, a dagger emitting a cold light appeared in his hand, and the tip of the blade gently slid across Ning Rongrong's cheek, leaving behind an icy touch. Ning Rongrong felt the stinging face sensation coming from her face, and her heart felt as if it was being pierced by millions of needles at once. Fearing to the extreme, she slowly opened her eyes and watched in horror as the dagger slid across her cheek. Each movement caused an additional bloodstain to appear on her face. "See, that's right. What's the point of looking so good? Become an ugly and no one will ever look at you again, and Little Feather will only see me alone." There was a maniacal laughter in Qian Renshue's voice as she admired the scars on Ning Rongrong's face as if they were her most proud work. Ning Rongrong couldn't believe it and wanted to stroke her face. Hands trembled as he raised them to his face, but all he saw was a hand full of blood. Her tears rolled down like broken beads, mixing with the blood on her face. You crazy person. Oh, why did you do this to me? Ning Rongrong finally broke down, and she cried out loudly, her voice filled with despair and anger. However, Qian Renxue acted as if she hadn't heard it, pleasurably walking over to the counter and picking up a piece of mirror, throwing it in front of Ning Rongrong. Look at it. How ugly you look now. Like trash abandoned by the world. No one will ever look at you again. Qian Renshue's voice was filled with pleasure, as if she was admiring Ning Rongrong's pain and despair. Ning Rongrong trembled as she took the mirror, and when she saw the bloodied face in the mirror, her heart felt as if it had been viciously seized. Is that her? The once beautiful and confident her? Now she was like a disfigured monster, so ugly you wanted to vomit. Why? Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? Ning Rongrong cried out, her voice echoing in the empty room but receiving no response. Qian Renxue just looked at her coldly, as if she was watching a clown's performance. A few moments later, Ning Rongrong finally tired of crying and lay on the ground with a hoarse voice, her body gradually losing temperature due to blood loss. Have you cried enough? If you've cried enough, it's time to go on your way. Don't blame me. If you want to blame me, it's you who don't have the ability to seduce little feather. As Qian Renxue said that, she kicked her in the forehead, and Ning Rongrong's already heavily injured body tumbled out like a rag doll. Crashing into the corner of the room, she picked up the dagger on the ground, which was already stained with blood, and slowly walked over to Ning Rongrong's side. Crouching down. Chapter 192 Chihaya by Shiba Sword. Bitch, give me death. Without the slightest hesitation, Qian Renxue swung her dagger and heavily stabbed towards Ning Rongrong's heart. However, just in the nick of time, Qian Yu's figure suddenly flashed in front of Ning Rongrong's body, grabbing Qian Renshue's wrist and preventing her from moving. Qian, do you realize what you're doing? Qian Yu gritted his teeth with an icy chill in his eyes as he stared at Qian Renxue with a deadly glare. He didn't expect that he had only left for a while, and Qian Renxue had actually been so heartless as to make a move against Ning Rongrong. Feather, Qian said slightly, but soon a sickly smile appeared on her face. She wrapped her arms around Shifuyu's waist and held him in her arms, her head resting on his chest as if she was a pampered child. Feather, I just love you so much. I can't live without you. This woman, she seduced you. She tried to steal you away. I'm just protecting our love. Qian Renshue's voice was tinged with tears, sounding pathetic. However, Shifuyu was unmoved as he forcefully broke Chirenai's hand and looked at her coldly. The constantly heaving chest signaled his anger and helplessness at the moment. He almost didn't dare to imagine what exactly would have happened to Ning Rongrong if he had come one step later. Qian Yu looked at Qian Renxue with a flash of complexity in his eyes. She used to be so noble and holy and full of pride. When did she become such a whiny? Qian Yu couldn't help but feel a blockage in his heart. All he felt now was incomparable exhaustion and powerlessness. Seeing that he couldn't muddle through, Qian Renxue didn't pretend anymore. The smirk on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by endless resentment. So what do you want? Kill me? Think carefully. I'm your dearest sister. I've given my innocence to you, a heartless man, and now you're going to kill me for this? Qian Renxue said, and began to tear her clothes, revealing her pale skin, while clinging to Qian Yu. However, Shifuyu just gave her a disgusted look and pushed her away. Qian Renxue, you're crazy. Qian Yu roared, pushed away. Qian stumbled a few steps and fell to the ground. She raised her head and looked at Shifuyu with a tear-stained face, her eyes filled with resignation and despair. Yes, I am mad. I was driven mad by you. Qiyu, why did you betray me? This? Where is she better than me? Qian Renxue shouted hoarsely. Her voice echoed through the room, full of poignancy and sadness. Qian Yu didn't answer her, only silently walking to Ning Rongrong's side and helping her up. Ning Rongrong's body was already very weak, and she leaned into Qian Yu's arms with fear in her eyes. Feather, you have to help me kill her. She's crazy, Ning Rongrong said in a trembling voice, her finger pointing towards Qian Renxue. But soon she remembered that her face had already been scratched by Qian Renxue to the point that it was already completely disfigured. Would Qian Yu still like such a self? Thinking of this, tears flowed from Ning Rongrong's eyes again. She covered her face in horror and said with a trembling voice, Little Feather, am I ugly now? Do you dislike me? Will you not want me anymore? Qian Yu looked at Ning Rongrong in his arms, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch as he looked at that bloodied face. I didn't look at it closely earlier, but now it's oddly scary. But he quickly adjusted himself and gently coaxed. Wrong, don't be afraid. No matter what you have become, you are the most beautiful existence in my heart. I won't dislike you. As Ning Rongrong listened to Qian Yu's words, a warm current surged through her heart. She raised her head and looked at Shifuyu with tearful eyes, her eyes filled with affection. And as Qian Renxue watched this scene, the resentment in her heart increased. She climbed up, picked up the dagger on the ground, and once again lunged towards Ning Rongrong. You dare to seduce little you in front of me. I'll kill you. Qian Renxue roared angrily, her dagger flashing coldly in the sunlight. But Qian Yu was prepared, and as soon as he shielded Ning Rongrong behind him, he simultaneously slapped Qian Renxue across the face, sending her staggering backward. Qian Renxue covered his face, feeling the fiery pain on his face. He was instantly enraged, his eyes burning with a blazing fire. Qi Yu, how dare you hit me? You hit me for this! Qian Renxue screamed, her voice so shrill that it seemed to pierce one's eardrums, but knowing that she saw the sight in front of her, it was instantly like being doused with a pot of cold water from the head, extinguishing all her anger, only to see that Shifuyu's heart had been pierced through by a sharp dagger, and blood was continuously gushing out from the wound, staining his lapel red, and holding the dagger was none other than himself. Little Feather, I'm sorry to you. Qian Renxue trembling voice, the dagger in his hand clang fell to the ground. She looked at Shifuyu unbelievably, tears gushing out like a flood that broke the dike. Shifuyu didn't care after looking down at the wound on his chest, but when he saw the crying Qian Renxue and Ning Rongrong, there was a moment of silence, and after all, the words that it would heal on its own without any more bandages didn't come out. At least this will keep the dead sick girl down for a while. With this thought, he coldly glanced at Qian Renxue and mercilessly slapped her outstretched hand away. Isn't that what you wanted? Satisfied now? Qian Yu's voice was cold and determined, his eyes filled with indifference. Qian Renxue's hand that was slapped away by Qian Yu froze in the air. She looked at Qian Yu's cold eyes and an unprecedented panic surged in her heart. She fell to the ground, tears rolling down like broken beads, her voice trembling. Xiao Yu, I didn't mean to do it. I didn't really want to kill you. I just love you too much. I can't live without you. Qian Yu didn't bother with her, but silently used her life force to heal the injuries on Ning Rongrong's body. Ning Rongrong looked at Qian Yu with a dumbfounded expression, tears blurring his vision once more. Look at Shifuyu, even though he is seriously injured, he still wants to save himself at all costs. A warmth welled up in her heart, and she felt sweetness and happiness like never before. However, when she saw that the wound on Qian Yu's chest was still bleeding and her face was getting paler and paler, she suddenly realized that Shifuyu was using her life to save her. No, little you, don't mind me. Save yourself. Ning Rongrong cried out as she tried to break free from Qian Yu's embrace and went to stop his bleeding. Don't move, Shifuyu said coldly. Ning Rongrong was slightly stunned, not understanding why Qian Yu had suddenly become so cold. Chapter 193, The Goddess of Life is acting evil again. Saving Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue looked at this scene, the pain and despair in her heart surging like a tidal wave. She finally realized that no matter what she did, she would not be able to get Shifuyu's heart back. She sat paralyzed on the floor, covering her face with her hands as tears slipped through her fingers and dripped onto the cold ground. Why did it turn out like this? Qian Renxue muttered, his voice filled with endless sorrow. Qian Yu took out a strain of water fairy jade muscle bone and handed it to Ning Rongrong. The medicinal fragrance wafting from that buffy jade muscle bone instantly filled the entire room. Ning Rongrong received the water fairy jade muscle bone, a hint of surprise flashing through her eyes. Little Feather, this is... Ning Rongrong's voice still had a sobbing tone as she looked at Qian Yu incredulously. Taking it will allow you to recover from your injuries faster, Qian Yu said indifferently. This one was originally the one he intended to give to Qian Renxue. It's only that his relationship with Qian Renxue was already somewhat giving her the immortal grass, and it couldn't be said that he would be misunderstood even more deeply, so he had been delayed. This is immortal herb. Jealousy filled Qian Renxue's eyes, and her heart felt as if it was being stabbed by millions of needles. She was aware that Qian Yu had ransacked the ice and fire eyes and obtained a large amount of immortal grass. She was still thinking about what kind of immortal herb she could obtain. But Qian Yu gave it to Ning Rongrong, gave it to Gu Yuna, and even the three-eyed golden guibeast shared it, just not her. What's the basis for this? Obviously I was here first. Why should Little Feather be taken by those who came after me? Why did you give it to her but not to me? Qian Renxue's voice trembled, filled with anger and resentment. Shifuyu gave her a cold look, as if he was looking at an insignificant person. Because you don't deserve it. His voice was cold and determined, without the slightest hesitation. Qian Renxue's face instantly became as pale as paper. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails deeply embedded in her palms, but she couldn't feel the slightest pain. Ning Rongrong took the immortal herb and dejectedly shook it in Qian Renxue's eyes, then hurriedly took it. The medicinal power of the buffy jade muscle bone rapidly spread through Ning Rongrong's body. All she felt was a warmth repairing her body. Those wounds that had been scratched by Qian Renxue were healing at an astonishing speed, and even the skin had become more delicate and smooth than before. Ning Rongrong hurriedly picked up the mirror. Looking at her more perfect than before appearance in the mirror, she revealed a look of surprise. But then, her eyes dimmed again, because she knew that all of this was what Shifuyu had traded her life for. Little feather, why are you being so nice to me? Ning Rongrong looked at Qianyu, her voice choking. No, you get some sleep and I'll go clean up this lunatic. Saying that, Qianyu pulled Qian Renxue across the space and instantly arrived at an open space beyond the room. Ning Rongrong was slightly stunned, her eyes filled with worry and disbelief, but she still obediently laid back on the bed, silently praying in her heart that Qianyu would be safe and sound. Qianyu turned his head towards Qian Renxue after repairing the injuries in his body. His arm slightly raised and reached towards Qian Renxue. Thinking that Qian Renxue was going to hit herself, she closed her eyes in fear and waited for the slap to fall. But Shifuyu merely stroked her little head tenderly and said in a tired tone, "Little Snow, stop it, okay, please." Qian Renshue's body trembled slightly as she felt the warm palm on her head. She opened her eyes in disbelief and looked into Shifuyu's tired, gentle eyes. Feather. You don't hate me? Qian Renshue's voice carried a hint of trembling, and her tears instantly slid down her cheeks once again, wetting them. Hate? How dare I hate you? Shifuyu felt a headache. No reason. It's because the goddess of life is acting up again, destroying the 7th exam. Save the angels who have fallen into darkness. Please let use your love to touch Qian Renxue and bring her back to the heart of light. As a qualified candidate for the god of destruction position, you possess not only power, but also the love and warmth that can embrace everything and illuminate the darkness. Oh, and don't call me again. Your dearest goddess of life will hear you. Shifuyu couldn't help but frown, and although he hated to knife the goddess of life in his heart, he still had to show a gentle smile on his face. After all, if you can't fight, what else can you do? Besides, he just couldn't believe that this mission could be harder than saving Bibi Dong. With this thought, Qianyu turned back to his senses and looked at Qian Renxue in front of him. Ooh, I'm sorry Feather. I really didn't mean to hurt you. I just love you too much to do something like this. Qian Renxue cried out in pain. She hugged Qianyu tightly. That aggrieved little appearance which still had the previous crazy appearance. Shifuyu gently patted her back and comforted her. Okay, Yuki, I know you didn't do it on purpose. It's just that, don't do such stupid things in the future, okay? Qian Renxue cried for a while, her emotions gradually stabilizing. She lifted her head and looked at Shifuyu. No, those stinking women are all so close to you. I have to keep a close eye on you. I can't let you be snatched away by them. She was merely momentarily confused by this reversal of Qianyu, but in reality, her character was still extremely haughty. She would never allow anyone to rob her of what she had decided in her heart belonged to her, even if it was in the name of love, and she had to hold on to it. Feather, I know my own thoughts are out of line, and I realize that this love won't be accepted by anyone, but I can't help myself. Every time I see you with another woman, my heart hurts like a knife. I know it's not right, but I really can't change it. Qian Renshue's eyes were filled with pain and struggle, and her voice carried a hint of despair. Shifuyu fell silent as he let out a deep sigh and could only gently stroke Chiren's long hair. Chiren didn't get a response from Shifuyu. She bit down viciously on Shifuyu's shoulder. Shifuyu ate the pain, but didn't push her away, just took it silently. Feather, are you really that hard-hearted? Not even giving me the right to stay by your side? You took my body, so you should already take responsibility. The more Millennium Snow cried, the harder it became, but Shifuyu was just dead set on not giving the slightest promise. It made her feel like she was talking to a cold stone statue, and the despair inside her consumed her like an abyss. Little Snow, I have agreed to marry Hulina. This is the decision of Grandpa as well as the entire Martial Soul Hall. Qianyu's voice was hoarse, looking at Qian Renxue in his arms, with a few bitter. At those words, Qian Renshue's entire body was struck by lightning. She raised her head violently, her eyes were rounded, and she looked at Qianyu with disbelief. Chapter 194 Qian Renshue's Determination. 1,000 Feathers. Qian Renshue's entire body was like a lightning strike. She raised her head violently, her eyes were round, not daring to look at Qianyu with disbelief. What? You're going to marry Julina? How is this possible? How could you do this to me? Qian Renshue's voice was shrill and desperate, and her tears kept rolling down like pearls on a broken string. A few moments later, she suddenly raised her head with a few hopeful colors in her eyes as he tightly grabbed Shifuyu's hand and said, Right, what about Guyuna? She shouldn't agree. That's right, as long as she, the true god of earth, doesn't agree, this so-called marriage contract is just a joke. Come on, little Feather. I'll take you to Guyuna and ask her to stop this ridiculous marriage contract. With that, Qian Renxue pulled Qian Yu's arm, wanting to take him away. Shifuyu watched as Qian Renxue wanted to take herself to Gu Yuna, and felt a pang in her head. He had originally wanted to cut off Qian Renxue's thoughts of himself, but he hadn't expected her to have this up her sleeve. If she really let Nana-san know, there was no telling what crazy things that stupid dragon would do then. Seeing that she didn't pull Qian Yu, Qian Renxue turned her head to look at him with cold eyes and questioned. What? Are you afraid? Or is it that you actually want to marry Hulina in your heart? Qian Renxue's eyes carried a few points of killing intent, and in her heart, she had already sentenced Hulina to death. In her opinion, although Jelena was the holy maiden of the martial spirit hall, she was just like that. In terms of posture she was inferior to herself, and in terms of talent she was even thrown off by herself by a few blocks. So what made her able to compete with herself? Thousand Feathers couldn't help but mutter in his heart as he looked at Qian Renxue's icy cold eyes. This stupid sister isn't trying to knife herself, is she? He hurriedly explained. Little Snow, listen to me. Nothing really happened that day? You were just caught in my illusion and misunderstood. Oh, do you think I believe it? Qian Renxue replied coldly, but the force in her hands did not relax by the slightest bit, as if she wanted to crush Qian Yu's wrist bones. Her face was pale, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile that contained both anger and despair, and even a hint of unwillingness. Illusion? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Your gentle eyes that night, your soft words, could it all be fake? You loved me so roughly at that time, making me feel weak in the knees even to this day. Can all of this be explained by illusions? Qian Renxue's voice trembled. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Qian Yu was directly hard controlled by her tiger and wolf words for a few seconds. Thinking back to that charming picture in his dream, his cheeks couldn't help but blush slightly. What? Does my body look good? Qian Renxue looked at the blush on Qian Yu's face, and her face carried an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. She tenderly stroked Qian Yu's cheeks and softly said, If you want me, any time, but you have to tell me first, do you have me in your heart or not? Qian Yu was a bit overwhelmed by this sudden gentleness from Qian Renxue. He hurriedly avoided her eyes and stammered. Xiao Shui, don't be like this, we're really not suitable. What? Qian Yu, what we should have done has already been done. Are you saying this now because you dislike me? There was a hint of sorrow in Qian Renshue's voice, and her eyes were once again moist. Hearing this, Qian Yu realized that Qian Renxue hadn't listened to a single word of his own words. Enough, Snowy, I only regard you as my sister, and have never had any improper thoughts. The matter of that day, it is really helpless, and you also gave me drugs. I have not even found you to settle the score. Qian Yu was a bit helpless. He knew deep down that going on like this would only make it darker and darker, so he simply crossed his heart and opened his mouth. Qian Renxue sniffed. The gentleness on her face instantly collapsed. She viciously glared at Qian Yu, turned around, striding towards the distance. That back looked extraordinarily determined. I don't know what kind of plotting and scheming she was thinking about again. Qian Yu looked at her gradually and Bibi Dong overlapped back. The heart mixed feelings. The big did not penitentiary success. The small also blackened. This ethical blockbuster is simply outrageous. His mother to outrageous opened the door. Outrageous to the home. Early the next morning, when Ning Fingji and Sword Douluo and the others came to visit Ning Rongrong, and saw the messy scene in the infirmary, they couldn't help but be shocked. What's going on here? Ning Fingji asked with a frown. Sword Douluo looked around and said in a deep voice, It looks like someone had a fierce battle here. Ning Rongrong walked out of the room, and when she saw her father and Sword Douluo and the others, she hurriedly said, Father, Grandpa Sword, you're here. I'm fine. It's just that there were some accidents yesterday. Seeing that her daughter was fine, Ning Fingji breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Rongrong, what exactly happened? Well, Ning Rongrong looked at Qian Yu's tense appearance, hesitated for a moment or did not say the matter of Qian Renxue stabbing herself. After all, that appeared to look like a love killing. There was no telling what other misunderstandings Dad would have about Little Feather, and Little Feather had been injured in order to save herself, so she didn't want him to suffer any further harm. It's nothing, it's just that I accidentally messed up the room, Ning Rongrong said with a smile, trying to change the subject. Ning Fingji looked at Ning Rongrong's slightly far-fetched smile and had already guessed a few things in his heart, but since she was unwilling to speak, he wouldn't force himself. He and Sword Douluo exchanged glances, both able to see the coldness in each other's eyes. Rongrong, you go back first. Let's talk to Little Feather about some things, Ning Fingji said. Ning Rongrong nodded and gave Qian Yu a somewhat worried look before she finally turned around and left. After Ning Rongrong left, Ning Fingji's face instantly sank, and he looked towards Qian Yu, questioning, Little Feather, what kind of danger did Rongrong? What kind of danger did she encounter? Qian Yu was silent for a few moments and slowly said the words he had prepared in advance. Yesterday, A group of unknown forces suddenly broke in and attempted to disadvantage Rongrong. I fought with them for a while, and they fled when they were undefeated. Unknown forces? Ha! I think it was sent by Bibi Dong. Sword Douluo snorted coldly, a flash of coldness in his eyes. Although Qian Yu wanted to let Bibi Dong take the blame in his heart, he still remained calm on the surface. Sword Douluo Sr., there is no conclusive evidence for this matter yet, so we must not jump to conclusions. Ning Fengji frowned and said after a moment of contemplation, Little Feather, I know that the relationship between you and Bibi Dong is complicated, but Rongrong is our precious daughter, and we can't let her suffer any harm. Do you understand what I mean? Qian Yu nodded and replied, Uncle Ning, don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. After leaving the infirmary, Shifuyu strolled alone through the gardens of the palace with mixed feelings in his heart. Just then, a small figure jumped into his arms, and the young girl clung to him like a wombat, resting her head affectionately on his chest. Chapter 195 A Man Cannot Say No. Oh Feather, I couldn't sleep without you last night. Look at the dark circles under my eyes. Gu Yuna pointed to her eyes with an aggravated face. Those purple eyes were clear and penetrating, and seemed to really carry a few points of fatigue. She wore a long snow-white dress. Her body was petite but looked extremely sexy. The attachment to Shifuyu was written all over that slightly pale little face. Qian Yu looked at Gu Yuna's aggravated little appearance and couldn't help but feel a heartache in his heart. He gently stroked Gu Yuna's long hair and said gently, All right, Sister Nana, haven't I come back? Don't be sad. At the same time, Shifuyu carefully watched her expression, and after making sure that Chiron hadn't said anything nonsense, he then let out a sigh of relief. Gu Yuna buried her face in Qian Yu's embrace and sniffed gently, quickly smelling that there was another woman's scent, and her face instantly became icy cold. Little Feather, you smell like another woman. Did you run out into the wild again last night? Gu Yuna raised her head with a few questions in her eyes. No. Shifuyu shook his head back and forth, his eyes fluttering a bit. Oh, you can't even look me in the eye and talk. You must be screwing another woman behind my back again. Gu Yuna whimpered. Her voice suddenly went down. Her big eyes, a cloud of watery mist, slowly coalesced. She lowered her head to control from tears and sniffled hard a few times. At that moment, Shifuyu felt that he was simply not human, simply heartbroken and desperate to spoil this silly little dragon. Shifuyu picked her up and gave her a vicious kiss on the cheek before saying softly, Nana-san, don't get any ideas, you're the only one in my heart, and that's my sister's scent. You should be familiar with it. Gu Yuna was a bit shy by this sudden intimate move of Qian Yu, but her heart was sweet. Geez, what are you doing? No kissing me like a child. Gu Yuna pouted, her face flushed red. Next time if you want to kiss on the mouth, okay? After saying that, he moved closer to Shifuyu, rubbing himself in his arms. Randomly seeing that he was still sitting there like that, Gu Yuna raised her head in some confusion and asked, Little Feather, why don't you have any reaction at all? Didn't you say that boys are all horny? Could it be that I pumped your bloodline too hard in the beginning, making you, Gu Yu that chattered endlessly, almost to say explicitly that Qian Yu cannot have to hurry to take some medicine to make up. The young girl's small face that was still watering just now became delicate again, as if that handful of water could be directly wrung out, and Shifuyu did the same. Seeing that she was still saying she couldn't do it, Shifuyu hurriedly went up and grabbed her little face. Ouch! Why are you grabbing my face? It hurts. Gu Yuna suffered pain and pouted her small mouth in dissatisfaction. Who told you to discredit me? I'm just young. It's not that I can't, Shifuyu retorted righteously, with a bit of stubbornness on her face. Gu Yuna couldn't help but giggle as she looked at his appearance. She reached out and gently stroked Shifuyu's face, her eyes filled with tenderness and love. Alright, I know you are innocent. However, if you dare to have an affair with another woman in the future, I won't be able to spare you. Gu Yuna pouted, her tone carrying a few hints of pettiness. Seeing this, Shifuyu nodded his head repeatedly, just more or less in his heart. As Shifuyu returned to his room, an unexpected figure appeared in his doorway, wearing a white physician's robe and carrying a medicine box in her hand. Yi Lingling's eyes carried a bit of sadness after seeing that close move between Qian Yu and Gu Yuna. Qian Yu, I heard that you've returned and came here to see you. Yi Lingling's voice was soft and concerned as she gently pushed open the door and walked into the room. At this moment, inside the living room, Dokuragain was sitting high and mighty on the sofa, looking at Xiao Dai with dissatisfaction. Hey, Bunny, do you have any manners? You don't even pour tea when you see a guest coming. Is this how to be a slave girl? Dugwian's tone was mean, with a few hints of provocation. Xiao Dan sniffed and frowned, then gritted her teeth and poured him a cup of tea. She was just about to say something, but her eyes rolled when she saw Qian Yu come in, and she immediately lowered her head in aggravation, her voice choking. I'm sorry, it's my fault for not paying attention to your needs. Qian Yu's eyes flinched. He could naturally see that Dokuragain was deliberately picking a fight, but thinking of the matches he had been absent from these days, and the tense atmosphere of the team, he decided to suppress the unhappiness in his heart first. Dugweon, what are you doing? Little Dance is our friend, not a slave girl. Shifuyu's tone had a hint of displeasure in it as he walked over to Mai and gently patted her on the shoulder as a sign of comfort. Yo, it turns out that Youngyu still remembers this teammate of mine. I thought that you only knew how to get bored with beautiful women all day long and forgot about us teammates, Dugweon said in a conspiratorial manner, his eyes filled with jealousy. Qianyu sighed helplessly. He knew Dugweon's character, a straight shooter who said what she had to say, but at the moment her words really embarrassed him a little. He took out 2 exquisite gift boxes from his soul guide and placed them on the coffee table, slowly saying, "These are gifts for you. Consider them as compensation for me not being around for this period of time." Dugweon didn't pick it up, his eyes still glaring deathly at Qianyu, and the atmosphere became awkward for a moment. Shifuyu was staring at him a little unnaturally, and could only pick up the tea on the table and gently sip it in an attempt to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere. Pust! Shifuyu had just taken a bite when he felt a burst of fire go straight from his throat to his head. He spewed his tea out in a sharp gulp, coughing and coughing, his reddened face showing his discomfort. Aya, Qianyu, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, Guyuna rushed forward and asked with concern, while picking up a tissue aside to wipe the corners of his mouth. Xiaodance lowered her head with a few apologies in her eyes. She originally wanted to mess with Dugweon, so she purposely added some chili powder to the teapot, but she didn't expect Qianyu to suddenly drink it. Ahem, what is this? This? So spicy, Shifuyu said as she coughed, her eyes glistening with tears from the coughing and the spiciness. Seeing this, Guyuna hurriedly poured a cup of fresh water for him heartily and handed it to him. Xiaodance lowered her head and said with some apprehension, "Sorry, little feather. I seem to have put the wrong tea leaves in that pot. That pot was a little surprise that I had wanted to give to Dokuragain, and I didn't expect to really be sorry." Qianyu took the clear water and slammed a few mouthfuls into it. The spiciness was only slightly relieved. He looked at Xiao Dai with a bitter smile. "This is quite a surprise you've got. You almost didn't send me away." Chapter 196, 10,000 Years of Soul Bones. As Dugweon watched this scene from the side, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile as he said in his heart, if he wasn't wrong, this tea just now was prepared by Xiaodance for herself. This dead rabbit dared to shade her. Ha, don't think that a little bit of crap can buy me off. Shifuyu, I see that you don't even have us as a team in your sights. Dokuragain let out a cold snort. Her eyes filled with indifference as she stood up, ready to leave this place that made her feel displeased, but being pulled by Yi Lingling's sleeve. She then remembered what she was doing here today. Only then did he reluctantly re-sit down, but with a very unfavorable face towards Shifuyu, and after Yi Lingling unwrapped the gift Qianyu had prepared for herself, she froze on the spot. 10,000 million-year-old soul bones. As soon as these words came out, the entire room fell silent, and everyone focused their eyes on the soul bone in Yi Lingling's hand. Greed, jealousy, envy, jealousy and all sorts of other stares ensue. Gu Yuna was furious. He thought that he was the only one for Little Feather. After all, Xiaoko had given himself a 10,000-year-old soul bone. While the stuff wasn't in short supply for himself, it appeared to be precious to humans. She didn't expect Xiaoyu to give this Yi Lingling the same precious gift. How could she not be angry? Little Feather, what do you mean by that? Why does she also have a 10,000-year-old soul bone? Gu Yuna questioned, her tone carrying a few hints of dissatisfaction and jealousy. Seeing this, Shifuyu directly wrapped his arms around her waist and made her sit on his lap. Gu Yuna was quiet for a while, and the whole person comfortably made a cooing sound, like a kitten that had its fur smooth. Is this, for me? Yi Lingling was taken aback, but asked with some uncertainty. The main thing is that the 10,000-year-old soul bone is really too precious, and I'm afraid that this piece in front of me looks at the age of at least 60,000 years or more. This is not a gift that can just be given away. If one knew that the winning reward for the continent-wide Elite Soul Master competition was only 310,000-year-old soul bones, and it was hard to say whether there were 60,000 years or not. Dokuragain's eyes unconsciously looked towards the gift box on the desktop, greed filling his eyes. After all, it was a 10,000-year-old soul bone. The reason why something like a soul bone was precious was that in addition to being able to carry its own skills, it could also enhance one's soul power and rank quality. It was important to know that it was extremely difficult for soul masters to improve at every level in the later stages, and a suitable soul bone could often make a soul master's strength take a qualitative leap. Humph, don't think you can get rid of me with a piece of 10,000-year-old soul bone. Qianyu, our score is not yet settled. Although Dokuragain was greedy in his heart, his mouth still refused to give in. She grunted coldly and turned towards the door. but her steps slowed down a few moments involuntarily, as if she was waiting for something. Shifuyu looked up at her and thought he wasn't satisfied enough with his gift, but he didn't care and turned his head and continued to jerk the silly dragon in his arms that had started to blow up. Guyuna had already been stroked all over by now, and a look of enjoyment inadvertently appeared at the corners of her mouth. But still, he milked his ferocity and said, "Don't think you can coax me like that, you bad guy. Flirting with other girls in front of me, it's really outrageous." After saying that, she pretended to be angry and looked away, no longer looking at Shifuyu. After Yi Lingling did not receive an answer from Qianyu, she pursed her lips and then carefully put away that precious 10,000-year-old soul bone under the envious gaze of Xiaodance. "Qianyu, thank you." Yi Lingling's voice was much softer, and her eyes were filled with gratitude as she looked at Qianyu. The main reason why Qianyu wasn't interested in soul bones was that they were already completely useless to him. Let's not talk about the fact that the soul skills they bestowed were like chicken ribs to him. Let's just say that the physical qualities and grades granted by the soul bones were surprisingly deprived of them, leading to a decrease in soul power and leaving damage to the body. It is like building a house. When the foundation is suddenly taken away, the house is bound to collapse. Thousand Feathers had discovered this after absorbing those two divine bones last time. He felt that his physical attributes were completely superimposed with some sort of buff, not at all obtained through his own cultivation, so he wasn't keen on soul bones, and could even be said to be somewhat repulsed by them. "Kling, you're too kind. You are my friend. This is what I should do," Qianyu said with a smile. Looking at the cozy interaction between Qianyu and Yi Lingling, the jealousy in Gu Yuna's heart became even stronger. She gently pinched Shifuyu's waist, signaling him to be careful with his measurements. Sensing her displeasure, Shifuyu gently patted her hand in a soothing gesture. "Okay, Nana-chan, stop it," Shifuyu said softly, his tone filled with doting. Gu Yuna beamed and buried her body into Qianyu's embrace, no longer speaking, but the jealousy in her heart did not dissipate. At this point, the atmosphere in the room was slightly subtle, and Dugwian stood in the doorway, in a dilemma. In her heart, she was both greedy for that 10,000-year-old soul bone and unwilling to bow down in front of Qianyu. But that's a 10,000-year-old soul bone. If he could absorb it, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Dokuragene's face was cloudy, as if he was in a celestial battle. But wouldn't it be humiliating to let her go back now? Moreover, she had already put out harsh words just now, so wouldn't it be tantamount to slapping her own face if she said she was leaving? Just as she was hesitating, there was a sudden rush of footsteps outside the door. Immediately afterward, a young man wearing a platinum robe with a cold face walked in. "Dugwian, what are you doing here?" Qian Renxue frowned when she saw Dugwian, her tone carrying a few hints of ill will. This little bastard was really getting out of line, and now he had the audacity to bring other women home, not even putting himself as his future wife in his eyes. Qian Renxue was secretly annoyed in her heart, and her gaze coldly swept over everyone in the room. When she saw Gu Yuna sitting on Qianyu's lap, the two of them posturing intimately, a trace of anger flashed in her eyes even more. "It seems as if I don't need to report to His Highness the Crown Prince when I come here, right?" The corner of Dugwian's mouth hooked into a cold smile when he saw Qian Renxue. She was clear about the unclear scandal between this Crown Prince and Qianyu, and the thought that she had to compete with a male even if she was competing with a female. Dugwian felt a sense of anger. When Qian Renxue heard this, his face instantly turned gloomy. He didn't expect Dokurayan to dare to talk to himself like this. "Qinghe, is there something you came for?" Qianyu forced a smile. He had a feeling that there was always nothing good about Qian Renxue's visit, either picking a fight or raising hell. Qian Renxue ignored Qianyu, her gaze stabbing at Gu Yuna like a knife. "Gu Yuna, please show some self-respect and get off of Xiaoyu's lap." As if she didn't hear it, Gu Yuna instead shrank towards Shifuyu's arms and looked at Chirenai as if she was provocative. Chapter 197, Dispute, The Unreasonable Thousand. "Hey, dead yellow hair, don't go too far." Gu Yuna finally spoke up, her voice tinged with displeasure. "It's not your turn to meddle in what's going on between Xiaoyu and I." "Humph, your business?" Qian Renxue let out a cold laugh. "I've long since treated Xiaoyu as my best and closest friend, and I naturally care about what kind of woman he's dating." "Best friend?" Gu Yuna scoffed. "Who doesn't know the kind of dirty thoughts you dead yellow hairs have towards Xiaoyu? But also best friend? Who are you kidding?" Shifuyu rubbed his temples with a headache. The temper of these two little ancestors are not to be messed with. "Both stop arguing." Shifuyu's voice was low and strong, finally bringing the two men's bickering to a halt. "Dokuragane, what did you come to see me about?" Shifuyu looked to Dokuragane and tried to change the topic to business. Dokuragane was slightly stunned, so he walked over stiffly and tried to pick up the gift box on the table. "Wait, is this your stuff? You just want to take it?" Qian Renshue's eyes and hands were quick, and she pressed down on the gift box, staring at Dugu Yen with a torch-like gaze. Guian's heart tightened and he forced himself to calm down. This thing is placed here and it doesn't say that I can't take it, so why can't I take it? And this is a gift from Qian Yu to me. Who are you to stop it? When Qian Renxue heard this, the corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile. You say this is a gift from Qian Yu? What proof do you have? You. Douluo was furious at Qian Renxue's words, but she couldn't pull this face when she was told to lower her head and ask Qian Yu for confirmation. Qian Renxue easily snatched the gift box into her hands, curiously surveyed it, and said to Qian Yu with a smirk, "Little you, I wonder what goodies are contained inside. That our Miss Douluo is so attached to it?" Qian Yu sighed helplessly. He knew deep down that Qian Renxue was deliberately picking a fight, but there was nothing he could do about it. Who made her his sister? It's just some ordinary tea inside. No big deal, Shifuyu said casually. Only his eyes were more or less wandering. Qian Renxue was in disbelief as she opened the gift box, and inside lay a crystal-clear soul bone that emanated rich soul power fluctuations. 10,000-year-old soul bone. You call this tea? You haven't even given me such a precious gift. Qian Renxue's face instantly turned icy cold as she stared tightly at Qian Yu. Give it back to me. Seeing this, Douluo could no longer care much and directly reached out to grab it. Qian Renxue's figure flickered and easily dodged as she coldly looked at Douluo. The thing hasn't even been clarified as to who it belongs to yet, and you're in such a hurry to grab it. Don't you think it's out of character? Douluo was choked speechless. She was indeed at a disadvantage, but she was not willing to give up just like that. Humph, even if it's not yours, it's not your turn as an outsider to tell you what to do here, Douluo said in a forceful manner. Me? An outsider? Qian Renxue was simply going to be infuriated. She turned her head to look at Qian Yu and asked with murderous eyes, Qian Yu, what do you say? Am I an outsider? Shifuyu just felt like he had two heads in one, and he was caught in the middle of a dilemma between left and right. Qinghe, stop it. Put down the soul bone first. Qian Yu tried to calm Qian Renxue down. However, Qian Renxue was like a powder keg had been ignited as she angrily said, making a scene? You think I'm making a scene? 1,000 feathers. You give away 10,000-year-old soul bones to others, but you don't bother to give them to me. What exactly am I in your eyes? This loser even gave away 10,000-year-old soul bones with his hands. Did he know how precious and rare 10,000-year-old soul bones were? The more Qian Renxue thought about it, the more angry she became, feeling that Qian Yu was simply wasting her life. As Douluo looked at Qian Renxue's angry look, a nameless fire rose in his heart as well. She was just taking back what belonged to her. Why should she be accused by this dead yellow hair? 1,000 feathers. What's going on with this soul bone? Tell me clearly. Douluo couldn't care less and directly questioned 1,000 feathers. Qinghe, this soul bone is indeed a gift from me. Before Qian Yu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qian Renxue. You don't have to explain. I don't want to hear it. You loser. Actually giving away the 10,000-year-old soul bone. If Grandpa knew about this, his old man would be furious with you. Qian Renxue's voice was filled with anger. He didn't consider himself a cheapskate, but it depended on what was being given away. 60,000-year-old soul bone. This wasn't something that could just be bought on the market for a few million. For a few tens of millions of golden soul coins. This is something that can become the backbone of a family's legacy, and can be said to be more precious than a 100,000-year-old soul ring? Shifuyu closed silently when he saw how serious she looked. To be honest, there was really no shortage of the soul bone stuff for him. After all, the Devil Soul Great White Shark clan was almost exterminated by him, and the Demon Soul Great White Shark clan has millions of heads if not tens of millions. Although not every demonic soul Great White Shark with 10,000 years of cultivation would produce soul bones. When there were naturally more soul bones. Qian Renxue ignored Qian Yu. She looked at Douluo and Yi Lingling and said in a cold voice, Little Feather is still young and still doesn't know any better. Won't your conscience hurt if you lie to him so much about his soul bone? Or do you think that this life of yours, this friendship of yours, can be worth a 10,000-year-old soul bone? I'm afraid killing you 100 times won't be enough to replace it. Douluo and Yi Lingling were made to blush by Qian Renxue's words. When had she ever cheated Qian Yu? This 10,000-year-old soul bone was clearly gifted by Qian Yu on his own initiative. Qian Renxue, don't spit blood. This soul bone was given to me by Qian Yu. Ask him if you don't believe me. Douluo eagerly defended. I just, Yi Lingling stammered, not knowing what to do. She did know that this soul bone was just too precious for her to take. However, her greed and desire for the 10,000-year-old soul bone still made her half-heartedly accept it. She felt both guilty and conflicted in her heart, not knowing whether she should return the soul bone or not. That's enough. It ends here. Qinghe, the things have already been given away, so let's not pursue this any further. Qian Yu finally spoke up, interrupting the argument. He looked at Qian Renxue and continued, there is no reason to take back what I have given away. Dugwian and Yi Lingling are both my friends. I gave them gifts just out of a token of my heart, nothing else. When Qian Renxue heard this, her face became more and more somber. Thoughts? Then why is it that I don't have it? Could it be that in your heart, I am not as important as them? She already had the angel soul bone set, and she naturally couldn't use the soul bone, but she was still uncomfortable inside, feeling that Shifuyu treated them very differently from herself. That feeling of being treated differently made Qian Renxue's heart hurt as if it had been stabbed by a needle. The immortal grass didn't have her share, and neither did the soul bone. Even she heard that Qian Yu gave the god position to Ning Rongrong the One. Does this little bastard know how precious the godhood is? That's the key to becoming a god. How could he give it away so childishly? Chapter 198, Qian Renxue's soul ring configuration. Qinghe, don't be unreasonable. Qian Yu looked at Qian Renxue with some headache. He knew this sister's temper. Once she started the fire, it could not be pulled back by 10 oxen. I'm being unreasonable? Humph. Shifuyu, you're really disappointing me. Qian Renxue laughed angrily as she turned around and walked away, not wanting to stay in this suffocating place for another second. Wait, give me back my soul bone. Dugwian couldn't care less about being reserved at this time. Didn't they play the game and fight to the death for fame, fortune and soul bones? Now that the duck in hand has flown, how could she be willing? Your soul bone? Qian Renxue looked like she had heard something funny as she sneered and raised the gift box in her hand high. This is in my hands now. It's mine. You. Dugwian was trembling with anger. She didn't expect Qian Renxue to be so rude and unreasonable. What? Want to make a move to grab it? Qian Renxue looked at Dokuragain provocatively, and at the same time, the soul ring summoned and a pair of huge feathered wings appeared behind her. Black, 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 red, 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 gold. 9 soul rings floated under his feet. Their black and red light intertwined, emitting a powerful pressure that made the air in the entire room become heavy. Qian Yu's pupils shrunk slightly, before he knew that this sister was very strong, but seeing her release 9 soul rings with his own eyes, he was still shocked. No, even if it's the butterfly effect, this is outrageous. Isn't it? Moreover, what's up with that god-level soul ring? Could it be that Qian Renxue has become a god? As soon as the idea popped up, it was dismissed by Shifuyu herself. No matter what, if Qian Renxue had really become a god, then she would have done herself in long ago and wouldn't have been suppressed by Guyuna, a silly underage dragon. Solitary Goose's face turned pale as he felt the terrifying aura radiating from Qian Renxue. How is this possible? How could you possibly possess such a terrifying soul ring configuration? Dokuroyan said with some disbelief. At the same time, she thought of the problem that if Qian Renxue wanted to kill herself, then her grandfather wouldn't be able to stop her. For a while, Dokuroyan's heart was filled with fear and despair. Humph, do you know you're afraid now? A wave of pleasure surged through Qian Renxue's heart as she watched Dugwian's fear. Alright, stop fooling around. Qian Yu pulled Qian Renxue's hand and shoved a soul bone towards her hand. Humph, now you know you're wrong? What were you doing just now? Although Qian Renxue was unforgiving with her mouth, it wasn't until she saw what was in her hand that her entire body was dumbfounded. 100,000-year-old soul bones. Qian Renxue's eyes widened, her gaze burning as she looked at the crystal clear 100,000-year-old soul bone that was emitting a faint glow, her face filled with incredulity. This is for me? Qian Renxue's voice was trembling a little. She had never thought that Qian Yu would take out such a precious treasure to make her happy. This made her feel that the anger in her heart instantly dissipated for the most part, turning into an unspeakable surprise and touch. Accompanied by Qian Renxue's words, everyone present froze, looking in unison at the soul bone in Qian Renxue's hand. Even the 2 sealed Douluos, Snake Spear and Red Blood, who were hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but be slightly moved. 100,000-year-old soul bone. That was a treasure that even they could only dream of. Alright, once you've collected the things, hurry up and return the soul bone to Dugwian. You can still get back what you gave away. I'm losing my face to you. Shifuyu rubbed his brow with a bit of a headache. If he allowed them to continue, Chirenai would definitely be exposed. By the time the Martial Spirit Hall and the Heavenly Dipper Empire completely tore their faces apart, there was no telling how many people would have to die. Face? What more face? That one is a 10,000-year-old soul bone. You don't know how expensive it is when you're not in charge. You even took a 10,000-year-old soul bone to pick up a girl. What a loser. Qian Renxue grumbled with her mouth, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. She gently shook the 100,000-year-old soul bone in her hand as if she had gotten the world. At the same time, he didn't move and put away Dokuroyan's piece. After all, her grandfather, Dogubo, was a person from Avalanche, and in his previous life, he had even helped the Heavenly Dipper Empire to kill a lot of their martial soul hall. Now that she had counted on them not to liquidate them, How could she still give back the treasures that had come to her? Shueqinghe, don't go too far. Hurry up and return my soul bone, or else I'll let my grandfather teach you a lesson. Seeing that Qian Renxue didn't have the slightest intention of returning it, Douluo was so anxious that tears were about to fall from his eyes. However, Qian Renxue acted as if she hadn't heard it, gently caressing the delicate lines on the surface of the soul bone, her eyes filled with love. So what if your grandfather is here? I don't believe it anymore. He can snatch the soul bone from my hands. The corner of Qian Renxue's mouth rose slightly as she looked provocatively at Douluo. You! Douluo's face turned red with anger, but he also knew that he couldn't do anything about Qian Renxue at this moment. Well, Goose, I'll give you this piece of mine. Although Yi Lingling had some reluctance in her heart, she still handed the soul bone to Douluo. Moreover, she didn't want Torturous to continue pestering her and cause more trouble. With that, he opened his soul guide and took out the 10,000-year-old soul bone. Although Qian Renxue had the intention to grab it, she was glared back by Qian Yu's condemning eyes and could only reluctantly skim her lips. Douluo looked at the 10,000-year-old soul bone in Yi Lingling's hand and had mixed feelings in his heart. Many thanks to Sister Lingling, Torturous whispered. Qian Yu also couldn't help but take a high look at Yi Lingling. I didn't expect her to not only look beautiful and elegant, but also have such a kind heart. Hey, what are you looking at? Is she as good looking as me? Eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. You've grown capable. Gu Yuna was already very dissatisfied with Qian Yu giving Qian Renxue 100,000-year-old soul bone, and at this moment, seeing that Qian Yu had been staring at Yi Lingling, she was even more jealous and muttered in dissatisfaction. Qian Yu laughed helplessly and reached out to scratch Gu Yuna's nose, saying, "You're the most beautiful. No one can compare to you." Only then did Gu Yuna nod in satisfaction, a smile reappearing on her face. And when Qian Renxue, who was on the side, saw this scene, a hint of despondency flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly covered up by her. Yi Lingling blushed and shyly lowered her head. This little look instantly made Gu Yuna even more alert. Her open little tiger teeth bit hard on Shifuyu's finger as a way to express her dissatisfaction. Hiss, are you a dog? Shifuyu took the pain and sucked in a breath of cold air. Gu Yuna hummed in triumph, seemingly very satisfied with Shifuyu's reaction. After receiving Yi Lingling's soul bone, Douluo turned his head to look at Qian Yu, with a bit of seriousness in his expression. Our next opponent is the Kamikaze Warriors. Their captain, Feng Xiaotian, is the licking dog of Fire Dance who lost to you earlier. This time they will definitely go all out to avenge Fire Dance. Chapter 199, Bibi Dong's Eyes. Qian Renxue smiled disdainfully as she heard this. This Emperor Do battle team was too lame. Without Jade Sky Hung, he couldn't even defeat a Divine Wind Warrior team, and he had to let Little Feather make a move. Also, the team from the Spirit Transmission Tower is going to participate temporarily to have a friendly match with us. The Spirit Transmission Tower is one of the most powerful soul master organizations in the continent. Their strength is unfathomable, especially their captain, who is known as the #1 person of the younger generation. I didn't even have the courage to stand in front of her the last time I saw her. Torturous still had palpitations when he recalled that experience. First man, is it really that strong? Shifuyu sniffed and became interested. He was eager to see just how strong this soul master, who was known as the leader of the younger generation, was. Although for this young man in the end how big is still to have the examination. After all, soul beasts can be transformed into form at least must be more than 100,000 years. But since it was a genius cultivated by the Spirit Transmission Pagoda, one would think that it wouldn't be any worse. No matter who it is, Little Feather is the best. Gu Yuna held onto Shifuyu's arm and said in a petulant manner, Heavenly Fighting Imperial City, Great Fighting Soul Arena. Shifuyu's entrance to the ring instantly galvanized the crowd. After all, Thousand Feathers' soul ring configuration was really too strong, and no one had ever been able to achieve the horrifying configuration of 5 soul rings that were all 100,000 years old throughout history. Fire Dance, don't worry, I'll definitely get you back. Feng Xiaotian didn't forget to look for Fire Dance to shush him a bit even when he was close to going on stage. Seeing Fire Dance staring at Qian Yu in death, a flash of viciousness flashed through his eyes as well. Although that Thousand Feathers is strong, I'm not a vegetarian either. This time, I will definitely let him know how powerful I am. Feng Xiaotian secretly swore, his hands clenched into fists, his joints whitening from the exertion. And on the audience stage, after Bibi Dong saw Qiyu, he was instantly not sleepy, his eyes blazingly staring at Qiyu as if he wanted to see through him. Shifuyu felt Bibi Dong's blazing gaze and slightly sidled his head to meet it. Their eyes met in the air as if sparks were flying. Ah, teacher, it seems like Feather is looking at me. Shame on you. Noticing where Shifuyu's gaze was directed, Jelena blushed and whispered to Bibi Dong beside her. Nana, you're almost married. Why are you still so shy? Bibi Dong gently patted Jelina's shoulder, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. Teacher, don't tease me. Jelina pouted, the blush on her face intensifying. At this time, the audience was in the other direction. The temperature on Gu Yu's body plummeted, and the air around him seemed to freeze. Her ice blue eyes flashed with a cold light as she stared intently at Shifuyu on the stage and Bibi Dong and Hirena in the audience. Humph. This Qian Yu, he's really showing love everywhere, Gu Yu whispered to herself, her tone filled with dissatisfaction and jealousy. Lord, if you ask me, why don't we just get rid of that kid, so that he doesn't have to go around hooking up and pissing you off? Seeing Gu Yu's angry look, Di Tian, who was on the side, couldn't help but say, he was still wary of Qian Yu in his heart after all these years. His ability to make any female's heart flutter, including their lords, was horrible. This greatly affected their hegemony of conquering the divine realm and ruling the Douluo continent. Di Tian couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic for the once cold, unfeeling, supreme lord, rather than the current woman who would have mood swings because of a man. Gu Yu sniffed and gently waved her hand, interrupting Di Tian's words. No, Shifuyu, we can't move yet. The construction of the spirit transmission pagoda has already brought the divine realm's attention to us. If we were to make another move against Qian Yu at this time, it would inevitably lead to the divine realm's intervention. What we need is to bide our time and wait for the right moment. When Di Tian heard this, although there was still some unwillingness in his heart, he could only obey Gu Yu's order. At this time, on the soul fighting stage, Shifuyu was uncomfortable being stared at by Bibi Dong and Gu Yu's eyes, and could only pray that Feng Tianxiao would hurry up and get in the ring so that he could fight and run away. There's only one of you. White boy, are you looking down on me? When Feng Xiaotian saw Qian Yu standing alone on the stage, he couldn't help but frown, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. It seemed to him that Shifuyu was merely having a good family history, which was why he could have such an amazing soul ring. With a character like him who showed mercy everywhere, his strength was definitely not strong enough. He himself only needed to use his speed to dodge those 100,000-year-old soul techniques of his, and then look for a break and strike. White boy, you're talking about me. Qian Yu almost didn't tense up. He didn't expect Feng Xiaotian to label him as such. That's right, talking about you. Looking at your fine skin and tender flesh, I really don't know how Fire Dance could look at you. The corner of Feng Xiaotian's mouth hooked up into a sneer, and his words were filled with jealousy. It seems as if I've been underestimated? Shifuyu took a deep breath and his eyes gradually became sharp. He moved his muscles and made a slight clicking sound. At the same time, the aura on his body began to change radically, and the dense light element dyed the sky a golden color. He took a step forward, and in an instant, the terrifying aura transformed into a hurricane that swept towards the surroundings, and the clouds in the sky were blown apart at that moment, revealing the radiant sunlight. For a moment, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them, although Qian Yu's aura did not target anyone, but just by changing the sky with a single thought, this strength was already enough to shock the entire arena. Is this guy still human? Feng Xiaotian's pupils plummeted, and his voice became a little shaky. He unconsciously took a few steps back, an unprecedented fear rising in his heart. Yay! I knew Feather was the best. In the audience, Ning Rongrong's eyes glittered with excitement when she saw the aura that Qian Yu had unleashed, and her hands clenched into fists, waving them excitedly. Glory, don't forget that he's our enemy next. Tang San stared tightly at Qian Yu, sweat unconsciously seeping from his palms. Is this guy a monster? Hanging around a few girls day after day, his strength could still be so terrifying. One must know that even he himself felt a little suppressed when faced with the aura that Qian Yu was releasing at the moment. Ningfengji narrowed his eyes slightly, and even though it wasn't the first time he had seen it, he still felt a bit of a chill in his heart. If such an enemy was truly an enemy, once he was allowed to grow, that would be a huge threat. Fortunately, however, the current relationship between Thousand Feathers and their 7 treasures glazed sect was still quite friendly, and could even be said to be quite close. Thinking of this, Ningfengji couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 200 Martial Spirit Hall's Ambition. The Snowy Night Emperor fiercely gripped the handle on his chair, veins rippling above his palms, undisguised shock and killing intent flashing in his eyes. As early as the news of Shifuyu being Bibidong's son came out, he already had murderous intentions towards Shifuyu. He originally thought that he could rely on Qinghe to control Qian Yu, but now it seems to be out of control, and then let this kid grow up. By the time the Heavenly Dipper Earth Kingdom is still not surnamed Snow is an unknown. Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. Even if he, Thousand Feathers, is as strong as he is still only one person in the end. Our Heavenly Dipper Empire has a deep heritage, so why do we need to be afraid of him alone? Prince Snowstar at the side saw the Snowy Night Emperor's worried face and opened his mouth to comfort him. The Snowy Night Emperor nodded slightly as he heard this. But the worry in his heart did not diminish by half. And the Platinum Lord of the Palace of Martial Souls called Salus was even laughing. This is only where they are shocked like this. If they were to know that Qian Yu was the inheritor of the Destruction God King, the future Supreme Lord of the Divine Realm, and that even the Martial Soul Hall had the potential to become the #1 sect in the Divine Realm, then they wouldn't have their jaws dropped in shock. Thinking of this, Salus' gaze towards Shifuyu was filled with blazing heat. Is this the Holy Son of the Palace of Martial Souls? An audience member voiced this sentiment, prompting a flurry of agreement from those around him. This kind of overwhelming strength simply prevented people from having the slightest thought of resisting. On the soul fighting stage, Feng Xiaotian also felt an unprecedented pressure at this moment. The aura directly facing Qian Yu made it difficult for him to even breathe. The match is about to begin. Please prepare both teams. The referee's voice rang out at the right time, breaking the silence of the scene. Originally, the teams for the match had to have 7 people, but the referee for this match was sent by the Palace of Martial Souls. So naturally, they could fight however they wanted, only to see the referee gently wave the flag in his hand, and immediately, the space on the soul fighting stage seemed to be distorted, and a circular boundary made of energy enveloped Qian Yu and Feng Xiaotian. Since all of Thousand Feathers' soul skill attacks were extremely wide-ranging, in order to avoid injuring innocent people, the Martial Soul Palace had purposely set up such a boundary to prevent the audience from being affected. I don't know if the 7 of them can hold out for more than a minute, but don't let them get directly seconded like the Blazing Flame Academy did last time. Right. Shifuyu, hurry up and use your 100,000-year-old soul skill. Let them see what true terror is. In the audience, some good people had already begun to coax, expecting Qian Yu to display even more amazing strength. You guys go together. Don't say I'm bullying you guys. Thousand Feathers' voice echoed within the energy boundary, and his figure loomed in the golden light like a heavenly god descending from the heavens. Damn it. It's just a district white boy who feeds on his face. What's there to be arrogant about? Feng Xiaotian gritted his teeth, his heart filled with unwillingness and anger. Martial Soul Attachment. Blast Wind Two-Headed Wolf. In an instant, a huge two-headed demonic wolf silhouette appeared behind Feng Xiaotian, and his eyes became scarlet. The muscles of his entire body began to expand violently. His stature was obviously much taller, and his hair was dyed a green color. The surrounding Divine Wind Academy crowd was also filled with rage. Qian Yu's look at the mongrel fish had completely enraged them. Knowing that the teams that could advance to the preliminary rounds, which one of them was not a genius in a million? When had they ever suffered such an insult? Feel the sanction of the wind, little white boy. First soul skill Wind Blade Array. Feng Xiaotian roared as his wolf claws popped out, wielding dozens of half-arc seals that shot towards Qian Yu. Thousand Feathers' figure flickered, backing up in quick steps, deftly dodging in all directions, those sharp wind blades whistling past his side, chipping the air with a nuisance sound. The other members of the Divine Wind Academy also rushed in from 6 directions respectively, coming forward to block Qian Yu's retreat. They cooperated well and had obviously been practiced countless times. Looks like you guys have done a lot of homework here. Thousand Feathers dodged a wind blade and watched their tacit cooperation. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. He wasn't the slightest bit flustered. Instead, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Having not fought for a long time, he had long longed for such a good fight to test his strength. But is that all you've got? Shifuyu's words carried a bit of teasing. His body suddenly accelerated, weaving between the wind blades like a ghost, and arrived at the side of one of the team members. At the same time, a spear of lightning appeared in his hand, and with a flash of electricity, the team member only felt a blur before his eyes, and then he was already pierced through his chest by the spear of lightning, and his entire body was engulfed by a powerful electric current, instantly losing his combat power. The many trainees were all horrified by the scene and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Just an instant later, one of them was resolved. What? Feng Xiaotian's pupils shrunk violently. He did not expect Qian Yu's strength to be so strong that a chill could not help but rise in his heart. Feather, stay your hand. Don't kill anyone. Chidori Ryu, who was hidden in the crowd, really couldn't help but speak up. One must know that Qian Yu was now representing the face of the Martial Soul Palace. Even if they were openly helping the Heavenly Dipper Empire in the tournament, they couldn't really make a scene. Otherwise the pro-people image that the Martial Spirit Hall had been accumulating would be greatly damaged. When Qian Yu heard this, the spear of thunder and lightning in his hand gave a slight lurch. He reached out his hand towards the fallen team member and pressed it gently, a green glow flashing through his hand. The member's stabbed wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the current dissipated instantly. The team member only fainted and was not fatally injured. Looking at the glistening green light in Qian Yu's hand, everyone's eyes almost bulged out. The Holy Son of the Palace of Martial Souls was actually still an auxiliary system soul master. Not only was his strength strong, he also possessed the ability to heal. which was simply beyond everyone's expectations. Good chance. Feng Xiaotian had originally despaired, but now that he saw that Qian Yu seemed to have some concerns and didn't dare to kill, a glimmer of hope was sparked in his heart. Ha! How dare you get distracted while fighting me? You don't even have me in your sights. Look at my Blast Wind Demon Wolf 36 consecutive slashes. Second soul skill a double wolf possession. Third soul skill Blast Wind Twin Wings. Fourth soul skill Blistering Wolf Running Attack. Accompanied by the execution of various increased soul techniques, Feng Xiaotian's speed suddenly increased to the extreme, transforming into a green residual shadow. Seeing that Thousand Feathers even dared to be healing his teammates, he let out a cold laugh in his heart and condensed the power of the wind element on top of his two claws, which flashed with a cold aura, and attacked towards Thousand Feathers like a wild storm. Shifuyu felt the pressure of the wind behind him like a shadow and kicked away the team member who was still receiving treatment. The figure retreated violently, narrowly avoiding Feng Xiaotian's fatal blow. However, Feng Xiaotian's figure followed like a shadow, and the speed increase of the blizzard two-headed wolf had already made him as ghostly as a ghost. And once a sensitive attack system Soul Master got close, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 201, Shifuyu who fell into darkness again. Humph. Somewhat interesting. Thousand Feathers snorted coldly as his eyes gradually became gloomy. He knew that if he didn't get more serious, he was afraid that he might actually get hurt today. The next moment, the demonic 100,000-year-old soul ring on his body lit up with a brilliant red light. Feng Xiaotian's pupils suddenly shrunk, only because the Qian Yu in front of him suddenly became expressionless, and his aura was even less sacred than before. He was now like a killing god from a hell, exuding a terrifying aura that made people's souls tremble. What kind of monster are you? Feng Xiaotian's voice trembled. In a trance he seemed to see a six-winged dark angel through and through. Those eyes were as bright as an oven, as if they were the radiant sun in the sky, carrying greatness and vastness of divinity. Yet it exuded an endless darkness and destruction that made him feel fear and despair. Super God's daily journey. Thousand Feathers gently raised his palms, his face expressionless, paired with the six-winged fallen angel silhouette that appeared behind him, as if he was a lord from the underworld. A repulsive force spread out indiscriminately in all directions like a tsunami. Light and heat were emanating, and the immense power even caused tiny cracks to start appearing in space. Feng Xiaotian took the brunt of this powerful force and was sent flying out, ruthlessly hitting the energy boundary and spraying a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. The other members of the Divine Wind Academy were not spared either, and were shaken by the force, falling to the ground. Several silhouettes appeared in the audience and came to the energy boundary, adding several defenses to it. They looked at Qian Yu in the field with heavy eyes, their hearts filled with shock. By scale Douluo Dugobo's pupils contracted slightly, his dark green pupils carrying an imperceptible fear. Although the same skill didn't have the same heaven-destroying power as before, it did bring back memories of the horrifying scene he once had. Second soul skill, Spirit Sword Guardian. Sword Dustheart used his body's terrifying soul force to block this terrifying repulsive force, but even so, that shield was still breaking apart. It's not easy being this kid's teammate. I'm not sure if I'll be taken away by a soul skill one day. Jian Duxin looked at Chen Yu's appearance that had suddenly turned into God of Darkness, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. He recalled a rumor that Shifuyu was said to have fallen into darkness a year ago, nearly destroying the Douluo continent. This is something they have never believed. In their opinion, although this kid can rely on the 100,000-year-old soul skill to show off, but he was a kid after all, inexperienced in battle and not exactly top-ranked, so how could he be so strong? But now that he had seen it with his own eyes, Jian Duxin couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Above the audience, Wang Xiaojiang sat in his wheelchair and watched Qian Yu strike, and all of a sudden, the corner of his mouth twitched, as if recalling that unbearable past. He was at that moment shrouded in a tattered cloak, and his face had become festering. But luckily for Tang San, they got a tramp to fake his own death and get out of the way, which got, him out of Bibi Dong's line of sight. In fact, it was more that Bibi Dong had his mind focused on Qian Yu, so naturally he was not in the mood to pay attention to Yu Xiaojiang's situation. Among the audience, Bibi Dong also violently stood up, his heart filled with horror. She sensed a very strong dark divine power in Qian Yu's body. At the same time Bibi Dong sensed Shifuyu's mood swings and couldn't help but feel an unprecedented panic welling up in his heart, only because it was an evil aura filled with heartbreaking death, hatred and misanthropy, madness and destruction, wanting to destroy everything. Moreover, the eyes he looked at himself were surprisingly filled with murderous intent, as if he was itching to erase her completely. No, this isn't right. Little Feather should have long since let go of his past attachments. How could he still want to kill me? Bibidon's face grew harder as she tried to find a hint of familiar emotion in Shifuyu's eyes, but the only thing that responded to her was endless coldness and loathing. and her entire being seemed extremely out of place. This made Bibi Dong recall what Chihiro had once said to himself. Nowadays, Qian is not so cold and heartless because he was given the heart of light by the goddess of life, which makes him a little more human. Otherwise, if it were before, he would only have extreme rationality in his eyes and would go about destroying all those who were his enemies and would never show any mercy. Bibi Dong's body trembled, barely able to accept this reality. It was with great difficulty that she managed to get Little Feather to reluctantly accept herself, but as a result, now there was such a turn of events, which instantly shattered her heart-filled expectations. Shifuyu's cold and hateful eyes were like a sharp blade, piercing straight into her heart, causing her to ache and almost collapse. And at this time, the three members of the teaching committee had also turned on their martial souls, tightly guarding against Thousand Feathers' riot. Ching-ha, if this kid turns into darkness again, are you sure you can talk him back? The Snowy Night Emperor gulped and looked at Ching-ha in horror, his voice asking with a few tremors. Although he hadn't experienced that battle, he knew the horrors of Shifuyu's descent into darkness from the aftermath of the ruins and the rumors, the black flames that burned through the sky, the terrifying means that caused the evil curse to cover the entire land, had become the evil god that everyone in Heavenly Dipper City was terrified of. Father, don't worry. Little Feather, even when she didn't fall into the darkness, she was just a bit cold in nature. If no one messes with him, he usually won't take the initiative to hurt anyone. Not to mention that now he still has the heart of light bestowed by the goddess of life on him. He shouldn't easily fall into darkness again. I'll try my best to persuade him. Ching-ha hurriedly opened his mouth to appease the Snowy Night Emperor, but he actually didn't have much in his heart. After all, what you've been doing all this time really isn't personnel. Drugged Chiyu, even to him. In short, for every inch of Chiyu's body he knew everything. But it's not perverted. It's a sister caring for her brother as she should. Feather shouldn't mind, right? Chiron said with some uncertainty. She seriously doubted that the first person Shifuyu would slaughter after she returned to normal would be herself. The match is over. Imperial Fighting Team wins. The referee, even if he was a fast runner, was badly injured, and after hastily announcing the result of the match, he fell to the ground and waited for help. Yilingling hurriedly went forward to use the 9-star begonia to help those who were injured. Shifuyu gathered his breath slightly as he looked around with complicated eyes, as if he was trying to restrain something. Feather, you're coming back with me. Chihiro's figure instantly appeared on top of the ring. His face was very grave, and his huge spiritual power instantly surged into Shifuyu's body in an attempt to find the source of Shifuyu's mutation. Shifuyu didn't resist and allowed Chihiro to lead him out of the ring. Chapter 202, Silver Dragon King Guyu's Compulsion. Feather, what happened to you? How did your heart break a hole? Gu Yuna ran towards Qian at the first opportunity, while probing the source of his abnormality with her spiritual power. The first thing he noticed was that a crack had actually been created in Shifuyu's heart of light. This was what allowed the massive and evil destruction god power within him to escape uncontrollably. I am fine. Shifuyu's voice was a bit weak and her face was as pale as paper, but she still shook her head firmly. The power used just now was too great, causing the two very different forces of light and darkness in his body to clash violently. Coupled with the fact that he forcibly held back from repairing the heart of light, the backlash from this far exceeded his imagination. But he really didn't want to go on like this. The love of these girls weighs him down and binds him so much that he wants to break free of it all to find his true self. Returning to that one cold and unfeeling Shifuyu who only knew how to deal with all matters with extreme rationality. But whenever I see their worried eyes and hear their warm care, that determination is shaken. Little Feather, if you're sick, you need to be cured. Don't try to resist this power. Gu Yuna's brows frowned slightly. With Shifuyu's healing ability, this Heart of Light's injury shouldn't have been so severe. Chihiro's face grew more and more somber as he knew the importance of this Heart of Light. Once broken, Thousand Feathers would once again be plunged into endless darkness. Immediately return to the Martial Soul Hall and gather all the healing Soul Masters, he said on the spot. The rest of them ate and watched, especially Tang San, who could barely contain the excitement within his heart as he had a plan in mind. If Shifuyu once fell into the darkness, he called on the 4 great families to go around proclaiming Shifuyu's evil deeds and branding him as an evil Soul Master. When the Holy Son of the Hall of Martial Souls turns out to be an evil Soul Master, the prestige of the Hall of Martial Souls is bound to suffer a heavy blow, and he himself took the opportunity to pull people together and use the Shura Divine Chosen as a base to establish a brand new power to fight against the Martial Spirit Hall. Feather, if you're willing to come back, our Soul Beast clan will always accept you and there will never be anyone who can make you do anything you don't want to do. Silver Dragon King Guyu slowly walked towards Qian with Tian and the other Soul Beast executives. Her gaze remained unwavering, as if she were talking about something extremely commonplace, but it was clear to anyone with a bright eye that Guyu was forcing Thousand Feathers to take sides, whether to choose a human or a soul beast. Chihiro's face instantly became gloomy. This soul beast co-lord actually came to abduct his grandson in front of him. This was simply not putting himself in his eyes at all. Shifuyu froze, then slowly raised his head to meet Guyu's deep eyes, shook his head and turned his head away. He knew exactly what he wanted, and he understood it from the beginning. The heart of light only changed his character, but not his will. He longs for eternal life and supreme greatness. If he was just an ordinary piece of mortal, perhaps Ancient Moon's aid would be a heavenly chance. But he was the divine chosen one of the Destruction God King, and getting entangled with Guyu was ultimately just a mirror, unbeatable in the face of reality. Seeing Shifuyu's choice, Chihiro let out a sigh of relief and then hurriedly followed. Silver Dragon King Guyu, on the other hand, was tightly looking at Qian Yu's back in a daze, but no one knew that her heart was already full of holes. On the one hand, for the revival of the soul beasts, and on the other, for the one she loved, she really didn't know what to do. Could it be that she could only watch Shifuyu and herself drift apart and eventually one day turn hostile? Lord, this brat is more or less ungrateful. How dare he reject your idea? Should I go and destroy him? Tian gritted his teeth and said, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. In his opinion, this was the ultimatum given by the Lord to Qian Yu. This kid still dared to refuse. This really did not know how to die. How dare you? Guyu violently turned around, her eyes glaring icily at Tian. I have my own measures for little Yu's matters. It's not your turn to talk. Tian's heart flinched as he hurriedly lowered his head. Lord, rest your anger. It was my subordinate who was impulsive. Guyu looked at Qian Yu's back and said in her heart, little feather, if one day I make an enemy of you or get in your way, will you bear to kill me? I am afraid that I will not hesitate. Guyu closed her eyes in pain, and a glistening tear rose from the corner of her eye. If she could, she so wanted to be like Guyuna. There is no need to pay attention to all the duties of being a soul beast co-owner. One needs to stay quietly by Qian Yu's side and be a little girl who can be pampered and cute. But she couldn't. The revival of the Soul Beast clan was her mission and her destiny as the Silver Dragon King. Guyuna sensed Guyu's emotions. The two were originally one and the same, and both seemed to have a vague resonance. As much as she sympathized with Guyu, it was absolutely impossible for her to share Little Feather out. She glared viciously at Guyu, her teeth bared in a small manner as if to say, don't you hit on little Yu. He's mine. After the warning, Guyuna quickly walked to Qian Yu's side and arched her small head over Qian Yu's arm, her eyes full of dependence. Imperial Fighting Academy Lounge. Once Shifuyu was brought to the restroom by Chihiro, he allowed Yi Lingling to treat him. Yi Lingling's nine-hearted begonia bloomed with a soft light, and the power full of vitality slowly penetrated into Chiyu's body, attempting to repair his damaged heart of light. Shifuyu's brows frowned slightly, somewhat resisting the attempt to stop this gentle light of life from entering. Seeing Shifuyu like this, Xiao Dance's heart ached. He was well aware that Feather didn't like the feeling of being emotionally tied down. I'm afraid he prefers his old silent, quiet self, but all of this was the result of their greed for Feather's gentleness. Guyuna frowned slightly. In his opinion, Xiao Yu is Xiao Yu. No matter if it was the light Xiao Yu or the one who had fallen into darkness, it was that unique existence in her heart. She said softly, little Feather, don't resist. Let Yi Lingling help you heal. Only then will you be able to recover as soon as possible. Zhu Zhuqing had secretly followed Ning Rongrong over. She had roughly understood what had happened from Ning Rongrong's mouth. The main reason why Shifuyu's character changed so much was because the gods wanted him to be good and wanted him to become a good person. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Qian Yu's resistant look and felt a little foolish, thinking that this was a good opportunity. You seem upset? Zhu Zhuqing came in front of Qian Yu, her voice carrying some apprehension. It was the first time she'd ever taken the initiative to hit on someone, and it would be a real shame if she was rejected.